A subordinate looks up, questioning if they remember the moment they were born. If they did, they should be thankful for overcoming all that pain. Mr. Bobby's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He stands amidst the carnage, a stark white figure surrounded by death, and wouldn't have thrown their life away for nothing. One of his men speaks, demanding money. The leader stands over a fallen body, the scene bathed in harsh light. Mr. Bobby commands them to find it, threatening death if they fail. Dust and debris fall from above. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the destruction. He stands among the ruins, the devastation stretching as far as the eye can see. A blue screen flickers to life before him, a question hanging in the digital air. Will you travel back in time? The man's boots are covered in dust and debris as another system message appears, promising a reset of all abilities. A glowing fragment pulses with energy in his hand, as the system prompts him to choose a date. His face is streaked with grime and blood, but his eyes are resolute as he recalls February 28th, 4th, 1985. A memory surfaces, a pivotal moment, the day he was born. Meanwhile, something stirs in the darkness, a guttural sound echoing through the void. A monstrous form begins to materialize, its presence heralded by a chilling tremor. The creature's maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth, ready to rend and tear. A wet, gurgling sound escapes the monster's throat, a promise of violence and pain. Elsewhere, a woman cries out, announcing that her water has broken. A medical professional leans in, urging the laboring woman to breathe deeply. Inside, something feels amiss, the pain far exceeding what she anticipated. The medical team encourages her, urging her to push just a bit more. Overwhelmed, she thinks she's going to die from the pain. The pain intensifies, and she feels as though her head is about to explode. The woman strains, her face contorted in agony as the birthing process continues. Tears stream down her face as she cries out for her mother. She grits her teeth, trying to pull herself together despite the overwhelming pain. She knows that if she doesn't get through this, her baby will be in danger. A system notification appears, indicating that the protagonist has obtained the overcoming adversity, achievement, and trait. The sounds of the newborn's cries fill the delivery room. The cries continue as the protagonist looks down at his child. A system notification appears, detailing the man who overcomes adversity trait. The notification states that the trait made the first evil the strongest. The system warns that it's a terrifying trait that can turn the tables. A new quest begins, Become Healthy 1. The baby, Jia, is fed from a bottle. The system announces that Jia has completed Become Healthy 1. The Become Healthy 2 quest is now starting. The man remarks on the generous rewards, but something else is at play. The protagonist wasn't the only reason for his strength. There existed 8 evils and 8 virtues. 16 S-Class Awakeners, each known as the strongest of their kind. Those loyal to the system were called the virtues, standing tall above the fray. One figure plummets from above. And those 8 who rejected the system, they were branded as the evils, forever in opposition. The fallen descend, a chaotic tumble of bodies and broken ideals, their defeat palpable. Despite the labels of evil and virtue, there was little difference between them. Self-interest drove them all. They stood against the system, challenging its monopoly on items and dungeons, fueled by their own dominant power. A figure stands amidst the chaos, a sword wreathed in blue energy, a desperate hand reaching for salvation. But they were no more than mosquitoes, buzzing annoyingly around an elephant. The strongest among them all was the first evil, his gaze piercing and confident. While other awakeners struggled to understand their powers, these figures moved with deadly precision. The first evil, his face contorted in pain, perhaps even regret, as the battle rages on. He was already in a perfect state, or so it seemed. Never would he have imagined that another awakener like him would be created, thanks to his casual chatter about his memories as a fetus. The baby stirs, making small sounds as he begins to awaken. The infant's mouth opens slightly, a soft escaping his lips. A slightly louder sound comes from the baby, a small shta. The baby's lips part further, another sound escaping, tuss. The baby's eyes remain closed, but he continues to make noises. A surge of blue energy erupts around the baby. A status screen appears, identifying the baby as Na Sunho. Na Sunho holds the baby, a confident smile on his face. He says there will be a reward for calling. A system message congratulates someone for becoming the first awakener. He looks up, his eyes wide with surprise and elation. A system message appears, informing him that he obtained the challenger box for being the first awakener. The cube floats before Sunho, surrounded by swirling energy. Sunho thinks about the challenger box, the highest rank box that gave him the chance to travel back in time. He is eager to open it again, his anticipation building with each passing moment. The challenger box glows intensely, radiating power. Another system message appears, this time announcing that he has obtained the Odin's Wrath skill. Bolts of blue lightning crackle around Sunho, the energy surging through him. The lightning intensifies, a raw display of immense power. He stares at his hands, now glowing with the same electric blue energy. The words Odin's wrath, the main skill of the sixth virtue, appear. The lightning coalesces around his hand, forming a tangible force. Sunhu playfully gestures with his hand, imitating a gunshot. Streaks of light crackle and flash in the darkness. A figure plummets through the light, a dark silhouette looming below. Geometric shapes and lines of light fill the space. A memory surfaces, a haunting recollection of a past tragedy. Half his guild perished with a mere flick of a hand. A crazed smile stretches across his face, a chilling display of mania. He clenches his fist, a surge of power emanating from his body. He has just taken possession of a powerful skill with a deity rank title. Determination hardens his gaze. He can finally face off against them. He resolves to prepare everything he can before the day of beginnings comes. Meanwhile, the baby, Jia, sleeps peacefully, making soft sounds. The baby's mother looks at him with concern, asking what's wrong. Jia cries, and his mother comforts him, telling him it's okay. He wonders if his body can no longer handle the weight of his mind. He can't hold himself back from crying, the pain of the past still so raw. A vision of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile appears in his mind. The woman holds a baby, as Sunhu stands beside them, a calendar hanging on the wall behind them. My dear, is that you'll grow up healthy, free of sickness, she wishes for the child as they sleep in their crib. The family lies together in bed, a peaceful moment captured in time, a stark contrast to his present reality. He gazes down at the baby, remembering, the reason I turned back time. His eyes reflect a fierce determination. I'm going to protect everyone. I refuse to lose a single person, no matter what. A disembodied voice echoes, relaying a message. Sunhu was right. Those guys were all bark, no bite. Sunhu, phone in hand, confidently asserts that he isn't dead yet, his tone laced with a hint of defiance. He continues his phone conversation, suggesting drinks, his expression thoughtful as he considers the possibilities. A sudden, jarring question pierces the air. What is that? The query hangs, unanswered, filled with confusion. Sunhu's face is visible as he speaks on the phone, his expression unreadable. A cacophony of distorted sounds erupts, painted with streaks of red, signaling a sudden, violent disruption. The chaotic sounds intensify, the red streaks becoming more pronounced, hinting at escalating danger. Sunhu, now visibly alarmed, clutches his phone, his voice strained as he manages a single, questioning hello. The voice wonders if he ended the call, as Sunhu is seen holding his phone. A disembodied voice wonders why it happened so suddenly, as a loud crash echoes. The sound of shattering glass rings out as Sunhu's face appears, now marred with blood, his expression a mix of shock and pain. He stands over the fallen woman, blood pooling around her. A cough escapes her lips. Sunhu looks up, a gasp escaping him. A figure descends rapidly from above. A suited figure stands over the woman's body, his polished shoes stained crimson. The figure strikes, a swift and brutal attack. Sunhu is sent reeling. The suited figure continues his assault, each blow landing with sickening force. Sunhu plummets, the attacker looming above him. The world spins in a chaos. Another strike lands, the impact echoing in a confined space. He looks up, fear etched on his face. Behind the attacker, a monstrous form looms. A scream tears from Sunhu's throat, raw and desperate. Panic spreads as the message blares. Unidentified beasts are attacking people. The warning continues, urging those outside to quickly evacuate to a building. Sunhu lies prone, defeated. A blue screen flickers to life, displaying the word system. A system window flickers to life, its cold light announcing an arrival. Below, a dizzying drop into a digital abyss inspires a cry of alarm. A man in a suit plummets, the system's glow illuminating his descent. Disbelief and fear echo as the world warps around them. A couple stares in disbelief at the system window, their faces etched with horror. Hopeful, a figure in a winter hat reaches out, as if grasping for salvation. A desperate cry pierces the air, a plea for a loved one. The day of beginnings dawns, but its promise is shrouded in mystery. From the blinding light, monstrous shapes claw their way into reality. The text confirms, monsters pour forth from the spaces of ripped dimensions. Below, the selected awakeners gaze upwards, fear etched on their faces. The text reveals that selected awakeners were pulled into the testing site. Some were only in the testing site for months at a time. Others, however, were forced to endure it for decades on end. The returned awakeners didn't even get a chance to catch their breaths. Towering monsters emerged, ready to tear them apart. The battlefield was a maelstrom of fire and destruction, before being pitted against monsters in a gruesome battle. The awakeners were thrown into the inferno, fighting for survival. Explosions ripped through the air, shaking the very ground. A missile hurtled toward its target, promising more devastation. The man with glasses looked on in shock, his face etched with disbelief. Two men in suits stood by, their expressions unreadable. A hand pressed a glowing pink button, sealing their fate. Pushed to the brink, humanity unleashed its ultimate weapon, the nuke. However, even that desperate measure failed. The nation collapsed, consumed by the blast. The 8 evils and 8 virtues pursued their own agendas, indulging their selfish desires. The broadcast flickers on the screen, showing a pixelated face and mentioning the Los Angeles Olympics. The broadcast continues, stating that the USSR and the Eastern European bloc are not attending. A baby, swaddled in white, sits upright, his expression unreadable. The baby lies on a pile of folded blankets, a thought bubble declaring that conflicts like this won't matter in a few years. A hand pinches the baby's cheek. "Oh, my son, why do you look so serious?" The disembodied voice continues, remarking that he always looks like he knows something, even though they're both alive right now. The baby lies still, a thought bubble declaring, "I can't be negligent in my preparations." Elsewhere, Sunhoo sleeps soundly, unaware of the baby's thoughts. The steady rhythm of breathing fills the quiet room. Lost in slumber, the woman's face is serene and peaceful. Next to her, the baby sits upright, gazing into the distance. He attempts to stand, wobbling unsteadily on his tiny feet. His balance fails, and the baby tumbles backward with a start. The baby lies on his back, exhausted from the effort, and drifts back to sleep. The baby's peaceful slumber continues, undisturbed by the world around him. Tiny feet twitch as a thought crosses his mind. 8. Jia's eyes widen in surprise, a thought bubble forming above his head. A system message appears. "I completed walking 10 steps in a row." The chain quest line, "Become Healthy," has been completed. More system messages appear, announcing that vitality has increased by 1, and 20 points have been obtained. He has succeeded in completing the growth condition independently. A mysterious, glowing cube materializes, surrounded by swirling energy. The system announces the acquisition of a completion reward, a bronze box. The man's eyes widen, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The bronze box glows, a testament to the suffering endured to obtain it from the dungeons. He clenches his fist, realizing the rewards gained during this growth period are truly extraordinary. The first evil vows to eliminate a certain individual before the day of beginnings arrives. Antagonist First Evil observes that if the soon-to-be-born grows at the current rate, he will be a problem. The ominous pronouncement echoes. He will become another disaster for the human race. Meanwhile, sunlight filters through the trees, painting the scene in warm, golden hues. Jia lies on a mat, while Sunhoo stands nearby, watching over him with a gentle expression. The system presents a new quest. Engage a target in conversation for 10 or more sentences. He thinks to himself that it's a really easy quest. But who can he talk to? The baby wonders, looking around with curiosity. If a child only a few months old were to start speaking, it would be something straight out of a horror movie, they think. The calendar page is turned to August, the 29th circled in anticipation. The date looms large, a reminder that Chuseok is soon approaching. Jia, he's Sunhoo, someone says, urging him to take care of the younger boy. Jia Nuna is 4 years old, someone observes, stating that she's good. Nuna's eyes widen, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she exclaims how cute he is. The baby stares back, a small bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he responds, "You too, Nuna." She passed the bar exam and was also at the peak of beauty, someone recalls. Nuna, who was the pride of my mother's side, also went missing on the day of beginnings. A thought surfaces. Maybe if he exercised more than she studied, he could have saved her that day, the thought concludes. Nuna embraces him, her expression one of pure joy and affection. He is held securely in Sunhoo's arms, their faces close together. A voice calls out, "Hi, Nuna." The young girl, child Nuna, looks on with a puzzled expression. The baby, Jia, stares upwards, his tiny hands outstretched. He thinks to himself, "I can only talk to you, Nuna." The child Nuna, sits on the floor, watching the infant. She seems lost in thought. Jia winks, thinking, "Oh, my Jia and Sunhoo are so close now. My Jia's all grown up. Keep it a secret from the adults, okay?" Child Nuna's eyes widen, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Oh, okay," she responds. Jia and Sunhoo stare at the message, their eyes wide with shock. Jia thinks. Both Jia and Sunhoo are surprised by the message. Sunhoo wonders, this was all just a tutorial? Although he wants to spend more time with his parents, there's a real chance that he would surprise or scare people. The real deal will come later. Bathed in light, a man and baby float in water. The pair are surrounded by glowing symbols. He will need to decide. Red eyes glare with ominous intent. For the day of beginnings. The year is 1997, and a man with a gold chain glares, his expression a mix of anger and anticipation. A hooded figure looms, their face obscured by shadow, their presence radiating an ominous intent. The man with the gold chain is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. The attacker's fist continues its relentless trajectory, a blur of motion and contained power. Muscles tense and strain as the hooded figure's arm delivers the crushing blow. The hooded figure remains focused, their eyes narrowed, their intent unwavering. The fist clenches tighter, knuckles white, as the force of the impact reverberates. The blow connects, a brutal impact that sends shockwaves through the man's skull. His face contorted in pain, blood trickling from the fresh wounds, the man's eyes wide with shock. The hooded figure stands over him, their silence punctuated only by the ellipses of unspoken intent. He stands over the fallen man, the rain reflecting in the puddle. The hooded figure's expression is unreadable, obscured by the shadow of his cap. The man with long hair expresses his frustration. Damn, this son of a bitch won again. He continues, noting that she took over even the Mapo district, despite fat ass fighting with a weapon. The man with long hair confronts the hooded figure, calling him a bastard and declaring him the true boss of Seoul. The hooded figure raises a hand, his expression firm. I told you I'm not interested in all that. He demands stronger opponents, his tone suggesting a desire for greater challenges. The man with long hair argues that it's too late to be saying this, but acknowledges the hooded figure has what it takes to become a world-class pro. The man questions what would happen if he got hurt during one of these street brawls. The hooded figure warns him not to make him repeat himself, threatening to find someone else to do the job if he can't find people. The man with long hair seems distressed by the hooded figure's words, exclaiming, Christ. The man observes that the hooded figure has a terrifying glare, sensing the danger in his presence. A screen displays Sunhoo's status, highlighting his strength and perception. Sunhoo considers his body already adult-like, with strength surpassing pro athletes. He holds his cap, lost in thought about his new abilities. Relaxing for a moment, Sunhoo takes a break from his reflections. A determined look crosses Sunhoo's face as he opens his eyes. Looking in the mirror, Sunhoo notes his accelerated healing, a benefit of being an awakener. He reflects on his increased height, now standing at 180 centimeters, a far cry from his student days. Sunhoo adjusts his hoodie, contemplating his next move with newfound power. He believes the stats he gained during the tutorial affected the time period he skipped. Sunhoo's shoes hit the ground as he walks, ready to face new challenges. Despite his incredible physique for a 14-year-old, Sunhoo knows he'd still struggle in the testing site. He resolves to raid dungeons to level up. Sunhoo has already considered a place to train, a small mountain in Gyeonggi Province's Wazong City. A monstrous guardian looms, its jagged teeth bared in the darkness. Within the beast domain, an F-rank dungeon lies dormant, sealed away. A meticulous plan takes shape, defenses sketched around a mountain's perimeter. The strategy includes preparing defenses, just in case a monster escapes the dungeon. Na Sunhoo meticulously jots down notes, calculating the defensive facility's cost. He realizes that he'll need an exorbitant amount of money, and that's not all. Dungeons are hidden all over the world, waiting to be discovered and conquered. He envisions a future where he can monopolize all of them. Sunhoo's expression hardens with resolve, his eyes focused on the task ahead. He knows he needs to go a step further to achieve his goals. Since he knows the future, making money is easy, and he can earn an unfathomable amount of wealth in an instant. He knows that he can't borrow a lot of money right now. He sits at his desk, pen in hand, lost in thought. A hand suddenly covers his eyes, breaking his concentration. A gentle touch redirects his focus, as a familiar voice speaks. Nuna smiles, inquiring what has him so lost in thought. His expression hardens, a shadow crossing his face. The words hang in the air, heavy with regret. Nuna stands before him, her words a gentle scolding, but his mind is elsewhere. His face contorts in pain, a silent scream building within. A choked gasp escapes his lips, a sign of inner turmoil. He is bloodied and bruised, clutching broken weapons, a warrior fallen. Two figures stand silhouetted, their red eyes gleaming in the gloom. Three figures stand guard, gripping long poles, their purpose yet unknown. A voice pleads, begging their captain not to hold a grudge. The red-eyed figures stare intently, one retorting that they do the same. A voice trails off, mentioning our shoes, as the figure grips the poles. Another voice assures that they couldn't help it, tension hanging heavy in the air. Fear contorts their faces, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding events. A cacophony of screams erupts, filling the air with raw, primal fear. A symbol blazes, marking a moment of intense action or transformation. The figure stands resolute, poles in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. Alone in the cave, he sits, contemplating the events that have transpired. A voice filled with rage curses their enemies, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. He stares down, a mix of concern and frustration etched on his face. They go nuts as soon as they see a box. His gaze shifts upward, a question forming in his mind. Was that the insignia of destruction? A close-up reveals the intensity of his focus, his brow furrowed in thought. A figure stands tall, hand outstretched, a faint glow emanating from his palm. I'm glad I didn't get too close. The world tilts as Sunhu finds himself on the ground, the impact jarring. Looking up, he calls out a name, confusion clouding his features. Jonathan. Jonathan's face fills the view, a serene smile playing on his lips. Relax, Sunday. Enveloped in a radiant aura, Sunhu is suspended, the energy swirling around him. The energy intensifies, a protective cocoon forming around him. The glow illuminates his chest, highlighting the source of the healing energy. Sunhu's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. Insignia of healing. Jonathan's smile widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I repaid my debt from last time. Give and take. He stands over Sunhu, a concerned expression on his face. Jonathan speaks, his words hanging in the air. Compassion, Jonathan muses, still exists in this godforsaken world. Sunhu replies that he heard Jonathan also worked at Wall Street. The pair walk through a dense forest, the sunlight dappling through the leaves. Jonathan asks if Sunhu remembers the financial market in '97. Sunhu's expression hardens, a shadow passing over his face. He recalls that his country was in the midst of an IMF crisis. Jonathan's face shifts to one of apology. He admits he forgot Sunhu was Korean, a sheepish look on his face. Jonathan smiles, revealing that he was a traitor. Though it's hard to believe in his current state, he misses the times when money was everything. Jonathan had his prime in Hong Kong during the Asian currency crisis. He was an individual who engaged in the buying and selling of financial assets by analyzing financial data. The pair sit by a crackling fire, the flames dancing in the night. Jonathan was fiercer back then, he says. Jonathan's eyes gleam with a hint of his former self. What use is being an A-rank awakener? He wonders. He'd achieved A-rank stats, drawing on everyone's envy. Jonathan misses the times when money was everything, and asks if Sunhu agrees. In a way, Jonathan looked lost in nostalgia while he reminisced about the past. The name Jonathan hangs in the air. Working at Wall Street right now, he mentioned Wolves of Wall Street a lot in his stories. His nickname was the Wolf of Wall Street. The reason for his interest was the finance company he worked at. Sunhu decides to search for finance companies on Wall Street with Wolf in their name. A blurred image of Jonathan appears on the screen. Jonathan's face, not burdened by despair, appears, and he notes an email. Jonathan's name and email address are displayed prominently on the screen. An email addressed to Jonathan appears, inquiring about his opinion on the Thai bot. Someone clicks the mouse, certain that Jonathan will respond to the email. Around this time, Jonathan had been speculating about hedge funds. Jonathan had been speculating that hedge funds were planning an attack on the Thai bot. The definition of a hedge fund is displayed, an investment fund seeking to maximize profit. If he makes ambitious investments with the information, the tales of his prime will be more than just self-gloating. The email states that the Thai bot is not overvalued. A hand pulls away the covering, revealing the computer screen. The message is clear. It has arrived. He sits before the monitor, his hands rising to cradle the back of his head. The glow illuminates his face. The protagonist's expression hardens, a smirk playing on his lips. He believes the other party is feigning ignorance. An email appears, the subject line reading, "My explanation was incomplete." The sender apologizes, hinting at leveraging the overvaluation of the Thai bot. The unseen figure presses Jonathan, demanding confirmation that he understands the situation now. The protagonist's face is juxtaposed with Jonathan's. It all started then, as if Jonathan was awaiting his response. The image of a hand hovering over a keyboard fills the screen. His next email arrived quickly, anticipation hanging in the digital air. The message on the screen demands the sender reveal their identity and affiliations, a digital gauntlet thrown. The protagonist's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He knew Jonathan would show interest, his plan unfolding as expected. The focus shifts to hands, typing rapidly on a keyboard. There are plenty of reasons why one could leverage the situation. The screen displays information about Asia's foreign exchange reserves and the Thai bot. The attack is expected to begin this month, but Thailand is just the beginning. The screen ominously declares that Thailand is just the beginning, hinting at a larger, more complex scheme. The intensity in those eyes hints at a brewing storm. He stares up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The message on the screen declares that Thailand is just the beginning. Jonathan hears that Wall Street is in a funky state right now. Lighting a cigarette, Jonathan wonders who is behind all of this. He stubs out the cigarette, a test of his resolve. The screen displays an open invitation, promising that someone will be waiting for him. Sunhu acknowledges that Jonathan is correct in his assessment. Jonathan realizes they knew he would respond this way, frustrated by their game. Sunhu stands with a man in a suit, both focused on the screen. A voice taunts that he had excellent sense, but no certainty, betting he can't pass this up. Sunhu thinks that soon enough, there will be a declaration of war in the financial world. The calendar turns to April 1997, a month that would live in infamy. Financial missiles begin to rain down, signaling the start of a calculated assault. The target, the Thai bot. The story shifts to 1992. In London, Big Ben crumbles as the Union Jack waves below. It took a single hedge fund only 50 days to destroy the UK pound. Wall Street believed Thailand would collapse within 50 days as well. But Thailand's bot didn't fall over. The man looks up, breathing heavily. They strongly resisted and even dealt a serious blow to the hedge. For over 3 months, the resistance held. In the end, Thailand collapsed. The hooded figure sits alone on a bench. The assault on Thailand's currency, the baht, had begun. An email arrived, the sender identified as Jonathan. He inquired if the discussion had concluded, noting the attack on the baht had commenced. Jonathan had sent more than 10 emails. Another message offered an investment opportunity that would supposedly be satisfying. The subject of one email detailed investment goods obtained through betting on the fall of the baht in May, according to Jonathan. Fingers flew across the keyboard. The response was typed, a simple acknowledgement. It was expected. Another email was sent to Jonathan, the subject line reading disappointing. The message stated that if he had an investment good from betting on the increase in baht, to contact him again. Na Sunhu considered the implications of the exchange. A reply should be coming in, but he wondered what Jonathan would make of it. And with a click of the mouse, the decision was made. Jonathan made an offer via email. If he went independent and created his own investing firm, Jonathan intended to give him an investment proposal, asking for 51% of the investing firm as compensation. Jonathan stared intently at the computer screen, his expression unreadable. Jonathan considered his options. He bet on the baht going up, but if he thought about it, he was the one who said the baht would be attacked. He didn't say whether the hedge funds would win or not. With the attack initiated, there was no way Thailand could hold out. Not even the UK's superior financial systems could stop the attack on the baht. Jonathan looks over documents, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The investment goods he sent were supposed to guarantee success. The computer screen indicates that supplies are being sent to VIPs, but the baht is still failing. On top of that, someone is asking him to give up 51% for an investment. The weight of the situation seems to press down on Jonathan, his eyes closed in contemplation. Jonathan sits at his desk, a look of disbelief on his face. He realizes he was tricked by a scammer. Jonathan picks up the phone, resolving to take action. He tells himself to wake up and contact someone. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination hardening his gaze as he prepares to make a call. The mouse clicks echo in the room as Jonathan navigates his computer, seeking answers and solutions. An email arrives, the subject line reading, "I don't understand what you mean." The sender questions how Jonathan concluded the hedge funds would lose. Jonathan holds the phone to his ear, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of the email. Another email arrives, this one from Jonathan. The subject is no. He clarifies that he is not saying the hedge fund will lose. Jonathan sits at his computer, his expression troubled. He believes the baht will increase in the short term, using a few cards that Thailand hasn't used yet. He takes a sip from his cup, his eyes glued to the screen. The analyst wipes his mouth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It's possible, he thinks, even as the market bets against him, predicting the baht's fall in May. Elsewhere, a man speaks on the phone, noting that the confidence in the baht's fall is being used to grow connections with VIPs. The stakes are high. If the baht doesn't collapse in May, the consequences will be severe. Jonathan buries his face in his hands, wondering if he has to make the possibility of the baht increasing known, even in this situation. Even if that were the case, the risk is too great, the consequences too dire. A voice booms out, laced with disbelief. "Jonathan, are you insane?" The question hangs in the air. Will the baht actually increase? The pressure mounts as Jonathan is asked if Thailand will even be able to defend themselves. The man's face contorts in anger, demanding that if Jonathan is going to spout nonsense, he should pack up right now. The man expresses his fear that a rumor that an idiot like Jonathan is in their company will spread. He knew this would happen, Jonathan thinks, berating himself for his poor judgment. The screen displays a stark warning. There are no gains to be made betting on the baht's increase. Wolf Corporation has no intention of developing a product like that either. The rapid clicking of keys echoes as someone works diligently at their computer. Jonathan, his face contorted with anger, stares intently at his computer screen. "Don't push your luck, you bastard," he mutters. A message window displays a pointed statement. "Asking for 51% is no different from giving you control over my money and future." Another message asks a rhetorical question. Who would agree to a contract like that? The computer screen shows a conversation. One message reads, "My proposal will be on the table until the end of May." Another asks if they should discuss something in person. The message reads, "As I told you before, my office is always open." The person on the other end thinks, "The hell," and notices his replies have stopped again. Jonathan, visibly frustrated, exclaims, "Damn it." His situation appears to be worsening. A stylized image emphasizes the intensity of the moment. A ghostly figure points at Jonathan, questioning his behavior. He's the only one who hasn't gotten an investment good on the bot's decline, they say. The ghostly figures surround Jonathan, commenting on his day's state and questioning his sanity. They note that people at the office are looking down on him. He sits, head in his hand, as a disembodied voice threatens to withdraw support. The weight of the world seems to press down on Jonathan as he remains seated. High above the city streets, discarded papers flutter in the wind. The headlines speak of agreements and banks as the papers continue to fall. A newspaper proclaims a $12 billion aid package to Thailand. An unknown language fills the air, a sign of growing unease. The question hangs in the air, a desperate cry for understanding. How? On the phone, a man's voice echoes the sentiment. This doesn't make any sense. His words are cut short, replaced by a stunned realization. Jonathan's eyes widen, a look of disbelief etched across his face. A colleague exclaims that Jonathan was right, confirming his fears. Panic sets in as the news spreads. The bot is increasing, and everyone is scared. He appears troubled, stating that many stand to lose a fortune. His eyes reflect the weight of the impending financial disaster. The weight of his correct prediction bears down on Jonathan, causing him to clutch his head in dismay. An associate informs Jonathan that Harry is calling for him. A bald man gestures toward Jonathan, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, three men meet in a dimly lit room, one of them identified only as Hunter. Jonathan considers the VIP's fury over the bot increase, understanding the situation's gravity. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he anticipates being introduced as an outstanding performer. A hand places a business card on a table, a silent challenge. The conversation shifts to Wolf Corporation and the establishment of a new investment company. Jonathan, standing beside the bald man, assures someone that he won't be changing his number. The bald man calls out Jonathan's name, signaling his turn. He responds to an unseen person, stating that he is only doing as he was asked. The other person had just told him to leave a little while ago. Jonathan wonders where the offer came from and if they already got a sponsor. He thinks he should be getting some soon, since he was the only manager that avoided the disaster this time. An angry man calls someone an arrogant bastard. He asks if they think there's something after getting lucky once, while two other men stand behind him. Jonathan adjusts his tie, wondering who knows. He muses about when Wall Street ever needed someone to get lucky a second time. The sound of footsteps echoes as people walk. The camera focuses on their feet as they move forward, their destination unknown. Jonathan holds a file, his expression unreadable. People stand behind him, their faces blurred and indistinct, as if they are background noise. A hand reaches out, hovering over a desk. The intention is unclear, but the action suggests a decision is about to be made. A close-up reveals Jonathan's eyes, reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Determination and perhaps a hint of apprehension flicker within them. The sound of a click echoes as a hand presses down on a computer mouse. A decisive action, signaling a turning point. A message box appears on the screen, declaring, "I quit my job." It continues, "I'll accept that unbelievable proposal of yours. Let's talk about the details after meeting in person." Another message box appears, this one simply stating, "Where do I need to go?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Meanwhile, a man stands upside down, his feet against a wall. The reason for this unusual posture remains a mystery. He stares intently at the computer screen, beads of sweat trickling down his bare chest. A man with piercing green eyes watches, a slight smirk playing on his lips as the message is sent. A finger presses down on a key, the action echoing with a sense of urgency and finality. The screen displays a simple, direct message. Understood. Come to Seoul. Another message flashes, right now. He didn't feel sentimental about starting middle school, though he felt nostalgic about meeting his friends again, even if his memories were faint. Two students watch Sunho walk by, one questioning if he is really a middle school student. It was easier for Sunho if they didn't approach him. Another student calls out to Sunho, asking what period it is now. Another student exclaims that he needs to borrow the book. The hallways had instantly emptied of activity as Sunho walked through them. The sight brought forth memories Sunho did not want to remember. Sunho's expression is serious as he remembers. The scene of a city is shown. It was a city where everyone had died. Sunho stands in the hallway, remembering the scene. The woman's expression is pensive, as if lost in thought. Her eyes begin to glisten, tears threatening to spill. Elsewhere, a man stands by a window, his back turned. He wonders what that was all about. The woman covers her face, overwhelmed by emotion. She questions why she's like this. Meanwhile, a plane sits on the tarmac, engines idling. A man holds a sign welcoming Jonathan H. to the airport, surrounded by other greeters. A polished brown dress shoe steps forward. Elsewhere, Jonathan stands tall, his spear grounded, energy crackling around him. The man's eyes widen in surprise. He regains his composure, his expression settling into a calm neutrality. Jonathan stands in the airport, pulling a suitcase behind him. He introduces himself as Jonathan, mentioning that he must be tired from the trip. Jonathan suggests they move somewhere else, while Sunho thinks that even though he's done image training while looking at Jonathan's photo, this guy is still taking his sweet time. Jonathan is pretty good at English for a young kid, Sunho thinks, but a clean-looking Jonathan is still a little weird. He asks Jonathan to please sit there. Jonathan asks if they should just wait there. Sunho thinks that Jonathan is taking his sweet time even though he wants to meet him as soon as possible. Sunho reflects that Jonathan's skill in sending emails wasn't ordinary. Sunho says either way, he wants to meet him as soon as possible. Sunho states that he sent the emails, Jonathan. Jonathan looks at Sunho, a confused expression on his face. Sunho thanks Jonathan for coming. Jonathan looks surprised and asks what? Sunho says that he sent. Jonathan expresses surprise as Sunho asks about his age, wondering if he's 19 or 20. He reflects on his arrival. Jonathan's eyes are shown in close-up, one glowing with an unnatural pink light. He seems to be putting everything on the line. Sunho stares intently, commenting on Jonathan's eyes. He states that he feels like he's finally met the real Jonathan. Sunho questions whether Jonathan judges people by their age on Wall Street. He then tells him that if he doesn't like it, he can just leave. Jonathan holds a document, thinking that he should still give a gift to his guest who had flown across the ocean for him. Jonathan is seen from Sunho's perspective as he is about to hand him the document. The sound effects suggest the document is being slapped down. A close-up shows Jonathan's hands placing the document on the table, the sound effect from the previous panel still echoing. Jonathan looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. The sound effect suggests a gasp or sharp intake of breath. Another close-up of Jonathan's hands holding the document, the focus on the weight and significance of the gesture. A tight shot on Jonathan's eye, wide with shock, emphasizes the intensity of the moment and the impact of Sunho's words. Jonathan, holding the document, appears thoughtful and perhaps a little hurt by Sunho's reaction, indicated by the ellipsis in the speech bubble. Sunho gestures emphatically, his words hanging in the air as Jonathan processes the exchange and the implications of the document. The conversation begins with an invitation to take a seat, followed by a reflection on the Asian economic crisis. Sunho listens intently, his expression a mix of concern and suspicion as the implications sink in. The discussion shifts to the idea of the 21st century belonging to Asia and the rise of the Four Dragons. Elsewhere, Jonathan stirs his drink, commenting on the hedge fund's limited actions in the crisis. He then asks about the report he gave. Jonathan continues, suggesting that Thailand is on the verge of collapse, his tone laced with a hint of foreboding. Sunho, his gaze intense, asks what Jonathan's thoughts were before all of this unfolded, seeking to understand his perspective. Jonathan replies that he won't be able to answer it easily, holding up a document labeled, "This is Wall," hinting at complex information. The scene shifts to a depiction of the street's current atmosphere, showing a tank amidst falling money, illustrating the aftermath of the hedge fund's losses. The text explains that no one could predict the outcome of the battle, which was considered a one war, and that this atmosphere continued until July 2nd. The text reveals that when the Thai government declared their surrender, the attackers would win in the end, solidifying the outcome. Jonathan states that the report is missing an important part, his expression suggesting a critical omission or hidden truth. Sunho, with a knowing look, declares that he is not the one who needs whatever is missing, implying someone else is in greater need. He sits, hands clasped, a faint aura surrounding him as he considers his next move. The low angle emphasizes his dominance as Sunho makes his demand clear. His terms must be met. Jonathan's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat forming as he realizes the implications of signing the contract. Jonathan gestures, trying to project confidence, but he knows he underestimated Sunho's cunning. Sunho looks up, his expression unreadable as he questions what Jonathan truly has to offer. Sunho wonders aloud if Jonathan's time is already up, while Jonathan realizes he's losing his advantage. Jonathan contemplates the potential earnings, remembering Sunho's past success in predicting Wall Street's downfall. Jonathan's face is partially obscured by his hand as he presses him for a decision. Jonathan, overwhelmed, admits he needs time to think, finding Sunho's offer far more unexpected than he anticipated. Sunho closes his eyes, patient and unreadable, as he awaits Jonathan's response. Jonathan places his hand on the table, declaring that he will wait for Jonathan's decision, no matter how long it takes. Jonathan's expression is one of deep concern, hinting at the weight of the decision before him. He pauses, a question forming on his lips as he looks at Sunho, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Why is June 3rd so important? Sunho remains silent, his expression unreadable as he listens to Jonathan's question. He seems to be waiting for something. Jonathan's gaze drops to the tablet in his hands, his brow furrowing as he studies the data displayed on the screen. He taps the screen, a soft sound echoing in the room. His finger traces the fluctuating lines of a complex graph, a sudden realization dawning on him. He gasps, a mixture of surprise and understanding in his voice. The graph looms large, the lines converging on a specific point. The significance of the date becomes increasingly clear to Jonathan. Jonathan's eyes widen as he points at the screen, his voice laced with disbelief. He asks if this is June 2nd, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. Jonathan confirms his suspicion, realizing they only have calculations left. He wonders how much they'll be losing in the remaining days, and that there's no way to predict the date unless you're a god. Jonathan's expression shifts to one of awe and reverence. He thinks that he is truly meeting a god right now, not just the approximate time period, but he knows the exact date too. Tears well up in Jonathan's eyes, his voice trembling with emotion as he acknowledges the impossible truth before him. Sunhu's eyes remain closed, his face serene and unreadable. He seems unfazed by Jonathan's reaction, as if expecting this all along. Jonathan, standing before Sunhu, gives him until June 3rd. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a deadline set for an unknown purpose. Jonathan stands with his hands in his pockets, his posture betraying a mix of apprehension and resolve. The future hangs in the balance, dependent on the events that will unfold before June 3rd. Sunhu states that if a decision cannot be made, he will consider it the end of their relationship. Jonathan, with a concerned expression, is reminded of his past self, who believed he would make the right choice. A building stands against the bright sky, hinting at the passage of time and a change of scenery. An old computer screen displays an email notification. The cursor hovers over an unread message from Jonathan. The email, dated June 3rd, 1997, at 3:34 a.m., reveals Jonathan's inquiry. What would be a good name for the company? The room is opulent, lit by a grand chandelier. A voice cuts through the silence, laced with a hint of accusation. Are you feeling regret? Jonathan's eyes are closed, his expression tight with inner turmoil. The question hangs heavy in the air. Jonathan sits slumped in his chair, the weight of the question pressing down on him. He insists it's too late for regrets, lamenting the value of the report. Jonathan admits he can understand predicting the downer, but he's pressed to reveal how he knew the exact date. The other man takes a sip from his cup, watching Jonathan intently. Jonathan mutters about calculations, then dismisses the explanation. Jonathan declares he'll stop doubting, but the other man wants to know if he can continue to share his strategies. Jonathan offers to at least tell him their ingredients. Jonathan's hands fidget with his collar as he is asked about the recipe, not just the ingredients. The other man smirks, seemingly pleased with Jonathan's discomfort and reluctance to share the full details. A blush creeps across Jonathan's face, betraying his inner conflict. He is clearly hesitant to reveal everything. Jonathan relents, placing a hand to his head. He agrees to trust whatever the other man is doing from now on. He sits across from Jonathan, who inquires about his name, adding that he should at least know the name of his partner in business. Sunhu answers, and Jonathan repeats the name, commenting that it's a good name. Jonathan, with a wide smile and a thumbs up, suggests Jonathan and Sun Investment as a company name. Jonathan asks if Sunhu is shy, then states that he has $400,000 in funds, and it would be nice if they could pool more, but that's all the money he has. Sunhu confirms that he has the money, though a narration box reveals that his entire wealth is only $400,000, yet he's giving it. Jonathan responds, calling Sunhu son, and internally remarks that he's definitely not right in the head either, before asking if Sunhu doesn't have any money he can add in. Sunhu thinks to himself that if he had such a thing, he wouldn't have needed to call Jonathan all the way here to Korea. Jonathan says, okay, son, then asks why him and how he knew about him. Sunhu mentions Jonathan's company website, and Jonathan asks if that's it. Jonathan asks if Sunhu is saying it didn't matter who it was, then asks if he's disappointed. Jonathan, with a sly look, thinks to himself that opportunity comes in strange ways. Jonathan finishes his drink, thinking that it never comes when you desperately ask for it. The young man stares off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. It never comes when you desperately ask for it. He had heard Jonathan say that exact line before, a haunting echo from a past he couldn't quite grasp. He was originally going to save up his points until he could open a challenger box, a goal now seemingly abandoned. The reason why he suddenly used his points to open a master box was a powerful skill that you'd only see in a challenger box. To open a master box instead is because he intended on selling off the items from the master box and just finish his life while surrendering himself to carnal desires. Yet what he got. Jonathan stands before Sunhu, tears streaming down his face as he activates the skill. Sunhu calls out his name, a mixture of concern and confusion etched on his features as he looks at Jonathan. Meanwhile, the probability of a box containing items of a higher rank box is close to a miracle. Yet that miracle, it never comes when you desperately ask for it, came to a man that had given up on everything. Despite his attempts to persuade him, Jonathan set off for revenge, now engulfed in a blinding blue light. That was his final memory of Jonathan, a silhouette against a blinding light, a spear clutched in his hand. Rumors of his demise had already begun to circulate. Jonathan is asked why he is being looked at in such a way, and if he is touched to be called an opportunity. The man in the suit, Na Sunhu, states that Jonathan is most definitely his opportunity and asks for a godly calculation. Na Sunhu asks if Jonathan will follow along with no questions asked, even if he is asked to go all in. Jonathan replies, of course. Jonathan states that he is already all in on Na Sunhu. Na Sunhu tells Jonathan to sign the documents and asks if he brought his ID. Na Sunhu holds up a document, a question mark hanging in the air. Na Sunhu explains that this is currently the only way to certify his identity, referring to the 13 digits written there. Jonathan is asked if the first 6 digits are his birthday. Jonathan looks shocked as Na Sunhu reveals that he is only 12 years old. Na Sunhu tells Jonathan that there is no more time for him to continue getting shocked by him. Na Sunhu demands that Jonathan start talking about their business. A hand hovers over a stock market chart, the speaker certain of a 10% market fall during this period. Na Sunhu asks if Jonathan thinks Thailand will raise the white flag during that week, but Jonathan believes it will take more before they surrender. Jonathan asks why Na Sunhu is aiming for the second week of June, reminding him of what he said before, that Thailand is just the hedge funds attacking the bot will gain supporters, and their final goal is. Jonathan believes it must be Hong Kong, but Na Sunhu corrects him, stating that it's Korea. Na Sunhu questions what Jonathan is talking about, pointing out that foreign funds can't enter Korea without authorization, and they can't cause confusion in the Korean foreign exchange market. What attacks Korea won't be the money from hedge funds. It'll be the fear that's spreading across East Asia. That fear will make the foreign funds in Korea pull out. Jonathan realizes a huge wave is coming, wondering if they should try and. But no matter how much of a genius you are, you can't stop such a massive tide. Na Sunhu knows that, as Jonathan declares his only goal is money. But when the war is over, they'll realize, amidst the chaos of war, some always find a way to profit. A single investment, like a missile, is poised to launch. Sunhu, eyes narrowed, declares their strategy, a bold bet with 50x leverage. Jonathan, pen in hand, appears contemplative, perhaps weighing the risks. Even a seemingly small dip of 10% can have drastic consequences. The market graph fluctuates wildly, a visual representation of uncertainty. A torrent of blue descends, a visual metaphor for the market's plunge. And with sudden force, it all comes crashing down. The higher the leverage, the more critical the trading technique becomes. A mere 1% loss escalates to 50, and 2% becomes total ruin. In other words, with such high leverage, you lose everything. A message arrives, questioning the sanity of investing so heavily. Is this because you trust me? Or do you not really care that much because it's not your own money? The message highlights the potential of trading $20 million with only $400,000 of 50x leverage. The profits or losses would increase 50-fold, a risky venture, as a man lifts weights in front of a computer screen. Na Sunhu reflects that Jonathan had his heyday through his trading skills, around October when the hedge fund alliance was being severely beaten out in Hong Kong. As long as he trusts the data Sunhu showed him, he should be able to secure unimaginable results. An email with the subject "Good luck" urges not to doubt the trend, stating that it's now entirely up to him. Sunhu expects to receive good news, as this is also the only chance to leverage 50x on futures. Jonathan drinks from a can, unaware of Sunhu's thoughts, as Sunhu believes they need to utilize this to prepare a large reserve for the next war. From a 9/4 to the 13/4, 1 week, as a hand grips a can tightly, ready to act. The ball's in Jonathan's hands, the message declares, as the can is crushed in his grip. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation and uncertainty. He sits amidst discarded cans and crumpled papers, a testament to his intense focus and mounting pressure. Jonathan, with a determined look, declares he'll show them the skills of the great Jonathan, ready to prove himself. A plane ascends into the sky, its engines roaring as it gains altitude. The airport control tower stands tall, overseeing the bustling activity below. A heavy boot comes down, impacting the ground with a resounding thud. He stands tall, a shadowy figure holding what appears to be a large, monstrous beast. The beast's massive paws drag along the ground, its weight evident with each step. Na Sunhu's eyes widen, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief at the sight before him. Sunhu's brow furrows as he mutters to himself, trying to process what he's seeing. Nope, I didn't see it wrong. Jonathan stands before a crowd, the text proclaiming he just brought back a prize. Sunhu stands with his suitcase, his expression thoughtful as he says, "It's 700 Sunday." Sunhu asks if Jonathan finished exchanging them into dollars, to which Jonathan confirms, inquiring about Sunhu's reaction. Jonathan asks if Sunhu thought he meant 700%, their faces close as they discuss the details. Jonathan's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims that he meant 700 times, revealing they 700x D $400,000. He and Sunhu stand side by side, the air thick with anticipation as they reflect on the events of the past week. The tension breaks as Sunhu exclaims that they made $280 million, the words hanging in the air like a monumental achievement. Jonathan's eyes glow with an otherworldly light as he declares that they are ballin', the phrase dripping with newfound wealth and power. The split image of their faces, eyes burning with supernatural energy, underscores the magnitude of their success and the transformation it has wrought. A voice calls out, letting someone know that they will be sleeping over at Jungo's place. The voice continues, asking someone to make sure the worth of wire walking trades are here, as the Hilton Hotel looms in the background. A hand rests on a phone, a sigh of relief escaping as the person seems to have finished something. The man thinks about a profit of 70,000%, noting that Jonathan performed better than he expected. Someone holds a book, noting that there is a books. A woman yells out son's name, her face flushed with excitement. The woman exclaims, "Oh, my son," wondering just what the hell they did, as she holds up a can of beer. Jonathan, wearing a robe, throws his hands up in the air, exclaiming that he can't believe it. Jonathan holds up a can of beer, stating that they went major with a single try, and that they're a major hedge fund made up of only 2 people. Sunhoo is asked if he is not going to sleep, and then Jonathan suggests they talk about what they'll be doing going forward, to which Sunhoo replies with a confused what. He stands, listening intently, as Jonathan asks what incredible information he plans to share. Sunhoo explains that Thailand will try to implement a floating exchange rate system, prompting a confused reaction from Jonathan. Sunhoo declares that they are picking that day as D-Day, the day of their operation. Sunhoo states that they will use all their funds and leverage it to the maximum. The plan is to speculate, betting everything on the belief that there will be no rally during the crash. The market will be flooded with sell orders. According to Sunhoo, no one will be buying. Jonathan looks concerned as he considers the implementation of a floating exchange. Jonathan asks how much $200 million will become, and Sunhoo smirks, confident in his plan. Jonathan questions Sunhoo's decision to go all in with the $200 million fund, wondering if the hedge fund alliance will just sit still. Sunhoo retorts that, like he said before, they'll be the ones to wage war, but Jonathan worries that if D-Day is wrong, they'll lose everything. Jonathan thinks it's crazy to even consider using that much money without hedging the risk. Jonathan's face is contorted with fear as he realizes the magnitude of the risk they are taking. He watches the city lights, a strategy forming in his mind to reduce risk. Sunhoo's lips curve into a confident smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Jonathan's expression is one of worry, his brow furrowed with concern about the plan. Sunhoo places a reassuring hand on Jonathan's shoulder, stating that they need to gather data starting tomorrow. Sunhoo holds a can as he tells Jonathan that the $280 million they earned isn't data that can be obtained easily. Sunhoo takes a drink, explaining that he needs to compare the situation with the situation on July 2nd's second recorded in history. Sunhoo asks why he would call it a $200 million bet, a smirk playing on his lips. Sunhoo states that $80 million should be enough to create a point of contact with the head of the Central Bank of Thailand. Jonathan, looking increasingly worried, questions Sunhoo's age, implying he's acting recklessly. Sunhoo suggests they should go on a trip to Bangkok, while Jonathan worries about the consequences of a mistake. Elsewhere, Sunhoo walks away, stating that Thailand should know a defeat is imminent, so they can plan for the aftermath. Sunhoo turns back to Jonathan, a confident smile on his face, declaring that 1997 will become their heyday. The message is clear. Jonathan, it's time to commit fully. He leans against the railing, a can in his hand, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he gazes out at the city lights. The next day, Jonathan seemed very anxious as a plane takes off into the sky. His eyes held the intensity of an awakener stepping into a dungeon, while Jonathan extracts information in the middle of enemy territory. The man in the cap adjusts his headwear, declaring his intention to begin preparations to head in another direction. A swift, brutal strike. A butterfly knife flashes as it pierces through flesh and bone. The crimson outline of a skeletal hand emphasizes the deadly precision of the blade. Jonathan's face is contorted with rage, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Desperate cries of "stop" ring out as the man in the cap plunges the knife into his target. The victim, clutching his wounded arm, curses his attacker, promising to kill him. The man in the cap calmly states that the victim shouldn't have pulled out a knife if he was afraid of retaliation, questioning if he said something wrong. Another man demands that the victim cut it out, adding that he's infamous for being bullheaded. He is furious, claiming there are rumors that the hooded man is connected to gangs. The man in the red shirt declares that the hooded figure is fucked. The hooded figure responds with a sly smirk, while the man beside him looks on with wide, fearful eyes. He wonders if that is so. The man in the red shirt's anger intensifies, his brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed as he clenches his fist, ready to strike. Elsewhere, the city sleeps under a blanket of snow, unaware of the conflict brewing within its walls. The night is silent, save for the wind. A body plummets from a great height, the sound of rushing wind filling the air as they fall towards the unforgiving ground. The falling figure crashes through a window, shards of glass exploding outwards as they continue their descent into the unknown. One of the men asks what's up with the hooded figure, while another wonders if he has a death wish. Tension fills the air. The man in the red shirt taunts the hooded figure, asking if he wants a brawl when he should be hiding. The challenge is clear. The hooded figure states that it's too hard to raise stats with normal training, and it's about time he verified it. The order is given. Kill him. A chaotic brawl erupts, with the hooded figure and the man in the red shirt at the center of the fray. A swift kick is aimed directly at the hooded figure, the force of the blow promising a brutal impact. The kick connects with sickening force, blood splattering as the hooded figure's head snaps back from the impact. He is sent sprawling by the sudden attack, his body twisting in midair. The hooded figure follows through with the kick, their foot aimed squarely at the downed protagonist. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, a brutal blow landing with full force. Jonathan, seeing his comrade fall, shouts a furious challenge at their attacker. "You bitch!" The hooded figure pivots, their attention now focused on Jonathan, and launches another devastating kick. The hooded figure's foot connects with Jonathan's face, the force of the blow clearly visible. Jonathan's face contorts in pain as the kick lands, his eyes squeezed shut against the impact. Despite the pain, Jonathan recovers quickly, swinging his weapon in a wide arc towards the hooded figure. The hooded figure retaliates, striking Jonathan again, the force of the blow causing him to grimace. Another strike lands, the hooded figure relentless in their assault on Jonathan. Jonathan, reeling from the blows, thinks to himself, "Damn, this fucker's pretty troublesome." Despite the beating, Jonathan grits his teeth, his expression hardening with renewed determination. A surge of power crackles above the suited man, energy coalescing. The force slams into him, a brutal, earth-shattering impact. The hooded man exhales, finding a strange comfort in the chaos. Amidst the flurry of blows, the man with glowing hands spots an opening. He considers unleashing Odin's wrath, but knows a great travesty would occur. The swordsman presses his attack, forcing his opponent to evade. Jonathan, perched on his motorcycle, angrily demands if they're filming a movie. He exhales smoke, deciding there's no need to make things difficult. Jonathan revs the engine of his motorcycle, preparing to move. The hooded man is struck by a blast of energy, sending him reeling. Energy crackles around someone's feet, a sign of immense power. Jonathan speeds toward the fray, his motorcycle a blur of red and white. The man with the cigarette watches the scene unfold with disinterest. The long-haired man demands to know what is happening, ordering his men to crush Sunhu. The thugs raise their metal pipes, bringing them down with brutal force. The group continues their assault, relentlessly beating the downed Sunhu. A man with a cast on his arm shouts at the others to move out of the way. Sunhu, battered and bruised, grits his teeth, knowing he's about to take another hit. His tormentor mocks him, demanding to know why he doesn't keep acting high and mighty. Despite the brutal beating, he begins to rise, surprising his attackers. One of the thugs wonders if Sunhu is even human. The man with the cast, enraged, prepares to deliver a final, devastating kick. He launches his leg forward, aiming to end the fight with a single blow. The kick connects with a sickening thud, sending Sunhu reeling. He hangs suspended, battered and bleeding, but something stirs within him. A surge of power ignites in his eye, burning with fierce determination. The man in the red shirt is shocked, wondering what is happening to the bastard. Bathed in pink light, the man who overcomes adversity feels his perception changing. The man who overcomes adversity feels another shift as Odin's wrath's rank changes. Elsewhere, a hand flicks open a butterfly knife, preparing for a swift attack. The man with the butterfly knife screams as he swings them in a wide arc. The man who overcomes adversity is struck, crying out for his attacker to stay away. The man who overcomes adversity stands, his legs glowing with pink energy. The man who overcomes adversity stands with two other men, his body still radiating pink energy. The system informs the man who overcomes adversity that his injuries are slightly healed. The system informs him that he will be temporarily insensitive to pain. Two men flank a third, who stands with a cigarette dangling from his lips. The man's brow furrows, his eyes narrowing as he stares intently ahead. With a shout of frustration, the man swings a thick wooden stick with both hands. The hooded figure's red eyes glow ominously as the attacker approaches. A sinister smile plays across his lips as he prepares for the incoming blow. The stick connects with a sickening thud, sending a spray of blood into the air. The force of the blow sends the hooded figure reeling, more blood splattering against the ground. The attacker pauses, looking down at his fallen opponent with a confused expression. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the hooded figure is still alive. A wave of dread washes over him as he mutters a curse under his breath. He raises the stick once more, preparing to deliver another crushing blow. The stick slams into the hooded figure again, the impact echoing through the air. He barely has time to react as the motorcycle hurtles toward him. An outstretched hand, finger splayed, hovers in the air. Arcs of blue electricity crackle around the open palm. A man with long hair and a cigarette in his mouth rides the motorcycle, wreathed in lightning. The man's face contorts in a furious yell as the electricity intensifies. The rider's hand glows with power, purple energy swirling around his fingers. His foot slams down, the impact sending a shock wave through the ground. The motorcycle explodes in a ball of fire, sending bodies flying through the air. Meanwhile, a figure in a hooded jacket walks forward, his shadow stretching long behind him. A woman wearing a mask stares in disbelief. "What the hell is that?" she asks. The hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, the burning motorcycle a backdrop to his arrival. The figure's legs are illuminated by an eerie glow as he approaches. The man who overcomes adversity practices his punches, still needing to grow accustomed to his abilities. He acknowledges that this is certainly a powerful blow. He reflects on his training, thinking that this is his weapon to fight monsters. He also thinks of the 8 evils and 8 virtues after the day of beginnings. The man who overcomes adversity bears bandages on his face, a testament to recent battles. He clenches his fist, determination etched on his face, ready for whatever comes next. An urgent message arrives. Someone is requesting a call from abroad for Na Sunhu. Na Sunhu is asked to accept the call, the request carrying a sense of urgency. Sunhu speaks to Jonathan on the phone, who is upset that Sunhu contacted him before his curfew. Jonathan questions Sunhu's attempts to disregard the fact that he's a teen. The blonde-haired man admits that Sunhu was right, noting that they acted like they were waiting for them. Jonathan speaks on the phone, stating he could avoid being shot to death. Jonathan relays that the amount of money they took was a bit over 20%. He wasn't talking about Thailand's current situation when he said close. Sunhu is on the phone, thinking that Thailand still possessed more foreign currency than he thought. He couldn't be sure if the funds were really going to win the war. Jonathan is asked if he has any objections, since they've already agreed to go all in. He responds that he already agreed when he poured. Jonathan is told that regardless of the outcome, what they're doing right now is really crazy. He simply responds with so. Sunhu is asked when D-Day is. He responds that it is July 2nd. The unseen speaker declares that they will bet with the highest leverage. Jonathan laughs, stating he's going nuts. He's told that if his calculations end up being correct, they'll really... The unseen speaker asks if Sunhu knows how the hedge funds like Dragon Fund and the like are going to react. Sunhu confirms that he does know. He states that they're the Pied Pipers. Once a representative hedge fund like Dragon Fund makes its move, the others will follow. The relationship between opposing forces mirrors the clash of virtues and evils. Jonathan, on the phone, hears that the description of Pied Pipers is accurate. A man's face contorts in distress, exclaiming about his weak heart. Jonathan is told he is stronger than he thinks. He is advised to stop worrying and focus on preparing the attack. Another man on the phone considers the situation, pondering the word attack. The date July 1st is displayed prominently. That day marked Hong Kong's return to China, a moment some say history repeats itself. A Western investment fund used dollars instead of opium to weaken the economic system. The reason a civil war broke out in Asia before the regression was because of an S-rank dungeon sealed there. It was led by one of the 8 virtues and his followers. However, the winner of the war this time, a hand hovers over a computer mouse, ready to click. Na Sunhu rests his face in his hand, clearly frustrated by the limitations of the current technology. An email inbox displays the amount of foreign currency available for trade, approximately $10 billion. Even if they bet everything, the opposing faction must accept the trade, but the bot market isn't that big. The amount of traded bot in the future market of foreign currency is less than $10 billion per day, and he worries there might not be enough funds to trade with. That's why they're trying to monopolize the position, according to the email in the inbox. A close-up of an eye reflects the intensity of the situation. A computer message displays, attack preparation complete. Na Sunhu smiles, knowing he did it. He managed to monopolize the position, and it feels like he's entering a dungeon with a bag full of supplies. He used to throw himself into dungeons, even though he wasn't sure he could return safely. However, Na Sunhu is currently trembling for a different reason, sure that the jackpot is coming without even needing to risk his life. He vows that his hard work will not be in vain. Sunhu, attempting to calm himself, knows he can't afford to relax. He shields his eyes, reflecting on how little time has passed since his return. His fingers fly across the keyboard, remembering a time long past. He types a message, stating that his preparations are complete. He tells Jonathan that they're going to clear a huge dungeon. The message is directed to himself, a reminder of his purpose. He reaffirms his commitment, so he won't forget his original resolution. The clock strikes noon, right on schedule, as one man explains the 2-hour time difference between their location in Thailand. Na Sunhu considers the imminent announcement from the Bank of Thailand, anticipating the shift to a floating exchange rate system. According to what happened in his past life, Sunhu knows that this is when it will all begin. A guild, or rather, a group, is betting on Thailand's surrender, while another group anticipates Thailand may end up surrendering in mid-July. A final group bets that Thailand will end up winning. For these groups, today, heaven and hell will have split, as fortunes are made and lost. However, with Na Sunhu wading into the dispute, there won't be many other groups betting on Thailand surrendering. According to what happened in his past life, Sunhu knows the money that every other group is betting on Thailand coming out as the victor will end up in their hands as he prepares to capitalize on the situation. Sunhu's expression hardens with determination as he prepares to make his move in the high-stakes gamble. The teacher, holding a rolled-up paper, questions why Sunhu is spending more time looking at the clock than his quiz. She wonders aloud why he is so distracted when they are in the middle of a quiz. Sunhu assures her that he will focus on the quiz. The teacher thinks that Sunhu is a strange brat and comments that he talks like an adult. He reflects on their homeroom teacher, noting that even though she should be the same person from before he time-traveled, he doesn't remember her. The clock on the school building shows that it is almost lunchtime. It is 12:30, and Sunhu realizes it's lunchtime. He tells the teacher that he doesn't feel well and would like to leave early, and she tells him to start moving. The teacher notes that Sunhu always seems unwell, even though it feels like he's faking. She realizes that he got 100% on the quiz so that he could leave early. The teacher says that he usually gets something wrong on purpose to avoid full marks, but she trusts him and knows he wouldn't do anything bad whilst missing class. Sunhu bows his head and thanked her very much. He considers the implications of his teacher's words. The teacher smiles, probing Sunhu about his social life. Sunhu wonders if she's been watching him, a sense of unease settling in. The teacher dismisses his concerns, but Sunhu appreciates her noticing him, even if he prefers solitude. The conversation fades into the background. Sunhu's expression remains troubled as he reflects on the interaction. He dismisses the matter, deciding there are more important things to focus on. Sunhu sits at his computer, aware that he is different from his peers. He thinks about his homeroom teacher, who lets him leave early without question. Sunhu also reflects on his parents, who don't comment on his high phone bill. He stands before an old computer, ready to dive back into the digital world. Sunhu finds himself lamenting the painfully slow internet speeds of this antiquated setup. The screen flickers to life, a blank window awaiting input. Elsewhere, Jonathan stares intently at his own screen, a message having just arrived. "Son, you're here," he exclaims. Jonathan greets Sunhu, confirming his identity and expressing relief at his caution. He then inquires about their current financial percentages. Sunhu's expression hardens with determination as he focuses on the task at hand. Jonathan's face is etched with concern as he reads something on his screen. He asks Jonathan. Jonathan reports that they've already made 300x their initial investment before settling. Jonathan reveals the staggering sum of $60 billion, equivalent to about 60 trillion won. Energy crackles around Sunhu as he prepares for what's to come. Sunhu, hearing something, is surprised, but he expected this. Jonathan states they will see this through until it's over, while also noting that the opposition is growing in resistance. He appears to be acting like an analyst reporting to their boss, though his expression betrays a deeper anxiety. He's likely trying to suppress his overflowing emotions, attempting to focus on the task at hand. A message arrives and states that the tide has completely turned and there is no need to worry about resistance. The value of the bot fluctuates rapidly, jumping from 28.9 to 29, a sign of the market's volatility. The bot continues to decline, now at 28.8. Countless trillion won are disappearing before Sunhu's eyes, and the decline won't stop until it's all over. Sunhu's hand trembles, betraying the immense pressure he's under. It might not be his life on the line, but the stakes are still incredibly high. Another message from In instructs to begin settling the profits. The text explains that in the bot war, the hedge fund union's main force is the spot market, and a futures market is just one of many strategies. The image shows stacks of coins and 2 boxes with question marks, representing the uncertainty and potential rewards of the market. They put all their chips into the futures market, with a leverage of 50x, no less, amplifying both the potential gains and the risks. Sunhu acknowledges that doing so is insane and makes no sense, but they won the bet and made a huge profit, so they have to settle everything. A message from Jay states that their massive settlement has changed the atmosphere of the market, and they are responding. Sunhu is shocked, exclaiming that the market is taking a turn from the history he knows, and the bot is rising fast. The declining bot has started selling, causing alarm among the traders. Sunhu is sweating as the price fluctuates, showing $31 and $32. The price reaches $33, and Sunhu's expression hardens with determination. The graph plummets, and Jonathan reacts with dismay as the price falls again. Both Sunhu and Jonathan react to the news that their intervention has affected the course of history. A system message indicates that 80% has been successfully settled, recommending keeping the remaining 20% in place until its expiry date. Sunhu looks down, sweat dripping from his face, as he considers the potential profits lost during the bot's decline. Jonathan receives a message from In, who declares the war over, leaving only scraps for the hyenas, and orders everyone to clear their positions and come to Korea, stating that the battlefield is going to be moved soon, as Thailand's bot has crashed, hitting a record low. Meanwhile, an airplane approaches the runway, preparing to land. People gather around a TV displaying LDTV, watching the news unfold. With the bot's plunge, a feeling sweeps throughout Southeast Asia as a lone figure walks with a suitcase. The door bursts open, the sound echoing through the room. He stares intently at the computer screen, his expression a mask of worry. Jonathan approaches, his face etched with concern as he addresses Sunho, who remains focused on the screen. Jonathan's expression darkens as he explains that the expected return has been reduced during the settling process. Sunho, his hands clasped tightly, acknowledges the news with a grim acceptance. That was to be expected. His hand trembles slightly, a subtle sign of the immense pressure he's under. Jonathan holds up his hand, the weight of the situation heavy on him. $50 billion. His eyes reflect the growing dread, the enormity of the financial crisis beginning to dawn on him. Sunho, phone pressed to his ear, asks with concern if the person on the other end is all right. Jonathan expresses his bewilderment, admitting he doesn't even know how he got to this point. Sunho urges Jonathan to pull himself together, reminding him that this is just the beginning of the Asian financial crisis and to take care of himself. Sunho, still on the phone, relays that Malaysia and Indonesia won't participate, but Hong Kong soon will. His eyes light up as the conversation turns to the market. Hong Kong is now in play. Sunho listens intently. The man has another favor to ask of him, it seems. To begin, there is land in Korea that they need to buy. The landscape shimmers with an unnatural light. Meanwhile, a monstrous claw descends, dripping with an unknown substance. The creature's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast's armored hide gleams in the dim light, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Drool hangs from its fangs. The creature's face is a grotesque mask of teeth and bone. It is a predator of immense power. A figure stands in the shadows, their features obscured, but their intent is clear. Jonathan plummets downwards, a silent WH dash, escaping his lips as he falls through the air. A monstrous hand closes around Jonathan, the sound of impact echoing in the void. Jonathan struggles against his captor, screaming to be released from their grasp. The massive hand clenches tighter, Jonathan's form dwarfed by the sheer size of his oppressor. Terror fills Jonathan's eyes as he recognizes his attacker, the realization dawning on his face. The man's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he stares down at Jonathan, calling out his name. Jonathan screams in abject terror, his face contorted in a mask of pure fear. Meanwhile, the world blurs as Jonathan is transported to a new location. A flight attendant addresses Jonathan, who appears disoriented and confused in his seat. The plane has arrived at JFK International Airport in America, signaling the end of the journey. A sleek, dark car speeds through the city streets at night. The car continues its journey, the camera focusing on the interior. Jonathan stares out the window, lost in thought, reflecting on a past dream. That dream, he thinks, was far too childish. A disembodied voice lays out the plan. To start, they will buy land in Korea. Sunho stands with Jonathan, explaining that real estate is just the beginning. Sunho declares that from now on, they will venture into any type of market. If it's something that can earn them money, Sunho is going to pursue it. Jonathan clasps his hands, thinking that dipping their hands into real estate is insane. Jonathan wonders if Sunho is saying that $50 billion is just seed money to him. Sunho tells Jonathan to eat first. Sunho notices that Jonathan seems very tense right now and proposes using his shares as collateral to split up the company. Sunho is going to join in, and if Jonathan also wishes to join in, he can insert however much he wants. He asks how many companies Jonathan has in mind by splitting up. The more complicated the structure, the better, Jonathan replies. The knife gleams, reflecting the dim light. The goal is to ensure no one can trace anything back to the original owner. Jonathan suggests establishing hundreds of paper and ghost companies. He acknowledges that this is blatantly a scene for conspiring to commit crimes. Jonathan notes that working alone must have been difficult for Sunho. He suggests that Sunho prepare a team when they approach Hong Kong. Sunho thanks Jonathan for appreciating his work, adding that he didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. Skills don't matter, he says. Jonathan states that they only care for loyalty and trust. He asks if Sunho won't look at skill, his expression serious. Jonathan says he has a couple of ideas, if that's the case. He suggests purchasing around 2 mid-sized investment companies after they get results from Hong Kong. Sunho expresses his delight, saying Jonathan is even giving him work that he'll actually have fun doing. He adds that they won't let them see the inner workings of their company. Jonathan requests that Sunho also gather the best experts, someone like Jeffrey K. He stands with his back to the viewer, overlooking the city. Jonathan, with a look of surprise, exclaims, "My gosh, the company hunter." His eyes widen slightly as he looks down at Sunho. Jonathan asks if Sunho is telling him to put MNA's best star under him, saying it sounds like a dream. Sunho replies that they will allow them to use their money. Sunho says that once the company's split off is completed, they will not let them see the inner workings of their company. He looks directly forward, a serious expression on his face. A desire takes root, a wish to name one of their ventures Gino and bring it into the country. Jonathan dabs at his mouth with a cloth, considering the implications of the name Gino. The protagonist reveals that it's his father's name, a secret he looks forward to sharing one day. Jonathan chuckles, imagining the reaction when the protagonist finally reveals the truth. The protagonist, his expression serious, states that they must focus on work, as they have no time to waste on frivolous spending. A stylized burst of text declares that such a time will only come when all the money in the world is within their grasp. Jonathan, a slight smile playing on his lips, suggests they keep going to their limits. A stylized burst of text reveals the name, Jonathan Investment. Footsteps echo as someone walks forward, intent on their destination. The text declares that Jonathan Investment will be the name of their company, and that Jonathan may take all of the fame. A door stands slightly ajar, a sliver of light escaping into the darkness. The text suggests that Jonathan can think of this as repayment for using his name and taking just a tiny bit more of the shares. The woman and two men look on with expressions of surprise and concern. He stands in the doorway, arms spread wide, a welcoming gesture. Jonathan asks his friends how long they will continue to look so confused. A close-up reveals a slight smile playing on Jonathan's lips. Jonathan declares that they have finally made it to the major leagues. The text proclaims, "Welcome. This is Jonathan Investment." Jonathan stands with arms outstretched, as if presenting his new venture to the world. Elsewhere, the woman and one of the men from earlier look on, still processing the announcement. A monstrous ant is shown in detail, its features both alien and terrifying. The narration describes how they travel in armies, devouring everything in their path. The swarm of ants is shown again, the text ominously stating that these things are constantly hungry. Hedge funds and their supporters are now considered equivalent, a sign of the times. They toured through Southeast Asia, only to end up with the money they should have originally. The money earned ended up in his possession instead, and it looks like history has changed to become more vicious. Na Sun-Hu reads the morning paper. They must have caught on. A single group had monopolized the bot's drop on July 1st and swept up all the money for themselves, exclaims President Kim. Na Sun-Hu's expression is unreadable. He asked if there were any changes in the contract conditions. He said that he would agree to the conditions, since Chairman Choi is famous for becoming rich through owning a building in Gangnam, and can be trusted. The man smiles, gesturing for Na Sun-Hu to follow him this way. He had a condition for renting out an office space. A 2-year contract for the price of paying off the whole down payment in cash. The exchange won't be done with his name written on it. All of this is obviously illegal, but it's a win-win for them, since the money will all go into President Choi's slush funds. Now this is the office space is bare, but the cleaning has already been completed. The man gestures, indicating that the space is ready for use. The man in the suit explains that Sun-Hu only needs to bring his belongings, noting the tight security and good lighting. An ADSL terminal is placed, freeing him from the old-fashioned modem. Na Sun-Hu states that he will pay the rent right now, if the man takes the modem. The man, seemingly the president, understands, offering assistance if anything related to the office is needed. The office stands empty, ready to be filled with the tools of Sun-Hu's trade. The man in the suit walks towards a box, ready to unpack and set up his new workspace. Na Sun-Hu smirks, thinking to himself that he has until Jonathan returns to Korea. He considers decorating the place, his hands already preparing to affix something to the wall. A drawing of a monstrous, dog-like creature is taped to the wall. The man surveys his work, the back of his head visible as he takes in the decorated space. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as the title flashes beneath him, The First Outpost. The DeCrump building stands tall, one of North America's big four investment companies. The woman introduces herself as Emily from Jonathan Investment. Emily stands, her hands clasped in front of her in a navy blue suit. The man in the suit greets her, noting that he sees it's a new type of swap transaction. The man states that from his perspective, he would tell her that he needs to go through everything like he always has, but he doesn't. Emily asks if he wants to waste her time, wondering who would be willing to accept this sort of trade. Emily pauses before asking if he will look over the document properly this time. At the conference table, Emily and the man face each other, the man holding documents. Jonathan Investment is the one in the B position. The man's face is drawn, his eyes wide with what appears to be concern. The man covers his mouth with his hand, seemingly shocked by what he has just heard. The man states that this isn't something that he can decide on, as Emily looks on with a knowing expression. She hears the man state that he will call a supervisor and mention Hong Kong's interest rate hike of 100%. The man holds the documents, seemingly reviewing the details of the transaction and everything involved. The man sits at the head of the table, flanked by two other men, as he inquires about the price they are considering for this exchange. Emily listens intently, a slight smile playing on her lips as the negotiations continue. The man covers his face with his hand, seemingly exasperated, as he tells her to laugh all she wants. Emily's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing as she thinks that even she finds the situation laughable. The man thinks that raising the interest rate by 50% is already crazy, but to raise it by 100% and claim the revenue above that line is insane. The man relents, stating that they will go through with this exchange, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The man holds the paperwork, thinking that he has checked it several times, but he doesn't see anything like a trap. The man thinks that they're basically just offering them free money, $1 million. Huh? The handshake seals the deal. Jonathan Investment looking forward to the continued partnership with Crump going forward. Emily is on the phone, stating that they'll probably never see each other again and that attack preparation is complete. They made all the preparations. The man in the suit states that the bonds are finished, and now it's their turn. It is now October, and the man in the suit walks through a glass door. The man with blonde hair sits in a chair in front of several computer monitors, asking if he is back. A chair sits amidst bags and other items on the floor. The man with blonde hair covers his face with his hands, asking if they have lost so far. The man in the suit replies that he already knows. It's almost. The exchange dates and scales were individually bet. On the dip of the world stock market, stacks of chips are shown. As they were moving carefully so that others couldn't trace them, markets across the rest of the world were maintaining slight increases besides Asia's stock market. Even though this is the situation they were intending for, watching such astronomical losses unfold will be difficult, the man in the suit explains. The man with blonde hair looks distressed, his brow furrowed and a bead of sweat running down his face. He reflects on the risky gamble, betting everything on Sunha's words. An interest hike of over 300% looms large. The man recalls the plan. Jonathan, Hong Kong will act with their own hands. Person male black hair stares ahead, his expression unreadable. The plan is to destroy their stock exchange, but Jonathan seems to have reservations. Jonathan's eyes widen as he considers the implications of the plan. The weight of the decision presses down on Jonathan, his brow furrowed in concern. Person male black hair listens intently as Jonathan questions the sanity of the plan, asking if Hong Kong will really do that sort of crazy thing. Jonathan insists that he is completely certain that this is the only way they can chase out the speculative forces. Jonathan asks if they will simply give up with just that, reminding the other man that he already told him where they were aiming for in the first place. Jonathan states that Hong Kong and Japan are Asia's financial fortress. The place they would want the most is probably Japan, the man thinks, as a large naval gun is shown. If they bother Japan too much, America would not leave them alone. That means what's left is Korea, its flag waving in the wind. The man with black hair affirms that Korea is his country. During that period, Korea was enforcing a financial policy that strongly prevented foreign investment and influence. Because of that, the speculative forces hit Southeast Asia to amplify fear and even struck Hong Kong. The panic-stricken investors in Korea all withdrew their investments, and the foreign banks demanded immediate repayment of corporate loans. This naturally caused Korea to implode, the red circle of economic collapse spreading. The fear causes chaos as thoughts turn to the country actually facing bankruptcy. That is the moment that speculative forces regain the fruits of their labor of long and hard work. But this time, the situation will be a bit different. The hands clasp together. The hands are clasped tightly, a sense of determination in the air. He sits at his computer, the blond man looking on with concern. Jonathan appears concerned, as if he's being questioned about something. A disembodied voice declares that it's time to move into Hong Kong. He smirks, confident in the plan to come, and speaks into the phone. The man's white shirt is crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the darkness of his intentions. The plan involves targeting banks, construction, communications, and industries worth hundreds of millions, even billions. Heavy and chemical industries are also on the list, each marked with a downward arrow, indicating their intended fate. The declaration is made. They will drive down the stock prices of all of Hong Kong's industries concurrently. The plan has one exception, though the details are not yet revealed. The man with black hair looks down, a sinister plan brewing in his mind. Jonathan stands in the background, as the man with black hair is informed that some bastards are following their moves. He grimaces, realizing that if they've been found out, their entire operation is as good as bust. He cautions that it's still too early to make a hasty decision. However, Jonathan. The office must defend them, Jonathan insists, leaning heavily on the desk, his expression a mask of urgency. Elsewhere, the man with black hair sits at his computer. He calmly assesses the situation, noting that there are two possibilities to consider. Jonathan, on the phone, relays the dire news. If speculative forces are attacking Hong Kong, he warns they will not stop. A voice declares an immediate counteroffensive. The exchange will begin right now, the speaker insists. Jonathan clicks the mouse, initiating the exchange. Someone, it seems, is using investment methods to manipulate the stock market. The man with black hair acknowledges the action with a curt, "Good job." He adds that they will find out the truth. A disembodied voice explains the stakes. If it's an individual, the situation will settle quickly, but speculative forces will not stop. Now, the man with black hair stands beside Jonathan, his expression unreadable as he considers their next move. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Which side are you on? Close up. The man with black hair appears deeply troubled. The defensive funds are flowing in, but the situation remains precarious. A desperate plea echoes. If the Hong Kong stock market collapses by their hands, history will change completely, the voice warns. The consequences of failure loom large. The flow of events will become impossible to read, the narrator ominously states. His eye widens, a sudden realization hitting him with full force. The monitors flicker, displaying the aftermath of the market's turmoil. It's settling down, but the tension remains palpable. Jonathan stands beside him, the weight of a near disaster etched on his face as they both stare at the screens. Jonathan covers his face with his hand, the near collapse of the Hong Kong stock market weighing heavily on him. He sighs, the word destroyed hanging in the air. He urges them to clean up before the market closes. Meanwhile, the towering building stands as a silent witness to the financial drama unfolding within its walls. The protagonist adjusts his jacket, relieved that there were no real changes at the end. Now, he says, they just have to wait. The unseen forces must now wait for the Hong Kong government to decide the next course of action. Person male black hair straightens his jacket, a subtle gesture masking his inner thoughts. Jonathan kneels on the floor, hands raised in a gesture of surrender or supplication, as the protagonist stands over him. His face contorted in fear and desperation. Jonathan cries out that Sun was wrong. The protagonist's expression hardens, his words echoing Jonathan's accusation. He was wrong. The men erupted in laughter, the sound echoing through the room. Seated around the table, the men discuss the intricacies of the deal. They wonder how such a scheme could even be conceived. One of the men, holding a cup, inquired about the specifics of the offer, his expression unreadable. The men's faces contorted in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the news they had just received. Clive, holding his cup, was congratulated on his incredible luck. His colleague remarked on how he earned $500 million by doing nothing. He reflected on the losses in Thailand, but now it seemed he would be the one gaining an incentive. He expressed his gratitude to his friends for the Jonathan investment, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, the news from Hong Kong played on a nearby television screen. It was quite a coincidence. The man leaned forward, his brow furrowed with curiosity. He wanted to know what the news was reporting. He paused, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the information. His eyes widened behind his glasses, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he processed the implications. He watched the broadcast, the news report stating Hong Kong had hiked its interest rates by 400%. The implications of such a drastic move hung heavy in the air, a silent question mark forming in his mind. Around him, the faces of his colleagues mirrored his own shock and disbelief at the breaking news. A palpable tension filled the room, punctuated only by the subtle hum of the building's infrastructure. Snapping his phone open, the man with glasses barked into the receiver, demanding to know what was happening. He ordered someone to check how this had happened, demanding answers immediately. His brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as the gravity of the situation began to sink in. The man recalled that everything above that line would be revenue for Jonathan's investment. The implications were staggering. An interest hike of 400% meant a loss of $500 million, multiplied 4 times over. His mind raced, trying to pinpoint where the plan had gone wrong, where the miscalculations had begun. He wondered if things had started going wrong, and if so, at what point did the situation begin to unravel? Elsewhere, in Seoul, someone cursed Sun, calling him a crazy son of a bitch. He pumps his fist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The man with glasses stares intently at the monitors, his voice laced with disbelief. It's not just Hong Kong. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he exclaims that every stock market in the entire world is dropping at the same time. Frantically, a hand clicks the mouse, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The screen displays a cascade of blue arrows pointing downwards, symbolizing a massive market crash. Everything is dropping like a rock. Sunhu's smirk widens, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He thinks to himself that they are earning just as much as everyone else is losing. The slot machine graphic flashes, declaring the second coming of Black Monday, as Hong Kong, America, Japan, and Europe all plummet into downturn. The man with glasses and Sunhu stare at the screen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. The slot machine hits jackpot, 3 sevens aligning in a triumphant display. The expressions of the man with glasses and Sunhu mirror each other, a blend of astonishment and dawning realization. A text box declares this moment as the starting point, recalling how in the original timeline, the man who overcomes adversity and Davy's sword were overpowered. Sunhu throws his arms up in celebration, a manic grin plastered across his face as he revels in the chaos. He is confident that the financial power he now controls surpasses all others. News outlets, including the Wall Street Journal Financial Times, are picking up the story. Elsewhere, a Forbes magazine cover proclaims Jonathan Hunter as the god of investment. Jonathan Hunter, on the phone, urgently inquires about the billionaires list. The man on the other end acknowledges the freedom enjoyed by those who manage investments as they please. The man with black hair, also on the phone, wonders if they are being investigated by the IRS. A hand rests on the Forbes magazine featuring Jonathan Hunter. Jonathan Hunter is informed that all they know is that a mysterious person named John Doe owns 51% of Jonathan Investment shares. A man sits at his desk, the Forbes magazine, with Jonathan Hunter prominently displayed. The man with black hair expresses concern that everyone on Wall Street might know about the situation, promising to vigorously defend the other party's identity. Jonathan Hunter reveals that he has already hired experts for the task. The man with black hair mentions monopolizing the fall of Thailand and winning bets, his expression strained. Against the world's top banks, Jonathan calculates their New York office to be worth around $22 billion. The man in the suit explains that John Doe's share is $11.2 billion, and his share is $10.7 billion. Each would be listed on the world's billionaire list as rank 18th, 4th, and 24th, respectively. Sanu wipes his brow, relieved that, luckily, that's all they know. Jonathan, on the phone, agrees to calculate the funds diverted to all the ghost companies, which also made investments. The conversation suggests that they would actually be ranked number 1 and 2, side by side. Meanwhile, a cityscape is shown, possibly indicating the location where these financial discussions are taking place. The man looks down, perhaps contemplating the implications of their financial activities. A week after the shock of Hong Kong, the Korean government requested the services of the IMF. The man in the suit stands with his hands in his pockets, the text indicating this was 2 weeks quicker than in the previous timeline. Sana has a toothpick in his mouth, his expression thoughtful as he looks off to the side. At school, only the homeroom teacher was emphasizing the dangers of the IMF, while students laugh, seemingly unconcerned. He stands in the foreground, while 2 figures behind him laugh, seemingly unaware of the weight of the past. He reflects on his past, a time when the dangers were different, as he walks away from a man in a suit. A man greets someone with a casual hello, while holding a magazine. Another man observes that he resembles a co-worker and wonders if he was part of Damon Bank's foreign exchange team. Despite having seen him multiple times in recent months, the man with blonde hair still doesn't recognize him, a fact that seems to frustrate him. The focus shifts to a green jacket, as someone thinks that his shabby dressing prevents others from connecting him to his past. He thinks to himself that he has no reason to mingle with the man, as he has someone else to meet. A man in a suit walks forward, his expression unreadable as he moves through the office space. The man clicks his tongue, a pen in his hand, seemingly annoyed or disapproving of something he's observing. Elsewhere, a woman sits in a waiting area, engrossed in reading a newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the activity around her. He stands between 2 men, their gazes fixed on him, creating a moment of silent intensity. A close-up reveals a subtle smirk playing on his lips, hinting at a hidden confidence or amusement. A woman looks up from her newspaper as someone calls out, "Miss Jamie?" The man in the dark suit leans forward, inquiring if the woman is the interviewer. The woman smiles knowingly, revealing that she has been expecting him. The man hands her a business card across the small table, formalizing the introduction. The card identifies the man as Ethan, a manager with Wilshire Lands. Jamie holds the card, stating she has a question before proceeding with the interview. She wonders if her employment has already been decided. The woman's expression is confident as she reveals that they have already decided to hire her. Jamie pauses, as Ethan assures her that her criminal record will not be an issue. The woman listens intently, as Ethan explains that they focused on her experience at Wilshire Lands and her aesthetics. Ethan continues, stating they needed a representative who was a gorgeous Asian woman and an expert on real estate. Jamie's expression is unreadable, her gaze steady and thoughtful as she considers the offer. Wilshire Lands hired Jamie as the Asia Investment General Manager. She was both the strategist and cannon fodder. She had the image necessary to turn all of the negative gazes towards the company into positive ones. She stood, the most important requirement for her new role now revealed, a criminal record. That was for her personal success. Jamie was someone who was ready to hop into illegal transactions at a moment's notice. Her criminal record was malfeasance. She came out after serving her sentence for just bystanding as her previous employer, who was also the major shareholder and CEO, committed embezzlement. Ever since August, the man had been searching for someone like Jamie. Jamie still hadn't heard the company's name, the company she would be working for. The name of the company is Gionel. The man's expression is confident, almost predatory, as he considers his new hire. Gionel Investment. That is the name of the company you will become the CEO of, the man thinks. For the first time in history, the ruling and opposition parties have experienced a regime change. While this may be a monumental moment, the president-elect is now reporting live from the Blue House, the South Korean equivalent of the U.S. White House. The camera focuses on the woman standing beside the president-elect, her expression calm and composed. A close-up reveals the sharp tailoring of her suit, emphasizing her professional demeanor. The president-elect has, through cooperation with Geno Investment, announced that he has secured a large-scale investment of $15 billion. Now, Sun-ho looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. The president-elect has stated that he hopes to work together to overcome this financial crisis. Na Sun-ho glances towards a nearby exit, a figure standing just beyond the open door. The figure is cloaked in shadow, a hooded silhouette obscuring their features. Na Sun-ho is told that he has become the #1 person who this country, no, the financial world wishes to meet the most. Jamie adjusts her green puffer jacket, a serious expression on her face. She asks that the matter not be spoken of. A hand extends, presenting a sleek, metallic company card. The card gleams under the dim light. The man instructs her to keep the linked account filled with money at all times. He presents the card to her. The man continues, explaining that she will not receive reports on where the card is used. The terms are generous. The woman with black hair smiles serenely, her eyes closed. She notes that she told her point blank there would be embezzlement. The man states that he has chosen the perfect person. He then asks Jamie how she is choosing the employees. The man confirms that she can choose them based on her own tastes. He gestures with his hand, emphasizing his point. He guarantees that if it's within the chosen capital, she may use it as freely as she wishes. The only time he will interfere is... The woman with black hair states that it will be when she gives a special order. She adds that her previous colleagues will be entering the country this evening. Jamie is told that he has also finished his negotiations with this country's real estate advisory company. The plan is coming together. He will bring people over from the Samu accounting firm and Kim and Park law firm. In this country, most problems seem to be settled when those two firms are involved. The accounting director will be Cho Dae-hwan, and the legal. Na Sun-ho gazes directly forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. A hand reaches out, fingers spread wide, as if grasping at the towering buildings in the distance. Jamie, standing by a window, remarks that even this impressive building was put on sale, not to mention the market prices are continuing. Sun-ho looks up, his expression thoughtful, as he observes a hand reaching out towards the cityscape. The hand looms large, the city lights blurred in the background, as Sun-ho considers that over half the renters have pulled out. Not long ago, Jamie had a meeting at the Blue House to complete the task Sun-ho instructed through a special order, requesting a quick opening of the real estate market. Two men confer, their faces grim as the results of the meeting are revealed. At the hotel, many of Sun-ho's old competitors had entered as well. The real estate market was fully open half a year quicker than in the previous timeline, as Sun-ho looks on. A building is engulfed in flames, a fire sale, speaking of selling remnants of a burnt house at a cheap price. Sun-ho looks down, thinking that his expertise is in real estate, but he cannot erase the thought that only investing in real estate would be a waste. Jamie looks forward, her expression unreadable, as she considers this sort of situation. Opportunity will never come again, as someone asks if Ethan's customers are only interested in this country's real estate. Sun-ho sits, relaxed, one arm draped across the back of the couch. An unseen speaker declares that some people only care about one thing, the rate. The unseen speaker continues, stating there's no need to fixate on real estate alone, but responsibility follows. Jamie stands with her hands clasped, her expression hopeful as she notes the returns will be great. Sun-ho states that in this country, anyone with US dollars can become a chairman, and he will amplify this in other industries. An unseen speaker declares that the stocks of this nation's companies will end up in the talons of foreign eagles anyway. Jamie smiles slightly, listening intently to the conversation. Jamie notes that the country is a great place to set up a company, and the more she learns about it, the more she likes it. The woman clasps her hands, thanking Sun-ho for the opportunity and promising to show something befitting the trust placed in her. Sun-ho listens, his expression unreadable. Jamie stands before Sun-ho, her hands clasped, as she continues to speak. Jamie adds that whenever she had the time, she looked over the special orders Sun-ho gave her. She gestures, emphasizing the importance of the topic at hand. Jamie explains that Korea's real estate is most prime in Seoul, and that they should not stray from the rate of return mentioned. The man acknowledges her point, stating that he understands her willingness to prove her ambition. A lone figure stands in a desolate, red-tinged landscape, a sword at his side. The man in the red landscape declares that he will not be interfering in almost anything in Geno Investment. He trusts that Jamie will be able to gain the trust of his customers through her skills. However, the man's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The man commands that someone must follow his special orders to act. Jamie looks shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. She thinks that she must have gone a bit overboard. Sun-ho states that he understands, recommending that she pick out a member of one of the top 3 banks company loans team if she wishes to increase the investments to companies in other industries. Jamie thinks about the properties that he ordered her to purchase as special orders, nodding slightly. Money holds a certain allure, but the man's thoughts drifted to matters of greater consequence. Korea's dungeons, a phenomenon that reshaped the nation's landscape and destiny. Episode 14 unfolds, revealing more about the dungeons and the world around them. A mystical, blue-tinged landscape hints at the otherworldly nature of the dungeons. He gazed upwards, the mysteries of the dungeons looming large in his mind. Purchasing the mountain and discovering the dungeon had been a long and arduous process, he reflected. The place was unrecognizable from his first visit, now resembling a military installation. During that era, the government wielded immense power, closely monitoring the dungeons. The mountain and its dungeon were under strict government control, with martial law enforced to an unprecedented degree. The Awakeners who survived the testing site, like him, were forced to become reserve units, ready to be deployed. They believed they were being taken to a government lab, destined to be used as mere test subjects. But the sight of the dungeon entrance revealed a different, more dangerous reality. They realized their situation was even more dire than lab animals. Na Sunho stands outside, the sounds of an approaching vehicle filling the air. A truck idles nearby as Na Sunho approaches, a man standing beside the vehicle. The man greets Na Sunho, clasping his hand in a firm shake. Na Sunho presents a business card. "I've come from Geno Investment," he states. The truck drives through the night. Na Sunho asks, "Where is the site of construction?" Inside the truck, the man in the cap explains, "Starting from the entrance to the mountains where we met, this entire region is all our territory." The man continues, detailing the construction plans. He wants their territory to be as close to a flat circle as possible. The truck struggles as it attempts to climb a steep, rocky incline. Na Sunho asks the man in the cap, "Boss, do you also erect buildings?" The man in the cap responds, "We don't differentiate between projects and do everything. Then you should also be able to lay down roads." Na Sunho says, "Do you think you can do it? We will have to start as soon as possible. It may be winter, but as you can see, the scale is quite large." The man's fist clenches, a physical manifestation of his resolve. He vows to seize the opportunity before him. The man in the cap's eyes are wide with a desperate intensity. He cannot let this chance slip through his fingers. A wide smile stretches across the man's face as he pounds his fist. "Of course, we can do it." Na Sunho sits in the passenger seat of the truck, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks ahead. Sunho presses the man in the cap, stating that when he provides the estimate, he should push forward the completion time to be as soon as possible. The man in the cap assures Sunho that they are not looking for the cost, but speed. The project must be completed quickly. Sunho listens intently, his expression unreadable. He acknowledges that he may be receiving quotes from others. The man in the cap looks distressed, scratching his head. He wonders aloud why he was chosen specifically for this project. Sunho remains silent, his gaze fixed ahead. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A screen displays photos of children, a poignant reminder of family. A question hangs in the air. "Isn't this a difficult time for you fathers?" Tears well up in the man in the cap's eyes, his face etched with worry and emotion. The pressure is clearly taking its toll. Sunho and the man in the cap sit in silence. The man in the cap offers a quiet, heartfelt thank you. The night sky hangs heavy over the building, its windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. Inside, a man in a suit, clearly inebriated, leans heavily against the doorframe, his face flushed and strained. His wife, looking concerned, tries to steady him. She urges him to get a grip, reminding him that Sunho is present. Sunho observes the scene, his expression thoughtful as he recalls the last day of the year. He remembers that his father also came home extremely drunk on this day in his previous life. His mother supports his father, who is slurring his words. It was the day he received the voluntary resignation, a death sentence at a young age. Sunho's eyes narrow as he contemplates his current situation, wondering if he should switch jobs. He chuckles to himself, recalling the question he asked about switching jobs. His mother chides his father, who is going to move into an extremely rich company. Sunho smiles wryly, acknowledging that they may be a bunch of douches, but they need to put food on the table. Sunho reflects that his father moved into another company with the same name as his own. He finds himself in a situation that exceeds his expectations, as someone suggests he keeps his thoughts to himself. Entering the financial world, a voice tells Sunho to take something, offering an opportunity. A card is presented, and he contemplates what stocks to trade, already thinking like a seasoned trader. He is told to invest the money and share his decisions, inviting conversations about the matter at hand. A bank account containing $1,000 was a significant amount for a high school student, marking the start of the period where easy money could be made through stocks. With a smile, Sunho watches as his initial investment of $1,000 quickly turns into $1,200, then $1,300, leading him to believe he's become a successful high school student. Drunk on beginner's luck, he even requested additional investment funds from his father, confident in his newfound trading abilities. His father agrees to lend him the money, but makes it clear that this time, it won't be a free gift. The instant Americas.com bubble burst, the market entered a downtrend, signaling trouble ahead. The consequences of the market crash loom large, casting a long shadow over Sunho's financial prospects. His money was halved, and halved once again as his father begins to speak about the money he lent. Before long, this marked the start of the downturn, leaving Sunho with a shocked expression. He was told that he would have to pay it back next week. His father spoke coldly to him while he was bawling his eyes out. His father tells him to pay it back, even if he has to borrow from his mother. Sunho looks down, listening to his father's words. Sunho thinks to himself that he really needs that money right now, for losing his father's precious $2,000. He wonders how he could possibly do that. His father continues, saying he can hand over money every time he receives his allowance. He'll also have to take away his CD player, phone, and computer. Tears stream down Sunho's face as he listens to his father. He knows that not even that is close to paying off the money he lent him. Sunho's father pauses, then says he'll also eventually tell his mother. Sunho listens, his expression unreadable. His father tells him not to oppose his mother now, because he's all grown up. He asks if there isn't a chance that she'll lend him the money and forgive him if he asks her politely. Sunho's father says he just wanted him to be aware of why his father. Sunho thinks to himself that his father had to get fired. He also wanted him to gain an interest in economics. Sunho's eyes are wide with tears as he reflects on his current situation. He realizes that his current situation is the exact same as when his father was fired. His career was decided, and his goals became clear. Sunho remembers the first stock bank account he received from his father. An excavator digs into the earth, its mechanical arm extending to move dirt and rock. A dump truck waits on the hillside as two construction workers observe the ongoing excavation. Boss Choi stands with another worker, a satisfied smile on his face. He secured the contract. The construction boss beams, clearly proud of his work. It's nice to see him so confident and passionate. The man in the yellow hard hat reflects on the team that Choi has assembled. He formed a nice team, no wonder he talked about having good connections. The construction worker glances back at a small group of villagers, their expressions unreadable from this distance. The worker looks down, lost in thought, the sounds of construction echoing around him. Two workers stand together, their conversation inaudible, but their body language suggests a serious discussion. A blue truck sits parked, a silent observer to the construction. He noticed that there was no town hall and was thinking of constructing one. The worker considers the need to appease the villagers. A town hall? There's no need to go so far. Our negotiation with the head of the village has gone well. He drives, listening to the other man in the vehicle speak about what he heard. Na Sunho explains that villagers harvest mushrooms and raise bees in the mountains. He doesn't think it matters since it's temporary and without a permit. Man in CAP asks if he means the entire area. Na Sunho confirms, stating that not only the villagers, but everyone will be unable to enter the mountain. Na Sunho thinks to himself that there's a chance someone might encounter the dungeon. Na Sunho continues, saying that certain matters aren't flexible because it's a foreign company. He wants Boss Choi to earn the favor of the villagers. Man in CAP agrees, stating that solving things by force isn't the answer for a big job. Na Sunho says yes. An unseen narrator states that an appropriate amount of grease is needed to smooth things over. Elsewhere, an ornate door stands closed, the air thick with anticipation. A hand pours a clear liquid into a small cup, the sound of the pour echoing softly. Drew. Someone complains that the Civil Affairs Department has already become an annoyance. They ask Director Park if he wasn't colleagues with Senior Manager. A man smiles, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda as he is asked. Kim? Cho Dae-hwan, accounting director at Geno Investment, is introduced with the phrase, haha, please see him in a good light. He holds a small cup, explaining that he isn't praising someone just because they were colleagues, but because of their hard work. The text identifies Park Chun-sik as the legal director of Geno Investment, as someone notes that he isn't resting, even with public opinion as it is. One man wonders why he was contacted directly instead of going through someone else, and the other suggests that he probably can't bear to be inferior to them. At a table laden with food, one man states there's no way he could be unaware that they've hopped onto the same boat, seeking confirmation from his brother-in-law. A toast is proposed. Cheers to their Geno Investment. The cups clink together, sealing the deal. The man with the cup expresses that it feels like a waste to lose someone like Senior Manager Kim. The other man responds that even if they forcefully try to take him, it would be high risk and low return. Someone asks, is that so? As the conversation continues. The man suggests that if they wait a little longer, something will allow them to help Senior Manager Kim and suit the tastes of Westerners. The man pauses, considering the implications, and says it's not like there's only one company like Pyeongdong. The table remains with the remnants of a meal, and a car key rests beside the dishes. A Daewoo car key rests against a neutral surface. A close-up reveals the Daewoo logo on the key's head. The man considers the possibilities. If things work out well, there might be an opportunity. The other man wonders if he has a specific case in mind, suggesting it could be an asset. The man clarifies that he's talking about Daewoo, his expression serious. The man declares that the Daewoo Group has already gone rotten to the core. Cho Dae-hwan says there's nothing they can't do, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The man states that they can give them an exemption, even if they are going to receive criticism at this rate. Cho Dae-hwan insists they share the credit with Senior Director Kim, the name emblazoned behind him. He continues, stating that they should shove money into the faces of the Westerners. He asks if they won't be able to oppose the managing director with this. The man listens intently, his expression unreadable as Cho Dae-hwan speaks. A hand steadies a glass, the contents swirling within. Cho Dae-hwan speaks of securing their service as congressman, but also the one after that. Meanwhile, the calendar turns to January 1998, a time of great upheaval. The city looms, unaware of the financial storm brewing on the horizon. A man reads the grim headlines, the weight of the news settling on his shoulders. Many companies have filed for bankruptcy due to the aftermath of high interest rates. There has been a huge spike in unemployment. The IMF shock aims for the opening caused by the severe financial crisis. Japan has even canceled the Korea-Japan fisheries agreement. Na Sunhu considers the news, noting that the main flow of things hasn't changed yet. DP Crump and Germany Bank were supposed to enter the country around the second half of the year. Foreign banks flock, domestic real estate being bought. The man in the cap states the reason is obvious. They're all the ones that lost the bet with him. In the first half of the year, to garner as much profit as possible. The whole nation's on a blowout sale, after all. However, there are minor changes. Sunhu reflects that this much was all in the range of his predictions. The newspaper falls to the ground, the headlines left unread. The newspaper headline blares, Daewoo Group President. An arrest warrant has been approved. Korea boasts three of the world's greatest corporations, each a titan in its own right, Daehyun, Daewoo, and Ilsung. During its peak, Daewoo surpassed even Ilsung, securing the number 2 spot in the market and achieving even greater renown in 4 markets. Daehyun, the number 1 corporation, controlled nearly 400 local corporations in foreign countries, a giant conglomerate employing hundreds of thousands. Ethan is asked if he knows about the corporation called Daewoo Group, to which he responds with incredulity, wondering how he could not know. The unseen assailant unleashes a flurry of blows, each impact sending shockwaves through the air. The Daewoo Group's chairman is caught in the brutal assault, while a woman with dark hair watches with a concerned expression. A warrant will be issued for him this evening, promising swift justice. Sweat beads on his brow as he grips the basketball, his expression a mix of determination and worry. A woman in the gym asks what was happening in the meantime, eager to hear the details of the situation. The collapse of the Daewoo Group was influenced by more than just the IMF crisis, hinting at deeper, more complex issues at play. Problems will surface around them starting 2 years from now, as they are planning to attack the still healthy Daewoo Group. The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge. Na Sunhu stands with his arms crossed, a slight frown creasing his brow. He states that he already told them. The unseen speaker explains that upon becoming CEO, they hired 2 of Korea's most useful directors. Sunhu glances to the side, his expression unreadable. The speaker identifies the directors as Cho Dae-hwan and Park Chun-sik, adding that they are now playing politics. The scene shifts to silhouettes of men shaking hands, a visual representation of political maneuvering. The speaker clarifies that they use politics instead. The speaker elaborates, stating that the directors were constantly meeting with powerful politicians. At first, the speaker was suspicious but realized that was how work had to be done in this country. A woman with long black hair closes her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. The speaker notes that because of them, they were able to put the Daewoo Group up on the list. Sunhu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. The speaker declares that bribery is present in every single country. The speaker continues, explaining that in North America, they have legalized bribery to a certain extent through a process called lobbying, but the basis of it is still the same. The woman from before looks to the side, her expression serious. She asks that the listener not have such a biased view. Sunhu again glances to the side, his expression thoughtful. The speaker concludes that, after all, the word chaebol exists for a reason. A hand reaches out, palm open, as the speaker requests that they please continue. He listened as the woman explained that their customers would see placing the Daewoo Group on the list in a very positive way. The woman continued, stating that the 2 directors believed making the Daewoo Group the sacrificial lamb for the IMF was the best course of action. The man considered the implications, knowing the government wouldn't accept this so easily. He declared that was why he also stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The woman's gaze was intense, a serpentine figure looming in the background. The woman, hand resting on her chest, revealed she had returned from a meeting with the Minister of Finance. The text explained that the survival rate of upper-class intellectuals in the testing site was high because they always knew they might need to attack someone for their own benefit. Their heads were always full of schemes to defeat those who were more powerful than them, as symbolized by the glowing snake. A panther and snake were locked in a deadly embrace, teeth bared. Looking at these people now, the text stated, he was once again reminded of their nature. The man's expression was one of impressed amusement. The text concluded with a reference to the two directors. The documents were submitted to the courts, but the woman with long black hair believes they won't give up so easily. She explains that they requested at least $5 billion of additional investment and for them to take over the entire Daewoo Group. The woman states that it should be possible for them to only take some of the important industries, of course, with a bit more effort. Na-sun thinks that Jamie will still need some time to understand the flow of Korea's economy. The text states that the next party in power will be the Democratic Party, as two figures stand in the shadows. Na-sun considers that after progressing things this far, if they're the only ones to profit, Jeonil and the government will end up at odds with one another. The text explains that if the financial crisis is somewhat over, they will hit them with a severe tax audit. What the two Korean directors are looking at isn't just the properties or the profits. Two men are trying to purchase the seat and honor of one of the top three conglomerates, as they hold a glowing object. Not only the renown they had built up so far, but all the infrastructure beneath it. Na-sun is asked if Jamie can handle the Daewoo Group, as he thinks that just because she succeeded in buying them out, she wasn't thinking of bringing in a foreign management expert. The woman with long black hair gazes intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. She crosses her arms, relaying instructions. The woman tells someone to look for the group's new CEO among the current board members. He walks with purpose, another figure partially visible beside him. Na-sun is told that he is not one of the people under the thumb of the Daewoo Group. The woman's expression is serious as she mentions Park Chun-sik. She notes that Park Chun-sik also said the same thing. Na-sun pours a drink, his expression thoughtful. He is asked if he is giving permission to proceed with the buyout. A cup sits on a table, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The speaker emphasizes the need to project power, not weakness. A close-up of a coffee cup reveals the name Jamie. A voice asks yes. A figure drinks from a cup, the focus on their lips and the rim. They are told to progress everything in or a company. The woman's expression is one of anticipation, her eyes wide. She asks, no, Jamie? A single, intense red eye stares out, filled with determination and perhaps a hint of menace. Na-sun stands bathed in a red glow, power radiating from him. He states that whether it is land or a building, he is killing it. The focus shifts to his feet, planted firmly on the ground. He declares that you will never get it taken from you. Jeonil Investment has a clear goal, to dominate the country's economy. The sky stretches wide, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A plane descends, carrying someone of great importance to the Korean peninsula. Reporters gather, their cameras flashing, eager to capture the moment. Jonathan smiles, waving to the press, basking in the attention. The banner proclaims it, the first visit of the god of investment, Jonathan. Sweating slightly, Jonathan assures the press that Korea still has value, dismissing other investors' opinions. The press conference is in full swing, with Jonathan's visit headlining the finance news. At the podium, Jonathan addresses the crowd, his words amplified by the microphone. Reporters clamor for a chance to ask their questions, eager to gain insight from the investment guru. One reporter pleads with Jonathan to choose a place for him to invest in. Jonathan's expression shifts to surprise as he hears a voice cutting through the noise. He smiles, responding to a question from the assembled press. Jonathan raises a finger, emphasizing his point. The reporters watch intently, some taking notes. The lights flash as Jonathan declares what he would invest in. Microphones surround him as the cameras click, capturing his every word. That one thing? Fear. A poster proclaims Jonathan as the god of investment, urging others to invest in fear. Elsewhere, Sun-Hoo repeats the sentiment, his expression hardening. Back at the press conference, Jonathan's smile falters slightly. The man in the cap stands nearby, his hands clasped. Sun-Hoo approaches Jonathan, remarking on the impressive welcome. Jonathan acknowledges Sun-Hoo's comment, the two now face to face. He admits he barely made it out and had expected a nation-level welcome. The man believes this shows how desperate things have become. A bottle of beer is offered, a small gesture in light of the dire situation the country is in, but still, it gives some measure of hope. The initial payment from the IMF has arrived, and some US dollars are being released. Another man agrees, acknowledging the development. Jonathan smiles, noting that events are unfolding even faster than they had in the original timeline, a development that seems to please him. The man with the blonde hair raises a bottle to his lips, asking Sun-Hoo if a certain event was his masterpiece, clarifying if he meant the Daewoo Group. Sun-Hoo holds a glass of amber liquid, stating that while it wasn't specifically his plan, it is happening under his territory, a subtle assertion of control. In a bar setting, the man with the blonde hair leans back, casually inquiring about the Jeonil investment, his expression unreadable. The man with the blonde hair reflects on handing over his sword, noting that they started learning to swing it well on their own. He wonders if they will be taking over. The man with the blonde hair explains that it's something similar, but the restructuring and subsidiary management will go in immediately, a strategic maneuver. The man with the blonde hair looks off to the side, questioning why, and asking if the order isn't backwards, a hint of concern in his voice. Jonathan states that the dollar won't remain the center of power forever, and asks about taking on such a risk, his expression serious. Jonathan explains that once the country separates from the IMF, it will rapidly recover to normalcy, and this is preparation for then, a long-term strategy. Jonathan observes that Sunhu seems to find his country precious. The man in the suit, holding a glass of liquor, tells Sunhu that he'll have to wait to find out his objectives. The man states that patriotism isn't something to be embarrassed about, and since Sunhu has earned more than enough, he can do as he wants. The panel emphasizes $10 billion. Jonathan looks on, his expression unreadable. The man reveals that in addition to the $15 billion he was originally supposed to bring in, there will be another $10 billion. He continues, explaining that to match the purchase period of Daehu, he's planning on bringing in a total of $25 billion into the country. The man urges Sunhu to think really hard about this, as it could result in a 100-million-year sentence. Jonathan cautions that they can't go believing in every single plan they set up, and if the tax office puts their mind to it, discovering their shady dealings is only a matter of time. The man questions what the government will do. Jonathan points out that if such a large amount of unidentified funds begins to move, the people in a rush aren't them, but the country itself. The man smiles, listening intently. Jonathan concludes that this is an opportunity to turn all of that into completely clean money, and asks if the Korean government will be willing to do that for them. Jonathan, looking concerned, leans in, questioning the proposition. He seems unsure about the implications of their plan. He turns away, dismissing Jonathan's concerns with a shrug. Sunhu states that the decision ultimately rests with others. Sunhu glances to the side, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He believes they simply need to present the data. Jonathan's expression shifts, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He seems to relish the prospect. The supporting character looks down at a beer bottle, his brow furrowed in thought. He seems to be considering Sunhu's words. Sunhu glances away, his expression unreadable. The implications of their plan hang heavy in the air. Jonathan tips the bottle back, taking a long swig of beer. He appears to be steeling himself for what's to come. Rain streaks down the side of a beer bottle, held firmly in someone's hand. The weather reflects the grim mood. The gravity of the situation is laid bare. They're considering using an entire nation for their own gain. Sunhu stretches, seemingly unconcerned by the moral implications of their plan. He appears relaxed and confident. The grand retirement ceremony for the board of directors, reminiscent of a previous timeline, proceeds with the original power structure intact. The positions on the board remain unchanged. Outside, under a bright sky, someone inquires about the progress of the buyout. The question hangs in the air. So, Jamie, how is the buyout progressing? On the phone, the man in the suit learns that competitors have interfered. He is assured that the situation is slowly wrapping up, but the news is clearly unwelcome. The man on the phone hears a strange phrase, folding screens, and realizes the other party has learned a difficult word. A chuckle escapes him. He recalls learning it while he was in the Blue House, and the conversation turns to the distribution of funds. The man listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The man states that they should talk again later, and the conversation shifts to the situation with Daehu. The call is clearly coming to an end. The man in the suit assures the person on the other end of the line not to worry, that things are slowly wrapping up. He stands near a window, the city visible outside. His expression hardens as he silently commands someone to get up. The intensity in his eyes is palpable, hinting at a brewing conflict. Elsewhere, a group of men stand together, their faces grim. The atmosphere is tense, suggesting a confrontation has either just occurred or is about to. One of the men, bearing visible injuries, declares that he doesn't care what the others do and won't interfere, but warns them not to get on his nerves. He is cornered, sweat beading on his brow as Sunhu leans in close. The protagonist demands to know if he understands. The fabric of Sunhu's suit jacket is pulled taut across his shoulders, a subtle display of power. Sunhu turns and walks away, dismissing the man. He recalls a time when he had people connected to Russian mobs. Meanwhile, now Sunhu walks down the school stairs, contemplating his next move. He wonders what excuse he should use to finish up at school. Jamie watches Sunhu from a doorway, a slight smile playing on her lips as she observes him. Jamie's expression is knowing, as if she understands more than she lets on. Her eyes glint with amusement. The school building stands in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The teacher wants to tell you is. Jamie sits across from Sunhu, telling him that the kids don't hate him at all. She says they're just a bit scared of him. Sunhu speaks, saying that now that he thinks about it, it's weird. He says, of course, I'm not saying. Jamie's expression is thoughtful as she reflects on the past. She thinks about how her homeroom teacher during this time period was somebody else entirely. She had ignored it since it was an insignificant change, but now, her attitude towards him is catching her eye. Jamie listens as Sunhu advises someone to approach their teachers first, promising them that the school is a great place to learn. A girl with short brown hair looks up, asking if they'll at least be graduating middle school. The girl's expression is soft as she awaits a response. Sunhu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he considers something. He realizes there is a need for him to investigate this matter further. Meanwhile, a teacher stands at the blackboard, addressing her students in a classroom. Sunhoo reflects on the past few days, remembering how he hired a few professionals to conduct investigations on the homeroom teacher. The teacher warns her students that if they keep chatting in class, she won't tell them how the class will be split up. The text describes Woo Yun-hee, a 24-year-old born in Seoul, the oldest daughter of an average household. Sunhoo thinks that up to this point, Woo Yun-hee seems like just a plain person. But there are two unique traits about Woo Yun-hee that warrant further investigation. First, Woo Yun-hee knew Sunhoo from long before, and seems to have extreme interests in very specific targets. A collage of photos hints at the scope and nature of those interests, though the details remain obscured. It isn't quite at the point of perversion, but it is definitely within the realm of eccentricity. The problem is that Sunhoo was included as one of those targets, according to the note attached to his photo. Woo Yun-hee knew Sunhoo since he was in elementary school, a fact that seems to weigh heavily on her mind. And after passing her appointment tests, she worked quite hard to become Sunhoo's homeroom teacher. And second, there are other concerning details that have come to light regarding Woo Yun-hee. The details are obscured, but the image of a keyboard suggests a connection to online activity. Certainly, SSRI medications are also used for the treatment of depression or anxiety, hinting at a possible mental health struggle. But her overall symptoms constantly resurfaced, including hallucinations and the delusion that she can feel the emotions of others, which deteriorated her family relationships. Woo Yun-hee expresses concern, telling someone not to get hurt on vacation, so they can all see each other again safe and sound. She is in charge of the first years, but no amount of medication should negate her abilities. Woo Yun-hee smiles knowingly, but her hallucinations and delusions are very real. A student wonders if this is how he meets one, a pre-awakener. A voice echoes, proposing that they meet again. Woo Yun-hee holds a book, and it's mentioned that she's a super-duper rare empath healer. The city lights twinkle in the night sky. The buildings stand tall against the dark sky. Sunhoo sits in a chair, lost in thought as he gazes out the window. Sunhoo reflects on the fact that Woo Yun-hee was an empath healer. The reason that an empath healer is rare stems not only from the fact that this attribute is rare. After awakening, they have low survival rates. It's not through conversation, but just through feeling. At the testing site, the figures find themselves in great danger. They were able to feel the despair of the other survivors. Many of them could not endure it all. In the case of Woo Yun-hee, as she was a pre-awakener, it must have been even more difficult. Sunhoo stands by the window, reflecting on the fact that he hasn't heard her name in the original timeline. The city lights twinkle outside the window, but something very dark is probably the cause of this change. The phone rings, Jonathan's name displayed on the screen. Sunhoo answers the call. Jonathan reports, it's done. Sunhoo asks if they said they will come over to their side, as Jonathan confirms that the man is almost dead. They were showing off as they demanded my shares, but Sunhoo stands by the window, listening to Jonathan. Jonathan says he knew Sunhoo could do it, and mentions he's from Texas. Sunhoo looks at his phone, relieved that Jonathan has regained some of his spirits. A few days prior to the present, the scene unfolds. The city sprawls, a concrete testament to ambition and industry. Documents are placed on the table with a soft thud as Jonathan asks, Jonathan, have you made plans for retirement or something? Sunhoo questions the need for aggressive investments, asking why they shouldn't be looking for safety now. Jonathan acknowledges that investing in the Dow isn't bad, but it's not especially good either. Jonathan points out that the portfolio Sunhoo just made is a measly $10 billion. Jonathan gestures to the documents, stating that Sunhoo knows how much funds they actually have, and that his share is $30 billion at the bare minimum. Sunhoo recalls Jonathan's desire to divide up his shares, wondering what plans he was coming up with. But Sunhoo thinks that Jonathan only thought this much of his share of the money, and that he's getting soft. Jonathan states that this is $65 billion, and that if they stop here and use money like crazy, whatever they have left is still more than enough to live off of interest alone. Sunhoo challenges Jonathan to say that to that family and see how they react, starting to say the rote dash. Sunhoo stops himself, thinking that there's no reason to emphasize that name right now. He is asked what his objective is now, as if the previous conversation was not satisfactory. The graphic displays the estimated wealth of the god of the tycoons, $50 trillion. The image shows historical figures who founded a country and were legendary existences that changed the directions of the world wars. Sunhoo reflects on his decision to regress to that year, stating it wasn't just because of the stats, implying a deeper reason. The other man questions Sunhoo's objective, stating that they should still be hungry, despite their wealth. The other man apologizes, referencing Coach Hitting's famous quote about still being hungry, and tells Sunhoo to hold on to their wealth for now and use it later for some of the customers. A document is presented, asking if they still have the case for the purchase of the mid-scale investment companies for the customers. Sunhoo seems to react to something, though his expression is unreadable. The other man orders to reject all interviews and other events, his tone sharp and commanding. Sunhoo's anger flares as he points at the other man, retorting that his mindset is still that of a small well, even though the waters are overflowing, and he isn't even realizing it. Sunhoo insists that he's not trying to make any excuses, his expression firm. The other man retorts that it's no fun putting punks who are better than him under his command, his eyes narrowed. He listens as the man with blonde hair explains that he has been avoiding others, fearing they will realize something. Jonathan is also mentioned, with the man stating that he would be the one to stand in front. The man with blonde hair gestures with his hands, telling Sunhoo that he already knows why he can't be in the front. He urges Sunhoo to have some confidence in himself. The man with blonde hair continues, telling Jonathan that he would still have succeeded, even if he had not met him. He seems to be trying to encourage Jonathan. Jonathan smiles faintly, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. He is listening to the man with blonde hair, but his expression suggests he is not entirely convinced. Jonathan looks down, apologizing. He explains that his current state is due to the stress from various factors, suggesting he is feeling overwhelmed by the situation. The man with blonde hair responds, stating that Jonathan knows his situation. He then advises Jonathan to exercise, adding that his stomach has been looking larger than before. The man with blonde hair leans in, his expression intense. He emphasizes the importance of a healthy body and a healthy mind, seemingly trying to motivate Jonathan through tough love. The man with black hair looks on, his expression unreadable. He seems to be observing the interaction between the man with blonde hair and Jonathan, perhaps assessing the situation. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice states that as he expands the business, Jonathan will soon come to know the truth. The panel shows Jonathan in the background. Another voice describes the starved beast that has been hidden within him. The panel shows a man in armor, his face obscured by a helmet and shadows. Jonathan covers his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. He questions how someone like him can show any skill, suggesting he is struggling with self-doubt and a lack of confidence. The man with black hair observes Jonathan, a voice stating that he may need some more time. The man with black hair seems to be aware of Jonathan's struggles and is willing to be patient. He observes the scene, aware that the VIPs of Bluestone have entered the country. The name Bluestone looms large over a towering skyscraper as money rains down, while Jonathan looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Jonathan's expression deepens as the text proclaims Bluestone as the world's greatest private equity firm, a claim that seems increasingly distant from reality. Jonathan asks if the man is suggesting they will buy out the Bluestone Group. The man replies that he had said mid-scale. He acknowledges the situation, noting that Bluestone, while currently healthy, possesses a critical weakness, the Bluestone Capital Partners 3 Fund. Jonathan wonders aloud if there is anything the man doesn't know, his expression a mix of respect and apprehension. The narration reveals that Bluestone is pouring everything into their third product, but without the Korean members, it has become a deadweight. He is encouraged by an unseen presence, urged to believe in his own capabilities. He reflects on the people who have joined him, realizing that while the Bluestone Group is attractive, their affiliated company, Blue Rock, is even more tempting. Meanwhile, a poster showcases Blue Rock, hinting at a future where Kim, Chung-soo, Ian, and Jessica will combine forces to nurture the fund management company. The narration reveals that Blue Rock managed over $4 trillion in funds during their peak years, but the Blue Rock of now is nothing. The voice declares that they will continue to be nothing from now on, a chilling promise hanging in the air. The shadow banks, puppeteers of the financial world, operate from the unseen corners of power, their influence stretching across the globe. A declaration echoes through the void, a claim staked upon the very foundations of control. That title, that power, shall belong to no other. His parents believe he is returning from Bible school, but he used a short spring break to travel to the United States. Before moving to Blue Rock, he recruited Zillian and Jessica to assist him in his endeavors. The man searched for the genius analyst, Kim Chung-soo, hoping to enlist his expertise. And most importantly, the scene shifts to a bustling city street, hinting at new developments. Meanwhile, the entrance to the private research group Zopi stands prominently, suggesting a place of interest or investigation. A man introduces himself as John Clark, the inspector in charge, his expression serious and professional. A close-up reveals a hand, possibly involved in a deal or an exchange of information. The man shakes hands with another, introducing himself as Ethan, marking a new alliance or acquaintance. Ethan and the inspector in charge sit across from each other, discussing the fact that Ethan is a trust manager looking for a beneficiary. The text explains the benefits of a trust, while a wanted poster in the background highlights the need to prove family relationships in missing persons investigations. It's not difficult to find the beneficiary of a trust fund, but in the pursuit of a wanted man, one must prove they are related to the case. Ethan considers the situation, reminding himself to act within the bounds of the law. The information they have is sparse. The boy's name is Bobby, and he's between 12 and 15 years old. Clark John listens intently as Ethan speaks, his expression unreadable. Clark John reveals that Bobby lives in New York, then asks if there is any additional information. The trust manager's face is grim as he considers the limited data. Ethan admits he has a few details about Bobby's appearance, but unfortunately, other pieces are missing. Clark John acknowledges that the available intelligence is quite limited, and with only this amount, it will take a lot of time and money. Clark John compares the task to investigating the entire North American continent, but Ethan is already aware of the scope. The older man is determined, stating that the amount going to the beneficiary will more than cover the costs. Ethan insists that they shouldn't worry about the cost and should proceed with maximum manpower. The order is given. He must be found, no matter the cost. After all, this brat will be the future leader of the 8 evils and 8 virtues. A figure stands amidst shadowy silhouettes, destined for a dark legacy. He will be known as the first evil. Power crackles around a hand, hinting at the immense force at this figure's command. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to New York, where the Jonathan Investment Building pierces the sky. A photograph displays a man with neatly combed gray hair, a hint of weariness in his eyes. A voice wonders if someone has made a move to recruit a specific individual. Ethan holds a document, asking Jonathan about a particular person of interest. Jonathan intends to leave this individual with offshore funds, approximately $15 billion. He expresses surprise, even if the person is a member of the Morgan Group. Jonathan, reviewing the document, remarks that the individual seems like a great catch. Ethan smiles, holding the document, and confirms that Zillian was indeed the person in question. Ethan states that Zillian is the perfect choice to be the Vanguard leader, and that this is a present. A document is placed on the desk in front of Jonathan's laptop, prompting him to wonder what it is. Jonathan looks at the laptop screen, his expression suggesting curiosity and perhaps a hint of concern. He sits at his desk, staring intently at the laptop screen, a question forming in his mind as he reads. An autobiography? The implications of what he's reading begin to dawn on Jonathan, his eyes widening in disbelief. An investment book? Na-sun-hu asks if Jonathan is sure he doesn't have a doctorate or something, adding that it's not unusual that Jonathan is surprised. Sun-hu smirks, stating that it's packed full of theories that this world has yet to see, after all, and that he won't be the author. Jonathan continues to read, realizing that if this book were released in his name, no one would be able to suspect a thing. The realization hits Jonathan hard, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. Sun-hu stands nearby, watching Jonathan's reaction, as Jonathan covers his face, overwhelmed by the situation. This is too much. Jonathan's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he processes the implications of Sun-hu's words. Jonathan sighs, trying to regain his composure, stating that until Sun-hu shows himself to the world, he'll enjoy all this credit. Sun-hu looks at Jonathan, telling him that, in return, he can stop talking so formally to him, and apologizes. A fist clenches tightly, the tension palpable in the air. A voice declares that age is no big deal, and suggests they stop being business partners. He raises a fist, a wide smile on his face as Jonathan suggests that he and Sun-hu become friends. Sun-hu stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he considered Jonathan's unexpected proposition. Friendship, the text explains, was a foreign concept between awakeners. Jonathan and Sun-hu were merely colleagues. The two stand side by side, bathed in the glow of a mysterious cube. All they did, the text says, was share the spoils of war and points. The text emphasizes that the Jonathan of now is different from the one of the past, hinting at a change in his perspective. Sun-hu's face is drawn in thought, a small smile playing on his lips as he considers the implications of Jonathan's words. The text reveals that Sun-hu feels he's earned the right to call at least one person his friend, as a fist clenches in determination. Sun-hu and Jonathan bump fists, a gesture of camaraderie passing between them in the warm light. Two figures stand facing each other, one responding with a casual, "Okay, dude." A clock tower stands against the cloudy sky, marking the passage of time. The teacher adjusts his glasses, a grim announcement hanging in the air. Wu Yonhee has taken a leave of absence. At the school, a commotion had erupted during spring break. The reason? Wu Yonhee's sudden departure. Her mother arrived at the school, protesting the situation. She questioned the sanity of having someone mentally challenged as a teacher. Amidst the chaos, a plan was set in motion to confirm Wu Yonhee as an awakener, whatever the cost. The teacher's absence would have to be postponed for a while. The most important thing right now was something else. The priority shifted to prepare to enter the dungeon, a place of unknown dangers and potential rewards. For it was said that the dungeon was the only place to improve one's skills before entering the testing site. Elsewhere, a strange, ethereal light filled the air, hinting at the mysteries that lay ahead. The imposing structure of Hope Mental Hospital loomed, its barbed wire fences a stark reminder of confinement. A lone figure walked along a dark path, a flashlight beam cutting through the night, their destination unknown. Barbed wire, a symbol of restriction, stretched across the landscape, a silent warning to those who dared to cross. The young man's gaze was fixed, his expression resolute. He was ready for whatever lay ahead. A building looms, its sign proclaiming it to be Hope Mental Hospital. Barbed wire tops the walls of the facility, a perfect defense disguised as a mental asylum. A man exits the building, thinking that Boss Choi did a good job with the setup. The man muses that if things continue at this rate, it might only take a week to construct the building. The door creaks open, and the man thinks to himself that if he can get back alive, that is. The man, equipped with a flashlight, steps through the doorway, ready to face whatever lies beyond. A dark, gaping hole awaits, promising unknown dangers within its depths. The man's boots stand near a swirling blue light, the entrance to the dungeon. The blue light pulses, beckoning him forward into the unknown. Na Sunho walks towards the light, his resolve firm despite the uncertainty ahead. A system message appears. Do you want to open the dungeon? Yes/no. Even if it's just an F-class dungeon, Sunho can't believe he's going in without a seal of escape. Entering a dungeon alone, Sunho thinks, is pretty much asking to be killed. The only way to enhance his abilities, however, is to proceed. The system prompts him for confirmation, and he accepts. A surge of energy crackles around him. The symbol glows brightly as he prepares to descend. The entrance to the dungeon materializes before him, a staircase leading into the unknown. He shines a flashlight into the darkness, his expression a mix of apprehension and determination. His jacket is zipped up tight, a small comfort against the encroaching chill. The beam of light cuts through the gloom, illuminating the descending steps. Sunho's face is etched with a grim resolve as he steels himself for what lies ahead. He reminds himself that all he can rely on are the swords made at Namdaemun, a few meager painkillers, and a survival backpack that can't compare to what he's used to. With a determined gaze, Sunho descends into the dungeon, his backpack and flashlight his only companions. He strides forward, his lower body illuminated by an ethereal blue glow. The light intensifies, blurring the edges of reality. He presses on, knowing he has no other choice. The air crackles with energy as he moves deeper. Na Sunho's expression hardens, his eyes reflecting the intense light. A system message appears, confirming his entry. Entering the dungeon. A new message arrives. Na Sunho stares at his computer screen, a message notification displayed prominently. He wonders aloud if it's mail from Sun, deciding to investigate. Sunho smiles faintly, musing if Sun has hatched another scheme to earn some money. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Confusion creases his brow as he reads further. He begins to speak, but the words catch in his throat. Sunho's eyes are wide with shock and disbelief. The message declares itself to be a last will. A grotesque head, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunges forward. The monster's jaws open wide as it descends upon its prey, but the person male black hair character stands ready. Its clawed arm, a grotesque parody of flesh and bone, reaches out. A spray of crimson paints the air as the battle begins. He raises his sword, his face a mask of grim determination. The blade flashes, a silver streak against the encroaching darkness. More blood splatters, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. A piercing shriek echoes through the air, a sound of pain and fury. The monster's maw snaps shut, its hunger insatiable. The person male black hair character grapples with the beast, a desperate struggle for survival. The monster's claws tear through the air, seeking purchase. A final, agonizing scream as the monster's attack connects. He grips the knife tightly, preparing for what comes next. A crimson arc flashes through the air, a sign of the coming conflict. The monster's shriek pierces the air as it grapples with person male black hair, its massive arms constricting him. The beast looms over him, a predator relishing its advantage. The monster towers, a grotesque figure of immense power and malice. Person male black hair cries out, desperation etched on his face as he brandishes the knife. A clawed hand descends, promising pain and suffering. Another slash tears through the air, a desperate attempt to break free. A blade of pure energy erupts, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The impact explodes in a shower of sparks and gore. He cries out in pain as the monster closes in, its shadow engulfing him. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent, promising a brutal end. It lunges its massive jaws agape, ready to tear him apart. Damn it, he thinks, his eye filled with a fierce resolve. The monstrous creature closes in, its shadow falling over him. A system message appears. He has slain a Declan scout, and the Declan extermination continues. He lies on the ground, panting, the fallen scout nearby. The creature's massive foot looms, ready to crush him. He thinks to himself, the near-death experience weighing heavily. I almost died. Blood streaks down his face, but his expression hardens with renewed determination. Standing over the fallen beast, he reads the classification, Declan Soldier. Because they were still on a manageable side, they were called Doge Soldier. He continues onward, thinking that even with F-rank stats, hunting just 1 or 2 Doge Soldiers is proving difficult. The system informs him that this dungeon is a labyrinth type, and the scouts appeared near the entrance. The labyrinth's layout shifted each time it was entered, making every room unpredictable. No one could predict what dangers or rewards awaited within each chamber. To escape the dungeon, one had to complete one of 3 types of quests. These included the boss quest, the hunting quest, and the challenge quest, single combat. The mission complete stamp mocked him, a reminder of the task ahead. Alternatively, one could use the seal of escape to exit, but he already knew the strategy for the boss fight. The hunting quest reward was also a seal of escape, a fact that seemed almost insulting. Meanwhile, he thought the system was pathetic for making him risk his life on a courtesy quest. The system tossed him a quest that should be cleared easily, or so it claimed. Ahead, a dungeon box shimmered, promising potential rewards. He approached the dungeon box, his expression unreadable as he considered its contents. If he were lucky, a reward from a bronze box would indeed pop out, but luck was a fickle thing. The dungeon box could grant fortune, but misfortune was also possible. He knew the risks, and the man in the suit wished he could ignore it. The door loomed ahead, a silent challenge in the dimly lit corridor. He reached for his backpack, preparing for whatever lay beyond the door. His gloved hand grasped the cold metal of the door handle. He steeled himself, knowing he had to go past this door. He muttered a desperate plea, hoping to face only one opponent. The man in the suit drew his sword, his expression grim. He descended into the darkness, ready to confront the unknown. His eyes widened, reflecting the dim light and growing dread. The darkness seemed to pulse, hiding unseen horrors. Monstrous, glowing-eyed dogs emerged from the shadows. The monstrous dog snarls, its glowing orange eyes burning with predatory hunger. A single doorway, illuminated from within, offers the only visible path forward. A pack of the monstrous dogs stands guard, their silhouettes menacing in the dim light. The creature's sharp teeth and burning eyes promise a brutal encounter. The doorway looms, an ominous symbol etched above the frame. The pack of monstrous dogs remains vigilant, their eyes fixed on their prey. He hoped to conserve his skills, but the situation demands immediate action. A system message appears, detailing the effects of Odin's wrath, imbuing the target with electrical shocks for 30 minutes. The system announces the casting of Odin's wrath, targeting the Nambimun Workshop's longsword. Arcane symbols crackle around the blade as the enchantment takes hold. The longsword glows with electric energy, ready to unleash its power. The blade crackles with raw power, a defiant challenge to the monstrous dogs. The monstrous creature roars, its challenge echoing in the air. The air crackles with energy as the fight intensifies. The monstrous creature lunges forward, teeth bared in a savage snarl. Odin's wrath courses through the longsword, illuminating the blade. He moves with blinding speed, the longsword a blur of light. The protagonist's face is grim, his eyes focused on the battle. The longsword cuts through the air, leaving trails of electrical energy. He leaps through the air, bringing the longsword down on another foe. He grips the sword tightly, its blade crackling with violet energy. The man thinks to himself that casting a buff on a weapon is truly effective. The weapon pulses with power, the arcane energies coalescing at its tip. A blinding beam of pure force erupts from the enchanted blade. The man's eyes widen as he witnesses the unleashed power. The air crackles with the unleashed energy. The monstrous creature is struck head-on by the blast, its form illuminated by the violet light. Person male black hair watches as the creature is engulfed, thinking that even an F-rank's body strength cannot endure such an attack. A pained roar echoes as the creature writhes in agony. The monstrous creature's face contorts in a silent scream. The creature's body is racked with pain as the energy courses through it. The air vibrates with the force of the attack. The creature's screams intensify, a symphony of agony. A hand reaches upward, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Amidst a flurry of crimson energy, the air crackles with unseen power, the energy manifesting as jagged, violet lines. Darkness shrouds the scene, hinting at the aftermath of a brutal encounter. The protagonist lies amidst the carnage, a testament to a fierce battle fought and won, though at a heavy cost. The fallen creatures are surrounded by pools of their own blood, their forms twisted in unnatural angles. The scene is a macabre tableau of victory, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and the silence of death. A primal scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of pain and the lingering shock of combat. His face, smeared with blood, contorts in agony as the echoes of battle still ring in his ears. His eyes, wide with a mix of pain and confusion, struggle to focus on the aftermath. The guttural cry continues, a physical manifestation of the trauma endured. Coughing violently, he expels blood, each spasm a reminder of the damage inflicted upon him. A weak affirmation escapes his lips, a fragile attempt to assert control over his broken body. Disoriented and struggling to piece together the events, he wonders how much time has slipped away during the battle. He stares at the translucent blue screen, wondering how many hours have passed since the brutal fight ended. The protagonist, still catching his breath, notes with grim satisfaction that his left arm remains intact, a small victory amidst the carnage. He clenches his bloodied hand, thinking that it would have probably been torn off if not for something. He remembers just how generous the tutorial reward was, a small comfort in his current battered state. For now, he must secure the seal of escape with a hunting quest, and if he defeats just 4 more charging at him, it should be fine. The protagonist steels himself, his gaze hardening with renewed resolve despite the blood streaking his face. The air hangs heavy, the silence broken only by anticipation. 2 figures emerge from the gloom, their canine features sharp and menacing. He wipes the blood from his brow, his voice ringing out. "All right, come at me." The battlefield is littered with corpses, a testament to his recent struggle. He eyes the dog-headed figures warily. What? Why are they hesitating? These aren't. A flicker of realization crosses his face, his eyes narrowing with grim determination. A monstrous figure looms, its twin heads a grotesque display of power. Each head bears a menacing grin, promising pain and suffering. The twin-headed creature stands ready, its massive form radiating menace. The system announces, twin heads. It's an elite combat quest. He grits his teeth, frustration evident. This is cheating. Why is this guy showing up here? Power gathers around the creature's leg, ready to unleash its might. He leaps into action, his blade crackling with azure energy. The glowing edge slices through the air with blinding speed. The monstrous creature is sent reeling from the force of the blow. The air vibrates with the force of the impact. But the momentum throws him off balance, sending him tumbling backwards. Looking up, he realizes the gravity of the situation. It's at least an E rank. He grits his teeth, knowing he can't win without pushing himself to the limit. It's not something he can deal with without overcoming adversity. The monstrous creature gathers energy, preparing a counterattack. The protagonist is slammed into the ground, blood splattering. The monstrous creature looms over him, ready to deliver the final blow. Its foot descends with crushing force. The monster's eyes gleam with predatory hunger. The monstrous creature lunges, its fangs bared and claws extended, ready to strike. Its massive foot slams down, pulverizing the ground where the protagonist once stood. The protagonist grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. Damn it, he thinks, it's do or die. A strange, glowing cube materializes in the air, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The monstrous creature roars, its twin heads a blur of teeth and fury. The protagonist is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward with a pained grunt. A hand reaches out, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, toward a holographic system message. Through narrowed eyes, the protagonist sees the system prompt. Will you open dungeon box? A surge of power erupts around him, accompanied by a cacophony of otherworldly sounds. The protagonist is sent flying, a trail of energy following him as he hurtles through the air. The system announces, you have acquired seal of escape. The monstrous creature looms, its shadow falling over the protagonist as it prepares to strike again. It lunges, claws extended, ready to tear into its prey. The monstrous claws draw closer, promising a brutal end. A blue screen flashes. The seal of escape has been activated. Bathed in light, the protagonist is sent spiraling through the air. He crashes to the ground, the light still clinging to him. Meanwhile, a staircase of glowing blue descends into an unknown depth. The room is dark, save for the faint light emanating from the stairs. He plummets down the steps, the water below rushing up to meet him. The air crackles as he falls, the sound echoing in the darkness. His eyes widen in shock, a cry escaping his lips as he falls further. The force of the fall sends vibrations through his body. He sits on the steps, catching his breath, unsure of where he is. He grits his teeth, sweat and blood streaking down his face. A manic grin spreads across his bloodied face, a chilling contrast to his earlier distress. He covers his mouth with a gloved hand, the smile still evident in his eyes. The protagonist sits hunched over, remembering the seal of escape that saved him. He reflects on the 8 virtues and the system that drove them mad, seeing it as a disgusting game with life on the line. A mass of pale, reaching hands claw from the darkness, a vision of futile struggle and fading hope. The protagonist's smile remains, a disturbing mask over his grim reality. He holds a battered phone in his gloved hand, its screen dark. The protagonist stares at the phone, his expression unreadable beneath the blood and grime. He wonders if this is truly the only way left, his gloved fingers stained with blood. The phone screen illuminates his face, revealing 30 missed calls from Jonathan. He decides to call him later, the decision hanging heavy in the air. The flip phone buzzes insistently against the table, the sound echoing in the quiet room. She raises the device to her ear, her fingers lightly touching the worn plastic casing. Elsewhere, A man answers a similar phone, his expression grim. Looks like he didn't get hospitalized. The woman continues to listen, her expression unreadable as the call continues. A voice answers the call. Hello. The woman's eyes widen in shock as she hears the voice on the other end. Teacher. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands beside a car on a snowy road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The building looms in the background, its windows glowing with a soft, inviting light. Na Sunhu, visibly injured, looks up at the woman with concern etched on her face. Sunhu, what happened? She asks. Inside the car, tension hangs heavy in the air. How'd you get so hurt? He looks at her, his expression strained. I'm fine. Please come in. The teacher's brow furrows, her eyes darting nervously around the vehicle's interior. Her voice trembles slightly as she speaks. Sunhu, this place is... The gravity of their location hangs heavy in the air. The sign looms large, illuminated against the night sky. Hope Mental Hospital. Barbed wire tops the walls. A plaque is affixed to the building's facade, bearing an inscription. The details are obscured in the dim light. He listens intently as the teacher continues, her expression fraught with worry. There's only two of us here. Sunhu's eyes narrow, taking in the surroundings. He thinks to himself that the disguise is even more shady. The teacher's voice rises slightly, a hint of desperation creeping in. Sunhu, I'm not crazy. Tears well up in her eyes as she struggles to articulate her thoughts. It's hard to explain, she thinks. A question mark hangs in the air as the teacher's expression conveys a mix of anxiety and pleading. She clasps her hands tightly on the steering wheel, her voice firm. I asked you to come here so I could explain my situation to you. Sunhu considers her words, his gaze distant. He thinks that if her ability had developed, she would have read his mind already. He sits in the passenger seat, the teacher's worried expression illuminated by the car's interior lights as she glances over at him. The dashboard glows softly, reflecting in the windshield as the teacher begins to speak, her words hanging heavy in the air. The offer hangs in the balance. Return and be treated as a lunatic for the rest of his life. Or, Sunhu's eyes glow with determination, his gaze intense as he considers the choice before him. A disembodied voice echoes, presenting a stark choice. Return to a life of perceived madness, or embrace an unknown path. A man's gaze pierces the darkness, his eyes burning with an unnatural, crimson light. The voice continues, now an explicit invitation. Or will you follow me? A guttural roar tears through the silence, a primal scream of impending doom. A monstrous creature looms, its fangs bared and eyes blazing with malevolent intent. Another piercing shriek echoes, amplifying the sense of terror. The scream intensifies, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. Her eyes wide with horror, the teacher recoils, her mouth agape in a silent scream. A man looks up, his face contorted in fear as he cries out, questioning the nature of the monster before him. Clinging to the man, the teacher desperately tries to reassure him, insisting it's merely a memory. Though Uyoni's ability hasn't fully developed, proximity allows her to share memories of recent days. She stands before Sunhu, who wonders if the weight of their shared vision is too much for her to bear. The air hangs heavy between them, the silence punctuated only by the unseen echoes of their shared experience. Sunhu touches his chin, his expression thoughtful. He begins to explain his understanding of the vision. The teacher's eyes widen, her face etched with worry. Is that we were the people chosen to fight against monsters like that? She asks. The words hang in the air, heavy with the implications of a looming threat. And attack us in the near future? The day of beginnings. Sunhu's expression hardens with resolve. He states, that is the day I am preparing for. The teacher sits, hunched over, as Sunhu stands tall, his gaze fixed on the ominous passageway before them. He wonders where it leads. The passageway glows with an eerie light, its depths hinting at the unknown dangers that lie ahead. The vision intensifies, the words echoing the impending doom, is swarming with the monsters. The teacher's eyes dart around, her face a mask of terror as the reality of the situation sinks in. Her lips tremble, a silent testament to the fear that grips her heart. She's clearly overwhelmed. Despite her fear, a flicker of determination sparks in her eyes. She looks up, a question forming on her lips. She sits on the floor, holding a document, her gaze fixed on Sunhu as she presents him with an offer. The teacher explains that it's a contract, promising additional compensation if he chooses to raid the dungeon with her. Sunhu is told that if he declines, he can simply return to his normal life until the day of beginning comes. He acknowledges the gravity of the situation, stating that this is not something everyone can simply go and fight. The teacher says she will wait for him there until tomorrow, giving him time to consider the offer. The narrator emphasizes the gravity of the decision, reminding Sunhu that it's a matter of life and death, urging him to think it over carefully. Meanwhile, a car sits parked in front of a building at night, the scene bathed in the cool glow of streetlights. The car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead with an intense, focused beam. A status window appears, hinting at the protagonist's abilities and potential. Na-sun's status is displayed. Trait 1, Skill 1, Vitality F 1, Strength F 1, Dexterity F 2, Mind F 12, with a total of 50 points, revealing that he started seeing hallucinations around middle school. The teacher's expression is contemplative as she reflects on the events that transpired after telling her mom. She recalled being dragged to a prayer center, seeing a blue window that only she could see. One day, the emotions of other people started to be shared with her, an overwhelming sensation. She tried to figure out why it was happening, but to no avail, the cause remaining a mystery. Among all of them was a child that she felt the strongest presence of, a beacon in the storm. Na-sun's name echoed in her mind, a key to understanding the present. The teacher thought she'd be able to find a clue from this child, a connection to the past. The teacher's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. This can't be real, she thought. A $156,000 contract fee and an $800,000 annual salary were on the table, an offer too good to ignore. As incentive, for every dungeon she entered, she would get $400,000, and every dungeon successfully cleared was another $400,000. Compensation for death and injury was 3 times the annual salary at $2.4 million, a grim but necessary detail. What is this unbelievable amount of money? She wondered, staring at the contract. The teacher's eye reflected a mix of disbelief and temptation, the weight of the offer settling in. A nagging doubt lingers, as someone wonders if they are possessed. The air crackles with unseen energy. Na-sun's expression is unreadable. The city hums with an otherworldly resonance. Na-sun approaches a sleek, dark car, his face obscured by shadow. The rain intensifies, each drop a tiny hammer against the world. Na-sun is asked if he has made up his mind. The sound reverberates, echoing the weight of the decision. Na-sun peers into the car, catching the worried gaze of the teacher. Na-sun's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. The teacher welcomes someone to this world, her expression unreadable. The text identifies someone named Woo Yeon-hee as a pre-awakener. A rushing sound fills the air as something approaches rapidly. A white car speeds down the road, the engine roaring. Inside the speeding car, the teacher asks if she could slow down a little. He thinks to himself that he hopes it's not out of some sense of responsibility for him. The teacher, Woo Yeon-hee, says she is thankful to him, and that before she heard his story, all she was thinking about was how to... She insists that she is not crazy. The man in the passenger seat notes that since she is giving him a lot of money as well, there's no reason to decline, right? He thinks that she is acting tough while her fingers are trembling like that. She asks if she's really giving him that much. Woo Yeon-hee confirms that it is a huge amount. The man wonders about the sum of money. He sits in the passenger seat, a bandage on his cheek, a small smile playing on his lips. He says, "You'll know when we get." Woo Yeon-hee grips the steering wheel, her expression unreadable as she focuses on the road ahead. The teacher's brow furrows slightly as she speaks. "Why have you been using casual speech with me since before? Are you perhaps older?" Sun stares straight ahead, his expression thoughtful as he considers her words. He responds to Woo Yeon-hee. "Well, I guess you could say that." Sun covers his face with his hand, a wry smile playing on his lips. Though, age has no meaning in this world. The sun glints off the towering buildings as they drive through the city. The car speeds along the road, the city blurring past in a rush of steel and glass. He repeats, "You'll know." Suddenly, the tires screech against the asphalt. The car lurches violently, throwing its occupants forward. A man with blonde hair stares wide-eyed, his mouth agape in shock. He shouts, "You said nothing happened, so what's all this? Just how injured did you get?" He stands, listening intently to Sunhoo, who is covered in bandages and being supported by Woo Yeon-hee. Sunhoo questions how he is an important person. The blonde man's expression hardens as he asks what the problem is right now. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he says, "You really..." The blonde man covers his face with his hand, trying to regain his composure. He mutters that he made sure to get out cleanly, so they shouldn't worry. Sunhoo, Woo Yeon-hee, and the blonde man stand together, the tension palpable between them as they consider the situation. Woo Yeon-hee looks down, her expression unreadable as she asks if he is Jonathan Investments. Woo Yeon-hee looks up, her eyes wide as she asks, "Jonathan Hunter?" The blonde man looks at Sunhoo, his expression serious as he awaits his response. Sunhoo smiles slightly, a glint in his eye as he prepares to reveal more. Sunhoo explains that he's a friend who will execute the contract for them and is 24th ranked in Forbes' list of global billionaires. The blonde man, Jonathan Hunter, stands with a neutral expression, awaiting further instructions. He is known as the god of investment, Jonathan Hunter. A voice assures that there should be no worries. Someone gazes upward, the thought of 200 million hanging in the air. A woman struggles with a heavy box, her brow furrowed with concern as she calls out to Jonathan. Jonathan and Sunhoo stand side by side, gazing out of a window, their expressions unreadable. Jonathan questions Sunhoo's generosity, wondering why he's giving so much money to the girl. A voice warns that if both of them go missing, her father will be sent 3 billion won. Jonathan, concerned, asks Sunhoo what's wrong with him, his expression a mix of worry and confusion. Sunhoo smiles weakly, bandages visible on his face, hinting at a recent injury. Jonathan states that he ordered the menu Sunhoo likes, his tone suggesting a desire to lighten the mood. A bowl of food sits on a table, a spoon resting beside it, the scene simple and ordinary. Sunhoo believes the restaurant Jonathan likes is closed, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. Jonathan exclaims about the tasty restaurant, realizing they must be in a bad situation and that it's not just a case in their country, but also involves foreign funds that came to Asia. The protagonist, a bandage on his cheek, looks off into the distance, concern etched on his face. Where do they all go? Jonathan explains that they are currently in Eastern Europe, then asks if they might also be in Latin America. A new possibility arises. There's one more place they could be, the Russian flag waving in the wind. The protagonist stares intently, the name of the country appearing boldly behind him, Russia. A hand clicks a computer mouse, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. Jonathan expresses disbelief, questioning how many nuclear weapons Russia possesses. The protagonist looks on, concerned. He continues to click the mouse, stating that Russia is a country that cannot be ruined. The protagonist smiles grimly, stating that everyone thinks so, but they're going there anyway. Jonathan asks if the protagonist remembers asking him how great Jillian was. He clarifies that he is asking if the protagonist personally took action to recruit her, and how he is supposed to say anything about a member of the Morgan Group. Jonathan proposes competing with Russia, stating that whoever rises higher will make the profit, looking at Sunhoo. Another click of the mouse. The protagonist thinks to himself that he will get Jonathan a friend as good as Jillian. The man in the suit is identified as Kim Chung-soo, though his current appearance is not ideal. Jonathan, observing Kim Chung-soo on a monitor, wonders if all he has to do is watch him from behind. One man expresses his desire to finally rest, while another questions if they need to raise the stakes. The man with blonde hair states that there will be a big event selling Russian government bonds soon. A note explains that government bonds are debt instruments with a fixed maturity issued by the central government for financing or policy enforcement. A man with a sinister smile and a glowing red eye is shown. Someone wonders if around $1 billion might be enough, as an airplane flies in the night sky. Russia is described as screwed, even though they are burning $1 billion. A man's face is shown, with the implication that something has begun again. The names Jonathan, Jillian, and Jessica are listed. A blue jacket falls to the ground. The knights of the financial empire began to move, with one knight set to enter the dungeon. The protagonist wraps bandages around his torso, preparing for what's to come. The words hang in the air, a stark and unsettling command. Stab me. Woo Yeonhee's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. A figure stands, legs clad in dark tights, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Woo Yeonhee grabs the protagonist's arm, her voice laced with concern as she pleads with him to wait, saying it doesn't seem right. The protagonist's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he states that in a dungeon, she would have died multiple times already. The contract's first paragraph declares that all orders relating to dungeons are absolute, a binding agreement hanging over them. Woo Yeonhee winces, a pained expression on her face as she's reminded that training to get into the dungeon is included, and he asks if she forgot. A status screen reveals that the ability Woo Yeonhee taught him was insignificant, showing her stats as Strength F1, Agility F2, and Mind F12. Another screen details the sensitivity characteristic, noting that the target's emotions are transmitted irregularly, graded at F0, a level difficult for even a hunter to rank. The skill Mary's Touch dramatically cancels the target's inability to fight, graded at F0, with a 24-hour reload time, an ability he's never heard of in this era. The final screen explains that this is a skill that probably brings the target's injury to oneself, showing Woo Yeonhee stabbing with her knife. She is depicted in a cartoonish style, a knife pointed towards her. The text below states that she is training to be stabbed. The teacher's expression is grim as she speaks to the protagonist. She says it's harsh, but there's no time to delay, and if they hesitate in a dungeon, they'll both die. Woo Yeonhee's face is tight with determination. She steels herself, declaring this is the last time. The blade plunges forward. The protagonist yells for her to stab him. Woo Yeonhee's face contorts in a grimace as she completes the motion, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoing in the air. After the onset of the adversary, excessive bleeding begins, painting the scene with crimson. Mary's Touch activates. The adversary makes one forget the pain, but it doesn't eliminate the wound itself. The protagonist's expression is pained, but resolute. A faint glow emanates from the wound on his chest. The wound disappears with Mary's Touch, and the adversary becomes even stronger, the light intensifying. But Woo Yeonhee's pain is... The text trails off, implying the severity of her suffering. It's as if the adversary is activated in his body, the protagonist thinks. With his small body, she'll see the threshold of death. Woo Yeonhee lies on the ground, trembling. The protagonist stands over her, his expression unreadable. The hospital bed creaks under the weight of a restless patient. The protagonist wonders if Woo Yeonhee will be able to use Mary's touch in the dungeon without hesitation. Woo Yeonhee lies in the hospital bed, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her eyes flutter open, a flicker of awareness returning to her gaze. The protagonist sits at a computer, the clatter of the keyboard filling the room as he wonders how long she has been laying there. Woo Yeonhee reflects that it has been around 12 hours, and she thought she was going to die, but it was easier than she thought. Her gaze falls upon her bandaged hands, and she wonders if she exaggerated the situation. Woo Yeonhee is told that she should be careful for the next few days, a concerned expression on her face. The protagonist's hands rest on the desk as he thinks that everything seems better because of the painkillers, and that he is going out and will come back, so she should make herself at home. Woo Yeonhee steels herself, resolving to focus on recovering. She affirms that orders relating to the dungeon are absolute. Elsewhere, the sun reflects off the glass of a tall building. Meanwhile, the John Il investment building looms large, a monument to ambition and success. A woman in a smart vest greets someone, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. The visitor states his intention, to see his father, a request that carries a weight of expectation. A man in a suit stands, his expression unreadable as he anticipates the arrival of his son. Na Sun-hoo arrives, accompanied by an older man who places a hand on his shoulder. Sun-hoo is greeted warmly, the man expressing his pleasure at his arrival. Sun-hoo greets the man with a polite, "Hello, sir," maintaining a respectful demeanor. The older man compliments Sun-hoo, joking about his own jealousy of such a handsome son and inquiring about his university. The older man remarks that Sun-hoo may look mature, but he's still a middle school student. The man continues, stating he wouldn't be jealous if he had such a reliable son, and offers Sun-hoo something to help him become a great man like his father. Sun-hoo accepts the gift with a polite thank you, receiving what appears to be pocket money from the man. The man explains that he wanted to show Sun-hoo the company wants, and that he has something for him, implying a deeper purpose to the visit. He walks alongside Jamie, the man speaking of keeping secret from his mother. Jamie puts a finger to his lips, telling Na Sun-hoo it's a secret because he's going to surprise his mother this evening. Jamie smiles, stating that he will be here for work starting tomorrow. The foreign exchange bank looms large, its name emblazoned across the building's facade. Jamie asks if the company Sun-hoo works for is the foreign exchange bank, admitting he pushed hard but doesn't know if he did well. Jamie congratulates himself, then reminds Sun-hoo that his dad's company is a foreign company, right? Jamie places a hand on Sun-hoo's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance. Jamie says it would be great if Sun-hoo knew, and that he'd be happy if he showed much interest in the economy. A sudden realization dawns on Sun-hoo. It's today. Sun-hoo realizes that today is the day his talisman returns. Jamie hands Sun-hoo a card, its surface covered in intricate patterns. Jamie encourages Sun-hoo to think about what stocks to buy with that money and to tell him when he's decided, suggesting they talk a lot about it. A golden card shimmers, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. The card represents entry into the financial world, a trial survived on Wall Street. He stands amidst a flurry of butterflies, the account marking the beginning of a butterfly effect. Na Sun-hoo, clad in a suit, holds the golden card, a symbol of his financial power. This completes the preparations for entering the dungeon, a new chapter in his life. A specialized dart, fletched with white and gold, hurtles forward with incredible speed. The projectile strikes its mark, piercing the center of the target with deadly accuracy. The force of the impact sends vibrations rippling through the target. Woo Yeonhee, holding the weapon, asks if Na Sun-hoo saw the shot she just made. Woo Yeonhee wonders aloud if she is good at shooting now, and then questions if the darts can pierce skin. Na Sun-hoo observes that there is nothing to be done about it, but she can't fight in close combat. The message is clear. They are entering the dungeon tomorrow. Woo Yeonhee's expression is thoughtful as she considers the upcoming challenge. The teacher wonders what else she has to prepare for the dungeon. Na Sun-hoo states that if there's anything he has to say, he will. The protagonist asks if she is preparing a suicide note. The grim truth hangs heavy. The odds of survival are dwindling. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. Crimson streaks paint the scene, a testament to the brutal conflict. The intensity escalates, each strike echoing with deadly force. The onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of power and fury. The air vibrates with each impact, a symphony of destruction unfolding. The protagonist, bloodied but unbowed, grits his teeth in defiance. Her eyes widen in horror, the true scope of the dungeon's danger revealed. The realization dawns. The abyss of her imagination pales in comparison. Woo Yeonhee now understands just how insignificant her imagination of the dungeon was. A chilling declaration echoes. Existence is reduced to a cycle of killing. A monstrous figure looms, blade raised, poised to strike the defenseless teacher. The monstrous creature looms, its jaws open wide, ready to strike. A stark declaration hangs in the air. There is no difference between humans and monsters. A burst of raw power explodes outward, a crimson wave of force unleashed in a confined space. The impact intensifies, the red energy radiating outwards, consuming everything in its path. Her eyes wide with shock, Wu Yonhee stares into the chaos, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. A system notification flashes, revealing that Wu Yonhee has attempted to use body treatment in a desperate bid to survive. The monstrous figure's leg looms over her, but a new system message appears. The wound has slightly recovered, offering a glimmer of hope. The monster's leg presses closer, the threat still imminent despite the slight recovery, the danger far from over. Elsewhere, Sun Hu is battered and bloodied, his body bearing the marks of a brutal struggle, but he still stands. The monster's leg rests heavily on the ground, a stark reminder of the power it wields and the devastation it leaves behind. Wu Yonhee's eyes widen further, her gaze fixed on something unseen, a silent realization dawning within her. This place. Alone amidst the carnage, Sun Hu offers a grim assessment, acknowledging his own survival. Alone, good job. Despite the horrors he has witnessed, Sun Hu finds a small victory in maintaining his sanity. We didn't lose your mind in the midst of all this. A fight for survival concludes as the system announces the completion of the Defeat Declan quest, rewarding an escape seal. He declares that he will take care of it, questioning if Wu Yonhee has any objections to his plan. Sun Hu reflects, acknowledging that even though she knows this could be a lifeline, she is willing to risk it. He thinks that she is stronger than he initially believed, and that having a healer makes fighting more efficient. The monstrous figure looms, a stark reminder of the danger they face, as Sun Hu reflects on the situation. Wounded and bloodied, Sun Hu grits his teeth, thinking that it would have been more or less tolerable if he were alone. Sweat beads on his brow as he exhales, realizing that they're the only ones left to fight. A flashback reveals information about ability users who can use unthinkable attacks whenever and in whatever shape they like. The system announces that Wu Yonhee has used phobia treatment, a skill that could turn the tide. Sun Hu, looking confused, can only manage a questioning, as he tries to process the situation. He remains silent, his expression a mix of surprise and anticipation for what comes next. Wu Yonhee, with a determined look, aims a crossbow, ready to strike against their enemy. Despite the blood splattered across his face, Sun Hu grins, declaring that they will proceed. He insists that he is fine, explaining that the spiritual world makes him sensitive and that he was simply thinking of the past. The blood on Sun Hu's face is still visible as he speaks, his expression strained. Wu Yonhee looks at him with concern, asking if they should wait a little longer for him to calm down. Sun Hu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he warns her not to hesitate if she gets even the smallest suspicion. The group decides that they are going to the second room. Sun Hu and Wu Yonhee stand in a doorway, ready to move forward, their faces grim. Sun Hu glances to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, his expression unreadable. Wu Yonhee's name is spoken, and she responds with a simple yes, as Sun Hu reminds her not to forget what he told her. The pair walks down a dimly lit hallway, their shadows stretching out before them, hinting at something sinister ahead. A monstrous figure looms, its form barely visible, as a voice echoes the instructions given. The monstrous figure is revealed further, with a message appearing. For when we meet, a two-headed monster. Crimson liquid explodes across the scene, a prelude to violence. He cries out as a dagger pierces his flesh, blood erupting. The blade sinks deeper, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The monstrous figure leaps back, disengaging from the brutal attack. Sun Hu grits his teeth, pain etched across his face, but resolve hardening his gaze. Another strike comes, heralded by a flash of violet energy and a rush of displaced air. The monstrous figure descends, a massive sword arcing down towards the downed protagonist. The blade finds its mark, more blood blossoming as the attack connects. Sun Hu cries out, the single syllable UGH ripped from his throat. Wu Yonhee's eyes widen in horror, her hand flying to cover her mouth in a futile attempt to silence her scream. She shouts, begging him not to use his healing ability. Coughing up blood, Sun Hu considers his options, Mary's touch, or something else entirely. A warning echoes, cautioning against provoking the beast with a crossbow. Below, the monstrous figure looms, its three heads a terrifying sight. The monstrous figure lunges forward, a shadowy figure caught in its path. A desperate thought surfaces, there is a last resort available. He cries out in pain, his face splattered with blood. Wu Yonhee coughs, a pained sound escaping her lips. She insists that there is only one thing to do. A warning is given. If anything comes towards you, tears stream down Wu Yonhee's face as she covers her mouth, her expression filled with anguish. Wu Yonhee plummets downward, the monstrous figure looming above as she urges someone to live. She continues to fall, the monstrous figure still in pursuit. Run! She shouts, urging Sianhu not to die. Wu Yonhee continues to shout, telling him that he mustn't die. The teacher's heart feels like it is about to explode, and her stamina is awful. Wu Yonhee grits her teeth, lamenting that she still can't use Mary's touch. She wonders what she can do to survive, and where she can get stamina from. Wu Yonhee looks up, a question forming in her mind. A blue screen appears before the teacher, the glow reflecting in her wide eyes. The screen displays the words, "The Diary Quest." Close up on Wu Yonhee's eye, reflecting the blue light. The screen reads, "Please decide upon the agreement of the first and runner-up player." Wu Yonhee shouts, seeing his name, in desperation. She calls out his name, her voice laced with concern as the battle rages on, the air thick with falling debris and ominous red streaks. The monstrous figure looms, its fangs bared and claws extended, a terrifying predator amidst the chaos of the ongoing fight. Wu Yonhee's eyes widen with fear as she gazes upward, her expression a mixture of worry and desperation for Na-sun's safety. A surge of hope flickers across her face as she shouts encouragement, willing him to victory against the monstrous foe. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building in the darkness. A dark substance coats the ground, glistening ominously under the faint light. Two monstrous figures stand guard, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. A voice echoes through the chamber, taunting, "That's right, this way you fucks." A hand clenches, ready to strike, surrounded by an ominous, pulsing aura. The eyes burn with an intense, bloodthirsty rage, focused on a single target. A booming declaration shatters the silence. "Is here." The protagonist man who overcomes adversity, stands defiant, flanked by the monstrous figures. The monstrous figure bears its fangs, a terrifying display of raw power. A weapon lies discarded, covered in a dark, viscous substance, hinting at a brutal struggle. A system message appears, declaring that the requirements for Quest IV combat have been met. He is surrounded by a blue interface, his expression unreadable. Someone observes that she is still alive, though the circumstances remain unclear. The monstrous figure looms over the protagonist, the aftermath of their battle still lingering. A system message appears, congratulating Wu Yonhee for a job well done. A voice reflects on the deadly pain felt upon opening their eyes. The man in the white coat finds it strange that he thought about evil deeds. The protagonist, wrapped in bandages, is observed by an unknown person who thinks he must have experienced this chaos a lot. He reflects on how his old self envied him for his character, but never anticipated such excruciating pain. The protagonist notes that he used all his healing skills, but nothing's working. Someone says that Yonka survived as well. The protagonist, still covered in bandages, looks off to the side. A voice calls out, simply stating Yonhee. Wu Yonhee's face is marred with dirt and blood, her expression one of deep concern. A blade flashes through the air, a deadly arc of sharpened steel. The speed of the attack is almost imperceptible, a blur of motion. The blade continues its descent, a harbinger of violence. The monstrous figure's sword falls, aimed directly at Wu Yonhee. A figure in a suit moves, perhaps to intervene, but the attack is too swift. The sound of impact echoes, a sickening crunch of steel on something solid. The monstrous figure looms over Wu Yonhee, its sword poised for another strike. The air crackles with energy as the attack connects. The monstrous figure's eyes glow with malevolent intent. A silent exclamation hangs in the air, a moment of stunned realization. She had pierced that eye with an arrow, tangling it up. The monstrous figure loomed over Wu Yonhee, a terrifying presence. A hand gripped a dagger, ready for use. The dagger was wielded after waiting for the right timing. Sun's eyes widened, seeing Wu Yonhee behind him. He realized he was wrong. Wu Yonhee looked distressed, thinking she was just a beginner healer. She hadn't expected to survive in this desperate situation. Meanwhile, in the last week, Wu Yonhee had been observing the floating boxes. Sunhu held a glowing box, recalling that they swiped all the boxes in the dungeon. The mission complete screen appeared, signifying the destruction of the dungeon by defeating every boss. Sunhu, with Wu Yonhee behind him, had buffed up his skills and prepared for the boss fight, ready to take all the boxes. Of course, there are times when curses come out of dungeon boxes. A strange, glowing cube pulses with an eerie, otherworldly light. The sharp teeth and claws of these monsters promise a gruesome end. They will tear him to pieces. The vision promises a horrifying fate. Terror grips the man, his eyes wide, hands clutching at his head. He has to run away, the inner voice screams, as Wu Yonhee uses phobia treatment. The system announces that the phobia of sharpness has disappeared. Wu Yonhee looks at Sunhu, a worried expression etched on her face. Whenever Wu Yonhee removes a curse, something else happens, something unsettling. Wu Yonhee can't help but think of the two evil people, her brow furrowed with concern. To be able to get rid of a curse, one must consider the source. He thinks that one must be able to put it on somebody, a dark thought crossing his mind. Having a presence who's psychologically capable can invade his mind at any time, Sunhu realizes, a chilling thought as he stands next to Wu Yonhee. The oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon makes someone uneasy. Sunhu and Wu Yonhee venture deeper into the cavernous space. The rough, uneven walls of the dungeon press in around them. Sunhu glances to the side, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A faint light emanates from a doorway ahead, promising an end to the oppressive darkness. They approach the source of the light, a massive, ornate door that seems out of place in the rough-hewn dungeon. The pair stand before the door, the weight of the impending encounter settling upon them. Wu Yonhee confirms their location, stating that this is indeed the last room of the dungeon. The imposing door looms before them, a silent sentinel guarding the dungeon's boss. Sunhu reflects on the situation, realizing they are facing a dungeon designed for a team of E-class hunters, and they are alone. He steels himself, thinking that if everything goes according to plan, the battle will be swift. His hand reaches out, ready to open the door and face whatever lies beyond. He steels himself, remembering all they have overcome to reach this point. He continues, warning her not to let their guard down now. Wu Yonhee nods, her expression firm as she declares her readiness. The backpacks sit on the ground, a silent testament to their resolve. Wu Yonhee descends the steps, gun in hand, while Sunhu watches from below. Sunhu stands before the threshold, a doorway radiating an ominous light. Beyond the doorway, a throne room awaits, lit by flickering torches. The throne sits atop a flight of stairs, flanked by statues of monstrous canines. Upon the throne sits a figure with the head of a jackal, its gaze piercing. Its hands rest calmly in its lap, radiating an aura of ancient power. The stairs leading to the throne are worn and cracked, hinting at the passage of countless years. The dog-like statues stand guard, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. They hung like grotesque fruit, a pack of Anubis without a double head. The jackal-headed figure sat upon the throne, his expression unreadable. The monstrous figure's jaw opened slightly, as if in anticipation. A guttural sound emanates from the jackal-headed figure, echoing through the chamber. The jackal-headed figure remains seated, his posture exuding an unsettling calm. Two more jackal-headed figures lurk in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The one sitting at the back recalls when he first came to this place, and some laughed at the sight of these dogs. Two men whisper, wondering what is up with this dungeon, and if this is no boss, could it be a bonus? But then they realized, in proportion to the number of people they killed, the Anubis became stronger, his power growing with each fallen soul. What the hell? It was already too late, the transformation nearly complete. The jackal-headed figure stands, now radiating a menacing red aura. The monstrous figure's fangs are bared, ready to strike. Now Sunhu focuses, activating a stamp of speed to enhance his movements. He further bolsters his defenses, activating his armor. Sunhu shouts, demanding the Anubis get out of his way. His eyes glow with power, ready to unleash his attack. A surge of blue energy slams into the monstrous figure. Sunhu launches himself forward, channeling the energy. The Anubis boss is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The monstrous figure's expression is one of shock. The Anubis boss reels from the sudden assault. Sunhu leaps through the air, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. He raises his arm, the energy intensifying as he prepares to strike. The air crackles with raw power, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. The monstrous figure looms, its reptilian eyes fixed on Sunhu's approach. Landing with a thud, Sunhu braces himself for the inevitable clash. A flicker of concern crosses Sunhu's face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. We're not even halfway there. The monster's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Purple energy crackles around the monstrous figure, a sign of its immense power. Sunhu's eyes widen as he sees the creature's attack incoming. The monstrous figure lunges, its claws extended, ready to strike. Sunhu activates his Iron Arm, F-rank skill, strengthening his arm to withstand the monster's attack. As expected, it's not enough to block these monsters' teeth with just an F-rank Iron Arm skill. He faces the monstrous figure, blood splattered around them both. Sunhu realizes he has no other choice. Na Sunhu prepares to tear through the monsters, his expression grim as he steels himself for the fight. A system notification appears. Wu Yonhee has activated her healing skill, and sustained wounds are healing, masking her presence. Wu Yonhee stands with her hand outstretched, a faint green glow emanating from her palm as she uses her healing skills. Although it's a bad F-rank item, it can still erase her presence away from those monsters possessed by bloodlust. Wu Yonhee covers her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with worry. She thinks that he's too reckless. The monstrous figure looms over Sunhu, who appears to be fighting with his bare hands, despite the danger. A wall made of blades appears, a deadly barrier that Sunhu must overcome to progress. Sunhu steels his resolve. He must push forward before the man of adversity bursts out. Only one stamp of escape is secured for now, but Sunhu's expression is determined. Sunhu thinks that escaping together with Woo Yeon-hee is the only way. The wall of blades stands menacingly, a testament to the dangers that lie ahead. He narrowly avoids the monstrous figure's sweeping attack, the air crackling with crimson energy. An alert blares as the man of adversity activates, promising a surge of power. His physical strength surges from F to E, and his muscular strength follows, climbing from E to D. Agility improves from E to D, and sensibility from F to E, as wounds begin to close and pain recedes. The man of adversity has 5 minutes remaining, and with the points he gained, Sunhu has raised his muscular strength and agility to E rank. Sunhu grits his teeth, a red glint in his eye. Now, it's a battle of time, he thinks, steeling himself for the onslaught. The man of adversity has raised his muscular strength and agility to D rank, and a monstrous figure lunges again. Claws descend, aiming to tear through flesh and bone, but Sunhu is faster now, more resilient. A surge of power courses through Sunhu. Nothing can stop a mad F-rank player, he believes. He unleashes a primal scream, fueled by adrenaline and a burning desire to survive. His eyes glow with fierce determination, the man of adversity counting down its final minutes. Empowered, Sunhu launches a counterattack, striking multiple monstrous figures with newfound speed and strength. The monstrous figure tenses, red energy coursing through its massive frame. The man of adversity buff continues to burn, but its duration is already dwindling. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, its eyes burning with savage intent. The monster's claw crackles with crimson energy as the seconds tick away. He grits his teeth, the red energy blade singing as he prepares to strike. The blade flashes, a crimson streak against the monster's armored hide. The red blade cuts through the air, a promise of swift retribution. The man of adversity buff continues to fade as Sunhu is sent flying. The monstrous figure roars in triumph, its fangs bared in a savage grin. The blade connects, a burst of energy erupting as the monster reels. He coughs, the wind knocked out of him as he crashes towards another foe. The man of adversity buff is nearly gone, the clock ticking down to 0. He plummets through the air, the shattered remains of the platform swirling around him. The destruction is immense, a testament to the power he briefly wielded. His face contorts in pain, but a fierce determination burns in his eyes. The man of adversity buff dwindles, a mere 4 seconds remaining. Just then, Woo Yeon-hee activates the Hands of Mary. A monstrous roar echoes as blood splatters, a gruesome symphony of impending doom. His legs are slick with blood, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. Below, a monstrous leg awaits, a silent promise of a brutal impact. He hurtles toward the waiting beast, perched atop a torch-lit platform. The monster's fangs are bared, ready to tear into its prey. The scene is set for a final, desperate clash against overwhelming odds. A piercing shriek tears through the air as the monster lunges. He plummets through the air, the monstrous figure looming below. The monster's fanged maw opens wide, ready to strike. A piercing shriek tears through the air. Meanwhile, silence. Woo Yeon-hee lies motionless, a pool of blood spreading around her. Someone cries out her name. Her chest is soaked with blood, the fabric of her clothing stained crimson. A figure cradles Woo Yeon-hee, desperately urging her to open her eyes and stay with them. A strange notification appears. The requirements have been met, and a choice must be made. Woo Yeon-hee's face is pale, blood trickling from her mouth as she whispers about the priority. Someone, eyes filled with determination, vows to be the first. The person holding Woo Yeon-hee grimaces, realizing the extent of her injury. Woo Yeon-hee is bleeding profusely, her life hanging in the balance. His teeth grit, Na Sunhu steels himself for the fight ahead. The monstrous figure looms, its form surrounded by glowing text. It declares, "I'll save you." The protagonist, sword in hand, is surrounded by crackling energy as he prepares to strike. A voice echoes, urging someone to, so hang in there for a little bit. His hand clenches, knuckles white with strain. Sunhu lies on the ground, dazed. He thinks, I don't remember how I killed the rest of the monsters. Close up on Sunhu's body, showing the damage he has sustained. Elsewhere, Woo Yeon-hee lies in a hospital bed, bandaged and unconscious. By the time I got out of the dungeon, I was in tatters again, he thinks. She lies in a hospital bed, bandages covering her head as she groans softly. Woo Yeon-hee was able to survive by obtaining the attribute, Resurrection, as the second priority reward. An amazing attribute sustains minimal life in the case of a fatal wound. Na Sunhu looks down, a bandage on his cheek. But the pain cannot be reduced, so it takes time for the user to recover. Woo Yeon-hee lies still, her dark hair spread across the pillow. What he got was Devi's sword, A purple glow emanates from a skill. It's the skill that the first Samaritan of this generation had. The skill glows with a bright, ethereal light. Na Sunho looks at the skill, which reads, Devi's Sword. Effect, it shoots a sharp energy. Grade, F0. It's a fraudulent skill that even the worst fear. He begins to laugh, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The fraud attribute and skill of the first Samaritan. He was mesmerized for a moment when everything came into his hands, and the results of the financial empire were also amazing. Meanwhile, a news report shows a man in a suit. A major announcement has begun in Moscow right now, the report states. The news continues, time by invoking state power to a whole country or a specific region. It leads to a decline in international credit, causing serious economic turmoil. Out to be about the moratorium declaration. People cheer, shouting Brian. Their faces are filled with excitement and anticipation. The crowd continues to chant Brian's name. Jonathan and Kim Chong-soo are in New York, smiling. The team erupts in cheers, chanting Jillian's name with unrestrained excitement. Elsewhere, the woman with dark hair stands beside a gray-haired man, the sign behind them reading British Isle of Man. The sign above them identifies the pair as Jillian and Jessica, as accounts with a loss rate of -40% soar once more. The graphic shows a miracle-like return, with red arrows pointing sharply upwards. The blonde-haired man relays the good news over the phone, announcing that the calculations are complete. Another man, holding a file, excitedly shares that the profit is at 450%, totaling $90 billion, crediting Brian for the success. The man with the eye patch responds coolly to the news of the 450% profit, stating that it's cool and that they want to vote. The atmosphere is electric, with messages conveying that things are going crazy and expressing a wish that someone named Jonathan was present. The man on the phone pumps his fist, celebrating the victory with unrestrained enthusiasm. The dark-haired man smiles widely, exclaiming Brian's name with pride and excitement. Brian's name echoes through the office, a testament to his pivotal role in the recent triumph. Jonathan, despite receiving congratulations, is confronted with the stark reality on his screen. He lost. The news spread quickly. The Isle of Man's profit had reached a new milestone. The man with gray hair and a loosened red tie seemed pleased as he stood with his hands in his pockets, a woman behind him. The percentage of profit was displayed prominently, a staggering 615% increase. This is what he intends to give Woo Yeon-hee when she wakes. The full shares of the new medical corporation sealed inside a manila envelope. Woo Yeon-hee holds the document, confirming that the dungeon was destroyed and now it can be used as a full hospital. These are the promised conserves, a small token of gratitude for her efforts, presented in a brightly colored package. The numbers are staggering, 500 million for survival and 1 billion as an annual income, a sum that could change everything. That's a total of 2 billion, a sum that leaves Woo Yeon-hee speechless with disbelief and gratitude. Lying in her hospital bed, Woo Yeon-hee clutches the documents, her eyes wide as she wonders if all of that is really hers. Woo Yeon-hee has been doing sponsorship activities for a very low income, a fact that makes this sudden windfall all the more impactful. Meanwhile, it must have been tough for a sensitive person like her, but now, with a medical corporation at her disposal, she can freely help more people, a thought that brings a smile to her face. Someone asks if she didn't change her mind about going into dungeons, a question that hangs in the air. Woo Yeon-hee simply responds with a non-committal, leaving her true intentions shrouded in mystery. She considers the weight of the decision before her. Woo Yeon-hee realizes that this path will require significant capital. A man smiles serenely, his expression hinting at hidden depths. Meanwhile, the series title is displayed. Two men observe something with interest, one audibly impressed. A woman stands confidently, her sunglasses obscuring her gaze. Footsteps echo as someone walks with purpose. A man greets someone named Eden, implying a reunion after a long time. The man in the suit confirms that it has been a long time. The man asks how New York was, suggesting a recent trip. The woman looks down, her expression unreadable. A new investment proposal form is presented, related to a Russian investment. The sealed envelope sits on the table, a silent promise of action. Jillian reveals that her boss thinks very highly of her, but she needs Eden's opinion on a matter. The man smiles, telling her to take her time, but wonders why she doesn't listen to his suggestions. A stark message flashes. Sell all the major IT stocks in the NASDAQ market in New York. Someone notes that Jessica is worried, but will soon come to accept it. The woman appears distressed, as the text mentions $30 billion worth of investment and unconventional treatment without responsibility for loss. The man observes Jillian's performance from the side, sensing that something interesting must have come up. The stark message continues, and one other person. Jonathan has been watching Lee Chung-soo's activities. Someone notes that he's also doing his own part. The man says that they're developing a search technology. The man smiles, ready to briefly explain the page rank. The terms of the deal hinge on the users themselves. Na-sun-hu clasps his hands, having heard it's worth $1 million. $1 million. The thought of selling his technology for that amount crosses his mind. With that much money, he could pursue a PhD or attain it slowly, the man thinks to himself. And the two forced to run the company are on a roll, according to the text. This is the cheapest time, the man thinks, but it's not easy to secure shares even after the IPO. But if he buys the entire technology right now, those two people will return to their PhD programs. All right, like he said, $1 million, Na-sun-hu thinks, but he has a different idea. Jonathan is the only one who can solve this dilemma, as the man holds a check. 10. The man thinks, his eyes wide with shock. $10 million? The text reads, as the check is shown in detail. The man's expression shifts, a new idea forming. He glances at his watch, considering whether to discuss something with him. Jonathan states that he is heading to Washington in an hour, so he will give him 10 minutes and will be back right away. The clock ticks, showing the time is almost 3 p.m. as the man with long hair looks up at it. Carrying a document, the man with long hair walks away, his boots clicking on the floor. Mr. Jonathan expresses his kindness and appreciation for their tech, which the man with long hair sincerely acknowledges. Jonathan thanks him for that, but the man with long hair is already sure of something. Jonathan's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The man with long hair asks if Jonathan has had a change of heart, offering another check with the same amount. The man with long hair thinks that if Jonathan, the god of investment, is interested this much in them, they will definitely make it big. The man with long hair smirks, confident in their success. Jonathan says he read the book on his way here, and it was very impressive. Jonathan clasps his hands together, stating that he bet his entire fortune twice. The man with brown hair appears uneasy, his brow furrowed with concern. Jonathan smirks, a glint in his eye as he thinks to himself that he saw his third chance today. The question hangs in the air. How much is he willing to bet on this opportunity? The man with brown hair is reminded that they currently have over 500 billion liquid funds under management in the US, Canada, and Japan. The man with brown hair is shocked that they keep lining up to take over the funds. Jonathan declares that it's time to go back to the beginning. The document is shown, and it is said that when you desire something desperately, then never ever reveal your true intentions, but he didn't do that. Jonathan asked the man with brown hair if he didn't consider changing his mind, prompting a confused response. The man with brown hair recalls that at the beginning, he was focused on selling his technology until he met Jonathan. Jonathan looks down, his expression unreadable as he asks the man with brown hair how he feels. The document is shown again, and it is asked if he is confident that he can create more value than Jonathan suggested, and that Jonathan won't stop him even if he decided to. Jonathan orders someone to cancel his meeting with the Treasury Secretary. He listens intently as Na-sun-hu explains that something more urgent has come up, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. The message is displayed on a phone screen, confirming the urgency of the situation with stark clarity. Jonathan's eyes widen in alarm, the gravity of the situation sinking in as he stammers, recognizing the threat. Na-sun-hu's words offer a promise of support, a vow to do his best for Jonathan's sake, whatever the cost. The unseen speaker demands clarity, the tone sharp and uncompromising, leaving no room for misinterpretation. A hand places 2 checks on the table, a silent declaration that this is far from over, the conflict far from resolved. Jonathan's face is contorted with a mix of fear and anger as he confronts the person before him, the single word hanging heavy in the air. The other person's expression is cold and resolute, their words a chilling promise that Jonathan will have no choice but to return. The person's face is etched with disbelief and horror, the weight of the situation crashing down upon them. The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea to understand the extreme measures taken, the motives behind the actions. A check for $1 million, made out to Jonathan Hunter, is presented, a staggering sum that underscores the stakes at play. Jonathan responds with a measured tone, promising to consider the situation with the utmost seriousness, his expression unreadable. He grips something tightly in his hand, knuckles white with tension. The terms are laid out, a 50-50 split. The man argues that 50% of them should be guaranteed management rights. The other party insists that if they are passionate about the technology, they should guarantee that. The blonde man regards the situation with a serious expression. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a hint of satisfaction. An open hand is extended, an offer of agreement. The man states that fate follows his name as he reaches out to shake hands. The handshake seals the deal, a silent agreement made. Google always lives up to its 10 to the 100th power. The blonde man smiles confidently, his expression radiating power. The deal is done, the terms agreed upon, the future uncertain. Someone is eager to share some news with their partner. A man with brown hair, wearing a light purple shirt and dark tie, speaks on the phone, telling the person on the other end to enjoy their celebration party. In the background, Jonathan smiles. Jonathan laughs, seemingly pleased with the news. Jonathan's smile widens, his eyes closed in apparent joy. But Jonathan's expression shifts, his eyes widening with worry, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Hands clap in the background. A voice booms, congratulating Jonathan. The man with black hair, wearing a light purple shirt and dark pants, claps, asking if Sunna heard that. Jonathan's worried expression intensifies. Someone reflects on nearly turning down $20 million, wondering if that amount is too much for a starting company, before changing the subject to the computer nerds. The man with black hair asks Jonathan if they're going to continue like this, stating that it's not good to bring in shares at too low a price. The company, it was said, would grow to over $60 billion in 10 years. The man looks off to the side, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the future. Mystic symbols glow with an ethereal blue light on the man's forearm. A message arrives on the phone. I have found the cat. Na Sunhu's eyes narrow, a spark of determination igniting within him. There it is. John Clark, a former mercenary, had somehow trickled into Wall Street. There was an expectation of meeting a big hand, a powerful figure. The man in the suit stands tall, his expression stoic. He'd rather die from a bullet on a battlefield. The expectation was that one could make lots of money doing the same work. However, one gets sick of the private detective agency lifestyle. A man called Ethan came to see him. A man with a familiar smell, one that only those who crossed life and death emit, says, "It's nice to meet you. I'm Ethan." He extends his hand, an offer hanging in the air between them. It was obvious that this man was connected to a big hand somewhere. The man runs a hand over his bald head, frustration etched on his face. He thinks, I did everything I could to win this man's trust, but... A document sits on a desk, a stark reminder of limitations. We couldn't solve his request within our company's rules. Ethan stands before the man, proposing a service that goes beyond the legal boundaries. The man smiled secretly. John Clark succeeded in getting what he wanted. A connection with a big hand. Meanwhile, a sleek black car speeds through the night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. A masked man grips a pistol, his eyes narrowed behind the fabric. The interior car. The masked man attaches a silencer to his weapon, preparing for a covert operation. John Clark was in a detention center. He states that the target can't be found in the usual way. The name of the crime is first-degree murder, as a black car sits parked on the street. The text says that he was released for lack of evidence, but it must have been him, as the camera focuses on the car's wheel. The masked man speaks to another masked man, who is wearing a vest. The masked man relays instructions to ambush around the building, except for the observer. The masked man holds a gun, stating that if the cat escapes, it must be shot on sight. The text says first-degree murder at the age of 13, as the masked man says that the cat is in the main room. The masked man is working on something, his brow furrowed in concentration. The masked man says that he was probably a psycho long before that, and that John is with him, before revealing that he is T-Boy. T-Boy tells the other masked men that they are going in as 3. T-Boy asks them to keep this in mind, and to not look down on him because he's young. T-Boy states that if they consider the promise pay for success, they know what a dangerous guy he is. The price for success, $1 billion. The masked man considers the sum. A fortune for a 13-year-old. Through his binoculars, one of the masked men observes the target's building. The cat is moving, he notes. Another masked man relays information. He believes the target is in the bathroom due to the sound of running water. Gun in hand, a masked man ascends the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the stairwell. 2 masked men advance down a hallway, weapons raised, their movements swift and silent. The masked men stand poised before a closed door, their weapons trained on the entrance. One of the masked men believes their target is in the bathroom at this very moment. A masked man wonders if they have been detected, his anxiety growing. The masked man's eyes dart around, searching for any sign that their presence has been compromised. The door creaks open, a sliver of light piercing the darkness. Peering through the crack, a man with blonde hair watches the intruders. One of the masked intruders grunts, clearly displeased by the situation. Another masked man cries out, seemingly struck by an unseen force. From above, the masked men peer down at their target, who stands oblivious in the doorway. He looks up, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as the attack begins. A blinding flash erupts, filling the room with searing light. The light intensifies, burning away the shadows. His eye widens in disbelief, pupils shrinking against the sudden brightness. A masked man opens fire, the bullets ripping through the air as Jonathan Hunter is thrown backwards. His body twists violently as he falls, a rictus of pain contorting his face. One of the masked men shouts, urging someone to come to your senses. Another masked man barks an order, demanding focus on shooting. The weapon continues to discharge, spitting fire and lead. The drywall crumbles and splinters as the bullets tear through the wall. He is sent reeling backwards, a maelstrom of explosions erupting around him. The hail of gunfire continues, relentless and unforgiving. A dark shape emanates from Jonathan Hunter as he wonders if it's a damage-absorbing seal. The masked men continue to fire, their expressions hidden behind their masks. One of the masked men exclaims that Jonathan is blocking the bullets and must be AC grade. The bullets continue to impact the seal, creating a shower of sparks. Jonathan Hunter grits his teeth, the strain of the attack evident on his face. The barrage of bullets intensifies, pushing the damage-absorbing seal to its limit. Purple energy begins to emanate from Jonathan Hunter, surprising the attackers. The masked men stare in disbelief, one questioning if he is a monster. The purple energy intensifies, flowing around Jonathan Hunter's body. He has activated a new ability. The system announces the use of Devi's sword. Purple energy crackles to life as the masked men brace themselves for an unseen attack. The energy intensifies, forming a visible arc of destructive power. The blonde-haired man is now completely enveloped in a violet aura. The purple energy surges, a torrent of raw power unleashed. He launches a kick, the force of it amplified by the mystical energy. A hand reaches out, seemingly in desperation or perhaps surprise. The system announces another ability has been activated, Odin's Fury. Lightning strikes down upon the masked men, arcing with deadly precision. A hand extends, revealing a New York retailer's survival knife. The masked man's eyes widen, a hint of fear visible behind a mask. Jonathan Hunter is sent flying backwards, the force of the attack staggering him. He attempted to bind his foe, but the system message flashed. The masked man gripped a blade, crackling with stolen power. Jonathan Hunter's blonde hair shifts as he braces for another attack. The masked man's fist glows with the same stolen energy. The attempt to shackle him had failed, the system declared. The masked man's grip tightens on the knife, its blade now glowing red. The masked man lunges, the red blade aimed directly at Jonathan Hunter. Crimson streaks mark the air as the blade finds its mark. The masked man's foot slams into Jonathan Hunter's face. T-Boy's face contorts in a furious snarl, his teeth bared. The force of the blow sends Jonathan Hunter reeling backward. The world blurs as Jonathan Hunter is sent flying. His face contorted in pain, Jonathan Hunter reels from the blow. The force of the impact leaves him stunned and struggling to comprehend the attack. T-Boy's confidence surges as he realizes the effectiveness of his strike. The masked assailant boasts, declaring that he has broken Jonathan Hunter's shield. The force of the blow reverberates, sending shockwaves through the immediate area. Jonathan Hunter is sent flying backward, blood spraying from the point of impact. The attack's intensity is evident in the sheer power of the strike. Other masked figures watch, their expressions hidden, as the battle unfolds. The world blurs as Jonathan Hunter plummets, unable to regain his footing. The force of the attack continues to send blood and debris scattering through the air. The impact leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The full force of T-Boy's punch is unleashed, devastating Jonathan Hunter's defenses. A surge of crimson energy crackles through the air. Before Jonathan Hunter can recover, T-Boy's gloved hand clamps down on his face. The masked assailant grips him tightly, fingers digging into his skin. Jonathan Hunter's eyes widen in shock and pain from the sudden attack. The blonde man's inner spirit roars, a defiant cry against the onslaught. T-Boy's grip tightens, the pressure intensifying as he stares down at Jonathan Hunter. The world seems to narrow for Jonathan Hunter, his vision blurring at the edges. A voice echoes in the air, laced with a chilling familiarity. "I found you again, huh?" The red energy intensifies, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. A surge of power emanates outward, the air itself crackling with unseen energy. The unseen force intensifies, a silent scream of building potential. T-Boy's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a sinister energy building within him. The air vibrates as the words echo, a declaration of intent from the man of adversity. Power coils around his masked face, a visible manifestation of his building rage. A manic grin stretches across T-Boy's face, his eyes burning with dark anticipation. His arm glows with a crimson light, the energy surging beneath his skin. T-Boy's voice drips with malice as he speaks, his gaze intense and predatory. "I found you again, huh?" The air shimmers with heat as T-Boy's power reaches its peak, ready to unleash. The energy explodes outward, a destructive force about to be unleashed. He grits his teeth, a guttural cry escaping his masked face. The sterile corner of the room offers no comfort, no escape. A swift kick slams into T-Boy, sending him reeling from a force. His arm absorbs the impact, muscles straining against the assault. A frustrated curse explodes from him, a desperate attempt to regain control. The room's geometry mocks his helplessness, sharp angles closing in. Twin blasts of energy hurtle towards him, promising further pain. The corner offers no refuge, only the cold, hard reality of his situation. Eyes narrowed behind the mask, he levels a pistol, a desperate gamble. A silent exclamation hangs in the air, a prelude to the coming violence. Three figures stand ready, their masked faces betraying nothing of their intent. A surge of blue energy crackles around them, a sign of escalating conflict. A burst of displaced energy marks the activation of a skill. He clutches at his beanie, brow furrowed. T-Boy realizes his pursuers are still close, within a 20-meter radius. The unseen leader barks orders, splitting up the search party. One goes to the roof, the other to the basement. Another masked figure acknowledges the command, promising to check the street and urging haste. T-Boy plummets from above, arm outstretched as he falls towards the ground. A masked assailant peers around a corner, eyes narrowed in search of his quarry. The sudden pain registers on T-Boy's face, a grimace of shock and disbelief. A close-up reveals the source of the pain, leaving the victim in stunned disbelief. Clutching his side, T-Boy curses under his breath, wondering when he was hit. A system message flashes, indicating the activation of the Man of Adversity skill. His face contorts in anger, a surge of power coursing through him. The sound of something breaking echoes through the environment. Even with their heightened senses, they couldn't find the bastard. As the Man of Adversity wore off, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, even the battle-hardened soldiers could not hide their nervousness. They could not hide their nervousness. Someone approaches, their heavy footsteps echoing through the room. One of the men states that it's only natural, since what they saw yesterday was an entirely new world. Another man, standing in a hallway, thinks to himself that he should probably watch what he says from now on. A dead body lies in a box, covered by a sheet. A mask lies discarded on the ground. The blonde-haired man's expression is grim, his thoughts heavy with the situation's gravity. The blonde-haired man is asked what the man's name was, as the man with long brown hair listens intently. The blonde-haired man states that after this is all over, he'll make an insurance fund for the employees. The blonde-haired man orders the others to focus on catching this bastard for now, and they'll discuss it later. The man with long brown hair wonders how they are going to catch a vixen like him. The text bubble asks if they're even capable of catching him. Jonathan, surrounded by a red aura, is injured, with blood trickling down his face. He is considered a key asset. The blonde-haired man insists that they must strike now, before that becomes the case. The man with long brown hair states that if not even a large military force can stand against him, then this is no laughing matter. The text bubble simply says, understood. The man with long brown hair says that they should find him, no matter what it takes. John Clark made a report on what Iraq had done, as seen on a computer screen. The accident statement detailed how the victim, a 28-year-old male, had met someone on an online messaging site. As a murder weapon remained unfound, the suspect was released due to a lack of evidence. Even the letter written the previous night, intended to plead innocence, had been sent to the prosecutor in charge of the case. The man with black hair, seemingly involved in the case, muttered, "Clever bastard." Looking at the document, the man thought, no wonder his rate of growth was so high. Evidence suggested that he was hunting for potential awakeners, and the man was sure of it. Jonathan, on the phone, inquired about how many Gold Online shares they possessed. The messenger used was a messenger called GOL, which was serviced by Gold Online. The printer whirred as it spat out documents, adding to the growing pile. They had gained access to the server logs, revealing a trove of information. The chatroom description read, "Room. Those with at least F-rank strength are welcome." The bastard had made contact with potential awakeners by using these as names for his chatroom. He reviews the data, issuing a directive, place surveillance on the individuals listed. The file in question contains a photograph, its contents unknown to the viewer. Clark John wonders if the people in the data might be the vixen, and is told that it is probable. Another man with black hair is told to only observe the target, as there is a chance that the instructions continue. The target may make contact, and someone must take charge of at least one of the squads. A woman in a dark outfit walks away, while someone notes that they need to be more organized. The scene shifts to a view of stacked shipping containers, their contents unknown. Someone asks if any advice is needed regarding the task at hand. The man with black hair, standing before Clark John, responds in the negative. A hand grips a metal bar, and a voice assures that there is no need to worry about any costs. Clark John's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. His expression remains stern, focused on the task at hand. A towering stack of United States currency rises into the frame. A voice declares that preparations have been completed for an unknown task. A man stands before a brick wall, mentioning the trust company in a speech bubble. Sweat beads on a man's brow, a sign of stress or intense focus. An airplane sits on the tarmac, its business in America now concluded. A man in a white shirt holds a document, his expression unreadable. The screen displays the 1998 World Asset Management Rankings, measured in US dollars. The list highlights Jillian Investment Group, ranked 7th with $335 billion. The man acknowledges his company's first-place ranking, though it doesn't quite satisfy him. The text refers to a pension fund with influence over politics in the USA. The assets of billionaires around the world are shown raining down around a skyscraper. All of this money is said to go to groups in New York as a pile of cash is shown. A shadow bank operates, pulling strings from behind the curtain. The text reads, OT, such a title. Two hands encircle the earth, as if poised to crush it. The words be so far OFF hang in the air. The unseen speaker demands, how dare you talk back to me? A man's face is flushed with anger as another stand behind him. A finger points accusingly as the man threatens, when we get to Korea, you're losing your damn job. Got it. The man scoffs, calling them dumb bastards for thanking him for the money they make. A woman stammers, offering her apologies to the man. The man glares, demanding to know what the other person is looking at, implying they're not on the same level. He stares upward, his expression a mixture of frustration and simmering anger. Clark John's face contorts with rage as he speaks, his words sharp and biting. The man's voice echoes, laced with disdain as he mentions the Hansel group. Meanwhile, Clark John turns and strides away, his anger palpable in his every step. Person Sunho kneels beside a figure sprawled on the floor, a concerned look on his face. A woman in a red vest looks on in surprise, realizing the skill's potential uses. The person on the floor lies motionless, a trail of drool escaping their open mouth. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, beckoning person Sunho to come closer. A woman waves cheerfully, her face beaming with a wide, welcoming smile. He listens as Woo Yeonhee remarks on someone's stubbornness while they are in the car. Woo Yeonhee wonders aloud what she will get, her excitement palpable. A towering building stretches high into the sky, a symbol of the world's possibilities. Woo Yeonhee jumps for joy, her enthusiasm bubbling over something as simple as health. Sunho observes the scene, musing that different people react uniquely when opening boxes. A glowing cube pulses with energy, promising more rewards as Woo Yeonhee urges to keep going. Streaks of light converge, signaling the arrival of a new item. Woo Yeonhee holds up a dagger, its blade glinting in the light, and wonders if it's the dagger of the clown. Sunho, peering over her shoulder, asks what it is and if it's any good. Woo Yeonhee presents the dagger, its handle intricately carved. Sunho's eyes widen as he stares at the dagger, a sudden realization dawning on him. The dagger of the clown gleams ominously, its sharp edge promising danger. He wonders if what he's seeing is real, as the description of the dagger of the clown skill appears. It details a very low chance of inflicting a random negative effect on an enemy upon dealing damage to them, and is ranked F. A woman with short brown hair looks on, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern as she asks if it is good. A man holds a dagger, examining it closely, a slight smile playing on his lips as he responds, yeah. The dagger gleams in the light, its blade sharp and pristine, as the man wonders if it was perhaps strengthened. The dagger's hilt is a dark wood, contrasting with the silver blade, and it appears to have come out of a bronze box. The dagger was imbued with a secret curse that he applied in the spirit world, surrounded by tormented souls. The man adjusts his glasses, a strange light emanating from them, as random corruption effects manifest around him. Bathed in an eerie glow, the man stands tall, his eyes shining with an unnatural light, the dagger held firmly in his grasp. The man's boots are planted firmly on the ground, the dagger hanging at his side, one of the 3 one-of-a-kind items successfully strengthened to S grade. He recalls that he was a guy who never stopped digging whenever he was into something, but he didn't imagine that he'd go this far. An ornate, traditional door stands closed, hinting at the scene within. The older man, wearing a light-colored hat and round glasses, smiles broadly. He clasps his hands together, stating how difficult it is to meet with the other man, whom he addresses as Mr. President. Director Park, looking uncomfortable, asks the older man to stop calling him elder. The older man gestures with his hands, explaining that they are in a world where one can travel from Seoul to Busan by stepping on Jeonil's land. Director Park's expression is serious as he listens to the older man's explanation. The older man's smile disappears, and he wonders aloud if something will make Director Park feel better. The older man suggests that he drink a glass as punishment, addressing the younger man as Director Park. The older man raises a small cup to his lips, preparing to drink. Director Park's hand rests on the table as the older man speaks, his words hanging heavy in the air. The older man smiles slyly, stating that his eyes can't lie, implying he is being truthful. Meanwhile, the older man pours liquid into a small cup, stating that he has a favor to ask today. The older man makes his request, inquiring if Director Park could release the shares that went to the Jeonil Group. The old man counters, offering 100 of his big ones in exchange for the release of the shares. The older man's expression hardens as he proposes a different number. He asks, how does 1,000 sound? The offer is for equity in the Hanschel Group, specifically that which controls the shares in the Hanschel Group. Director Park listens impassively, his expression unreadable as he considers the older man's proposition. Growing agitated, the old man gestures wildly, trying to emphasize the importance of his offer to Director Park. The older man's voice rises in frustration. He questions why he can't do as he pleases if these are his assets. Director Park politely declines the offer. He apologizes, stating that he must return to work now, effectively ending the conversation. The older man reaches out, his voice laced with desperation as he tries to persuade Director Park. He insists that he is talking big money. The old man's voice echoes with a hint of desperation. He says that you need money in your pockets to feel full. Director Park maintains his composure, his expression firm as he states that he has listened to the older man carefully. Director Park advises the old man to rethink his offer, his tone suggesting that the current proposal is insufficient. He repeats the man's name. Director Park finds himself face to face with an unknown man. Elsewhere, two men carry a body bag, its contents unknown. The body bag is placed inside the trunk of a car. Director Park exhales, seemingly relieved by something. He thinks to himself, incredulous that he refused such a large sum of money. The old man smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. He thinks to himself, pleased with his recent acquisition. The old man continues to smile, seemingly content. The old man's suit is immaculate, hiding his true intentions. He speaks on the phone, telling the person on the other end that he is on his way to the company and postponing the settlement meeting. The old man pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He finishes the call, but wonders why he was asked to come back a few hours ago. The man wonders what happened to the woman who refused the Blue House invitation. Meanwhile, rain streaks down the windows of a tall building at night. A few windows glow with warm light in the otherwise dark building. A katana and wakizashi rest on a display stand, their polished blades gleaming. Another katana, this one larger, sits mounted on a wall display. 3 knives and leather sheets hang, each with a unique blade shape. 3 arrows pierce the bullseye of a target, a testament to deadly accuracy. Another arrow strikes the bullseye as a woman's worried face appears below. Her brow furrows, her eyes wide with anxiety, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Sunhu holds a mug, his expression thoughtful as a woman stands in the background, near the displayed weapons. A speech bubble declares, it's just a collection. The media in this country is... Sunhu raises the mug to his lips, his gaze distant, lost in thought. He had called Jamie to get the information firsthand, now curious about the group's investment performance. A woman with dark hair and a concerned expression is seen. The woman has news that will surely make someone happy, as they have secured most of the leasing shares in the top 10 business groups. The woman stands tall, a bag with the words Ilsung Hansel visible at her feet. Amid the nation's turmoil, conglomerates formed slush funds and reorganized their governance structures, a process known as leasing shares. Ilsung Dreamland is structured with Ilsung Card, Ilsung Life, and Ilsung Electronics forming a cyclical relationship. The equity structure leads from Ilsung Group's Ilsung Dreamland to Ilsung Life, then to Ilsung Electronics, and cycles from Ilsung Card back to Ilsung Dreamland. The Ilsung Group controls the entirety of itself with shares in Ilsung Dreamland, also applying to other groups like Daehoon and Hanshul. They play a key role in the management succession process. The two men standing in the foreground seem to be discussing. So they call them leasing shares. The man in the suit stands in front of a symbol representing the financial structure. It will be good to tell their investors, as this country has become a cesspool. The nation had become a Genal Republic, in both name and reality. The calendar turned, and the country entered the middle of summer. History had changed little by little, but natural disasters had hit the exact date without exceptions. On the day Typhoon Olga hit the Korean peninsula, the storm raged. The heat of the stock market didn't cool down despite the crazy heavy rain. It seemed to follow New York's dot-com boom, with money flowing freely. The current trend began with $10 billion invested in Genal from Russia after the financial war. The word Korea blazed above a burning flag, symbolizing a nation in turmoil. The words Cyber Korea 2 glowed, hinting at a digital future. The Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented afterwards, but on the day the Bank of Korea repaid their last debt to the IMF. Watching the news of the IMF's early termination, Sunhoon knew he had to make a decision. He wanted to show them how he could finish high school normally, because that would be unusual, but he couldn't put it off any longer. He sits, legs outstretched, the glow of a screen illuminating his face. Elsewhere, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky. Sunhoon knows that companies are watching, and he must calculate the right moment to enter the market. The data streams behind him, a constant reminder of the stakes. The numbers climb, a testament to the volatility of the market. An email notification pops up on the screen. Someone has something to show him. The email welcomes Mr. Na, expressing admiration for his research and detailed reports on various market outlooks. Because he's a miner in a faraway country, they would like to work face-to-face with him and are very pleased to announce. Sunhoon's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the message. The logo of Jonathan Investment Finance Group appears, emblazoned with promise. It was last year when he made a stock account, Sunhoon recalls. Another person stands beside him, confirming that he has been studying since then. He stands with a man. The achievements made by a third-year middle school kid weren't at a level that parents could be pleased with. An extreme declaration to lay down your arms. Sunho looks down, wondering what his dad is feeling. Why do you look like you're... I'm sorry. Sunho's father asks what he means and what he is sorry for, adding that he didn't see that Sunho is a special kid. Sunho's father tells him to raise his head up, saying he didn't do anything wrong, and that he is just upset that he won't be able to be with him during this important moment in his life. Sunho's father says that it'd be great if he could check up on him and how he's doing. Huh? Sunho's father tells him that he's busy, so he won't worry him anymore. Sunho and his father hug. You're all grown up. You don't have to look around anymore. He embraces the man, a silent understanding passing between them. The man, his father, speaks with a heavy heart. He tells Sunho to do everything he wants to do. That's all he can tell him now, and apologizes. His father admits he should have given him more support, but he never thought of that. Sunho hugs his father tighter, understanding that it was still enough. Sunho expresses his gratitude, thanking his father for everything. Taekwondo had been his only hobby back then. If you remembered correctly, at that time, he was really forcing it. The woman with brown hair assumed that was why he was working out, but it didn't even last 3 months. He apologizes for that. The woman smiles gently. She tells him that she is so proud that he is finding his aptitude. She means it. He promises that he will work hard so that she won't have to worry about him. He smiles softly. His parents were more prepared than he thought. The buildings stand tall against the sky. He stands behind the woman, who appears to be in deep thought, her expression unreadable. The woman's voice cuts through the silence, observing that he looks happy. Turning her head, the woman smiles, a genuine warmth radiating from her expression. Sunho's eyes widen slightly, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his posture as he insists he didn't use his skills. The woman raises a hand, stating that anyone who saw his demeanor would have said the same. She adds that it makes her feel a certain way. At ease, Sunho smiles faintly, inquiring about the progress of their search. A sly smile plays on the woman's lips as she makes a small gesture with her fingers, declaring that the explorer wasn't hard to find. Rain lashes down, obscuring the world in a veil of gray. The downpour intensifies, blurring the line between the sky and the dense foliage below. The rain continues to fall, the landscape fading into a wash of white and green. Through the heavy rain, 2 figures can be seen in the distance, their forms indistinct. Rain lashes down, obscuring the forest in a veil of gray. A figure, cloaked and hooded, trudges through the downpour, backpack secured. The backpack seems heavy, its straps digging into their shoulders. 2 backpacks stand amidst the tall, wet grass, silent sentinels. A question hangs in the air, a silent inquiry amidst the reeds. The hooded figure looms, their face obscured by shadow and rain. Wide eyes peer out from the darkness, reflecting an unknown concern. The rain continues to fall, accompanied by the sound of Korean script. 2 hooded figures stand together, their forms blurred by the rain and distance. The tall grass sways in the wind, a silent witness to the scene. She stares, a question forming on her lips. What's this? The woman's eyes widen as she realizes it definitely wasn't open yesterday. The hooded figure thinks to himself that he couldn't wait another 3 years in high school. Not Sunho. Stand in the rain, the hood of his jacket pulled up. He notes that there are traces of awakeners everywhere, not just in one place. A voice asks if he can tell how many there are. Na Sunho stands next to Woo Yeonhee, who looks off to the side. A hand grips a gleaming knife, ready for action. A voice wonders if it could also be just one. Woo Yeonhee, her red eyes gleaming, holds the knife at the ready. A voice notes that she is vigilant, just like them. Someone thinks that they never taught her to be on the lookout for pre-awakened people. Na Sunho looks forward, a thought bubble indicating that she is savvy, as expected. Woo Yeonhee reaches out her hand, feeling the rain. A voice notes that because of the rain, it's difficult to identify any notable traces, suggesting they wait. Rain continues to fall, obscuring the view through the tall grass. The downpour intensifies, the droplets clinging to every blade of grass. Woo Yeonhee notes that hypothermia may soon set in. Na Sunho suggests it's a good idea not to cover with the hood, so his senses remain sharp. Her brow furrowed. Woo Yeonhee's gaze is intense as she considers their situation. A faint blue light emanates from somewhere within the dense foliage. The air shimmers, the blue light intensifying as something manifests nearby. The rain continues its relentless assault, blurring the already indistinct landscape. A hooded figure stands amidst the downpour, an exclamation mark hovering above their head. A system notification appears. A dungeon has appeared. The system prompts, "Would you like to open the dungeon?" Suddenly, a new message. The dungeon returned to its sealed state. This means the first person who entered the dungeon is dead. The hooded figure stands silently in the rain as Woo Yeonhee wonders, is he dead? An affirmative response hangs in the air, a confirmation of sorts. Woo Yeonhee adjusts her hood, a slight frown creasing her brow. That simply won't do. The teacher offers a small smile, offering a simple, good job. Woo Yeonhee tilts her head, surprised by the quick reaction. Huh, you went right into being alert, she observes. Sunhoo smiles knowingly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If you keep up with that vigilance, you won't die easily. A stark warning appears. It's less inconvenient this time because they both have escape seals, but one never knows what kind of monster lurks inside. One can't relax too early. A blue screen displays a notification. Woo Yeonhee has joined the party, solidifying their alliance. A determined voice cuts through the tension. Let's go. The pair stands ready, prepared to face whatever lies ahead in the dungeon. A new notification appears as they step forward. They have entered the dungeon. Warnings flood the screen. They must clear all conditions before they can exit. The quest End Zone was activated, along with the quest Eradication of Graph. Finally, the quest Hibernation has been activated, adding another layer to their objectives. He glances upward, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The thought of facing an arthropod fills him with dread. Woo Yeonhee tilts her head, questioning if he's referring to an insect. He confirms her suspicion with a terse response. Woo Yeonhee chuckles, amused by his apprehension, and asks what he's thinking about. Her smile contrasts sharply with the protagonist's growing unease. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the cavern. He glances nervously to the side, his expression a mask of concern. Woo Yeonhee's words are cut short as she notices his strange behavior. His eyes widen, reflecting the growing dread within him. The footsteps grow louder, accompanied by a sense of impending danger. A massive insect crawls along the cavern wall, its presence announced by the tapping of its legs. He and Woo Yeonhee gaze upwards, the silence broken only by faint drips. A sudden, violent force descends, heralded by streaks of pink energy. The air crackles with unseen power, the very atmosphere vibrating with menace. The unseen presence intensifies, the threat growing exponentially with each passing moment. Woo Yeonhee stands frozen, her eyes wide with terror as the unseen enemy closes in. Sunhoo looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning realization. The force slams into them, the impact visualized by jagged lines of energy. The pair are sent flying backwards, the force of the blow staggering in its intensity. The world blurs as they are hurled through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. Sunhoo, despite the chaos, manages to draw his knife, preparing to defend himself. The attack continues, the unseen assailant relentless in their assault on the pair. The onslaught intensifies, the very air vibrating with the force of the unseen blows. He and Woo Yeonhee stare upwards, their faces etched with terror as something descends upon them. A hand grips a blade, ready to strike. The air crackles with anticipation of the coming attack. The darkness gathers, obscuring everything in its path. An oppressive weight settles over the scene. A monstrous form emerges from the shadows, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Tendrils of an unknown substance writhe and coil, a grotesque display of the creature's power. The creature looms, its form a nightmarish fusion of flesh and shadow, ready to unleash its fury. The monster's grotesque form is now fully visible, a horrifying sight that inspires dread. Woo Yeonhee warns, her voice trembling, about the venomous nature of the creature's tentacles. The teacher, her eyes wide with fear, exclaims about the sheer size of the fluid substance. Sunhoo, his expression grim, urges Woo Yeonhee to regain her composure in the face of the looming threat. He insists that they have faced far more terrifying monsters than this one before. Woo Yeonhee, her voice laced with apprehension, questions what Sunhoo truly means by his statement. Among the monsters, Sunhoo's expression darkens as he notes that some of them look exactly like humans. The hunter moves with lethal precision, knowing that severing the head from the body by cutting the joints is the key. He is wary of the venomous glands at the ends of its legs. The monstrous creature thrashes, its limbs flailing wildly as it tries to defend itself. Cutting off its antenna will render it helpless. With a final, decisive strike, the hunter ends the fight. A system notification appears. A fluid graph has been slain. The system displays the mission progress. Graph extermination, slain Graf's 1/30th. Sunhoo's brow furrows, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He wonders if Grafs are truly that easy to kill, or if they're supposed to be a lot stronger than the Anubis. The fluid graph lies defeated, its metallic body marred with blood. The creature may appear mindless, but it possesses a certain cunning. It warns that underestimating them is a fatal error. The fluid graph continues, explaining that the creatures become less intelligent when they lose their feelers. Sunhoo is warned to be wary of the fluid graph's venomous glands, as a bite or stab would cause immense pain. The woman asks if only skills and seals can neutralize the venom. The fluid graph's limbs twitch slightly, the threat of venom still lingering. The woman confirms that an overdose would cause terrible pain, but it would be neutralized after a few days, and the post-mortem stiffness is almost gone. Na Sunhu stands over the defeated fluid graph, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of its venom. He smirks, realizing he must now take care of some byproducts. The defeated fluid graph is now considered a byproduct. He reaches into the defeated creature, his hand grasping something viscous. The substance clings, resisting his pull with a strange, elastic tension. With a wet, tearing sound, the substance begins to yield. The strange material stretches, its surface shimmering with an unnatural sheen. The woman watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and curiosity. Na Sunhu grits his teeth, pulling with all his might against the clinging mass. With a final tug, he extracts a glowing orb. Phew, got it. It was deep. The woman's expression is a mixture of surprise and concern. What's that? Na Sunhu looks at the orb with a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. The orb pulses with light in his hand. It's still. The unseen speaker muses that the defeated graph was no coincidence. A system message flashes, indicating that Gaia's will has been activated. Another system message warns that his enemies are watching him. A monstrous figure lurks in the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. He stands before the monstrous figure, seemingly unfazed by its presence. The system activates seismic wave, preparing for an imminent attack. Energy crackles, a prelude to the coming storm. Na Sunhu braces himself, ready to unleash the seismic wave. The energy intensifies, swirling around him. The seismic wave surges forward a destructive force. The air crackles with the force of the attack. The monstrous figure is engulfed in the seismic wave's energy. The monstrous creature roars, its guttural cry echoing through the surroundings. Devi's sword activates, bathing the area in a menacing purple glow as Na Sunhu prepares to strike. The purple energy crackles around the monstrous creature, a tangible threat in the air. The creature emits another piercing shriek as the energy intensifies. The purple energy pulses, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. The monstrous creature's cry intensifies, a mix of pain and fury. The world blurs with the force of the ongoing battle. The system registers the slain Groffs, tracking the progress of the extermination. The monstrous creature notes that those who lost their antennas are rushing toward him. The bloody sword gleams, a testament to the brutal fight. He vows to take care of them one after the other. Wiping blood from his brow, Sunhu reflects on the injuries he sustained from the high-frequency attacks. A woman observes that as he gets closer to the E-grade, his old senses are returning. He channels his energy, the Devi's sword glowing with power. His current state feels far more powerful than before. Suddenly, the system begins its assessment. The protagonist man who overcomes adversity, declares that they should end this quickly. He notes that they don't have to wait a month for the Groffs to attack. Protagonist man who overcomes adversity smirks, confident in his abilities. However, something unexpected happens, changing the course of events. The woman unknown, is shocked to see that more than 100 Groffs have attacked them. Na Sunhu, overwhelmed, barely manages to catch his breath amidst the chaos. The Groffs swarm over Na Sunhu and woman unknown, who are lying prone on the ground. It's revealed that it has been 5 days since he was poisoned by their venom. He recalls being swarmed and unable to tell up from down anymore. He shields his face, the sting of defeat and poison burning in his eyes. His mind flashes back to moments of power, to Odin's fury, and the explosive effects of Clown's dagger. Or was it Man of Adversity first? The whirlwind attribute activates, promising increased agility, a desperate need in this dire situation. A system notification blares. Wu Yonhee has activated bravery, a surge of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. A sudden realization dawns on him, a jolt of understanding cutting through the haze. He struggles to piece together the fragments. His memories are a jumbled mess, a chaotic blend of past and present. It's not like him to be caught in a life-or-death struggle against such a swarm. Something is deeply wrong. Wu Yonhee lies prone, seemingly defeated. He can't shake the feeling that he failed to protect her. He thinks to himself that he didn't use his skills expecting this outcome. His eye flares with a crimson light, a sign of the power he still possesses. A surge of determination hardens his features, a promise of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Wu Yonhee stirs, a faint groan escaping her lips as she begins to regain consciousness. He lets out a small sound, the gears in his mind turning. Na Sunhu turns, his expression concerned as he asks if she is all right. Wu Yonhee lies prone, still unconscious from the recent battle. The teacher sits up, clutching her head as she speaks to Sunhu. Sunhu recounts their recent ordeal, mentioning the horde they faced and the cleared quests. After regrouping, the rewards were distributed among the survivors. Wu Yonhee acquired 2 dealing skills, hatred and confusion. These new skills would make her indistinguishable from the enemies they faced. Sunhu observes that Wu Yonhee needs a secret move as well. Among the attributes he received, one stood out, natural-born person. The implications of this new attribute begin to dawn on him. He stares at the screen, wondering if he can make the man of adversity go from an S grade to SS. The group has gathered the remaining dungeon boxes, preparing for the boss encounter. He walks ahead, the woman following close behind, their footsteps echoing in the cavern. He reflects on his concerns about Woo Yeonhee, but knows they need to improve first. Sunhoo's expression hardens as he considers the necessity of healers in dungeons. The woman looks on, her expression unreadable as they continue their trek. The path ahead blurs, the air thick with anticipation as they approach their destination. Massive pillars loom in the distance, their surfaces etched with strange markings. The pair advances towards the pillars, their forms dwarfed by the immense scale of the dungeon. They continue forward, the pillars growing larger with each step they take. The woman wonders if they're just pillars, but Sunhoo seems to know more. He explains that they are sealed medium-sized grafts, essential for the Garf's boss. Sunhoo observes that the main body isn't a threat, and they can deal with the medium-sized grafts one by one if they break the shell. He prepares to strike, his fist clenched, determination etched on his face. The force of the blow sends vibrations through the air, a testament to his strength. The impact radiates outward, a shockwave of pure power unleashed. The air crackles with energy as the strike connects with its target. Elsewhere, Woo Yeonhee extends her hands, a soft green light emanating from her palms, ready to assist. A figure is hunched over, receiving Woo Yeonhee's healing, a visible aura of green energy enveloping them. Sunhoo's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he steels himself for what's to come. He resolves to test the limits of his newfound abilities against the challenges ahead. Sunhoo and Woo Yeonhee stand face to face, the tension palpable as they discuss their next move. Woo Yeonhee's face is etched with worry, beads of sweat trickling down her brow as she anticipates the coming battle. The woman thinks to herself, dreading what Sunhoo is about to do again. The secret of Devi's knife has been revealed, its skill grade rising to the level of the man who overcomes adversity, but some consider it a fraudulent skill that is won, but not won. Shiva, the god of destruction, is a main skill of the 7 evil ones, with the name of a god. The man looks on in shock as he sees the words, Shiva's knife, appear before him. That's why the evil one was scared of the good one with this skill. It is possible to convert it to another skill, the text says, as the two figures stand in the purple light. Someone says that they can't help but say that it's a fraud. Two people stand together, looking concerned. Shiva's knife will be used, the text declares. A strange, dark tendril rises. A pillar of intense fire erupts from the earth. The flames explode outward in a searing burst of heat. The air crackles with the sound of burning energy. Streaks of fire lance through the darkness. The monstrous creature recoils as the flames lick its stony hide. The fire continues its relentless assault. Shiva's knife proves to have both range and a devastating fire attack. Sunhoo and the protagonist observe the fiery spectacle below. The protagonist thinks to himself that he can grill the bugs hiding inside the shell with this. Two monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes stand amidst the inferno. The fire continues to engulf the monstrous creature. A monstrous creature is caught in the blaze. The monstrous creature's fanged maw fills the field of view, its red eyes burning. A piercing shriek tears through the air, a sound that promises pain and destruction. Blue lightning crackles around a dark figure, energy coalescing into a blinding display of power. The figure is now completely wreathed in crackling blue energy, a conduit for raw, untamed force. He resolves to use nothing but Odin's rage, channeling the ancient power within. Bolts of lightning erupt from the figure, illuminating the darkness with searing light. The monstrous creature recoils, its form flickering as the energy washes over it. Arcane symbols manifest in the air, glowing with an ominous purple light. The creature's red eyes narrow as it glares at its attacker, sensing the shift in power. Its fanged maw opens in a silent roar, ready to unleash another wave of destruction. The dark figure stands firm, the purple symbols swirling around its feet. Sunhoo cries out in pain, staggering backward from the force of the attack. She screams, hands clamped over her ears as a looming shadow falls. The sound rips through the air. A surge of power erupts, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. The monstrous creature descends, its insectal form a nightmare made real, claws extended. A voice cuts through the chaos, wondering if the screams are what drew the creatures out. The same voice declares that it is already too late, the situation spiraling out of control. A blur of motion, a strike delivered with impossible speed, cuts through the darkness. The creature's leg, a grotesque appendage, descends with lethal intent, wreathed in a crimson glow. Impact, a flash of red as the attack connects, the force of it palpable. The crimson energy intensifies, a violent surge of power unleashed in the confined space. Another strike, another burst of speed, the darkness unable to conceal the ferocity. a hand wielding a blade of pure light, a desperate counterattack against the monstrous onslaught. The final strike, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds, leaves only blurred afterimages. The monstrous creature brandishes a shard of corrupted crystal. The crystal slams into its target with a sickening crack. Dark energy swirls around the monstrous creature, inflicting random, corrupting effects. A voice exclaims that the timing was perfect. Spikes of dark energy erupt from the ground. A hand reaches towards the monstrous creature's face, ready to strike. The arm glows with an intense light as it moves forward. Energy streaks fill the air, blurring the scene. Wu Yonhee kneels on the ground, uttering a soft, pained sound. Her hands tremble as she supports herself. Purple energy emanates from the ground. The monstrous creature's head is visible, its eyes glowing red. The sound of impact echoes through the dungeon. Na Sunhu stands amidst the fiery aftermath, declaring it's over, and calling out to Wu Yonhee. The monstrous creature lies defeated, its massive form sprawled on the ground. A close-up reveals Wu Yonhee's face, her expression unreadable. The teacher, Wu Yonhee, looks on in shock, her hand covering her mouth as she witnesses the aftermath. Wu Yonhee's voice trembles as she calls out to Na Sunhu, her words laced with a mix of fear and disbelief. Na Sunhu observes Wu Yonhee, noting that her sensory levels are rising, suggesting she's experiencing something profound. A voice speaks of the Grofs, hinting at a deeper connection or understanding. Wu Yonhee's expression is filled with dread as she realizes that only the boss of the dungeon remains. A disembodied voice reminds someone that they were warned about the terrible things they would witness. Na Sunhu's face is shown in a close-up, his eye glowing red as he coldly tells someone to get used to it. The text appears, perhaps signifying a title or a concept. The system announced that the completion conditions for the quest, End Zone, had been met, requiring a decision on the first and second candidates. The system also declared that Wu Yonhee would be rewarded by becoming the next highest-ranked Awakener, tasked with killing the dungeon boss. Wu Yonhee stares blankly ahead, her expression a mixture of shock and resignation at the daunting task ahead. The system revealed that the reward from the Challenger box was a skill known as Aegis Gaze. A figure with pale hair and glowing red eyes looms, an ominous presence hinting at the power of this new skill. The system identifies the skill as belonging to this era's first evil one, a dangerous ability to be reckoned with. The system warns that the second evil skill was one that everyone, including the speaker, had to avoid at all costs. The system explains that the skill can control and manipulate minds, a terrifying prospect for anyone facing its power. The system states that now that Wu Yonhee has this skill, there's only one thing that can be done. The system emphasizes the need to maintain a state of mind. The system warns that this state of mind can be taken and stamped on by force at any time, a constant threat looming over those who possess it. Rain lashes against the city, each drop a tiny hammer blow. Even the gas station offers no respite from the downpour's relentless assault. She stands over someone, the system message clear. Wu Yonhee's senses have risen to E-grade. Yinaik's physical and muscle strength improvements are one thing, but improved senses aren't easy to adapt to. Light pokes at her eyes, and breathing sounds like screams in her ears. Overwhelmed, Wu Yonhee throws her hands to the sides of her head and screams. Even the slightest smell now assaults her, smelling like the stench of the gutter. A voice reminds her that food is in the fridge and warns her not to open the curtains or turn on lights. Wu Yonhee clutches at her hair, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Sunhu's voice echoes from the doorway, asking if she is leaving. He tells her that it will help her to not have him near and to call him when she's okay. Tears welling, Wu Yonhee begs him to stay with her. The words echo in her mind, a desperate plea to hold on. Tears stream down Wu Yonhee's face, a testament to her suffering. Elsewhere, the promise of an incredible existence hangs in the air, juxtaposed with the stark reality of the USA. The sign reads Arizona, a desolate landscape under a pale sky. A stern-faced man observes, flanked by his subordinates, their expressions mirroring his own. Another man raises his fist, a symbol of defiance or perhaps a call to action. The group stands firm, their resolve palpable in the tense atmosphere. A man sits with a tablet, while others stand guard, their postures suggesting readiness. Silence descends, a heavy command that stills the room. The man with glasses observes, his expression unreadable, his gaze intense. The order rings out, a new directive that tightens the reins of control. The man in the vest stands firm, a document in hand, ready to enforce the new rule. The man's face fills the frame as someone remarks that he seems like Cyborg. The man with glasses is observed to have a different air around him than the special forces. The man with crossed arms states that he knows people like him, people who work at Langley. The man with glasses is at the spot, and someone wonders aloud about Langley. The man's brow furrows as he wonders if they mean the CIA, the tension palpable. A man in sunglasses declares that new agents are expected to follow Grade 2 agents. An order is given, Listen while you return items, the voice firm and commanding. The man with glasses is surrounded by other men, as one of them states that there are only two things he wants from them. The word, reports, looms large, a stark reminder of accountability. The words, reports, and secrecy are displayed, as a voice warns that if you cannot follow these instructions, you should go. The man in sunglasses states that they will take care of their transportation, his expression unreadable. A man asks what they have to do, his tone suggesting a mix of apprehension and resignation. He stands before the man in sunglasses, listening intently. The leader crosses his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man in sunglasses stares forward, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. His jaw is set, his gaze unwavering. The knot of his tie is pulled tight, a dark contrast against the crisp white of his shirt. The fabric is smooth, unwrinkled. A black van sits parked on the side of the street. The van's dark windows obscure the interior from prying eyes. Inside the van, the man in the ski mask grips his rifle, while the man with glasses stands beside him. The man with glasses wonders aloud how long they have been waiting. His anxiety rising, the man with glasses considers abandoning the mission. He glances around nervously, sweat beading on his brow. The man in the ski mask asks if he sees the van on the other side. He reminds the man with glasses that whatever happens will be their job to deal with. The man with glasses curses under his breath, doubting the operation's connection to any criminal activity. The man in the ski mask states that this operation resembles that of an intelligence agency. He finishes his thought, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A complex grid of lasers suddenly materializes before them, bathing the interior in an eerie blue light. The two men stare in stunned silence at the intricate web of light blocking their path. The laser grid stretches across the entire space, an impassable barrier of light and energy. The man with glasses squints, trying to make sense of the sudden appearance. A laser, he mutters. He reaches out a tentative hand, questioning where this obstacle suddenly came from. The man with glasses' eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the danger of the situation. A disembodied voice booms through the van, issuing a stark warning, "Don't move." The man with glasses, startled by the command, quickly responds, "Oh, okay." The man with glasses stares at the laser grid, a question mark forming in his mind. The laser grid hums with contained power, a silent threat hanging in the air. A hooded figure looms behind the man with glasses, their presence casting a long shadow. A hand extends, fingers outstretched, nearing the deadly laser grid. A voice trails off, the speaker's words hanging in the air. A man in a ski mask, clad in a tactical vest, brandishes a gleaming knife. The force of a blow sends tremors through the air, impacting its target. A desperate plea echoes as a figure cries out, begging for their life. Another heavy impact reverberates, the sound of violence filling the space. A stunned silence follows, broken only by the unspoken question hanging in the air. The masked assailant looms over his victim, an ominous figure in the dim light. Terror grips the man in the ski mask, his eyes wide with fear as tears stream down his face. The laser grid intensifies, a deadly barrier slicing through the air. The man with glasses reels from a strike, his expression one of shock and pain. The laser beams multiply, crisscrossing in a lethal web of light. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to violence. He looked up, a curse escaping his lips as the situation deteriorated. Damn it. His gaze shifted downward, a flicker of concern crossing his face. This brat. A sinister smile played on the attacker's lips. He's smiling. The hooded figure's hand gripped a bloody knife, a testament to the violence inflicted. The attacker seemed to revel in the chaos. He's having fun, the hooded figure thought. The hooded figure sat with a gun, while the man with glasses sat on the floor, hands raised in surrender. Standing over a growing pool of blood, the hooded figure brandished the knife. Hack! Tears streamed down the face of the man with glasses, his expression a mask of fear and despair. The scene faded to white. The man with glasses stared up at the hooded figure, the blade now pressed against his throat. The attacker's eye gleamed with cold, merciless intent. He looks up, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with mocking condescension. What a pity. Sweat beads on his brow, a cold dread creeping into his heart. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his tense face. A figure in a hooded jacket looks up, questioning the unseen threat. What? Unseen, someone watches the unfolding events with detached interest. The hooded figure's image flickers, superimposed over the observer's awareness. Gunfire erupts, tearing holes through the wall with brutal force. The hail of bullets continues, each impact a deafening roar. Splintered concrete and dust fill the air as the barrage intensifies. The man with glasses stares ahead, his face etched with growing terror as the bullets fly. He clutches at his vest, his knuckles white as he braces for the inevitable. The dark road stretches ahead, illuminated only by faint lights. He is clad in a tactical vest, his expression a mask of worry. Someone shouts that he is still alive, a spark of hope amidst the chaos. The order comes to search within a 100-meter radius. The man with glasses' face is etched with concern, his eyes wide with apprehension. The command echoes, scour the area thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, an airplane sits on the tarmac, ready for takeoff or perhaps just arrived. Two men walk through the airport terminal, one pulling a suitcase, their purpose unknown. A voice laments the existence of such a terrible monster. The man with glasses expresses disbelief that an even worse monster could exist. Footsteps echo, a relentless pursuit or a determined march forward. The thought hangs in the air, a silent observation. He emerges from the airport, flanked by others, pulling his luggage behind him. A cryptic message surfaces, hinting at a dangerous game. The man with glasses is greeted. He is told that someone has been waiting. Meanwhile, a line divides the scene, a silent pause in the unfolding events. A voice attempts to soothe, offering reassurance amidst rising tension. The agent's brow furrows, beads of sweat forming as he clutches his jacket. The world outside blurs, a hazy backdrop to the unfolding drama. Na-sun speaks, his tone suggesting that there was no way for someone to catch the cat. The order is given, and a vehicle speeds off, kicking up dust in its wake. From above, a building is observed, its purpose yet unknown. A convoy of vehicles moves across the landscape, their destination a mystery. He sits in the back of the vehicle, the agent driving him onward. A voice from another car chimes in, stating that she heard what he went through. The agent, man with glasses, looks ahead, mentioning that Sunhu lost his colleagues. Na-Sunhu asks if everyone in his field is prepared for something like that. Sunhu continues, stating that death is a little different. The agent asks if he has any doubts about this job. Sunhu replies that they aren't working for the government. Na-Sunhu states that they know they're doing something that has meaning. The agent thanks him for worrying about him. Meanwhile, the convoy continues its journey. The vehicles drive along a winding mountain road. Sunhu stands in the foreground as the agent and two other men in tactical vests stand behind him. The call concludes with a directive to proceed as planned. The men watch as Na-Sunhu moves ahead. One wonders aloud who the Asian is and if he is buying the whole area. The agent with glasses overhears the comment, questioning if he heard correctly. He stands on a rocky path, phone in hand, seemingly unconcerned by their words. A voice declares that this is now their private property. The group is instructed to keep the road closed and prepare to set up camp. Two figures continue their trek through the mountainous terrain, backpacks strapped to their backs. He continues to climb, his backpack heavy, the incline steep. The protagonist ascends the rock face, another man following close behind. Elsewhere, three men sit around a crackling campfire, the night growing darker. One of the men wonders just what he is doing. The man with glasses speculates that it's survival training or something like it. A voice wonders if their current situation is a hobby for someone. Another suggests a card game, his expression unreadable. The man with glasses warns them not to relax, stating they aren't going anywhere. Two men exchange worried glances, the tension palpable between them. Meanwhile, it is day 3 of their journey. Suddenly, the forest is illuminated by strange, glowing blue markings. The man with glasses looks up, startled by the sudden light phenomenon. Another man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The blue light reflects in the eyes of a young man, his expression unreadable. A lone figure stands before a towering structure of the same eerie blue light. The group continues to walk, seemingly drawn towards the source of the light. The man with glasses curses, recognizing the light from before. A firm grip tightens around the weapon, a silent promise made. A voice echoes, conceding this round, but hinting at a future confrontation. The cold steel of the gun barrel is a stark reminder of the danger. He holds the weapon, a question mark hanging in the air as he considers the situation. Na-Sunhu commands them to protect the area and prevent anyone from approaching. The man with glasses seems to understand the gravity of the situation, his expression grim. One of the guards is instructed to take care of the area until his return. The man with glasses asks how long he will be gone, a hint of worry in his voice. A promise echoes, stating that he will be back within a week, no matter what. Na-Sunhu glances back, a determined look on his face as he prepares to depart. A figure walks away, their form shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The mission must be completed by any means necessary. The stakes are high. A guard stands near the blue square, his weapon held at the ready. Strange sounds echo from the blue square, unintelligible and unsettling. The guard's brow furrows in confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. Another guard shouts, his voice cutting through the eerie silence. "Mick!" The guard reports hearing strange sounds emanating from the blue square. Two guards stand vigilant, their weapons raised, scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. Cracks spiderweb across the surface of the blue square, the sounds growing more intense. 3 guards aim their weapons, their faces etched with concern as the situation escalates. The cracks deepen, the blue square seemingly on the verge of shattering. A guard stands ready, his weapon trained on the unstable blue square. The blue square pulses with an eerie light, its source still unknown. He and the other guard raise their rifles, prepared for anything. The strange symbols shimmer on the surface of the blue light. The guard with glasses shouts in alarm, his eyes wide with fear. The guard with glasses looks on with terror as the blue square begins to crack. A voice cries out, ordering them to hold their fire. From within the blue square, a figure shouts for them to hold their fire. The voice echoes, desperate, as the blue square shatters. The system announces that the dungeon has been destroyed. The screen displays a single word, regressor. Meanwhile, orders are given to send Mick and the agents to Point 2. The protagonist lies in a pool of his own blood, having overcome the pain after activating his ability. He could barely contain his amusement, despite the difficulty of recovering without Wuyoni. The protagonist couldn't believe he had finished a dungeon all by himself. The system message declared that the Vajrapanni's guarding glove had been a huge help. He had leapt into action, the golden gauntlet gleaming on his fist. The system informed him that he wasn't affected by the boss monster's magic, and that his glove absorbed an incredible amount of damage. But the blaze ring broke, leaving behind a new prize. Instead, he received the shadow ring, an item he'd used before because it has a hidden skill. The protagonist's expression was thoughtful as he considered the new item. It was also a great achievement that his senses became stronger and would reach rank D soon. The man with glasses sat across from him, having been summoned. "You called for me?" Na-Sunho looked at the man with glasses. He stated that he was going to make him an executive now, Mick. The protagonist noted that John Clark hadn't told him yet. He asserts his authority, the weight of responsibility evident in his tone. The man with glasses, looking troubled, wonders aloud what he should do. The unseen speaker clarifies that he is not asking for suspicion, only for reports on John Clark and the other executives. A crimson eye watches from the shadows, observing the unfolding events with cold calculation. A muscular man, arms crossed, declares that this is exactly what he needs as the organization grows. The text box explains that in the future, this organization will grow into an Awakeners Association for the management of the Awakeners. The man with glasses is told that the organization needs to be maintained constantly in order to develop into a large-scale institution. Meanwhile, a white SUV speeds down a road, its destination unknown. The white SUV continues its journey, the blur of motion suggesting urgency. The text box reveals that John Clark's camouflage facility was set up in an abandoned residential area near Manhattan. The white SUV is now parked in front of a nondescript building, its mission perhaps complete. The man with glasses shakes hands with a muscular man, who assures him that they will be like brothers from now on. The terms were agreed upon, the deal now sealed. Elsewhere, a trio descends a stairwell, their purpose unknown. A figure is directed, guided towards an unseen destination. A hand grips a cold metal knob, ready to turn and breach the threshold. The man with glasses, his brow furrowed, seems concerned as he stands with the protagonist. A bank of monitors displays a network of security cameras, each a silent, watchful eye. 2 figures monitor the screens, their focus absolute. They confirm that cameras cover every possible exit. The protagonist spots something on the monitors, his eyes widening slightly. An agent assures someone that they have the target surrounded and will catch him soon. 6 months of planning have led to this moment, and the agent finds it nice. The protagonist reflects on the target's past tactics, noting that he's out of tricks this time. The protagonist asks the man with glasses what is going on with the Joshua case. The man in the vehicle reports that they have a resident bodyguard who infiltrated the mansion. On the screen, a man with white hair holds a tablet and a cup, stating he will show the video he sent. The screen displays information, noting that so far, the subject has just focused on his business, and there's nothing special to report. The screen focuses on a man with white hair, identifying him as Joshua Von Carrion, the real of the second kind one. The text indicates that someone was ordered to keep an eye on his movements, but there's nothing much happening yet, after a great success with his current business. A man with white hair and a dark suit is shown, with text indicating that Carrion will be on a roll with his family on his back. A blurred image shows a city skyline with a figure in the foreground, suggesting a looming presence or threat. The text declares that with that, the strongest armed group, the revolution, will be born. A cityscape is shown, with a speech bubble saying, "Please," indicating a sense of urgency or desperation. A close-up of the front of a white car, possibly the one mentioned earlier, is shown. The wheel of a car is shown, suggesting movement or departure. A man is getting into the white car, indicating he is about to leave or go somewhere. The man with glasses sits in the car, listening intently. He states that the organization will continue to expand. The agent, man with glasses, is told that his role is important. The man speaking refers to him as Mick. A hand reaches out, opening the car door. The sound of the latch echoes in the confined space. He straightens his suit jacket, preparing to face whatever lies ahead. The city looms in the background. The protagonist steps out of the vehicle, his movements deliberate and purposeful. The agent watches him leave. Footsteps echo on the pavement as he strides forward. The sound is sharp and distinct. The protagonist approaches the entrance of Jonathan Investment. He ascends the steps, his destination clear. A thought surfaces, a question hanging in the air. Jonathan Investment. Back in the car, the agent's eyes widen slightly. He seems surprised by something. A close-up reveals the agent's tie, slightly askew. The tension in the car is palpable. A vehicle sits parked, the driver's thoughts swirling. Stop thinking. It's already hard to focus on what's ahead of me. A set of imposing double doors stands closed, their destination unknown. A hand taps impatiently on a polished desk, the sound echoing. He continues to tap, the rhythmic sound a counterpoint to the silence. The protagonist's expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed forward. The agent, leaning on his hand, tells him to let him know when he goes into hiding. The agent asks if he's checked his mail, his tone laced with curiosity. The agent explains that he will take care of some important things. The agent expresses a shock at something he has seen. The agent says that he still hasn't, and that his partner's disappearance might be annoying, but the agent notes that he has such a dark expression and that their net worth has increased by over 200%. The agent, resting his head on his hand, reveals that it's worth around $300 billion. The agent states that it's impossible and that only crazy stocks are included in a crazy market. The agent explains that it's just because he's part of New York Group, and if they combine Jillian's group and Jessica's funds, he considered the sum a staggering amount that spoke of ambition and power. The achievement, though significant, was merely a stepping stone on a much longer path. A sealed letter, bearing an unknown mark, was carefully placed, its contents holding secrets. A voice echoed, admitting to a deliberate act of provocation. Na-Sun-Hu held the sealed letter, its date marking a significant point in time. The threat hung heavy in the air, a promise of impending contact. An intense gaze, reflecting the storm brewing both inside and out. The hearing loomed, carrying a stern warning from the highest authority. Compliance was not a suggestion, but a demand with dire consequences. The building stood as a symbol of power, its halls echoing with the threat of investigation. Na-Sun-Hu examined the letter, questioning its origins and implications. A sense of time passed, a reminder of events long past resurfacing. What do they want? He looks down, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The fluorescent lights hum above him, casting a sterile glow. The agent's gaze hardens, a silent resolve forming in his expression. Son, they want you. A battery of cameras stand ready, poised to capture every detail. Bathed in the harsh glare of the spotlight, a figure stands defiant. He intends to play them in the palms of their hands. His eyes narrow, the man considers the situation. Their reaction is slower than he anticipated, but he speaks to Jonathan, his voice firm with resolve. His identity must remain a secret. The man, his expression serious, speaks to a blonde woman. His words are unheard, but his intent is clear. His thoughts turn to the vast sums of money at play. How much have these bastards put in all this time? He knows it can't be helped to be known by people in the higher up. The man holds a blank mask to his face, obscuring his features. The weight of his decision is heavy. He must prevent being revealed to the general public. The first reason is his parents. If his identity is revealed, his parents will live in a prison surrounded by bodyguards. The public attention would entangle their every move. He stands amidst a digital rain, the glowing orbs casting an eerie light. The protagonist considers the limitations of his current power. The man with glasses proposes a bold, perhaps reckless, scheme. He suggests siphoning funds from the authorities' pension reserve. He elaborates, suggesting that igniting conflict between the White House and the Pension Reserve Committee would create sufficient pressure. The agent turns to the protagonist, a sinister glint in his eye. He imagines the chaos that would ensue from their actions. The man with glasses' plan is immediately rejected. The voice booms, declaring the idea far too weak. The agent proposes a meeting with the leaders of Russia and Japan. He states his intent to meet with them personally. The man with glasses seems to reconsider his own words. The idea of involving Russia and Japan gives him pause, but he quickly dismisses it. A new, more sinister plan begins to form. The agent intends to exploit the United States for all it's worth. The protagonist stares intently, his expression unreadable. He is surrounded by what appears to be dangerous explosives. The agent reveals his true intentions. He plans to tamper with the United States detonator, spreading chaos worldwide. The man with glasses' face contorts in a mask of fear and desperation. His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The tension is palpable, the air thick with dread. The agent collar seems to tighten around his neck, choking him. He explains that it wouldn't be good to get involved in this situation, but they'll buy Japanese government bonds. The agent continues, stating they'll buy Russian government bonds in Japan. Bullets rain down upon the flags of Japan, Russia, and the United States. The protagonist man who overcomes adversity, looks on with a concerned expression. The agent declares that they'll have no choice in the matter. The agent, man with glasses, covers his face with his hand, thinking about the US, Russia, and Japan. The agent wonders if he is planning to start a worldwide war. The agent, his brow furrowed, continues to obscure his face with his hand. The protagonist apologizes, saying that he shouldn't have created this situation. The agent responds that it was predictable and bound to happen at some point. The agent asks what the target amount is. The protagonist replies that for now, it's all of the net worth of the New York group. He states that if they don't back down, he will draw up the funds. The agent, man with glasses, sits in his chair, mentioning $300 billion for now. The sum of $300 billion is displayed in large, glowing text. The image shows missiles and fighter jets, with text indicating the current U.S. defense budget in 1 year. The agent sits at his desk, while the protagonist man who overcomes adversity, stands nearby. The text mentions London and the Isle of Man. The text warns that worse situations will arise, worse than starting a war. The protagonist is told to try luring the White House for the last time, regarding their will. He is then asked how. The agent states that this situation may become big, and decides he will go in person. The agent puts on his jacket, stating that this is their last chance now, the last moment in which he can stop an enormous war. The agent is on the phone, his expression serious as he listens to the other party. A close-up shows the agent's hands adjusting his tie as he begins to speak. The agent and the protagonist stand together, the agent in a brown suit and the protagonist in a blue suit. Two figures stride forward, their intent clear. Let's show them what we've got. Meanwhile, a grand building stands tall, its many windows hinting at the activity within. The agent and protagonist man who overcomes adversity walk side by side, their expressions serious as they head down the hall. The agent instructs, "You should stay still until I give you the signal." Protagonist man who overcomes adversity retorts, "I'm as angry as you though." The agent replies, "Fine," and protagonist man who overcomes adversity concedes, "I'll stay." Elsewhere, a pair of doors swing open, revealing a path forward. The agent and protagonist man who overcomes adversity stand face to face, their conversation continuing in hushed tones. U.S. Treasury Secretary Ed stares forward, a slight frown creasing his brow. A cascade of American dollars rains down as the man considers his next move. The man in the suit states that the secretary and the president are one, since they work together. A woman with short hair declares that she's going to bankrupt LCTM now. The man in the suit stands with his secretary, an associate behind him looking concerned. The man in the suit leans in, telling the secretary to consider this seriously. The secretary's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed slightly as he listens. Someone declares that this is not the secretary's office. The secretary smiles faintly, telling his friend to calm down and talk calmly, as they have a lot of time. The secretary asks if the man in the suit is holding back because he's young, but states that he has no right to stop him if he commits such foolish acts. But LCTM is an important asset. The letters LCTM are displayed prominently. Hedge funds that lost badly in Russia's financial war, although LCTM was on the verge of bankruptcy, they almost dealt a serious blow to the U.S. economy. LTCM's logo is fractured, the image overlaid with the declaration that it now belongs to the New York group. The man with glasses stands firm, his expression unreadable. He states that all present are greatly indebted to them, questioning if this is how they repay the favor. A man's brow furrows, the single word bubble hanging in the air. Debt. The man in the shirt and tie looks up, a deep frown etched on his face. He wonders aloud if there's a debt he doesn't know about. Whispers echo of the risks averted by taking over LTCM and the masses of corpses that would have spread corpse poison. The man with glasses stands amidst swirling energy, his expression a mask of grim determination. A disembodied voice declares that they prevented the Second Great Depression, the one the man himself mentioned. The unseen speaker continues, stating that the debts are things that filled up the man's pockets. The man in the shirt and tie's face contorts in anger as he curtly refuses whatever is being offered. A woman with blonde hair peers down, asking if someone is staying still. Another man, unseen until now, states that he also understands that Sianhu is angry. The man questions the necessity of Mr. Na's public hearing, his expression suggesting disapproval. He implies someone is acting a certain way because of it. Another man defends Sianhu, emphasizing that despite his youth, he holds a position of authority. He also questions the actions of South Korean banks. Ed states that he doesn't believe the current situation warrants his intervention. His tone suggests a reluctance to get involved in the unfolding events. The man inquires if there's been any communication from their donors. His expression is sharp, hinting at a sense of urgency or concern. The reason why large conglomerates. A man issues a challenge, stating that if someone wants to play him, they should proceed. He warns that everything that follows will be their responsibility. A man with black hair looks on, his expression unreadable. The blond man stands behind him, looking concerned. Let's go. Speaking in economic terms, the man ominously states that would be a world that hides a blade of astronomical amounts, hinting at hidden dangers and vast sums of money. Someone reflects on the direct and aggressive attitude they've just encountered, clearly taken aback by the encounter. The man questions the significance of a younger person challenging him, his tone a mix of annoyance and disbelief. He stands with another man in a room with a patterned wall. The unseen speaker questions the other's decision to let the situation escalate. The man with black hair stares intently, asking if the other knows something. The unseen speaker warns against raising one's voice, stating that the one who gets riled up loses. The camera focuses on the top of someone's head, the tension palpable. The man's face contorts in anger as he demands to know what the other is talking about. The unseen speaker declares that they're talking about Japan's block. The man warns that someone needs to stop joking around, suggesting potential consequences. A close-up of an eye reveals intense emotion, possibly fear or anger. The unseen speaker explains that Japan won't be cooperative again due to past actions, mentioning struggles in the recession and comparing Russia to the Cold War. A man with black hair and glowing red eyes stares intensely, a sinister aura surrounding him. The question hangs in the air. Do you know about that? The older man's face contorts with worry, his brow furrowed deep. The unseen speaker's words hang heavy in the air, a silent threat implied. A fist slams the table, punctuating the gravity of the situation. I never thought I'd get a declaration of war from the White House. The disembodied voice warns of dire consequences. Do you not know that you may end up losing everything if you do something like this? The voice continues, revealing a personal stake. Knowing how much Jonathan and I have invested, stop saying such nonsense. Na Sunhu stands face to face with a blond man in a brown suit, the tension palpable between them. Sunhu's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. I have more confidence to win, but it doesn't matter even if I lose. The older man's face is partially visible, his expression grim. Earn that money again. The older man, seen through the doorway, clenches his fist, his anger simmering. The two men stand their ground, a silent standoff playing out between them. The older man's face is inches from Sunhu's, his eyes filled with a cold fury. The red tie, a symbol of power, hangs taut, mirroring the strained atmosphere. He asks if the protagonist said his friend is 15 years old. The man with glasses admits he underestimated him at first, but took a beating in the end, adding that the protagonist's jokes went too far. The man with glasses grips the door handle, stating he'll make a. The man with glasses tells someone to make a separate statement to the media and not to forget. The man with glasses says yes, secretary, and that this was just a small mistake that happened at. The man with glasses peers through the door, telling someone to take care of the misunderstanding in. The man with glasses tells the pension reverse committee themselves. The door is broken, splintered by some unseen force. The man with glasses and the protagonist stand near the broken door. The feet of the man with glasses and the protagonist are visible near the broken door. A voice echoes from behind the narrow opening, a chilling reminder. But don't forget. The voice continues, dismissing the recent events. This was just a small mistake that happened from below. Slam! The door bursts open, splintering under immense force. Dust and debris fill the air as the two men stand amidst the destruction. The air hangs heavy with the scent of shattered wood and disturbed dust. Footsteps echo in the aftermath, the silence broken only by the settling dust. Man with glasses and protagonist man, who overcomes adversity, turn their attention towards the breached entrance. Man with glasses speaks, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Meanwhile, a series of crashes reverberates through the city as something plummets from above. The sounds of destruction grow louder as the object hurtles towards the ground. A sleek car sits below, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The man with black hair speaks, while the blond man next to him covers his face with his hand. Not even China talks like this, he says. The man with black hair continues, stating that even he is not enjoying it that much. A text box below describes the U.S. Department of the Treasury raising the white flag inside the White House itself. A stern-faced man with glowing pink eyes declares that it is like an S-rank monster surrendering by itself. He believes they are not afraid of him yet, and that it is only because of that. The man with black hair clenches his fist, his expression intense and determined. A red glow emanates from behind him, highlighting his resolve. A text box declares the need to make sure they won't even consider defying him from start. The words are bold and imposing, emphasizing the speaker's dominance. The first stage was the foolishness brought on by the governments and capitalists of the world. Cartoon figures with flags run frantically, symbolizing the chaos and panic. The second stage was the mutual annihilation through the use of nuclear weapons. Explosions erupt, consuming the landscape in a fiery inferno. Cartoon figures stand amidst the destruction, their expressions grim. Red lightning bolts crackle around them, signifying the intensity of conflict. If the first stage was dealt with properly, the following problems wouldn't have even happened. A monstrous figure looms, a symbol of the consequences of failure. Most of the monsters that poured out of the gates at the start could have been sufficiently dealt with using modern firearms. The monsters emerge from the darkness. With the fall of the economy, the world order also collapsed. In the pandemonium, nuclear weapons were used. A destroyed city lies in ruins, a testament to the devastation. Then used twice, then thrice. The city burns, a haunting reminder of the destructive power unleashed upon the world. He sits in the back of a darkened car, watching the city pass. The city's lights stretch into the night, a future he longs for. The reason he needs to amass financial power becomes clear in his mind. The message is received, the plan set in motion. A man with blonde hair speaks into his phone, giving instructions. The man's expression is serious, the gears already turning. Another man receives news on his phone. Gold online has folded. Originally, the dot-com crash started in March of 2000, and the Nasdaq index had crossed 5,000. The man with dark hair looks out the window, considering the implications. The blonde man wonders how far the market will fall, the number 5,239 hanging in the air. The dark-haired man sips his drink, knowing they need to be ready for it to go below 1,000. The subprime mortgage crisis of 2008, a wave poised to crash over the world's economy. The blonde man explains that it began with Asia's foreign exchange crisis, starting with an attack on South Korea. As liquid is poured, the question hangs in the air, what about the dot-com bubble? What is the man getting at? The financial crisis spread out to the world, impacting even countries like Mexico and Russia. Interest rates dropped, and lots of money was lost, reflected in the still pool. The rose-tinted illusion of the new millennium masked the underlying problems. The reflection in the water shows a somber mood, hinting at the troubles to come. Everything came together to create the dot-com bubble, a perfect storm of circumstances. The blonde man states that's not what he wants to talk about, while the dark-haired man looks on with a questioning expression. The Federal Reserve System will continue to lower the base. The interest rate is being manipulated to decrease the shock of the stock market. The blonde man, swirling his drink, acknowledges that it'll probably happen, but wonders by how much. The dark-haired man listens intently as the ingredients are discussed, starting from today, and the dish is looking beyond. Then real estate should be the answer, the blonde man thinks. The blonde man holds a glass of red liquid, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Real estate will naturally increase, but the problem is the poison that accumulates from that. And between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb will explode. A bomb bigger than anyone could have imagined, the dark-haired man thinks, his expression unreadable. The blonde man is seen from the lower part of his face. The blonde man's eyes widen slightly as he holds the glass of red liquid, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What are you predicting? The blonde man looks concerned as he holds the glass of red liquid. He stands in what appears to be a bathroom, his expression serious. The economy of the globe, the financial sector, he thinks, looking out at the city skyline. The sector will be paralyzed, Korea's IMF. The dominoes fall, each representing a past economic crisis. The subprime mortgage crisis is highlighted as a horrible end, a matter of causality. Finance, the force that holds the entire world together, is represented by falling dominoes. Every effect has a cause, a grim reminder in the world of finance. The shares of Russia's financial war in Hong Kong have increased. Na Sun-woo realizes he needs to stay focused. He promises to send the short-term plan upon his return to Korea. Night falls on the city, a silent witness to the financial machinations. The city lights twinkle, masking the complex calculations being made within. A computer screen glows, ready to display the next financial strategy. Na Sun-woo sits at his desk, contemplating the complexities of the market. He thinks to himself that he needs to send it to him as soon as possible. Creating a plan is hard because there are factors that can't be controlled by just data. He contemplates the implications, realizing that dealing with events from January 2001 would be a completely different matter. Na Sun-woo sits back in his chair, his expression grim as he thinks to himself that the situation will be much worse. He reflects on the outrageous attack that destroyed the symbol of the world economy. The protagonist rests his forehead in his hand, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts. Sun-woo considers why the monsters that attacked on the day of beginnings were only low-ranking. He realizes that if the 7 Demon Kings had come through personally, they could have instantly made humanity go extinct. He cannot leave any records of this. The sound of rapid typing fills the air as he works, knowing he still needs to create a proposal that can persuade 3,000 geniuses. For now, he decides to focus on the upcoming presidential election in September. He considers the connection between the current situation and the Gulf War created by the oil family. He decides to use this information to create a lead, examining a new email on his computer screen. She sits, glasses perched on her nose, listening to the person on the other end of the line, who asks if she has seen the proposal. The woman on the phone is asked how long she intends to keep calling the other person boss. She thinks to herself that once a boss, always a boss, but this long-term proposal has been so intense that she has even forgotten to breathe. The woman on the phone tells the other person to leave it there, as this isn't something to talk about over the phone, and that she will meet them soon as one representative of the group to another. She states that they don't need to drag it out, and that she will go right now. The woman, now standing, tells someone to not go anywhere and wait. Her legs carry her forward, striding confidently across the crosswalk. Her black heels click against the pavement as she continues her journey. Her expression hardens, a determined glint in her eye as she glances to the side. She pauses, gazing at her reflection in a window, a silent assessment passing between her and the glass. Her eyes meet her own gaze in the reflection, a spark of resolve igniting within. Elsewhere, a car speeds down the road, its destination unknown. He strides down the sidewalk, the sounds of a high-performance engine echoing behind him. Jessica speaks with conviction, believing that something is possible, even if it sounds like a fairy tale. She continues, noting that even with just Russia, no one could have predicted their downfall. The man at the computer explains that the proposal is on an entirely new level due to Russia's insolvency, but that's not why he called. The camera focuses on Jessica's hair as she listens intently to the person on the other end of the line. Jessica is told that someone hasn't even gotten a wink of sleep, prompting her to ask what happened. The man rests his head on his hand, explaining that as long as the group's funds are invested with the proposal as the base, they don't need to bear any responsibility. The man expresses his strong dislike for the current situation. Jessica, listening intently, responds with a simple, questioning what. The man, his face etched with worry, tells Jessica that relying on genius is enough only once. The man continues to talk about a proposal, but at the current rate, things are not looking good. Jessica listens, her expression a mix of concern and determination as she absorbs the gravity of the situation. She listens intently, her expression unreadable as the proposal unfolds. Jessica questions the man on the phone, listing off powerful names: Silverman, A.P. Morgan, Rothschild. A hand gestures, emphasizing the importance of the unseen individuals. The man on the phone speaks, his brow furrowed with concern. "Boss, aren't you misunderstanding?" The man continues, explaining that they have only been given the man on the phone insists, "We're the..." He elaborates, stating that they are neither farmers nor fishermen, but something entirely different. The woman listens, her expression still unreadable. The man on the phone urges, there's no reason, nor need, to collapse in front of the genius of the proposal. The man on the phone explains that they are incredible, a group of experts, but they fight alone. The man on the phone appears distraught, sweat beading on his brow as he awaits Jessica's decision. Jessica speaks, her hand resting on her shirt. "Jessica, in that sense, we are the best." She insists that he remains still as she is trying to set the mood. The man says that he will speak to her as one representative to another. She asks if they can't just talk as a man and woman. The man's face flushes with embarrassment. Meanwhile, rain streaks down the windows of a high-rise building at night. The man, now wearing a robe, stands by the window, looking out at the city lights. The woman lies in bed, her eyes closed. A computer window displays information about the Republican Party and the direction of the American presidential election. Another window shows a behavioral analysis of the current state of Texas, along with the American economic cycle and the direction of the Fed's bank rate policy. A third window displays U.S. real estate's professional analysis and the prediction of the investments of the major banks following the fall in interest rates. The course of the world's fourth petroleum market is displayed in yet another window. The man, holding a cup, thinks about a precise analysis of the economy on a macroscopic scale. The unseen man holds a dark blue mug, commenting that this situation isn't something one person could handle alone. He notes that at least 100 people are working together on it. The man on the phone, Na Sunhu, sips from his mug. He thinks it's foolish to fuel an inferiority complex against an elite group like that. Even now, the directing department is probably working overtime. Meanwhile, rain streaks down the windows of a tall building, blurring the cityscape beyond. The weather reflects the somber mood. Jessica stands by the window, her expression troubled. She wonders aloud where they are, her worry palpable. Rain streaks down the glass of towering buildings, blurring the city lights into hazy glows. Under the downpour, a dark-haired figure walks forward, their destination obscured by the heavy rain. The agent, clad in a gray suit and a dark shirt, maintains a composed expression despite the weather. He stands before a modern building, the rain reflecting off its glass doors, waiting for his charge. The agent's polished shoes step carefully on the wet pavement, the umbrella held firmly in his grip. The agent holds the umbrella, his gaze steady and focused, as he prepares to fulfill his duty. He turns slightly, informing the person behind him that the CEO has requested his presence and guidance. The agent relays a message. The CEO thanks him for his understanding. A sleek, dark car speeds through the rainy streets, its headlights cutting through the gloom. The car approaches a tunnel entrance, marked with a height restriction sign, disappearing into the darkness. The vehicle's taillights fade as it enters the tunnel, leaving only the rain and the wet asphalt behind. The black sedan idles in the dimly lit parking structure. The agent stands nearby, his expression unreadable in the shadows. The car door opens with a soft click, and a woman in a purple suit emerges. The agent watches, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. He sits in the back seat of the car, next to the woman in the purple suit. The agent sits with his hands clasped, waiting patiently. Sun-Hoo sits beside the woman as she wonders aloud if government surveillance has worsened. The agent explains that wiretapping and trailing executives has become the norm, but assures them that they will resolve the problem soon enough. The woman in the purple suit hands Sun-Hoo a brown envelope, inviting him to take a look. Sun-Hoo looks at the envelope, a serious expression on his face, as a caption explains that the companies are major shareholders. A text bubble states that it is natural for the government to be wary. While the nation struggled under the IMF's conditions, the G&L Group took over 25% of Korea's economy. Paper money rains down over a map of Korea, as a voice explains the potential economic fallout. A woman with long, dark hair states that they have no way of knowing that a financial crisis won't happen. She mentions that director Park Chung-sik is being called the Lord of Wealth. The woman's expression hardens as she demands an explanation. A man in a suit holds papers, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice insists that they continue to support him, so that he might even be called the King of Wealth. The woman pauses, considering the implications of making Jamie the CEO. She suggests that it would be better for Jamie to focus more on the company's image. The man in the suit asks if they forgot why they hired Jamie, listing documentaries, interviews, and entertainment as her purview. The man emphasizes the need to make the public. A text box states that although Jamie knew it well, the internal structure was solidified a little more. A voice adds that they are planning on going to dungeons all over the world for over 6 months. Elsewhere, the exterior of a building is shown at night. 3 people sit around a table, enjoying a meal. He grins, asking where the other person will stay when they go to America. Sun-Hoo chuckles, relaying that they said they'll have a place for him near the company, joking that it'll be Manhattan. The unseen speaker observes that it looks like they really like him. A man raises his glass, congratulating the other, saying he succeeded before his dad. Sun-Hoo looks surprised, holding a white cloth in his hand. The glass is tilted, the liquid inside sloshing as someone takes a drink. Someone asks if it's a glass, while Sun-Hoo and a woman look on. The woman calls someone dear. The speaker advises that one needs to learn from their father before drinking elsewhere. Sun-Hoo smiles, reminiscing about the days they drank together trying to survive Wall Street. The speaker states that living life is like climbing a mountain. The man smiles, saying he loves this. The speaker advises that if the mountain is too tall, one can rest and continue climbing, or come down and rest before attempting again. The man in the white shirt advises that there are many paths. The other man warns that Wall Street will be wary of outsiders. The man suggests that if things get difficult, they should return. A couple smiles warmly, their faces radiating happiness and contentment. Meanwhile, a list of the world's billionaires in the year 2000 is displayed, showing John Doe at the top. He stands at an airport terminal, holding a newspaper and seemingly lost in thought. His black boots stand firmly on the polished floor of the terminal. The newspaper reports that neither his name nor his nationality was revealed. He finds it a relief that ED didn't try anything stupid. The headline of the newspaper is partially visible, hinting at the information within. He gazes up at the complex architecture of the airport, lost in thought. A woman in a green jacket strides confidently forward, pulling her suitcase behind her. Elsewhere, a hardened man grips a pistol, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. The man's expression remains stern as he adjusts his grip on the weapon. A woman with wide, anxious eyes looks up, stating that she already told him. The woman's worried expression contrasts with Sun-Hoo's stoic gaze as he stands beside her. Even still, the woman's anxiety is palpable, her brow furrowed with concern. She asks if something happened between him and them, adding that they're all afraid of him. The disembodied voice notes that everyone is afraid, except for the driver, even though he's afraid too. A man with glasses stares ahead, his expression unreadable, but his eyes betray a hint of apprehension. The driver's hands grip the steering wheel tightly, as he acknowledges that they might be the worst to use. Sun-Hoo recalls that they've all worked with him once before, and he is certain about something. It is explained that something changed as her stats increased. The group continues their journey through the snowy, mountainous terrain. Snow falls gently on the jagged peaks, blanketing the landscape in white. A faint blue glow emanates from a point in the distance, hinting at some unknown energy source. The group trudges onward, their figures small against the vast, snow-covered expanse. The team continues their trek, bundled in winter gear against the biting cold. Sun-Hoo stands beside the woman in the green jacket as she says it's what he requested before. Sun-Hoo tells her to take this, his expression serious. The woman in the green jacket holds something close to her chest. The woman in the green jacket holds a sword, her expression unreadable. The The sword gleams, its sharp edge promising swift action. The air crackles with energy as the sword cuts through it. She stands amidst the flurry of her own strikes, unfazed. The slashes continue, a testament to the sword's power. Even the snowy mountain backdrop seems to quiver from the force. The man with glasses and his companion watch with wide eyes, startled by the display. The sword continues to slice through the air, each strike precise. The woman in the green jacket holds the sword, ready for whatever comes next. She assesses the weapon, deciding that it's usable, though not as good as her dungeon find. Wu Yonhee smiles, confident in her swordsmanship. Someone observes that it's natural for them to be surprised by her skill. The man with glasses is told that even without using a skill, Wu Yonhee can easily take on any of them. An unknown voice expresses trust that someone will do well on their side. The man with glasses stares ahead, his eyes wide with disbelief. He seems to be questioning the amount of time given to complete a task. Na Sun's expression is unreadable, his gaze intense. The camera focuses on the sleek, dark material of a jacket, perhaps hinting at advanced technology. The unseen speaker declares that something will happen within 5 days. Na Sunhu stands with Wu Yonhee, who raises her hand, perhaps indicating a destination or a goal. Boots crunch through the snow, the path ahead illuminated by a faint blue glow. A new quest appears, tasking someone with eliminating the Xiphos. Another quest, or perhaps the same one, also appears, this time labeled as common whipping. Na Sunhu stares ahead, a determined look on his face. He acknowledges the quest, noting that it involves eliminating the Xiphos this time. The woman in the green jacket stands beside Sunhu, her expression unreadable. She comments on the number-pushing guys. The camera focuses on the woman in the green jacket's neck and collarbone, the details of her clothing highlighted. The woman in the green jacket turns to Sunhu, saying no. Sunhu looks back at her, confused by her statement. Sunhu smiles slightly, his expression softening. He seems to be amused by the woman's reaction. A close-up shot focuses on the woman in the green jacket's hair, highlighting its texture and color. The woman in the green jacket looks concerned, her brow furrowed and her eyes wide. Something has caught her attention. The woman in the green jacket's eyes widen in surprise, her mouth slightly open. She seems to have realized something important. The disembodied voice declares that the goal must be completed in 5 days. The woman in the green jacket wonders if that is even possible, given the circumstances. Sunhu states that he has her. He also suggests opening more boxes with his accumulated points. Sunhu explains that they need to get used to the skills they've upgraded, and that they have to do it. The pair peers forward, Sunhu announcing that there they are. The woman in the green jacket stares ahead, her expression unreadable. Ahead, several squat, red-furred monsters with glowing blue eyes lurk in the shadows. The monsters are nestled between rocky pillars, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Sunhu and the woman in the green jacket stand side by side, observing the creatures. A close-up reveals the monsters' horns and fluffy fur, their blue eyes still glowing. The woman in the green jacket thinks that they're so fluffy and wonders if they are really monsters. The monsters bristle with energy, their horns crackling with power. Towering above, the grotesque creatures loom, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. The woman in the green jacket stares up at the monsters, a question forming in her mind. A cacophony of monstrous roars fills the air, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The monsters' grotesque faces are contorted in a savage display of hunger and aggression. The woman in the green jacket closes her eyes, muttering to herself as she comes to a realization. The monstrous roars intensify, a terrifying symphony of impending doom echoing through the cavern. A swarm of the creatures descends, their numbers overwhelming as one declares they will test something out. Sunhu watches the woman in the green jacket as she steels herself, declaring that she is ready. Wu Yonhee activates the eyes of Aegis, a surge of power coursing through her veins. Her eyes glow with an otherworldly light, the power of the eyes of Aegis now fully unleashed. A surge of energy erupts from her, obliterating the monsters in a blinding flash of light. One of the monsters is caught in the blast, its expression one of shock and disbelief. The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle intensifies. He sprints through the darkness, the monstrous presence looming behind person Sunhu. A massive, scaled tail whips through the air, a blur of dark energy. The tail continues its destructive path, leaving a wake of confusion. The monstrous tail, wreathed in pink energy, dominates the scene. The world blurs as the monster's attack intensifies. The creature's massive head, crowned with horns, rises into view. The monster roars, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display. The monster's guttural cry echoes through the surroundings. The creature's face contorts in a savage snarl, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The monster plummets downward, a question hanging in the air. The impact reverberates as the monster crashes, its horns scraping against the ground. The monstrous beast lunges, its fangs bared in a savage snarl. Its massive form crashes forward, a blur of fur and fury. Wu Yonhee glances up, the creature's shadow falling over her. Someone observes that she defeated a 3-1 enemy in one breath, calling it an amazing skill. The air crackles with an ominous, high-pitched screech. The monster's maw gapes open, ready to swallow her whole. The beast closes in, its foul breath washing over Wu Yonhee. It moves with terrifying speed, a predator closing in for the kill. A crimson blade of pure energy materializes from thin air. Wu Yonhee grips the blade, her expression hardening with resolve. The red energy slices through the monster, drawing a spray of blood. The crimson energy dissipates, leaving only the aftermath of the attack. She unleashed a flurry of crimson energy, tearing through flesh and bone. The monster's grotesque face contorted as the force of the blow shattered its defenses. Each strike of the red energy intensified, focusing on the monster's head. The monster lay defeated, a pool of its own blood spreading beneath its massive form. A voice echoed, cutting through the aftermath of the battle. "Stop. You overdid it." The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power unleashed. Wu Yonhee, her face etched with distress, clutched a knife, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Sun Hu watched, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. He could see the strain etched on her face, the toll the battle had taken. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of the power that surged within her. The lingering energy continued to dissipate, leaving a sense of unease in the air. The mental fog begins to lift, clarity returning. Wu Yonhee's eyes burn with a chilling, murderous intent. A detached voice observes that she'd need training. This was the first time Wu Yonhee experimented with the eyes of Aegis. Between dream and reality, a mentality-breaking feeling overwhelms her. She is consumed by a sense of helplessness. The moment her consciousness was gradually consumed by Wu Yonhee, a surge of power emanates from her. Sun Hu, concerned, calls out, asking if Wu Yonhee is okay. He rushes towards her, worry etched on his face. Dark energy crackles, the air thick with unseen power. The experience was nothing short of hellish, a searing memory. She had delved too deep, and the memory forcefully ejected her. The legend spoke of the 7 Devil Emperors. Even as a member of the supernatural world, she earns a living. He experienced a fear so intense, it was unendurable. The skill required considerable training to avoid merging with targets. The woman in the green jacket remarks how easy those guys were. Had she been in that state during the test site, she would have died without developing the skill. The second evil one gained notoriety with the eyes of Aegis. As expected, it's because she was a pre-awakener. A surge of power emanates from the symbol. The young man's expression is one of deep concern. A blur of motion fills the air, a prelude to violence. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting with deadly purpose. The air crackles with unseen energy, the strike swift and precise. Blood splatters, a crimson testament to the blade's effectiveness. Another strike lands, the force of it echoing through the unseen space. A close-up reveals an eye, wide with focus, tracking the movements. The intensity of the battle is etched on his face, a grim determination. The final blow lands, the sound reverberating through the ethereal plane. The monstrous form recoils, defeated, its grotesque features contorted in pain. With the quest, common whipping, completed, a system message appears, confirming the victory. The reward is substantial, 1,500 points, a testament to his skill. As the first to complete the quest, he receives an additional reward, a gold box. The system tracks the passage of time, noting the protagonist's abstinence. The days dwindle, but the challenge remains ever present in his mind. The dungeon box proves invaluable, though the skill charging time remains a factor. Wu Yonhee's healing ability is proving to be more powerful than he initially thought. After learning about the 7 Devil Emperors, Wu Yonhee seems to have steeled her resolve. He observes that the rookie's mentality is growing stronger with each passing day. Sun Hu acknowledges Wu Yonhee's ambition to fight the 7 Devil Emperors and his own need to surpass her growth. The process of monopolizing the dungeon continues, with the dungeon box playing a key role. He commits the location of the F-class dungeon to memory, though his interest in it is waning. He considers the advantage they'll gain by monopolizing the dungeon, setting a goal to clear 1 dungeon per day. Wu Yonhee is surprised by something, her eyes widening. A smile spreads across her face, perhaps at the prospect of the challenge ahead. A new phase begins, the words hanging ominously in the air. Wu Yonhee stands beside Sun Hu, who is covered in fresh blood. Footsteps echo as they move forward, their destination unknown. The goal is clear, to monopolize, to control, to dominate. Sun Hu's eyes glow with power as he faces down monstrous foes. Wu Yonhee's status screen appears, showing her strength and dexterity traits improving from F to E. Clearing all the F-rank dungeons in North America has increased their stats by 1 level. While Woo Yeonhee adjusts to her increased stats, Sunhoo continues to raid dungeons alone. A large, yellow creature devours smaller, spectral beings without wasting any time. The team's vehicle speeds down a mountain road. Sunhoo remarks that he has 52,300 total points, while the other person has 47,310. Sunhoo thinks to himself that with just a few more points, he'll be able to open a diamond box. Sunhoo and Woo Yeonhee stand together, both looking weary but determined. They've cleared 15 dungeons in 2 months, including time spent gearing up and traveling, clearing 1 dungeon every 4 days. The word cure hangs in the air, a whispered promise or desperate plea. She appears weary, her face bearing the marks of recent battles, as she mutters skill names in her sleep. The sounds of the vehicle echo around them, a constant reminder of their journey. One of the men, burdened by the weight of their experiences, clutches a firearm, his expression grim. Sunhoo affirms something with a simple, resolute yes. The driver, a man with glasses, directs them to move onto Route 15. The driver grips the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the road ahead as he asks where they should go. Woo Yeonhee stands with her arms crossed, listening intently to the conversation. A question hangs in the air. Why a hotel? Sunhoo looks on, wondering if there's a dungeon nearby. Someone declares that everyone should unequip their gear, as they'll be taking a break in Las Vegas. The group rides on, their faces illuminated by the passing lights. The man with the gun sits alongside Woo Yeonhee, the weapon a constant presence. He sits in the front seat, gripping his rifle tightly. The woman in the back looks on with worry. The vehicle speeds down the rain-slicked road, the tires hissing against the wet asphalt. The driver's words echo with grim determination. He will not allow any backing out now. The dazzling lights of Las Vegas beckon, promising fortune and excitement. The sounds of celebration and activity fill the air. The sounds of celebration and activity fill the air. Inside the casino, fortunes are won and lost in the blink of an eye. Well-dressed staff greet guests as they enter the opulent casino. A woman in a formal gown stands with 2 men in tuxedos, ready for a night of high-stakes gambling. The intricate details of her gown shimmer under the bright lights. A disembodied voice echoes, inviting all to participate. The onlookers appear stunned by the spectacle unfolding before them. The cartoonish figures guzzle down their drinks with reckless abandon. They then transition to devouring meat, their exaggerated tongues lolling. The trio then engages in a cacophonous card game, the sounds of their revelry filling the air. One of the men wonders aloud what is up with them, questioning if they were locked up somewhere before. Woo Yeonhee finds the situation embarrassing. Woo Yeonhee's expression is a mix of shock and discomfort. He suggests that they move somewhere quieter. The camera focuses on Woo Yeonhee's shoulder and a hand resting upon it. Sunhoo looks at Woo Yeonhee, a concerned expression on his face. A voice responds with hesitation, agreeing to the suggestion. Her heart pounded in her chest, a nervous anticipation building within her. The ornate wall sconces cast a dim light across the room. Her eyes darted around, taking in every detail of the opulent surroundings. The woman and her companion stood silently, observing the scene before them. The sign above proclaimed this the quiet VIP room, a place where one could supposedly focus on the game. The stakes were high, and the tension in the room was palpable as the men played. A man in a tuxedo watched intently, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence! To see the CEO here. The sign identified him as Cho Chang-ho, head of department at Hansel Group. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. The woman leaned in, whispering, "I think I've seen him." Another voice chimed in, "Oh my, hello department head." He places an arm around the woman beside him, introducing her with a possessive claim. Cho Chang-ho's smile widens, a sinister edge creeping into his expression as he acknowledges the introduction. The woman offers a tidbit of information, noting that he sponsors the hospital. A man at a nearby table proposes a game, his tone suggesting more than just friendly competition. The man's smile is predatory as he admits to enjoying a little game now and then. The woman shares another piece of information, identifying Cho Chang-ho as a second-generation leader. A picture highlights the Hope Medical Corporation, run by Woo Yeonhee, known for its charitable work. The Hope Medical Corporation's free treatment policy gained prominence during the IMF crisis. The man at the poker table continues, noting that many groups with bad images tried to associate with the Hope Medical Corporation. A voice whispers a derogatory remark, dismissing the woman as a poor imitation of wealth. Cho Chang-ho declares his intention to crush Sunhoo, boasting of a poker face that even professionals admire. The game begins, the stakes unknown, but the tension palpable between the players. He pushes his chips forward, declaring himself all in, his expression unreadable. The second game concludes as someone folds, conceding a round. Undeterred, Cho Chang-ho raises the stakes, his eyes fixed on his opponent. As Game 3 begins, Sunho and teacher Woo Yeonhee exchange a worried glance. With a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, Cho Chang-ho goes all in once more. Suddenly, the air crackles with accusation as Cho Chang-ho erupts, shouting cheating. Accusations fly as the head of department grabs Sunho's wrist, demanding to know if he used his skills. Another voice chimes in, claiming they can tell Sunho is cheating just by looking at his face. Sunho, taken aback by the sudden accusations, questions their motives, suggesting they only think there's something because they won some games. Another man attempts to defuse the situation, urging Cho Chang-ho to calm down, reminding him that they are surrounded by onlookers. Despite the plea for calm, Cho Chang-ho's fist clenches, demanding that Sunho be investigated. The accusers are convinced that Sunho has used some kind of trickery to win. He appears taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion as if hearing unexpected news. The order rings out, a demand to return to Korea immediately, brooking no argument. One of the men, eyes wide with urgency, declares that he has remembered something important. A subordinate questions the abrupt change of plans, pointing out the conflict with the established schedule. The man silences any further objections, demanding that the bags be packed without delay, his tone leaving no room for argument. The command is clear and absolute. The bags must be ready now, no questions asked. The woman speaks softly, calling the order a simple suggestion, hoping to salvage her vacation. The man dismisses her concerns, stating that they will be staying for 2 more days and should not be bothered. The woman's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her face as she processes the information. She questions the 2-day extension, seeking confirmation from a man beside her, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. A man adjusts his suit, his hands precise and deliberate, suggesting a plan is being finalized. The man instructs someone named Mick to meet him at the hotel's back entrance, implying a clandestine meeting. He held the phone to his ear, the call seemingly coming to an end. Nearby, a man with piercing red eyes announced that he believed he had found the cat. Cho Chang-ho turned away, his back now facing the speaker. Cho Chang-ho, dressed in a tuxedo, sits at a card table, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene before him. A hand, clad in a dark suit, places a card face down on the green felt of the table. Cho Chang-ho glances to his right, his gaze sharp and assessing as he observes someone out of view. The head of department's expression remains carefully neutral, betraying nothing of his thoughts or intentions. Another card is placed on the table, the stakes of the game rising with each passing moment. Cho Chang-ho turns his attention directly to Sunho, his eyes locking onto the protagonist with an intensity that speaks volumes. Sunho's eye narrows slightly, a subtle indication of his awareness of the scrutiny he is under. He sucks at controlling his expression. The protagonist's gaze remains steady, betraying nothing of the thoughts swirling within his mind. Sunho sits across from a woman at the table, his internal monologue revealing his unease. The gaze I've been feeling for some time. Sunho's fingers twitch slightly, a sign of his heightened awareness. It's not benign curiosity. If they notice me when I'm not even using my ability. A hand subtly reaches inside a jacket, hinting at a hidden weapon or a clandestine maneuver about to unfold. He speaks into his phone, calling out to Mick. Behind him, another man in a suit stands silently. The man on the phone relays his location, instructing the recipient to meet him at the hotel's back entrance. The hallway stretches onward, its curved walls giving the impression of a tunnel. A figure in a suit walks down the tiled hallway, his shadow stretching out before him. The man in the suit continues his journey, now walking along a city street lined with buildings. The blank wall offers no clues as to what lies beyond, its surface smooth and featureless. The man in the suit walks down another hallway, passing a trash receptacle as another figure approaches from the opposite direction. The man with glasses looms over Sunho, his expression unreadable as he reaches out. Sunho stands in his tuxedo, seemingly unaware of the danger that approaches. A sudden realization dawns on Sunho's face, his eyes widening in shock and confusion. The sound of violence echoes as something strikes with brutal force. The man with glasses has Sunho in a chokehold, cutting off his air supply. He is lifted from the ground, a question mark hanging in the air as the man with glasses maintains his grip. The man with glasses hoists Sunho higher, the sound of exertion echoing in the enclosed space. The man with glasses glances to his right, his expression unreadable as he addresses someone off-panel with a simple. The man with glasses hand tightens around Sunho's neck, the pressure intensifying. The man with glasses stands beside another man in a tuxedo, their conversation inaudible but clearly intense. Sunho lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by the legs of men in tuxedos, his vision blurring. A voice wonders aloud if such a weak cat could even exist. A nearby narration box notes that this guy probably has the pursuer trait. The narration box continues, explaining that it's a useful ability, as he can perceive both monsters and awakeners. The man with glasses is seen talking to someone, a narration box stating that he operates a fast food chain in the eastern U.S. A woman's chest and neck are visible, a narration box stating that they've confirmed that he had no companion in the hotel registry. The area lacked CCTV surveillance, and with no visible external injuries, an investigation seemed unlikely. The man with glasses stands calmly, a woman in a formal dress nearby, seemingly unconcerned with the recent events. A hand clutches a phone, the screen reflecting an unknown message, a silent question hanging in the air. Sweat beads on Sunhu's brow, his expression a mask of distress and dawning realization. A pregnant pause hangs heavy, the silence amplifying the unspoken tension in the room. The man with glasses stands with his arms crossed, his gaze intense and unreadable, a silent observer in the unfolding drama. An eye widens in alarm, the pupil dilating as an unseen force makes itself known. Sunhu's face contorts in rage, demanding to know what they think they're doing as he is randomly choked. The man with glasses calmly states that Woo Yeonhee brought it on herself by shadowing him, assuming she was a thug. A surge of energy blurs the air around Sunhu, the unseen force tightening its grip. Sunhu's eyes widen in disbelief, gasping as he struggles against the invisible assailant, questioning what is happening. Sunhu struggles against the unseen force, while the woman in the dress says she can't do anything as the man with glasses watches. He flails, his arm outstretched as he falls backward, a look of shock on his face. The ground rushes up to meet him as he plummets, the sound of his fall echoing in his ears. His dress shoes offer no grip as he loses control, the polished soles slipping on the smooth surface. Na Sunhu's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the gravity of his situation, a silent no escaping his lips. His body twists in midair, a desperate, choked no bursting from his throat as he continues to fall. Meanwhile, the protagonist plummets from a great height, the city stretching out beneath him like a cruel mockery. The building's stark, repetitive architecture emphasizes the sheer distance he is yet to fall. The endless windows blur past, each one a silent witness to his impending doom. Back in a room, the man with glasses watches as Na Sunhu is choked by an unseen force. The standing man coldly states that making him commit suicide is no problem. Desperate, Na Sunhu tries to reason with his unseen assailant, pleading to explain himself before it's too late. The man with glasses reveals the reason for his pursuit, his words laced with a chilling finality. Elsewhere, a man with black hair stands next to a woman with brown hair, their expressions unreadable as they observe some unknown event. He plummets downward, the wind rushing past him as the ground approaches rapidly. The impact is brutal, sending a shockwave through his body as he slams into the unforgiving surface. The man with glasses coughs, his expression unreadable as he speaks to the downed Sunhu. Seems you've never properly met another awakener before, the man with glasses says, adding, you're lucky to have survived this long. The man with glasses looks down, his eyes narrowed as he continues to speak. The woman with brown hair looks shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The man with glasses dismisses the woman's reaction, stating, that's not me. Sunhu, visibly injured and enraged, shouts, I didn't receive a quest like that. The man with glasses calmly asks, why should I trust you? The woman with brown hair stands silently, her hands clasped in front of her. The man with glasses explains, it was because of my pursuer trait. If you trust me, I could be of great help to your group. He thinks it's best not to try to scheme something stupidly. Sunhu notes that his friend can look into the minds of others. Sunhu stands next to a woman in a white dress, both looking in the same direction with serious expressions. After scaring him a bit, he obediently spilled everything. A status screen appears, showing the name Leon and his trait, along with vitality, strength, dexterity, and perception stats. Leon awakened during his graduation ceremony and obtained the pursuer trait through life quests, smiling confidently. Leon had met other awakeners before, but none were like First Evil, so he was a really lucky guy. A close-up of Leon's face shows him with a slightly worried expression, his mouth open as if he's about to speak. A hand is shown, and a speech bubble indicates that someone is saying, I'll try my best to be of help. Someone might have said it just to survive, but it doesn't matter as a helicopter flies through the air. The pursuer trait is a necessary ability for clearing high-level dungeons. A blurry image of a building is shown, with a speech bubble indicating surprise or realization. A blurry image of a helicopter is shown, with speed lines indicating rapid movement. The man in the tuxedo looks at Na Sunhu, concern etched on his face. A stern voice cuts through the air, demanding compliance. Get on. He stands beside Na Sunhu, a helicopter waiting behind them. The agent with glasses assures someone that Sunhu isn't dangerous. The disembodied voice continues, instructing them not to be too harsh, but to teach him properly if he resists. The agent with glasses adjusts his spectacles, his expression unreadable as he listens to the instructions. Na Sunhu's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he stares forward. The unseen speaker emphasizes the importance of keeping Sunhu alive, no matter what. The voice declares that Sunhu will be of great help if he is an ally, but if not, He needs to be eliminated as Sunhu stands before the helicopter. A figure in a suit walks forward, the text declaring that this is what the pursuer trade entails. A close-up reveals a single, intense red eye, filled with an unknown power. A booming question echoes. Which side are you on? Elsewhere, the dark-haired man drinking sits with Sunhu, his expression thoughtful. Sunhu states that he sent someone to the training center. In the background, a woman sits quietly on a couch. A hand pulls the tab on a can of soda. A voice assures someone not to worry. Sunhu takes a drink from the can. He seems to be in deep thought. The woman, possibly Woo Yeonhee, reflects on making awakeners that kill each other. The question hangs in the air, is the system the... It is said that Woo Yeonhee spoke like the 8 evils. Sunhu sits beside the woman, the two of them surrounded by a well-stocked bar. He seems contemplative. This sentiment, it is said, was the opinion of the 8 virtues. Sunhu's expression hardens. He is told not to try to understand what the system wants, but to simply use it to become. A hand reaches out, as if beckoning. A voice suggests starting the main event. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. He stands in a room filled with glowing, floating boxes, a woman in a white dress visible behind him. The man's hand is outstretched, as if interacting with the system interface. One of the boxes displays a message. The event more exciting than any gamble. A screen displays the information. 30 silver boxes, 30 gold boxes. Fireworks explode in the background as Na Sunhu's status is displayed. The system message declares that, excluding vitality, all of his stats were raised to D rank. The sky is filled with colorful explosions. A flip phone displays the name Jonathan on its screen, the device held aloft. The message arrives with a burst. Son? A group of armed men stand guard, awaiting orders. One asks when they're going to send a reply. Na Sunhu stands amidst crates, a glowing orb in his hand, his expression unreadable. The message continues, questioning if it's about banking. It's been about a year since they began clearing F-rank dungeons. The message explains that if he's not giving a reply, that means to postpone it. It hasn't been that long since the cabinet changed. Sunhu holds the phone to his ear, listening intently. The message relays that someone wants to jump into the real estate mortgage loan business, but now's not the time. On the other end of the line, a man in a suit expresses that they might miss the chance. He understands the nervousness, but urges patience. The man on the phone wonders how long they must wait. Meanwhile, a distant view shows a figure sitting in a chair, overlooking a cityscape. A woman sits perched on a desk, a stark message echoing, until no one is. She's not the only one making moves. The man in the suit speaks on the phone, his expression unreadable. The voice on the other end assures him that he will naturally know when the time is right and to focus on the short term. He confirms that he has purchased them. IT, media, communications, all. Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a large window. A voice praises Jonathan's work, promising that if he does well, their group will become the ones that fell the hardest. Back in the office, the man in the suit ends his call. He pauses, looking down at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A smirk slowly spreads across his face. He seems to have come to a decision, a plan forming in his mind. The camera focuses on a nearby plant, the leaves rustling slightly, as if sensing a change in the atmosphere. The man in the suit looks down, his smirk widening. His eyes gleam with a newfound intensity, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. The camera focuses on his brown pants, the fabric slightly wrinkled, as if he's been sitting for a long time, plotting and scheming. A close-up of his eye reveals a reflection, a bat-like figure, a symbol of darkness and power, hinting at his true intentions. A burst of light emanates from him, a surge of energy, as if he's unleashing something powerful and dangerous. A claw-like figure emerges, sharp and menacing, a symbol of his ambition and ruthlessness, ready to strike. The man in the suit has a clear goal in mind, a burning desire that fuels his actions. What he wants. A monstrous, dragon-like entity with purple energy crackling around it looms, its power declared to be beyond the god of finance. Energy crackles in the air, the sound of immense power resonating as the entity prepares to unleash its might. The purple dragon-like creature stands tall amidst the cityscape, its presence a stark contrast to the urban environment. The city lies beneath the creature's shadow, the text proclaiming the power of Rothschild, echoing through the scene. Meanwhile, a sprawling cityscape stretches out, a network of roads and buildings forming the backdrop to unseen events. Military vehicles churn through a snowy landscape, their presence suggesting an operation of significant scale. A convoy of military vehicles advances, the sound of their engines and treads filling the air as they move towards an unknown destination. A lone military vehicle pushes forward, its tires gripping the ground as it navigates the harsh terrain. Elsewhere, 2 men stand in a dimly lit area, one stating he can't be sure of the date, but that an incident will be realized. The conversation continues, the topic shifting to the Battle of Kosovo and the election in the state of Texas. A man sits with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the unfolding events. A declaration is made. None of the big waves will change, and after that day, they will surpass them. The man's red eyes gleam, a declaration echoing in his mind, right in their own turf. The aircraft soars through the sky, a metal bird against the vast expanse. Below, the city sprawls, a concrete jungle under a hazy sky. The year is 2001, and the location is the United Kingdom, a sprawling metropolis by the water. Meanwhile, a pristine white car waits before an ornate building, a figure standing in the doorway. The sleek fabric of a black dress hints at elegance and sophistication. A woman's foot, adorned with a jeweled heel, steps onto the paved stone. Two figures stand before a grand building, its architecture hinting at history and power. A man adjusts his red tie, his companion's low murmur of appreciation hanging in the air. The couple walks down a hallway, the man observing that it's quite fancy. A voice declares that this is not a place you can enter just because you have money. The couple stand in a room with another man who is drinking from a cup, seemingly unaware of their presence. The woman's words seem to imply that they are now part of the Rothschild Bank. Wu Yonhee states that it is natural, as this salon is operated by the Rothschild family. She then asks if he knows what the Rothschilds do. Na-Sun-ho looks at Wu Yonhee, a slight smile playing on his lips. Na-Sun-ho recalls that he once thought it was nonsense. Wu Yonhee says that now they are also like them, and that it is just common sense. Na-Sun-ho sits on a couch, listening intently as Wu Yonhee speaks. Someone suggests that they should aim for a 9% increase this quarter. For Wu Yonhee, who had raised her perception to C-rank, the soundproofing here doesn't work. Na-Sun-ho brought Wu Yonhee here for light observation and to acclimatize her to this world, but it seems the Rothschilds are having a pretty dense conversation. Someone mentions that AP Morgan and Silverman Sachs will talk on their side, and that they will check on the Berlin Bank and U.S. Ministry of Finance. Four men in suits discuss the unlikelihood of cooperation from the U.S. Ministry of Finance, but one insists they will have to cooperate. The implications of the conversation echo, as someone nearby wonders what they just heard. Teacher Wu Yonhee's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she processes the gravity of the discussion. Nearby, a man in a suit advises investing in gold futures upon returning to Seoul, dismissing the few people who resisted. Na-Sun-ho, his expression grim, declares that reality is more monstrous than dungeons, and they aren't the only ones. The words hang in air. Who lives on the other side? Time seems to distort as the clock ticks, each second amplifying the tension. A ringing sound intensifies, a piercing tone that seems to vibrate through the very air. The ringing grows louder, more insistent, pressing in from all sides. A figure clutches their head, hands clamped over their ears in a desperate attempt to block out the overwhelming noise. A strangled cry escapes, a desperate uwak, against the onslaught of sound. A burst of chaotic energy erupts, a silent scream of what? Echoing in the void. A plane, the words echo as the unthinkable occurs. Na-Sun-ho looks up, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Teacher Wu Yonhee's eyes widen in alarm, a silent scream building within her. It's debris rains down, a horrifying spectacle unfolding. 1 minute ago it started. The news reports the unthinkable. The World Trade Center has been hit by a passenger plane. King News reports the building was soon enveloped in thick smoke and a pillar of fire, the reality sinking in. Amidst the chaos, a voice tries to reassure. I'm fine, don't worry, even though they're not even in Manhattan right now. It's Jonathan, and he's being asked if he touched the funds, being told to freeze them, right? Of course. The crowd gazes upward, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. What about the futures market? One man asks. It isn't trending towards selling. No, it's rebounding instead, someone observes, trying to find a silver lining. Jonathan is instructed to drop all the futures positions in the group and get out. It's fine to have losses, so just drop all of them if possible. The losses will be huge. We should wait and see. Okay, we'll do that, comes the resigned reply. Na-Sun-ho walks alongside a woman in a black dress, his attention fixed on his phone as he reads about a plane hitting the World Trade Center. Elsewhere, a man with light brown hair urgently speaks into his phone, knowing the market won't be able to discern the truth just yet. An emergency message flashes across the screen, demanding that all positions be sold immediately, brooking no argument. A man with gray hair relays instructions over the phone, mentioning Zillion is in the same area, and Jessica is nearby on the Isle of Man. The message is sent to Daniel, who was recently placed on the Isle of Man, ensuring all three receive the urgent directive. The time is noted, August 11th, 4th, 8:48 a.m. in New York, marking the unfolding crisis in the financial district. Na-Sun-ho glances at his watch while on the phone, the date displayed shifting from 9/11 to August 11th, a distortion of time itself. A dire warning appears. In 5 minutes, the second collision will occur, signaling impending doom. Another man with blonde hair urgently relays that the entire market is starting to sell, panic rising in his voice. A hand clicks a mouse. The person believing the market crash started with funds from London and the Isle of Man. The problem escalates as other members of the market begin to copy their strategy, exacerbating the crisis. The blonde-haired man's distress intensifies as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. The world tilts, the edge of awareness blurring into nothingness. A single tear escapes, a silent scream in the face of the impossible. He stares, his face a mask of disbelief as the skyline erupts. The city screams as the towers fall, a cataclysmic event unfolding. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, warning of another collision. The man in the suit barks orders into his phone, prioritizing the safety of his employees. The twin mountains of world finance crumble, shaking the foundations of global markets. The disaster reverberates across continents, striking both New York and London. Even as New York bears the brunt of the attack, the world feels the aftershocks. The man's face contorts in horror, the weight of the unfolding catastrophe pressing down on him. Amidst the widespread panic, only a fraction of the world's population remains calm. The odds of maintaining composure in this reality are infinitesimal. He glances at his phone, reading that the number of people who can respond quickly to the current situation is probably less than a dozen, including himself. The woman beside him looks on with worry. The woman's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping her lips as she processes the information. A man's gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable as light flares around him. Now, the words "the masters of this world" loom large against the backdrop of towering buildings. A figure in a dark suit strides forward, their back to the viewer, surrounded by a crowd of blurred faces. The man's feet move with purpose, his shadow stretching long behind him. Will change. An amateur trading group, comprised of 4 university students, continued investing as usual, even on the day of the 9/11 attacks. By sheer chance, the group struck gold, hitting the jackpot with an unexpected trade. The students stare intently at the screen. However, their newfound fortune was about to take a turn for the worse, morphing into misfortune. 2 FBI agents stand at a doorway, their vests clearly marked. They are speaking with a person with brown hair. The group was now under investigation by the United States authorities, their every move scrutinized. This incident, which intruded on their human rights, occurred because of the newly established Patriot Act. Adding to their troubles, one of the 4 university students was of Arab descent, further complicating their situation. After Arabs were declared the ones behind the terror attack, over $200 billion of oil money started being removed from the American market. And now, their long-term vision was to consume that oil market and real estate, capitalizing on the shifting economic landscape. The plan is set to commence, the gears turning as the group prepares to execute their strategy. A hand reaches for a door handle, ready to turn it and step into the unknown. A frustrated sigh hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, the man with light hair apologizes to someone named Ethan, acknowledging the situation as an unprecedented disaster. Sun-Hoo enters the room, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The voice declares that not even the directing division could have foreseen this incident. Sun-Hoo adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture betraying his inner turmoil. A man in a suit leans in, his voice low as he asks if the message was received. Sun-Hoo stands before the man with light hair, the tension palpable between them. Another man sits on a couch, lamenting that there wasn't enough time to sell them all. The man with light hair explains that their actions prevented a huge loss. The man with light hair tells Sun-Hoo that it was a catastrophe, so he won't ask him to bear the losses. The conversation turns to the falling interest rates and the Iraq War, events predicted by long-term visions. The man with light hair listens intently, his expression unreadable. He shields his eyes, a grimace twisting his features as if warding off a terrible sight. The scene blurs, focusing on a desk, a silent witness to the unfolding crisis. Ethan lowers his hand slightly, his expression a mask of dawning realization. So this, he mutters. The disembodied voice speaks of a fuse, an incident poised to ignite something terrible among the funds invested. Sun-Hoo's face is partially obscured, but his question hangs in the air. Don't you have some in oil? Ethan's brow furrows as he looks down at the papers in his hand, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. A distorted image pulses with dark energy, the words within promising a meeting as soon as possible. Sun-Hoo stares upwards, a strange purple energy swirling around him, his expression unreadable. The document in Ethan's hand is crumpled, a physical manifestation of the crumbling situation. A man speaks of the potential collapse of the largest building in America, but insists that they cannot. On the screen, a talking head vows to collapse America and eliminate terrorism. Behind a desk, a man stares at scattered papers, lost in thought. Morgan, swirling his wine, dreams of surpassing the Jonathan Group. The ruby liquid catches the light, a silent promise of power. Prince Wal Alman, heir to the Saudi throne, stands as a figure of immense influence. Prince Alid, his right-hand man and finance keeper, is among the VIPs. These individuals control the flow of the Arab investment world, a realm of over $1 trillion. Everything falls into place, as if orchestrated, to pull oil money out of the U.S. Morgan savors his wine, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He reflects on past defeats against the Jonathan Group and his near expulsion from Morgan. A figure walks towards the light as Morgan clutches his head, burdened by memories. Word arrives that someone is looking for a baby-faced Asian, whose age is hard to guess. A handshake seals a deal, but the terms leave one party reeling. His suggestion was far too shocking. The man in the suit, part of the directing division, stands firm. His expression is unreadable, a mask of composure. A hand hovers over a document, the words within promising a harsh reality. You will hold no responsibility for your losses. Morgan, his brow furrowed, contemplates the implications. Even the directing division is not immune to scrutiny. With a decisive click, a call is initiated. The gears of investigation begin to turn. A phone rests on a desk, awaiting connection. The digital world holds the answers he seeks. Morgan speaks into the phone, his expression grim. He orders someone to be looked into. The details emerge. The target operates under the name Ethan, an Asian male in his early 20s. Morgan assures the person on the other end that he will send a photo soon. The order is given, and the response is immediate. We'll look into him right away. The computer monitor stands ready, a portal to surveillance and information gathering. Morgan stares at the screen, hoping for a breakthrough. There should be CCTV footage. Fingers tap rapidly on a keyboard, the screen's glow reflecting. The unseen speaker suggests that the other party can simply decline the position if they don't desire it. Sunwoo stands in the office, a red tie sharply contrasting against his white shirt. Morgan's face is etched with a deep-seated frustration, his eyes narrowed. The older man's posture is rigid, his suit jacket pulled taut across his chest. Sunwoo's expression hardens as he declares that he will grant independence and guarantee control. Morgan recoils, the sound of impact echoing around him as he trembles. Morgan asks what Sunwoo wants him to send to the higher-ups, his voice strained. The older man's face contorts in disbelief, questioning if he's being told to leave now. Morgan's face is a mask of fury as he considers defeating Jonathan. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Sunwoo, holding a phone, is told to get in. A looming figure casts a shadow, prompting a whispered question. Is he truly the devil? The man sweats, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow as he stares at the screen. Fingers twitch nervously near the keyboard, a discarded piece of paper resting on the desk. A pop-up window declares that Zillion has the ability to hold onto that oil money. Instructions appear, cold and clinical. Increase the contract period and raise his authority a little more. The man with light hair receives a message on his phone, his expression unreadable as he listens to the other man. The hand hovers over the keyboard, the screen displaying the same message, the man declaring, I wrote it. A voice booms, filled with ominous promise. This is only the start. Ethan's gaze is intense, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks forward. A disembodied voice urges, please continue to focus, the words hovering near a red tie. A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the cold light of day. The camera zooms in on the skyscraper, the city sprawling beneath it like a chessboard. He sits, facing away, in a room with yellow walls. The desk in front of him is equipped with multiple monitors and a small potted plant. A booming voice echoes, demanding attention. Ethan covers his mouth, eyes wide. He finds the news unbelievable. A stern voice declares that terrorists and those who shelter them will be punished. Another man states that there will be no discrimination or mercy. Ethan, still reeling, remains in disbelief. A phone rests on a desk, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A man in a suit stands nearby, his presence adding to the tension. A voice on the phone urgently requests information. Jeffrey K. The message is clear. Check the bank list and bring it here, targeting the ones. Ethan is now on the phone, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The message is clear. Someone is considered ripe for hunting. Darkness descends, obscuring the path ahead. A training dummy stands silently, a target painted on its chest. The training room awaits, a single dummy standing ready for practice. Dummies line the hallway, silent sentinels in this gauntlet of training. Another dummy stands at the end of the hallway, awaiting its turn. A figure with a bag over his head holds a knife, ready to begin the exercise. The countdown begins. 3, 2. The man grips the knife tightly, his body coiled and ready to strike. The word, start, appears, signaling the beginning of the test. He lunges forward, the knife a blur in his hand. With a burst of speed, he closes the distance, the blade aimed true. He continues his relentless assault, the blade a blur. The knife slices through the training dummies with ease. His arm extends, the knife a silver flash against the dim light. The air crackles with the force of each strike. The blade finds its mark, cleaving through the target. His footwork is precise, each movement calculated. The knife plunges into the center of the target, a perfect hit. The exercise concludes. Sunwoo gasps for air, the training having taken a toll. 2 minutes. Meanwhile, a projector displays the scene. An observer notes that he has cleared 26 stationary and 6 mobile targets, all with magic stones. The man in the suit asks how he is. His movement is. The dark-haired man stands with his arms crossed, a concerned expression on his face as a woman stands behind him. The camera focuses on a man's torso, his belt buckle glinting in the dim light as the name Leon is spoken. A hand pulls away a black cloth, revealing the person underneath as they exclaim, "No." The man with brown hair looks up, his expression a mix of shock and realization as he wears a vest. The words, "casino chip," appear in a speech bubble, hinting at a potential clue or revelation. The man with orange hair stands firm, his expression unreadable as he faces an unseen questioner. 2 figures stand, their postures suggesting a readiness to act, or perhaps to intimidate. Footsteps echo, the sound hinting at a purposeful advance into the unknown. The man with black hair speaks, his expression serious as he addresses the others present. The man with black hair inquires if their organization was involved with the terror attack. The man with glasses is struck, the impact causing a visible reaction as the man with black hair looks on. The man with black hair declares that no one is to talk about the terror incident from now on. The man with black hair states that they're fighting something much more dangerous than that. 2 figures stand before a swirling vortex of light, the gateway to an unknown destination. They advance down a narrow path, the destination unknown, the air thick with anticipation. The ground shifts from stone to soft earth, the path now obscured by dense foliage. Sunwoo, accompanied by Mary, surveys the area. He wonders aloud if this is a dungeon. Mary tells him to call her by her code name. She also reveals that the leader's code name is Odin, and that the code names are to hide their identities, but also for Woo Yeon-hee. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that relationships between awakeners are fundamentally different from those of the normal world. The pair stand before a shimmering, glyph-covered portal, the air crackling with unseen energy. Mary, her expression a mixture of apprehension and resolve, voices her hope that they are ready for what lies ahead. A quest notification materializes before them. Declan extermination has been created. Sunwoo remarks that it has been a while, his tone suggesting a mix of familiarity and weariness. The dungeon looms, its depths shrouded in shadow. Sunwoo's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowing as he focuses on something in the distance. He sees it now. There's one. He hears a warning from behind as the dungeon comes alive. A voice commands them to look closely and enter deeper into the unknown. Sunwoo's eyes widen, a question forming on his lips as danger approaches. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to violence. The black-haired man delivers a swift kick, sending his opponent reeling. The impact reverberates through the stone floor, shaking the dungeon. A dark doorway looms ahead, promising further challenges. The brown-haired man stumbles, struggling to regain his footing. A monstrous hound emerges, its jaws wide and ready to strike. The beast's roar echoes through the dungeon, a terrifying sound. A woman leaps into action, sword drawn, ready to confront the monstrous dog. The monstrous hound lunges, its claws extended towards the brown-haired man. The woman unknown swings her blade, a flurry of energy crackling around her. The monster reels as a system message declares a negative effect, restrained. The woman unknown observes the restrained beast. This one's restrained. The monster struggles against its bonds, a guttural growl rumbling in its throat. The sound of the monster's struggle echoes through the dungeon. Sunwoo stares, his face a mask of shock as the other man gasps. That. The woman unknown stands ready as she confirms, "Yeah, that's a monster." The other man urges action. "Do anything right now. Go finish it." The man's voice rises in desperation. "If it continues to live, you'll be the one that dies." His face contorted in fury, the man shouts, "You either kill here or get killed." The tension hangs heavy in the air as the 3 stand before the restrained monster. He clutches a knife, his eyes wide with fear as he stares at the beast. Mary's expression is tight with worry, her eyes wide with concern. The woman unknown states that they will match their level to that of an F rank. The man in the suit warns someone not to use any high-level skills, either. The man in the suit explains that this dungeon will be a testing ground for Casino Chip. Mary's eyes widen, her mouth slightly agape as she processes the information. Someone asks what they will do if he doesn't pass the test. The man in the suit pauses, considering the question. The man in the suit responds that he won't have to do anything if that's the case. The man in the suit turns his head, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Sunwoo and the woman unknown stand before the entrance to a dark cave. The pair venture into the depths, their figures growing smaller as they move deeper. A man with blonde hair looks shocked, exclaiming that there are about 10 or more of them in there. The diagram illustrates the team's composition: a tank, a dealer, and Mary as the healer. The diagram shifts, highlighting the tank's central role as the blonde-haired man apologizes. The blonde-haired man explains his strategy. He'll draw the enemies in, so Sunhoo can attack, and Mary will heal them. A stern warning echoes. If they focus on their roles, none of them will die. They must live and die as one. Sunhoo looks on as the blonde-haired man asks if they really need to do something like this. Sunhoo's expression is unreadable as he considers the blonde-haired man's question. The blonde-haired man explains the day of beginnings, emphasizing that as long as they're awakeners, they'll be dragged into it. The blonde-haired man pulls his shirt off, revealing a muscular torso, as Mary looks on with a questioning expression. Sunhoo states that he'll give them one final choice, clarifying that this isn't just a tattoo. The blonde-haired man's chest is covered in glowing insignias, which he identifies as markings only for awakeners. A close-up reveals the details of the insignias, including the insignia of escape, which activates if the flesh is ripped off and eaten. Sunhoo asks if they'll run away and wait for the day of beginnings, declaring that their group is at the forefront of this. The unseen man's words hang in the air, promising a greater chance of survival if Sunhoo stays with them. Sunhoo's brow furrows, his expression a mix of determination and trepidation as he considers the offer. After a moment of contemplation, he makes his decision, resolving to accompany the unseen man. Sunhoo offers an apology, his expression softening with a hint of regret for his earlier behavior. Suddenly, a flurry of slashes tears through the air, the crimson streaks painting a violent picture. The slashes intensify, the air thick with the scent of blood and the promise of more to come. Sunhoo is caught in the brutal exchange, his body contorted as he fights against the unseen foe. A dark, clawed hand reaches out, leaving a trail of blood in its wake as it strikes his target. The fight continues, the slashes and strikes blurring together in a chaotic dance of violence. Though it seemed as though he had steeled his heart, the battle takes its toll. After fighting against a dozen dogs, Sunhoo's face is bruised and battered, his eyes reflecting a deep weariness. He looked to have lost his grip on reality, his body covered in blood, a testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. The entrance to the cavern loomed, a maw of shadow and stone. Deeper inside, two figures made their way along the uneven path. A voice questioned the brutality of testing Sunhoo in his current state. Sunhoo stood with a woman, her expression concerned as he declared he would use Baldur's silence. Baldur's silence, one of the strongest mental type healing skills. Since it was raised to C rank, the effects are that much stronger. The woman asked if they were pitying him, but the other man stated he wanted Sunhoo too. Family is the trigger that touches Yeonhee's mental world. He keeps calling for his mom, like a child. Even after becoming rich, she wasn't able to improve her family relationships. If this was the testing site, then camaraderie would be a luxury, but he could be more considerate here. Mary has cast Baldur's silence. He stands, bathed in an eerie blue light, his expression a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Mary stands before him, arms crossed, a knowing look on her face as Sunhoo exclaims that he feels like he can do anything. The question hangs in the air. Can she heal things other than injuries? Sunhoo, eyes wide with gratitude, offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. Mary's gentle smile suggests a deeper understanding of his newfound abilities. The details of Mary's jacket are visible, hinting at the practical nature of her support. Mary states that he can endure much more, even more than her, but she didn't. Sunhoo expresses his gratitude to Mary as they walk together into the depths of the unknown. Elsewhere, a figure with dark hair and piercing eyes watches, their expression unreadable. A question looms. Will he sacrifice his team and run away, or will he stand and fight for his team's survival? The ominous message flashes. His testing site will soon open. A gruesome scene unfolds, hinting at the horrors that await within the testing site. The aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, the ground soaked crimson. Amidst the carnage, a desperate cry rings out, pleading for Odin to rise. The plea echoes, a desperate wish for someone to awaken from the nightmare. A monstrous figure looms, drenched in the blood of its victims. Its grotesque form stands amidst the devastation, a symbol of pure terror. Two figures stand in the background, observing the scene with grim expressions. A voice urges someone to act, to rise and face the impending threat. The creature is identified for what it is, a demon, a bringer of destruction. The demon seems to question the situation, perhaps surprised by its own actions. He lies helpless, covered in blood, unable to even twitch a finger in defiance. The voice insists that he is the only one capable of fighting, the last hope against the demon. The demon's intent is clear: to kill, to destroy, to leave nothing but ruin. The demon's maw gapes wide, a vortex of teeth and rage. Streaks of crimson energy lash out, seeking a target. The attack connects, sending Sunhoo flying backwards through the air. A trail of blood marks his violent trajectory. A hand clutches a bloody dagger, the weapon slick with gore. Sunhu's gaze falls upon Mary, and he sees her injured state. The narration box reminds him that this is the dagger Mary was using. Sunhu grits his teeth, a surge of determination hardening his features. Lying prone, blood staining his face, he vows to fight. Mary's face is streaked with blood, her expression one of desperate urgency. The demon looms, its face a mask of bloody, monstrous intent. A dark resolve solidifies against that monster. The brown-haired man surveys the scene, taking in the carnage before him. He recognizes the weapon in his hand, the dagger Mary had been wielding. His face contorts in a mask of fury, teeth bared. The dark-haired man's gaze hardens, resolve solidifying. He vows to use it, the dagger, to end this. A monstrous visage fills the space, teeth bared in a savage snarl. Blood splatters, painting a gruesome tableau. A desperate cry echoes. Against that monster! Ki! The sound rips through the air. The monster lunges, a crimson haze surrounding it. Siak! The sound of rending flesh fills the air. The world spins, a dizzying haze of pain and fading light. He coughs, a strangled cry escaping his bloodied lips. The monster is in its death throes, but it's not over yet. Blood obscures his vision, a crimson curtain falling over his eyes. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to stand firm. The world swims back into focus, but the pain is unbearable. A gasp escapes him, a silent scream lost in the crimson tide. Meanwhile, a masked figure emerges from the shadows, a bloody dagger glinting in their hand. Etched into his arm, glowing runes pulse with a faint, ethereal light. The inscription is the insignia of escape, activated by consuming the flesh around it. He can't move a single finger, paralyzed by pain and exhaustion. He apologizes, unable to continue. A twisted smile stretches across his face as he whispers a final, haunting apology. A faint, strained voice echoes in the darkness, barely audible, as sorry. The glint of steel catches the dim light, revealing a blade stained crimson. Etched into the skin, glowing runes pulse with an eerie, ethereal light. Strands of hair fall across a pale face, obscuring the features beneath. A single eye, wide with terror, reflects the horror unfolding before it. The knife, slick with blood, hovers menacingly in the air. A bloodied hand grips the handle of the knife, knuckles white with exertion. Crimson droplets splatter across the ground, painting a gruesome scene. The masked figure looms over Sunhu, a silent harbinger of death. His face now a canvas of blood, Sunhu's eyes stare blankly ahead. A disembodied voice declares, cold and devoid of emotion, the test is finished. The mask is removed, revealing the face of the killer. A somber rain falls on a funeral gathering, a service held without a body to bury. While she grieved for Casino Chip, the loss echoing in the downpour, others prepared for the next move. There wasn't much to say, the documents laid bare, awaiting the next instruction. The order came down, consolidate all of these assets as much as possible, a directive delivered with cold efficiency. And with that, the plan was set to enter into the heart of finance, the banking industry, with the Fed as the target. The man sat, legs crossed, considering the implications of the coming actions. A wry smile played on his lips as he considered the potential fallout. The White House would likely be enraged. Jonathan had become much more confident. Before, he would have been worried about someone overhearing them. But what he said wasn't wrong either. The dollar isn't printed by the American government. The Federal Reserve System logo looms, dollar bills cascading around it. An eagle stares intensely as the text asserts the U.S. government's debt to financial giants. More money rains down, obscuring the facade of a grand building behind it. A man in a suit stands, the text declaring this is not a conspiracy theory. The text names the gangs like Rothschild as those who damned them. A building looms, its windows glowing with an internal light. Meanwhile, two men walk in the rain, each holding an umbrella against the downpour. A hand cuts into a steak, the diner remarking that it's because of him. A voice asks, "What?" followed by the assertion that new teammates are needed. A woman with brown hair stands over a glowing device, her expression unreadable. The man states that Woo Yeon-hee is trying to act like she's up to the task, but they will train the Awakeners. The man smiles, stating he has a plan as he is asked if he is trying to match someone. Woo Yeon-hee stares ahead, her expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. A woman suggests that she knows someone better at discerning people, someone perfect for the role of trainer. News has surfaced that a certain individual has been active as a cat since last year, rallying around 30 people also suspected to be cats. The shadowed figures are searching through mental hospitals and tapping into private lines as well. Na Sunhu wipes his face, considering that someone might even be using traits like Pursuer already. A hand gestures, the speaker instructing someone to leave it to them and return to Seoul as they're going to take a trip to Germany. Elsewhere, the stark word Germany is displayed prominently. A grand church stands tall, its architecture a testament to history and faith. The bustling streets of Berlin are filled with pedestrians going about their day. A flip phone is held open, its keypad visible and ready for use. The words, "This is Berlin Telecom," are displayed, indicating the phone's network provider. Na Sunho, wearing glasses, listens intently to a phone call, learning that a big problem has occurred at the travel agency. The man on the phone identifies himself as Leonard Lee, a Korean-American backpacker currently traveling through Germany. This is his current identity. The figure explains that he's used this identity to bait Joshua's attention, and now they've taken a bite. He asks how long it will take. A man with a backpack is asked which hotel he is staying at. He responds that it's the Wilson Garden in Berlin, answering the question. The man's legs are visible as he is told that an employee will be sent over soon, suggesting a business transaction or request. The sound of footsteps echoes as several figures walk forward, their destination unknown, but their purpose seemingly aligned. Two men in suits stand together, one looking surprised, perhaps it's something he has just heard or witnessed, his brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, a stark white panel serves as a visual break, signaling a shift in location or perspective within the unfolding narrative. A man sits on a couch, reviewing a document. He seems relaxed, but the contents of the document are unknown, leaving his intentions ambiguous. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, "No way," suggesting a shocking revelation or unexpected turn of events. The man in the suit questions, "Fourth virtue," indicating he recognizes a specific individual or concept of great significance. The panel describes the man as someone who climbed to the position of 8 evils and 8 virtues with just his genius combat talent. He is someone who has obtained the strongest position after overcoming trash skills and items, and someone the speaker once respected. The speaker reflects on the relationship between the second and fourth virtues, noting their supposed animosity. He is approached by a man in a suit, who asks if he is with Berlin Telecom. Na Sunho is addressed as Leonard. The man in the suit seems to be assessing Na Sunho's identity, scrutinizing him with a discerning eye. Another man in a suit pushes his hair back, a gesture that seems to be a signal of some kind. He seems to have the text indicates a pursuer trait, stating that the organization's system is already well established. Na Sunho is told that it was worth the wait. The man in the suit reveals himself, stating that he is Mihail. A figure wearing ear protection stands at a shooting range, focused intently on the target before them. 1 week later, the scene shifts forward in time. A figure fires a handgun, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating their face in the darkness. The sound of gunfire echoes, punctuating the air with sharp, violent reports. The bullet strikes the center of the target, a testament to the shooter's deadly accuracy. A silhouette target stands riddled with holes, the center mass destroyed. The target shows a tight grouping, nearly all shots landing within an X ring. A man is told that he is very skilled, his expression a mix of surprise and relief. The shooter, wearing headphones, says he is just doing his best. Meanwhile, a training area has been made after modifying the interior of a mansion. The organization is training people with guns, but they still haven't entered a single dungeon yet. The man on the phone thinks that this is an opportune time. A man asks when he can meet the president, stating that it has already been a week since he followed the other man here. The fact that this organization is training is making someone impatient. The man says that he got word that they'll return. Cars are driving, perhaps returning to the mansion. A car drives, its destination unknown. He stands beside the vehicle, a second man in a tactical vest standing beside him, both observing something out of frame. The man's expression is unreadable, but the tension in his jaw is palpable as he stares intently at someone nearby. The man's yellow shirt is visible, along with the dark jacket of the man behind him, who seems to be the focus of his attention. The man with black hair and glasses stands with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks towards someone off-panel. From behind, the man's dark hair is visible, along with the faint outline of a building in the background. The man with glasses smiles, stating that he has finally met the person he is addressing. The words "the leader of revolution" appear above the white-haired man, who greets someone named Leonard Lee. The white-haired man, Joshua, extends his hand in greeting, a confident smirk on his face. A hand holds a device displaying the words "Second Virtue," the screen glowing brightly. Second Virtue considered entering the dungeon soon, having scouted it for the past week. But the dungeon wasn't just an area filled with rewards. The white-haired man, gloved and dressed in a dark suit, pondered the situation. In some sense, the dungeon could be called hell. The 2 awakeners and 4 mercenaries from the first investigation didn't return. The stakes were high, and the risks were real. Sunho stood with the group, listening intently. The white-haired man spoke honestly and respected everyone's decisions, but the weight of the situation was palpable. A man with glasses addressed the group, stating that the president would be going in this time as well. The decision hung heavy in the air. Another man, wearing a yellow shirt, emphasized the urgency. Now is the time for them to decide, to commit to the perilous mission ahead. The man's intense gaze bore into Sunhu, demanding an answer. The question hung unspoken, but heavy with implication. The question was posed directly. Are you a coward or not? The challenge was laid bare, a test of courage and resolve. Sunhu's expression remained unreadable. His eyes narrowed as he considered the weight of the question. The pressure mounted. The ornate wall served as a silent backdrop to the tense exchange, a reminder of the power and responsibility at stake. Sunhu, sweat trickling down his face, looked down. The weight of the decision was clear in his downcast gaze. A convoy of military vehicles advances along a winding road, kicking up dust in their wake. The lead vehicle, a rugged transport truck, bears the marks of hard use and practical modifications. The voice declared that not a single awakener had opted out of the upcoming mission. The man with black hair and his companion stand side by side, both wearing tactical vests. They had experienced an incredible reward and would only be looking forward to a rose-tinted future. The man with glasses stares intently, a determined look etched on his face. He has dedicated himself to training. The voice acknowledged that although they are very talented, it can't be helped that there will be a difference in skill. The speaker's expression is serious, his gaze unwavering as he emphasizes the skill gap between them in the field. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched as a voice pleads, "Do not leave my..." The man with glasses is comforted by another man. It was maybe because there were only 2 Asians in the group, he took it upon himself to be his mentor. The voice explains that this is an honor that he couldn't even imagine in the original world. The dungeon clearing plan was formed around the mercenaries. The bearded man explains that each team will have 6 mercenaries and 2 awakeners, and that the leader of the team would be a mercenary. The unseen speaker claims Oliver is treating the team like baggage. The man with glasses is told to show Oliver what he's made of. Several people stand in the back of a military transport vehicle, ready for action. The transport vehicle kicks up dust as it travels down a dirt road, and someone expresses a desire for retribution. The landscape stretches out before them, a mix of rugged terrain and distant mountains. The team gathers before a shimmering, blue portal, ready to step into the unknown. A booming voice declares that they have been chosen for this mission. A gloved fist clenches, a symbol of determination and resolve. The man with white hair declares that no matter what danger awaits, they will proceed. A crowd of people stands ready, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Even in the original world, second virtue speeches were famous, a voice declares. The man with white hair shakes hands with another man, thanking him for trusting and supporting him. A man expresses his gratitude for trusting and following him, promising rewards. Another finds courage in his words. He doesn't seem to be doing this just for show. Sunhu thinks, and that's important to note. No matter what his true intentions are, he knows how to seem genuine as the group moves forward. The team moves deeper into the dungeon, blue screens illuminating their faces in the darkness. Suddenly, a quest notification appears. Backlon extermination has been created. A hand holding a flashlight is shown, but something seems off. A voice wonders. The flashlight is broken. Did the flashlight break? Someone asks, the sound of shattering glass echoing. Panic sets in as one of the men exclaims that the guns aren't working, his eyes wide with fear. What's going on? A voice cries out, followed by another, "Mine too." A man holds his gun, looking around with a confused expression as chaos begins to erupt. A monstrous figure looms, the text declaring that this dungeon is Backlon territory. The monster's physique and strength are superior to the dog's. The text explains, their names similar to Declan. A hushed silence falls, broken only by a whispered warning. The man signals for quiet, pressing a finger to his lips as he scans the area. The dungeon's depths remain shrouded in shadow. Deeper into the darkness, a faint light flickers in the distance. The massive stone door looms ahead, a silent sentinel guarding unseen dangers. The group advances cautiously, their backs turned to the viewer as they approach the door. The white-haired man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he prepares for what lies ahead. With the mercenaries rendered ineffective, the plan shifted to rely on the awakeners, reorganizing the team's roles. Melee fighters positioned themselves on either side, while those with tank skills took the front. Those deemed less capable were relegated to the rear, but one vows to witness the beginnings of second and fourth virtue. With a mighty heave, the door begins to groan under the strain. Muscles strain as the heavy door slowly yields. He stood silhouetted in the doorway, the only figure between the darkness and the unknown. The man's face was set in a grim line, his eyes narrowed as he prepared for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a hand clamped down, fingers digging into flesh. His expression contorted with fury as he retaliated against the unseen assailant. The force of the blow echoed through the cavern. A scream tore from the victim's throat as blood splattered. The grip tightened, the attack relentless. Crimson stained the air, a brutal punctuation mark. Panic seized the onlookers as the scene descended into chaos. A single, desperate cry pierced the din. Another blow landed, swift and decisive. His hand, slick with blood, remained clenched. He He brings his foot down with brutal force. The dark-haired man stands over his downed opponent, his expression grim. He stomps down, the impact echoing through the cavern. A shard of something sharp juts out. His leg moves again, a blur of motion. The scene blurs with the speed of the assault. One of the men watches with wide, terrified eyes. The other man's face contorts in a silent scream. A guttural sound escapes him. As his features twist into something monstrous, his eyes burning red. The straps of his harness strain against his growing form. The buckle on his belt bears the mark of M. He continues to transform, his body shifting into something monstrous. The transformation is labeled with a single, ominous word: monster. A white-haired man in a suit unleashes a blast of energy, hoping to stop the transformation. Another woman focuses, channeling blue energy through her hands, preparing to strike. The blue energy crackles, a visible force aimed at the transforming man. The transformation continues, the man's back now covered in sharp, monstrous spikes. Two onlookers watch in dismay as the attacks seem to have no effect. "It's not doing anything," one exclaims. One of the men explains that skills like those wouldn't pierce the backland's leather, let alone its defenses, noting that mercenaries were brought for a reason. The transforming man's fist clenches, now radiating a dark red energy. A hand is shown, splattered with blood, a testament to the ongoing struggle. The monster's arm, now heavily armored and spiked, looms into view. His leg, similarly transformed, is covered in blood and hardened armor. The force of the blow tears through flesh and sinew. Agony contorts the dark-haired man's face as the attack lands. The monstrous figure towers over the battlefield, a terrifying display of raw power. The men scream in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the scene. A desperate plea echoes as someone cries out for salvation amidst the chaos. The text explains that with nearly 100 members thrown into chaos, there's no way a precise decision can be made here. Standing atop a mound of fallen foes, Na Sunhu surveys the carnage around him. The text explains that even though, if they focused and worked together, they would be able to defeat it. Sunhu urges someone to grab its attention so he can strike from the back. Another man, his face etched with fear, warns that they will all die if they don't act. A man grips his weapon tightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he steels himself, focusing on the task ahead. Na Sunhu, as expected of fourth virtue, thinks that he doesn't think they'll need to. He watches, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as the dark-haired man is struck by an unseen force. Na Sunhu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the situation, knowing that a plan must be formulated quickly. From above, the protagonist is swarmed, a flurry of blows raining down upon him as he struggles to maintain his footing against the onslaught. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber, the sound vibrating with raw, untamed power as the monstrous entity makes its presence known. The monstrous figure's eyes glow with malevolent energy, its massive form radiating an aura of impending doom as it prepares to unleash its fury. The white-haired man reaches out, his fingers splayed as he desperately tries to grasp something, anything, to stop his descent in a panic. An insignia of restraint flares, a symbol of control struggling to contain the chaos that threatens to erupt. His eyes widen in terror, the man's breath coming in ragged gasps as the weight of the situation crushes down on him. The white-haired man's face contorts in a mask of fear, his red eyes blazing with a desperate, primal instinct to survive. He trembles, the suit jacket doing little to hide the frantic rise and fall of his chest as he struggles against the encroaching darkness. Despite the odds, a flicker of defiance ignites, a spark of hope that whispers of a way to endure, to overcome, to live. A disembodied voice observes, judging the man's worthiness, his potential to rise above the challenges that lie ahead. The white-haired man's face contorts in a furious scream, his red eyes burning with an unholy light. The fourth virtue backs him up, as the man's body is being pushed to its limits. Another man, eyes glowing red, brandishes a gleaming blade, ready to strike. Daggers, filled with madness, are being thrown at the enemy. A monstrous figure looms, its features obscured by shadow and rage. Their sanities have already escaped reality as the battle rages on. Below, figures move through a haze, their purpose unclear amidst the chaos. A body lies amidst a pool of blood, a testament to the brutality of the conflict. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression grim, his eyes reflecting the horrors he has witnessed. Two men stand side by side, bloodied and battered, their faces etched with the grim reality of the battle. The silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by unspoken tension. The man in the foreground is visibly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he hears the news. The announcement booms. The president has personally killed the monster. With the cow monster defeated, the people begin to calm, though some bear the marks of the brutal fight. The man with glasses expresses his frustration, noting that they're already struggling against just one monster. The brief elation of victory fades as the man surveys the fallen, muttering his frustration at the cost. The air grows colder as the two men walk away, the weight of their situation settling upon them. The man with black hair pauses, a sudden feeling of unease washing over him as he asks what is wrong. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, a promise of something lurking beyond the next door. The man's expression darkens as he senses the presence of 8 more monsters, a grim realization dawning on him. A surge of power begins to manifest, a warning to keep your nations. He plummets through the air, surrounded by crimson energy slashes. A grim thought crosses his mind. Perhaps 1 or 2 foes would have been manageable. A hulking monster towers over him, its menacing form a testament to the overwhelming odds they face. The group is surrounded. A grim realization sets in. They lack the training to fight against 8 opponents simultaneously. The onslaught continues, each blow a testament to the monster's relentless assault. The situation grows dire. A figure is struck by a blast of violet energy, the impact sending shockwaves through the immediate area. The monster's arm, massive and powerful, looms as it prepares to deliver another devastating blow. Another strike of violet energy rips through the air, a visual representation of the chaos unfolding. Not a son who grits his teeth, a spark of determination igniting within him amidst the overwhelming assault. The sound of impact echoes, a visceral watat, punctuating the brutal exchange. The monster's face contorts in a savage snarl, its eyes burning with predatory intent. An explosion of energy erupts, a silent scream conveyed through the visual punctuation of the scene. Realizing physical attacks are effective, Nasanu's fear gives way to instinct. He smirks, thinking, no way a 1v1? He and the dark-haired man are locked in combat with a hulking, horned beast. The odds seem insurmountable, but they fight on. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. The sounds of the fight echo through the chamber. Elsewhere, the white-haired man in the suit shouts, channeling his power. A green aura emanates from his hands as he casts a healing spell. White-haired man's suit wonders how long it would have taken him to escape this place originally. He glances around, assessing the dire situation. A man lies injured on the ground, his face contorted in pain. He wonders if he'll be stuck here for half a year, or maybe even a few years. From afar, an unknown observer expresses curiosity. They are eager to witness the growth process of the second and fourth virtues. The monstrous minotaur, eyes glowing with malevolent energy, continues its assault. Its massive form dominates the battlefield. White-haired man's suit clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. He can't stand by and watch any longer. A blast of red energy streaks through the air, a sign of the escalating conflict. The air shimmers with heat and power. The white-haired man's eyes widen, a mixture of concern and resolve etched on his face. He prepares to intervene. Another surge of red energy erupts, the raw power threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. White-haired man's suit kneels beside the injured man, his hand glowing with healing energy. He is determined to save him. The battle rages within the cavernous depths, the air thick with anticipation. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the ongoing conflict. He watches as 2 figures are sent hurtling through the air, caught in the crossfire. The white-haired man's hand glows with power, ready to unleash its energy. A figure wielding a weapon strikes down upon another, the force of the blow palpable. The impact explodes in a shower of blood, the victim reeling from the brutal assault. The man's face contorts in agony, a silent scream trapped within his throat. The attack leaves him vulnerable, his body exposed to further strikes. The force of the blow reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The attack continues, relentless and unforgiving, leaving a trail of destruction. The white-haired man and the other man stare in disbelief, witnessing the carnage unfold. Elsewhere, a woman gasps, her eyes wide with horror at the unfolding events. He watches with wide eyes, his mouth agape, as the scene unfolds before him. The man beside him shares his look of stunned disbelief. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling through the air, limbs flailing. The impact echoes with a sickening thud. The back of a figure clad in a tactical vest is seen, their attention focused on the unfolding violence. The air crackles with unseen energy. A burst of crimson energy explodes outward, a testament to the sheer power unleashed in the attack. The air vibrates with the force. The figure is slammed into the ground with brutal force, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around them. The sound of impact is deafening. A voice booms out, cutting through the chaos. "Hey, Joshua." A man with black hair stands amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. He holds a small device in his hand, its screen glowing faintly. Figures begin to move away from the scene, their forms obscured by the swirling dust and shadows. The aftermath of the attack lingers in the air. A close-up reveals strands of hair, perhaps belonging to the one who was struck. The silence is broken only by the faint sound of breathing. The man with black hair speaks, his voice laced with a hint of disdain. If you're like this from the start. Joshua, a man with white hair, is being held. His captor asks him how he will keep going. The unseen speaker demands an answer, their voice echoing with impatience and menace. The pressure mounts, demanding a response. He stares intently, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity. The question hangs in the air, a stark accusation. Are you going to kill everyone? Elsewhere, two figures stand silhouetted against a bleak landscape, their stats apparently bottoming out. The unseen speaker challenges, demanding to know if they still cling to their beliefs. Joshua is confronted. The white-haired man in the suit accuses him of lying and demands his identity, but Joshua retorts that he asked first. The white-haired man's blue eyes narrow, his expression hardening with determination. The white-haired man's face is inches from Joshua's, the tension palpable between them. The white-haired man warns, his voice a low growl, "Do not cross the line." The white-haired man presses his demand, insisting that Joshua reveal his identity first. A smirk plays on Joshua's lips as he finds the situation amusing. Joshua's threat hangs heavy in the air. Should I show you what happens? The man with black hair and piercing red eyes grins menacingly, his gaze fixed on someone below. Red energy crackles around his legs as he poses a question, a threat hanging in the air. If you cross the line? Another man, unseen, pleads with the black-haired man, calling out, "Lee, calm down. What's the reason you're doing this?" Joshua, his face etched with anger, is restrained by the black-haired man. He demands to know what the black-haired man wants. Lee's eyes narrow as he answers, his voice laced with conviction. He declares that he wants everyone's survival. Lee's expression hardens as he tells them to look at something, his gaze intense and unwavering. An unseen hand points down, emphasizing the chaos and panic that Lee claims is gripping everyone. Lee continues, accusing Joshua of being unable to protect his own back, questioning his leadership. Joshua's face is etched with concern as he hears the accusation, the weight of his position pressing down on him. Lee's words hang in the air, questioning what kind of leader Joshua truly wants to be. Lee's gaze pierces Joshua as he reminds him that this is about his group, a direct challenge to his authority. A hand rests on his suit jacket, a silent command to listen carefully to what is about to be said. His hand crackles with violet energy, ready to unleash its power. Joshua gasps, a strangled cry escaping his lips as he's seized. The dark-haired man's grip tightens around Joshua's neck, cutting off his air. The dark-haired man's eyes narrow as he coldly states, "This is your group." A dark aura surrounds the man as he prepares to make his next move. "But you." The man's eyes glow crimson as he embraces Joshua, declaring possessively, "Are mine." A swift kick sends Joshua flying backwards through the air. Sunhu and the white-haired man watch as the dark-haired man delivers the brutal blow. Joshua, reeling from the attack, realizes, "So that was your goal." Joshua retorts, "It wasn't that we approached you, but you approached us. You can think whatever you want." The dark-haired man stares down at Joshua, declaring, "What's important is that you attracted my attention." Joshua smirks, replying, "I'm curious if you can keep that confidence outside as well. You may have investigated me, but there's no way you could know everything." The man's words hang in the air, a dismissal cloaked in false pleasantries. He insists that the name Leonard is also a lie. Joshua inclines his head slightly, his expression unreadable as he listens to the dark-haired man's demands. He awaits the next offer. The dark-haired man clarifies his intentions, stating that he doesn't want to employ Joshua, but to make him a partner. The man sweetens the deal, offering half of Berlin Telecom stock as part of their arrangement. The stakes are rising. A gloved hand emphasizes the offer, promising $100 million in clean money. The deal is becoming increasingly tempting. Joshua acknowledges the offer, but points out that they haven't even started the dungeon, yet the man is already speaking of the outside world. He wonders what the catch is. Joshua asks if that is all he is being offered. The dark-haired man smirks, implying there is more to come, something Joshua probably hasn't heard of before. The words Bilderberg Club glow ominously, hinting at a powerful and secretive organization. The dark-haired man's expression is serious, hinting at the gravity of the information he is about to reveal. An unexpected name has surfaced, prompting the question of whether Joshua's family is connected to the Bilderberg Club as well. The image depicts the earth with the word Bilderberg emblazoned across it, along with a group of suited men, suggesting that it's the secret club that leads the world. Joshua explains that economists, bankers, and politicians form this group, and that they will be the first to join it. He seems determined. The disembodied voice continues, stating that Sunhu is not in any of those categories. Joshua smiles, confident in his offer. He believes that with his power and Sunhu's strength, they will dominate this new world. The offer hangs in the air, the words "that's why" lingering between them. Joshua's expression is intense as he awaits Sunhu's response, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Sunhu smiles, his finger raised as he explains that Joshua is only at that level, and he'll never be able to leave as a punk. Joshua looks down, his expression unreadable as he considers Sunho's words. He wonders what the protagonist is thinking. Sunho looks down, telling Joshua not to ask him and to think for himself. He states that he will only teach the basics. The question hangs in the air, the words "so why?" echoing in the silence. Sunho smiles, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement as he awaits Joshua's response. The camera focuses on Joshua's suit, the fabric impeccable as he begins to speak of who requires. Joshua's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to deliver his counterpoint. The air crackles with tension as Joshua's words hang in the air. Really? He grits his teeth, his red eyes burning with an intense, unwavering fury. A dark, ominous shape looms, promising a fight to the bitter end. The system dictates that combining 5 parties of 5 creates an attack unit, and electing a leader grants an attack unit buff. Fortunately, there were exactly 25 Awakeners remaining, enough to form the unit. A gold box appeared as a reward for the first creation bonus, but the reward was underwhelming. Sunho considers the system, recalling when it used to be very generous with the firsts. He thinks that the system is practically telling him to stop expecting to get everything for free. The system grants the blessing of tenacity, providing minor resistance to crowd control effects like restrain, ranked F. Joshua explains that attack units are formed like this, and Sunho will be able to do this now, which he finds surprising. After electing Joshua as the unit leader, they remade the attack unit, though Mihail was given the position of party leader for Sunho's party. All eyes were on him. The narration states that Sunho is an outsider who had seized command of their group. The mercenaries, once useful, are now rendered obsolete. How will the leader of revolution solve these problems? With the party leaders forming the command group, a decision was reached. They would proceed with the plan. The vote of the president, who would also be the unit leader, would be worth 4 points. Party leaders would have 2 points, and party members 1. All important decisions will be made through votes. It was judged that one person holding all the authority would be too difficult right now in this new world. This was the first item revolution voted on, marking a shift in how things were done. The question hung in the air: what would they do with the mercenaries, now that they were essentially useless? The options were laid out. Use the mercenaries as porters, distribute food and weapons prioritizing Awakeners, and restrain them to stop them from rioting. This method would continue and become the main system within revolution. In a sense, they would be used as human shields, though no one had said out loud yet. One man demands to know what the other is doing, asking if they have all gone mad as he is punched. Resistance from the mercenaries was forcibly controlled. If this was the original world, none of them would have been able to leave here alive. So this was the reason second virtue and fourth virtue became engines, driving the new order. Fourth virtue, it was said, would have formed friendships with the mercenaries as he trained them, before they became enemies. The voice warned that he didn't know what this would change, and that it would only increase confusion. The white-haired man stands, listening to the black-haired man behind him, his expression unreadable. Joshua asks if the other voted against it, but the black-haired man replies that he abstained, laughing. The black-haired man states that at this rate, the other's group will end up coming to him. The white-haired man states that this is something neither of them want, right? The white-haired man suggests that the other should just step away from this, his expression hardening. The black-haired man retorts that if the white-haired man wants that, he'll just leave right now. The white-haired man asks if that is what the other wants, his tone laced with menace. A close-up reveals the black-haired man's eye, filled with a burning intensity. The white-haired man advises the other to hide that glare, directing the threat towards himself. The white-haired man's eyes glow red, his face contorted in fury as his power flares. The air crackled with unseen energy, expanding outward to encompass everything. A voice echoed, laced with menace: smile for everyone like the leader you are, or face the consequences. Turning his back, the man in the dark green shirt declared that the next topic of discussion would be in regards to someone's life. A deafening carre ripped through the air, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. A monstrous face, teeth bared in a savage snarl, filled the space with primal rage. Crimson energy pulsed, a visual echo of the raw power now unleashed. As the fight began, a silent hope arose that someone would step up to the challenge. A detached voice admitted to keeping their interference to a minimum. The mercenaries, hands bound, exploded with rage, demanding to be killed. One man argued that they only needed to use a few of them as bait, questioning if the others still called himself human. Elsewhere, fights between Awakeners also started to erupt. The chaotic energy of these conflicts manifested as visible shockwaves. He sits reclined against the rough stone, while another man stands behind him, arms crossed, observing the scene with a concerned expression. The camera focuses on a pair of legs clad in dark pants and sneakers, the details obscured by shadow and the angle of the shot. Lee is told that he needs to do something, that others know he can feel it as well, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Everyone is waiting for someone to say something, but at this rate, the president will have to step in to take control of the situation. Sunwoo states that he won't be able to command anyone, and that he'll only give his votes, his expression one of resignation. A hand rests on a patterned surface, the owner of the hand declaring that they've given enough advice already, their tone suggesting frustration. A strategic decision is presented. Use the mercenaries as strategic materials. The vote stands at 6 agreeing, 6 disagreeing, and 20 abstaining. A white-haired man looks back over his shoulder, while another man with blonde hair looks on with a worried expression as someone says to go with what you voted for. A woman with purple hair stands among a group of people, her expression unreadable as the discussion continues, the tension palpable. Someone is referred to as the unit leader, the title hanging in the air as the conversation progresses, the implications unclear. Sunwoo stands with his arms crossed, his expression serious as he listens to the ongoing discussion, his brow furrowed in thought. Someone says to go with what you voted for, while another asks Mihail to translate for him. The atmosphere thick with unspoken tension and uncertainty. The figure in the suit voices complete trust in the unit leader's decision. They are proceeding to a written vote. With the authority as the unit leader, the white-haired figure obscures part of his face with a gloved hand, his red eye gleaming. The gloved hands remain poised as the decision is made. They will redo with a written vote. Joshua addresses the dark-haired man, drawing his attention. He tells him to look at someone. Knowing that his decision will affect the group, he elected to remove his influence from the situation. The dark-haired man smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He thinks to himself, yeah, that's how you do it, you brat. With the written votes that just passed through, they were able to prove they still had some humanity left in them. The order is given to release the mercenaries' restraints and leave the miscellaneous work to them. Should the Awakeners' formation break, they will join in with hand-to-hand combat. Joshua shakes hand with a man clad in military gear, sealing a deal between them. Joshua reached a dramatic settlement with the mercenaries by promising magnitudes higher in payment. The signal is given, attack. A close-up reveals a character's face contorted in a yell, the attack imminent. The air crackles with the force of the unseen blow. Crimson streaks slash across the battlefield. The attack lands with brutal force, blood spraying. Another strike finds its mark, the impact echoing. Even the monstrous are not immune to the onslaught. He grits his teeth, feeling the pressure. Damn it, we're being pushed back. A figure lunges forward, blade glinting in the dim light. A desperate plea rings out. Lee, please help us. Sunwoo and Joshua exchange worried glances as the situation deteriorates. A furious voice erupts, screaming, stupid bastard. The unseen speaker demands, how long are you going to rely on me? Make everyone see what you can do. A disembodied voice booms, urging someone to make others rely on them. Joshua grits his teeth, his expression a mix of desperation and resolve. Beside him, another man looks on, his face etched with worry as he glances to the side. Joshua's expression softens, his eyes pleading as he begs someone for assistance. A voice echoes, expressing the desire to avoid casualties if at all possible. He looks off to the side, a determined glint in his eyes as he declares he'll try to deal with the rest himself. The air crackles with tension, the silence broken only by unspoken anticipation. Sunwoo's brow furrows slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he steels himself. A voice whispers, fixating on someone's eyes, recognizing something significant within them. The narration describes someone as cold-hearted, yet capable of showing mercy even to their enemies. Joshua lunges forward, sword in hand, ready to strike with unwavering determination. The narration speaks of a man who could embrace anything for the sake of victory. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. The unseen force intensifies, a palpable pressure building in the atmosphere. A hulking monster bellows, its voice a raw, guttural cry for its leader. The unit leader barks orders, his face contorted with rage and bloodlust. A subordinate cries out, his voice filled with desperation as he calls for Sir Joshua. A stark warning echoes, don't back. The stakes are high. Retreat is not an option. A figure plummets downwards, caught in the throes of a devastating attack. The command rings out, a chilling directive. Kill them all. No mercy is to be shown. He has cast Odin's wrath, the air shimmering with raw, untamed power. The target is locked, Joshua's dagger. The attack is precise, deadly, and unavoidable. The embodiment of something powerful is about to be revealed. The embodiment of revolution itself stands ready to strike. He raises the glowing knife high, the blade crackling with raw energy. Lightning dances around him, illuminating his determined face. The air crackles as the power intensifies, focusing on his legs. A surge of energy emanates outward, accompanied by the declaration, second virtue. The mouth of the cavern gaped open, a blue light spilling forth from the depths. Two armed men stood guard before the glowing entrance, their weapons held at the ready. The man in the cap scanned the surroundings, his expression grim. A surge of blue energy crackled around him, illuminating his focused gaze. The tactical vest, snug against his chest, offered little comfort against the growing tension. A voice cried out, "They're out," as figures emerged from the cave's depths. A low, guttural sound escaped someone's lips. "Oh ho." The man in the cap's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips. A man's face, bloodied and bruised, stared ahead with a grimace. The armed men advanced, their faces grim, their weapons raised. Another bloodied man, his eyes shadowed, trailed off in thought. The armed man in the cap stares ahead, his expression grim. They are shell-shocked by what they've witnessed. Another armed man stands guard, his tactical vest a stark reminder of their profession. These mercenaries were once known as the Skull Gang of the Balkans. The question hangs heavy in the air. What the hell happened in there? The armed men discuss their next move. One suggests they head to the mansion, their mission far from over. A figure in plaid pants demands a car, stating he'll be staying at the Wilson Hotel. His tone is impatient, dismissive. Meanwhile, two men stand near a military vehicle, the scene bathed in an eerie blue light. The air crackles with unseen energy. One of the men wonders if they, too, can become like that. He had only been observing from the back, but something changed within him. The memory surfaces. He and Mihail took him to defeat the boss. He thought something would be different after the fight. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The creature is wreathed in crackling energy. The man recalls the way he fought the dungeon boss. Blue energy courses around him, a testament to his power. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing the man. He stands firm, a beacon of power against the encroaching darkness. Nah, son who smirks, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. For now, you're just a punk who requires my guidance. The white-haired man's expression hardens as he considers the situation. A figure exits a sleek, black car, the man declaring that this is practically a competition. The stakes are high, a competition where the loser joins the winner's group. The unseen figure is told not to back down from the challenge. The order comes to move Leonard Lee's room to the royal penthouse suite. The unseen figure declares that if it's a fight using the rules of this world, he can't lose. The white-haired man is on the phone, hearing that there seems to already be a reservation under the same name. The voice on the other end reveals the room costs $70,000 per night and is used by the German government for state guests. The white-haired man confirms the information, responding with a simple, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, a grand, multi-story building stands bathed in sunlight, its architecture suggesting wealth and power. Back inside, the white-haired man demands a report about Leonard Lee and his family on his table tomorrow morning. He scatters the documents, the remnants of a life about to be erased. The investigation, however, is proving to be filled with false information, leading to nothing. Nothing exists about him, and after erasing all traces, he's just lounging in the best suite room. He definitely accepted this fight, settling into his throne. The white-haired man's expression hardens, a silent promise hanging in the air, "Just watch me." The man's resolve is clear. He will dismantle his target piece by piece. Money is always bound to leave traces, the man thinks, standing near the desk. Another man stands nearby, observing the meticulous search for financial irregularities. There must be some cash flow for Leonard Lee to fake his identity and family. The investigator exclaims, having found the information he was looking for. Lawrence Cable Market Lee, driver Gold Robert Young, Jeff Mund. He looks down, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks of the money from the Cayman Islands. Over $100 million in capital was used through layers upon layers of front organizations, obscuring the true source of the funds. The money was used to create Leonard Lee and his fake family, a fabricated identity built on a foundation of deceit. A man speaks on the phone, mentioning Silverman and Cayman, while the white-haired man listens intently in the background. Holding a document, he believes that with this, he'll be able to get his true identity, shedding the false persona he's been forced to wear. His greatest goal was to enter the main family's board of directors to become a member of the Bilderberg Club. But not anymore. If he can obtain this man, then revolution. The white-haired man's ambition burns bright. A printer whirs to life, spitting out documents that could hold the key to unraveling the conspiracy. He believes he will be able to break the existing order. The existing order. The white-haired man is determined to dismantle the established power structures. The white-haired man and another man examine a document, their expressions serious as they discuss the implications of what they've found. Leonard Lee's safe name was the corporation Hello Joshua, a crucial piece of information in the puzzle. The white-haired man's eyes gleam with determination, focused on the task ahead. He stares intently, his expression unreadable behind his glowing glasses. A frantic voice shouts, the gravity of the situation immediately apparent. The blond man raises a gloved hand, attempting to maintain order amidst the chaos. His composure cracks as he relays the dire news. The main family is under attack. The white-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, the word attack echoing in his mind. He recoils, the shock of the news hitting him with full force. "No way," he exclaims. On a nearby screen, a news anchor reports on the unfolding events, the gravity of the situation broadcast for all to see. The white-haired man clutches his head, overwhelmed, as the blond man looks on with concern. "Is this the attack you were talking about?" he asks. The scene shifts, focusing on the feet of several individuals in formal attire, their movements urgent and purposeful. The white-haired man's thoughts race, a disturbing possibility forming in his mind. But if this was started by him, he dismisses the idea as quickly as it came. "No, that's impossible. This is a coincidence," he insists to himself. Meanwhile, the imposing gates of the main family stand as a symbol of power, now vulnerable to attack. He sits patiently, the family head of the Carrion family, awaiting his guest. Aaron von Carrion welcomes the man he was waiting for. The younger man sits across from Aaron, ready to listen. He wishes to tell Aaron a story of a man who had attacked the Bank of England. After toppling the Bank of England, the man was able to obtain both fame and wealth. Aaron listens intently, his expression unreadable behind his mask. However, the world doesn't know about the 14 years of lawsuits he endured. The younger man leans forward, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He asks Aaron if he is curious about the truth of what happened in France in '88. The man's expression is serious as he speaks. He believes Aaron has told him this story before. Aaron's eyes narrow, his patience wearing thin. He demands that the man stop his attack and that he will not drag this out further. Aaron's expression softens slightly, though his gaze remains intense. He offers to give the man the money he has lost from his own pocket. The younger man's face is partially visible as he speaks. He claims that there is a misunderstanding. The man's expression is serious as he explains. Although LTCM is part of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, the investment, this time, Aaron's face contorts in rage, his eyes blazing. He shouts that this is an attack. A hand gestures, emphasizing the gravity of the unfolding discussion. The room is opulent, with Na Sunhu and Aaron von Carrion seated across from an older man in a wheelchair. The older man coughs, the sound echoing in the large room as tension fills the air. The man's expression is stern, his gaze fixed on Sunhu as he awaits an explanation. Na Sunhu explains that the investment was done solely by LTCM and all the hedge funds under their group move individually. The older man is angered by Sunhu's words, finding them brazen in the face of the current situation. The man questions why Sunhu came to them if the hedge funds under their group are moving individually. Na Sunhu states that there has been a misunderstanding, attempting to defuse the situation. Sunhu claims he only came to meet a friend, trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. Meanwhile, a man stands beside a long, luxurious car, waiting patiently outside the estate. The conversation shifts to the mysterious John Doe, with questions about his secretive nature. Aaron von Carrion is seen outside, opening the car door, as the man inside claims that Sunhu is his friend. He walks alongside the white-haired man, the pair deep in conversation. The white-haired man wonders where the person they seek is. The white-haired man continues, stating that it doesn't matter if they are really his friend. What's important is that Aaron came while calling the other person his friend, as this is their only opportunity. The unseen speaker warns that if they wait any longer, then the front line will be extended and neither side will be able to turn back. Aaron von Carrion listens intently as the white-haired man questions the opportunity. He is told that if he stops the attack, the main family will pay all the losses. A voice demands to know if they're going to compensate for the losses before they even fight. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The white-haired man explains that if Jonathan personally moves and the forces that follow move with him, then over $1 trillion is at stake. The unseen speaker warns that the entirety of Europe will be swept into a currency war if things continue on their current course. The white-haired man looks grave, stating that this is something that can never happen, referring to Aaron von Carrion as young master. Another voice chimes in, suggesting that if they're in that situation, then isn't it more important to get him on their side? Aaron von Carrion is shown again, as the unseen speaker refers to the one who can stand up to the Jonathan Group of America, Europe's Zillion Group. The white-haired man is shown in close-up as the unseen speaker refers to the elders, hinting at a larger power structure at play. The unseen speaker reveals that they are meeting with him in London, and that they must do everything they can to succeed. Aaron von Carrion watches, peering through the crack in the doorway. A hand grips the ornate door handle, ready to open it as a voice pleads, "Please convince." Joshua stands beside the white-haired man, who says, "Your friend." A man with dark hair greets someone with a drawn-out, "Hello." Joshua smiles knowingly, his name emblazoned across the panel. The white-haired man stares intently, a question hanging in the air. The name, Leonard Lee, explodes onto the scene in a burst of stylized text. Joshua wonders if they just look similar, while the white-haired man muses that it's hard to differentiate between Asians. Internal turmoil erupts as someone declares there's no way it's true, vowing to face him to the end. The white-haired man offers a hesitant greeting as someone realizes what they must do. The question hangs in the air. How do they know each other? The answer: They met last year in Vancouver. Joshua looks surprised as he stands between the white-haired man and an older gentleman. Someone declares victory, claiming to have won their bet. Na-Sunhu smiles, seemingly pleased with the outcome. An unseen figure warns that a mistake is being made. Na-Sunhu appears concerned, questioning the statement. The Carrion family asserts their position as the owners of the biggest investment group in the world. Aaron Von Carrion warns that a head-on fight will become a war without a winner. Someone on the phone states that financial wars don't work like that. Na-Sunhu smirks, perhaps anticipating the unfolding events. A report comes in. Telestar Investment and Gold and Silver have joined the attack. The focus shifts to Telestar Investment and Jessica Perry. The Zillion Group is expected to join the conflict soon. Someone questions whether London has betrayed them. He explains that these groups are for profit, clarifying that it is not a blood alliance. Na-Sunhu stands before Aaron Von Carrion, his expression unreadable. Aaron's eyes widen, a visible shock rippling through him. The declaration seems to have struck a nerve, leaving him momentarily speechless. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Na-Sunhu's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The unseen speaker demands to know if he still refuses to concede. The pressure mounts, the stakes growing ever higher. Aaron's face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to maintain composure. A ragged cough escapes Aaron's lips, his body racked with pain. He is clearly suffering, the fight seemingly drained from him. The words hang in the air, heavy with defeat. I have lost. The admission marks a turning point, a surrender to the inevitable. A desperate plea echoes, so please stop this. The defeated man begs for an end to the torment, offering to become one of them. Meanwhile, Na-Sunhu walks away, leaving Aaron in his wheelchair. The room is silent. The battle concluded, the victor decided. Aaron asks if it's for his family, calling out Joshua's name. He states that the reason is not innocence. Aaron declares that he will become one of their people. He assures them that it is his unchanging truth. Na-Sunhu tells the white-haired man in the suit that he will give him a small gift. He asks the family head to proceed with what he has told him. He states that he will show them, implying a demonstration of power or ability is about to occur, his red eyes gleaming. A surge of energy erupts, visualized by sharp, angular symbols that crackle with an unseen force. The energy rips through the room, shattering a window into countless fragments that hang suspended in the air. The air crackles with raw power, the very atmosphere vibrating with the force unleashed. Electrical arcs dance across the room's ornate architecture, illuminating the scene with an eerie, unstable light. Joshua's eyes widen in disbelief as the room around him is torn apart by the sudden surge of energy. The room rumbles and cracks under the strain, the very foundations groaning under the immense pressure. The force throws Joshua to the ground, the opulent room now a scene of chaos and destruction. The room continues to rumble, the sound echoing as the unleashed power wreaks havoc. Joshua, struggling to comprehend the devastation, cries out, demanding to know the reason for this destruction. Aaron Von Carrion, his face etched with desperation, pleads for Joshua's life to be spared. The white-haired man in the suit offers his own life, claiming he has done all that was asked of him. Joshua's voice cracks as he pleads for the family head to release them. The name echoes, a desperate cry in the face of overwhelming power. Joshua. His blue eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. The exclamation hangs in the air, a silent scream of desperation. The family head, a man with a stern gaze and a neatly trimmed beard, watches on. Below him, a figure sits in a wheelchair, their face obscured by shadow. The family head's words echo with a chilling certainty. Our family has truly spread our wings through you. His expression remains impassive as he continues, commanding them to serve well and fulfill the long-cherished wish of their family. A cough punctuates the air as the family head declares that the main family will remove the obstacles in their way and step back. The family head's gaze is unwavering, his resolve absolute as he speaks of removing obstacles. Joshua listens intently, his expression a mixture of fear and understanding as the family head speaks. Meanwhile, Mihail watches from the doorway, his expression unreadable as he observes the scene unfolding before him. A phone rests on the ornate rug, its screen glowing softly in the dimly lit room. The family head sits with Aaron Von Carrion and Joshua, the weight of unspoken expectations hanging in the air. The family head's words echo with a plea. Please guide my grandson well. The family head looks towards a man with black hair, his expression unreadable. The family head's reasoning is stated plainly, why I chose Joshua. The scene widens, revealing the full assembly. The family head in his wheelchair, Aaron Von Carrion, Joshua, and the white-haired man's suit, all gathered in the opulent room. The man with black hair stands in profile, his gaze lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Aaron Von Carrion's expression is troubled, his brow furrowed with concern. A question hangs in the air, posed by Aaron Von Carrion. Leonard, no, John Doe. Aaron Von Carrion's face is etched with worry as he wonders, what should? Odin's presence fills the room, his crimson eyes gleaming with an unspoken command. He extends a hand, an unspoken invitation to fulfill his will. The command hangs in the air, a direct order. Enter my order, Joshua. Joshua, his silver hair catching the light, offers his own hand in return. The details of their attire speak of power and influence, a silent language of authority. A single word echoes in the space between them. Yes. The exchange is sealed, a gloved hand clasping another in agreement. Odin's presence looms, his will now set in motion. Odin stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he awaits the execution of his command. Joshua, his back turned, prepares to fulfill the order, his white gloves a stark contrast against his dark attire. The stage is set for the Meister, the master craftsman, to begin his work. Rain continues to fall, each drop echoing in the otherwise silent environment. The guard stands tall, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figure before him, the rain plastering his hair to his head. The rain continues its relentless descent. The man's shoulders are slumped, his head bowed beneath the brim of his cap. Startled, the man looks up, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The guard's face is partially obscured, but his posture suggests a grim determination. A hand reaches out, snatching the cap from the man's head. The man's face is revealed, his eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and defiance. The guard speaks, his words laced with a cold indifference. The situation got out of hand, so I thought I'd contact you after dealing with. The rain continues to fall. The guard stands over the kneeling man, while another man stands nearby, a strange energy emanating from him. A body is dragged roughly across the ground, leaving a trail. The guard with the cap stands with another man, the rain continuing to fall. He remarks that it took a while. The text box indicates it is winter of 98. 3.5 years have passed since they lost him. The difference between them grew as distant as heaven and earth. A man lies bound on the ground, while two figures stand over him. The rain continues to fall. The man on the ground thinks that maybe that's why. The guard with the cap asks if the agents are okay. A voice asks, "Pardon? What did you say?" The other man states that he would have resisted pretty hard. The man on the ground thinks that it's hard at the end, but he did not feel much right now. The guard with the cap thinks that he wasn't able to do anything about being sniped. A voice says that they truly tried their best this time to not let him escape again. The other man says he'll give him the $1 billion he promised through the method he wants. Na Sunhu, held captive, seeks assurance. Will his safety be guaranteed if he accepts the offer? Doubt clouds Sun's face. The weight of the decision presses heavily upon him. Elsewhere, a man on the phone refuses to follow the boss's signal, defying orders. Another voice agrees, stating that eliminating Ethan won't solve the underlying problem. Doubts linger about the possibility of success. Concerns rise about the boss's judgment. Someone fears they're going to get swept up at this rate. A warning surfaces. One of the group's hunting cat is acting odd. Caution is advised regarding John Clark's recent, suspicious actions. The man on the phone looks worried, the news clearly unsettling him. He relays the information with a furrowed brow. Another individual, unseen, seeks reassurance. They ask if Ethan can guarantee their safety. The other man confidently assures Sunno, "I can. Of course, I'll give you the $1 billion on top of that." He stands with the guard, discussing future plans. The other man states that there are many more things that need to be done. From above, a figure declares, "We won't change." Their resolve seems unwavering. Information surfaces about the private military company Whitewater, revealing its worth to be over $1 billion. It's speculated that John Clark may have calculated that eliminating the man and Woo Yeon-hee would benefit him. On the rooftop, several figures stand guard while another sits, contemplating the situation. The man sitting seems to be thinking about taking over. The text suggests that someone might have gained confidence from capturing First Evil, but the context remains unclear. A hand retrieves a cigarette from a red and white pack, preparing to light it. The gesture is slow and deliberate. The man's expression is unreadable, but he states flatly, "I don't." His eyes are shadowed, giving nothing away. With a click, the lighter ignites, illuminating the man's face as he lights the cigarette. The flame casts flickering shadows. The man stands silhouetted against the rainy backdrop, smoke curling from the cigarette held loosely in his fingers. He seems lost in thought. The cigarette burns steadily between his lips, the smoke rising in wisps. A faint tremor seems to run through him. The shaking intensifies, visualized by blurred lines and repeated symbols. Something is clearly amiss. The armed man's face is contorted, his eyes squeezed shut as the shaking continues to rack his body. He struggles to maintain control. The armed man's eyes snap open, now glowing with an unnatural light. The shaking has stopped, replaced by an eerie calm. Arcing energy crackles through the air, a display of raw power. The strange energy dances around the environment, illuminating the nearby structures. The energy coalesces around a figure, while another watches from a distance. A voice cries out, a premonition fulfilled with dread. The guard's eyes widen in terror as he stares down the barrel of his rifle. "That man is a monster," he exclaims. Sweat beads on his brow as the guard realizes he's the target. "Damn it, he's pointing at me." Panic sets in as he realizes the glowing figure is focused on him. An unseen presence makes itself known, a silent command in the air. A figure lurks in the shadows, obscured from view. Na Sunhu gestures for silence, his expression serious. The guard swallows hard, his fear palpable as he anticipates the coming attack. The hidden figure remains in the shadows, their presence a mystery. Na Sunhu stares intently, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. Rain streaks the grimy buildings as a lone figure stands silhouetted against the gloom. A woman stands firm, her gaze fixed downwards, as if expecting something. Elsewhere, the blades of a helicopter were cutting through the air above a desolate landscape. The helicopter continues its flight, a stark contrast against the clear blue sky. The woman in tactical gear walks away, her posture suggesting a weariness from the environment. Meanwhile, a man with a neatly trimmed beard and sunglasses says, "Cheney, good work in Afghanistan. You know it's Iraq this time, right?" The man thinks to himself, "Another battlefield. If not for my kids' medical bills." A man hands over a box, saying, "But you got a pretty good record, so I'm thinking of giving you a better offer." A disembodied voice asks, "What is this place?" He examines the package, a frown creasing his brow as he considers its contents. The label suggests it's a dangerous goods handling plant, for now. The disembodied voice echoes, promising more details, but only upon signing the contract. The terms remain hidden for now. A close-up reveals an eye, augmented with a digital interface. The technology hints at advanced surveillance or analysis. Strange, glowing symbols adorn the wall, their meaning unknown. They pulse with an eerie light, hinting at a hidden power source. The guard and another man stand before a screen, its contents obscured. They seem to be receiving instructions or monitoring the facility. The interior resembles an air raid shelter, stark and utilitarian. The cold, metallic surfaces suggest a place built for survival. The two men walk down a long corridor. One confirms that the facility was built during the Cold War, while the other wonders if it's a drug warehouse. They pause before another screen, this one displaying the words Cat Food Warehouse, code number 005. The guard admits he initially thought the same thing. A voice warns that there's a decent pile of drugs here, but they should only look with their eyes. Temptation hangs in the air. The perspective shifts, looking up at the ceiling, where more glowing symbols are visible. The voice warns of consequences if they touch anything. The men continue deeper into the facility. The voice ominously states that they'll be recorded as not having returned from Afghanistan. A door is marked with a category code F0001. What lies beyond remains a mystery, but the designation suggests a specific purpose. Inside a clear container, a single glove rests on a platform. Another container holds a spiked ball and chain, labeled hunting gloves. A high-ranking playcrafter's bone necklace sits suspended in its own container. The guard squints at the containers, noting that they are labeled as cat feed and cat feed storage. The armed man states that the label is the official code name for the items. The other man asks where the guard got all of this, and he responds that he will know when his security level goes up. The guard says that not knowing is better, his expression unreadable. He adjusts his sunglasses, peering at something beyond the containers. Meanwhile, a sign declares the location to be a D-rank dungeon. The floor is littered with the corpses of monstrous creatures, blood pooling around their bodies. The scene is labeled as the Barbacore Research Center, a grim testament to the experiments conducted here. A system message indicates that someone has used child who abhors pestilence. The interior of the facility blurs into an indistinct landscape of metal and shadow. A small, winged creature, resembling a fairy, appears, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Na Sunhu recalls the events of the seventh day, when they used the quest item. The woman gazes at the fairy-like creature, her expression one of wonder and surprise. "Pretty," she murmurs. A disembodied voice notes that, at first glance, it looks like a fairy straight out of fantasy. Sunhu, bearing fresh wounds, knows there is more to it than meets the eye. The fairy-like creature hovers in the air, its form radiating a gentle light. A hand reaches out towards the creature, as if to touch it, a question mark hanging in the air. The background blurs again, with strange symbols overlaid on the image. The fairy-like creature floats, surrounded by a golden aura, its eyes wide and curious. The woman and the armed man look up at the creature, their faces etched with confusion. "Huh?" she asks. Sunhu explains that it's because of the item she has equipped, the Barba high-ranking playcrafter's bone necklace. He glances sharply to his right, sensing a shift in the air. A burst of raw energy explodes into existence. The unknown woman's eyes widen in alarm as something seizes her arm. Another surge of power crackles through the air. A grotesque, rat-like creature clamps its jaws onto her forearm. Its razor-sharp claws dig deep into her flesh. The creature's eyes glow with malevolent intent as it prepares to strike. Again, the rat-like creature's claws dig deeper into the woman's arm. Suddenly, Sunu notices something else. A small, glowing fairy hovering above. The other man mutters about stealth. The rat-like creature continues to tear into the unknown woman's arm. The fairy-like creature floats serenely, emitting a soft, warm light. He glares upward, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. That brat. He wonders aloud if they were just tested by something unseen. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent prelude to danger. The woman unknown declares they are going after it, warning him not to let his guard down. He agrees, a hint of nervousness in his voice as their arms brush. The stakes are high. This quest is classified as S-Rank, the most dangerous level. A monstrous face looms, a predator lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. They are connected to a place of immense danger, Doom Interwasto. The air shimmers, a visual distortion hinting at the power at play. The story shifts to a focus on a powerful group of entities. It was a shock to learn that monsters existed even above the S-Rank bosses. One of the 7 demon kings, Doom Kesoj, came through the gate. A monstrous figure looms, wreathed in crackling energy. The 8 evils and 8 virtues had to join forces for the first time. The great demon could only be pushed back by the combined might of 8 evils and 8 virtues. These are the beings bearing the word Doom in their names. The book is under the protection of Doom Interwasto's authority. Meanwhile, one of the items they stumbled across in the Barba dungeon held the power of one of the 7 demon kings. The name echoes, Doom Interwasto. Sunu's expression hardens as he learns that this is one of the higher-ranking ones even among the 7 demon kings. A quest, Disruptor of Barba Core, has been created with the goal of stopping the plague research that threatens all races. A new mission appears. Eliminate 3 Barba high-ranking plague crafters, destroy 20 plague research laboratories, and eliminate 100 Barba plague crafters. This S-Rank quest is related to Doom Interwasto. Several grotesque, shadowy figures appear, surrounded by a faint, purple aura. The figures are monstrous, their difficulty as absurd as their rank. They are dark and hulking, with multiple eyes and twisted limbs. The monster's form is vaguely humanoid, but its features are exaggerated and grotesque, with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Mutant Mungs are summoned. The system message flashes, signaling the arrival of these new threats. This plague research will turn all lands into the land of death. The text looms over the scene, a stark warning of the impending doom. The mutant Mungs roar, their grotesque faces contorted in a silent scream. The sound effect emphasizes their monstrous nature. The system warns that this is probably trouble for the system as well. The ominous message hints at the far-reaching consequences of the plague research. The fairy-like creature exclaims in shock, noting that they look like humans. A companion urges them to stay focused on the task at hand. Sunhu stands ready, a blade in his hand. He is told that each of the monsters is a bomb, a revelation that adds a new layer of danger to the situation. The monster's grotesque form is emphasized, the sound effect highlighting the explosive threat it poses. The word boom is repeated. The text reveals that the monsters are being used as meat shields after undergoing live experimentation. The grim reality of their existence is laid bare. A disembodied voice commands, demanding the playcrafter be found. His eye flares with an intense, unnatural light. A system message announces the activation of the Gifted One trait. More system messages appear, indicating the activation of Sensitive One and One with the Storm, enhancing perception and dexterity. The system declares that all 7 traits besides man who overcomes adversity have been activated. The force of the attack sends a figure crashing down. The impact resonates with a deafening boom. A voice declares that they will show the strength of solo hunting. Suna's eyes glow red as he wonders what is happening. The air vibrates with unseen power. Energy crackles around an unseen combatant. The force of the blow is palpable. He narrowly avoids being crushed as the massive creature slams its foot down. The air distorts from the sheer force of the impact. The hulking monster, wreathed in purple energy, roars in frustration. Its massive claws scrape against the stone floor, leaving deep gouges. Sunhu strides away, muttering about the bastards who made a damn dinosaur. The monster unleashes another earth-shattering roar. Spittle flies from its gaping maw as it prepares to attack again. Sunhu pauses, glancing back at the creature with a questioning look. Elsewhere, a woman with glowing purple eyes extends her hand, her expression unreadable. Her legs are clad in dark stockings and heels. The woman thinks that the monster is probably as strong as a boss monster in a low-rank dungeon. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. But she succeeded in dominating it. The rat-like creatures seem surprised. A research laboratory has been destroyed. The monster stands amidst the destruction, a research laboratory destroyed. The quest to disrupt the Barba Core has been completed, and a research laboratory has been destroyed. The completion reward, a challenger box, will be granted. A spark ignites between Sunhoo and the woman with glowing eyes. The woman with glowing eyes never thought she'd see this before the testing site, congratulating Sunhoo. The woman with glowing eyes smiles. You have obtained the solar cape of RA. A fiery explosion erupts. Sunhoo walks away. The solar cape of RA boasts increased resistances and the potential to randomly apply the blessing of RA. It can also transform into the solar blade of RA, offering immense physical and magical damage absorption. The item's power is undeniable, an S-rank acquisition with unbelievable damage absorption capabilities. The protagonist, Na Sunhoo, has finally obtained it. The item, once the solar cape of RA, has now been changed into the solar blade of RA. The transformation is complete. Sunhoo reflects on the item, one he didn't even see wielded by the 8 evils and 8 virtues. Its power is immense. The solar blade of RA is burning fiercely in his hand, a tangible manifestation of its immense power. The heat is intense. Meanwhile, not long after the 2002 World Cup celebration ended, the world was on the brink of war. The guns of war started to echo in Baghdad, signaling the beginning of a new conflict. Explosions light up the night sky. News reports detail the underground bunker where President Hussein is residing. The world watches with bated breath. The bunker is designed to endure even a small-scale nuclear explosion, a testament to the severity of the situation. The threat is real. Sunhoo sits with a woman glowing eyes, a sense of resolve hardening his features. It's time to get ready, he thinks. He listens as the woman asks what will happen with the war. She wonders if he still has prophetic dreams. The reason he knew about the dungeons and the 7 demon kings was dismissed as prophetic dreams. But the future is changing bit by bit. Sunhoo reflects that they weren't fated to grow this strong, either. He feels strong enough where he can have hope for a different future. Meanwhile, the camera pans up to show an apartment building at sunset. The doorbell rings. Sunhoo's mother exclaims, surprised that he didn't tell them he was coming. She reaches for the door, her hand outstretched to welcome him home. Sunhoo's mother says it's an American-style surprise, wondering what all the things they got him are for. Sunhoo and his mother carry shopping bags into the house. She asks where his dad is. His mother says not to even get her started, as his dad is out drinking late again. It seems like he's got a lot going on. A sigh escapes as Sunhoo's mother speaks, her words laced with weariness. The city sleeps, unaware of the domestic scene unfolding within its walls. Sunhoo's father snores loudly, oblivious to the world around him. His tie is askew, a testament to a long night of drinking. Sunhoo's mother laments, you probably won't even see him, even when your son's home. The legs of Sunhoo's father dangle, his shoes scuffing against the floor. With a grunt, Sunhoo hoists his father up, his mother assisting with a worried expression. Sunhoo's mother asks, isn't he heavy? As his father continues to snore. She watches as Sunhoo struggles to carry his father, adding, your father gained more than 10 kilograms. In his drunken stupor, Sunhoo's father mumbles, I'm sorry. Sunhoo looks ahead, his expression a mix of resignation and determination. He asks, should I arrange it? As they approach their apartment building. He sits at the table with his parents, a puzzled expression on his face. His mother leans in, reminding him, don't you remember yesterday? You mistook me for your friend and told me a lot of things. Sunhoo glances away, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he considers her words. His mother continues, mentioning that Guil had requested something of him during that time. Sunhoo asks what she means by arranging something, adding that he might try to work it out through one of the companies he knows if it's difficult. Sunhoo mentions that there's a company called Gold Wish among the clients, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sunhoo's father is visibly surprised by this revelation, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sunhoo explains that Gold Wish is one of the 5 owners of the John A.L. Group, casually dropping the bombshell. His father, now visibly shaken, asks, wait, you met Gold Wish? The father continues, stating that Sunhoo shouldn't have been able to meet them, and questions if they actually exist. Sunhoo reassures his father, stating that he'll try dealing with it, his expression calm and collected. Sunhoo explains that the manager of Gold Wish is indebted to him for something, and that they'll actually love to take this request. He looks at his father, a slight smirk playing on his lips as the older man considers the information he just revealed, his brow furrowed in thought. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning, as the revelation begins to sink in. The man's face is illuminated from below, his expression confident as he declares, am your son. The pair stand on the beach, the sound of the waves crashing nearby. The man wonders aloud what the occasion is, questioning why they are at the ocean. The woman explains that the request from her father's friend concerned the Seamangium reclamation project. Due to political goals and pushback from environmental groups, the national project was being stopped and reopened constantly. A protest against pollution and for the environment is underway. The protesters believe that if only the business value is considered, there's no need for them to step in. Jamie is asked what he thinks. He responds that they need a wide plot of land. A hand taps a file, perhaps indicating the start of a new phase in the discussion. The woman states that even if they adjust the initial plan of using the place for farming to a compound industrial complex instead, the man responds that it's still not that appealing and that they should continue to fully support it at the group level. Jamie clasps his hands, listening intently to the conversation. It is stated that this is the only place that can be cleaned up without causing problems for the plan. Sun's mother looks off to the side, questioning what plan is being discussed. The details of the plan are revealed. A world-class resort will be constructed in the country. Furthermore, the entire site will be surrounded by a strong defensive wall. Sunhu adds that a bunker capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion will be built underground. Sunhu's mother turns to him, seeking confirmation that he understands the implications of this plan. She wonders if the reason for such extreme measures is because of North Korea. The woman explains that their employers see it as necessary to have a place to protect their group's wealth and people in case of emergency. Sunhu clarifies that this also means there are no plans to withdraw the group from the country. He insists that the government understand this and be pushed completely to accept the plan. The right place at the right time. This will elevate his father's image among his peers, so there's no reason for him not to. There are a little over 10 years left until the day of beginnings. Everything's going well. Sunhu stands in the room, a blue screen materializing before him, its purpose yet unknown. The screen flickers to life, displaying a stark message. Obstructor trait has activated. Sunhu's brow furrows in concern as he stares at the message. Why now, he wonders. The screen displays a dire warning. In 1 minute, a quest will be created where 100 awakeners will target him, consuming 250 contribution points. Sunhu's eyes widen in disbelief, the gravity of the situation crashing down upon him. A flicker of determination sparks in Sunhu's eyes. He realizes he could block this quest. He clenches his fist, frustration evident. But what bullshit scenario is this, he exclaims. The screen explains that he can use points from completing quests to block a quest that is trying to kill him. Sunhu grits his teeth, overwhelmed. Even if the system can do whatever it wants, this is too much. He places a hand to his forehead, trying to calm himself. Even if 1,000 were to come after him, he'd be fine, he thinks. Sunhu steels himself, his expression hardening. What are the quest details, he wonders. The screen reveals the quest. Assassinate an existence that is a threat to everyone. The target, kill Na Sunhu. He grits his teeth, realizing the system has activated a position locator. The system interface flickers, revealing even his real name is now exposed. Sunhu asks if a similar quest can be recreated within the year, but Sunhu's mother has no answer this time. He realizes there's no way to know how many contribution points he'll need to stop the next quest. The system declares that Sunhu is an existence that is a threat to everyone. The system states that Sunhu stopped the plague research of the Barbacore and is always acting for the survival of their species. A warning flashes. A quest has been created where 100 awakeners are aiming for him. Sunhu's mother looks at the warning with wide, worried eyes. Her expression is one of utter shock and disbelief. Sunhu points to the system interface, trying to explain the situation to his mother. Two figures stand nearby, one stating that they know about the quest. Meanwhile, monsters gather around a cauldron, noting that Sunhu has become the public enemy after completing it. He lies prone, the system's logic swirling around him. He reflects on the nature of the system. But what if the system itself is the source of this contradiction? The system interface glows with an ethereal light, its gears turning. A question arises from within the system. Are there not one, but two systems? The system displays a new quest, Assassinate Na Sunhu. The quest is ranked S, with a time limit of 1 year. The news is met with disbelief. No way, this can't be happening. Sunhu's mother asks why he got a quest to kill him. She urges him not to abandon hope. A new message appears. Assassination quests aren't one-sided. The system displays multiple quests to protect oneself by killing others. If someone gets a quest to kill him, he'll get a quest to kill them as well. Of the 100 quests that exist to kill him, Wu Yonhee is ranked 1. It's surprising that Mihail and Joshua weren't 2 and 3. Suzuki Rurika and Suzuki Chiharu are E-rank quests. A place to lure the moths has been decided. He stares intently at his phone, a deep furrow in his brow. Elsewhere, a formal meeting is underway, though the atmosphere seems less than productive. The discussion continues, one man suggesting the president should step in. The sound of the phone vibrates loudly, cutting through the air. The ringing phone displays the name Ethan on its screen. A woman in the meeting reacts with surprise, a visible exclamation point marking her sudden realization. Director Park grants her a moment as she excuses herself to take the call. Director Park continues, mentioning a matter requiring the assistance of many people in the Simanjian project. Elsewhere, the president of GNL abruptly left after receiving a call. The question hangs in the air. Did something happen? The woman walks away, the sound of her heels clicking on the floor as she speaks into the phone. On the phone, The woman relays that there is a serious issue that needs to be taken care of and that there should be an employee in Jinal Bank called Na Jinal. The instructions are clear. Proceed with maximum security, but without causing a scene. For now, focus on that. The man on the phone acknowledges the order. He promises to set up maximum security to protect employee Na Jinal. The woman on the phone is instructed to handle this matter more urgently than any other. She is also told to supply guns to the security personnel, causing her to question the order. The instructions continue. If Director Park Chung-sik says you can't replace him, replace Director Park. A few years ago, surveillance from the Korean government became life-threatening. The woman on the phone looks concerned. She is reminded that a security team was created with those from the special forces and that they have guns. But she wonders if Na Jinal is worth breaking the law to protect. Jamie is told that since she's a smart person, she should understand the situation. The sound of a car, vroom, fills the air. The man in the car states that they'll now have realized why their group's name is Jinal. The woman next to him listens intently. A close-up reveals a person with glowing red eyes, thinking that this is dangerous. They can't get any closer to Ethan's secret. The woman on the phone looks distressed, covering her face with her hand. She claims she doesn't know what the other person is talking about, but acknowledges that it's natural to protect Mr. Na Jinal if he is receiving this much attention. The man on the phone states that a myriad of dangers could befall him. He says that's what he'll tell her for now, and confirms that she understood. The woman on the phone is told that they'll protect Na Jinal and his wife with the highest security. She's then asked, and inside the car, one person asks yes, and the other responds that no, they'll get to know soon enough. He steps out of the vehicle, the door swinging wide as he exits. That's all, he states, concluding the call. The engines roar as the plane accelerates down the runway. The pilot declares, "Let's go." The pair stand in the hallway, the man's suit impeccably tailored. Their conversation remains unheard. Unseen, unheard, a voice declares a sinister intent. "I'll make an inescapable pit for you all." The city lights twinkle in the distance, illuminating the towering skyscraper. The report states, Director Na does have one son. The woman holds a document, her expression serious as she speaks with the man. She asks if the protection targets are just Director Na and his wife. The woman's eyes widen in shock, her face paling. "He has a son? Not a son," she murmurs, the revelation hitting hard. The document is held up, the words stark against the dark background. It states that he is currently working at the front office of Jonathan Investment Finance. The man with long black hair staggers back, clutching his head. He exclaims that he figured it out, but didn't want to know, and asks if they should send security. The woman covers her face with her hand, her expression hidden, sweat beads on her brow, betraying her inner turmoil. Her hand remains pressed against her face, her voice a strained whisper. "No," she says, rejecting the information. A disembodied voice issues a cold directive. "Focus only on the husband and wife," the speaker commands. The neon lights of Japan illuminate the night sky. The vibrant city of Osaka pulses with life. A torii gate stands silhouetted against the glowing cityscape. Two figures walk through a stone garden, their destination unknown. The woman looks concerned as the man states that it's an F-rank dungeon. The man, with a slight smirk, says nice as he looks ahead. Two men stand in an alleyway, the sounds of the city echoing around them. The two men exchange glances, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A man in a suit walks forward, his face obscured by shadows. A group of men, some in uniforms and others in casual clothes, walk down a street. A man in a suit strides forward, carrying a baseball bat with a determined look. The group ascends a set of stairs, their purpose unknown as they move into the night. A lone woman stands before a traditional torii gate, the city lights blurred in the distance. Footsteps echo, each footfall marked by a stylized onomatopoeia. The woman's expression is partially obscured, but a slight smile plays on her lips. The woman with brown hair is being confronted. She is told, "You're pretty ballsy. Were you waiting for us?" The words "seventh virtue" appear in a stylized burst. The two women continue to walk, their legs moving in sync. One says, "I respect that." The words "eighth virtue" appear in a stylized burst. The system has provided sufficient compensation for the appropriate level of difficulty. A woman in a kimono kneels, receiving a box from a man whose face is obscured. As a reward for the quest to take over the gang, Sankai Gumi, a ring materializes. The Hermes all-rounded anklet increases the rating of agility by 1 grade, with physical and magical damage absorption. The emblem of Guanyin increases recovery skills and attributes by 1 grade, reducing the cooldown time of recovery-based skills. The man thinks he has good abilities despite not having much experience with dungeons, wondering if he grew with an 8-grade quest of taking over a Yakuza organization. Locked down on an 8-grade assassination quest, the man and a woman stand before a glowing portal. Elsewhere, the aftermath of a brutal fight is visible, with several men lying defeated on the ground. One man lies on the ground, his face covered in blood, a baseball bat nearby. Suzuki Ririka, the Sankai Gumi chairman, Quest number 2. Vows she won't forgive if Chiharu is touched. She lies prone, blood trickling down her face, a guttural cry escaping her lips. Elsewhere, a distant structure looms, its purpose unclear amidst the swirling chaos. Two men hoist a woman by her limbs, while another woman watches, her expression unreadable. A figure plummets backward, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The woman continues her descent, a lone man, standing in the background, seemingly helpless. A desperate plea. If he's released, he'll pretend nothing happened, but defiance will be met with regret. Wang Chun, the Glory Group chairman, sits, his expression a mask of calculation. Blood streams down Wang Chen's face, a testament to a brutal assault. The crisp lines of a suit and tie, a symbol of power and authority. The falling woman, a blur of motion against a backdrop of neon lights. The descent continues, the impact imminent, the consequences unknown. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the act of killing. A person just like that? The man gestures wildly, sweat beading on his brow, as he speaks of Mokpo Man, quest number 96. A figure plummets downwards, the air rushing past them as they lose control. A sharp sound echoes as a figure stands with their back turned, the source of the noise unknown. 35 people in Anhel and 25 in the Revolution. Around 60 quests were handled. The man stares intently at the screen before him, his expression unreadable as he processes the information displayed. Moved. They don't seem interested in the assassination quest. Because of the Suzuki sisters and other skill difference, appropriate levels of items were spread. The man kneels on the ground, his face etched with concern as he looks up at someone out of view. If it goes well, some people will be able to come out alive. The boots stand firm on the cracked ground, a silent promise of survival. Don't be half-hearted about it. The man and woman exchange a look, the air thick with unspoken tension. Jamie, how's it going? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Ethan, are you all right? The man descends the stairs, his expression hidden in shadow. There were some suspicious people, but I blocked them in advance. Executive Director Na is still. The voice trails off, leaving the statement unfinished. The man heard that someone's wife is currently getting a massage. Other man is on the phone, relaying that there are unexpected attackers at the moment. He asks if the person on the other end is somewhere safe. The person on the other end of the line asks if he can't watch the news. Someone opens a laptop. A woman's eye widens in shock or surprise. Other man is still on the phone. He relays that the chairwoman of Gino Group, Miss Yang, summoned Park Chung-sik to investigate. He wonders if the power of the omnipotent will explode the Gino Gate. Other man continues his phone call, stating that it's not just a regular audit. It's for the Gino Bank, and they're probably doing it to summon the executive director. The woman on the phone says that this will end with this, because that's what this country's government wants. She adds that it seems the target wasn't executive director Na's wife. The woman, distraught, says she didn't want to know this. Other man relays that Na Sianhu went missing. He adds that there's nobody in this country that could touch Sianhu's parents. Other man concludes his phone call, saying that the person on the other end is the one who should be careful. He considers the implications of the attack on Na Sianhu, wondering if it's a test of their system. The reason his father was targeted, he realizes, is because he is Na Sianhu's father. His fingers tap rapidly on the keyboard. The man's thoughts turn to his own power, enough, he believes, to influence the Korean government. Elsewhere, a man on the phone inquires about the number of people sharing the same name, learning that 5 are missing and 3 are from their side. The man on the phone learns that since Gino intervened, he himself has become the target of the quest. A voice commands someone to identify those who doubt him, declaring that he is returning to Seoul immediately. A woman, holding a phone to her ear, demands a confirmation, her expression intense as she asks if she can proceed or not. Receiving the affirmative, the woman simply replies, "Okay," her brow furrowed with concern. Another man, on the phone, requests a display of their security team's skills, noting that Washington did not authorize such a quest. He wonders where it is. Back at his computer, the other man instructs someone named Mick to confirm the email he just sent, the sound of typing filling the air. The message relays that there are 40 people on the list, and the instruction is to keep track of everything. Elsewhere, the Trine and Palace Hotel stands in France, a possible location of interest. He wonders if the United States is looking down on the Bilderberg Club's orders. The sound of something striking echoes in the room. Another man declares that the U.S. was attacked. A third man questions whether they should pay the price for the attack. A tense atmosphere fills the room beneath the ornate chandelier. The men at the table continue their discussion, their voices rising with concern. The attack on the mark is being considered, even as the new head of the Karyan family is strangely friendly. When victory seemed near, an incomprehensible cease and desist order was received. Typing away, the person at the computer notes that they couldn't exceed the power of the Karyan family. The man holding the letter wonders what the invitation to the Bilderberg Club means right after the attack. The thought of a world beyond worlds, the world of darkness, is something he can't get used to. He rests his hand on his forehead, deep in thought about the implications of recent events. Cassandra stands in a well-lit room, a question hanging in the air. The other man stands beside her, the conversation turning to the club. Cassandra, head of the Goldstein family, believes the U.S. will break their promise. The other man questions if they're talking about this again, noting their group's focus on the oil market. He says it's a story from before he joined, causing him a headache. The club's dealings are discussed, with Cassandra noting it must have been heartbreaking to sell oil interests. Cassandra wonders if Jonathan Hunter was not invited again this year. The other man listens intently, his expression unreadable as the conversation continues. Cassandra looks off to the side, her expression thoughtful and perhaps a little troubled. The other man thinks of the name John Doe. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A question lingers. Has it been revealed who John Doe is? The other man from the club speaks to Jillian, who stands tall in a red dress. She's informed that someone is Korean. He asks if she didn't know yet, stating that it's only a matter of time before they find out his real name. The man had suspected him to be Chinese. The man states that if the atmosphere wasn't like this, that would have been on tomorrow's agenda. Jillian asks what's on the agenda, adding that she should have been invited. The man responds, stating that he hopes she means well, Jillian. The man says that it doesn't sound very good, wondering if that means they're still mainstream. He mentions Goldstein, Carrion, and Rothschild. Jillian thinks about how long Asia's capital will use its power, believing that when the time comes, the flow will come back to them. A disembodied voice tells Jillian to think carefully. Jillian is startled by something as the man looks on. The man reminds Jillian that she's aware of tomorrow's agenda, right? A phone rings loudly. Jillian answers the phone, asking what's going on and apologizing. She stands, listening as the other man speaks on the phone, relaying that they were tasked to track Gino Group's capital. But Miss Jamie stepped up. He adds that if they go further, it could become a diplomatic issue. The other man's words give her pause. Could the situation escalate that far? She continues her phone call, pondering if a developed country in Asia is being swayed by a speculative force. The screen displays that she used the location finder. Her hand hovers over the screen, ready to pinpoint the target's location. She realizes she should be more serious about the situation, as the target was in Osaka for a few days and is now in Korea. Jillian stands before the screen, a sleek device displaying the target's movements. It seems he heard about something. She puts her hand to her face, wondering what she can do, as she is shackled now. The target went to Seoul. The other man is told to just keep an eye on him for now, as his location is. The other man listens intently on the phone, receiving the latest update. The man's eyes widen as he hears the target's location. That's where. A sudden crash echoes, signaling disaster. Cassandra holds the phone to her ear, her expression a mix of worry and frustration. The disembodied voice on the other end of the line declares this is cheating. Cassandra's brow furrows as she listens intently. The news delivered over the phone, clearly unwelcome. These stupid guys were followed from behind. Elsewhere, a man holds a phone to his ear, his expression obscured by shadows, but his grip tightens on the device. A voice responds to Cassandra, the single word cutting through the tension. No. The other man from the previous crash stands, phone pressed to his ear, his expression unreadable. He asks, should I talk to you more? The man lies prone on the ground, looking up at the other man. He asks, friendly? The name Melissa White Goldstein is displayed prominently. Back on the phone, Cassandra's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her face. An airliner descends through the sky, its destination unknown. The plane approaches a large airport terminal. Purposeful strides echo through the terminal. The flight schedule displays a litany of destinations and times. Colton Spencer Goldstein strides confidently forward, flanked by two men in suits. The men continue their march through the airport. The man with glasses seems to be in deep thought. One of the men asks if this visit can be considered official to the European Council, addressing the man as Mr. Colton. Another man wonders if they are here because of the FTA between the EU and their country, as he directs the group, saying, sir, this way. The man gestures forward, leading the way. One of the men asks Chief Hong what is going on, noting that this is different from what was said. The disembodied voice apologizes, explaining that the government was too overwhelmed to stop the journalist's enthusiasm. Three men stand near a car, one wondering if the VIP knows about something as well. The VIP is attending an outside meeting about sending troops to Iraq. An unseen figure fumes, wondering if they are being blatantly ignored as the chairman of the European Council. The man in the suit looks down, his expression one of simmering frustration. This is ridiculous, he thinks. The name Na Sien Hu hangs in the air, a question mark hovering over it. The woman states that the person in question is someone who knows her real name, a dangerous piece of information. The woman, holding a cup, listens intently as the man speaks, her expression unreadable. The man is shocked, exclaiming how only 4 people in their parents' house know her real name. The woman's expression hardens as she states that this alone is reason enough to get rid of him, though there are many rights and opinions involved. The man says he can't tell her now, but but she'll find out one day, prompting her to ask why he's telling her that. The man looks concerned as he reveals that they have cleaners in their family. The woman's face is partially obscured, but her expression is grim as she declares that Samuel failed. The man states that someone had the protection of the John Il group. He continues, saying the John Il group is like the Korean Carlos Halimi. The older man, standing below a younger man in a white coat, insists that the John Il group is more than just the Korean Carlos Halimi. The unseen speaker wonders how they are supposed to take care of him when even Samuel failed at the task. The woman with glowing eyes stands over Colton Spencer Goldstein, telling him that he is just like he was back then. A disembodied voice orders someone to hold him so that he can't run away from them. Another disembodied voice declares that they will push him, the intent clear in their tone. A man in a yellow jacket and blue jeans plummets downwards, his arms and legs flailing as he falls. Colton's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. A voice calls out the name Cassandra, the tone laced with a mix of surprise and desperation. The man sits with his face buried in his hands, repeating that he is not a murderer, his voice thick with anguish. The woman with glowing eyes smiles cruelly, stating that he is just the little brother of a murderer. She stands behind Colton, who is slumped in a chair, his head bowed in defeat, as she repeats that he is just like he was back then. The words hang heavy in the air, a declaration of inescapable doom. Meanwhile, a white car speeds along the road, its destination unknown. Inside another vehicle, the question is posed, is economic might worth any cost? One of the men confirms the sentiment, adding that the VIP is armed. He assures that their group will support the chief's government. The man acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, likening Gino to a symbol of the Korean economy. He is asked if he is trying to solve the problems that occurred with foreign capital, but the man clarifies that they are not talking about the state of the country. The man states that they will have to talk about something. The man declares that the Goldstein family will cooperate fully. The man demands to know if the listener understands. One man wonders if the other wants the dark side of the world economy to move, questioning why he is going this far. The man expresses his gratitude for the statement, but another car speeds away, the sound echoing. He steps out of the white car, followed by another man in a suit. A voice calls out, questioning the whereabouts of Chief Hong. One of the men apologizes, addressing someone as chairman. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks away from a similar white vehicle, the city looming in the background. Inside the car, the man's expression shifts to one of shock and confusion. He demands to know the identity of the person before him, his voice laced with urgency. The man questions the meaning of the current situation, his tone growing more agitated. A figure with glowing red eyes emerges, suggesting a conversation. A surge of energy crackles in the air, hinting at impending conflict. A briefcase is opened, its contents yet to be revealed. He listens as the other man states that someone has been up to nothing. The principle of separating financial capital from industrial capital is displayed. Capital represented by banking and industrial capital centered on manufacturing are united, which creates the possibility of irregularities and monopolistic tyranny. If the capital that acquired KEB is classified as industrial capital, it becomes illegal, requiring the reveal of the initial capital pushed into the Geno Group at the time of the IMF. It's an opportunity to make completely legal money, and their strategy was to start there and shake up the entire group. The other man suggests that he make a phone call, his expression unreadable behind dark sunglasses. Elsewhere, a large mansion stands silhouetted against the night sky, lights glowing from within its many windows. A woman with auburn hair rests in a luxurious bed, the room lit by a bedside lamp. She lies on the bed, a phone and document beside her, and a speech bubble with an exclamation point appears. The woman speaks into the phone, asking if someone arrived safely, and is reassured that he's still okay now. She says she can't guarantee it in the next few hours, as a cracking sound emanates from the phone. Her eyes widen in shock and fear, her expression conveying a sense of impending doom. She sits up in bed, her face contorted with rage as she shouts at someone over the phone. She calls them a crazy bastard and reminds them that they attacked the chairman of the European Council. Her hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as she continues her tirade. She demands to know how they dare lay hands on such a person. Elsewhere, the other man speaks calmly into his phone. He states that the reason someone is still alive is only for them to realize something. The chairman unknown lies injured, bloodied, and bruised. The other man stands behind him, still on the phone, his expression unreadable. A phone shatters, pieces flying in all directions. The device is completely destroyed. The auburn-haired woman's face is a mask of fury. She calls the person on the other end of the line an impudent bastard, her voice shaking with anger. A healing seal is activated, bathing the area in a soft, restorative light. The chairman unknown looks up, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he feels the healing energy wash over him. The other man stands beside the chairman unknown, his face partially obscured by shadows. He suggests something, his tone serious. The chairman unknown is told that even though the Goldstein family is broken, they should stop at a point where it can be repaired. The The chairman unknown's eyes widen in shock, his face etched with disbelief at what he has just heard. He acknowledges the other person has an audibility, but seems to have reservations. A voice demands that someone stop dwelling on the family's problems, suggesting internal strife. Joshua is on the phone, speaking to someone who believes they cannot possibly understand the situation. He speaks of how long they have been moving in this world. An order is given to collect all funds lent to the Goldstein family, hinting at financial leverage or a power play. Meanwhile, a grand building stands in the rain, possibly a headquarters or residence of importance. The chairman of the European Council is being assaulted during an official visit, an event that must not happen even in North Korea. The assault on the chairman could potentially ignite a war, escalating the stakes dramatically. Na Seon-ho's relationship with Jeonil is questioned, but someone declares they will seize the opportunity to show who controls the world's orders. A woman with auburn hair believes that if things go well, they could recover from losses suffered in the Iraq and Korean wars. A hand posts a notice, revealing that today's agenda for the Bilderberg meeting will be the Korean War. An older man in a wheelchair asks what the fuss is about so early in the morning and offers coffee. The Carrion family has kept Rothschild in check, and their influence in the Bilderberg Club makes them the perfect first ally. Na Seon-ho's father, Cassandra, prepares to deliver a brief description. She states that what she is about to say is the official report from the Goldstein family. Cassandra, standing in a doorway, seems agitated by the interruption. She declares that she is in the middle of an important conversation. Two figures walk away, their conversation overheard. One wonders if Colton is dead. The other responds that it's a pity, but good in the long run. Cassandra is seen in a close-up with another man, both looking concerned. A question mark hangs in the air between them. Cassandra continues her report, her expression grave. She reveals that the issue started in the carrying group and is spreading fast. A partial view shows the old man in a wheelchair, holding a cup, as Cassandra's arm is also visible. Tension fills the room. An unseen person shouts, demanding to know what Aaron thinks he's doing. The outburst shatters the tense atmosphere. Cassandra's face is shown in a close-up, her expression a mix of shock and anger at the interruption. Aaron, the old man in the wheelchair, calmly holds his cup, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. The unseen person continues to berate Aaron, questioning if he is senile. The accusation hangs in the air. He calmly states that he understands and that he won't have the freedom to enjoy his morning coffee. A sense of resignation washes over him. Cassandra's eyes widen, her face a mask of dawning realization. She begins to speak, uttering a single word, "This." He stares down in disbelief, his face contorted in anger. The words echo in his mind, a mix of shock and fury. The polished floor reflects the light as a figure moves with purpose down the hall, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the distance. The auburn-haired woman strides forward, her expression unreadable as she passes two men in suits, their faces obscured by the angle. Unseen observers speculate that Aaron, the old man in the wheelchair, is in league with the Rothschilds, having formed some sort of mutual agreement. The auburn-haired woman's face contorts with rage, her eyes narrowed as she curses the old men who stand in her way. A hand, adorned with pale pink nail polish, raps sharply on a door, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. Zillian, a man with neatly combed silver hair, listens intently as the auburn-haired woman states her intentions directly and without preamble. The man holds a document in his hand, his expression unreadable as he asks the woman to stand by his side. Zillian's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed as he questions why he should align himself with her cause. The auburn-haired woman looks down, her expression a mix of frustration and determination as she explains that she has been invited to the club, but treated like an outsider. Zillian explains that if they work together, they can fight against the alliance between the Rothschilds and Carrion. The auburn-haired woman smiles, her eyes gleaming with ambition as she proposes to reorganize the entire club. The auburn-haired woman's words hang in the air, leaving Zillian and Aaron to ponder her proposition. She apologizes, but insists that what she's about to do is necessary. The woman holds up a flip phone displaying Goldstein's stock price, with instructions to shake the stocks of all groups under Goldstein. A gasp escapes her lips as she stares at the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her expression hardens, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she reveals she was an agent of the Rothschilds as well. She wonders if she will die alone. A surge of defiance emanates from her, a challenge thrown down to her enemies. "Come at me, Rothschild." Her face contorts with rage, her eyes burning with a fierce determination to fight back against those who would control her. She dares them to fry me, a declaration of war against the powerful Rothschilds. Meanwhile, someone is rushing, their footsteps echoing as they race towards an unknown destination. A man with glasses looks stricken, apologizing for an unplanned meeting. The message is clear. A meeting must happen with Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan sits calmly, awaiting the arrival of the person rushing to meet him. The terms of the deal are being discussed, with the unseen party inquiring about the amount needed. The request is direct. 10 billion. Immediately is the price for whatever is being offered. The man with glasses, his brow furrowed, agrees to any conditions to secure the massive loan. Word has spread that other major financial groups have already refused to provide assistance. The unseen lender acknowledges the risks, but is willing to proceed, provided a specific condition is met. The demand is made clear. The shares must be handed over, a steep price for the desperate loan. The lender questions the wisdom of giving up everything, even for the sake of future generations. The man with glasses is told that this is the best and only offer he will receive. The response is hesitant, the gravity of the decision weighing heavily on the speaker. Meanwhile, the auburn-haired woman stands in a hallway, a phone pressed to her ear, listening intently. A smile plays on her lips as she confirms that she has received the information she needed. An unseen speaker demands to be connected with Jonathan, wanting to meet in person and offering something in return. A blonde-haired man, holding a phone to his ear, inquires about the possibility of receiving a $10 billion loan. Another blonde-haired man apologizes over the phone, suggesting the other party may not have heard the amount correctly. The auburn-haired woman's face contorts in rage as she hears the response on the other end of the line. Her eyes narrow, a storm of fury brewing within as she clutches the phone tightly against her ear. A swirling vortex of dark energy seems to emanate from the woman, the words, "So you all conspired together?" echoing in the air. Standing in a grand room, the auburn-haired woman is surrounded by an aura of barely contained fury. Her rage intensifies, the air crackling with barely suppressed power as she curses her unseen enemies. Meanwhile, a news report details the Goldstein family's financial rank plummeting after evaluations by German and British credit agencies. In a dimly lit office, one man looks on with concern as another stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. The standing man, his expression unreadable, inquires if a previous offer remains valid, his words hanging in the air. The man in the suit speaks of flaying skin, leaving only bone. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Colton Spencer Goldstein's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Concern etches itself onto his face. A desperate plea echoes. "How can I prove my loyalty?" The transition protocol, designed for Colton's rise, looms large. Meanwhile, in the city's shadow, the core businesses of the Goldsteins are slated to transfer to the French branch of the Gino Group. Colton remains composed, a stark contrast to Jamie's palpable fear. Her eyes betray the anxiety gripping her. A hand, clad in a dark suit, signs a document. The deal is sealed, the terms unspoken but understood. Colton's face is partially obscured, but the other man's expression is clear. He pleads to be the one to carry out Cassandra's final moments. A chilling question hangs in the air. "So you want to send her off without any pain?" Colton's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. What is he planning? What method does he prefer? A desperate "please" is uttered, the speaker unseen but their desperation palpable. Jamie's eyes widen in shock, her voice a mere whisper. "Master." The implications of the signed document become terrifyingly clear. A sinister promise is made. "I'll guarantee it. You will like my method more. Our talk is done, so wait." The auburn-haired woman bows deeply, her head lowered in what appears to be submission. A disembodied voice echoes, promising, "I will see you later." Jamie's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and fear. A palpable chill fills the air as the man with glowing eyes stands behind her, the word shiver repeating. Jamie's voice trembles as she demands, Just who are you?" Her face contorted with distress. Jamie struggles to comprehend the situation. "How are you able to do all this?" she asks. Seated, she trembles, barely able to speak. She manages, her voice choked with fear. A dark, ominous presence looms, the words echoing. "I am afraid of you." Her hand clenches tightly on the armrest, a silent plea. "Do you want to stop here?" the voice asks. The man with glasses proposes a sinister plan. Create a European branch under the Gino Group. The man continues, stating that Jamie Corporation doesn't sound like a bad name, and hopes that what she did for the last 6 years was adequate. Jamie's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in her eyes. She thinks to herself that it was adequate preparation. Preparation is underway to become an entity that will shake the world economy from behind the veil, a figure with piercing red eyes plots. The goal is clear, to become a member of the Shadow Bank, an organization shrouded in mystery and wielding immense power. Meanwhile, a grand estate looms, its architecture hinting at the wealth and influence contained within its walls, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Called out by name, the auburn-haired woman stumbles, her composure momentarily broken as she navigates the opulent surroundings. The situation is dire. A voice echoes, questioning why their family is under attack, the urgency palpable even in the blurred surroundings. "Cassandra," they call, as the auburn-haired woman bows slightly, her expression unreadable as she navigates the ornate hall. Again, Cassandra's name rings out as she stumbles, her precarious footing a stark contrast to the power she seems to wield. A sinister chuckle escapes Cassandra's lips, her eyes gleaming with a malevolent intent, a glimpse into the darkness within. A man with thinning hair looks on, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension as he witnesses the unfolding events. The text identifies Isaac Rothschild, family head, as a voice laments that they have lost their friendly Isaac, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Cassandra throws her head back and laughs, a question hanging in the air about when she acquired the Carrion family and the Zillion Group. Her eyes now glowing red, Cassandra declares they can't let the European economy fall because of the fight between their families, a chilling promise of economic warfare. She listens intently as the bald man speaks, his words hanging heavy in the air. The man with glasses gestures, demanding she tell him everything. He promises a souvenir in exchange for information. The auburn-haired woman retorts that they misunderstood and attacked first, her expression hardening. Her eyes glow red as she agrees, a sinister smile spreading across her face. The man with glasses states that the current situation is advantageous for them, his expression unreadable. The auburn-haired woman stands in a grand hallway, her words echoing her lack of intention to stop the attacks. The man with glasses acknowledges that even if they wanted to, the Carrion family and the Zillion Group would not allow it. He asks if that's what she's trying to say, confirming that it's true and reminding her of the Zillion Group. The man with glasses questions the attack on the Carrion family, noting that stopping the attack, even with victory in sight, meant a mutual agreement. The auburn-haired woman reveals that the Jonathan Group was the first to attack the Carrion family. The man with glasses confirms that Zillion and Jonathan move as one, and Carrion as well, now. The voice muses that Jonathan is merely a pawn of the Korean. The man with glasses touches his head, seemingly deep in thought as he stands in a lavish room. The auburn-haired woman's name is spoken, each syllable hanging in the air. The final syllable echoes with a strange, distorted resonance. The auburn-haired woman speaks, her words laced with a knowing tone, addressing someone named Cassandra. Suddenly, the auburn-haired woman's eyes widen in shock and horror, her mouth agape. A revelation hangs in the air. The true owner of the Jonathan Group is about to be revealed. The man with glasses admits that obtaining this information was difficult, requiring them to send Ed, though he doesn't know why. The auburn-haired woman's face is splattered with blood as she realizes the war is lost. The sound of a gunshot rings out, a deafening bang echoing through the scene. The auburn-haired woman is sent reeling backwards, the impact of the shot throwing her off balance. A sense of shock and disbelief permeates the air, marked by a stylized question mark and exclamation point. She stands, chest heaving, and declares that she could kill without breaking a sweat. People, she thinks, go crazy at least once in their lives. The auburn-haired woman's fingers tighten on the hem of her skirt, pulling it higher. She thinks to herself that she is in that state right now. A crimson bubble of text declares that someone just tried to rape her. It continues, stating that she is aiming for the broken heart of the female head of a falling family. A man lies on the floor, looking up in fear. The auburn-haired woman tells him that he can live if he just does as she tells him to. The woman's hand connects with someone's face, the sound echoing. She demands to know if they are paying attention. The auburn-haired woman slaps two men at once, the impacts resounding. They cry out in pain as they are struck. A stark white bubble appears, the words within it a stark red. What are you doing? Meanwhile, two men stand in a grand hall, the light glinting off the chandelier above. They seem to be observing the events unfolding elsewhere. The auburn-haired woman stands over a fallen man, her eyes glowing red. She has clearly defeated him. A final text bubble appears, simply displaying an ellipsis followed by an exclamation point. A voice echoes, demanding to know what is happening. Two men in suits stand over the auburn-haired woman, who lies prone on the floor, her eyes glowing red. A man's face, contorted in pain, is seen from an inverted perspective as he utters a sound of shock. The auburn-haired woman struggles, her head barely lifted from the ornate floor. Her eyes wide with terror, the auburn-haired woman's face is slick with sweat, her expression a mask of desperation. A choked gasp escapes her lips as she fights against an unseen force. Weakly, she attempts to explain that someone tried to do something to her. The man in the light-colored suit stands impassively, his feet planted firmly on the floor. Her eyes darting around, the auburn-haired woman's fear intensifies. In a desperate cry, she calls out a name, Joshua. The man in the light suit remarks that this is the worst meeting in history. A strange energy crackles, the power source living up to its ominous name. Her eyes glowing with malevolent intent, the auburn-haired woman asks if everything was heard. The scene blurs, the world around her shifting as unseen forces gather. Suddenly, she is seized, energy binding her as an unseen assailant strikes. A figure with silver hair watches, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden attack. The silver-haired man is struck with incredible force, the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The impact is brutal, a crimson flash marking the point of contact. The auburn-haired woman is sent flying backwards, crashing through the room. The force of the blow explodes outward, shattering everything in its path. Her eyes wide with shock, the auburn-haired woman spits out blood, the attack having clearly taken her by surprise. A guttural sound escapes her lips as the full force of the attack registers. The auburn-haired woman is sent hurtling through the air, while Zillion and another man watch the scene unfold. Two figures stand, one issuing a warning that it is not yet time to reveal their powers to Cassandra. A man lies prone, his face contorted in anger as he accuses someone of nearly ruining everything. Another figure expresses their disbelief, finding the situation utterly nonsensical, their tone laced with amusement. A figure covers their face with a gloved hand, obscuring their expression, perhaps in frustration or disbelief. From above, a voice declares that they should be grateful that Master is not present with them at this moment. A woman, injured and prone, weakly calls out for her master, her voice filled with desperation and pain. A voice speaks of the decision of the North American members regarding the Iraq War, the implications hanging heavy in the air. An old man with glasses speaks of the sudden attack on the Carrion family, his expression grave and concerned. A voice expresses concern about the upcoming meeting, suggesting that this year's gathering is of particular importance. Two figures are present in a room, one seated at a desk, the other in a chair, discussing the situation at hand. He stands, questioning if this is something they need to be interrogated over, his expression serious. The club, a voice explains, exists to draw out agreements between the members, not to coerce them. The unseen speaker emphasizes that the club's purpose is not coercion. Colton Spencer Goldstein apologizes if someone felt that way, stating he is only trying to mediate the problem. Zillion is told that the French financial system has become paralyzed in just 2 days. The auburn-haired woman and Zillion stand together as someone asks if there's no way they could withdraw even now. Zillion listens as he is told that the financial danger this incident would cause for the Eurozone wasn't in the calculations. Colton Spencer Goldstein states that, unfortunately, if they want to stop this, there's only one way. A disembodied voice declares that they'll have to reimburse their losses, not their predicted gains. An old man with glasses looks on with a shocked expression. It is said that these members are snorting while the club is trying to mediate and that there is a sex scandal between the Rothschilds and Goldsteins. The old man with glasses is seen from a low angle as someone says that if this is the stance the two will take. The man in the suit states that they will have to dismiss this year's meeting and dismisses the person he is speaking to. The door closes with a sharp click, the sound echoing in the room as the meeting concludes abruptly. Two figures, both sharply dressed in suits, stride forward, their footsteps echoing on the polished floor. The man with glasses speaks, his words directed at someone just outside the frame of view. Colton Spencer Goldstein speaks of the Carrions attacking the Goldsteins, calling it a self-destructive act that could destroy the family. Zillion states that sometimes you can't afford to calculate the gains and losses, his expression unreadable. The man with glasses' face is contorted with anger, sweat beading on his brow as he thinks of the line. Colton Spencer Goldstein declares that he and the man with glasses are following the same commands, and Jonathan as well. Thoughts race, questioning the Korean, John Doe, and whether there is a hidden figure behind him. The man with glasses stands with his arms outstretched, demanding to be told something, his face a mask of frustration. The man with glasses wonders how long he needs to be treated like a chess piece, the red lines emphasizing his feeling of being controlled. The man with glasses looks up, his face a mixture of shock and realization as he stares at someone off-panel. An unseen figure tells Zillion to calm down, questioning if he thinks they know everything. Colton Spencer Goldstein places a hand on Zillion's shoulder, reassuring him that he is also involved. Colton Spencer Goldstein urges Zillion not to doubt, but to accept the situation as it is. An unseen character expresses that they are also trying their hardest to manage the situation. Meanwhile, a man on the phone relays that this year's Bilderberg meeting has been dismissed and asks about Cassandra. The man in a gray suit is informed that she's moving toward her residence with increased security, and that Mihail will be attached to her. Footsteps echo as the man is told that he doesn't need to go personally, but he will be going there personally. Elsewhere in France, a report comes in from France. 391, Code 1, no problems as the camera pans up to a castle. Back at the Goldstein mansion, two guards receive confirmation. Understood, 391, as they stand watch. One guard remarks on the amazing mansion, saying he would have no regrets if he could just stay there for a day. Another guard says he heard some idiot is trying to mess with the Goldsteins. The guard is told that it's probably just paranoia, and that the more you have, the more stressed you get as well. A man smiles, thinking that those bourgeois will be pretty tired. Zillion feels a tap on his shoulder and turns his head, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. He is confused by the sensation, and the word turn seems to echo in his mind. The command hangs in the air, an unspoken question mark punctuating the strange occurrence. A blue screen flashes, indicating the use of the Shadow Ring stealth ability. Zillion sees a group of figures bathed in a blue glow, one carrying a woman over their shoulder. He wonders what is happening, his brow furrowed in concern as he looks down. Zillion glances upward, muttering that he thought something had just touched him. Meanwhile, a blurry image suggests a shift in location, perhaps to a forest shrouded in mystery. The forest scene sharpens, the sound of rushing wind filling the air as something unseen approaches. The auburn-haired woman lies prone on the forest floor, seemingly unconscious. She is startled awake, her eyes widening in alarm as she tries to understand what's happening. A sudden, violent force strikes her, and she gasps for air, the attack taking her by surprise. Her eyes widen in terror, a gasp escaping her lips as unseen danger approaches. Beneath the cold light of the moon, a figure stands motionless in the forest. He sits heavily on a rock, his posture suggesting exhaustion or defeat. The auburn-haired woman's hair shifts as she turns her head, listening intently. A sharp intake of breath betrays her fear as she stares into the darkness. Colton Spencer Goldstein's shadowed face reveals a conflict within, as he seems to question his own resolve. What are you waiting for? Do you actually not have the guts to kill a woman? Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the unspoken tension. Say something. Tears well in the auburn-haired woman's eyes, her expression a mixture of fear and desperation. The sounds of rustling brush echo through the forest as Colton Spencer Goldstein approaches. He staggers forward, weighed down by a heavy pack, his face etched with strain. The auburn-haired woman sits on the ground, looking up at Colton Spencer Goldstein as he commands, "Take it, drop." Colton Spencer Goldstein's face is pale, sweat beading on his brow as he says, "This is all I can do." Crackling energy fills the air, a tangible force of raw power. The auburn-haired woman is at the center of the storm, lightning dancing around her. Colton Spencer Goldstein states that this is a dungeon of the lowest rank, offering the auburn-haired woman a chance to save her own life. The auburn-haired woman's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she wonders what is happening. A disembodied voice commands someone to take the bag. Colton Spencer Goldstein's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. The auburn-haired woman cries out, her face contorted in pain as the energy intensifies. A surge of power lifts the auburn-haired woman off the ground, carrying her upwards. Zillion and Colton Spencer Goldstein observe the scene, noting that her strength is about E-rank, but that doesn't matter. A sinister laugh echoes as the auburn-haired woman is enveloped in even more intense lightning. The auburn-haired woman's face twists into a manic grin, declaring that even if this light is connected to hell, she will proceed. The words "definitely return alive" are emblazoned across the scene as Colton Spencer Goldstein and Zillion watch the auburn-haired woman disappear. Arcs of blue lightning crackle and dissipate, the air thick with ozone. A voice echoes, questioning if they will interfere with Cassandra should she return. Sunhu stands firm, his expression unreadable as the other man looks on with concern. Sunhu replies, "Of course," but his inner thoughts betray his words. "But that won't happen." A dark, ominous bubble declares, "Because this dungeon." Sunhu stands in what appears to be a dungeon entrance, the other man following close behind. A crimson burst of text proclaims, "Is Durank." Lightning illuminates the dungeon entrance, the air crackling with energy. The storm rages on, the dungeon entrance bathed in an eerie blue light. The lightning continues to strike, the dungeon entrance a focal point of the storm. The scene fades to a dark, grassy field, fireflies dancing in the night. The question hangs in the air. If Cassandra returns, will interference cease? The man on the right appears anxious, his brow furrowed with concern as he awaits an answer. A voice responds with a simple affirmation, "Of course." Determination hardens the man's features as he declares that something won't happen. The pair stand before a luminous, rectangular opening, identified as a dungeon. The dungeon is classified as Durank, a detail highlighted by a dark, ominous text bubble. A system notification warns of increasing gang activity, all searching for the Suki sisters. At this rate, the dungeon will be exposed, according to the system message on the screen. The man strides forward, his destination unknown as he moves with purpose. The city blurs into streaks of light, suggesting rapid movement through the urban landscape. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands illuminated against the night sky. He sits across from another man in a traditional Japanese room. Today, the Goldstein family has put in quick countermeasures. The man with glasses explains that the main family in Europe has found stability again. The borrowing constraints placed by the German banks are also being dissolved. The auburn-haired woman assures him there's no need for him to worry. But the man with long hair interjects, mentioning the female president of the group went missing in her own home. Takeuchi Ryusei, the Santaigumi Ryusei group head, dismisses it as an unrelated problem. He states that the capital comes from criminal groups. The man with glasses asks if Ryusei has thought about what they told him. He awaits his answer with a stern expression. Takeuchi Ryusei, holding a small, round object, states that he is waiting for Congressman Takeda. He seems unconcerned by the question. The man with glasses explains that the U.S. government has started to work to stop the flow of capital. His expression is serious. The narration states that the Iron Mace has already fallen on the Camorra of Italy and Los Zetas of Mexico. Their flow of capital is being disturbed, and it'll soon be Santai Gumi's turn. Takeuchi Ryusei, looking directly at the man with glasses, asks what he is suggesting they do. His expression is intense. The man with glasses explains that it would be good if they could invest in the Jonathan Group or the Zillion Group. However, they are unlisted companies, so it's difficult to do so. The man with glasses asks so. He continues, explaining that an IT company named Google will soon be created. It's a company that Jonathan Hunter has collaborated on half of. The man with glasses states that even the entirety of Wall Street and City are paying very close attention to them. He smiles knowingly. The group's capital exceeds 3 trillion yen, requiring elite minds to launder the illicit gains. Takeuchi Ryusei, his expression a mask of cold calculation, gives the order. All right, proceed with it. Meanwhile, in a traditional room, a man sits cross-legged, carefully pouring from small vessel. Takeuchi Ryusei contemplates the situation, musing that the ghosts only hold the position of president, unreachable and lost. A system notification appears, indicating the use of an insignia of restraint, but Ryusei remains wary. It's not a problem for him, but he is worried the situation is being resolved too easily. A surge of energy courses through Takeuchi Ryusei, his face contorted in shock. What is this unholy feeling? The man with black hair watches as Takeuchi Ryusei's hand trembles, the cup rattling in his grasp. The cup shakes violently in Takeuchi Ryusei's grip, his thoughts turning dark. It's just like those bitches. Takeuchi Ryusei's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to confront the intruder. Then a voice booms, declaring that he is at the wrong house. The man responds, stating that he is precisely where he needs to be. The man with black hair, identified as Takeuchi Ryusei, the financial manager of Santai Gumi, wonders if the two others are dead. The man from the traditional room stands, telling Takeuchi Ryusei that it's not his concern. If he does as he says, he'll hand the organization over to him. He listens intently as the man before him speaks with conviction. The man's words hang in the air, a declaration that echoes with certainty. Nothing will change from now. The man's thoughts betray a growing unease, a silent question of just how many monsters stand in his path. Despite his inner turmoil, the man steels himself, uttering a single, resolute phrase. He'll accept. Takeuchi Ryusei's expression remains unreadable, his gaze steady and unwavering. The group head dismisses the man's acceptance, stating that he is a dull guy and this is not an offer. The man's face contorts in anger, sweat beading on his brow as he absorbs Takeuchi Ryusei's rejection. A primal scream tears through the air, a raw expression of the man's fury. Meanwhile, a building stands silhouetted against the sky, its purpose unknown. A lone woman stands before a building, bathed in an eerie blue light. A man's face, bloodied and battered, stares out with wide, shocked eyes. Energy crackles, a prelude to some unknown event. The ground shakes as figures stumble through the night. A figure stands before a glowing orb, while others kneel in reverence. The pair walks away, the words hanging in the air. The Suzuki sisters were nowhere to be seen. Her face etched with worry, she stares ahead, her expression unreadable. Blood stains the arm, a testament to past battles. She had promoted teamwork and succeeded in clearing the dungeon. The man stands with another woman, their expressions serious as they look towards an unseen point. Elsewhere, the city sprawls beneath a blanket of night, its lights twinkling like distant stars. Her eyes widen, a realization dawning. Day of beginnings, she exclaims. Kneeling, she declares, I am preparing for that day. The man sits, his posture suggesting authority. Come under, he says, the offer hanging in the air. He holds out a document, presenting her with a choice. An unseen figure urges someone to consider the terms and decide. The auburn-haired woman carefully reviews the document, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a disembodied thought lingers, questioning the events of tomorrow. The city stands silent, unaware of the decisions being made within its walls. He sits, visibly distraught, his brow furrowed with worry and exhaustion etched on his face. The contract agreement lies open, its terms and usage a stark reminder of the situation. An unheard conversation hangs in the air, its contents unknown but undoubtedly significant. The man with glasses peers intently, seeking confirmation. Can you still see Na-sana's location? Despairingly, he covers his face, wanting it all to end, overwhelmed by the situation. The man with glasses appears dejected, the accusation of hallucinations weighing heavily on him. He cries out, demanding an explanation beyond mere fantasy, desperate for a real answer. Clutching the position locator, he is reminded that Na-sunhu is considered a danger to everyone. The man with glasses listens intently as Na-sunhu leans in, his expression strained. He asks if the doctor has heard of dissociative identity disorder. The doctor considers the information, understanding that it's commonly known as multiple personality disorder. Sunhoo continues, explaining that the personality that bought an object from a corner shop might now allow the current camo to remember. The doctor nods, listening as Sunhoo describes the blue screen that only he can see. Sunhoo's voice rises with desperation as he speaks of the black cars that follow him, insisting they are all his delusions. The doctor, seeing his patient's distress, wonders what he can do to help, knowing Sunhoo is close to losing control. The doctor offers a solution, stating that there are government-supported treatment programs and promising to connect him to them. Elsewhere, the city stretches out, buildings lining the streets under a hazy sky. Sunhoo walks along the sidewalk, his head down, lost in thought as he makes his way through the city. He thinks to himself that the doctor is just telling him to go into a mental hospital. The doctor's words echo in Sunhoo's mind, painting a bleak picture of a place where he'll need to spend every day drugged up. He wonders if that is the only way, his shoulders slumped as he continues walking. The woman's purple dress swayed slightly as she walked forward. Mr. Kami Novak's expression was one of confusion as he was addressed. Aoki Yuria, sunglasses obscuring her eyes, strode confidently down the street. Her black boots clicked against the pavement with each determined step. Mr. Kami Novak, still unsure of what was happening, questioned the situation. A voice declared, introducing herself as Aoki Yuria. A business card was presented, identifying her as the CEO of Tomorrow Inc. Aoki Yuria removed her sunglasses, stating she had come from Japan. The belt around her waist accentuated the lines of her purple dress. A cell phone rang, displaying a new message on its screen. A computer window confirmed that the last position locator had been retrieved. The man with glasses, dressed in a suit and tie, appears to be in deep thought. A voice remarks on the dedication to skincare, especially for someone only in their early 30s. A man lies back, eyes closed, as someone diligently attends to his neck and face. The man with glasses stands over the blonde man, who is reclining. A woman in a nurse's uniform stands nearby, holding a white envelope. A disembodied voice praises the unseen individual, declaring, "Good work." The blonde man wipes his face with a white cloth as the man with glasses looks on. He wonders if his youthful appearance is due to being Asian. The man with glasses retorts that he is simply aging too fast. The blonde man smirks, suggesting that he should step out into the light soon, though he admits it's hard. The man with glasses looks on with a slight smile, questioning the situation. A voice explains that he's not wrong, since he managed the takeover of small banks last year, and is now working on Google going public as their main sponsor, which will definitely be hard. The blonde man states that the investment into Google was a stroke of genius, referring to it as a battlefield. The phone screen displayed a stark reality. AP had collapsed, and Google now dominated the internet market. He offered a knowing smile, the implications of this shift clearly understood. His eyes held a glint of something beyond simple satisfaction, a deeper game at play. An unseen figure was singled out, deemed an exception to the unfolding events. Sunhoo admitted his surprise regarding the IPO, his expression thoughtful. A hand presented a Forbes magazine, its cover depicting Silicon Valley versus Wall Street, a visual representation of the changing landscape. The magazine cover highlighted the ongoing debate between Silicon Valley and Wall Street. Takeuchi Ryusei reminded someone named Sun that they had agreed to something, his smile unwavering. The text explained that Jonathan Investment acted against Wall Street's philosophy. Sunhoo stated that after the situation settles, the White House won't stay still, implying government intervention. An explosion erupted, a visual metaphor for the warning being sent to someone. Takeuchi Ryusei delivered a chilling message. Any interference would result in the complete collapse of Wall Street's traditions. He grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes, thinking of the trials ahead. Takeuchi Ryusei bumped fists with Jonathan, sealing their pact with a shared, knowing look. The men stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent agreement passing between them. They must succeed. In an alternate history, Google's IPO failed, its stock plummeting despite the founders' efforts. The men understood that opposing Wall Street's traditional rules would have consequences. But what about now? What would happen in this timeline? The news reported on an auction lasting 10 rounds over 10 days, highlighting Jonathan's favorable media coverage of Google. Jonathan used accounts from ghost companies to artificially inflate the stock price, pushing it up wherever he could. A war that must not be lost, commanded by Jonathan and supported by Takeuchi Ryusei. Starting from $250, Google's closing price. With a decisive click, the plan was set in motion. The old man felt a surge of emotion, his face etched with worry. The man watches the monitors, a speech bubble declaring it Wall Street's complete loss, now at $500. The air is thick with dust and debris, the aftermath of a brutal clash. Flames lick at the edges of the scene, casting an orange glow on the destruction. The monstrous beast lies defeated, its grotesque features frozen in a final grimace. Blood splatters the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that just concluded. The monster's massive form is riddled with wounds, its once imposing presence now reduced to a bloody mess. A guttural sound escapes the monster's throat, a final, desperate gasp for life. Cook. The beast's massive body lies still, its reign of terror brought to an end. He staggers, his hand clutching his head, the word stagger echoing his weakened state. The monster's lifeless hand lies near him, a stark reminder of the battle's cost. He raises a bloodied hand, a symbol of victory hard won, but at a terrible price. He stands over the defeated beast, both he and Na-sun drenched in monster blood. The battle is over, but the toll is clear as they both cough, exhausted from the fight. Despite their injuries, they managed to clear a B-rank dungeon with just the two of them. They survived, a testament to their tenacity, but the fight has clearly taken a toll. The protagonist casts Extract Authority, a quest skill, his hand glowing with power. The commanders of the Backlon Corps contain the authority of Doom Arkuda, waiting for the authority planted within their souls to finish incubating. If the day Doom Arkuda is looking forward to comes to pass, the Backlon Corps will become much stronger. They must not let this happen. For more monsters like the one they just defeated remain, making this quest particularly difficult. A contribution quest connected to Doom Arkuda, just like with Disruptor of Barba Corps, won't be easy, but the efficiency is better when compared to normal quests. Na-sun's face is smeared with blood, but he smiles, saying it's unthinkable that two people are clearing B-rank dungeons by themselves. Having finally cleared a B-rank dungeon, the results are displayed, showing Na-sun's vitality, strength, dexterity, perception, total points, and contribution. Na-sun's traits and skills are displayed, including Man Who Overcomes Adversity, Explorer, One with the Storm, Sensitive One, Odin's Wrath, Devi's Sword, Gaia's Will, and Enlightenment. He stands amidst a surge of crackling blue energy, the dungeon's essence fading. With purpose in his stride, he advances, the echoes of battle still ringing in the air. The injured man approaches two figures awaiting his return, the remnants of the dungeon's power swirling around him. A disembodied voice booms, offering a simple, yet resonant, acknowledgement of their success. Congratulations. An older man with a weary smile recounts a memory, his gaze fixed on the protagonist as he speaks of someone named Wu Yonhee. The injured man stands beside a man identified as Marco, Team 1 captain, the aftermath of battle evident in the bloodstains on their gear. An overview reveals the strategic positioning of the teams. Team 1 stationed within a protective dome, while Mixed Team secures the perimeter outside. A woman, her clothes stained with the marks of combat, expresses gratitude, acknowledging the team's hard work in destroying the dungeon. The older man continues, explaining that Wu Yonhee should be in her mid-30s, but as an awakener, her appearance remains unchanged, a fact Jonathan envies. Marco dismisses the team, suggesting they take time off since there won't be any raids for now, urging them to live their lives and perhaps even date. The woman with auburn hair turns, a surprised expression on her face as she listens to the conversation. The auburn-haired woman questions the injured man, inquiring if he's interested in her dating life, a hint of amusement in her tone. A voice expresses concern, its words hanging in the air. Her familial relationships had improved over the last 10 years, allowing her to speak freely about her mother. She stands beside the injured man, a gentle smile gracing her lips as he speaks. The injured man considers his own life, realizing it has been a while since he visited home. The auburn-haired woman's expression is soft, her eyes reflecting a deep empathy. Elsewhere, a sprawling cityscape rises, a testament to the bustling life within. Purposeful strides echo through the halls, each footstep carrying an air of authority. Park Wichiel, Central Investigation Department head, stands ready, flanked by his subordinates. The department head inquires about Kim Jie's attendance, his tone suggesting impatience. A voice confirms that the message was not delivered properly, a hint of failure in the air. Confusion clouds the man's face as he wonders why the department head is looking for a newbie. A woman greets the department head, her voice polite and professional. Kim Jie introduces herself as a member of Public Safety Department 3. The new member of Public Safety Department 3 stands tall, awaiting further instruction. Park Wichiel asks if he has to call her himself, implying she should have been there before. The department head thinks to himself, wondering what Kim Jie means by giving him a proper greeting. Kim Jie wonders if Park Wichiel is telling her to bribe him or something else entirely. Park Wichiel's expression is stern as he looks directly at Kim Jie, holding a tissue in his hand. A hand extends, offering a gesture of camaraderie. Let's have a coffee. The offer leads to a nearby coffee machine, stocked with various beverages. Park Wichiel asks how work is in Department 3, as Kim Jie replies that she is trying her best to adapt. Park Wichiel tells Kim Jie that when she gets used to it, he will move her to his Department 1, so she should work hard. The text describes this as a direct invitation, something that happens between forces of authority. The department head's words leave Kim Jie looking surprised and somewhat disturbed. She stands, listening as the unseen speaker notes her age and place of birth, then asks if her uncle is the president of GNL Bank. A close-up reveals Kim Ji-ye's surprise at the question, as Park Woo-cheol stands in the background, listening intently. She simply replies, yes. Park Woo-cheol, on the phone, encourages someone to work hard to live up to the president's name, suggesting they meet with smiles soon. He wonders to himself if her uncle was this powerful. Still on the phone, Park Woo-cheol asks if the department head really said that, cautioning against requests that might cause misunderstandings. The person on the other end of the line reveals that they spoke a little about Kim Ji-ye to their superior at work. Kim Ji-ye, now on the phone, looks stressed as she learns the problem. Her superior at work is the department head's father, Lord of Wealth Park Chung-sik. Kim Ji-ye expresses her thanks, but also notes that she is being looked after a bit too well, hinting at the discomfort this situation is causing. The person on the other end of the line expresses gratitude that Kim Ji-ye has grown up well and inquires about her health. Park Woo-cheol, still on the phone, asks about Sunhoo, remarking that he must have grown a lot, then jokes that he stopped growing in high school. The unseen speaker remarks that Sunhoo grew up too fast, adding that cousins are practically siblings these days. Park Woo-cheol, smiling, says he'll tell Sunhoo that his Jianuna is curious about his well-being, further emphasizing the connection. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ye, walking away from the building, concludes her phone call, saying she'll see them sometime soon and hopes they stay healthy as well. The GNL Group's foreign branch is the Jamie Corporation, which has replaced the Goldstein family. The quick-witted would have noticed that although the names of the casinos and hotels didn't change, the insignia of the group had been subtly applied to the skyline. Meanwhile, with that, Las Vegas became a part of his small empire, a glittering jewel in his growing collection. Ethan, dressed in a sharp suit, stands in a well-appointed office, a faint smile playing on his lips. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting the uncertainty in Ethan's expression as he considers the implications of the recent developments. Ethan gestures with an open palm, instructing someone to send others in, their talk apparently concluded. The words Edward Zuckerberg, a face note, hang in the air, a question posed, a connection implied. Ethan reassures Edward not to worry about the additional investments, his tone confident and reassuring. Ethan thanks Edward, stating that thanks to him, he'll be able to change the world a little faster as they shake hands. The two men walk away, the first order of business being the Great Recession of the world economy. The subprime mortgage crisis looms, threatening to engulf Jonathan. A drop in the ABX index draws sharp criticism from economic experts as money falls. Warning signs are ignored, overshadowed by the allure of immediate gains. A man stands amidst falling money, seemingly oblivious to the impending doom. But the day this huge nuke, bigger than ever before, explodes, promising widespread destruction and chaos. My financial strength will reach its final stage. Second is the Destiny Group. 3 figures, 2 women and a man, peer intently at something unseen, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The scientists who succeeded in harnessing energy from magic stones will reveal themselves this year, heralding a new era of power. Thanks to their existence, electricity existed in the world after the fall. One could upgrade their gear, even without the seal of strengthening. Even civilian soldiers could protect their cities with magic stone weapons. The leader of that Destiny Group, a man with glasses, sits with a grave expression, hinting at the weight of his responsibilities. Stephen came to me. That's the reason we need to operate under fake names, one man explains to another, emphasizing the need for secrecy and deception. The older man is told that he went out of his way to expose them. The reason for accepting the invitation was to say that this is rude. The man with glasses appears concerned. The Destiny Group only succeeded in drawing energy from magic stones, but they weren't able to secure their rights or interests. The text refers to the mavericks of academia, who researched shady pseudoscience while being assistant professors in Ivy League college. Before their magic stone research became a success, they were outcasts. A group of people stand together. They were a group that didn't even have ambition like the founders of Google or FaceNote. Ethan states that changes will occur if they work with him. He understands, but he didn't have any other way. The man with glasses says that they know Ethan, but he doesn't know them. He adds that they at least know that Ethan has a lot of money and enough authority within the academic circles. Ethan stands before the man with glasses, the tension palpable between them as the conversation continues. Ethan declares his name, stating simply, "I am Ethan." Ethan says he can't reveal everything yet. The man with glasses retorts that Ethan is rude, then asks why he called him. The man with glasses looks at Ethan with suspicion. He says he doesn't think Ethan did it to flaunt his wealth. The man with glasses holds up a bag, stating it's because of this. The sound effect tap is displayed. Ethan looks thoughtful. He guesses that it's a new material that hasn't been reported to the academic world. The document warns that problems will arise if the object is truly a new material. The crystal emits a bright light, startling Sunhoo. His eyes widen behind his glasses. A disembodied voice echoes, demanding to know where the crystal originated. Ethan gestures towards the glowing crystal, telling Sunhoo that he can touch it if he wants. Ethan explains that if Sunhoo follows their security protocols, his original research will be funded, and he'll have the opportunity to research the crystal. Sunhoo looks up, concern etched on his face as he asks what the security protocol entails. He states that Sunhoo will need to follow the rules of the research facility they provide, giving him time to think about it. The crystal pulses with light as Ethan suggests that Sunhoo discuss the opportunity with his colleagues. Sunhoo, his brow furrowed, wonders if he could call his colleagues to this location. The crystal glows intensely as Sunhoo is told that the facility uses simple equipment. Ethan stands with his arms crossed, observing Sunhoo and two other researchers at their workstations. The purple glow emanates from a complex machine, hinting at the technology within the facility. Ethan contemplates, swirling the wine in his glass, thinking that two more pieces of equipment will turn the hotel into a research facility. Steven, the man with glasses, explains that the material isn't a mineral. He believes it's closer to an organism, asking if the other person knew that. An excited voice declares it's a great discovery for the new era, stammering to ask where it came from. Ethan says that it's difficult for him to reveal the source. However, he assures the unseen person that he can provide a consistent supply for their research. Ethan continues, promising that on top of treating them the best in the industry, he'll open a way for them to become a billionaire, depending on their success. Steven urgently tells someone named Steven that they need to look at the numbers, exclaiming that even they'll go crazy at this. A voice declares that the day this material is revealed to the world, he will put their names at the very top. Ethan, holding his wine glass, looks on with a knowing smirk. A disembodied voice states that this is all that he can offer to the unseen person. Meanwhile, the sound of a helicopter fills the air. The saying that the West is more carefree than the East is a misunderstanding. A private helicopter lands, kicking up dust and debris as the entourage looks on. The sound of the helicopter's rotors fills the air as the men await their guest's arrival. If Park Chung-sik is the Lord of Wealth of Korea, then Jonathan is the Lord of Wealth of the world. And the way the people greet him, Jonathan descends from the helicopter, walking down a red carpet lined with bowing figures. It's like the advent of King. The bowing figures remain prostrate as Jonathan continues his procession. One of the men nervously welcomes Jonathan, his voice trembling slightly. The man inquires as to the reason for Jonathan's visit to their hotel. Jonathan smiles, revealing his purpose. He has come to meet Ethan. Zuckerberg is someone everyone wants to invest in, and now Jonathan as well. An older man with a worried expression wonders who Jonathan is. A man in a suit, seemingly in a VIP room in Las Vegas, declares that someone is pretty rich. Someone asks if another likes having fun by themselves. Jonathan sits, holding a newspaper, as someone off-panel speaks. It seems someone is having the real fun as a newspaper headline declares, "Prey Alpha collapsed." A text box declares that the sturdy financial empire of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group is collapsing. Someone laughs so hard that their stomach is about to burst. Jonathan sits with his head in his hand, as another man sits across from him. He thinks that his subordinates couldn't have failed harder even if they wanted to. Jonathan, looking distressed, says that it reminds him of the old days back during the Russian financial war. Jonathan says that this is similar but different. A man drinks coffee, saying that it's just a show to escape the battlefield that'll become even bigger than this. Meanwhile, a newspaper headline reads, "Wall Street collapsed," and references the Prey incident. The headline blares, "The Prey Alpha." This stage was meticulously crafted over a long period, but exit timing is also important. The future prices of oil have already broken through the previous high point, the graph indicates, with red barrels stacked high. Once a dot-com bubble, now oil is at $120. The annual $2 trillion oil industry is dominated by Jonathan, Zillion, and Rothschild. Jonathan stands tall, surrounded by stacks of money, a testament to his influence in the oil industry. If Jonathan and Zillion's group suddenly pull out, the market won't be able to sustain the transactions, the text warns. If they try to force their way out of the market, they'll lose all the gains they had built up until now, even if that was in regard to a market that will soon become a wasteland. A reason to naturally hand over this bomb. The operation they worked hard on for the last 5 years was to escape the oil and mortgage loan market. The text declares the intent, to make one axis of the Jonathan Group, solidifying his power. The towering skyscraper looms, a symbol of the Prey Group, now facing potential bankruptcy. The building blurs, perhaps a visual metaphor for the uncertain future that awaits. The title card appears, Past Life Returner, signaling a shift in the narrative. To begin, a hedge fund with a solid reputation was needed, but not one that was too large. Under these criteria, the hedge fund known as Prey was selected. After replacing the board of directors, an operation was enacted to create a portfolio. The goal was to minimize the aftereffects of the impending bankruptcy. Over 5 years, the Prey hedge fund evolved into the Prey Group, its influence expanding with each passing year. The Prey Group is one of the core groups within the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, wielding significant power within the larger organization. A special debate is underway regarding the Prey incident, focusing on the group's foundation. It is built purely on the group's capital. The group could also be seen as Jonathan and John Doe's personal safe, a secure haven for their assets and interests. This situation may have caused the two of them to experience personal losses, impacting their financial standing. From an outside perspective, the Prey Group could appear as an arm of their operation. Even though it's less than a fingernail, the situation is still being monitored closely by those involved. If the crisis that started from the Prey Group begins to creep up toward their parent group, Jonathan Investment Finance Group, wouldn't it become a big problem? This is why the information about Prey Group's internal affairs that is hidden from us needs to be released to the public, as it poses a danger to Jonathan. The Investment Finance Group could be seen as a danger to the world economy. If Jonathan Hunter is watching this program, I wish. A demand echoes, insisting on the disclosure of Prey Group's internal data. Ethan's colleague hesitates, knowing that revealing the information would look like following someone's orders. He acknowledges the stock price is unstable. A phone rings, the caller ID displaying the name Brian. The word flash blazes in neon light. The word flash blazes in neon light. The press conference blurs under the harsh glare of camera flashes. Brian Kim identifies himself as the CFO of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as Brian Kim states that the group invested $100 billion in a Prey Group. Brian Kim continues, stating that the current situation is within the parent group's financial goals, despite bankruptcies. A statement promises to do everything possible to revive the Prey Group. A question pierces through the noise. How will Brian Kim procure $100 billion? Another question is shouted. Is the group going to sell their assets? The crowd demands an answer from Brian. He strides down a brightly lit corridor, his shadow stretching out before him. The air is still, the only sound the echo of his footsteps. Headlines scream of a financial crisis. The Prey incident bankruptcy, a staggering $100 billion, threatens to spread, casting a long shadow over Jonathan Investment. The news spreads like wildfire, with questions arising about the stability of Jonathan Investment Finance Group Son of Bank. The financial world holds its breath. A disembodied voice emphasizes the importance of seizing any assets that the Jonathan Group sells off in order to acquire their needed $100 billion. A man in a suit clutches a newspaper, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He believes he's about to stumble upon information that will make him a fortune. Another man, on the phone, relays information about businesses Jonathan invested in, speculating that FaceNote is expanding into the messaging industry. He concludes that the shares in GOL aren't worth it. A man with glasses, on the phone, asks about Google, questioning if Jonathan's love for the company will influence their actions. He declares they'll buy it, no matter what, if it's sold. A man hunches over his phone, seeking last month's financial data for the mortgage loan division of Son of Bank, hoping to gain an advantage. The man on the phone notes that on August 3rd, the estimated value was $300 billion. He believes it's unlikely they'll clean up their mortgage. Another man, in a loan division, sips from a mug. He notes that among Son of Bank's investment operations, their mortgage loan division has the best ratio. A final man states that if they decide on cleaning their mortgage loan division, it's the same as them saying they'll remove themselves from the banking industry and wonders about their oil. The men discuss the importance of certain dominating pillars and how they won't let go of them. Ethan stands in front of his monitors, considering Jonathan's next move. He believes Jonathan will try to solve the problem through stocks. The man with glasses is shocked by a sudden realization, his eyes widening behind his spectacles. The realization hits him. It was oil that was the key factor. The transactions begin to be accepted, as there is too much supply. Someone decides to give them only a little breathing room, since they seem so desperate. Two men sit at their computers, while a third stands behind them, arms crossed, observing their work. The screens display information about the Iraq restoration operation and the oil development operation. The man laments losing the initiative on them all to the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, amidst a raw material wave. The man reflects on how the North American mortgage loan industry was most painful, revealing that he also had a plan. Someone reflects that, seeing how the situation is, Na Sunhu must be human, too. Na Sunhu smiles, confident that they should know now that he is the only person who can help them right now. He stands, phone in hand, the screen glowing with an incoming call. The timing, he thinks, is perfect for the two groups to become friendly. The call connects, and Isaac Rothschild's voice booms through the speaker. He greets Ethan, introducing himself with a formal tone. Ethan listens intently, his expression unreadable as Isaac identifies himself as Jonathan Hunter's contact. It's their first time speaking, but the stakes are already high. Isaac continues, stating that they should have started doing business much earlier, but he doesn't think they're too late. His tone is confident, almost arrogant. Ethan remains silent, absorbing Isaac's words. He considers the opportunity for the two groups to become friendly, but the conversation is already taking a turn. Isaac declares that they are taking in most of the oil shares Ethan's side is letting go of, adding that Zillion's side has also started to settle theirs off. Isaac reveals that he's reached out to tell Ethan that this is too much for them to take all by themselves, hinting at a potential collaboration or, more likely, a threat. Ethan's expression hardens as he listens to Isaac's veiled demands. He states that he's never asked for such a request, and the market will decide the outcome. Isaac questions how long that will be, implying that Ethan won't be able to sell enough to reach his goal without their cooperation. He asks if Ethan isn't going too far in their first conversation. Isaac's tone becomes sharper, stating that he's not taking this call just to be insulted. He demands that Ethan get to the point, his patience wearing thin. Ethan's face is shadowed, his expression grim. He demands that Isaac return the oil industry to its rightful owner, Jonathan, and withdraw from all current and future transactions. Meanwhile, Isaac explodes, asking if Ethan really thought he'd accept a deal like that. He slams the phone down, the sound echoing his fury. He listens intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he assures the caller that the situation is under control. The message is clear. If the Zillion Investment Finance Group doesn't withdraw, there will be more victims like prey. The sound of the threat echoes as the caller questions if he is being threatened. A firm declaration rings out. Complete withdrawal simply will not happen. Isaac Rothschild's expression shifts, a flicker of concern now visible in his eyes as he continues the call. The masked figure on the other end of the line states that most people know him as John Doe, but Isaac Rothschild knows his real name. The masked man declares that he will show respect, irrespective of age, to Mr. Na Sunhu. Isaac Rothschild's patience wears thin, and he curtly demands the speaker to be silent. Isaac Rothschild states clearly that the day the Rothschild family monopolizes the oil industry will never come, because if the Jonathan Investment Finance Group falls, the world will meet its worst end. He asks if that is what the caller wants to say. The masked figure retorts that not just the American government, but the IMF will have no choice but to support their group, and even without the capital of the Rothschild family, they won't be going anywhere. The masked figure asks how much Isaac Rothschild thinks the American government will support a group operated by an Asian. His eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Isaac Rothschild agrees to take the offer as if it had never been made. A distorted command echoes, demanding a pause in the unfolding events. Isaac Rothschild, phone pressed to his ear, listens intently. He questions if the deal must involve the oil market. The voice on the other end speaks of business, the details obscured, but the tone is clear. Rothschild's expression hardens as he admits that the oil industry alone is not enough to satisfy the terms. His eyes now glowing with an ominous red light, Rothschild is told about the mortgage loan operation division of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. The deal sealed, Rothschild declares that he will need to take that as well, his hand tensing. Meanwhile, two men, one with blonde hair and the other with black, react with shock and alarm to an unseen event. A hand holding a phone is seen amidst a chaotic scene, the details obscured by a red haze. A man is struck violently, his face contorted in pain as a sharp object slashes through the air. Another man clutches his head in despair, overwhelmed by the unfolding events and their dire consequences. A stylized visual effect conveys a sense of rapid, destructive change sweeping through the scene. Elsewhere, a car arrives at the Westfield's Marriott Hotel in Washington, D.C., its arrival coinciding with the chaos unleashed elsewhere. He laughs, a hearty sound that fills the room, as he hears that Jonathan has accepted the invitation this year, despite past losses. Even though the Jonathan Group lost their oil and mortgage loan industry, they're still strong and have enough capital due to their shares in promising businesses. A man listens intently, his finger thoughtfully placed against his chin, as the conversation unfolds regarding Jonathan and his business ventures. The man with glasses turns to Isaac Rothschild, inquiring if he's heard the news regarding Jonathan's acceptance of the invitation. It seems they now decided to follow our order after ignoring the invitations so many times. The bald man smiles, seemingly pleased with the turn of events, as he considers what to do next. The man with glasses looks concerned, wondering if they should take the lack of response from another person as a sign of declining this year as well. The group is being moved by John Doe, but the response is no, Na Sunhu is the one moving them. The bald man's expression hardens, a steely resolve forming in his eyes. He declares that they need to get him here by any means possible. The man with glasses asks if the bald man will follow his lead in this meeting, acknowledging that the opposition will be quite fierce. The Rothschild will give you our guarantee. They won't be able to use a card akin to the currency war like last time. If you all cooperate with me, I will make him accept our invitation or drag. A man in a suit falls in a spotlight. The command echoes, demanding someone be dragged from the shadows. Two men flank a bald man, who is being told that he has no choice but to trust them. They hush him, announcing Jonathan's arrival. The car door clicks open, and Jonathan steps out, clad in a gray suit and red tie. The man's polished shoes touch the ground as he exits the vehicle, ready to face whatever awaits him. Jonathan's expression is unreadable, his gaze steady and focused on an unseen point. Meanwhile, someone's eyes widen in alarm, the green lines suggesting a building's facade blurring with speed. Two men observe the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The man with blonde hair looks down at the older gentleman in front of him, who expresses his gratitude for the meeting. Isaac clasps the older man's hand in a firm shake, assuring him that he was able to leave the oil market cleanly thanks to their arrangement. The older man expresses his thankfulness, admitting he didn't expect the Rothschilds to have that much financial mobility. Isaac Rothschild smiles, seemingly pleased by the older man's surprise at his family's capabilities. Elsewhere, a man reflects on how he scrounged up money from different banks, using the family's assets as collateral. His face contorted in a maniacal grin. He believes it was all worth it. The man's efforts have resulted in a complete monopoly of the oil market. The age has come where even the oil-producing countries won't be able to ignore them. The man with blonde hair is asked if he is okay, but the other man thinks that he is now in a position where he can only look upon the might of his family and must be dying inside. Isaac can't even bear to see him act like everything is fine, finding it too funny. The man with blonde hair insists that he is fine. He turns, listening intently to the unfolding explanation. Ethan's expression shifts, a subtle tremor of unease crossing his features. The man in the suit explains that the price of oil will fall for a while. The effects of the subprime mortgage loan crisis would last for at least 10 years. The word VER is repeated, emphasizing the severity of the situation. The man's face is contorted with worry, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes the implications. There are 3 ranks of personal credit in North America: prime, alt-A, and subprime. The subprime mortgage loan crisis created a massive wave in the world economy. The act of overissuing mortgage loans to people of the subprime rank who hadn't any assets was a dangerous game of hot potato. The Asia debt crisis and the dot-com bubble burst contributed to the economic downturn. Terror attacks on American soil, coupled with decreasing interest rates, worsened the economy. As people found it easier and easier to borrow money from the banks, the situation worsened. Regular people began borrowing money to buy houses, driving prices sky high, fueled by the belief that prices would only continue to rise. They used the houses they were investing in, confident that the value would continue its upward trajectory. The banks allowed the houses to be used as collateral, granting 100% loans on the mortgages, further inflating the market. This was stage 1, a magical scenario where one could buy a house without a single cent. After approving too many extreme loans, the banks began to run out of cash, so they sold the houses used as collateral as security again to investors. And when the cash was secured, they overissued more loans again, continuing to repeat the weight of the enlarged market. This was stage 2, as the weight of the market continued to grow. A masterpiece created by the banks, who were blind to the potential interest from loans, and the common people who were blinded by the real estate bubble. Continue to repeat, the weight of the enlarged market was pushed onto the subprime rank. It began a cycle where they would lose their house and then lose everything else the house was collateral for. The structure of the financial system was tied up so complicatedly that nothing seemed wrong on the surface, but it had already all rotted away internally. The mortgage loan business sold to the Rothschilds was a goose. It laid golden eggs of AAA credit rank goods. But more than half of that capital was connected to the subprime rank, a dark mass lurking beneath the surface. The situation was so dire, someone felt they were about to lose their mind, spiraling into madness. The pressure mounted like holding on to 2 nuclear bombs, yet hugging them tightly as the situation exploded. The tension was almost unbearable, a constant effort to maintain composure despite the internal turmoil. A knock at the door interrupts the internal struggle, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he braces himself. Ethan, standing in a doorway, asks the man in the suit if he has time to talk, his expression unreadable. The man in the suit is revealed to be Zillian, his name echoing in the room as he faces Ethan. Ethan's face is calm, almost serene, as he awaits whatever Zillian has to say or offer. Zillian states that Ethan has arrived at the right time, implying a crucial moment has been reached. He was told to give this to Ethan when they met for the first time. A sealed letter, bearing a prominent red wax seal, is presented, its contents unknown but clearly significant. Zillian hands the letter to Ethan, thanking him for following through all the difficulties and requesting that he please accept it. He holds an invitation, informing someone that they're the first to be invited to an event on May 4th, 2009, at the Jeonil Hotel in Korea. The invitation is sponsored by Na Sunhoo of the Jeonil Club. The Korean known as John Doe is being discussed. Zillian stands beside a blonde man, listening intently. It is revealed that the Korean's name is Na Sunhoo, someone the listener has known for a long time. Zillian appears worried, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The name of Ethan is mentioned, suggesting it will be important in the future. The blonde man states that Ethan should use this name. Ethan stumbles. He continues to stumble forward, his expression unreadable. She nearly loses her footing, the sound of her stumble echoing. Kim Jia's expression is unreadable as she stares forward, silent. Zillian asks if Jonathan told her about the directing department. A chaotic vision fills her mind, the words "the directing department" doesn't exist echoing. Jonathan's face is stern, his gaze intense. The vision continues. The words, "It was all the vision of one person," Odin appearing. Kim Jie's expression shifts, a hint of confusion or concern flickering across her face. Zillion covers his face, muttering to himself about being overjoyed to be invited, wondering what a genius feels when he looks at him, and if he is just an ant on the sidewalk. Kim Jia asks if he is starting this again. Zillion states that he is getting bored of it. His expression hardens, a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. Zillion's face softens into a smile as he suggests they talk. A voice declares that someone should know they ought to be sorry. He is walking with a woman who has linked her arm with his. Zillion seems confused by something. The woman looks down, suggesting that they simply get married. The woman says she can accept all of his complaints and worry in bed. Zillion looks up, questioning what he just heard. The woman asks why he doesn't want to, as they walk up a flight of stairs. He thinks to himself that that's not it. Meanwhile, a man insists that they can't postpone this any longer. Jaden Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, is shouting, his fists slamming down on the table. Another man shouts that he is telling someone to wait just 1 or 2 more years. A man insists that the market is still unstable, questioning how someone can say that when they've seen their data. Another man asks what about the data from his side. Jaden Powell is called an arrogant bastard as he walks away, the sound of footsteps echoing. Zillion strides forward, his expression resolute. The words echo around him, a stinging reminder of perceived ingratitude. The man with the receding hairline urgently questions what will happen if the interest rates rise. The response is dismissive. The speaker claims that even a child would understand the impact on subprime mortgage loans. The man presses, demanding to know how much of the CDO is based on the MBS of the subprimes. One of the men assures the other that he doesn't need to worry about that part of the situation. The man offers to look into more detail if requested, but assures that they have already investigated the issue multiple times. The man explains that even in the worst-case scenario, an increase in interest rates would only result in a small change in returns. The man expresses frustration that Jonathan just sat there like an idiot, not saying anything. He believed Jonathan must be mad since he no longer has anything related to the oil or mortgage loan markets. The man's sinister grin spreads across his face. The situation makes him feel a little better. The man, hand on chin, contemplates that at this rate, the meeting will conclude without anything being accomplished. A message is composed on a phone, declaring the need to resist the Rothschilds and to show who the true master is. An invitation is sent out, requesting that members of North America gather in the sender's room. The 2 men stand in stunned silence, the weight of recent events pressing down on them. The gray-haired man lets out a frustrated sigh. The bald man's colleague questions if he will remain passive. His face is tense, awaiting a response. Isaac Rothschild, his eyes narrowed, declares that he has issued a warning. He demands they watch closely. Isaac's message is clear. Neither the dollar nor the oil will be easily controlled. His tone is resolute. The gray-haired man and his colleague are visibly shaken by Isaac Rothschild's unexpected declaration. Isaac's face is a mask of fury, his eyes burning with a cold, hard resolve. He clutches his phone, his grip tightening as he prepares to execute his next move. A voice cries out, questioning Isaac Rothschild's sanity in the face of his actions. The gray-haired man demands to know what Isaac thinks he is doing, his face contorted with anger. Isaac Rothschild's expression hardens. Even considering the situation, his colleagues are shocked by his actions. Isaac declares that if they won't stay still, neither will he. A metaphorical explosion seems imminent. Isaac Rothschild reaches out, his hand closing on the arm of the man with glasses. A news article flashes across a phone screen, detailing the fall of Bear Stearns. A large question mark looms, hinting at the gravity of the situation. The implications of the news begin to sink in. How could one of the top firms in North America be facing such a catastrophic downfall? But the news is real. Park Wichiel stares at his phone, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. The news hits like a physical blow. Bear Stearns, one of the top firms, bankrupt? The man clutches his pen, his brow furrowed in disbelief. But why? The explanation echoes, a grim assessment of the situation. The subprime mortgage goods, they've exploded. Park Wichiel, the department head, is on the phone, his face etched with worry as he listens intently. His eyes widen, a desperate question forming on his lips. Why the subprimes right now? The confirmation is delivered, each word a hammer blow. It was confirmed to be why Bear Stearns went down. Meanwhile, Rothschild Isaac smirks, labeling others as idiots. They were blinded by quick gains and were probably handling low-ranking goods. The weight of the situation becomes too much to bear. He collapses, a whispered apology escaping his lips. I'm sorry. His hands flail uselessly as he falls, the world tilting around him. Zillion pleads, desperate for reassurance. Don't say that. It can't be. The stark truth is revealed. The problem came from. The injured man's face contorts as he speaks of AAA ranking goods. The man in the suit continues, mentioning items taken from the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. The world swims before the injured man's eyes, the word dizzy echoing his condition. He struggles to comprehend what's happening, his vision blurring as he utters a confused, huh? He loses his footing, the words stumble, punctuating his sudden loss of balance. The man in the suit remains standing, seemingly unaffected by the injured man's plight. The world blurs as the injured man's perspective shifts violently. He plummets backward, the room spinning around him as the man in the suit watches on. The floor rushes up to meet him, the impact imminent. A distorted doctor flashes before his eyes, a grim reminder of his current predicament. His vision tunnels as he falls, the words shake, emphasizing the violent motion. Upside down, he mumbles about mortgage loans and selling them quickly, his words slurred and desperate. A throng of protesters gathers, their signs raised in unified defiance. A flag is torn, a symbolic act of rejection. The demonstration continues, a sea of faces united in purpose. A stark declaration hangs in the air. We are not your slaves. Meanwhile, a man observes the protest with a disapproving tiske, seemingly unmoved by the crowd's fervor. Elsewhere, an empty room awaits, its wood paneling and framed picture hinting at a sense of established wealth. Inside the room, two men are seated, engaged in what appears to be a serious discussion. One of the men identifies himself as Dresner Rothschild, the Rothschild family's second-in-command. The other man introduces himself as Jonathan Hunter. Jonathan gets straight to the point, stating that the goods he purchased have a lot of problems. He listens to Dresner Rothschild, a hint of skepticism playing on his features as the man speaks. Dresner's words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke. Don't feign ignorance. The second-in-command presses the issue, his expression hardening. He asks if Jonathan sold them to the family knowing what would happen. Jonathan inquires about Isaac, relaying that he's heard Isaac is paralyzed from the legs down, but should still be able to talk. Dresner continues, recalling that the one who went mad about buying them was Jonathan's family head, and that he enjoyed seeing his group being. His gaze lowered, Dresner suggests they find common ground. Looking directly at Jonathan, Dresner states that he is giving him an opportunity. Jonathan, surprised, questions what opportunity Dresner is referring to, as he is reminded that their family doesn't forget. Dresner elaborates, explaining that they are a family built on credibility, taking on interests and always paying them back. Bathed in an ominous purple glow, Dresner sits, a silent warning. The warning is clear. He is being warned nicely not to earn their family's grudge. A smirk plays on Jonathan's lips as he implies that Dresner doesn't know what mess his family had created before he collapsed. He recounts turning the Rothschilds away from the North American members as the faces of two angry men appear in his mind. Jonathan smiles, finding the memory a source of amusement. It was quite the spectacle, he says. He asks if Dresner still doesn't understand the situation. The blond man's expression is calm, almost condescending. Dresner, his brow furrowed, states that the Rothschilds have been isolated, his tone serious and direct. Jonathan lights a cigar, the click of the lighter echoing in the room. He pauses, considering his next words. The flame dances around the end of the cigar, igniting the tobacco. Jonathan asks what kind of opportunity Dresner is trying to offer. Jonathan holds the lit cigar, smoke curling around his face. He states that they will return the mortgage loan operation division for $1 billion. Jonathan smiles slyly, his eyes narrowed. He wonders if Dresner thinks that it's just a pile of trash. Dresner retorts that it's a pile of trash Jonathan created, his expression hardening with anger. Jonathan states that they can't find common ground like this, his expression unreadable as he looks down. He suggests that they each yield some point to line up their thoughts, his hands gesturing slightly. Jonathan taps the cigar on the ashtray, the ashes falling softly. He proposes that they can give financial aid to the Rothschild family if they give something suitable in return. The man listens intently, the weight of the conversation heavy. Dresner Rothschild's brow furrows, demanding clarification on the unfolding situation. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. 3 months have passed since the club meeting, and the atmosphere has only worsened since 2003. Dresner was unable to return to the UK, instead traveling between Washington and Wall Street, working to mend relationships with North American members. Approximately 30% of American banks and stock firms have gone bankrupt, and bank runs continue to occur, causing the situation to become uncontrollable. Dresner Rothschild, standing before a grand building, considers the dire implications of a bank run. The man's tailored suit speaks of power and influence, even as the crisis deepens. The man on the phone urgently declares that it is him, the situation clearly critical. The voice on the other end requests his presence at the White House immediately, as Rothschild's chain business occupies over 80% of the subprime market. Dresner Rothschild states with grim determination that they must never collapse, no matter what the cost. The men have agreed to activate the emergency financial aid system, but can only provide at most $200 billion. The question hangs in the air: how much does the chain business actually need to stay afloat? The masked man stands silently as the others discuss the dire financial situation. Dresner Rothschild reveals the staggering figure, $3 trillion. The faces of those present reflect the gravity of the situation, etched with worry and disbelief. One of the men points out that the sum being discussed is equivalent to their government's entire annual spending, addressing Dresner directly. The man looks shocked, barely able to utter a pardon at the enormity of the request. Another man, his face grim, states the obvious. Can't you tell? We can't. Dresner Rothschild explains that if it were possible, it would have been done already. Dresner Rothschild reveals that most of the family's assets were already taken as security. The message is clear. To save the chain business, they'll need more than $3 trillion in aid. A man, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaims, "You're the Rothschild family." The echo of a past declaration hangs in the air. Dresner Rothschild's expression is unreadable as he stands with his associates. Dresner Rothschild is interrupted by a call. He asks, "What's with that attitude?" The phone is held aloft, the screen glowing with an unknown message. John Doe sits, legs spread, a silent observer in the unfolding drama. Dresner Rothschild listens intently to the phone call, his face partially obscured. Dresner's face contorts in disbelief as he hears the news. "Did you just?" he asks. Now, John Doe's smile widens as he reveals the devastating news. "We applied for bankruptcy protection." The declaration hits like a $3 trillion nuke, shaking the very foundations. John Doe claps slowly, a gesture of grim satisfaction. "Clap for you here if you accept it." The masked man's words hang heavy in the air. What else can we do but die together? The fall begins, a descent into the unknown abyss. The Rothschild chain business has applied for bankruptcy protection. The protection scale reaches a staggering $3.2 trillion. The blade flashes, a crimson streak against the stark white background. The grip tightens, knuckles white against the dark metal of the hilt. A heavy sound echoes, a deep resonance that vibrates in the air. The monster, a towering figure of muscle and bone, raises his massive axe. The axe's edge gleams, a promise of brutal force about to be unleashed. A system message appears. Devi's sword has been cast. Raw power surges, a torrent of violet energy unleashed into the world. The axe crackles with arcane energy, ready to cleave through reality itself. The monster is bathed in the light of Devi's sword, a terrifying avatar of destruction. Crimson energy crackles, a prelude to the power about to be unleashed. A system notification appears. The solar blade of RA has been activated. The monster, eyes burning red, faces a figure descending with a blade wreathed in flames. An exclamation mark appears above the monster, signaling its surprise or pain. The figure lands, the ground cracking under the force of the impact. Ethan swings the solar blade of RA, the sound of Hung echoing as he attacks. A fiery explosion erupts, the force of the blow creating a deafening BOLM. The monster is forced to its knees, battered but not broken. Ethan looks up, the sound of clang ringing in the air. The monster's defense holds strong, frustrating Ethan's assault. Damn it, it's definitely got a good defense. The clash of metal on metal echoes, the clang resonating with each strike. Purple energy flares, a sign of the monster's resilience against the fiery onslaught. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The impact blurs the vision, a maelstrom of raw power unleashed. The force sends a figure hurtling backwards, limbs flailing. The man crashes to the ground, blood pooling around him as a healing spell is cast. The figure, wielding a crimson blade, is bathed in violet energy as the healing takes effect. A deafening explosion rocks the area, the air shimmering with heat. The monstrous figure lunges, claws extended, ready to tear through anything in its path as Ethan prepares to strike. The solar blade of RA glows with power, infused with the wrath of Odin. The monster unleashes a terrifying roar, shaking the very foundations. Its gaping maw reveals rows of razor-sharp teeth, promising destruction. Ethan steels himself, meeting the monster's gaze head-on, and shouts a challenge. With a final, desperate cry, Ethan unleashes the full force of his attack. He brings the axe down, the blade wreathed in violet energy. The air crackles with raw power, the energy coalescing. The monster's crimson eyes burn with fury as the attack approaches. The violet energy surges, poised to strike its monstrous target. The attack lands, a blinding flash of light filling the space. The monster cries out, the sound echoing through the surroundings. Ethan, now wielding the solar blade of RA, is engulfed in crackling blue lightning. The air vibrates with the force of the unleashed power. The blue lightning intensifies, a storm of pure energy. The solar blade of RA glows brightly, channeling the celestial power. The lightning crackles and arcs, ready to be unleashed upon the monster. The final blow connects, a devastating strike. The blue energy crashes down, obliterating everything in its path. The swirling vortex of power leaves nothing but destruction in its wake. A faint echo reverberates, a dying gasp in the aftermath. A desperate cry pierces the air, Yeonhee's name called out in anguish. The woman, splattered with blood, stares in horror, her grip tightening on her weapon. The name echoes again, a desperate plea. Sunho. A voice, fading, whispers that the rest will be left behind. Meanwhile, two figures plummet through the air, their fates uncertain as they fall. A message lingers, a promise directed to someone, somewhere. A voice claims that recovery is possible within a day. After a month of teetering between life and death, peace finally settles over them. He lay in bed, the white sheets pulled up around him. A good rest was needed, a chance to recover from recent events. Meanwhile, a news anchor reports that the Rothschild chain business has applied for bankruptcy protection. The news sparks conversation, with one person questioning if it's the same Rothschild family they know. Elsewhere, a man and woman share a meal, the woman eating spaghetti. The man, holding a glass of wine, hears that 5 trillion is an overestimation. The woman continues to eat, noting that they only survive because they're Rothschild. She's asked if something is bothering her, her expression looking dark. The man observes that it is as expected of an empath. A notification appears, stating that his strength has increased by 1 rank, from A to S. He is congratulated for being the first awakener to obtain an S-rank stat. He receives a message about a 2-second try special privilege, available to the first 10 people to obtain S-rank in all their stats. The screen displays new parameters. The growth limit for all ranks will increase to SS rank. Possession limits for skills, traits, items, and insignias will increase to 10. Something. The protagonist stares at the information, processing the implications of the system's changes. He wonders if something like this truly existed, but he can say for sure. Although the system states that the first 10 can attempt this, the protagonist considers the challenge ahead. The ghostly figures loom behind him, a reminder of those who came before. The figure stands tall, clad in dark tactical gear. The weight of the task ahead rests heavily on his shoulders, but he remains resolute. He thinks that no one but him will even be able to try. Naturally, he would have also given up if he was alone, but he has come too far to quit now. The protagonist's expression hardens with determination. He will face this challenge head-on, no matter the cost. He will not fail. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair looks thoughtful, her brow furrowed in concentration. She seems to be pondering something important, a soft hum escaping her lips. 10 years from now, it'll occur, the protagonist thinks, his gaze intense. He knows what he must do, and the time frame he has to do it in. He continues, thinking that you're probably tired of him talking about the day of beginnings by now. But there is one last thing you need to know. The stakes are high. The woman holds a plate of food, her expression serious. She knows that it'll be impossible without something crucial, something that is yet to be revealed. It'll be suicide to go into his second try within the testing site, the protagonist realizes. The risks are immense, and the consequences could be fatal. So, he needs to raise all his stats to S rank, and have already reset before that day. The protagonist knows the path ahead is fraught with danger, but he is determined to succeed. He stands amidst the aftermath of battle, bloodied but resolute, his glowing sword a testament to his power. Behind him, the woman with brown hair watches. The reality of their situation sinks in. Clearing just one dungeon takes approximately a month. There's no guarantee they can accomplish their goals, even with faster, clear times. The woman with brown hair reflects on the intensely difficult schedule, surprised by her own calm reaction. She wonders aloud if items will be reset. Someone, unseen, responds to her question, stating that it is good, and implying that she has already made her decision. The protagonist's expression is unreadable as he considers the implications of the conversation. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, thick with unspoken thoughts and difficult choices. He breaks the silence, a faint smile gracing his lips. He expresses his gratitude to the woman. The woman with brown hair returns his smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. The protagonist makes his decision, resolving to entrust the medical corporation to his younger sibling. The woman with brown hair acknowledges his choice, resigned to a decade of dungeon crawling. The protagonist looks up, his expression suggesting a deeper understanding of the sacrifices ahead. He offers a compromise, promising short breaks with each stat rank increase, a small comfort in their long journey. Woo Yeonhee smiles, a contract now sealed between herself and her new associate. Two hands raise champagne flutes, a toast about to be made to their new partnership. The man raises his glass, a slight smile playing on his lips as he prepares to drink. The glasses are raised in anticipation of the toast, a promise of future endeavors hanging in the air. When you go into your 2-second try. With a resounding clang, the glasses meet, sealing their pact. Woo Yeonhee declares, "I'll help you rebuild." Woo Yeonhee's expression is confident, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She states, "You'll just have to follow me." The man, now identified as Wu Yonhee, looks on with a slight smile, seemingly ready to accept her offer. Wu Yonhee's enthusiasm is infectious as she exclaims, "Oh ho, call me boss. I'll help you grow right back up." A plea hangs in the air, a silent request not to be left behind. "Don't go." Wu Yonhee's expression softens, a hint of understanding in her eyes as she responds, "Okay." The title of the series, Past Life Returner, is displayed prominently. Footsteps echo through the halls. The sound grows louder, closer. A pair of imposing doors looms ahead. Jonathan sits calmly, awaiting his guest. The doors open, revealing a stern-faced man. The man declares that he is there to deliver the administration's decision. Jonathan, leaning back in his chair, is told that the president is worried about the Jonathan Investment Finance Group's monopoly. He sighs, stating that he hears this every time, and tells the man to continue. The man explains that although the subprime crisis exploded in the Rothschilds' face, it's a problem created by Jonathan's group, and warns him not to ignore the administration's request. Jonathan scoffs, questioning if the man is serious about claiming his group created the subprime crisis. He dismisses the claim, saying that not even a first-year economics student would say such a thing. He tells the person he's speaking with to trash all that and get to the point. Jonathan states that he doesn't have all the time in the world, and that the person he's speaking with already knows this. A narration box explains that there exists a fund with the exact same purpose as the fund Jonathan's group created, asking if there's a need for two of them to exist. The International Environment Fund is a fund that directly opposes the Environmental Protection Fund created by the Rothschilds and other financial powerhouses. Publicly, the Environmental Protection Fund is a fund created to protect the environment of developing countries, but in truth, it was created to buy the land of those countries. The Environmental Protection Fund would lend a small amount of money to these developing nations. They would take the land as collateral, and the amount of land taken this way is over 30% of all land on the planet. Jonathan thinks to himself that that's right, and that there's no reason for both of them to exist. The narration continues, stating that, however, they'll soon belong to Jonathan. Jonathan says to erase the Environmental Protection Fund, and let's start anew under the International Environment Fund. He asks for cooperation, stating that with this, they'll be able to get the dungeons they couldn't purchase due to complications. Jonathan thinks to himself about the president. If the president is this slow to act, drastic measures are required. Jonathan's eyes glow with an eerie light as he considers the situation. The man in the suit raises his hand, stating that he doesn't want to complicate things. An exclamation point punctuates the order. Connect him with the president. The phone rings insistently on the desk as the man in the suit stands nearby. The man on the other end of the line is busy, so he'll just ask one thing. Did you get a call from the Rothschilds? Jonathan holds his phone to his ear, his expression questioning, as he awaits an answer. The man's phone displays an incoming call from a VIP, demanding his immediate attention. Jonathan listens intently, responding with a simple, "Yes, understood." The man on the other end of the line repeats his affirmation, confirming the arrangement. The administration will attend the launching of the new fund and will help in organizing the original fund. The man in the suit glances at Jonathan, a briefcase in his hand, as the conversation concludes. The order is given, a directive with the weight of command. He sits across from a suited man, offering a recommendation. Jonathan suggests him as the next chairman. Another man, sweating and nervous, speaks to Jonathan. He asks just in case. A briefcase changes hands, a silent agreement sealed. The terms, his share in the Federal Reserve Bank. A grin spreads across Jonathan's face, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Jonathan sits, hands clasped, contemplating the power of the dollar. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. How much do you want it to be worth? Meanwhile, the day after Zillian received his invitation, the wheels were already in motion. Jonathan continued to distribute invitations to the GNL Club, targeting members of the disbanded Bilderberg Club. He stands with another man, perhaps discussing the next steps in their plan. The air is thick with unspoken intentions. A figure stands poised on the edge, ready to step into the unknown. He sits in his wheelchair, the sounds of the room echoing around him. Dresdner Rothschild states that they backed the International Environment Fund. Dresdner continues, adding that they handed over all the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank shares as well, acknowledging that Jonathan worked hard in his stead. Dresdner's expression hardens as he says his own name. An invitation, sealed with a red wax stamp, is presented. Dresdner's face is drawn with a mixture of anger and regret. Jonathan states that it's the invitation he stomped on in front of him. Dresdner admits he was waiting for the members to leave so he could pick it up and straighten it out, claiming he did it all. Dresdner's eyes widen as he thinks of the family head. He holds the invitation in his hands, his expression unreadable. Dresdner's face is contorted with anguish as he thinks of what he wishes for. Someone falls, their fate uncertain. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white with strain. He begins to speak, but the words catch in his throat. Dresdner Rothschild grips the armrest of his wheelchair, fighting an internal battle. He thinks that he can't allow himself or his family to do this. His face contorted with anguish, Dresner pleads with himself to do his part as the family head until the end for the future generations. His head shakes violently, the weight of his decision crushing him. Sweat beads on his brow as Dresner whispers that this is for the future. His legs give way, and he collapses to the floor. Elsewhere, Dresner is wheeled through a grand hall, the architecture opulent and imposing. He repeats that this is for the future. He thinks, fuck, let's just try and live for now. As the location is revealed to be Gunsan, Jeollabuk-do. The camera pans up to show a modern, high-rise building. The sign reveals the location to be the Jeonnal Mangium Simangium Resort. A man in a suit stands beside a sleek, black car, awaiting his charge. He apologizes, explaining that the entire premise is rented out. The man in the suit insists that they cannot use the resort today and asks them to go back. Inside the car, the woman asks what's going on. The man in the leopard print shirt expresses surprise at being stopped in this country. He asks if the situation is well developed. The man in the leopard print shirt steps out of the car. He asks the man in the suit if he knows who he is, questioning how many people he's seen in cars worth hundreds of thousands. The man in the leopard print shirt demands to be let in while he's being nice. He mentions hearing about a resort opening up in a backwater town and wanting to help with sales. Inside the car, the woman applies lipstick, seemingly unfazed by the situation. She wonders what all the commotion is about, clearly annoyed by the delay. The man in the leopard print shirt curses under his breath, his face contorted in anger. The car's alarm system blares loudly, adding to the tension. The man in the leopard print shirt expresses his annoyance at the car alarm's loud beeping. He seems increasingly frustrated by the situation. The man in the leopard print shirt looks surprised, questioning if the cars are Rolls-Royces. He seems taken aback by the display of wealth. A close-up shot reveals the iconic grille of a Rolls-Royce, emphasizing the luxury and exclusivity of the vehicles. The camera pans out to show a line of luxury cars parked in front of the resort. A text bubble emphasizes that each car is worth over $700,000. An aerial view shows the convoy of luxury cars, highlighting their presence and the wealth they represent. The car alarm continues to blare. The man in the leopard print shirt sarcastically remarks that the Rolls-Royces are lined up like cars at the supermarket, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. A digital ting echoes as a message confirms full attendance. The man dons his coat, a symbol of the power that never joins, yet everyone attends without exception. Footsteps echo, belonging to those who were the first to lower their heads and join. Meanwhile, the year is 2009, and the stage is set for Jeonnal to address the murmuring crowd. The date, May 5th, 4th, hangs in the air as the audience fills the seats, a low murmur rippling through the room. Two men in suits converse, one leaning in to ask, "And you?" The clack of a door closing punctuates the air as the two men continue their hushed discussion. A man with blonde hair observes the scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Nearby, a man with silver hair watches with a similar, knowing expression. More footsteps approach, the sound growing louder as the event nears its start. The man with silver hair stands beside a woman with long, dark hair, both observing the unfolding scene. A figure walks confidently onto the stage, ready to address the assembled crowd. Impeccably polished shoes stand ready, the crisp fabric of tailored trousers hanging above. The command echoes, a silent directive hanging in the air, "Stand." His eyes remain closed, a moment of quiet contemplation before the storm. The man's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable as he opens his eyes. A collective gulp rises from the assembled men, their faces etched with concern. A finger taps against the surface, a subtle rhythm that belies the tension in the room. Tap! The sound echoes, amplified in the expectant silence. The start. A new beginning looms, heralded by an ethereal glow. He stands at the podium, his expression resolute as he prepares to speak. A voice declares that if anyone thinks this is a place of cooperation, they'll need to go back now. The man in the suit stands at the podium, his expression serious as he addresses the assembled crowd. He declares that this is not a place for cooperation. His voice echoes through the room, the speaker demanding that anyone who believes otherwise should leave immediately. A man with silver hair stands with a woman, listening intently. He compares the situation to the Bilderberg Club. Nearby, two other men listen to the speech. The speaker's goal is to create a world government, but not through cooperation. The speaker's words hang in the air, emphasizing that their goals will not be achieved through cooperation. The man's face is shown in close-up, his eye glowing red as he continues to address the crowd. He declares that those who agree with him can sit down, and the rest can leave. He tells them to do as they wish. A man in a suit sits down, the sound echoing slightly in the large room as he takes his seat. The sound of people sitting fills the air, a visual representation of their agreement with the speaker's words. More people take their seats, the sound of their actions emphasizing the division within the group. From above, the rows of seated figures stretch out, a clear indication of those who remain and those who have chosen to leave. The room was packed, every seat filled with expectant faces. A palpable tension hung in the air as the crowd awaited their leader's next words. Nearby, a fist clenched, knuckles white with suppressed anticipation. The speaker paused, a dramatic beat for emphasis, setting the stage. Speaker man, suit stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the assembled members. The air crackled with the promise of a new era, a new world order forged in power and wealth. The image of a leader, a sword in one hand and money in the other, flashed through their minds. A vision of an emperor, ready to claim his throne with both might and influence. The speaker's words hinted at a future where he would become even more powerful. He posed the question, a challenge hanging in the air. Who could compare to him? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as some speculated on the speaker's next move, anticipating an unreasonable demand. The speaker refocused the attention, declaring the first topic of discussion. He suppresses his irritation, resolving to listen despite his reservations. The murmurs of the crowd fade into a tense silence. The man's expression is unreadable, but he declares that they will talk about something. The speaker, his tie a slash of red against his white shirt, poses a stark question. What if they were attacked by an extraterrestrial force? The question hangs in the air, met with stunned silence and furrowed brows from the audience. The woman with brown hair exchanges a worried glance with the man beside her, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The room is filled with a palpable sense of unease as the implications of the speaker's question sink in. A hand is raised, seeking to interject into the unsettling hypothetical. The discussion turns to the immediate threat, the need to stop mass riots. The man who raised his hand elaborates, questioning what other chaotic scenarios might unfold. The man urges them to keep the discussion within the scope of an extraterrestrial attack. The speaker reveals he was able to look through the White House's military operations, which has prepared for scenarios like this. A man in the audience reacts with surprise, his eyes widening as he listens intently. Among the scenarios they feared most were those that could bring the global economy to a standstill. The speaker's hypothetical solutions included drastic measures, such as the use of nuclear weapons. He addressed the assembled group, outlining his rationale for such extreme considerations. The speaker emphasized the need to clarify their agenda, even in the face of unprecedented events. He stressed the importance of maintaining the stability of financial systems, forbidding their closure under any circumstances. A murmur rippled through the audience, a visible wave of unease spreading through the room. Confusion and skepticism filled the air as attendees questioned the relevance of the speaker's remarks. The speaker reiterated his point, using an extraterrestrial attack as a stark example of a potential threat. He declared his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the established order, even in the face of such an extreme event. The speaker's expression hardened, his gaze intense, as he emphasized the need to maintain financial activity. Meanwhile, the weight of those words hung heavy in the air. The gravity of the situation began to sink in, causing visible concern among the attendees. Two men in suits stand side by side, their expressions suggesting a serious discussion is underway. The older man in the foreground appears particularly concerned. A stark question hangs in the air. Liquidate all the capital. The implications of such a drastic measure are heavy. The man's eyes widen, his mouth agape in disbelief. The suggestion has clearly shaken him to his core. A close-up reveals the fine tailoring of his suit, a symbol of wealth and power, now potentially at risk. In a spacious room, three figures converse. One cautions against excitement, while another questions Zillion's acceptance of a proposal. From 2016, a man reflects on the potential consequences of hasty decisions, warning of a more dangerous economic situation than the subprime crisis. Two men, their faces etched with concern, demand an explanation. The tension is palpable as they seek to understand the reasoning behind a decision. The men question the amount of cash being accrued and the market requiring such investment, hinting at a deeper, perhaps troubling, financial strategy. The speaker recalls a topic discussed on the first day, referring to it as the first agenda. He continues, suggesting that previous actions were merely for intimidation, but a future day will come when they need cash beyond their imagination. The man with blonde hair appears concerned, questioning if it's delusions or madness. He wonders what would happen if someone with that much money goes crazy. A hand reaches out, seemingly towards the word open, as a voice asks if they know why the name Odin is being used. Arcing blue energy crackles through the air, a visual representation of immense power. A man sits in a chair, seemingly at the epicenter of the chaotic blue energy. He appears calm amidst the storm. The blue energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged lines that fill the space. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in fear, his face contorted in a silent scream. Another man's face is etched with shock and confusion, a large question mark hovering nearby. An older man's face is a mask of terror, sweat beading on his brow as he stares in disbelief. The blue energy now surrounds buildings, suggesting a widespread phenomenon. The city is engulfed in the strange blue energy, its source and purpose still unknown. The sleek, modern building stood against the backdrop of a star-filled night. The sky was a uniform gray, devoid of any distinguishing features. A surge of blue energy crackled around a man in a dark blue suit. Two figures stood amidst the swirling blue energy, their purpose unknown. The man, clad in a dark suit and red tie, recalled a pivotal moment. On that day, he looked up, a determined expression on his face. I hope to be ready to save the world. The man stood with two others, the blue energy still swirling around them, a shared sense of urgency in the air. 8 years later, the year was 2017, a time of shifting landscapes and unseen threats. A luxurious building stood bathed in sunlight, a stark contrast to the impending darkness. To my many enemies, and to those who fought against me and failed miserably, a man resembling Donald Trump smirked, unaware of the forces at play. And don't know. He appears on a large screen, promising a better future together and wishing everyone a happy new year. Elsewhere, the sound of shattering glass echoes through the air. Zillion's determination hardens as he hears that their businesses are doing a little better. The air crackles with unseen energy as the fight intensifies. The unknown man's face contorts in anger as he prepares to strike. Zillion slides forward, a sharp object glinting in his hand as he thinks. They made it obvious that their businesses are doing a little better. He dismisses his opponents as pathetic fools. The unknown man recoils from the force of the blow. Zillion grapples with the unknown man, attempting to subdue him. The unknown man is sent flying through the air. The sound of massive impact echoes. The training session continues, but Jonathan seems to be struggling. The dark-haired man watches Jonathan closely, his expression unreadable. The dark-haired man wonders how Jonathan can match him, considering his own life on the battlefield. Jonathan, sweat beading on his brow, calls a halt to their sparring. The dark-haired man acknowledges Jonathan's decision, offering a simple compliment. Jonathan turns and heads up the stairs, a towel draped over his shoulder. The dark-haired man notes that Jonathan's movements have improved considerably. A muffled thump echoes through the building. Meanwhile, a man with black hair and a green jacket waves, approaching the training area. The black-haired man announces his arrival to the others. Jonathan expresses his jealousy of Wu Yun-hee, while the black-haired man admits he is jealous of Jonathan. The black-haired man compliments Jonathan, remarking on his improved appearance. He is told by Jonathan that there are some things Sun-Hu will never experience. The black-haired man is told not to even say that. The protagonist is not comforted at all by Jonathan's words. He asks if Jonathan is talking about that again. Jonathan holds out a tan bag. He tells the protagonist that he brought a good present for him. Jonathan tells him to lighten up and to always keep them with him. He holds out a small, golden object. Jonathan's hands are shown holding the bag. He says he made sure they're all inconspicuous things. The protagonist says he'll keep them well. He asks Jonathan if he thinks he'll make it in time. The protagonist looks forward, a serious expression on his face. He thinks that today will be the last day they see. A text bubble states that they should face each other face to face like this. Another text bubble says that time passes by real fast. Meanwhile, Jonathan, the protagonist, and a woman with short brown hair walk together. The woman says, yeah. A text bubble states that now it'll happen next year. A text bubble states that it doesn't matter what you need to do. A fist is clenched. Jonathan clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. He says that the other person will use him until the end, and that he'll try his best. He speaks of meeting again in the new world, his words echoing in the large room. Jonathan stands between the protagonist and the woman with brown hair, the trio walking together. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes through the cavernous space. Each footfall kicks up dust, the source of the disturbance drawing closer. The dark-haired man drinking launches himself forward, a blur against the strange, glowing landscape. The environment streaks past him as he closes the distance. Meanwhile, a grotesque creature, adorned with multiple heads and crimson eyes, awaits its prey. Its segmented body rises from the depths, a silent predator in the gloom. The creature lunges, its tendrils crackling with violet energy as it seeks to ensnare its target. The dark-haired man drinking dodges the attack, his blade flashing as he counters the monstrous assault. He twists, his movements a whirlwind of steel and determination, aiming for a vital point. A surge of power erupts as the blade finds its mark. The creature recoils, a guttural screech echoing as it suffers a grievous wound. Crimson slashes fill the air, a silent testament to violence. The dark-haired man is covered in blood, his stats displayed before him. He apologizes, lamenting the poor reward from the D-rank dungeon. A woman, also bloodied, stands beside the fallen monster. The man with the knife wonders what to do next. The dark-haired man smiles, declaring that with his experience and items, a B-rank dungeon should be manageable. Tears well in his eyes as he sobs, regretting his inability to raise a single stat to D-rank. The dark-haired man's face is contorted in anguish, the word SOB echoing his despair as he calls himself trash. Overcome with emotion, the dark-haired man buries his face in his hand, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The woman embraces him, offering comfort and reassurance in his moment of self-doubt. Don't worry. The dark-haired man screams, declaring that they will definitely survive. Meanwhile, Na Jianil, the bond president, holds a document, stating that this does not apply to him. A framed photo displays the values held in high regard, social status, and wealth. The photo continues, showing a great relationship with a wife and an excellent child, but the man holding the photo is not confident he can make things better. He states that it is about time he retires, as he cannot just work until his body gives out. A hand holds a resignation letter, and it's a shame that he has to leave his rank. The woman with long black hair holds a resignation letter, stating that it can't be helped since he even rejected offers to be transferred to other companies. The man in the suit thanks her for her consideration, but notes that everyone has their time to leave, right? He states that he understands, but seems to have a question on his mind. A hand holds a stack of tickets, and he is told that this will be his last duty. The woman asks if there are 100-day VIP lodging tickets for the Simangium Resort, and how many there are. The hand holds the stack of tickets, and it is said that as a show of thanks, the group prepared something for him. The tickets are for a visit with his friends and family, and there are a total of 100 tickets in a bundle, but he shouldn't worry about the amount. The woman with long black hair states that the tickets are for people who... The company promises to provide paid vacations and ensure no business losses during their stay. Someone questions the generous offer, sounding surprised. The man in the suit appears taken aback by the terms. He is assured that the group will do their best to resolve any problems. The bank president smiles serenely. She is told that she has worked hard for the group. The woman in the suit is informed that this will be her last assignment. The tone is ominous. A booming voice declares that something must be fulfilled. The words are surrounded by a burst of energy. The speaker wonders what kind of company operates like that. They speculate if it's because it's a foreign company. The woman admits she doesn't know, but expresses gratitude, though she feels it's a little too much. The man explains that since the resort is already vacated, he can't refuse the offer. He then asks about Sunho. The doorbell rings, and the woman hopes that Sunho will come with them. She smiles expectantly. Meanwhile, a man arrives carrying shopping bags. He is greeted by a woman. She calls out "Son" as she approaches him, her voice filled with affection. The man raises his arms in the air, seemingly happy to be home. A splash echoes as someone leaps into the inviting water. The resort looms large, a modern structure against the sky. Umbrellas, shade lounge, chairs surrounding the pool, where vacationers relax. Laughter fills the air, a carefree sound of enjoyment. A group of people, drinks in hand, share a hearty laugh. The awakeners of revolution and tomorrow looked nervous as they prepared for the day of beginnings. But the Destiny research team is also present, observing something with interest. Important people in their group and all of their families were able to enjoy a spontaneous vacation. Someone expresses gratitude for taking care of their family. Two figures stand together, one placing a comforting hand on the other's shoulder. A couple walks side by side, their legs moving in sync. Woo Yonhee will stay in the United States until the testing site opens up, leaving someone with a heavy mission. Despite the club's efforts to halt nuclear proliferation, the current president remains unpredictable. Woo Yonhee's skill, known as Gaze of Isis, is a force to be reckoned with. Na Sunho stands beside a limousine, stating that he will see someone at the testing site, which will become the last bastion of human civilization. Inside the car, the protagonist hopes they will see each other again. He affirms that they will meet again, his expression a mix of resolve and sadness. The promise hangs in the air, they will meet again. Hands clasp, sealing a silent agreement, a bond that will definitely endure. For 3 days after Woo Yonhee left, the protagonist remained in his room, lost in thought. Surrounded by stacks of papers and a glowing computer screen, he reflects on his isolation. He covers his face with his hand, a gesture of frustration and weariness. If holding on for 10 years wasn't enough, then any more time wouldn't have made a difference, he thinks, his expression hardening. A video call flickers to life, the voices of his contacts reassuring him that Wall Street will never be shutting down. The fate of the city hangs in the balance, as does everything else. The dark-haired man, having prepared everything he could, now waits for what comes next. A blonde-haired man, wearing a vest and tie, visibly gulps, his expression a mix of apprehension and anticipation. An older man with gray hair looks on, his face etched with concern as he awaits the unfolding events. The crowd's anxiety is palpable. They need to survive the bank loan and the mass withdrawal crisis. The stock market needs to show a strong front, the man with the headset thinks, to give the people trust in the system. A man in military garb contemplates the situation, knowing that although a few dictatorships can't be controlled, the market must be. The protagonist's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable as the gears of fate begin to turn. The cogs of the financial market within his reach need to keep turning, or all will be lost. A man's face, contorted in a shout, declares that it has begun. The tension mounts as the unknown looms. He is shocked as the gravity of the situation becomes clear. He stands, a flicker of unease crossing his features as an alert blares. The Ministry of National Defense issues a warning, its red text stark against the background. The message urges everyone to return home, to be careful, and to follow the commands of the National Army due to the appearance of unidentified creatures. Feet pound the pavement, a desperate race against an unseen threat. A woman calls out for Sunhu, her voice laced with panic as she tells him that he is here. The protagonist stands, listening intently to the commotion outside. Sunhu's face is etched with worry as he relays the news. Foreigners with weapons have gotten in. He clutches at his shirt, a knot of fear tightening in his stomach. We need to get to safety quickly. The woman's hand grips Sunhu's shirt, pulling him along as she says she doesn't know what the news is talking about with monsters. Her grip tightens, urgency etched into every line of her hand. The protagonist and Sunhu stand together, a shared look of apprehension passing between them. A woman with dark hair and a determined gaze stands ready, a glowing sword in her hand, as the voice says that those are the people who will protect us. A bald man in a striped jacket grips a sword, standing guard before a woman with dark hair. The man speaks, his expression calm. He says, "I know you're confused right now, but please calm down." Above, a voice declares, "Right here," as a question mark hangs in the air near a chandelier. A man and woman look upwards, their eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear. A disembodied voice proclaims that this location is the safest place in the world right now. The camera pans over the New York City skyline, highlighting the Brooklyn area. The city stands as a testament to ambition and capital. A presenter stands on stage, ready to address the audience. The silence hangs heavy as he prepares to speak. The investors sit attentively, awaiting the briefing. Their expressions are a mix of anticipation and skepticism as they listen to the speaker. The speaker announces that Jonathan Group is pulling out from the market. The news hangs in the air, prompting reactions from the audience. A man in a suit remarks that the Jonathan Group's departure is a definite trend. His expression suggests he has more to say on the matter. The speaker explains that Jonathan Group is now unconfident that they can provide the gains they had before. They're moving down from dominant monopoly to majority shareholder. The speaker continues, stating that his gains have reached their highest since he bet on Jonathan Group's decline. He seems pleased with this outcome. Two investors discuss the situation. One says they need something more concrete if they are to invest. The other notes that Jonathan moving out of the stock market is one reason for concern. Another man states that everyone seems to be saying the same thing. His expression is knowing, as if he holds a different perspective. The man thinks to himself that the common sentiment is not his thought. He observes that there's no change in the movement of gold or other natural resource markets. The presenter continues his briefing, unaware of the internal thoughts of the investors. The weight of the market hangs heavy in the air. An aerial view reveals a room filled with tables, the scene overlaid with ghostly figures. A question hangs in the air. A sudden, blurred rush of red streaks across the field of vision. The exclamation bursts forth, a raw expression of disbelief. What? Red streaks emphasize the shock. A man's face, eyes wide with terror, looks upward as the red streaks intensify. Panic erupts as one of the men in suits shouts, "It's a bomb." The red streaks continue to dominate the scene. Amidst the chaos, a man urgently asks over the phone, "Hello, Chris? Where are you right now?" A woman rushes past, the investor briefing session now forgotten. The man on the phone pleads, "Is it New York? Please don't go to the Brooklyn suburbs." Yellow streaks of energy crackle around him. A stark message flashes. Monsters have appeared. The threat is now undeniable. A man's horrified realization. But that's where I am right now. The danger closes in. The man on the phone, sweat beading on his brow, cries out, "Is it a terror attack?" The question hangs in the air, stark and terrifying. Attack. A breaking news report confirms the unthinkable. No, they're real monsters. The world has changed. A monstrous roar tears through the city, guttural and impossibly loud. The news flashes a grim reality. Destruction and the same monstrous figure loom over a fallen body. Static overwhelms the screen as the breaking news banner flickers erratically. A man stares at his phone, his face etched with disbelief and growing horror. The caller clutches his phone, struggling to comprehend the unfolding catastrophe. What is this? A close-up reveals the man's inner turmoil, haunted by a past conversation and the ominous departure of Jonathan from the stock market. A frantic internal monologue questions whether this destruction was the intended outcome, and if someone knew to abandon the cash market. The world blurs into streaks of red and orange, a chaotic representation of devastation. A figure plummets through the air amidst the fiery chaos, a victim of the destruction. The exclamation points amplify the sense of urgency and alarm. Even with the bank's physical locations destroyed, a message assures that financial information remains secure on multiple servers. Amidst the rubble and bloodshed, A final message reiterates that the system put in place after the 8.11 incident ensures the safety of deposits. The man groans, blood streaking his face as he struggles to speak. He urges people to come to any SOB branch, promising they will do their best to maintain everyone's precious assets. Below the surface, a monstrous head lurks, its sharp teeth bared. The words above speak of money and wealth, a stark contrast to the danger below. The man in the suit looks up, startled by something above. A guttural, "Huh," escapes his lips as he sees the monstrous form looming over the destruction. The scene is one of utter devastation. Rubble litters the ground, stained with blood, a testament to the recent chaos and violence. A hand reaches desperately towards a phone, the screen displaying a message of reassurance. It promises that their wealth is safe and they still own everything. His eyes wide with disbelief, the man wonders aloud if they didn't enact a contingency plan. The implications of such a failure are dire. The man on the phone relays urgent news. A circuit breaker has been activated on the stock market, but he says it will reopen in 20 minutes. He looks on with concern, the information about contingency plans and circuit breakers weighing heavily on his mind. He wonders about Jonathan and the other financial powerhouses. A looming question hangs in the air. What are they doing with all their money right now? The fate of the economy hangs in the balance. Two men are shown on the phone, their faces etched with worry as they monitor the fluctuating stock market graphs in the background. The situation is critical. Three figures are present, one on the phone, another looking at a phone, and a third watching with concern. The gravity of the situation is clear as one mutters, "My goodness." The monstrous head reappears, a silent threat looming over the chaos. A voice declares that they have enough power to take all this shock. He clutches the phone, blood streaking his face as he desperately urges someone to answer. The grip tightens on the device, the silent ring amplifying the tension. Elsewhere, a woman's voice echoes through a chaotic scene, desperately calling out a name. Her voice trembles as she speaks into the phone, the red lights flashing around her a sign of impending doom. Back in the office, the caller's voice rises in desperation, demanding focus and attention. He barks orders, commanding that every last bit of capital be used to salvage what remains of the market. The woman on the other end confirms she's listening, her voice laced with fear and urgency. The man's face is contorted with stress as he shouts into the phone, the sounds of destruction echoing around him. Meanwhile, a heavy stomp reverberates through the wreckage, a sign of someone's rage. A figure is seen stomping on the debris, the sound echoing the chaos of the moment. The man with bloodied face grits his teeth, remembering his long survival on Wall Street. He vows not to die like this, desperately calling out to see if anyone is still alive. The man's eyes darted around, a fresh gash bleeding down his temple. An exclamation hangs in the air as someone peeks cautiously from behind cover. Amidst the rubble and ruin, a soldier calls out, questioning the man in the distance. The soldier's gaze is intense, his expression hardened by the surrounding chaos. A desperate cry echoes, urging others to follow a path to safety. A plea for action hangs in the air, a desperate need to salvage what remains. Panic grips the financial sector as men frantically discuss cashing out their assets. The man's face contorts in anguish, his words a desperate cry for tangible resources. A voice booms, demanding Jonathan break his silence and offer guidance. Jonathan's expression remains unreadable, his eyes closed as if in deep contemplation. Jonathan's eyes open, his words carrying the weight of a grim prophecy. Return to simpler times if the system fails. A voice declares that everyone present should understand the situation better than anyone else. The men stand firm as one of them states that their current location is the foundation of their civilization. Despite reaching the doorstep of a new civilization, the group resolves to do what they can. The meeting descends into chaos as the speaker laments the current state of affairs. The man with black hair calmly sips from his mug, stating that he has calmed the executives down. Isaac adjusts his tie, asking if the circuit breaker was put in place as planned. A voice expresses anger at Silverman and A.P. Morgan, accusing them of selling everything and not following the club's decision. The man with black hair orders that authority be sent over for the 3/3 and 4/4 programs, noting that Japan is about to collapse. Someone is instructed to keep focusing on the London city side, the tapping of fingers on a keyboard echoing in the background. The futures market in London shut down and then opened again, according to the blonde man. Isaac looks on with determination, his name whispered in the air. The camera pans up the side of a tall building. The older man, with his bald head gleaming under the monitor's light, is being called by the name of a king of gods, Odin. Odin sits before the screen, the weight of the entire world's collapse seemingly resting on his shoulders as he considers the message. Odin states that he doesn't have time, so he will keep things simple, questioning if the other party thinks he will leave this world to die. Elsewhere, a younger man with dark hair sits before his own monitor, acknowledging Odin after a long silence between them. The younger man's red eyes burn with intensity as he is reminded to make the right choice. A sudden flash illuminates the scene as Odin declares that he has given the younger man this chance. The word step echoes as Odin sits at his ornate desk, awaiting an answer to his unspoken question. Odin's expression hardens as he reveals that he warned the younger man just then. Odin's face is etched with concern as he urges someone not to do something stupid. A man with wavy brown hair and a stern expression states that he wasn't able to reply. Odin, looking up with a worried expression, asks the man with wavy brown hair to tell him what decision he will make. The man with wavy brown hair observes that the monsters are ferocious and violent, but that seems to be it. The man in the suit relays news that entities are being dealt with. It is declared that it's time for the family head to change. The man reflects that it has taken 10 years for this moment to arrive. In his office, a man states he now understands the decisions made during the subprime incident. The Rothschilds have stopped selling everything and returned to buying, regardless of warnings. As the markets begin to stabilize, fear will start to subside, one transaction at a time. A man is told that the bank can take emergency bonds and pay them back later. Slamming his hands on the desk, the man exclaims that the entire world system would have collapsed without their intervention. It is reported the monster attacks have stopped. The man acknowledges that they've come to a lull, but knows something else is coming. Calming down from the panic, the groups will start to sell off their capital. The managers who returned to their companies are now back in their homes. The man in the suit, face contorted with rage, anticipates a fire sale. But a counter-strategy emerges, a single word cutting through the panic. Those glowing red eyes demand complete acquisition, a total takeover. The world itself becomes the target, awash in a sea of readily available cash. The ambition escalates. Not just a piece, but the whole, entire world. The man with blonde hair grimaces, the dire economic forecast weighing heavily on him. Too many goods are flooding the market, destabilizing everything. The man with white hair speaks urgently into his phone, his brow furrowed with concern. The city's funds have been drained, exacerbating the crisis. The man with black hair stares intently at his computer screen, his expression a mix of focus and worry. He urges someone named Sun to pause the stock market. The breaking news flashes ominously, the red background amplifying the sense of urgency. It's all happening too fast, spiraling out of control. Russia's nuclear strategic bomber is on the move, its target the gate that opened in the northern province of Moscow. They can no longer hold back. The man with black hair is visibly shaken by the breaking news, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The situation is escalating rapidly. The red alert intensifies, the question hanging in the air. Did their agent in Russia fail? The answer comes back, no. The ominous red background persists, the words at this rate, hinting at impending doom. The situation is critical. The words "the same thing will happen" flash across the screen, a chilling reminder of past tragedies. History is repeating itself. A blinding flash of light obscures everything, a visual representation of the chaos and destruction unfolding. The world is on the brink. The man with black hair doubles over, coughing violently, his face contorted in pain and shock. The impact is devastating. Now, a week after the capture of the unidentified organisms, the global financial market has started to regain its stability. A woman stands before a screen showing the positive trend, while a man rests on the bed. The news reports that the New York stock market successfully rebounded overnight due to a strong buying force, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the ongoing crises. The man on the bed stirs, wondering if he had fallen asleep. The Kospi index has finished transacting at 801.30, an increase of 0.51%, a small victory in the face of larger problems. A close-up reveals the word team emblazoned on a woman's neck, a subtle reminder of the collaborative effort needed to overcome the impending challenges. The woman, tears welling in her eyes, thinks of the stakes. Without Ethan, without Odin, what would the world have become? The weight of responsibility is heavy on her shoulders. Elsewhere, a man expresses his concern, stating that it's too early to relax. The brief respite offered by the stock market rebound is not enough to alleviate the underlying tension. The threat looms, as it is reported that from tonight onward, monsters that can't be fought using humanity's current firepower will start appearing, escalating the crisis to a new level. A desperate plea echoes. They just need to hold on a little longer. The warriors stand ready, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness, if they can. The message is clear. Evacuate civilians from the monster's path of terror and prevent the use of nuclear weapons as much as possible. The awakeners who survive the testing site can return and solve the situation. The woman with brown hair asks about the preparation for the press conference, a crucial step in informing the public and coordinating a response to the escalating crisis. Meanwhile, a man states that it's nearly done, suggesting that preparations are almost complete and the world is on the brink of a significant announcement or action. Under the name of the World Awakener Association, a new era is about to begin, one where humanity must unite to face the unprecedented threat. Amidst the towering city, a man acknowledges the extensive preparations, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Despite the long road to this moment, the man with silver hair confesses a lingering doubt, a surprise that they could truly achieve their goal. The sheer improbability of one person halting the spread of terror from an unknown civilization is almost beyond comprehension. Over the past week, Odin's forces have been buying up all the goods that the world threw at them, stabilizing the market enough to operate with Odin's interference. A fist clenches, the tremor betraying a conflict between elation and trepidation, a question of whether the shaking stems from joy or fear. A concerned voice cuts through the tension, inquiring if he is hurt. Standing behind him, a woman with black hair watches with a concerned expression. He insists he's fine, even as the woman with black hair informs him that the press conference is ready to begin. The man with silver hair is instructed to deal with the situation using his main team at tomorrow's Team 1. She wonders if she is the right person to address the press about such an important matter, doubting if she can control the situation. Zillion assures Joshua that he trusts him to use his reputation as the association's leader, implying that Joshua is the only one he can trust. Joshua, his expression hardening, acknowledges that there are only a few hours left until the testing site opens, stating this is the last thing he can give. A voice, filled with gratitude, whispers a simple acknowledgement. "Thank you, Master." Footsteps echo, each step marked with an overlaid graphic, suggesting a deliberate and measured pace. A figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light, arms outstretched as if embracing or channeling the energy surging around him. The light intensifies, focusing on the lower half of the figure, obscuring details but emphasizing the power emanating from them. A sudden flash of light overwhelms the scene, a visual punctuation mark emphasizing a dramatic shift. The scene shifts to a press conference, the flashes of cameras mirroring the earlier burst of light, creating a sense of unease. Meanwhile, another flash, this one accompanied by the stark declaration, a week ago. The stark message is revealed. Humanity was invaded, a chilling revelation that casts a new light on the present-day events. A desperate cry pierces the air, the name, Jonathan, echoing with urgency and fear. He's being called out by name, as a crowd of people shout, their faces contorted in distress. A blond man looks on, a dark-haired woman partially visible in the foreground, her expression unreadable. The call for Jonathan echoes again, the man's face a mask of desperation as he shouts the name. Elsewhere, a man thinks of Brian, noting that there is no one to cheer for Son in the market. Another man, his face etched with worry, asks for help, his words carrying a heavy weight of urgency. The man insists that the others should know, too, suggesting that people will thank them for saving the world. Two men stand side by side, contemplating whether they will be thanked or reproached for using the danger as an opportunity. The man with blonde hair smirks, stating that everyone will condemn them the moment the holding of stocks is revealed, but that it's human nature. A woman with dark hair acknowledges the situation, stating that they should thoroughly spread out their shares. The man explains that through cross-trading, they'll fragmentize into the ghost companies and erase the transaction records, as the New York Stock Exchange isn't a government institution. The definition of cross-trading is provided, and it is mentioned that the rate of monster incursion will be on an entirely different level in a few hours. In an office, a man stands near a desk, while another man sits, listening to the conversation about the impending monster incursion. The man in the suit declared that the situation would escalate beyond the military's control, necessitating their intervention. The man with black hair, visibly worried, questioned if they shouldn't be focusing on the stock manipulation instead. The blonde-haired man stated that the high-ranking monsters were beyond the military's capabilities, then clicked a remote. A voice declared that dealing with the monsters was someone else's responsibility. Meanwhile, Joshua stands at the World Awakener Association press conference, flanked by two figures in suits. Joshua is surrounded by flames as he declares that they will be attacked again, but this time, guns or nukes won't be enough. The fiery aura intensifies, a voice booming that there is only one way to oppose them. The flames spread, engulfing the room as people in suits begin to panic. The inferno rages, bodies flying through the air amidst the chaos. The scene descends in a pandemonium as the fiery assault continues, sending more people sprawling. The attack intensifies, the victims' faces contorted in terror as they are consumed by the flames. The fiery blast sends people flying, their screams echoing amidst the destruction. The flames erupted, consuming a man as he screamed in agony. The inferno intensified, a blinding flash of pure, destructive energy. Joshua, standing calmly at the podium, seemed unfazed by the chaos he unleashed. The fire raged, a swirling vortex of heat and light, defying all attempts at control. In the crowd, faces contorted in disbelief and terror as the spectacle unfolded before them. A nearby woman gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she witnessed the impossible. The flames seemed to whisper a promise. It will be the fervor of those granted with supernatural abilities. Joshua stood silhouetted against the inferno, addressing the stunned onlookers with an unsettling calm. The name echoed in the air, a declaration of a new era, the Awakeners. Elsewhere, a group watched the broadcast in horror, the screen reflecting their mounting dread. It will happen exactly an hour after the monsters invade, the message warned. Joshua's face loomed, his eyes promising a future both terrifying and inevitable. At that time, the testing site will open. His gaze was intense, unwavering, a challenge and an invitation all in one. Some viewers will be selected to enter the same stage. However, the testing site is a place. The screens display images of Joshua, each with a different flow of time. Even if time flows there, the time in our world will not. For everyone else, it'll look as if they suddenly appeared at the right time. The enemies were eliminated as if they had been preparing for them. Joshua, his expression serious, urges everyone to wait for their turn. One man wonders if that is a man from the Carrion family. The other responds that there's no reason for him to lie in this situation. The man looks concerned as he thinks about this testing site. The man thinks that this might be real. The time reads 1700 hours. A monstrous figure, wreathed in blue energy, stands ready. Higher-ranking monsters have started to pour out of the gates. The city is under attack. The time now reads 1730. A figure stands atop a monstrous bull, the timer above counting down. The screens continue to broadcast news of the monster attacks, recalling a past timeline where America resorted to nuclear weapons at 1755. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with barely contained power. His eyes glowing with newfound power, he declares, "I did it." The man's fist remains clenched, the words echoing his triumph. "I really did it." Tick, the timer continues its relentless countdown, now displaying 1759. Meanwhile, one man grabs another, pulling him away from where he sits on the bed. A blue light envelopes him as he states, "I'll be back soon." A man, eyes wide with shock, calls out, "Wait." The blue light intensifies, the sound of something being sucked and filling the air. Sue Dash. A hand reaches out desperately as the blue light fully encompasses the man, pulling him away. The name echoes in the room, Sunho. He is being pulled away by a strange blue light. The protagonist reaches out, desperate to stop him from vanishing. The light intensifies, swirling around Sunho as he is drawn further into the unknown. The blue light solidifies into a portal, displaying a message, entering the testing site. A digital display flickers to life, announcing the arrival at the testing site. Figures phase into existence amidst a flurry of digital noise, materializing within the simulated environment. The digital cascade intensifies as the figures fully manifest, their forms solidifying within the virtual space. The perspective shifts, focusing on a character's face as they are fully immersed in the testing site. A bold, open flashes, signaling the beginning of the trials within the testing site. Eyes widen in surprise, the enormity of the situation beginning to dawn on the character. A question hangs in the air as the character surveys the digital landscape, a sense of uncertainty permeating the scene. Meanwhile, a bustling city street teems with pedestrians, their murmurs creating a low hum of urban activity. A man stares intently at a screen, sweat beading on his brow as he receives congratulations for entering the testing site. A message declares the arrival of the guide, who will oversee Act 1, Scene 1 of the unfolding events. A floating, blue-glowing text box appears, addressing the group. It asks for everyone's attention, noting their likely confusion. The faces of the people present are filled with shock and confusion as they look up at the message. A soldier stands guard in the testing site, rifle in hand. A small, winged creature flutters nearby, seemingly unaffected by the tension. The text box continues, explaining that this place operates on different laws and times than the real world. The text box poses a simple question. Do you understand? The soldier, sweat beading on his brow, looks concerned. A younger man beside him stares up with wide eyes. The winged creature is highlighted as the text box explains that a lot has been prepared here, so they can grow. One of them is the quest. The text box elaborates, stating that by completing quests, they can enter the next stage, urging them to do their best. The winged creature exclaims that it has 2 kids. A man in a suit declares that he doesn't care about the quest nonsense. Another man, standing with others, demands to be sent back right now. The winged creature's eyes glow red as it stares forward with a sinister smile. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the difficulty in understanding the laws. A grotesque man, his features bulging, stares in disbelief as the chaos unfolds around him. A crimson spray erupts, painting the scene with sudden, brutal violence. The world blurs, a fleeting glimpse of terror before oblivion. A body lies lifeless on the pavement, a dark pool spreading as a woman flees in horror. A cacophony of screams rises as people scatter, desperate to escape the unseen threat. A bizarre, pink creature offers a chilling promise, endless explanations, delivered with sinister intent. The screams intensify, a chorus of pure, unadulterated fear echoing through the streets. Amidst the chaos, a soldier advances, weapon raised, as the terrified masses surge around him. A desperate plea rings out, "Run away." escaped a horror that has descended upon them. A man shouts, urging the soldier to shoot the monstrous thing to end the nightmare. The soldier, unmoved, declares the obvious. That's the point of having a gun. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Something isn't working as intended. The sounds of sobbing fill the enclosed space. A man silences the crying, the blocked stares adding to the tension. A man considers his options, thinking he needs to hide the fact that he can't use a gun. He needs to control the situation. A voice booms out, demanding silence from everyone present in the room. Lieutenant Lee Jubum of the 3rd Infantry Division White Skull Search Team introduces himself to the group. The lieutenant's voice is firm as he orders everyone to follow his instructions from this moment forward. The crowd murmurs, some suggesting they need to calm down and work together to find a way back. They ask those who were in the military to step forward. The lieutenant raises his hand, signaling for attention and control. A man walks, asking if anyone can turn on their phones, hoping for a signal. The lieutenant is questioned as someone asks why they would turn on their phones. A voice demands to know if they didn't hear what the guide said, adding to the confusion. A man's face is etched with worry as he declares that this is a different world. He demands that someone announce who they are before anything else happens. Sunhoo places a hand on his chest, explaining that he only spoke up because he believes the soldier doesn't understand the situation. He continues, stating that if the soldier wants to lead people, he needs to properly understand the situation. The lieutenant orders the man to repeat after him, a status window appearing nearby. Lee Jubum, his expression hardening, tells someone to stay quiet and not cause any problems. Sunhoo brandishes a knife, warning the soldier to just try something, implying a threat if he does. Ignoring the threat, the lieutenant shouts a warning and fires his weapon. Sunhoo recoils, exclaiming how frustrating this is as another status window appears. Despite being shot, Sunhoo is amazed, realizing that the soldier's action was a skill. A young boy stands before a glowing cube, while Sunhoo acknowledges that what the soldier is saying is right, and they'll get something called in. The lieutenant, amidst the chaos, tells everyone to calm down as an awakening reward is announced. The soldier's face is shown up close as he demands quiet. Kwon Sun-gil considers his options, realizing that this isn't the answer, but following the younger man might be the right way. With a creak, he pushes open a door, stepping out into a new area, determined to follow his instincts. He turns his head, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he looks for the hooded figure. A voice calls out, the sound echoing off the towering buildings that surround them. Kwon Sun-gil sprints forward, waving his arm in the air as he shouts for the hooded figure to wait. He introduces himself as Kwon Sun-gil, just over 42, and waits for the hooded figure to reciprocate. The pair walk down the street, the older man gesturing as he speaks to the hooded figure. Kwon Sun-gil pauses, questioning if the hooded figure intends to continue following him. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he wonders what he'll say if he does. The hooded figure responds, telling him to do as he pleases, but warning that there's a high chance he'll die if he follows. The hooded figure thinks to himself, noting that he didn't see Kwon Sun-gil in the past, and that he looks like he was put in a different group than before. A blue screen flickers, its message a star question, where is everyone? A small, winged figure appears before a backdrop of towering buildings, offering a strange reassurance. Don't be scared of me. The winged guide floats serenely, its words echoing with an unsettling intimacy. I only think about you. The scene shifts to a grim reality. A body lies prone amidst the city's cold structures, as a system message declares one less participant. The system's voice booms, announcing that all 99 remaining participants have awakened, preparing them to move on to the next stage. 3 men stand together, the tension palpable as one asks, his expression grim. Are you ready? The system prompts the players to use their awakening reward and successfully defend, as a quest, a wave, has been created with a 24-hour countdown. The winged guide reappears, its presence both comforting and unsettling, declaring, the guide believes in you. The system announces that since it's the first quest, enough time will be given to prepare, signaling the commencement of Act 1, Scene 1. Kwon Sun-gil's brow furrows in confusion, the system's pronouncements leaving him utterly bewildered. The hell is it talking about? He mutters. He glances around, his confusion growing. Hey, he calls out, trying to make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, the man's expression hardens with resolve, a grim understanding dawning. What the? I don't think I can follow you into that. He appears distraught, sweat beading on his brow as he wonders where someone is. The world seems to bleed into a crimson haze. A disembodied voice wonders if someone walked through the haze. One of the men suggests that it would be good to bring him back. Lee Jubum peers through a device, noting that all sides are blocked off, but the black thing seems to be connected somewhere. He acknowledges that it's dangerous to go in since they can't see anything beyond it. Another man asks Lee Jubum if he knows the person. Lee Jubum responds that he doesn't, but he feels like they need him. Lee Jubum states that he will make that decision. Lee Jubum orders the others to group up with the rest and follow his command. Backpacks are tossed to the ground. The order is given to gather all the supplies in one place so they can manage them fairly. Items, insignias, and personal belongings are to be put together. Lee Jubom stand with two other men near a pile of backpacks. Someone thinks it's a good idea to gather the supplies. Someone likes their proactive stance, as expected, although they need to keep the situation under control. The group stares down, concern etched on their faces. They wonder who the guide thinks they are. Lee Jubom watches the screen, a question mark floating above his head. The screen flashes, indicating a quest has been completed. A scene of carnage unfolds, a landscape littered with bodies and bathed in a fiery glow. What is this? The scene remains, now accompanied by a declaration. The quest is complete. The guide's work is done. The carnage fades as a notification appears. They will be awarded a silver box for their efforts. A small, winged guide exclaims, overjoyed at receiving an attack skill. It seems the quest rewards are being distributed. The guide seems surprised, realizing it has received a healing skill. The guide is confused by the reward. The guide is impressed with the group, noting that the quest was already completed. The guide is truly impressed with you all. The guide floats nearby as Lee Jubom expresses his dissatisfaction. The healing skill doesn't suit him at all. Lee Jubom addresses the guide, indicating he has a question about the newly acquired skills. He asks the guide if they can exchange skills, wondering if he could exchange his skills at all. He floats, regarding someone off-panel, and states that he does not have the authority to edit the system. Lee Jubom stares, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he is labeled a challenger. The system declares that if the conditions are fulfilled, one can become a challenger as well. Lee Jubom holds a rifle, the guide fairy fluttering nearby, as the system warns that it won't be easy. The guide fairy explains that everything is a secret that they need to figure out themselves, adding that this information is a service for completing the quest quickly. The guide fairy and Lee Jubom are seen in a close-up, their expressions unreadable. Lee Jubom states that they will be going into Act 1, Scene 2 now, his expression serious. The guide fairy's eyes glow red as he asks who said that, adding that the preparations haven't ended yet. Lee Jubom is asked if he is too bored to rest for the remaining time, a question mark hanging in the air. Lee Jubom declares that he will create a quest for someone, his gaze intense. Lee Jubom grips his rifle, ready for action, the word flash emblazoned across the scene. The guide fairy, eyes glowing red, tells someone to enjoy it while they wait. He stares intently at the screen, his blue eyes reflecting the light. Elsewhere, the hooded figure peers at a similar screen, an exclamation point hovering above. Lee Jubom's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This is... A blue screen displays a message. Quest, no name, has been created. Too many people survived. Choose a dropout among the survivors. A new quest has been created, demanding the survivors choose a dropout. One of the men wonders what the quest means, questioning if they must choose someone to die. The two men continue their discussion, unaware of the implications of the quest. The man with the pitchfork seems confused by the announcement. A disembodied voice commands them to stop and follow martial law. One of the men states that he will inform the platoon leader and that the other should stay put. The two men continue to walk, seemingly heading towards their destination. A soldier approaches the hooded figure, questioning if they completed the quest. The soldier asks the hooded figure to explain what happened. The hooded figure responds that they could have dealt with it on their own. The disembodied voice laments that something happened too quickly. Looking up at the towering buildings, Lee Jubom hears that a problem occurred because of something. Lee Jubom mentions that the hooded figure should have seen the new quest as well. The pink creature states that they'll have to get used to it. The hooded figure stands silently, a dark orb floating behind him. Lee Jubom says that those things will do that whenever they feel like it, and guesses that the hooded figure is a member of the World Awakener Association. The hooded figure confirms that Lee Jubom is right, but tells him to listen closely, asking if he can call him platoon leader. The pink creature says that they will need to decide on how to select the sacrifice, and tells them not to be an idiot and interfere with what he's trying to do. Lee Jubom says that if the hooded figure wants his help, it'll be better for him to lower his head a little more. A voice shouts that they can't let that happen. Lee Jubom asks the hooded figure what it is. Lee Jubom and the hooded figure stand together, looking at something out of view. A voice booms, questioning if anyone is even listening. Another man shouts, identifying someone as the source of information about the awakening reward. A clenched fist emphasizes the speaker's point. They should be thankful, not spreading nonsense. Lee Jubom, the platoon leader, smirks, confident in his ability to ensure their survival. One of the men argues that it's not the case, asking the other to wait until the situation calms down. Another man expresses his anger, believing that the guide is messing with them. The man continues to shout, convinced that someone wants to confuse them. One man asks if the other isn't going with them, while another states that humans are scarier than monsters. A voice expresses fear of what might happen if they go there, claiming that others only care for themselves. The man's expression hardens as he states that they're going mad. Another man says that they'll need to prepare for them, too, as soon as the platoon leader changes. A warning is issued. If someone's mind is affected, they'll be in real danger and a run back if charged with a gun. The dark-haired man states he cannot understand the other person, adding that working with a targeted person means you'll also be targeted. Kwon Sung-gil laughs, saying that the woman couldn't understand him either. He continues, chuckling as he says that he needs to live his life and say the things he wants to say. The dark-haired man asks what he got, and Kwon Sung-gil replies that he got an item. Kwon Sung-gil thinks that compared to the others, it looked like he got the highest strength score. The dark-haired man smirks, asking if Kwon Sung-gil just said he was Kwon Sung-gil. Kwon Sung-gil asks if the dark-haired man is going to tell him his name now, adding that he has an expensive name. The speech bubble states that the item is more expensive than he thinks. The dark-haired man asks again if Kwon Sung-gil is really going to keep following him. A stylized image appears, stating that his life will be in constant danger. Kwon Sung-gil says that he will follow him, adding that he can trust him more than those guys. Kwon Sung-gil apologizes for running away by himself before. He warns that it would be a problem if Kwon Sung-gil were reckless enough to follow him that far, before stating that he should introduce himself. The man's voice echoes, declaring that it is a little grand. The dark-haired man reveals himself, stating that he should be called Odin. A system message appears, indicating that a quest has been completed. Meanwhile, a soldier in camouflage armor walks forward, his footsteps heavy. The soldier notes that Odin personally selected and executed them, finding impressive, and requests cooperation. Another soldier requests that the next wave be left to their militia. The soldiers insist that they need real fighting experience, too. Odin states that he will say this again, and that they will not. Odin assures them that they won't need to worry, and that they'll have their fill. A fairy asks if everyone rested well, noting that although it's not as much as for the first wave, they'll give plenty of preparation time as well. A warning flashes. The enemy is attacking from 2 directions. The system displays a countdown, 19 hours and 59 minutes until the next wave. The city stands tall, but the red overlay indicates the danger it faces. Meanwhile, a man in a brown coat tells another, "I'll leave the south to you." 2 men run, one shouting, "Try and survive, build up the barricade." A soldier in camouflage directs others, shouting, "Reinforce the northern side too." A desperate plea echoes, "There's no guarantee we will also succeed this time." The city skyline looms, a silent witness to the chaos unfolding below. Amidst the carnage, voices cry out, "Healing, requesting healing here as well." A woman's scream pierces the air, mommy." 2 men step over the fallen, one muttering in disbelief, "WF." The ground is littered with bodies, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. He stands over the fallen man, a grim testament to the battle's cost. Kwon Sung-gil laments the man's rigid life and violent end. He expresses sorrow for the man's family as a system message appears, indicating the next wave is imminent. The protagonist and Kwon Sung-gil walk away from the carnage, ready for what comes next. While the survivors reorganized, Kwon Sung-gil and the protagonist faced the 4th wave alone, and there were moments when Kwon Sung-gil's life was in danger. Kwon Sung-gil battles a monstrous creature, his expression fierce and determined. But the rewards they received were incredible. A fairy-like creature exclaims about their impressive speed. The fairy-like creature reveals that he is the highest ranked among all the stages. The fairy-like creature admits he underestimated them, promising to work harder to meet their expectations next time. The system prompts them to rest for now. The protagonist remarks that he thought it was going to throw them another hellish quest, but Kwon Sung-gil replies that it really just does whatever it wants. He hears the directive, stay with the group, starting from the next wave on. A man with a fresh head wound is told, "You'll need time to get used to the increased stats." The injured man, now with a small bird perched on his shoulder, is asked if he will protect them, a question he finds quite generous. The protagonist, listening intently, is told to not do anything. Teach them order. Meanwhile, Yuki Leung is asked if he is the leader now. The man in the white coat is told that he looks pretty young and is asked how this happened. The doctor explains that it's because he is a doctor, prompting the man with glasses to question the use of a doctor in this place. The man with glasses asks if the doctor has a healing skill or something. The man with glasses explains that people started to trust him when they saw his emergency treatment, adding that the doctor should know where his lifeline is. The doctor confirms that he is with the World Awakener Association. The doctor explains that he was told to help them out, but nothing is free in this world. Na-sun, who states that they will gather everything and give it to him, of course. The man with glasses continues, wondering what will happen when they get out of this situation. A man holds up a glowing blue stone, declaring he doesn't care about money or anything else. The text explains that when you cut open a monster's stomach, these magic stones should pop out, and they can be used as currency. Na-sun looks concerned, as the text states that order will also be found in this place. The text explains that since big magic stones are difficult to transport, banks will also start appearing. A lone figure sits by a fire, as the text explains that the economy has to operate for society to have energy. The protagonist looks down, as the text states that they need to eat and survive. A close-up of the protagonist shows his determination, as the text states that he needs to become stronger. He looks off to the side, agreeing with the sentiment. The text emphasizes the need to survive. Water and meat, essential resources, have been secured from the cleared regions. Though the mutated fish didn't look appetizing, it was still edible, a grim necessity in their current situation. The man chews loudly, the sound echoing in the confined space. One of the onlookers remarks that it would be nice if they could eat monsters, too, a dark joke about their grim reality. The man eating the fish expresses concern about getting a stomachache if he eats the wrong one, while also reminding them that he wants 2 magic stones in exchange for the fish. He continues to eat, seemingly unfazed by the potential consequences or the bartering involved. The woman and the man discuss the dwindling magic stones and the possibility of hunting monsters, a suggestion the woman rejects with fear. One of them suggests living together, but another voice scoffs, questioning their lack of shame. The man warns that if they're scared of crossing the boundary, they should just wait for the wave to get there. The man and the woman stand together, the man questioning if he has to say it again, his tone laced with frustration. The speaker tells them that they need to get their act together and fight the monsters as well, summarizing what Mr. Kwon Sungil is saying. The man's words hang heavy in the air, and the woman beside him seems equally troubled by the implications. The man with glasses gestures emphatically, declaring that they can't continue to rely on just 2 people. The idea is presented. They must construct a hunting party and strengthen the group as a whole. The man with glasses is told that he will be accompanied when crossing the barrier, and he is urged to keep being himself. The pair from before remain silent, the weight of the situation pressing down on them both. The man with glasses winks, receiving a thanks, bro, in response, and assures the other man, no worries. The man's face is grim, a silent acknowledgement of the necessity to help each other in these trying times. Someone observes that the man is good at talking, noting that the more they see him, the more they like how he does things. The man with the weapon is seen putting aside 20% of all magic stones to be used as common funds for the town, as someone remarks that doctors are a different breed. The focus shifts to a person's legs near several blue barrels, as someone comments that he's pretty sharp. The man is asked if he agrees that someone should meet him later, and he is cautioned not to trust people too easily. The man states that he has his own way of filtering out people, especially the smarter ones, so there's no need to worry. He smiles, seemingly without a worry, and points forward confidently. A system message appears, announcing the creation of a wave quest. The 5th wave is set to begin in 16 hours. The message urges them to do their best, noting 5 entry points. In the distance, a man stands amidst rubble, raising his hand in a wave of acknowledgement. A notification states that when the monster's spawning nest is destroyed and the hidden quest is completed, 3 gold boxes will appear per cleared entry point, promising valuable rewards for their efforts. The man gazes at a translucent blue screen. Thanks to recent events, both his strength and perception stats have broken through to D-rank. Looking upward, he speaks, knowing his guide is watching. He demands that they come out. A system message states that having a challenger on the stage being managed is both an honor and a burden. The system declares that it's only Act 1 of the testing ground, but the person has the 2-second try special privilege. How can anyone expect this? The man states that he has a system he wants to edit, but the fairy guide says that will depend on the difficulty. He asks the guy what they want. He suggests making it so they can't mess around with him. He stands, a blue screen flashing before him, obscuring his features. The message is clear. Something has been censored. The blue screen and its message persist, now also obscuring the guide fairy. The protagonist seems troubled by the censorship. The message repeats, a wall of censorship. The system seems determined to block something from being said. The protagonist, his expression firm, finally speaks. He demands that whatever is happening must cease immediately. He now stares at a different screen, one that reflects his own desires. The protagonist wants to edit the very system he's trapped in. But how? The protagonist learns a crucial detail about the system. The rewards, it seems, are entirely random at this point in time. The system elaborates, showing a slot machine. Not just skills and items, but even random stats like vitality and strength can be given as rewards. The protagonist's eyes glow red with determination. He declares that with this in play, no matter how hard the protagonist wants to choose what rewards he gets from the box. This would mean choosing the category of reward, but the reward within that category will still be random. He agrees with the premise, but a question remains. What kind of challenge does he need to pass to achieve this level of control? Suddenly, a new trait activates within him. The system announces that the trait Challenger has been unlocked. A quest appears, its details yet unknown. The system seems to be responding to his desire for control. A solemn challenge has been created, one without interference. The system, once perfect, has been twisted by doom, chaos, destined to fall into ruin. The quest, defeat the quest battle. The reward, a box system, authority, and points. A dark, chaotic energy swirls, a visual representation of doom, chaos itself. He looks up, the words the one said to be the highest ranked among the 7 displayed before him. The system is split into an insane development that throws everything into disarray. A notification appears. Move to the quest location, gathering as many people as possible for the attack force. He grits his teeth, refusing the call to action. No, not now. His gaze drifts to the side, a mixture of reluctance and frustration etched on his face. A small, winged creature announces they are moving to the quest location, wishing him good luck. He clenches his jaw, muttering, "Damn it," as the pressure mounts. A surge of energy courses through the area, a visual representation of the impending battle. The battle victory condition: destroy the altar of doom chaos or kill all enemies. The battle loss condition: death of all allied forces. The sky darkens as winged beasts descend, their leathery wings beating in unison. A message appears, warning that the invasion has begun and the enemies are taking formation. One Declan aerial force descends, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. 2 sorcerer squads stand ready, their jackal heads and glowing eyes promising dark magic. One giant monster squad looms, its massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. The invasion force includes ground and air units, a vast horde descending upon the land. The sheer number of enemies is staggering. There are about 1,000 of them. The dark-haired man drinking recalls a similar situation, remembering when he went into the first dungeon alone. Even with his items, the odds seem insurmountable against the swarm of enemies. The dark-haired man drinking acknowledges that his chances of survival are pretty close to what they were back then, as he prepares to use the domination ring. The target is identified as Adult Graph, and the ground begins to rumble ominously. A lone figure stands in the distance, dwarfed by the scale of the impending battle. A swarm of winged creatures descends, their forms silhouetted against the light. The creatures move with incredible speed, leaving trails of energy in their wake. Their forms blur as they converge, a chaotic dance of destruction. One of the creatures roars, challenging its unseen foe. "Come at me." He grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. "You dog bastards." Meanwhile, the countdown continues. 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds until the 5th wave. 2 men stand amidst shipping containers, a sense of unease hanging in the air. One of the men, his brow furrowed, asks, "Is Odin not here yet?" The other man explains that Odin is likely blocking the entry points, and that he claimed he could handle 4 of them. Despite the reassurance, the first man's worry deepens. It's been 10 hours, and Odin is still not back. The man with glasses voices his concern. What if something went wrong? The other man tries to remain optimistic, stating that there's no way anything could go wrong, and that he needs to line up behind Odin. He reflects on the past, wondering if he had noticed Odin dealing with the first wave, or known the financial system would remain intact after the initial monster invasion. The weight of missed opportunities crashes down on him, a crushing realization of what could have been. The man beside Sunhu speaks of the future, postulating that the Awakener Association will become a major source of power upon their return. Sunhu's thoughts drift back to Odin, clinging to the hope of holding on to him, or even just Quan Sungil. A system message appears. A wave quest has been created, with a countdown until the 5th wave arrives. Entry point 2 is overwhelmed, monsters pouring out. Entry point 3 is also failing, and a desperate plea for help comes from entry point 4. The monsters surge forward, their advance marked by a cacophony of sickening crunches as they overwhelm the defenders. The situation at entry point 5 grows dire, a desperate cry for salvation echoing amidst the carnage. Sunhu's expression hardens, a flicker of determination replacing his earlier doubt. Frustration etches itself on his Sunhu's face as he realizes that someone died after only stopping one monster. The message blares. Point 5 is endangered. A call to send people over to reinforce the failing defense rings out. A comrade urges focus, questioning Sunhu's spacing out as the sounds of battle echo around them. He is set upon by the swarm, the monsters tearing at his flesh. The swarm emits a deafening shriek as it continues its assault. More of the creatures fly past, their presence a shocking sign of the unfolding chaos. Another man, witnessing the carnage, can only mutter a curse under his breath. A desperate cry for help pierces the air as another victim is overwhelmed by the swarm. Engulfed in a strange, purple energy, a man frantically tries to shake off the attacking creatures. The man with glasses, Keely Young, pleads for assistance, his voice laced with terror. Panic sets in as the realization dawns. They are doomed, and escape is the only option. Another victim falls, overwhelmed by the monsters, his fate sealed. Seeing the monsters preoccupied, a man seizes the opportunity to escape towards entry point 1. The swarm continues its relentless assault, tearing into another hapless victim. Keely Young's expression shifts to a sinister grin, his intentions now unclear. A figure in a dark suit stands, the scene cropped below the neck. Person Sunhu glances back, his expression a mix of fear and determination as he continues his escape. He sprints across the rooftop, the undead clawing desperately at his heels, their hunger palpable. A furious, echoing scream fills the air, a raw expression of rage. His face contorted in fury, Keelyung's eye glows with an unnatural, menacing light. A taunting question hangs in the air, dripping with malice and challenge. Buildings crumble as a figure plummets from above, surrounded by explosions and grotesque, winged creatures. The man with glasses sprints through the ruined streets, a backpack and duffel bag bouncing against his back as he weaves through the carnage. A disembodied voice echoes, its source unseen. The man continues his escape, his back to the unseen danger. Keelyung's face is etched with worry as he wonders if there are even more monsters behind this, and if he should go back. He pauses, a question forming in his mind as he glances back. A surge of energy crackles through the air. The energy slams into Keelyung, blood splattering as he screams in agony. The monsters are surrounded by a blinding surge of blue energy. Two figures are caught in the blast, their faces contorted in pain. A figure plummets through the air, engulfed in crackling lightning. He is engulfed in a blinding surge of raw energy. Keelyung, battered and bleeding, can only utter a single bewildered question. "Oh, Odin." A stark blue screen flashes into existence, declaring that the system has been altered. The system's interface displays a list of target options, announcing Odin's return to the world. The surrounding crowd reacts with a mixture of shock and awe at the pronouncement. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Odin is back," some exclaim, while others urge calm. The man with glasses, his expression strained, mutters that he must appear thankful for Odin's return. The crowd's concern grows, a unified voice rising to express worry about Odin's injuries. Turning away from the spectacle, the man resolves not to repeat a past mistake. An injured man pleads for protection until he awakens, receiving a solemn promise in return. The man with glasses, his face etched with urgency, implores someone to listen to what he has to say. With a mighty whoosh, a figure swings a large weapon, ready to strike. Two figures stand close, one seemingly supporting the other, as a surge of energy emanates from below. Meanwhile, Kwon Sun-gil sits cross-legged, surrounded by glowing cubes, while Keelyung lies prone on a mat nearby, recovering from his injuries. Kwon Sun-gil reflects on the recent battle, realizing he nearly died because he was too slow. Determined to improve, Kwon Sun-gil resolves to open the dexterity increase box. A system message flashes, confirming that the silver box dexterity is now open. The system updates Kwon Sun-gil's stats, showing a significant increase in his dexterity. Kwon Sun-gil, frustrated by his luck, overhears someone mentioning they're looking for a healer. Kwon Sun-gil, with arms outstretched, enthusiastically asks a young woman if she is the healer they seek. Kwon Sun-gil's expression is intense as he awaits the woman's response. He glowers, his face flushed with anger, demanding the woman repeat herself. The woman with glasses looks at him, telling him that the magic stones are going to him. Kwon Sun-gil questions if she expects him to pay her to heal Odin. Pointing a finger, Kwon Sun-gil reminds her that Odin saved her life as well. He reflects that Odin's logical nature and use of magic stones as currency suggests she might work in finance, betting on that possibility. The woman appears unmoved by his words, her expression still concerned. The woman wants to be healed for free, leaving Kwon Sun-gil to wonder what she means by that. Frustration mounts as Kwon Sun-gil covers his face, overwhelmed by the situation. The woman, Sua, reminds him that Odin saved her life. Kwon Sun-gil looks down, lamenting the loss of the magic stones he was supposed to have. Sua relents, stating she will only take 10 magic stones as payment. Kwon Sun-gil, still annoyed, mutters an indifferent response. He watches as Lee Sua casts her spell, a text box confirming that she has cast Cure Body on the prone figure. The man lies still, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, the magical energy working to mend his wounds. Lee Sua, her brow furrowed with concern, watches the process intently, her expression a mix of hope and anxiety. Kwon Sun-gil, his face etched with suspicion, demands to know why he should place his trust in her. Lee Sua insists that they must trust each other, especially in times like these, as she continues to focus on the healing process. Kwon Sun-gil, standing beside Keelyung, retorts that the way she keeps talking nonsense makes her just like that bastard. His expression hardening, Kwon Sun-gil warns that if she acts like him, he won't go easy on her just because she's a girl. A voice booms, demanding that they stop thinking useless things and focus on healing him. Lee Sua glances back, her eyes wide with worry, as the unseen voice echoes through the room. The man on the bed, now clearly identified as Odin, begins to stir, the green energy still swirling around him. Odin's name is exclaimed, as he appears to be waking up from his unconscious state. Kwon Sun-gil, his eyes widening in disbelief, shouts in surprise, asking if Odin is awake. He stares, eyes wide, as if processing something unbelievable. The words hang in the air, a testament to the effort expended. She healed you, and she worked hard. Kwon Sun-gil stands with Ki Leung and Lee Sua, the implications of the healing settling in. A voice declares that the healing wasn't done for free, hinting at a cost or obligation. Ki Leung speaks of 10 magic stones, the currency or resource perhaps used for the healing. The unseen speaker agrees, stating that the price sounds about right for the service rendered. Ki Leung, looking up, is asked if he is the new leader, to which he replies in the negative. Lee Sua explains that there's a council now, indicating a shift in the power structure. The panel shows the 10 members managing the council-like organization, who also took on the role of leadership, using 20% of all magic stones obtained as town funds. Ki Leung is asked what work he did before coming here, suggesting a past life or previous occupation. Lee Sua reveals she was in Yudo, working for Daehu Securities. Ki Leung reflects, thinking that Lee Sua was pretty smart and one of the 10 members. The woman with glasses asks if Odin was perhaps also involved. The man in the olive jacket confirms her suspicion. He reveals that he was at Telestar Investment. The man seems surprised by this revelation. The image of a woman named Jessica appears, along with the words Telestar Investment. She wears a blazer and has a confident expression. The woman with glasses clasps her hands together, thinking that he was at the company of her role model. She seems excited. The man in the olive jacket looks at the woman with glasses, who is still clasping her hands together. He seems thoughtful. He thinks that a level of cleverness is helpful, deciding to observe her for a while. He appears to be scheming. Elsewhere, a street corner is shown, complete with a traffic light. The scene is quiet and somewhat desolate. Two figures walk away down the street. The sound of their steps echoes in the empty space. Meanwhile, inside a shop, a man in a cap discusses buying and selling, with prices starting at 10 magic stones. He advises raising stats first. Another shop displays items for swiftness, healing, raven, and restraint. A man sits nearby, seemingly waiting for customers. The narrative describes a horrifying environment where one is pulled into an unimaginable place to fight gruesome battles for survival. The trade of goods flourished, and people calculated the worth of goods amongst themselves while creating strategies in this new world. Though they appear weary, a sense of hope still flickers within. Amidst the ruins, two men discuss the cost of healing insignia. The waves continued, and people grew accustomed to the fight. The guide fairy expresses her delight, noting that there are over 80 survivors now. A murmur rises as someone hopes there won't be any dropouts during the last wave. The crowd murmurs, and Kwon Sun-gil expects that it will end on wave 10. Kwon Sun-gil's expression is unreadable as he looks off into the distance. The guide fairy says that she has done her best to match their rate of growth. A man declares that they will be the only ones to act during the last wave. He orders everyone else to evacuate. Kwon Sun-gil tells Lee Sua that they should leave this to them, and the rest of them should go hide. Kwon Sun-gil smirks, his eyes gleaming with determination. He states that they will come with them as well. Lee Sua is surprised by a notification. Odin has invited her to a party. The group stands together, united. Lee Sua thinks to herself that they must support Kwon Sun-gil until her protective line breaks. Three figures walk forward, ready to face the coming battle. One of them notes that the battle will be completely different from anything they've seen before, urging the others to pay attention. The dark-haired man steels himself, preparing for the coming onslaught. Lee Sua's eyes widen in alarm as the battle begins to unfold. A monstrous presence makes itself known, and a voice cries out in disbelief. Ki Leung's face is etched with horror as he realizes they only had the little guys until now. A quest wave has been created. The 10th wave is imminent, with mere seconds remaining. A grotesque, tentacled monster slams into the side of a building. The monstrous entity continues its assault, wreaking havoc on the city. The three figures continue onward. One wonders if sending something like that is cheating. A swarm of grotesque, winged creatures descends, their fanged mouths agape. Towering above the smaller demons, a massive, horned beast looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The man in the green jacket explains that stacking attacks of the same attribute multiplies their effects, and that he has gained fire attribute skills after obtaining the solar cape of RA. The solar cape of RA has transformed into the solar blade of RA, unleashing a torrent of fire. Odin leaps into the air, a fiery blade in his hand, as he casts the path of the Fire Demon King. Odin's voice booms through the conflagration, demanding to know what is happening. The woman with glasses asks if they're all going to burn to death, but the system message indicates that party members will not take damage within a cast area. The flames rage, and the system message confirms that party members share the effects of skill within the cast area. The man with the staff stands firm, an exclamation mark highlighting the intensity of the moment. Another character, partially visible, expresses shock and disbelief at the unfolding events. The man looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He thinks to himself that the power being displayed is on another level, questioning if it's even human. Amidst the swirling chaos, a figure plummets through the air. A system notification declares the activation of a trait. 1 with the storm. Another notification flashes. Gifted 1 has activated. Orange rings pulse with energy, adding to the already chaotic scene. Yet another notification appears, declaring Sensitive 1 has activated. The orange rings intensify, converging on an unseen point. With a wet PIS sound, a monstrous creature reveals itself. Its gaping maw and writhing tentacles promise destruction. The creature lunges forward, its claws scraping against the ground with a crack. The sounds of its advance fill the air as it closes in. Amidst the chaos, the man in the brown coat is thrown backwards. Flames erupt around him with a sharp crack, threatening to engulf him. A blinding flash of purple and orange light explodes outwards with a resounding shooken. The force of the blast is immense. The monstrous creature roars, energy crackling around its head with a cacophony of KK sounds. It seems unfazed by the recent explosion. With a swish, the creature continues its relentless advance. Fire and debris swirl around its legs as it closes in on its target. 2 figures watch the unfolding chaos. One asks, "Can you tell what's going on?" The other simply replies, "No." Below, the man from before looks on in distress. The monstrous creature's torso is now surrounded by blue energy, accompanied by a drawn-out V sound. Its attack intensifies. The pink energy pulses as the small, grotesque creatures swarm. The man with the mace charges forward through the flames, Lee Sua following close behind. He grits his teeth, determined to press on despite the chaos. Even if we can't tell what's going on, we can't just stand still. The man swings the mace, a burning weapon given to him by Odin. "Did you see how quick I was? I'll use this burning mace Odin gave me to kill them all." Lee Sua looks up at him, her face etched with worry. "I can't," she cries out, fear evident in her voice. She explains that her skill isn't working, leaving her vulnerable. The man demands, "What do you mean you can't?" The man's expression shifts to disbelief as he realizes something. "So, he hasn't gotten hit a single time while doing all that? Taken any damage yet?" The grotesque creature snarls, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. "I won't let you go if you're lying." Lee Sua stands her ground, ready to protect the man behind her. "Be careful," she warns, her voice filled with concern. The man watches Lee Sua, his eyes wide with surprise. He wonders, why is she so fast? His worry deepens as he shouts a warning. "Why you be careful?" he urges, his voice strained with anxiety. Lee Sua prepares to fight, a newfound confidence radiating from her. "It's good that I raised my dexterity. I can be helpful in battle now." She is engulfed in a blaze of orange energy, the air crackling with each resounding clang. The fiery aura intensifies, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the surroundings. A voice echoes, scolding, reminding her to focus on healing, insisting she is not Wu Yonhee. Before them, a monstrous figure pulses with blue energy, a terrifying spectacle of raw power. A surge of dark purple energy erupts, a wave of destructive force unleashed. The man with black hair watches with concern, his brow furrowed as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. Streams of green and blue energy converge, a chaotic dance of mystical forces. The monster is wreathed in a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, a terrifying display of power. The man's eyes widen in horror, sweat beading on his brow as he stares in disbelief. The woman cries out the name of a god, her voice filled with terror. "Odin!" The monstrous figure is struck by bolts of blue lightning, the city skyline a backdrop to the apocalyptic scene. Odin is bombarded with electrical energy, the raw power illuminating his grotesque form. Raw power crackles, the air itself screaming with lethal intent. He has unleashed a devastating ability, Odin's Wrath. The force of the spell radiates outward, a palpable wave of destruction. A tentacle twitches, the monster's form wavering as it wonders if the attack is over. The full scale of the monstrous form becomes clear, dwarfing the onlookers. The shocked man's eyes widen in disbelief, Lee Su appearing from behind him. A disembodied voice speaks of a difficulty misplaced, a challenge arriving too early. The monster's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster's intent is clear, annihilation. Someone considers the risks and rewards, willing to gamble with lives. The unseen observer will judge their worth based on their survival. A piercing shriek echoes through the air, punctuated by the spray of blood. The muscular man swings, a crimson haze clinging to his every move as he fights. The air itself seems to crackle with the force of the unseen blows. A monstrous entity unleashes a guttural roar, its form wreathed in a malevolent aura. The creature stands amidst the ruins, a terrifying beacon in the devastated landscape. The source of the blood is unclear, as one combatant wonders aloud whose life is being spilled. The sheer volume of blood makes it impossible to discern friend from foe. The man's face contorts with rage and determination amidst the carnage. The weapon is raised, poised to strike another blow in the bloody melee. Spitting blood, the man's eyes burn with a feverish intensity as he fights on. A figure crashes through the ceiling, desperately calling out for a missing girl. Standing over a fallen foe, the man wonders why she isn't helping at this critical moment. The sickening sound of bone cracking echoes as a weapon connects. Crimson blood splatters as the force of the blow reverberates. He struggles to stay conscious, muttering about the healer falling first. A gentle tap attempts to rouse the girl from her unconsciousness. He tries again, gently rolling her head, desperate for a response. The man groans, his head throbbing with pain and confusion. He cradles her head in his hands, fear gripping his heart. A voice echoes in his mind, questioning his past actions. A woman's anguished face appears, declaring she cannot live with him. A memory surfaces of a child asking why they aren't living together, followed by a woman's angry declaration. The world around him blurs as the memories intensify. The man realizes he is experiencing his life flashing before his eyes. Lying on the ground, Kang Ji-sung thinks to himself that there is nothing he can do about her since she left him. He reflects that he is going to die without seeing his son for the last time. Still, Odin should save the world somehow. The injured man thinks that he is going first. Jikyol, Kang Ji-sung lies in a pool of his own blood, a question mark hovering over his head as he loses consciousness. Elsewhere, the affected student stands in a building, looking off into the distance. The affected student looks surprised, wondering if it is Jikyol. A figure in the distance calls out to someone as Kang Ji-sung is healed by a bright green light. Kang Ji-sung has been healed, and the affected student thinks that they will help too. The affected student wonders who Kang Ji-sung is, thinking that what that man is saying is right. Kang Ji-sung has used insignia of swiftness. Jikyol coughs, shaking as he stands up, covered in blood and holding a staff. Jikyol thinks that he can finally move, telling someone to wait right there. Jikyol stands, looking at the affected student with a determined expression. A declaration echoes, promising a swift return after the task. Kang Ji-sung, bloodied but resolute, puts his full weight behind the mace. The swing unleashes a wave of crimson energy. He wonders if he's going overboard, doing something useless. Kang Ji-sung grits his teeth, knowing he must distract the monster. The mace continues its arc, propelled by his determination. Another strike, another burst of power, hoping to create an opening. Kang Ji-sung declares that this is his role, his purpose. The energy slashes intensify, a chaotic mix of red and blue. The red energy crackles, a testament to his strength. He looks up, his face a mask of determination and sweat. The bloodied mace stands as a symbol of his relentless fight. He looks up, blood splattered across his face, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. It seems his efforts have paid off. Blades of energy rip through the air, a final, desperate assault that tears through the remaining resistance. The slashes continue their relentless barrage, each strike a testament to the warrior's resolve. Kang Ji-sung collapses, his body battered and bruised, the fight seemingly drained from him. He lies limp amidst the carnage. A massive tentacle lies nearby, still twitching, a silent testament to the battle that has just concluded. What is this? A blue screen flickers to life, displaying a message. The wave has been completed. The system acknowledges his victory. Kang Ji-sung stares at the notification, his eyes wide with disbelief. The weight of the battle begins to lift. A faint smile graces his lips as the realization dawns. It's over, he thinks, the words a soft exhale of relief. With a final, earth-shattering explosion, the last vestiges of the enemy are obliterated. Standing amidst the ruins, Kang Ji-sung declares that it is over, his voice echoing with finality. The monstrous visage fades, its reign of terror brought to an end. It's finally over. The screen displays a message, indicating that a quest wave has been completed. The man stares at the screen, his face a mask of shock as blood splatters across the display. A grim smile stretches across his bloodied face, the man muttering that it's over. The stylized sound effect of an explosion fills the air. The man stands before a colossal, grotesque monster, declaring that it is over. The monster's grotesque features are highlighted as the man's declaration echoes. The man's face is now covered in blood, his expression confused as he wonders what's happening. Another stylized sound effect emphasizes the impact of a blow. The scene blurs, showing a rapid movement. The man lies defeated on the ground, covered in blood, the battle seemingly concluded. Meanwhile, a figure walks away from a towering building, each step echoing in the aftermath. The fallen man lies still, blood pooling around him. He would have seen the gates of hell, but he ran back anyway. Odin looks off to the side, a complicated expression on his face. He thinks to himself that he is reckless, but that was good. A smirk plays across Odin's lips as he considers the situation. He seems pleased with the outcome. Odin thinks to himself that he has no intentions of being an active member. Meanwhile, the injured man lies in bed, unconscious. His brow is furrowed, suggesting he is not resting peacefully. A voice says that after magic stones started to hold value, crimes such as robbery and burglary began popping up. The council isn't enough to control the situation, and they just need to let Kwan's son Gil deal with it. The woman speaks to Odin, implying that if he manages the magic stones, he'll make a bank. Odin drinks from his cup. Back in the room, a voice asks if waking up is Kwan's son Gil's specialty. He groans in response, confirming that it's true. A sudden flash of light startles Kwan's son Gil awake. His eyes widen in alarm as he tries to sit up. A voice tells Kwan's son Gil that he's awake. He looks around, trying to get his bearings. He is asked if he's okay by the woman with glasses, while the dark-haired man in the green jacket looks on with concern. A wave of remorse washes over him, and he can only manage a broken, "I'm sorry." Lee Sua, her brow furrowed with worry, explains that she lost track of him during the chaos of the battle. His face contorts in horror, the name of a powerful enemy escaping his lips. Odin. The hallucination intensifies, the world around him seeming to shake as he struggles to maintain his grip on reality. A gruesome vision assaults him. He's holding a severed head, blood staining his hands and clothes. Lee Sua's voice echoes in his mind, a chilling pronouncement of death. Her head was chopped off, and she died. The dark-haired man in the green jacket suggests it's probably just a hallucination, then asks how much he drank. His eyes widen, a dawning realization creeping across his blood-splattered face as he begins to speak. The dark-haired man in the green jacket dismisses the idea that he would have drunk it on purpose, clarifying that he's talking about monster blood. The dark-haired man in the green jacket warns him to be careful in the future, his expression serious. A text bubble explains that drinking monster blood has the effect of showing illusions and hallucinations. The injured man's mind races, replaying the brutal encounter. Since the monster blood sprayed everywhere, some must have gotten into his mouth. He reels, the memories flooding back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was it all an illusion? He needs to know everything. The injured man's mind flashes back to the fight, the monster's relentless. He struggles to piece together what is real. Elsewhere, the dark-haired man sits, observing the multi-armed figure. Lee Sua watches with concern, the air thick with unspoken questions. A voice echoes, clarifying the situation. Only seeing Lee Sua's corpse was an illusion. Everything else he remembers is right. The dark-haired man stands beside Lee Sua, listening intently. She confirms that she remembers the kid as well. The dark-haired man nods, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's true, that kid saved him. A man lies resting, his body wrapped in bandages. He's been told that a share of the reward has been set aside, so he can sleep more. The dark-haired man walks forward, his expression unreadable. He seems to be on a mission. Meanwhile, a lone figure sits amidst a ruined cityscape, illuminated by a screen. The world around him is in ruins. A voice calls out, the question hanging in the air. What's your name? The man looks up, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and apprehension. He seems caught off guard. He reveals the other man's name, Kong Jisung. The injured man questions why Kong Jisung didn't stay hidden as instructed. Kong Jisung begins to answer, but his reasoning is cut off mid-sentence, leaving his motives unclear. The injured man looks up, listening intently as Kong Jisung explains that if the three others had lost, it would be their turn next. Kong Jisung's expression darkens as he warns that if he goes down the wrong path, he'll become someone like Sixth Virtue. A hand presents a ring, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, hinting at its magical properties. A screen displays the ring's stats, the protective ring of the Wind Warrior, an item of a rank, granting significant physical and magical defense. The injured man looks up, startled, as he is told not to tell anyone about the item he has just received. Kong Jisung tells him that he can come find him if he has problems in the future, offering a lifeline in this chaotic world. The injured man is surprised by what he is being told, but Kong Jisung confirms it with a simple. Kong Jisung explains that if he brings the item to Lee Sua, she'll give him some magic stones in return for the check. A close-up reveals a magic stone bank check for 100 stones, stained with what appears to be blood, hinting at a dangerous transaction. Meanwhile, a musician plays for a small crowd, the sounds of music echoing through the ruined city, a stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. The injured man, still recovering from his wounds, pauses with the pen in hand. He wonders if he needs to sign the document in front of him, and if he needs to stamp his hand on it as well. The pen scratches against the paper. Lee Sua, holding the contract, assures him that the contract will serve as his bank book, a record of his earnings and transactions. The woman explains that more pages can be added as needed. A man wonders what happens if it gets stolen, but Lee Sua assures him that they know everyone's faces, so no one will be able to use the money. Lee Sua reminds him to take good care of the contract. She acknowledges that things are fine now, but she can't be as sure when their numbers increase. Another man expresses concern about what will happen when their numbers increase, since there are a few more groups out there. A group of people wonders if something bad will happen to them, like it has to others. A man with a stern expression looms, a sense of impending conflict hanging in the air. Elsewhere, the entrance to a building stands silent, the door slightly ajar. A metal railing gleams faintly in the dim light, a silent sentinel. Someone lurks in the doorway, their presence announced only by the word sneak hanging in the air. The man from before smirks, confident that his suspicions were correct. The men discuss expanding beyond their current territory. They believe they can bolster their resources and personnel. Someone questions the general mood, wondering if they're at a picnic. The atmosphere is tense. Huang Guanho's stern gaze hints at the power he wields within the organization. A gangster built his wealth through gambling, drugs, and high-interest loans. He stands ready with a baseball bat. Huang Guanho, known as the most brutal in the organization, holds the title of director. His group survived, but at a cost. Min Sukju, Huang Guanho's right-hand man, acknowledges the skill of their opponents, despite not knowing their leader. Huang Guanho's smirk suggests a confidence bordering on arrogance. He seems unconcerned by the opposition. The aftermath of violence is clear. The speaker believes defeating the leader will improve their situation. The group of men, armed with swords, are ready to fight. They believe the rest will easily come over to their side. Despite the losses, they have 34 survivors. The faces in the crowd show a mix of determination and fear. This is the combat force that survived after all the weaklings died off. They believe no day's fools will be able to compete with them. The women express relief at having a bank. One feels like she's slowly getting used to this new reality. The woman with long brown hair laments that she lived her whole life thinking things would stay the same. Her companion sobs beside her. The woman with short black hair reassures her that they will get out of here alive, though her own expression betrays her fear. Their shared terror intensifies, the sound of their sobs filling the air as the gravity of their situation sinks in. A hand clamps down over the long-haired woman's mouth, silencing her. The word shiver emanates from her body as she is gripped by fear. A man in a dark suit holds the woman, his eyes glowing red. The threat of violence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by the word stab. A disembodied voice promises that if they answer questions properly, their healers can save them, implying a dire situation and a need for cooperation. The woman with short black hair is shown bloodied and gasping, the repeated KK, emphasizing her struggle for breath and the violence she has endured. A voice asks how many are left, the word shiver, suggesting the remaining survivors are terrified and dwindling in number. The long-haired woman kneels, covered in blood, muttering about eight, as the word shiver continues to emanate from her. Huang Guanho, accompanied by Min Sukju, demands to know about their leader and who is controlling them all, his expression stern and unwavering. A desperate denial echoes as a hand grips a bloody knife, suggesting a struggle and a refusal to betray their cause. The bloody knife is shown in stark detail, the word stab, emphasizing the brutal reality of the violence inflicted. The woman with glasses speaks haltingly, fear etched on her face. She manages to get out that there's a man called. The accountant, Min Sukju, identifies the man as Odin. He stands next to Huang Guanho, who listens intently. The woman continues, only knowing that he's the strongest among them. She insists she doesn't know anything else. Min Sukju pleads for them to believe her, insisting she's telling the truth. He acknowledges that she said Odin is the strongest. The interrogation continues, with a question of just how strong Odin is being asked. The answer: he defeated the monsters by himself. Tears stream down the woman's face as she recalls Odin even defeating that thing on the last wave. Her fear is palpable. A sudden, violent slash cuts through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. The interrogation has taken a brutal turn. Min Sukju states that he told her there was only one chance. A man below him questions the director's methods. Huang Guanho grabs Min Sukju by the collar, his red eyes blazing with anger. The director demands to know why they didn't get all the information. Huang Guanho's face is inches from Min Sukju's, his expression a mask of fury. He demands to know if Min can't tell what's happening. Elsewhere, a man looks up at a towering cityscape, muttering about that fat ass. Musical notes float around his head. The man, clad in a white shirt and blue pants, clutches his chest. He seems to be reacting to the insult. Two figures approach, their identities obscured, but the question hangs in the air. Is one of them their leader? The statement that 34 people survived thanks to Huang Guanho was not just boasting. Although his individual battle prowess was impressive, his senses for hunting a target with a group were excellent for a person of the modern age. Since he became a target of Huang Guanho, no matter how big or strong he was, the results were already decided. The attack closes in on Huang Guanho. A blinding flash erupts as the attack makes contact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. The impact throws a figure off their feet. The figure is sent flying through the air. From the sidelines, a man wonders aloud what is happening. Another man, face contorted in rage, declares that they are all dead. The attacks did no damage to Huang Guanho, who stands unharmed amidst the chaos. It's like they're facing off against a boss monster. A man in a dark suit holds Huang Guanho upside down by the leg. Huang Guanho, suspended in the air, uses insignia of strength and dexterity. The shocked man's eyes widen as he witnesses the unfolding events. What bullshit are you doing now, he asks. The shocked man continues, suggesting, you're the leader of this group, aren't you? Try healing or whatever. A crushing force intensifies around Huang Guanho, as the man in the dark suit declares, I'll break you as many times as you want. Huang Guanho screams in agony as the unseen force constricts him. Hanging upside down, Huang Guanho cries out, I can't get out even using all the insignias I have. I took all the rewards for my group. The shocked man wonders aloud, how did this guy get so strong? He recalls that Huang Guanho was one of 2 people who took on all the quests, including the hidden ones, up to the 4/4 wave. A masked figure, observing the scene, is surprised. He says, remembering that Huang Guanho received rank reward on the last wave. As compensation for the wave's difficulty being arbitrarily raised, the rewards were better than those of other stages, so currently, the only ones who could fight against Sungil. The man in the dark suit continues to hold Huang Guanho upside down, the crushing force intensifying. It would be those in the Awakener Association who'd awakened earlier. He strides away, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. His pace quickens, each step a deliberate act of purpose. In the distance, voices cry out, Suanuna, Sungil is over here. One man curses, while another observes that more people are coming to the scene. Huang Guanho, on the ground, begs for his life, invoking the name of Odin. The man in the dark suit continues his departure, leaving the director in agony. Huang Guanho, bleeding from a head wound, wonders aloud where he went, and if he is not Odin. The question hangs in the air. You hear about that name? The shocked man stares as someone shouts, Old man, in the distance. Li Sua clutches another person, her expression a mask of fear as she says, Ms. Jean Hui was... A sudden, violent tremor shakes the ground. The shocked man's face contorts with rage, his eyes glowing red. The unseen figure's rage boils over, a curse erupting from the depths of their frustration. Li Suh, her expression unreadable, instructs someone to wait quietly. The man with glasses mutters about punishment, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he thinks he's seen Li Suh somewhere before. The man's memories begin to surface. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as the realization dawns. Min Sukju stammers, finally remembering her name. He asks if Li Suh remembers him. Li Suh looks down at Min Sukju, her expression unreadable as she considers his question. She gazes down at Min Sukju, the memories of a past encounter resurfacing. They had met during the Genal Members' Night, a detail that now seems significant. Does Director Min of Genal Group's 3/3 finance team ring any bells? The Genal Members' Night, an event that gathers those in positions of team member and above within the Genal Group's head office and those working in its subsidiaries, now takes on a new light in Li Sua's mind. She thinks back, a flicker of amusement crossing her face. She couldn't really tell since he's only in his underwear. The thought drifts through her mind, a wry observation about the circumstances. But she does remember him now. That arrogant face that ignored her because she was the team leader of a subsidiary company, a memory that stings with a hint of past resentment. The conversation shifts to the financial climate. Does anyone even put their money in Daehu anymore? The question hangs in the air, followed by a cynical observation. She would have been done for if not for being within Genal. Mayan Sukju's voice breaks the silence, a hint of desperation in his tone. He asks, his voice wavering slightly, if she remembers, seeking confirmation of their shared past. A man walks, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stark environment. He is clad only in his underwear, a sign of humiliation and vulnerability. It's been a while, but to meet again like this, the words hang heavy with unspoken meaning. The encounter is unexpected, the circumstances bizarre. It's quite unexpected, Director Min, the voice declares, tinged with surprise. The text below reveals that excluding the members who died while attacking Sungil, including Huang Guanho, the remaining 27 members were exiled in their underwear, a stark punishment for their transgressions. The scene is one of shame and defeat. A group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable. The aftermath of the exile hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of unease and uncertainty. The graphic flashes, the words, everyone did, emblazoned across the screen. The message is clear. Accountability has been served, and justice has been delivered. A winged, purple creature grins, bathed in a bright flash of light. The creature boasts of being selected as the guide for Act 1, Scene 2, due to excellent performance. Act 1, Scene 2 will operate with 5 different stages combined into one, the text explains. The text continues, stating that the best performers will be in the center, with 4 other stages on the sides. The winged creature gestures, as the text explains that a danger preparation special bonus has been prepared. The announcement declares that they're getting ready to hand out a special bonus. The text notes that the silver boxes contain decent rewards, but they aren't particularly cared about. A man smirks, looking forward to the hidden bonus of Act 1, Scene 2, hoping for an even better performance. The text announces the commencement of Act 1, Scene 2, as the winged creature falls through a red background. A pillar, seemingly made of organic material, cracks under immense pressure. The cracks deepen, the pillar groaning under the strain. The pillar continues to crack, the sound echoing through the scene. The tower groans under some immense, unseen pressure. The ominous structure looms over the city, a spire of twisted metal and unknown purpose. The cracking intensifies, the sounds echoing through the desolate streets. The tower writhes, the cracks widening as something struggles within. The spire, covered in what appears to be tentacles, is revealed to have a total of 7 floors. The man in the green jacket learns that each floor can be reached using the stairs on the exterior, and each floor has fewer doors than the last. A wave of shock washes over the faces of onlookers, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. 7 doors are on the first floor, 6 on the second, and only 1 door exists on the highest, 7th floor. A desperate plea echoes. If he doesn't return, look for Mary. The structure of Act 1, Scene 2, is to complete all the doors within the set time frame, the man in the green jacket is told. The other man's face contorts in confusion, the name Mary hanging in the air like a question mark. A surge of crimson energy emanates from the tower, bathing the surroundings in an ominous glow. A lone figure dashes across the tower's exterior, a desperate race against an unknown threat. The tower pulses with energy, blue lines tracing its strange architecture. The 8 evils and 8 virtues were excellent on most fronts, but they each had a main ability. First evil, trait, man who overcomes adversity. Second evil, skill, gaze of Isis. Third evil, item, skeleton dragon worshipped even by the undying. Fourth evil, item, Zeus's lightning spear. Fifth evil, skill, form of the jinn. Sixth evil, skill, Set's wave of death. Seventh evil, skill, Shiva's sword. Eighth evil, item, Queen Mother of the West Millennium Spider. First virtue, skill, Devi's sword. Second virtue, skill, Osiris's domain. The third virtue is an item, the dagger of the clown. A man with glasses and blonde hair is shown, a dagger floating beside him. The fourth virtue is a skill, Hera's madness. A man with black hair is shown, alongside a ghostly, masked figure. The fifth virtue is a trait, passionate one. An older man with gray hair is shown, flames rising behind him. The sixth virtue is a skill, Odin's wrath. A young man with brown hair is shown, lightning crackling behind him. The seventh virtue is an item, Lakshmi's lucky dagger. A woman with long brown hair is shown, a glowing dagger beside her. The eighth virtue is a skill, Buddha's palm. A woman with long brown hair is shown, a glowing palm symbol in front of her. Within the testing site, a towering structure pulses with dark energy. The air crackles with an ominous presence. A voice echoes, declaring that the skeleton dragon is worshipped even by the undying. The strongest monster one can obtain is at the top of the spire, tendrils reaching out. The tendrils writhe around the spire, a clear indication of the challenges ahead. A disembodied voice states that it seems the virtues must be cleared in order. The dark-haired man drinking, now in a tan coat, prepares to face the challenges ahead. The sentiment echoes, dismissive and absolute. Not that he cares. Those observing Odin anticipate his strategy. He's planning on clearing the top floor first, as expected. Odin offers a grim contingency. If he doesn't return, they should look for Mary. The man listening is clearly disturbed by Odin's words. Why do you have to say that? Fluttering around the grotesque structure, Odin prepares to face the unknown. A small, winged creature observes Odin. She notes that he is doing something unexpected again. Odin is resolute. This is just how he does things, so don't waste his time and open it. The pony-like creature, eyes glowing red, simply replies, fine. The winged creature wishes Odin good luck as he prepares to enter. A blinding flash of light erupts. The tower pulses with energy, a beacon in the ruined city. A deafening boom echoes through the area. A colossal tower pierces the sky, its architecture both imposing and alien. Meanwhile, a man's face contorts in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief as an unseen threat looms. The man's shock is mirrored by Lee Suh, her face a mask of stunned disbelief as a deafening boom echoes around them. A small, winged creature hovers near a message of encouragement, while a dark, looming presence lurks below. A man stands bathed in a radiant, golden light, energy crackling around him. Abstract patterns of blue and yellow distort the world. A towering structure pierces the sky, its design both intricate and menacing. A man's face contorts in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as a woman beside him shares his shock. The air vibrates with a deafening, ominous sound. Diovlem. A crimson haze obscures the view, punctuated by sharp, angular lines. The tower looms closer, its grotesque details now disturbingly clear. Sweat beads on their brows as the pair witness something terrible. A monstrous hand bursts through a barrier, the sound of shattering echoing. The cracking intensifies, a symphony of destruction. The barrier shatters as a monstrous hand claws its way through. The cracks widen, the energy barrier unable to contain the force. A hulking form emerges, bits of energy scattering around it. The tower looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding chaos. The dark-haired man drinking speaks, telling someone to look for Mary if he doesn't return, since a monster appeared instead of Odin. A figure wonders if he was going to risk his life to kill that monster. A blade of pure energy pierces through another barrier, a desperate act. The monster's grotesque head is revealed, its features twisted and menacing. The sword continues its descent, a streak of light against the darkness. With a resounding whoosh, the blade plunges further, seeking its target. The tower stands tall as the sword hurtles toward it, a beacon of hope. The tower is under attack, the situation dire. A surge of ominous purple energy crackles through the air. The source of the disturbance is a shadowy figure, wreathed in the violet light. Panic sets in as a bystander flees, desperately shouting for others to run away. Shocked man, gripping his weapon, is overwhelmed by the sight before him. Numbness creeps through his body as he realizes the entity defies comparison. The shadowy figure moves with alarming speed, each step accompanied by a deafening boom. The dark figure lunges forward, its attack a blur of motion and destructive force. Shocked man struggles against an unseen force, his body refusing to respond. Another wave of purple energy explodes outward, shaking the very foundations. Despite his fear, shocked man steels himself, resolving to meet the threat head-on. The shadowy figure unleashes another devastating blow, the impact echoing through the surroundings. Shocked man remains paralyzed, unable to evade the onslaught. A heavy foot descends, the sound echoing in the tense silence. A monstrous maw, wreathed in violet energy, threatens to consume a woman. The purple energy intensifies, crackling around her as the jaws close in. The woman is now fully engulfed by the purple energy, the city street a backdrop to the surreal scene. A man wielding a blunt weapon waddles into view, seemingly unaware of the danger surrounding the woman. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring the monstrous presence. The light intensifies, highlighting the woman's form amidst the chaos. He stumbles, his vision blurring as the world spins around him. The man clutches a glowing pendant, its light reflecting in his weary eyes. With a resounding flop, the man with the weapon strikes something unseen. He lies sprawled across the hood of a car, his expression unreadable. His gaze is unfocused as he hears a question. "Are you Odin?" The air crackles with unseen energy. A rhythmic boom echoes as a man beats a massive drum. The challenge rings out. "Who leads this area? Let's fight." The armored man declares that they will decide who commands Act 1, Scene 2. The air vibrates with anticipation. Seated on the floor, the man with long black hair holds a glowing object. The item pulses with a soft, inner light. The man with long black hair holds a ring, his expression unreadable. He suspects it took at least 3 years for his hair to grow this long, but a monstrous form rises behind him. The worshippers of Doom Energuasto stand guard, their red eyes burning. These damned liches and undead fill the landscape, a constant threat. Originally, the top of the spire leads to the Temple of the Dead. But he was thrown into the land of the dead, a place of endless conflict. The skeletal warriors stand tall, their presence a grim reminder of death. And he continued to fight against them in the endless hellscape, never relenting. After the assassination quest, when 100 awakeners aimed for his life, the system is using every opportunity it has to eliminate him. As long as the influence of Doom Chaos is not removed from the system, situations like this will continue to occur. The man with long black hair grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I can't even begin to imagine what difficulty I'll need to face." He realizes the system has been edited to that degree. Odin's name echoes in the distance. He is asked if he's all right by a man with short hair and a white shirt. Wang Tai-jin sits on the couch, explaining that he can't stay asleep when things are so noisy outside. The man with short hair asks what's going on. The man with short hair tells Wang Tai-jin to sleep some more, explaining that the guys from the east and west are making a fuss and asking for a fight. The man with short hair says it looks like they want to be the leaders of the quest this time, his expression serious. The man with short hair flinches, his eyes wide with surprise at the situation unfolding. Wang Tai-jin holds a glowing object in his hand, remarking to himself about how much stronger he is trying to get. Wang Tai-jin looks at a screen in his hand, noting that it's too early to be surprised, a look of mild amusement on his face. The man with short hair remarks that the inventory looks mighty convenient, then asks Wang Tai-jin to watch him fight, since he's awake anyway. The man with short hair smiles, saying that it'll look like child's play to Wang Tai-jin, his expression confident. Meanwhile, a man with a horned helmet holds a tattered flag and a drum, standing before a crowd of people. The man with the horned helmet continues to hold the flag, the crowd behind him growing larger. The crowd of people stretches into the distance, their purpose unknown, but their numbers significant. The man with the horned helmet leads a crowd down the street. The city looms, its buildings a silent backdrop to the procession. Wang Taijin's expression is unreadable as he considers the scene. He reflects on the system edits, noting their surprising effectiveness. A man looks up at Wang Taijin, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Wang Taijin considers the implications of the increased survival rate. He wonders where Wu Yonhee is, assuming she would have found him already if their stages had combined. The man's eyes widen as recognition dawns on him. The man's face contorts in a mix of disbelief and excitement. The man points, exclaiming that it's Wang Taijin from Sinung High School, Year 2. The man notes that Wang Taijin's hair has gotten longer, but otherwise, he hasn't changed much, and that he is still quiet as always. The man recalls Wang Taijin being a big deal back in high school, questioning why he looks like this now. He squints, his brow furrowed with concern. Wang Taijin admits that he can't see. The man with long brown hair smiles, seemingly amused. He says that Wang Taijin has a single item on him and asks if he remembers him. The man with long brown hair grins, stating he remembers Wang Taijin pretty well. He admits it's been a while since he's been this flustered. The man with long brown hair smirks, recalling Wang Taijin's fighting ability in high school. He suggests that Wang Taijin is nothing without any items and asks if he should hand out some payback. Wang Taijin's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. He thinks that he doesn't need to, kids can fight when they're young, but now he is a mighty awakener. The man with long brown hair laughs, stating that it's good to see Wang Taijin and to meet a classmate here. The man with long brown hair puts his arm around Wang Taijin, grinning widely. He asks which direction Wang Taijin did changes, but the boss took in the end. The man with long brown hair smiles, saying he comes from the west. He adds that Wang Taijin is lucky to have met him. A disembodied voice declares that their boss Chai Young will take the initiative of this quest. Wang Taijin looks concerned, thinking, really? Is she strong? He then thinks that he shouldn't even mention it. The man with long brown hair smiles, stating that she's such a great leader that their group finally started to become functional. He adds that Wang Taijin will also come over to her side when he sees. Wang Taijin laughs, saying that he looks forward to it. A voice booms out, declaring that they should do this the easy way. The air crackles with unseen energy as the challenge hangs in the air. The unseen speaker declares that he just needs to beat up the two of them. A large, muscular man stands ready, a massive club resting on his shoulder. The man's stance widens, his feet planted firmly as he invites his opponents to come at him together. Ji Hyenwoo, leader of the eastern area, watches with a stern expression. He holds a sign, as if daring anyone to forget his position, warning them not to change their mind later. Lee Chae-young, a woman with a sharp blade, accuses someone of looking down on her because she's a woman. The leader of the western area taunts her opponent, wondering if they can keep it up after losing an arm. The large man's face contorts in rage, his eyes narrowed and his teeth bared. He roars, demanding that they come at him. Ji Hyenwoo and Lee Chae-young launch themselves into the fray, weapons raised and ready to strike. The man's face contorts in fury as he shouts, demanding his opponent cease their incessant chatter. His fist clenches, a surge of anger coursing through him as he dares his enemy to approach. With a burst of speed, Lee Chae-young dashes forward, her twin blades glinting in the light. The man looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as Lee Chae-young descends upon him. The air crackles with energy as the distance between them rapidly closes. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination crossing his face as he prepares to meet her attack head-on. Lee Chae-young raises her swords high, ready to strike with deadly precision. Her form is a study in controlled power, every muscle coiled and ready to unleash its force. The man raises his shield, bracing for the impact as Lee Chae-young's attack descends. The force of the blow sends him reeling, his eyes wide with shock as he crashes to the ground. Spitting insults, the man struggles to regain his footing, his face a mask of rage and frustration. The red energy barrier shimmers as it absorbs the initial assault. From behind it, a voice accuses someone of betrayal. The large man with the wooden staff continues his relentless assault. Each strike echoes with a resounding bang. The wooden staff slams against the barrier, the force of the impact visible in the air. Red sparks fly from the point of contact. The energy shield ripples, a concentrated point of defense against the repeated blows. The large man continues his assault, the ruined cityscape a stark backdrop to his efforts. He swings the staff again and again. Frustration mounts as the barrier holds. "Damn it!" he exclaims, the sound of the impact echoing his anger. Observing the assault, Ji Hyenwoo furrows his brow, questioning the barrier's resilience. How is he so strong? He wonders. The barrier continues to withstand the barrage. A voice from within mocks the attacker, asking if he is a turtle. The large man grits his teeth, remembering the shield's origin. He recalls that it was the highest rank item they got from Act 1, Scene 1. Despite his strength, the voice from within taunts him, stating that it will take hours to break through the defense. The large man continues his relentless assault against the seemingly impenetrable barrier, the ruined city looming in the background. He roars, a guttural challenge echoing as he unleashes another furious assault. The red energy shimmers, a visual testament to the barrier's resilience. Below, Lee Chae-young prepares to strike, her stance firm and unwavering. A soft, questioning murmur escapes her lips as she assesses the situation. The large man's expression shifts to disbelief, his brow furrowed in confusion. The red energy continues to flare, holding strong against the onslaught. Lee Chae-young's fist flies forward, a blur of motion and focused power. The sound of metal on metal rings out, a deafening clang that reverberates through the air. With acrobatic grace, Lee Chae-young flips backward, maintaining her balance. The clash continues, a whirlwind of motion as Lee Chae-young and the large man exchange blows. A sudden realization dawns, a critical moment hanging in the balance. The inner monologue reveals a strategy: exploit the momentary gaps in the opponent's defenses. She deflects the incoming blow, her weapon meeting the attackers with a resounding crash. Lee Chae-young declares that he has too many openings. Ji Hyun-woo, seeing an opportunity, shouts his agreement. He prepares to join the fray, his expression hardening with resolve. The leader's focus shifts. Ji Hyun-woo announces his intention to deal with the fatty first, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The large man reels from a sudden, brutal assault. Energy crackles around him as he absorbs the combined force of their attacks. Lee Chae-young presses the advantage, her movements a blur of controlled aggression. She moves with precision, aiming to exploit any weakness. A solid impact. Her foot connects, sending a shockwave through the large man's body. The force of the blow is palpable. A desperate plea echoes through the air. The demand for surrender hangs heavy, a challenge and a threat combined. The large man is brought to his knees, overwhelmed by the coordinated assault. Ji Hyun-woo stands over him, shield raised, ready to strike. The clash of weapons rings out again, a cacophony of steel on steel. A final warning is issued: surrender or face death. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of motion and force. Two onlookers express their bewilderment, questioning why the large man refuses to yield against such overwhelming odds. One of the onlookers comments on Lee Chae-young's skill, while the other predicts a grim outcome for the stubborn fighter. The end seems inevitable. Despite her skill, a detached voice observes that Lee Chae-young is not yet strong enough to face Sungil. She grips the large man, preparing for the final blow. A swift motion blurs the air, too fast to follow. She reels, a surge of energy crackling around her head. Turning, Lee Chae-young sees Ji Hyun-woo sprawled on the ground. The large man is sent flying backwards, crashing down hard. Ji Hyun-woo smirks, taunting. "Ha, what a cautious little girl. You finally let your guard down a little." Lee Chae-young's eyes widen in disbelief. In no way. This was all planned. Ji Hyun-woo's expression twists into a snarl. "Keep blocking like that. This lady is going to die." A surge of power emanates from the pair. Lee Chae-young grits her teeth, fury burning in her eyes. The red aura intensifies, a sign of impending doom. The large man has her now, holding her upside down as Ji Hyun-woo watches. The large man asks, his tone menacing, "Are you okay with that?" She had been so close, but now a new threat emerged. The man with the cleaver looks on in disbelief. From a nearby building, a group watches the unfolding events. One of them excitedly identifies the attack as Mr. Sungil's signature move. The air crackles with energy as the words "human caliber" flash across the scene, announcing the devastating technique. A figure is launched through the air with incredible force, colliding with the unfortunate Lee Chae-young. Another man, witnessing the brutal attack, can only exclaim in shock and disbelief at the sheer power displayed. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area, the sound of the attack echoing like thunder. A desperate plea for surrender rings out, but it is too late. The situation has spiraled out of control. The battle is over. Lee Chae-young lies defeated amidst the rubble. As one of the observers notes, she caused trouble in the West. Meanwhile, new character Large Man, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, continues to run, seemingly pleased with the outcome. Ji Hyun-woo is greeted by an associate, who stammers a greeting, acknowledging him as Sir. The associate awaits further instructions, his expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he awaits his fate. Ji Hyun-woo warns his classmate not to act like they know him in the future, hinting at a complex history. Footsteps echo through the unknown space. The sound grows louder as the figure moves forward. A sudden brutal strike pierces through him. He plummets from the sky, his fall seemingly endless. Skeletal figures advance, their weapons raised. The man crashes to the ground. Is this the end? The monsters of the spire are everywhere. He steadies himself on a narrow spire, his expression grim. Has anyone successfully cleared the spire? A skeleton stands guard, its spear crackling with ominous energy. He flinches, bracing for the inevitable attack. The spear explodes through the skeleton, obliterating it. He looks up in horror, a skeletal hand reaching down towards him. A group stands silhouetted against the sky, one holding a torch aloft. The bald man shouts bullseye as he fires, while the woman below praises his aim. A voice booms, commanding them to wipe everyone out. The shield raid force charges forward, ready to engage the enemy. The sound of clattering echoes as someone falls to the ground. The sounds of cracking bones and slashing blades fill the air as the speaker wonders if they are hunting monsters. A man's face is contorted in a scream, his eyes wide with terror. Kong Jisung casts Cure Body, a wave of energy washing over him. One of the figures offers a shaky, thank you, as the other nods in acknowledgement. A figure steps forward, demanding to know where they are from. The response comes, they are from Area 58. He looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. One of the men reveals that they are from Area 12, identifying themselves as members of the Heavenly Sky Guild. The man's eyes widen, shocked that the rumors of the Heavenly Sky Guild are true. Many areas failed to clear the spire, and in those areas, monsters flowed out and dominated. The survivors gathered in areas that succeeded in clearing the spire, seeking safety in numbers. Among the survivors, the Heavenly Sky Guild, created in Area 12, possessed the strongest force and became a beacon of hope. A man begs the raid leader to accept him into their force, desperate for protection. The man declares he will do anything, having put his life on the line to find the Heavenly Sky Guild. He insists that although he may appear pitiful, he is strong in his own way. Ji Hyenwoo acknowledges that he wouldn't be any small fry since he survived and came all the way here. The leader of the Heavenly Sky Guild proposes a test, instructing the man to follow him. Ji Hyenwoo leads the way, followed by the man and several other members of the Heavenly Sky Guild. A voice echoes, laced with gratitude, from somewhere below. The aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, bodies strewn across the ground. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, the only one left standing. The man's face is contorted in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he mutters that it's impossible. Two figures stand overlooking the scene, one stating that their guild succeeded in clearing the spire. The speaker emphasizes that this was the guild's strongest raid group, now defeated. Kong Jisung argues that they were only up against two people, urging everyone to stop spilling blood. He demands the answer he wants to hear, questioning if they were defeated by just one person. Kong Jisung presses for the name of their leader, his expression intense. He hesitates, the name on the tip of his tongue, but unspoken. Kong Jisung stands with his sword drawn, questioning if the man will reveal the name or not. With a fierce cry, Sung Jingyu raises his sword high above his head, preparing to strike down at the unseen enemy below. The blade connects with a resounding clack, meeting the skeletal remains of his foes with a burst of purple energy. Again, the sword clashes against bone, the sound echoing through the cavern as Sung Jingyu continues his assault. With a final, desperate swing, Sung Jingyu unleashes a powerful blow, the force of which sends a shockwave through the air. The skeletons shatter under the force of his attacks, their bones clattering against the stone floor as they are reduced to dust. Elsewhere, a hand clad in dark fabric reaches into a pile of bones, fingers sifting through the remains in search of something specific. The man examines a small, blue gem, wondering aloud why he was told to gather these things and what purpose they serve. Sung Jingyu is praised for his skill by the unit leader, who watches from below with a satisfied expression. Sung Jingyu is congratulated by Comrade, a warrior clad in green armor, as the remains of the defeated skeletons litter the ground. A mark is scratched onto a wooden shield, signifying that the bearer is officially a member of the attack force. The mark, a simple square, is the symbol of the shield raid force, signifying that Sung Jingyu is now one of them. The wooden sign bears a lightning bolt, the mark of the Heavenly Sky Guild. As one of them now, entry into town will be easy. He is handed a wooden shield, but the man with black hair explains that there is a rule to follow inside. That rule: do not try to learn about the name Odin. The warning is clear and absolute. The man with long brown hair learns that this Odin is not the ruler, nor even in the town right now. The man with the sword and shield admits he's never personally seen Odin, either. The man with black hair warns him again, emphasizing that the guild master gave that order. The man with long brown hair questions the order, specifically asking about the guild master. The guild master is a woman named Lee Sua. She is also the gold raid leader, the president of the bank, and the chairwoman of commerce. Lee Sua has every title one could think of, so it's best not to get on her bad side. The man with long brown hair looks shocked by this revelation of Lee Sua's power. The man with black hair smirks, stating that was his first reaction as well. The speaker assures that he'll know what he's talking about at the town. The man is pressed for information, specifically the name of their leader. The response is hesitant, confirming that she does indeed call herself Mary. Another man questions if they even know their own leader. Two men exclaim that they have finally found her, confirming they know her well. Someone believes the man being questioned is lying, and that Mary will return in a few hours. The man with long brown hair is told to come this way, as this is where the people from Area 100 are located, the only reason they came so far. A rumor circulates about a Korean female, a member of the Awakener Association, who instantly united the 10 areas around here. The woman stands on a platform, and someone thinks that Wu Yonhee would have no reason to talk about the Awakener Association. Considering she's impersonating Mary, the man with long brown hair thinks their leader probably isn't part of the Awakener Association either, and he'll be pissed if this ends up being nothing. Since he's a guest of their leader, he is offered food while waiting. Someone exclaims, "What the hell?" He stares, mouth agape, as he exclaims how long it has been since he's tasted ramen. The civilian, man male long hair, praises Odin, saying his woman is amazing and that not even a few hundred magic stones would be enough for ramen in their town. He tells Wang Tai-jin to enjoy it while it's in front of him. A voice calls out, requesting soju as well. Wang Tai-jin, his expression serious, tells the man that he knows they have soju. A voice asks how he knew. The civilian, man male long hair, smiles, telling Wang Tai-jin that his senses are pretty amazing. A man asks how many people there are. Another man replies that there are just two, as footsteps approach. Wang Tai-jin sits amidst shattered glass, remarking that the attack was enough to knock out an elephant. A man lies on the ground, unconscious. A voice says that they won't be able to get up for the time being. A woman with short black hair and piercing eyes states that they really came here to find them, calling them bastards. Wang Tai-jin realizes that it's that woman. He narrows his eyes, a grim resolve hardening his features. The mysterious woman casts her spell, unleashing Odin's wrath. Bolts of blue lightning erupt around the woman and her targets. The raw power of the spell crackles as it strikes the ground. He pushes himself up, rising to meet the threat head-on. The mysterious woman stands amidst the fallen, the devastating spell leaving chaos in its wake. A flicker of surprise crosses her face, a momentary lapse in her composure. The woman reveals that she used an insignia, implying she also ate. Wang Tai-jin's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he prepares to fight. Wang Tai-jin is told that he looks strong, but is being careful, and is asked if he has fought the Awakener Association before. The mysterious woman's eyes widen slightly, a hint of unease flickering across her face. The woman asks why, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. A disembodied voice wonders about an ally, then concludes they are likely dead. The mysterious woman vehemently declares that there's no way she would have let someone like that live. The narrative shifts to a man with long brown hair, as a text box states he might not have been like that from the start. The mysterious woman comforts a man with black hair, as a text box states that the long-haired man had a sense of justice. The text box continues, stating that he lost sleep on days when he needed to kill people for the greater good, but after a certain point. The narrative cuts to a demonic figure with glowing red eyes, as a text box declares that he turned into a demon. The long-haired man sits in a chair, surrounded by blood and corpses, as the text box states he killed people for even the smallest mistakes. The mysterious woman walks through a scene of carnage, as the text box states he did all sorts of horrible things in the name of leadership. The mysterious woman stands over the long-haired man's corpse, as the text box states the cheers were louder than when they cleared the spire when he died. The mysterious woman states that something he said to them was a problem, revealing that she is part of Tomorrow, one of the World Awakener Association's two major organizations. The text box states that as they have kept this secret together for a long time, the bonds between their allies are also strong, and when the areas become connected, they will meet again. The mysterious woman warns someone to be sure not to act up before them, implying that if he's that civic ally. She stands, arms crossed, declaring that her enemies won't listen. She prepares to summon 12 faceless stone statues. A powerful force descends upon hooded figures, the ground shaking with the impact. The force continues its assault, striking down another hooded figure with immense power. The figures stand on a platform connected to the Temple of the Dead, the ones guarding the final boss. Wang Tai-jin looks up, thinking about the skeleton dragon, the divine relic the boss was protecting. The force unleashed is too much for the enemies, as the mysterious woman casts tail upon him on. The enemies are overwhelmed by the attack, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. Debris and energy swirl as the force continues to obliterate everything in its path. The scene blurs with the intensity of the attack, the enemies unable to withstand the power. Pure energy crackles, a testament to the overwhelming force being unleashed. Wang Tai-jin watches with a determined expression, assessing the situation before him. Wang Tai-jin realizes that she is still looking for a chance to retaliate amidst all the chaos. The air crackles with displaced energy as the mysterious woman stands amidst the destruction. Whispers spread, claiming she single-handedly united the 10 surrounding areas under her banner. Wang Tai-jin's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on an unseen target. "Why did you kill them?" he demands. The mysterious woman pauses, her stance unwavering amidst the chaos. "Is that important?" she asks, her tone laced with indifference. Wang Tai-jin's gaze pierces through the debris, his resolve firm. He declares, "I don't accept just anyone into my team." A close-up reveals a character's clenched jaw, the word grit emphasizing their determination. A voice echoes, filled with resentment. That guy was like the devil to us. The speaker accuses the World Awakener Association of exploiting them. The mysterious woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing as she questions. But is this how things are going to be? Wang Taijin lowers his head slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. I'll apologize for that, he murmurs, acknowledging the unseen consequences. A figure confronts Wang Taijin, their voice laced with accusation. Don't act like you don't know. I heard that your bonds are strong. A sudden realization dawns, cutting through the tension. Wait, a voice exclaims, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The mysterious woman's gaze intensifies, her question directed at an unknown individual. Are you not part of tomorrow? There's a quest that needs to be completed. Wang Taiji notes that there isn't a reward box, but there are a lot of points. The mysterious woman states that 500,000 points is the minimum, enough to open a master box. She continues, saying that he would have enjoyed a lot of things after obtaining power and authority. The mysterious woman declares that Wang Taijin is still only at the level of a child. The disembodied voice warns that even the things he's enjoying now can be taken from him at any time. The voice continues, asking what happened to him in the past. The mysterious woman wonders aloud how many skills and items he has. The voice says that he can reach a world incomparable to where he's at right now. Wang Taijin stands amidst the fiery scene, his hand outstretched, ready to grasp the power. The voice speaks of a world with the name of a god. The voice asks if he isn't curious. Wang Taijin smirks, calling someone brat. The edit to the reward system increased the number of survivors, but there was still an unresolved problem. People became complacent in the economic system that was created. These people avoided combat and lived lives no different from ordinary people. What is needed is an army of strong, motivated awakeners who can face the 7 demon kings and their forces. To make things easier, the man faces a horde of demons, his sword raised and ready to strike. The system needs to be quickly edited to give them a reason to fight. If the gap between combatants increases, their desire to catch up will ultimately be destroyed. Shin Gyunga declares that she is a close-quarters combatant. The diagram shows 1 healer and 2 damage dealers. Snoring loudly, the man sleeps soundly. The man continues to snore, oblivious to the world around him. A bit more, he thinks as he slumbers on. He realizes he ended up sleeping pretty deeply. Someone asks if he is awake. The man looks up, a question forming on his lips as he wonders who is addressing him. Shin Gyunga faces him, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she warns him not to try and intimidate her, just because he's older. Shin Gyunga continues, reminding him that since she led all the raids on the spire, she could be even older than him, Mr. Sungil. Mr. Sungil's eyes widen, surprised by the woman's statement. He repeats her words, questioning if he heard correctly. Shin Gyunga tilts her head slightly, her expression unreadable as she simply asks, why? Mr. Sungil waves his hand dismissively, assuring her that it's not a problem at all. He admits that being called Mr. by a younger lady makes him feel a certain way, though he doesn't elaborate further. Mr. Sungil addresses the group, telling them to save the pleasantries for later and to move out. Shin Gyunga looks towards someone out of frame, inquiring if they're going. Elsewhere, a man with black hair and a smirk states their destination, Area 12. The crowd gathers before a towering structure, their voices a chorus of excitement. One man hoists a grotesque, fish-like creature high above the throng. The murmurs of the crowd fade as a large man, a heavy weapon slung over his shoulder, strides forward with a woman. Their arrival seems to quell the boisterous atmosphere. The large man warns someone not to keep up their act, lest they fall out of their shoes. His expression is stern, a hint of amusement playing at the corner of his lips. A group of onlookers stand in a room, their attention fixed on something unseen. A man seated in the foreground seems to be the focus of their collective gaze. A voice declares that this is a bank, and that it has been a while, Sua. The words hang in the air, a statement of fact and a hint of reunion. Lee Sua stands before a group of people, holding papers in her hand. Her expression is a mix of surprise and anticipation, as if she's about to make an important announcement. The woman states that they use magic stones like money. Her eyes are wide, as if revealing a secret that changes everything. Lee Sua seems to recognize someone, uttering the name, Gyunga. Her voice is soft, laced with a mixture of disbelief and hope. A large man spins a woman around, her expression a mixture of confusion and delight. The world blurs around them as they whirl in a dizzying dance. The woman cries out, so her face is filled with a raw, unfiltered emotion, a culmination of years of longing and separation. Lee Sua and the woman embrace, their faces beaming with joy. The reunion is a moment of pure, unadulterated happiness, a testament to the enduring power of friendship. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Shin Gyunga was Lee Sua's younger friend. The city lights twinkle below, mirroring the warmth of their reunion. She is respected by Gyunga, who naturally followed her into finance. Lee Sua explains that Odin was a Telestar investment before. She asks if Shin Gyunga knows how big of a fan she is of Jessica. Lee Sua thinks she might be able to meet Jessica through him, lost in thought. Shin Gyung interjects, stating that Sua, that's not the problem. The World Awakener Association is divided into two organizations, Tomorrow and Revolution. Lee Sua explains that Odin is a part of Revolution, her expression serious. The leader of Revolution is someone Shin Gyunga might know better. Lee Sua reveals that it's Joshua von Carrion. Lee Sua asks if Shin Gyung understands, explaining that Odin is part of Joshua's faction. The Carrion group emerged greater after the fall of Goldstein and Rothschild, Lee Sua explains. Odin is connected to the leader of that family, and always suffered in society because he took the wrong sides, but got the best lifeline. Wang Taijin is determined to not be elite this time. A woman dangles precariously from a thick, golden rope, exclaiming her amazement and devotion. Meanwhile, two men stand in front of a building bathed in a sinister red light, their expressions suggesting a tense conversation. The man with the shoulder guard hears a tapping sound and turns his head, a confused expression on his face. The man behind him demands to know if his eyes are just for show, his tone sharp and accusatory. A close-up reveals a badge with a lightning bolt symbol on the man's chest, glowing with a faint light. The man cries out as he is struck by the miracle raid force, the impact visualized by a burst of energy. The man who delivered the blow warns his companion to be careful, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The man with the shoulder guard retorts that even though they have a bank, they don't have a court in this world. The man with the badge smiles, remarking that the attack sounded pretty cool and that he moved up in life thanks to a good skill tree. A close-up of the man's chest reveals the badge again, as he thinks to himself that his time in PC bangs was not in vain. An older man with glasses salutes the man with the badge, telling him that he has put in a word for him. The man with the badge acknowledges the older man's words, saying, okay, and good work. He reflects on the strange turns of fate, remembering a lawyer now bowing before him. A voice cuts through the air, offering an apology for being late, the speaker unseen. A man in a leopard print robe leans back, inquiring if that person has returned. The man is Kong Jinam, raid leader of the Miracle Raid Force. The man states that the woman he returned with is named Shin Gyunga, and she possesses a full set of C rank and above equipment. Kong Jinam is told that she didn't seem nervous at all. The man continues, noting that they brought in a big shot from somewhere, and he needs to introduce himself to Odin soon. He says he'll try, prompting Kong Jinam to repeat the word as a question. The man's face contorts in fear as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Kong Jinam encourages him to try, adding a sinister ha to his words. Cracking sounds fill the air as the man falls to the ground, begging for forgiveness and promising to contact him right now. Meanwhile, the man flees, running away from Kong Jinam. The man's frustration boils over, a curse escaping his lips. He grits his teeth, the thought of getting closer to the class filling him with dread. The rumors surrounding the protagonist, Wang Taijin, have reached insane levels. He is known as the strongest in the Heavenly Sky Guild, with powerful figures under his command. Wang Taijin is cold-hearted, dealing swiftly with anyone he dislikes, or so they say. The man with long black hair warns someone not to act like they know him in the future. The man with short brown hair gulps, suggesting they waste some time and head back. A screen displays a message for Awakeners, asking if they have waited long, as a guide expresses worry about being forgotten. The man with short brown hair expresses that he doesn't want to. A winged character thanks everyone who has reached the final scene, something they've been hoping for. The message is clear. The final scene of Act 1 has begun. The man with short brown hair wonders if it's finally going to end. The announcement rings out. The end of Act 1 has arrived. As the areas merged and the final 20,000 stood together, what did they think? Having prepared themselves through the earlier scenes, they now face a greater challenge. The enemies they face are aggressive and brutal creatures, ready to strike. These creatures have completed their preparations to destroy everything precious. They have formed an army, a unified force of destruction and chaos. In this final scene, they will confront that army, a battle for survival. The final scene mirrors the wave they faced before, but the army is far stronger now. The objective is clear: defeat Commander Cheapos and his personal army. These will be fearsome beings, unlike anything they could have imagined. Those who have completed the earlier scenes must now fight them as one. The stage is set for a final, desperate battle against overwhelming odds. Wang Taijin stands, a blue grid of light projected before him, displaying complex data and schematics. The information pulses with an otherworldly energy. He looks down at the gate, a grim determination etched on his face. The implications of the information sink in. Wang Taijin declares that he will manage Gate 2, but acknowledges that defending the remaining 22 gates won't be easy. The unseen commander orders at least 5 raid units per gate, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on the room. The woman with short black hair explains that they'll be created around the elite forces, her expression serious. A man in a green jacket instructs 2 others to aim for the top-ranking bonuses. The man with long brown hair states that there's a hidden item that needs to be acquired during the final scene of Act 1, and orders them to clear that area, but then tells them to wait. The woman with short black hair, looking surprised, asks if she wasn't supposed to go with him. The man with long brown hair tells her to do as she's told, and that she's not supposed to talk back to Odin. The man with long brown hair tells the woman with short black hair that it's not her business, and that he joined this group to work with Odin. Wang Taijin looks down, seemingly lost in thought. The man with long brown hair tells Wang Taijin that the stage he's looking for is the one after this, and to think about it while he experiences this final scene. Wang Taijin looks up, considering whether he truly wants to get on that stage, and if his resolution is unchanged even after this. Wang Taijin looks down again, determined to go together until the end. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying. He plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The archer releases his arrow, his companion shouting encouragement to kill them all. A close-up reveals a face contorted in either pain or fury. Confusion clouds his vision, a question mark materializing before his eyes. A monstrous roar echoes as the fiery creature unleashes its fury. The figure slashes downwards with a sword, the sound of impact reverberating. A fierce exchange unfolds as the two figures clash, the sounds of battle filling the air. The man cries out, questioning the appearance of the two fiery monsters. The monster-like figure begs for salvation amidst the chaos. The demonic figure stands poised with a sword, ready to strike. His eyes widen in shock, the intensity of the moment etched on his face. The figure moves with blinding speed, sword in hand, a blur of motion. Streaks of pink and purple energy distort the air. The energy intensifies, leaving streaks of red in its wake. A monstrous face emerges from the swirling chaos. The air crackles with raw power. A voice echoes, filled with dread. These bastards are on a completely different level. A quest notification appears. Kill the commander, rank B. The voice continues, stating that they're much stronger. The monstrous commander stands tall, a towering figure of destruction. A notification promises rewards for victory, but another voice screams for retreat. Panic sets in as the man with long brown hair shouts that a commander is here. Li Sua's eyes widen in terror. Another man's face contorts in disbelief and fear. With a resounding swoosh, a winged figure descends from above. The group stares upward, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. One wonders what they are seeing, while another questions if it's a dragon. Nearby, two other men share the same dread. They realize they are caught between a commander and a dragon, and one of them declares that they are doomed. The commander, clad in a trench coat, gazes down upon the scene. His expression is cold, his command ringing out, "Incinerate them." His hand remains at his side, ready to unleash further destruction upon those who dare oppose him. A dark figure looms, crackling with red energy, a harbinger of the devastation to come. The commander stands atop a massive white dragon, a symbol of overwhelming power and impending doom. The dragon's maw glows with intense energy, preparing to unleash a devastating blast upon its targets. A beam of pure energy erupts from the dragon's mouth, a searing torrent of destruction aimed at the earth below. The beam intensifies as it hurtles downward, a concentrated force of annihilation. The ground is vaporized as the beam makes contact, the air itself crackling with raw power. The group below can only watch in horror as the inevitable destruction bears down upon them. An explosion of unimaginable force rips through the landscape, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. A swirling vortex of raw power engulfs everything in its path. The force of the blast sends bodies flying through the air, their screams echoing. Amidst the chaos, a figure wielding an axe is wreathed in crackling energy. The energy intensifies, a blinding display of otherworldly power. A monstrous roar tears through the air as a hulking beast materializes. Wang Taijin steels himself, his gaze fixed on the unfolding horror. A concentrated beam of energy hurtles down from above. The dark-haired man drinking watches as the monstrous creature plummets towards him. The edge of a massive axe gleams, ready to strike. Standing atop a skeletal structure, Wang Taijin prepares to meet the descending horror head-on. Another beam of energy streaks across the battlefield. The monstrous creature's eyes burn with savage intent, its fangs bared. The monstrous creature looms, its fanged maw open in a silent roar. A disembodied voice echoes, commanding someone to remember something vital. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, a warrior's resolve hardening his gaze. The monstrous creature stands tall, identified as the killer of someone's race. He raises his weapon high, a question hanging in the air. Are these the humans? A system message congratulates someone for completing the Kill the Commander quest, announcing the commander's death to the army. The army's strength and morale have fallen significantly, according to another system message. The man urges someone to deal with the small fries, his expression intense. One man wonders aloud if the dragon was on their side, questioning who the figure truly is. A system message declares that a challenger box will be given as the first bonus. A creature flies through the air, its form partially obscured by streaks of energy. Wang Taijin considers that while the box is good, something else is more important, wondering if Sun Gil has completed his mission. He stands atop the skeletal dragon, its form a stark contrast against the dark sky. Wang Taijin hopes the information gleaned from his memories proves correct. The air rushes past, the sound of flapping echoing through the desolate landscape. The journey continues, though doubt lingers. Even if the information is right, the flapping intensifies, the scale of the beast becoming apparent as it navigates the terrain. The destination remains unseen, but the journey presses onward. High above, the dragon-like creature soars through a cavernous space, its silhouette a fleeting shadow against the distant, textured walls. Below, a monstrous figure lurks, its multiple eyes glowing with an eerie light. It wonders aloud if Odin is present. A hand emerges, holding a glowing item identified as the divine artifact of Kshippos. This artifact holds the concentrated power of Kshippos' army and can set a return destination. The mission is complete. The aftermath of battle is evident, with blood splattered across the scene. A status window displays rank S and cooldown 7 days, indicating the item's power and limitations. Even after obtaining an S-rank item, Quan Sungil hands it over without greed. He's praised as an honest man. Meanwhile, rain falls on a ruined cityscape, the buildings scarred and broken. The world is in disarray, reflecting the battles fought within it. Amidst the destruction, a figure carries another through the debris-strewn streets. The weight of the world and the person heavy on their shoulders. Although everyone was beaten and tired from the battle, Li Sua and Xing Yunga didn't change their minds. They stand resolute, side by side. Since the return stone and party members are now ready, a voice calls out, commanding someone to come out. The stage is set for the next act. Wang Taijin looks down, a question forming in his mind. He glances upward, realizing they've entered a level system. The system dictates that to advance from F rank to S rank, each rank must be raised by 100 points. The system's creator plans to change every 5 points into one Awakener level to simplify stat tracking. The stats are displayed, showing level 98 with Vitality, Strength, Dexterity, and Perception scores. Since 5 stat points aren't difficult to obtain, they will continue to level up. The continued chain of messages will ignite their motivation, pushing them forward. The system also wishes to implement proficiency into skills and traits, allowing for natural growth. Wang Taijin listens intently, understanding this is the core point. Nothing major will change. It's just editing the display of power that the system is lending. He wonders if that will truly be the case, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The fairy-like creature expresses concern that Awakeners will forget their thankfulness for the system. A voice expresses frustration, suggesting that power should be naturally obtained, not fought for. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the system. The system's purpose is questioned. Is it merely to increase devotion to itself, or to prevent humanity's extinction? A fairy-like creature watches as the system activates a challenger status, indicating a new quest is available. A quest notification appears, a solemn challenge too. The objective is to assassinate someone. The reward for the quest is displayed. Edit authority over the rank and proficiency systems, along with implementation points. Wang Taijin expresses his disappointment, expecting a more difficult quest than what has been presented. The quest target is revealed to be the Backlon King, raising the stakes considerably. The system indicates that they are now moving to the quest location, guided by the fairy-like creature. A message of good luck appears, offering encouragement for the upcoming challenge. Wang Taijin, accompanied by 2 other figures, acknowledges that they should be fine since they are part of the Elite Four. A system effect intensifies, signaling the beginning of the quest. A system notification flashes. Wu Yonhee has joined the party. The party members are confused, wondering what is happening. The system indicates that the group is moving to the quest location, bathed in an ethereal blue light. A message of good luck appears as the man stands ready, arms crossed, prepared for what lies ahead. A sudden flash illuminates the surroundings. The system announces that Wu Yonhee has joined the party. Confusion ripples through the group. Eyes widen in disbelief. A soft W escapes his lips, barely audible. He mutters, "What?" His expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Another flash of light. 2 figures stand together, the newcomer's arrival still a mystery. She stands amidst swirling blue energy, gazing upwards with a neutral expression. The strange energy gathers around her legs, solidifying into glowing bands. The energy intensifies, a vortex of light and unknown power surrounding her. Wu Yonhee's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Wang Taijin's hand shoots out, grabbing her before anything else can happen. He holds her close, but she is limp in his arms. Wang Taijin is angry that she joined the party. A surge of protectiveness rises within him. He didn't want her involved in a dangerous quest. Wang Taijin wonders how this could have happened, as he's always been wary of these feelings. He looks down at her, concern etched on his face as he holds her close. Suddenly, a message appears before him. He got a quest. Wang Taijin smiles, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. A figure stands in a flash of light, a quest connected to him. He stands with Wu Yonhee, surrounded by figures glowing with an ethereal light. The man with long brown hair asks if they are group members, his expression questioning. The man's face is shown in a close-up as he says, "Aha, so you're Mary?" The man with short brown hair introduces himself, stating that he has heard a lot about her, and that he is Quan Sungil. The woman with short black hair and red eyes says that it looks like he favored him. A hand is shown as the woman with short black hair and red eyes says that Quan can call her Mary. Li Sua, the woman with short black hair and red eyes, and the man with short brown hair are shown. The woman with short black hair and red eyes says that she will be watching him. The woman with short black hair and red eyes smiles. The woman with short black hair and red eyes thinks about the best lifeline. Li Sua looks concerned. Li Sua, the woman with short black hair and red eyes, and the man with short brown hair are shown. She tells Li Sua to wait there, as Wang Taijin continues to walk forward. Li Sua, Wu Yonhee, and the man shiver, the air thick with an unseen dread. The man mutters that he can tell she's Odin's girl. Li Sua and Wu Yonhee look on with concern, sweat dripping down their faces. A voice calls out, questioning if it's Gyunga. Suddenly, a fist, glowing red, connects with Li Sua's face, the sound echoing. Li Sua and Wu Yonhee are shocked, question marks appearing around them. Wu Yonhee cradles Li Sua's head, while the man demands to know what she is doing. Wu Yonhee reassures them that she didn't put any strength into it, wondering just what that woman is. Li Sua is awake, Wu Yonhee pointing out that she woke up. Li Sua wonders if she's Odin's woman. Wu Yonhee claims to have never heard of her, asking how much Li Sua knows about her. The man tells him not to ask him that, admitting he got pretty spooked too. Li Sua, standing beside Shin Gyunga, declares that Wu Yonhee will be part of their team going forward. The bespectacled woman states her need to know as much as she possibly can, questioning if they are on the same team. A man with short brown hair looks on with a concerned expression, his brow furrowed. Two figures stand in the distance, one telling the other that she dreams too big, chuckling to himself. A disembodied voice asks if the listener can't tell after seeing her. The man from panel 3 declares that the three of them will be the one team. Li Sua and the man from panel 3 stand together, the man stating that there is too big of a gap between them and others. Two figures stand in the distance, one stating that Quan Sungil is fine, but Li Sua and Shin Gyunga are not. A voice narrates that while training Wu Yonhee, they sometimes looked forward to her becoming something like this, but after seeing her change state, they feel differently. A man with black hair asks how someone joined the party. A man with brown hair states that he approached someone a long time ago because of a life quest Wu Yonhee had. He stands before a store, a handwritten sign posted nearby. It reads, "Not a son who owe a town supermarket." A disembodied voice echoes, a directive from the system itself. It demands assistance for a designated individual. Li Sua stands beside Wang Taijin, the mission's details still unclear. She admits she didn't understand the quest purpose. Li Sua explains that she had almost forgotten about it, but a chain quest appeared, telling her to help him. Wang Taijin voices his unease, sensing something amiss with the system. He feels it's slowly being changed. Wang Taijin states that he is the one going, his expression determined despite the uncertainty of the situation. The system's influence is undeniable. The quest, they realize, is intrinsically linked to the system's machinations. Li Sua's expression shifts to understanding. She states that she understands the situation. Li Sua explains that after the system changed, many more Awakeners survived in her area than she expected. Li Sua's expression is thoughtful as she considers the implications of the system's changes and their impact. Wang Taijin notes that the system is making the Awakeners stronger, his tone laced with concern. Li Sua wonders if letting more of them survive is a good thing, her expression questioning. She looks up, a troubled expression on her face as she considers the implications of the Awakeners' transformations. The girl's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her features as she processes the information. The weight of the situation seems to press down on her. She thinks to herself that the situation is difficult and the people are traitors. She offers a quick apology, understanding dawning in her eyes as she acknowledges the other person's perspective. Li Sua strokes her chin thoughtfully, considering the situation with a measured gaze, as she says that she will begin a briefing. The girl acknowledges that she understands why the others were tested so harshly and that the world is full of trash. The girl states that they can't make it with just the two of them, and that's why the World Awakener Association was created to control people like them. She pleads that they might make many mistakes, but asks that the people she brought with her not be pushed away. Wang Taijin and Li Sua stand in the foreground, as Li Sua states that she will begin the briefing. She tells him to get it through his head that everyone's lives are on the line here. Meanwhile, Li Sua, Wang Taijin, and Man Male Longhair stand together. Someone says to be sure to remember it. Many foreign races exist, each with its own unique characteristics and appearances, as shown by the two creatures depicted. Each race has its own dimension it calls home. However, one thing's the same for all of them. The text explains that they worship the 7 demon kings. Their gods, the 7 demon kings, exist as the most elite beings, directly affecting the civilizations of their worshippers. Among the 7 demon kings, the Backlon core worship Doom Arkuda. High-ranking members like the commanders receive the authority of Doom Arkuda directly. So fighting the entire Backlon army on their home ground is suicide. Wang Taijin states that the only way to kill the Backlon king is to force the king into a one-on-one fight. The man with black hair explains the plan to the group. The group listens intently to Wang Taijin's explanation. Wang Taijin says he will now hand out the equipment they can use. The protagonist calls out, Quan Sungil, Li Sua, Xing Yunga. In that order, come forward. A man presents A-rank items, urging the others to take a look. She walks forward with Wang Taijin, as someone says that Odin didn't drag them here for nothing. A booming voice declares allegiance to their leader, Odin, while another voice questions what's happening. Xing Yunga speaks to the man beside her, stating that since Ms. Mary is here, she doesn't need to worry about this quest. The man asks Xing Yunga if she can see who is next to him, his expression one of concern. It's Ms. Mary, who tells someone to tell her what Mary is. The man from before asks for the details, wondering what's happening now, but is told that he's being rude to Ms. Mary. A voice demands that someone get on with it, the lower half of their body visible. Ms. Mary wonders if she is to describe her expression one of contemplation. A man with a floral shirt stands with his hand raised to his face, a smirk on his face. The man from the previous panel is described as having a cool mustache who might like to surf. The man with black hair demands to know what Mary looks like, pressing for every detail. The woman considers the request, wondering what to do next. Xing Yunga steels herself, preparing to describe Mary. She begins, describing a dashing young man. The description continues, focusing on his cool mustache. Elsewhere, the group pauses, wondering what is happening. Xing Yunga joined the party to get the spoils, but she didn't have the resolve for death. The man with black hair questions why she messed with her mind, adding that he'll revert it if he went too far. The man with the mustache wonders if it isn't better to leave it as it is, for Xing Yunga's sake as well. The man with black hair looks down, labeled as second evil. In exchange for not having any forces of her own, she enjoyed controlling the other forces on the battlefield as her toys. A figure stands amidst the fallen, described as a brutal demon who annihilated a powerful force. The text reveals that the speaker doesn't know who she was, but learned she was a woman thanks to First Evil's slip of the tongue. The text states that because of this, First Evil nearly died many times as a figure sits in the background. The text describes the being who needed to disappear as much as First Evil, stating there's no way Wu Yonhee is Second Evil. The man with black hair looks distressed, hand to his forehead. The text says he also has First Evil's trait, plus Second Virtue and Fourth Virtue skills. The text reads, but if in the future, against a purple background, a woman with short brown hair looks forward. The text says she really does become like Second Evil. This panel displays the title card for the series, Past Life Returner, Episode 81. 10 days later, a desert landscape stretches out under a pale sky. A man stands in the desert, saying, "Oops, I fell behind again." A minotaur's head is visible from behind, its horns curving upward. The minotaur's shaggy fur and massive frame fill the panel, its presence imposing. The force of the blow sends vibrations through the air. The minotaur roars, its massive maw open wide. Kong Jinam and the beast clash, energy crackling around them. The minotaur, enraged, curses his opponent. "You damn cowheads!" Kong Jinam grits his teeth, declaring that he is not the only one with strength. The sound of impact echoes as the minotaur absorbs a blow. Kong Jinam's fist connects, driving into the minotaur's thick hide. The minotaur cries out, calling for Sua. With a resounding bang, Kong Jinam follows up with a kick, calling out, "Lil Sua, where are?" A faint voice responds, its location unclear. "You? Over here." Xing Yunga watches the battle unfold, her expression unreadable. Kong Jinam prepares another strike, the air whistling as he throws a punch. The minotaur's face fills the vision, its yellow eyes burning with rage. A brutal strike blurs into existence, a crimson flash of violence. The minotaur's face contorts in pain as red streaks slash across its visage. Xing Yunga cries out, the sound of her voice echoing in the chamber. Kong Jinam's voice booms, furious that she left his side. Kong Jinam gestures wildly, scolding Xing Yunga for her disobedience as the battle rages on. Xing Yunga, eyes wide with alarm, points urgently, shouting a warning to Kong Jinam. The minotaur advances, each step a thunderous boom that shakes the very ground. Kong Jinam, undeterred, prepares to meet the minotaur's charge head-on. The minotaur's eyes glow with fury as it unleashes another savage attack. A spray of blood erupts as the Minotaur's attack finds its mark. Kang Jinam and Shin Gyunga are both stunned by the ferocity of the assault. A figure plummets through the air, arms outstretched, blades in hand. The falling figure descends rapidly, the ground rushing up to meet him. A voice echoes, addressing someone named Mr. Sungil, remarking that he has seen some dramas in his lifetime. Below, a pair of legs stand firm, the scene around them blurred with motion. Shin Gyunga and Kang Jinam stand together, the sound of a tap resonating nearby. Mary stands confidently, a gleaming knife held in her hand, a sinister smile playing on her lips. The sound of laughter fills the air, echoing with a chilling ho 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 ho. Kang Jinam listens intently as Shin Gyunga observes that Mary doesn't know fear because her brain is messed up. Shin Gyunga continues, noting that Mary has been down ever since they met up with Odin's woman. Shin Gyunga reflects that even though Mary schemed a lot before, it was better than whatever this is now. Kang Jinam, his expression grim, hears Shin Gyunga state that his role is going to be more important from now on as everything is all gone. Shin Gyunga asks if Mary is also a healer like her, awaiting a response. The man in armor wonders aloud if Mary was able to reattach the broken limb so easily. Lee Sua, her brow furrowed with concern, seems to respond to the man's question, though her words are obscured. The man in armor shields his eyes, gazing upward, as Lee Sua looks in the same direction, questioning how someone could be like that. An unseen observer reacts with surprise. The camera pans across a rocky landscape. Lightning crackles around a figure high above the ground. The figure is engulfed in a storm of blue lightning. A monstrous figure is struck by a powerful blow, blood spraying. The attack lands with a resounding clang. The man in armor explains that they weren't falling behind, but were merely bait, as expected of the Odin couple. The man continues, comparing killing monsters to going on a date for them, while Lee Sua listens intently. The man in armor grabs Lee Sua's face, telling her that if a sparrow tries to walk like a stork, it'll break its legs, and warns her not to look over her shoulder. She is suddenly pulled into an embrace by Kang Jinam, who declares he will be the one to protect her. Lee Sua, caught off guard, stammers, questioning his actions. A voice booms out, telling her not to get too flustered, though the speaker remains unseen. Kang Jinam, his expression serious, tells someone to do their best to stay by him, his words carrying a weight of expectation. Shin Gyunga descends from above, declaring that they can't just sit around, her tone suggesting impatience and a desire for action. Kang Jinam's face contorts in a yell, his expression fierce as he prepares for whatever lies ahead, with Lee Sua standing behind him. The air crackles with energy as a charge echoes, signaling an imminent surge of power or a headlong rush in a battle. For 2 months, they have continued to battle while moving for over 1,500 kilometers. As the stat started to reach the level he was at before his reset, Wu Yonhee seemed very proud. From above, Kang Jinam's voice rings out, reminding someone that he told them to trust him, his word a mix of reassurance and command. The relentless journey has taken its toll. The other members are exhausted, their bodies weary from constant battle and travel. The black-haired man suggests they spend the night there, revealing that it's their first maintenance break in 5 days, a welcome respite from their arduous journey. Lee Sua approaches Mary, asking how she should raise her stats, acknowledging that they have experienced significant growth as well during their travels. Kang Jinam watches as Lee Sua speaks with the black-haired man, his expression unreadable as he observes their interaction from a distance. The dark-haired man emphasizes the importance of treating Mary with respect, stating she is senior to others in ways they can't imagine. Kwon Sung-gil expresses his annoyance at being called Lady Boss, seemingly offended by the title. One figure questions if that is what they decided to call her, while another responds that it's not bad. The dark-haired man states that Mary is older than the other person, prompting a confused reaction. Kwon Sung-gil seems to accept the information about Mary's age, stating that it's still good. Kwon Sung-gil continues to express his displeasure, exclaiming that he didn't call someone younger than him boss. A diagram illustrates the relationships between Lady Boss, Mr. Sung-gil, Brat, and Lilsa, with question marks indicating uncertainty. Kwon Sung-gil gestures, stating that the names are all over the place, perhaps referring to the confusing relationships. Kwon Sung-gil asks Lee Sua to call him Appa, mentioning that Shin Gyunga always calls him Mr. Sung-gil. Lee Sua pauses, then agrees to call Kwon Sung-gil Appa, though her expression seems hesitant. Lee Sua complies, calling Kwon Sung-gil Appa with a slight smile. The dark-haired man observes the scene, commenting that it is peaceful. He sits, legs outstretched, seemingly lost in thought as the conversation continues nearby. Kwon Sung-gil and Lee Sua sit together, the former looking at her with a gentle smile. Lee Sua shifts slightly, the sound of her movement echoing softly. Kwon Sung-gil seems to have a heart for her. A question hangs in the air, unspoken, as the implications of their feelings linger. Kwon Sung-gil notes that it has been quite a while since they got feelings for each other. He asks if she still doesn't allow any romantic feelings between teammates. Lee Suo's expression hardens slightly. She thinks to herself that this is dangerous and that she might get caught if this conversation continues. The losses outweigh the gains, she believes, as Kwon Sunjil's hand hovers near her own. Something catches Kwon Sunjil's attention, and he exclaims in surprise. The narrator states just how dangerous personal emotions are during combat, as Kwon Sungil and Lee Suo remain seated. Kwon Sungil thinks that he needs to keep this line between him and Yeonhee. Wang Taijin's expression is grim, as he thinks that they cannot become lovers. The tension hangs heavy in the air between Kwon Sungil and Lee Suo, the unspoken words creating a palpable divide. He stares ahead, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The word never blazes across his vision, an echo of his unwavering commitment. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outward. Fists collide with earth-shattering force. The impact reverberates through the very air. Two hulking figures grapple, each straining against the other's immense strength. Elsewhere, three figures stand on a rocky precipice, observing the distant struggle. One of the grappling figures pauses, momentarily distracted. What the? The large man in the center exclaims, "This is crazy," as he stares into the distance. Another voice echoes, filled with disbelief. "These damned cows." Before them lies a sprawling city, a testament to civilization amidst the chaos. The city bustles with activity, a hive of life and industry. The man observes the city, marveling at its existence. Built a city. He states that he can go in, but the others seem to disagree. Lee Suo and another woman listen intently. Wang Taijin is told that it is their last resort. He listens, his expression unreadable. Wang Taijin instructs the others to distract them from here. He warns them to be careful not to get surrounded if they end up going in. A disembodied voice declares that these guys need to become the anvil so that he can become the hammer to amplify fear. A billboard displays the text, "Hong Kong 400%, alongside a man's face, perhaps a symbol of economic anxiety. The text explains that when Hong Kong raised the interest rate to 400% overnight, Seoul broke from within, and that what they need right now is fear of the other. The fear created from the outskirts is spreading, a fiery omen against a backdrop of destruction. The text ominously declares that the fear will drag out the Backlon King. Wang Taijin stands with another man, stating that if he doesn't come out, the return stone will be used to engage in guerrilla warfare. A man looks up, his face contorted in shock as he exclaims, "WH what?" Another man looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asks what that eye is. Rumbling sounds fill the air as Wang Taijin looks up, his expression grim. A strange, eye-shaped symbol glows ominously in the sky above the city. A low rumble vibrates through the air, unseen but deeply felt. The eye-like symbol pulses with an intense, otherworldly light. A dark shape looms, and a realization begins to dawn. Wang Taijin's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the looming presence. The gaze of doom, Arkuda? A wave of red and purple energy washes over him. The power of doom, Arkuda, pressing down. The energy intensifies, the gaze of doom, Arkuda, piercing through his very being. The red and purple energy distorts the world around him, reality itself seeming to fray at the edges. The oppressive energy continues to bear down, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Wang Taijin clutches his head, the immense power causing him searing pain. "Damn it, my head!" He struggles against the overwhelming force, his expression a mask of pain and determination. A system message appears. Trait, Explorer, has activated, along with a hidden quest to worship Doom Arkuda, as the Backlon Corps prepares a sacrifice. The system announces the Backlons have completed their ceremony. A voice echoes, a mantra of worship for Doom Arkuda. Within the distorted reality, Lee Suo and another woman stand, red-eyed, as a lone figure kneels in the distance. The armored man's eyes widen, the words of worship hanging in the air. Lee Suo grits her teeth, a pained ugh escaping her lips. A figure reaches out, whispering the name Sunhu with concern. The brown-haired man clutches his head, a bewildered who, barely audible. The woman with short black hair looks on, questioning whether to intervene. Lee Suo stares ahead, her red eyes reflecting the encroaching chaos. The air vibrates, the sound of rumble echoing through the distorted space. The woman stands before the altar, the power of doom, Arkuda, resonating around her. A group advances, their footsteps echoing with a strange, repeated phrase. Lee Suo appears troubled, questioning who she should save from the unfolding chaos. Shin Gyunga considers the growth potential of others, ultimately focusing on Kwon Sungil. A figure looms, their thoughts echoing a desperate plea. Save Kwon Sungil. Kwon Sungil's expression is etched with worry as the strange words reverberate around him. The world seems to close in on Kwon Sungil, the chanting growing louder. Kwon Sungil's eyes widen in shock as the word worship hangs in the air. A heavy blow lands, sending Kwon Sung-gil crashing to the ground with a thud. Despite the attack, Kwon Sung-gil vows vengeance, a hidden quest completing. Kwon Sung-gil's authority resistance increases, a small victory amidst the chaos. Frustration boils over as Kwon Sung-gil struggles to comprehend the situation. Elsewhere, Lee Sua raises a gleaming knife, her intentions unknown. Two women stand tall, their figures looming over a man kneeling before them. Kwon Sung-gil's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares up in disbelief. A blur of motion fills the air as something streaks toward him. A nearby man yells a warning, his face contorted in alarm. Duck! Purple streaks of energy cut through the air, a deadly projectile hurtling forward. Lee Sua, her expression unreadable, throws a knife with deadly accuracy towards Kwon Sung-gil. The purple energy intensifies as the blade flies through the air. With a desperate lunge, Kwon Sung-gil throws himself out of the path of the oncoming knife. Shin Gyunga watches with a stern gaze, while Lee Sua's expression remains cold and detached. Lee Sua leaps into the air, her body a blur of motion as she pursues her target. The world seems to warp around her as she closes in. A voice cries out, stuttering her name in disbelief, El Lil Sua. Kwon Sung-gil hovers over the fallen form, his expression a mask of worry. A distorted image flashes, letters blurred beyond easy recognition. The city sprawls below, a vast expanse of buildings and streets, partially obscured by overlaid text. Shin Gyunga stumbles, her hand flying to her head as she struggles to maintain her balance. Kwon Sung-gil looks up, startled. Kwon Sung-gil's eyes widen, his concern deepening as he watches Shin Gyunga falter. He calls out, asking if the lady boss is all right, his voice laced with worry. Kwon Sung-gil remains kneeling, watching as Shin Gyunga stands unsteadily, trying to regain her composure. But her attempt fails, and Shin Gyunga collapses, falling prone onto the dusty ground. Shin Gyunga lies still, a faint groan escaping her lips as she struggles against the pain. Kwon Sung-gil stares down at her, his face etched with concern and a dawning realization of the severity of her condition. Even in her weakened state, Shin Gyunga acknowledges the power she faced, muttering about the 7 demon kings. Even though it only looked at them for a moment, the encounter had lasting consequences. Wang Taijin reflects on the recent events. He thinks that they would have been done for if that being appeared because of them. He notes they stumbled into the Backlands' great ceremony. The armored man looks on with concern. He wonders if there is hope for those two who were affected. The armored man is told that their mindscapes have been completely taken over, confirming his fears. Lee Sua covers her face, barely able to process what has happened. She acknowledges that she just barely survived as well. A surge of anger courses through Wang Taijin. The intensity of his emotions seems to crack the very air around him. Wang Taijin curses his weakness. Just because one of the 7 demon kings looked at them for a moment, it took 2 of his teammates from him. Despite the setback, Wang Taijin stands firm, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In the distance, the silhouettes of his fallen comrades remain. A voice echoes, lamenting the vast difference in power that still exists between them and their enemies. His fist clenches tighter, a visible sign of his resolve hardening in the face of adversity. He steels himself, thinking that there's no point in falling into despair, despite the grim situation. He considers Shin Gyunga's potential. Since she had incredible potential, she could return as a much more dangerous monster. The man in the distance stands resolute, a stark figure against the horizon. The man in the foreground is reminded that hesitation will lead to death. Sweat beads on the man's brow as he questions if they are starting. A voice responds with a simple, affirmative, yeah. The man with the glowing red eyes stares forward, a grim determination etched on his face. 2 figures stand behind him, ready. The order is given. They will follow Mary's orders. The words drag out, appear, hinting at a prolonged conflict. The words the king are displayed. Fifth Virtue and his gang were a peculiar group, standing ready to fight. They didn't progress on quests with good rewards, but instead went around hunting tricky enemies. There were people mad with bloodlust, but Fifth Virtue talked a lot about how he was only looking for safety. But at some point, he grew exponentially and was able to reach the level of the 8 evils and 8 virtues. And here in the land of the Backlan Corps, Wang Taijin understood, while fighting for survival, how Fifth Virtue was able to grow so quickly. Hidden Quest, Endless Fighting Spirit, has been completed, and Wang Taijin has acquired the trait, Passionate One. The trait that becomes stronger the more you fight, Passionate One. Wang Taijin is also a man who overcomes adversity, an explorer, one with the storm, a sensitive one, a challenger, and a gifted one. Passionate One, trait effect. Combat power grows over 5 stages in proportion to time spent fighting. Stage 1. 1 hour spent fighting, regeneration speed increases significantly. Stage 2. 1 hour after the end of Stage 1, activation rate of traits and items increases significantly. Stage 3. 1 hour after the end of Stage 2, physical and magical defense increases significantly. Stage 4. 1 hour after the end of Stage 3, low probability of skill cooldowns decreasing slightly. Stage 5. 1 hour after the end of Stage 4, defense recharge of all items increases slightly. Rank B0. Cooldown 2 days. With the addition of Passionate One, Wang Taijin filled in his 10 trait limit. It has the condition of while continuing to fight, as fifth virtue continues to fight in the wasteland. He was known for his incredible performance during large-scale battles. In the fights to come, Wang Taijin and his Passionate One trait would be crucial. A dark power emanated from the figure. He would instill unforgettable fear into the backlands. Wang Taijin's expression was unreadable. A skeleton dragon loomed. Meanwhile, someone declared they were fine, even if treated like a combat slave, and didn't mind being left behind if they weren't needed. The large man with the club, Quan Sun-gil, offered himself up. He told Xingyunga to use him as she saw fit. Quan Sun-gil clasped his hands together, begging Xingyunga to see him in a good light. He pleaded for light, hoping that if she looked upon him favorably, he could trust her with all his being and finally have some hope. Xingyunga thought to herself that he was a funny man. She appears resolute, though the thought filling her heart is not fear of death. The man's heart glows with power, a palpable energy radiating from his chest. He thinks, we need to win so that everyone can live. Xingyunga, her eyes glowing, reflects on her sensitivity to the monster's killing intent while fighting. The man's heart continues to pulse, the sound echoing in his ears. He thinks, but let's connect with this side this time. Xingyunga stands alongside Quan Sun-gil, her expression unreadable as she asks, are you ready? The man, looking up, responds with a determined why yes. He acknowledges Xingyunga, calling her lady. A purple dragon descends from above, its form radiating power, as it is called boss. A city skyline looms in the background, a promise of a future where we'll all live together. Meanwhile, two figures run towards an unknown destination, a dark premonition hanging in the air, and we'll all die together. A minotaur-like figure stands in a rustic setting, its expression unreadable. The minotaur-like figure's face is shown in detail, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A wall, seemingly mundane, stands as a silent observer to the unfolding events. He seems to be questioning something, a large question mark hovering near his face. The minotaur-like figure's brow furrows, his golden eyes narrowed in thought. Suddenly, a torrent of purple energy erupts, streaking through the air with blinding speed. The energy slams into a figure, the impact shrouded in a cloud of dark smoke and light. The barrage continues, each strike of energy accompanied by a deafening roar. From below, the assault seems inescapable, a storm of destruction raining down. The fifth virtue's expression shifts again, now displaying a look of utter confusion. A wave of crimson energy explodes outward, a stark contrast to the previous assault. The figure is now engulfed in the red energy, slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The red energy pulses, a destructive force tearing through everything in its path. The fifth virtue's eyes widen, a bewildered moo escaping his lips. His confusion intensifies, culminating in a bellowing, incredulous moo. A lone figure stands atop a towering building, the wind howling. The figure raises a horn to its lips, a deep bellow echoing out. The sound tears through the air, a deafening flap, as something massive takes flight. A skeletal dragon descends, its form wreathed in dark energy. The horn, still raised, seems to be the source of the dragon's summoning. With a resounding clang and crack, the dragon's power intensifies, infused with purple energy. The skeletal dragon crashes through a building, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact resonates with a deep woo, shaking the very foundations. Wang Taijin stands amidst the chaos, enveloped in a similar purple energy. He receives a system notification. Skeleton dragon worshipped even by the undying has been added to your inventory. The dark-haired man drinking stands firm, ready for what comes next. The plan was to instill fear with the skeleton dragon, saving its power. The king likely possessed an item of similar strength. He stood, a faint purple aura surrounding him as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. The sound of flapping wings echoed as a wyvern knight soared through the sky. More wyvern knights joined the first, their leathery wings beating in unison against the air. The air vibrated with the booming sound of approaching forces, a sign of the dungeon's formidable defenses. A closer view revealed the faces of the wyvern knights, their expressions grim and determined. The rumble of wings grew louder as the wyvern knights descended, filling the sky with their presence. Below, the city stood fortified, defended by both wyvern knights and Backlon elite troops, ready for any assault. Wang Taijin gazed upon the assembled forces, a silent assessment of the challenges ahead. Even the high-ranking sorcerer unit was present, making it clear that this could now be considered an S-rank dungeon. Wang Taijin's expression hardened, realizing that this dungeon was incomparable to the Declan's territory. Meanwhile, a wyvern knight roared, a flash of light accompanying its powerful cry, signaling the start of the battle. He grips the staff tightly, preparing for the challenges ahead. The wyvern knights advance, weaving through rings of ethereal energy. The formation of wyvern knights presses forward, an organized wave of aerial assault. A system notification appears. Passionate One Stage 1 has activated. He stands ready as another notification flashes. Sensitive One has activated. The system announces that Gifted One has activated, and his trait ranks have changed. Wang Taijin's eye reflects a surge of power. This is a little different, he thinks. Energy erupts around him, a visible manifestation of his heightened abilities. A figure watches, observing the surge of power emanating from Wang Taijin. A sense of heightened awareness washes over him. He can feel it. The wyvern knights continue their advance, undeterred by the display of power. The surge of power expands, encompassing the entire world around him. He grips the staff tightly, its radiant light pushing back the encroaching darkness. A voice echoes, laced with desperation. Someone is trying to kill him. He casts Devi's sword, channeling raw power into a focused attack. The protagonist Wang Taijin is now completely enveloped in a fierce, golden aura. A monstrous head descends slowly, its gaping maw promising destruction. The beast looms larger, a rider barely visible on its back as it closes in. Wang Taijin casts Odin's Wrath, calling down the storm's fury. He faces the overwhelming odds, unflinching in the face of adversity. The S-rank Backlon core clashes against the monstrous horde, a desperate battle unfolding. Alone, he stands against the onslaught, the storm raging around him. Without any items, without the man who overcomes, the creatures fall from the sky. The dragon-like creatures plummet, overwhelmed by the power of one who overcomes adversity. The city looms, its structures framed by crackling, azure energy. A winged, dragon-like silhouette descends, wreathed in the strange power. The energy intensifies, swirling around the buildings. Debris and dust motes dance in the air, caught in the chaotic currents. Monstrous figures surge amidst the blue energy. A voice echoes, laced with a chilling realization. Looks like I've become a monster, too. A deafening bellow echoes through the halls, shaking the very foundations of the structure. A horde of minotaur-like creatures advances, their eyes glowing with an ominous light as they prepare to charge. The monstrous roar intensifies, a sonic boom that reverberates through the air. One of the minotaurs pauses, its glowing eyes widening in apparent confusion. The minotaur's head snaps to the side, a guttural snip echoing as something slices through the air. A crimson spray erupts as one of the minotaurs is struck, the force of the blow staggering the beast. Another minotaur reacts with stunned disbelief, its eyes wide with shock. The remaining minotaurs bellow in rage and confusion, their formation faltering. The minotaur's eyes glow with fury as it prepares to retaliate, its teeth bared in a savage snarl. A flash of red streaks across the panel as another minotaur falls, a fatal wound marking its demise. The secret to the attacks is revealed. By changing her target each time, she uses them as her swords and shields. The red energy blades move with blinding speed, slicing through the minotaur. A figure plummets through the air, caught in the deadly crossfire of the energy blades. The man below watches the scene unfold, realizing the attacks are actually one at a time. He thinks he can end up like those cowheads. The man with the minotaur head looks on, concerned by the display of skill. He thinks that Lady Boss Mary's skill is pretty brutal. He is visibly confused, a large question mark appearing beside his head. A gleaming knife is shown in close-up, its blade reflecting the light. A woman stands amidst swirling energy, the knife held firmly in her hand. The man with the minotaur head looks down, a sudden realization dawning on his face. Lee Suo's eyes glow with power as she prepares to strike, thinking that she looks nice and sexy. The man with the minotaur head looks increasingly nervous, wondering if this is too much. A leg is raised, poised for a powerful kick. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air. Blurs of motion fill the air, each strike echoing with raw power. She descends, a whirlwind of limbs and focused intent, ready to strike. Kwon Sungil meets her assault head-on, his weapon a blur of motion. He braces himself, the impact promising to be earth-shattering. The force of her attack makes Kwon Sungil cry out, sweat beading on his brow. He wonders if they're really going through with this fight. The sound of the collision echoes as Kwon Sungil's weapon connects. The force of the blow sends Lee Suo flying backwards, gasping for air. Kwon Sungil prepares for another strike, the air vibrating with anticipation. Lee Suo tumbles through the air, unable to regain her footing. The impact resonates, a testament to the power behind the blow. Kwon Sungil stands ready, his weapon poised for the next attack. Lee Sua lies on the ground, her expression a mix of pain and defiance. Her thoughts echo with a desperate promise, a vow to survive together. Kwon Sung-gil looks down, his face grim as he declares what a team is supposed to be. His inner voice screams for her to regain control, to fight back against whatever is influencing her. Lee Sua, still on the ground, looks up at him, questioning if he intends to end her life. Her eyes glow with an ominous light, a sign of the dark power taking hold. Her legs tense, preparing to unleash a swift and deadly attack. Kwon Sung-gil crosses his arms, red energy crackling around him as he prepares to defend himself. The air crackles with the sound of clashing energy. Kwon Sung-gil grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face as he struggles against her assault. Lee Sua raises her sword high, the blade poised to strike, her mind consumed by dark intent. The final blow is about to fall. She descends, a crimson blade of pure energy arcing towards Kwon Sung-gil. The air crackles as the blade slices through it, a silent promise of destruction. The red glow intensifies, the weapon hurtling towards its target with terrifying speed. Kwon Sung-gil raises his arm, intercepting the blade with a desperate block. A hand reaches out, as if hoping she could be saved by something like that. The man looks on, his expression a mix of concern and helplessness. He thinks he would have done it already. Tears stream down Lee Sua's face as she pleads, her voice strained, begging Kwon Sung-gil to trust her. Her eyes glow with a malevolent red light, and she declares that there's no way. The dark power continues to corrupt her, twisting her from the inside out. Kwon Sung-gil's face hardens with resolve. He declares that it's not anymore. Warnings flash, indicating that the binding roots of death continue to affect her, and that the Backlon brown poison must be cleansed. He stands defiant against the towering figure, a horned helmet casting a shadow over his face. A warning flashes, biophobia is weakening him, and the effects of Sensitive One have disappeared, leaving him vulnerable. With a fierce cry, Kwon Sung-gil throws himself into the fray, a desperate attack. The effects of Gifted One vanish, leaving him to rely on his raw strength and skill. But then, Passionate One activates, increasing his physical and magical resistances. A surge of power courses through Kwon Sung-gil's arm, preparing him for the next blow. The battle blurs into a frenzy of motion, a whirlwind of strikes and parries. Despite the setbacks, Kwon Sung-gil grits his teeth, realizing there's still a wyvern left to defeat. One of the monstrous figures swings a massive axe, aiming to cleave him in two. The force of the impact sends several of the smaller enemies flying, ragdolls in the wake of destruction. Now, monstrous strength activates, promising a brutal increase in power. He lunges at the wyvern, ready to unleash his newfound strength. He roars, muscles bulging as he brings his axe down. Kong Jinam stands amidst the carnage, but a warning flashes. The binding roots of death are weakening. The axe descends, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The blade hurtles towards its target, promising destruction. The impact reverberates, a violent shockwave erupting outward. Blood explodes in a crimson spray, painting the scene with gore. Kwon Sung-gil is drenched, the aftermath of his brutal strike evident. Kong Jinam recoils, a guttural roar escaping his throat. The force of the blow cracks the air, a deafening sound. Monstrous strength has been activated, empowering the man who overcomes adversity. The system confirms the activation of the skill. A new effect takes hold. The moment he can no longer fight, his skills and stats will increase. He reels from the attack, blood dripping from his face as the word drop hangs ominously above him. A system message appears, detailing the effect, greatly increased regeneration and a complete nullification of pain for its duration. Another message clarifies that all negative effects currently affecting him will be cleansed by the surge of power. Energy crackles around Kong Jinam, the raw power of the effect visibly taking hold. The energy explodes outward, a wave of force emanating from Kong Jinam's body with a resounding DOM. The system displays the effect specifications, a formidable rank A, with a duration of 2 hours. The cleansing energy cascades down, washing over Kong Jinam and purging any lingering ailments. Kong Jinam's expression remains hidden in shadow, but the city skyline reflects in the energy surrounding him. His red eye glows intensely, a pinpoint of light amidst the encroaching darkness. A low rumble emanates from him, a physical manifestation of the power surging within. The rumble intensifies as Kong Jinam's face becomes visible, a sinister smile spreading across his features. The rumbling grows into a deafening roar, the monstrous strength now fully unleashed. The city lies in ruins, the air thick with the echoes of battle. The ground is soaked with blood, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. System messages appear, displaying the duration of certain effects. Will the king emerge? Wang Taijin stands amidst the carnage, another figure visible behind him. The cost of victory is evident. His chest rises and falls, a testament to the exertion of the recent battle. Kwon Sung-gil, battered and bruised, believes he now has a chance, empowered by a trait called Fist Destroyer. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, sensing a shift in the balance of power. Elsewhere, a dragon and its smaller kin soar through the sky, their presence ominous. Wang Taijin recalls a warning. When the challenge quest activates, do not try to jump in. The Backlon King is revealed to be the king of his species and the greatest warrior among his kind. A colossal, armored figure stands imposing, a testament to the Backlon King's might. The system displays the Backlon King's stats, revealing his immense physical and magical defenses. The dragon, which cuts through the Great Plains, has sworn servitude to the Backlon King. Rank S, total physical defense, 135,000. Total magical defense, 120,000. A hidden quest to prove himself has been created. The system announces a hidden quest. Prove. The Backlon King has waited forever for an opponent like him, having always proven himself. The quest. Defeat the Backlon King with a reward of a chain quest. Birth of Doom Man. Upon failure, the Backlon King will receive the opportunity. A strange pattern glows, hinting at the power at stake in this challenge. The words Doom Man appear amidst the splatter of blood, a grim omen of what is to come. The system displays a distorted message, hinting at the chaos unleashed by the birth of Doom Man. Wang Taijin stands shirtless, bloodied, and breathing heavily, the weight of the challenge settling upon him. A red haze surrounds the words. What nonsense is this? Expressing the protagonist's disbelief and frustration. Doom Arkuda watches on with interest, observing the unfolding events with a detached curiosity. A cosmic entity looms, its presence a silent testament to the grand scale of the conflict. A fist, armored and ready, hurtles forward with incredible speed. The fist continues its trajectory, leaving a trail of purple energy. The Backlon King, a monstrous figure with horns and red eyes, braces for impact. The armored fist draws closer, the purple energy intensifying. Wang Taijin's face is a mask of determination as he throws the punch. The fist continues its relentless path, the air crackling with power. The fist is about to connect, the moment of impact imminent. The purple energy explodes outward, a sign of the devastating force unleashed. The king is struck, blood splattering as he's sent flying backward from the force of Wang Taijin's blow. Debris and dust fill the air as the impact tears through the surroundings. The Backlon King crashes through the environment, a testament to the power of the strike. He is sent hurtling backward, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. The Backlon King is caught, but the force of the blow is undeniable, leaving his face a crimson mask. Stone and blood explode outwards, a testament to the raw power unleashed in the arena. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with a fierce determination. His muscles tense, coiling like a spring ready to unleash again. The Backlon King is reeling, blood spraying as he struggles to regain his footing amidst the shattered arena floor. Wang Taijin stands firm, his stance unwavering amidst the destruction he has wrought. The arena floor lies in ruins, a mosaic of broken stone and shattered hopes. A surge of power gathers in Wang Taijin's fist, crackling with emerald energy. The green energy intensifies, flowing up his arm like a living current. The power continues to build, preparing for another strike. Wang Taijin roars, the unleashed energy mirroring his burning resolve. The Backlon King reels from the blow, blood spraying from his body. He quickly retreats, putting distance between himself and the enraged king. A burst of speed carries him away. The Backlon King's eyes burn with fury. Wang Taijin gathers energy, flames erupting from his outstretched hand. The king prepares his own assault. A torrent of fire erupts from the Backlon King's maw. The flames engulf everything in their path. Meanwhile, Wang Taijin soars through the air, a fiery aura surrounding him. Below, the city sprawls, unaware of the impending doom. He descends rapidly, a blazing comet streaking across the sky. The city erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. The system has been edited. The system's edits have prompted the man with black hair to reflect on his training. He wonders why he needed to train first, since everything started at F rank. The man with black hair finds the changes intuitive, saying it should have been like this from the start. He notes that the display wasn't the only thing that changed, as a second man looks on. Another voice confirms the changes, noting that even without boxes, the ranks of skills and traits are still present. He suggests that they should now refer to them as proficiency. The idea is presented that they can raise their level. The man with short brown hair looks concerned, stating that they can't. A voice orders everyone to get generally organized and ready to head out. Ji Hyenwoo, clad in armor, stands tall with a large, spiked weapon in hand, while another man looks at his phone in the background. A screen displays Ji Hyenwoo's stats, level 246, platinum, with high vitality, strength, dexterity, and perception. He seems pleased with his progress. A close-up reveals a confident smile. Someone remarks that there probably aren't many others out there with stats like his. The word drip is displayed prominently. The word drip is displayed against a backdrop of bare trees. A notification indicates that a challenger-specific quest and a hidden quest have been completed. A man lies prone on the ground. Na-sun's stats are displayed, showing his level as 482, a challenger on his second try, along with vitality, strength, dexterity, and perception. The challenger quest continues, and Na-sun declares that he's back, ready to face whatever challenges await him in the Birth of Doom Man questline. The words Birth of Doom Man are displayed in stylized text, hinting at the nature and scope of the challenges ahead. The text elaborates on the power of Doom Chaos, describing it as limitless and capable of lifting those who prove their worth to the same level as those it has nurtured. The quest is revealed. Reach level 561. The reward is a chain quest, Birth of Doom Man, promising further trials and tribulations. The words Birth of Doom Man are displayed again, reinforcing the importance and central theme of the ongoing quest. The reason the Challenger quest was so brutal is revealed as Na-sun sits, contemplating that someone is trying to recruit him as the 8th Demon King. A system prompt appears, asking if he will use contribution to cancel the quest, with a requirement of 10,000 contribution points. He thinks to himself that this system seems a little stupid, questioning the logic behind the quest and its requirements. Na-sun reflects on how the system reset his contribution when he started his second try, adding to his frustration with the quest's mechanics. He decides that even if he had that much contribution, there's no reason to cancel this quest, showing his determination to proceed despite the challenges. Na-sun resolves that if he can just stop the invasion of the 7 Demon Kings, he will, answering with a resolute sure. He contemplates the power he could wield, the potential to become the Doom Man. The man with long black hair stands over his defeated opponent, the battle clearly concluded. A surge of energy emanates outward, a name echoing within it, Wu Yonhee. The message pulses with light, a silent communication attempting to break through. The energy signature indicates the presence of high-level awakeners, their power resonating. The system explains that he can use an ability similar to telepathy to communicate with others. At his current level, the man with long black hair believes his reach should be pretty far. Na-sun wonders if this should be the place they set as their return point with the return stone, questioning if the system played a trick on them again. The activation effect of the man who overcomes adversity has been cancelled. A figure plummets downwards, the world a blur around him as he falls through the air. A resounding thud echoes as the falling figure impacts the ground with brutal force. When he woke again, Kwon Sun-gil was standing right in front of him, his expression unreadable. He lay prone, a system message hovering above him. A dominated human female had been removed from the party. The message reiterated that Lee Sua and Shin Gyunga were unable to return with them. Nearby, Na-sun likely saw the same messages. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. Footsteps approached, the source unknown. A man with a staff approached, questioning their identities. The man urged them to ignore him, claiming it would be better for everyone involved. A flicker of recognition sparked within the man who had been lying on the ground. Another man called out, addressing the staff-wielding man as Mr. Sun-gil. Jisung greeted the man, expressing his relief at seeing him. Jisung asked Kwon Sun-gil to check his leg for something. The man realized that if Kwon Sun-gil was present, the man next to him must be someone significant. Na-sun's expression remained unreadable, his gaze intense. Ji Hyenwood demands to know where someone has been, upset that they didn't say anything. He introduces himself as the unit leader of the Heavenly Sky Guild Shield. Kwon Sun-gil says that it's an honor for him to meet Odin. Na-sun asks how long it has been since they disappeared. Na-sun states that it has been a little over 6 months. A similar amount of time flowed here, but Ji Hyenwood wonders why it is so random. Ji Hyenwood says that they'll be staying here for a bit. Someone tells Ji Hyenwood not to bother them, and Ji Hyenwood responds that he understands. Ji Hyenwood says that he'll relay this to the guild as well. Ji Hyenwood announces to everyone that they're going back. Area 15 is Odin's area. Jisung says that he grew a lot, too, and that his leg got fixed in no time. The group begins to walk away. Rain falls on a somber group, their expressions reflecting the grim atmosphere. The group stands, their feet planted firmly on the ground, awaiting an unknown fate. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he stares forward. A man questions another, the tension palpable as they stand in the rain. Which unit are you from? A voice declares that they didn't make one, as they are going to disband after this job. The man in the patterned shirt asks, what do you mean by that? The man states that among the 25 people in their attack unit, 20 are clients, and they wanted to scrounge together the small number of magic stones they had. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he listens intently. A commanding voice orders, arrest them all. The group is apprehended, their pleas for release falling on deaf ears. Please let us go." A hand strikes a surface repeatedly, the sound echoing in the space. The tapping continues, a rhythmic pulse in the tense atmosphere. One of the men states that they needed to restrict units from using the hunting grounds without permission. Another man counters that a few of the noble ones kept opposing the restriction. A man sits cross-legged, listening intently to the ongoing discussion. A woman reclines, observing the proceedings with a calm demeanor. The meeting of the Heavenly Sky Guild's 10-unit leaders is underway, and one man asks what they're going to do now. A man in the group comments that those who should live while doing odd jobs have gone mad, saying they'll try leveling up. The reclining woman suggests regulating the hunting grounds and raising the new unit application fee to 20 times the original amount. The woman continues, stating that they won't go against their duties if they do, referring to the ones below them. A man listens intently, his expression unreadable as the discussion unfolds. Unit leader Lee is reminded that they are in public, despite the ongoing discussion about guild members. The man in the leopard print jacket, eyes narrowed, demands respect from those around him. He believes their past efforts are at risk. His muscular chest is bare beneath the open jacket, a silent testament to his power and the stability he claims to have established. A figure recounts past events, mentioning the territory war against the Ilsung Guild and other crises where the organization overcame disasters with unity. The man in the leopard print jacket listens, his expression hardening as he absorbs the information being presented to him. His fist clenches, a subtle display of the tension building within him as he declares it's time to come together again. Another man, clad in blue armor, voices his disagreement, accusing the others of trying to control the public to maintain their power. He states he cannot simply sit and listen. The armored man's stance is firm, his hand resting near the buckle of his belt, a subtle indication of his readiness to act. A third man, with a worried expression, argues that the public is a group who cannot live without their protection. The man in blue armor looks away, frustrated that he can't get through to the others, his expression a mix of disappointment and resolve. He instructs them to send him a message when they come to a decision, indicating that he will still follow it, despite his disagreement. With each step, the armored man makes his opposition clear. He counts his vote as against their proposal. Meanwhile, the man in blue armor walks away, leaving the others to their decision, his departure signaling a clear division within the group. He is told that he is late and asked to sit down. The man in the leopard print jacket sits cross-legged, listening to the unseen speaker. The man states that he met Odin in the Western Village in Area 15. A large purple question mark and exclamation point fill the panel. The man with the leopard print jacket says he didn't see Lee Sua or Xingyunga. A man with short blonde hair looks up with a surprised expression. A woman lies down, and it is revealed that it was just Odin and Kwon Sungil. The woman with the gold armbands and headpiece looks up with a questioning expression. The man with the leopard print jacket looks surprised. A close-up of a man's face reveals that they cannot come here. The blonde-haired man states that the Heavenly Sky Guild only exists right now because of them. It is stated that if not for them, they would have already been taken over by the Ilsung Guild. Wang Taijin states that the Heavenly Sky Guild is not the same. The group agrees that Odin is definitely a scary person to contend with. Two men are in discussion, their faces etched with concern as they speak. Ju Pansuk, Gold Unit Leader and Magic Stone Bank President, sits in contemplation. One of the men states that everyone should know he was originally from Area 12. Ju Pansuk's expression is serious as he asks for their trust in this matter. The group discusses that Odin doesn't care about their positions, but there's a high probability. Ju Pansuk stands, stating that Odin will send someone to deal with the situation. One of the men comments that Odin knows how to enjoy authority properly. The group states that they have a justification to stop them, as a man stands over bodies with an axe. Ju Pansuk's face is grave as he states that Odin killed or forced the leaders of Area 12. For what he is seeing, Ju Pansuk believes a few among them will end up meeting Odin. He argues that the matter shouldn't even be put to a vote. The unseen speaker declares that they can't give up Lee Sua's position now, after all the effort it took to obtain it. The man with the stern expression states that if there are any other opinions, he will make the decision himself. The Heavenly Sky Guild declares their presence. The text urges the audience to reject the Odin group. The word Odin appears in a stylized speech bubble. Someone exclaims, "Odin," and then states that they have found something. A hand grips a green bottle, its label stained with what appears to be blood. The bottle is labeled its. Two men stand in a desolate landscape, one holding the bottle as he declares that perception is the best way to let go of the sense of loss. Someone spent the entire night going around the boundary of the settlement. The dark-haired man listens as Kwon Sungil explains that he's gotten stronger since becoming an awakener. He adds that the special drink doesn't even touch his liver anymore. Kwon Sungil asks if the dark-haired man has seen his new trait, Fist Destroyer. He says he wants to know more about it. Kwon Sungil tells him that he can just look at it, stating that he's beyond that point now. Kwon Sungil tells him not to be a stranger, his expression one of slight amusement. The burly man gestures, inviting the dark-haired man to look at it all he wants. Kwon Sunjil's status screen appears, displaying the enlightenment skill, stating that he has perfectly seen through his target. The screen displays Kwon Sunjil's stats. Level 351, Diamond, Vitality 410, plus 10, Strength 509, plus 10, Dexterity 400, Perception 456, Experience Points 47,222/59,971, Attack Power 2,170, Physical Defense 10,000/10,000, Magical Defense 3,000/3,000, Trait 1 Skill 3, Insignia 0, Item 1. The screen displays the Fist Destroyer trait, ranked S. The effect states that while no weapons are equipped, base attack power is increased. Even without using a weapon, he will have the same power as if he had one equipped. Proficiency, LV.1, 25%, attack power, 609, plus 509. The dark-haired man is told that it's a trait that lets him fight barehanded as if he were holding an A-rank weapon. This will probably be his main fighting style now. The dark-haired man sits, stating that he's slowly getting things he can use. Kwon Sungil says he's a little worried about what happened to Lady Boss. He then asks how long they're going to wait here. The dark-haired man states that they will wait until tomorrow. Kwon Sungil asks if they're returning to the village tomorrow. He considers the task ahead, thinking that he should gather some magic stones beforehand. The forest looms, its bare trees reaching like skeletal fingers against the fading light. Standing atop a pile of defeated monsters, Kwon Sungil muses that it would be nice if he could find another bottle, though he knows it won't be easy. The big man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The forest remains silent, the bare branches stark against the sky. A group of figures, both human and monstrous, make their way through the woods, their footsteps echoing softly. Kwon Sunjil's brow furrows in confusion, wondering if there's a war or something happening nearby. Meanwhile, Ju Pansuk rides a skeletal horse, the sound of its hooves clicking against the ground. The skeletal horse continues its advance, its bone structure glowing faintly. Ju Pansuk's eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming, "Mr. Pansuk!" Kwon Sunjil's face lights up as he shouts, "Oh hey!" Ju Pansuk calls out to Kwon Sungil, greeting him by name. He looks up, grinning. Kwon Sungil congratulates someone on climbing the ranks and asks if they're the gold unit leader now. Ju Pansuk responds that things ended up that way. He then asks why Kwon Sungil is alone in this place. The armored man smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He tells Kwon Sungil that his confidence is impressive. Kwon Sungil, surprised, states that someone is in the village on the other side. He asks if there's a war. Ju Pansuk asks if he should help. He then questions if Kwon Sungil even knows who they are fighting. The armored man chuckles, telling someone not to sweat the small stuff. He boasts that with him around, even Odin won't have to do anything. Ju Pansuk, smiling, says that it's good, very good, seemingly pleased with himself and the situation. Kwon Sungil, looking surprised, states that a man without confidence is just a corpse, perhaps reflecting on Ju Pansuk's words. Kwon Sungil smiles, asking why Ju Pansuk keeps changing the subject. He then asks where he is going. Ju Pansuk remains silent, the bare trees behind him seeming to emphasize the gravity of the situation. The armored man stands tall, his expression unreadable as he looks down at someone. The other men behind him remain out of focus. Kwon Sunjil's eyes widen, his expression a mix of surprise and concern as he looks up at Ju Pansuk. He gazes upward, his expression unreadable as the weight of the conversation settles upon him. The unseen speaker looms, their words hanging heavy in the air like a gathering storm. Kwon Sungil is told that he is a wicked human in the end, and that he was warned. The unseen speaker continues, questioning Kwon Sungil about causing problems because of money. The unseen speaker wonders why Kwon Sungil was so greedy. Meanwhile, a man with a sword stands ready, surrounded by others, the sound of metal echoing in the air. The unseen speaker asks how big of a mistake Kwon Sungil is making now. Thanks to his career in the distribution industry, Ju Pansuk's calculations were quick, allowing him to thrive in the chaotic new world. While others hesitated, unsure of what to do, Ju Pansuk was the first to start gathering the magic stones that littered the ruined landscape. He also spearheaded the buying and selling of items in the market, quickly establishing himself as a key player in the new economy. When people were getting injured, he sold recovery items, and when large-scale battles occurred, he sold attack items, both at a higher price. Ju Pansuk's business was booming, and he was always looking for new ways to expand his reach and increase his profits. With his commerce, Ju Pansuk attained wealth beyond the domain of the Heavenly Sky Guild, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Although Odin was strong, quite a few Awakeners were capable after the final scene of Act 1, but the Heavenly Sky Guild was still a force to be reckoned with. Currently, the northern area had the Silsung Guild, and the southern area had the Heavenly Sky Guild. The Heavenly Sky Guild alone had over 20,000 Awakeners. Not even Odin should be able to fight this many people, a woman thinks, looking up at the chaos unfolding above. That's why a balance of power will be drawn at a manageable line. A man in armor observes, his expression grim. Is what I thought. Someone says as people are thrown through the air, caught in the crossfire. Figures are hurled through the air amidst the ongoing battle. Kwon Sunjil's skill, enlightenment, allows him to see through his target. Kwon Sunjil's stats are displayed, showing his high vitality, strength, dexterity, and perception. His attack power exceeds 2,000, a formidable amount. Ju Pansuk looks on in disbelief. Can someone really possess such power with his bare hands? Behind his shield, Ju Pansuk prepares for the inevitable onslaught. Ju Pansuk's physical defense is over 15,000, enough to block at least 6 hits, he believes. Kwon Sunjil's strike lands on the shield with a resounding bang. I told him not to get in the way, he shouts. The force of the blow reverberates through the shield. Kwon Sunjil's voice booms. Are you deaf? Another strike lands, and Kwon Sunjil curses, damn it. Ju Pansuk grits his teeth, bracing for another impact. Below, a woman with short brown hair stares up at Kwon Sunjil, brow furrowed. She demands to know why he isn't attacking. Above, Kwon Sunjil's face is a mask of shock, his eyes wide as he looks down at his opponent. He seems to be hesitating. The moment of hesitation is over. Kwon Sunjil's fist connects with Ju Pansuk. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The impact launches him into the air, a blur of motion against the backdrop. The force is clearly immense. Suddenly, a powerful force emanates as the word grab appears, signaling a shift in the unfolding events. A hand, glowing with energy, clamps down on Ju Pansuk's arm. The grip is firm, unyielding, and full of power. A man watches the scene unfold, his face etched with disbelief and confusion. He mutters, struggling to understand. Another man, partially obscured, addresses the audience directly. He asks if they're wondering why the woman is just standing there. A glimpse of a leg clad in green armor, a sword strapped to the side, hints at another player entering the fray. A voice booms out, promising revelation. Now you'll find out, it declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The aftermath of the brutal attack is visible, a bloody arm lying limp amidst the destruction. The battle has taken a heavy toll. He lies still, a pool of blood spreading around him. The man's face is pale, his eyes staring blankly ahead. A man watches in disbelief, his face etched with horror. Energy crackles around a clenched fist, ready to strike. Kwon Sunjil, splattered with blood, prepares to deliver a devastating blow. His face contorted in rage, Kwon Sunjil hears a voice taunting him. You tricked them, didn't you? A man with a sword stands before Kwon Sunjil, saying, What are you waiting for? Go all the way, you bastard. He thinks, damn it, I was going to use him as a hostage. The man with the sword apologizes to Kwon Sunjil, stating that he should have known when to step down. 2 men look up in fear, one stuttering, and Mr. Sunjil. The 2 men stand close together, fear etched on their faces. Kwon Sunjil, bloodied but defiant, raises his sword, knowing that at this rate, they'll have to fight Odin head-on. The man with the sword prepares to at least save face, thinking that after forming an alliance with the Ilsung Guild, they will fight Odin. He is bloodied and bruised, but Kwon Sunjil's rage burns bright. He shouts, demanding someone stand at the front lines. A man with his hands behind his head looks up, questioning why he would do such a thing. He continues, stating that he'll cut off someone's head, but he needs to give the guild members below him opportunities. Another man, blood dripping from his mouth, speaks of glory. He admits he didn't expect so much against the 10-unit leaders, and tells someone they can be proud. The man from the previous panel, his face contorted, tells someone to shut up. Then, a stark white panel displays a single, ominous word, goodbye. A close-up of a monstrous face reveals the speaker's identity. He roars the name, Kang Jisung. A warning flashes, duck. A wave of purple energy cuts through a crowd of people, their heads flying through the air. A severed head spins through the air, a look of shock frozen on its face. A body lies lifeless on the ground, surrounded by blood and the lingering trails of purple energy. Another victim is caught in the energy's path, their expression one of dawning horror. The purple energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of carnage and death. Figures in armor plummet from above, wreathed in crackling purple energy. A man looks up, disoriented by the sudden shift in gravity. He wonders aloud what is happening. A wet, heavy splash echoes through the air, a grim punctuation to the chaos. Kwon Sunjil stands over a fallen foe, his sword dripping. More enemies remain, closing in. Blood streaks across Kwon Sunjil's face as he glares down at someone. He declares that he left them. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks away from the carnage, disappearing into the fog-shrouded woods. 3 figures stand together, watching the unfolding events with growing concern. They must try. A man stares intently, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He demands to be convinced. The armored figures stand ready, their swords gleaming in the gloom. They are instructed not to kill all of them. A man's face is obscured by swirling energy, his features hidden in the haze. The 3 figures look up in dismay, realizing that this was all because of Ju Pansuk and Kong Kinum. Kong Kinum was worried about the balance of those below him fracturing, but he said if Odin returned, everything would crumble, fracturing below him. The two men stand in the dimly lit forest, observing the kneeling figures before them. One of the men states that after the system was adjusted, the heavenly sky meeting started. A close-up reveals a character's intense gaze, their eyes narrowed with anger. They recall talk of controlling hunting grounds and raising registration fees for new attack units. The character's anger intensifies as they think about those involved. The man in the background watches with a stern expression. The character questions if they know what he went through in the Backlon homeworld. He continues, stating that the system adjusted even after losing Lee Sua and Xing Yunga, and a few people here. Surrounded by crackling energy, the character recalls that they were scheming to destroy it all. The weight of the past seems to crush him. The character questions if they shouldn't kill those who were just following orders. The lightning crackles around him, reflecting his inner turmoil. His eyes glowing with power, the character declares that it won't be enough to convince him. The energy intensifies, a visible manifestation of his resolve. Elsewhere, a woman trembles, seemingly aware of the internal situation of the Heavenly Sky Guild. The weight of the information shakes her. A disembodied voice states that they were part of the general affairs. The context of the statement remains unclear. The scene shifts back to the forest, where the group is identified as the Gold Attack Unit satellite units. The atmosphere is tense, the air thick with anticipation. The man states that they are most active in engaging with the northern regions. He adds that he knows quite a few people from the Lilsung Guild. A disembodied voice declares that it will be needed when they go and talk to the King of the North. Blue lightning crackles around Quan Sungil as he receives the message, a warning that going north will likely not end with a simple conversation. The man with brown hair commands someone to send a message, stating that he wishes to speak with them, the Shin Ojian's forces. The message continues, stating that if they don't come to him, he will go to them, as the sound of hooves echoes in the background. Two figures ride skeletal horses through a dark, wooded area, the rhythmic clip-clop of their mounts filling the air. The message concludes with a grim warning. It won't end with a conversation then, the clip-clop of hooves growing louder. Inside a building, the sound of snoring fills the air, indicating someone is asleep nearby. A man in brown armor stands beside a skeletal horse, while another figure sits atop the skeletal mount, seemingly ready to depart. Meanwhile, a figure sits on a throne, draped in white cloth, seemingly deep in thought within a grand hall. The man in the blue jacket relays that that's all the message said, his expression unreadable. The man in the blue jacket continues, stating that they currently don't know Odin's intentions either, his face etched with worry. A desperate plea hangs in the air. Please understand, as red energy crackles ominously below. A gauntlet fist pulverizes stone, the force of the blow sending tremors through the unseen structure. The air crackles with purple energy, a low rumble echoing the destructive power unleashed. A figure looms, clad in a stark white helmet, its red eyes burning with cold intent. A figure stands wreathed in crackling energy, eyes burning with a crimson light. He declares that if they will not come to him, he will go to them. The energy intensifies, swirling around him as the figure vows that this will not end with mere conversation. The air crackles with barely contained power. The man in the blue jacket lowers his head, a troubled expression on his face. He relays that the message contained only a single line. The man in the blue jacket recalls that he used to run a cafe in Bupyeong. He is visibly disturbed by the implications of this knowledge. The man in the blue jacket speaks to a figure seated on a throne, questioning if only the Heavenly Sky Guild has spies. The figure's face is obscured. Elsewhere, the man in the blue jacket kneels before the figure on the throne, his head bowed in deference. The figure's helmet is visible. The man in the blue jacket wonders why it was called the Ilsung Guild. The name echoes in his mind, a puzzle he is trying to solve. The man in the blue jacket asks if the other person knows who he is, his expression a mix of apprehension and defiance. He awaits the answer with bated breath. The man in the blue jacket is told that there is no Korean who wouldn't know who he is. The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the man in the blue jacket looks at his phone, which identifies him as the wealthiest person in Korea, the young leader of the Ilsung group. The Ilsung building looms in the background. The name Lee Taehan is displayed prominently, as if a challenge has been issued. He states that this place isn't eternal, and asks if he will be helped when they return to the outside. The man promises something even Odin can't promise, both inside and outside. A gloved hand reaches out as a man is sent flying backwards, fear etched on his face. The man falling protests, questioning who they're trying to lead down to hell, and if they even know what he's going to say. The man with glasses states that it's because the other hasn't experienced Odin yet. The man states that before him, thousands of warriors couldn't even move their eyes to blink. Two men are shown falling, as it stated that the 10-unit leaders couldn't do anything. The falling men are covered in blood, as one of them says that even if it's unbelievable, they have to trust him. A bloody hand is shown, the scene implying a brutal struggle. Lee Tae-han stands before the man with glasses, stating that if he's thinking of going against someone like him, he's severely misunderstood. The man with glasses says that he has his sources of information, and that he's not going to do anything reckless. He appears troubled, a question hanging in the air, unspoken. A plea echoes a request for aid upon entering the Heavenly Sky Guild, intertwined with a vow to Odin. The man with glasses stares intently, his expression unreadable. A voice declares, encompassing everything, all of it. The title card appears, Past Life Returner, Episode 88, highlighting the three financial powerhouses of Korea. Among these giants, the Ilsung Group stood at the very pinnacle of power and influence. Ilsung was a global business, built on cutting-edge technologies, its reach extending far and wide. Lee Tae-han was born into this dynasty, the youngest of 5 siblings, 2 daughters, and 3 sons. Yet, even as an infant, he was deemed unworthy, denied the right to challenge for the seat of king. The order of succession was clear. Rather than the lesser brothers, the eldest daughter held all the authority. A gloved hand meticulously wipes down a surface, erasing any trace of what came before. An older man, tending to a plant, asks a pointed question. Are you disappointed? He looks up, concern etched on his face as he asks why his father stepped down. Lee Tae-han assures his father that he is still quite healthy, mentioning the GNL investment. The older man states that they now hold the majority share, his back turned to his son. The older man reveals he has consolidated all their shares under Lee Tae-han's sister. The older man's expression hardens as he declares that she won't be able to do much. Lee Tae-han is told that she'll need to do the best she can, and is asked if he knows how to grow the strongest. Lee Tae-han pauses, a question forming in his mind as he considers his father's words. The older man explains that it's by putting a catfish in the same pond, so they'll struggle as hard as they can to survive. A catfish swims in dark water, a predator in a confined space. Loaches are shown, packed together, building stress and tension within them. Lee Tae-han is addressed by his father, responding with a respectful, yes, father. The older man instructs him to go to the president's secretary's office from tomorrow, his eyes glowing red. The words echo in his mind, stay by your sister. He couldn't understand his father's intentions. Clack, clack. A figure in full armor rides a skeletal horse through a barren landscape. Clack, clack. The armored rider recalls a past victory. Ilsung ended up falling into his hands. Step. The road to Odin reminded him of 20 years ago, a time of great change. Step. When he first stepped into the secretary's office, the weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders. Step. A man sits on a crate, contemplating the future. He wonders who the catfish will be. Step. The armored figure continues his journey. They'll just have to wait and see what happens next. Step. The armored figure walks forward, his cape billowing behind him as he moves with purpose. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Is he really using the name King of the North? It was a pretty grand name, after all. It was more convenient to run the guild that way, he thought. The armored figure speaks, his voice echoing from within the helmet. Greetings, Odin. I am. Odin continues, delivering a warning. 2 things. Don't mess with the magic stone economy. The figure warns against stifling the growth of lower area awakeners by restricting their hunting grounds, a question hanging in the air. The power will be his. The helmeted figure adjusts his headgear, preparing for what's to come. The man removes the helmet, revealing himself to be Lee Tae-han. The protagonist Wang Tae-jin is warned that breaking the rules will result in the same fate as the original executives from the Heavenly Sky Guild. Footsteps echo as someone approaches, the sound growing louder with each step. The man with long brown hair overhears a conversation about uniting under one force and starting Act 2 with a much stronger economy. The man's eyes widen in shock, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The words President Lee Tae-han are displayed prominently, emphasizing his importance. The man's face contorts in anger and disbelief, questioning how Lee Tae-han could treat him that way after recognizing him. The question lingers, just who is he? Someone notes Lee Tae-han's healthy return, observing the cityscape. Amidst the wreckage of a collapsed building, a voice cuts through. He believes he can finally calm down, addressing someone as president. Lee Tae-han sits perched on a slab of concrete, listening to the man below. He admits to getting pretty nervous, implying a recent event has transpired. The man acknowledges that he is not device leader, but rather unit leader Kim. He rests his chin on his hand, listening intently. Another man, identified as president, smiles faintly. He instructs unit leader Kim to share everything he has gathered in his research on Odin. The name Na Sun-hoo is prominently displayed, superimposed over an image of the protagonist, Wang Tae-jin. The information is presented as a revelation. The man explains that Na Sun-hoo is part of the World Awakener Association, implying he is also a member of the Carrion family. The information is delivered with a sense of importance. The man continues, revealing that Na Sun-hoo's father apparently held a high position in the Genal Bank. He emphasizes the name Na Genal. The man reiterates that Na Genal was the Genal Bank's former president. He adds that he wasn't close with him, suggesting a possible motive or connection. The man recalls hearing that President Na Jianil's only son ended up joining the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Two men are shown shaking hands, possibly symbolizing this connection. The man reveals that Na Sunhu is also part of the Carrion family, reinforcing the idea of a complex web of connections. His expression is one of concern. The words Jianil, Jonathan Investment Finance, Carrion, appear, further emphasizing the interconnectedness of these entities. A question mark hovers, suggesting uncertainty or a need for further investigation. Meanwhile, the man states that there's one thing that connects all of this, hinting at a central element tying together the various names and organizations. The other man listens intently. A poster proclaims the existence of the Bilderberg Club beneath a glowing logo. Three figures stand together, their faces obscured by shadow, their presence imposing. Lee Tae-han sits perched, his hand covering his face, a question hanging in the air. He understands, now, the reason the world economy didn't collapse on the day of beginnings. The unseen narrator declares that Odin is the one they nurtured, that he is theirs. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, his eyes burning with a crimson light, identified as a weapon. The figure stands tall, legs firmly planted, a silent promise of power contained. It is revealed to be humanity's secret weapon, prepared for the day of beginnings. A man's face is partially visible as he thinks that the individual is bigger than expected and orders them to stop. One man orders another to stop all investigations, his expression grim. The man with glasses reflects on using this power to regain shares, realizing the underworld is not to be trifled with. Odin has entrusted all of the Heavenly Sky Guild to the man, a weighty responsibility. He stares forward, his glasses reflecting an inner light. From this point forward, Lee Tae-han resolves to focus on a singular goal. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, a symbol of the determination now burning within him. The unification of the Heavenly Sky and Ilsung is the singular objective. The Heavenly Sky Guild vanished, its flag flapping in the wind above the city, as the Ilsung kingdom rose to take its place. By Odin's decree, the transfer occurred without resistance, the energy flowing freely. A crowd of masked figures raised their fists in unison, bathed in the same ethereal energy. A man grins widely, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling glee as the energy swirls around him. President Lee Tae-han's words echo, "Don't try to meet me for every little thing." After that day, the man looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. Odin and his right-hand man were never seen again, their fate shrouded in mystery. A figure is trapped within a massive, glowing hand, a sense of inescapable confinement washing over them. The man with glasses looks up, his expression a mix of fear and desperation. The words "the Bilderberg Club" appear in a burst of jagged text. A fairy-like being will be operating in Act 2, Scene 1 as well. It's all thanks to you. This time, 3 different stages have been combined into one. A group of armed people stand ready. I won't be showing any favoritism. Then, shall we see who everyone will be with? Camp 1, Ilsung Kingdom. Congratulations. The entire stage was united under a single organization. Camp 2, Blue Dragon Group. Rung Brothers. It was fierce until the end. I hope that you can join forces in Act 2. Camp 4, Descendants of Vikings. Revolution, 12. They couldn't reach the level of Ilsung Kingdom, but this was a highly regarded stage. A lot of people survived. 2 figures stand amidst a blighted landscape, a message of congratulations hovering before them. The system acknowledges a welcome name, but laments the inability to unite their stage. The man wonders if the entity is merely a low-ranking member of the revolution. The system declares that the Kshipo's army faced in Act 1 is on the weaker side. A fairy-like creature stands amidst a horde of grotesque, horned monsters. The system warns that this time, they'll need to face enemies of at least the Backlon core level. A voice identifies the looming figures as the cow heads, referring to them as animals. A man chuckles, the system adding that the other camps are always dangerous. The system offers time to get closer to those they'll share their stage with, encouraging communication and socialization. A countdown begins for Act 2, Scene 1, as a figure hopes the audience enjoys the spectacle. A quest, labeled Potential Danger, has been created, warning that the Awakeners in other camps are dangerous. The system questions if the danger is only in the other camps, issuing a quest to eliminate Awakeners for experience and item box rewards. He stares intently at the holographic display, its blue light reflecting in his eyes as he studies the tiers of rewards. The display details the experience and bronze boxes available for parties of 1 to 10 people, as 3 figures stand before it, contemplating the challenge. The holographic screen illuminates the area, promising experience and challenger boxes for parties of over 1,000 people. The text on the screen indicates that the experience gained will significantly increase depending on the number of Awakeners killed. The display continues, stating that the current challenge can be reattempted after it is accomplished and will continue until the testing site ends. The quest hangs heavy in the air, the implications of the Awakener's fate weighing on him. A voice booms out, revealing that the quest originally appeared in Act 3 and accusing someone of trying to kill all the Awakeners he kept alive. The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sputters, "Whoa, this." The unseen speaker unleashes a torrent of fury, branding them as fucking bastards. The force of the outburst seems to physically shake the area around Wang Tai-jin and the other man. The disembodied voice continues its tirade, demanding, "What the hell are you doing?" Wang Tai-jin, hand pressed to his forehead, considers the situation, thinking that opening a challenger quest right now is probably a trap. The man's voice drips with venom as he spits out an insult. He glances to the side, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. A distant rumble echoes through the air, growing louder with each passing moment. The source of the noise approaches, unseen but undeniably present. One of the figures speaks, though his words are lost in the distance. A blond man's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, power surging through him. The enlightenment skill activates, bathing the area in a strange light as the two figures stand ready. A system message appears, stating that someone was unable to see through their target. The man's red eyes gleam menacingly as he declares that others should know better than to look at his status window. The man questions if this is an act of war, his tone serious. Another system message appears, confirming that someone has eliminated an Awakener. The system warns of potential danger, stating that one Awakener has been eliminated. His fist clenches, ready to strike with devastating force. The man descends upon his foes, a determined look on his face. Another man stands amidst a surge of purple energy, prepared for battle. One of the combatants boasts that with so many of them, they should at least get a master box. An enemy is hurled through the air, a streak of orange energy following close behind. The battlefield is a chaotic scene of falling bodies and streaks of light, a testament to the intensity of the conflict. Amidst the chaos, a man in a brown coat stands firm, his expression unreadable. Blades of light cut through the air, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The system announces that an Awakener has been eliminated, warning of potential danger as 15 Awakeners are eliminated. The system warns of potential danger as the number of eliminated Awakeners rises to 21. Figures clash amidst a storm of blue energy, their forms blurred by the intensity of the battle. The system message flashes again, warning of potential danger as 32 Awakeners have now been eliminated. Flames erupt, consuming everything in their path as a figure cries out. The inferno rages, a vortex of heat and destruction. A desperate plea echoes amidst the chaos as a system alert flashes. Potential danger, Awakeners eliminated. A man's voice trembles, fear lacing his words as he utters a disbelieving no. Horror dawns on the faces of onlookers. The woman whispers, "These monsters." A command rings out, a desperate plea to halt the unfolding horror. "Wait. Stop." The sound of hurried footsteps echoes, a frantic escape from the encroaching danger. Hope flickers in her eyes as the woman calls out, questioning if the figure before her is Odin. A familiar voice cuts through the tension. Wang Tai-jin asks a haunting question, "Do you remember me?" His gaze is intense, searching for recognition in the eyes of those before him. Recognition sparks in a woman's mind. She recalls seeing him with Joshua's group. He stands resolute, as the woman behind him realizes that their subordinates are in danger. He trades blows with his opponent, each impact echoing through the desolate space. An onlooker points towards a fray. A surge of blue energy crackles, a testament to the power being unleashed in a brutal exchange. Fist meets face with brutal force, the impact sending shockwaves through the immediate area. The smack of the blow resonates, a clear sign of the damage inflicted in this desperate struggle. The name Gunnarsson erupts from the scene, perhaps a target or a figure of importance in this conflict. The woman with purple hair stares wide-eyed, her expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. A man explains that someone is a new member and doesn't know the full situation, hinting at hidden complexities. Elsewhere, four figures stand amidst a barren landscape, their postures suggesting a tense discussion or observation. Someone refers to that bastard's diamond and mentions level 330, possibly indicating a valuable item or power level. A close-up reveals two figures, their expressions obscured, as tension seems to build between them. The question, "What is he saying?" translate, hangs in the air, indicating a language barrier or a need for clarification. One of the figures declares, "I am truly," but the rest of their statement is cut off, leaving their intent ambiguous. The woman with purple hair looks distressed. The woman with purple hair speaks, noting that he wants to see the end, specifically with the one he was exchanging blows with. The man with black hair responds with a simple yes, his expression unreadable against the dark backdrop of bare trees. A blue screen flashes, announcing that One with the storm has been activated, the words glowing with digital energy. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, the air crackling with visible energy as the target reels. The blows continue to rain down, each strike accompanied by a deafening bang that echoes through the battlefield. The sounds of impact intensify, a cacophony of bang and glack filling the air as the assault continues without pause. The world blurs into streaks of light and color, a visual representation of the sheer speed and force of the ongoing battle. The man with black hair instructs someone not to use any heals on him, as he won't die, and the woman with purple hair acknowledges the command. A hand holds a small, round object, light glinting off its surface. The hand clenches into a fist, ready to strike. Oh my this! A man's face appears, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. The man's expression is one of perverse glee, his cheeks flushed as he continues to chuckle. The man throws his head back, laughing maniacally. Two men stand facing each other, one asking how long it has been since the other had sweets, and how many times he hit that. The man with short black hair replies that he doesn't know, and that his eyes couldn't follow it. The man states that being stupid makes life difficult, and asks if they're part of that revolution, right? Wang Taijin stares intently, listening to the conversation. Another man says, well, tis K. Gyunga told me. The man is told that he was with Revolution and was excited to join it later. What a pity. He is then asked if there will be any problems since he beat them up as soon as they met. He listens as Wang Taijin mentions that Li Taihan will mostly be interacting with these guys, the people from their country. The man with long brown hair smiles, asking if the protagonist is friends with the president of Ilsung. Wang Taijin states that he'll be working under him, and that things will get tricky when that time comes, so keep that in mind. The man with long brown hair looks surprised, asking if Ilsung is working under Wang Taijin. The conversation continues, with someone saying that if that's the case, they won't have to worry about getting phones, and that they hope this testing site or whatever works. Wang Taijin sits, stating that his ex-wife is going to regret leaving him, and that depending on how the politics play out, that might not be the case. A woman with purple hair stands with a man, who asks if she is scheming something, to which she replies that she is with him. The woman with purple hair states that Gunnarsson has calmed down, something like that won't happen again, and that she has no excuses. The conversation continues, with someone stating that they had two pre-awakeners, so why were they unable to unite the stage? The woman with purple hair, the man with long brown hair, and Wang Taijin are present as someone states that Gun Baron was pretty strong as well. The conversation continues, with someone stating that they actually had 3 pre-awakeners. The woman with purple hair states that they had a problem when the quest aimed at her long ago reappeared. Na Sun's expression hardens as he repeats the words, "You mean the assassinate quest?" A flashback begins, showing 3 figures standing together. The text explains that while fighting against the Kshipo's core, the 3 joined forces as one. The flashback continues, the text adding that when the assassinate quest appeared, they split into 2 forces again. Elsewhere, Odin's face is cast in shadow as he speaks, lamenting that Lindegard. He messed everything up. The woman in the purple outfit's expression is stern as she declares, "He betrayed us and made a mess." The woman in the purple outfit continues, stating that if permitted, she will deal with the situation herself. She then instructs Na Sunhu to find Li Taihan of the Ilsung Kingdom. Na Sunhu's face is partially obscured, but his expression is serious as he listens to the woman in the purple outfit. Na Sunhu's expression is grim as he thinks to himself, "To me." Meanwhile, a cityscape is shown with a strange, red sky looming ominously above the buildings. The buildings are damaged, some partially collapsed, hinting at a recent catastrophe. The woman in the purple outfit states that Odin sent her. He instructed her to prepare for Act 2 with him. Below, feet walk across a ruined landscape. The words under the name, Revolution, are emblazoned across the scene. The man in glasses speaks, the words under Revolution, echoing his thoughts. The man in glasses shakes hands with Odin. A speech bubble indicates that the woman in purple was with Joshua in the Berlin telecom office. The woman in purple thought she was just an ordinary employee, but now she is not so sure. The man in glasses acknowledges the information, but asks for clarification. The woman in purple asks him to tell her something, her expression serious. She believes that the root of the World Awakener Association is the Bilderberg Club, and asks if he is connected to it as well. She adds that he still doesn't know. The woman in purple notes that it has been a while since the Bilderberg Club disbanded. A text overlay declares that it is now under the control of the Genal Club, accompanied by a lightning effect. The man in glasses reacts with shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The man in glasses asks if she's talking about the Genal that he knows. She confirms that's right. The first meeting of the Genal Club was held at Genal Resort's private hotel, and it's all back to Genal again. The man with glasses looks up, sweat beading on his brow. He wonders if the shadow government that controls the world is under an Eastern name. The woman in purple states that although she is a senior in Revolution, their stations will be equal. Odin personally told her it should be. The man with glasses considers how this woman speaks. Odin is at a similar level to Joshua von Karian, maybe even above him. It's an unbelievable story, one that seems to defy all logic and reason. The man with glasses wonders what the hell has been going on. He can tell that a catfish was sent after him. All right, Odin. A voice promises that he won't regret this decision. The system announces that they are entering the testing site, Act 2. The stage is reformed, the environment shifting and changing around them. The system announces that the corp and guild systems have been unlocked. A pillar of light is created, illuminating the area with an intense glow. A flash of light erupts, blinding and disorienting. A structure of light descends, illuminating the space below. The screen displays the guild name, Revolution 12, and identifies Lee Tae-han as the guild master. The screen updates, showing the guild's membership, 72,121 people. The dark-haired man mutters about 70,000 people. He notes that they're nearly all united. A quest for power has been created, granting guild masters powerful authority. The screen reveals a quest that encourages endless hostility. The screen shows that Lee Tae-han has selected Angela and Gunnarsson as vice guild masters, while another man comments on the phone president being busy. A purple creature states that Revolution 12 is furthest ahead. The purple creature encourages continued good work. The screen promises to reveal the first quest. The purple creature asks if the pillar of light is visible. Unfortunately, the system informs them that particular pillar of light does not exist for them. The system warns that the pillar weakens those who are near it, while simultaneously strengthening their enemies. The system asks if they notice the pillar, before declaring that the quest of Act 2, Scene 1, is to destroy that pillar of light as quickly as possible. The system explains that Stage 1 of the pillar of light will give stat weakening, Stage 2 will give item nullification, and Stage 3 will give skill and trait nullification. The system warns that if the pillar is not destroyed, everything will become useless, and this will lead to annihilation. The system warns that every night they will have ambushes, implying that enemies will be attacking them. The system explains that if they view the entire stage as a circle, the innermost part with the pillar of light and the risk factors is the red zone. The system continues, explaining that the black zone at the very edge is where the ambushes will begin, and the blue zone in between is the Awakeners area with 8 cities. The system states that they will attack the red zone during the day and defend the blue zone at night, indicating a shift in strategy based on the time of day. The system warns that if a city is destroyed, the pillar of light stage will increase, so they'll need to swap between offense and defense continuously at the proper times. The system warns that they will soon start to see people lose their minds, suggesting a psychological impact from the ongoing conflict. The system urges them to protect the pillar of light, despite its negative effects, implying it is crucial for some unknown reason. Fists clench and rise, a collective surge of defiance. The man raises his fist, declaring that the system is testing them. Another figure raises a sword, urging everyone to show their faith. The screen displays the guild's name, Great System, led by Guild Master Lindegard. A blinding flash erupts, signaling a shift in the battle. Raw energy surges, a chaotic display of power unleashed. A figure plummets through the air, defeated and falling. The impact sends a shockwave as the figure cries out in pain. Close up, the fallen warrior's face contorts in agony. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he questions their motives. The defeated man lies prone, a sinister smile playing on his lips, whispering that he was waiting for Odin. Wang Taijin presses, asking if they truly believe a human-made organization is above the system, and if they abandon the name Revolution. The words echo, a memory recalled with perfect clarity. The man in the purple outfit speaks of an existence that threatens something. A voice declares that everyone is growing at a rapid pace, and that failure is being punished. The man in purple elaborates, stating that the system won't allow a certain organization to exist. The man in purple continues, saying the system is denying revolution. A woman with black hair shouts that Angela and Gunnarsson are fools who can't understand the truth. A man with black hair declares that people like him know what the real truth is. A disembodied voice booms that the system won't allow it. Another voice cries out in support of revolution. The woman with black hair screams to do as you please. Red streaks fill the panel. The system announces the elimination of an awakener, reducing the potential danger. A disembodied voice echoes, daring anyone to challenge the current order. The battlefield is littered with corpses, a testament to the victor's might. He stands triumphant, boots planted firmly on the chest of a fallen foe. A booming voice warns any would-be challengers to leave before nightfall. Odin's face contorts in fury, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson light. The declaration is clear. This land belongs to Odin, and his claim is absolute. The system announces that Guild Master Lee Tae-han has occupied City 3, marking a significant strategic gain for his organization. Lee Tae-han stands tall. The system messages highlighting his recent achievements, designating City 3 as the Guild's temporary headquarters and his selection as mayor. The system continues, explaining that points are awarded whenever a quest is completed within the city's boundaries, incentivizing proactive engagement. Lee Taehan contemplates the information, understanding that these points can be used to construct and strengthen defensive systems like the outer wall. The message suggests that they should prepare for an ambush quest that will happen at night, raising the stakes considerably. Meanwhile, Lee Taehan considers the impending threat, unsure of how many monsters they'll need to face, but knowing he should invest in defenses now. The system relays that guild member Kwon Sung-gil has designated the city as Do Not Enter, a strategic decision with unknown implications. Lee Taehan smirks, perhaps finding the situation amusing or confident in his ability to handle whatever comes next. A voice acknowledges the situation with a simple, understand, Kiki, hinting at a shared understanding or plan. The city lies in ruins, a beam of light piercing the sky, a stark reminder of the dangers and the power at play. The ruined cityscape lay in silent disrepair, a stark reminder of past conflicts. Amidst the rubble, a question hangs in the air. What about that pillar of light? Kwon Sung-gil, impatient as ever, wonders if they can't just destroy it. He gestures emphatically, his frustration evident in his stance. Kwon Sung-gil presses the issue, reminding Lee Taehan that they turned that cow-head king into paste. He asks what's so difficult about this pillar. Lee Taehan concedes that they can destroy it if they have to, but suggests it would be better if they didn't. The system, it turns out, was altered by Doom Chaos. The gears of fate turn, and the system reveals its inner workings. The text suggests that the Challenger quest could be used to alter it. The gears continue to spin, revealing a crucial detail. The system is not omnipotent. This limitation opens up possibilities for those who seek to challenge it. As the testing site began, many quests and associated rewards were given out. The system's influence spreads, but its motives remain unclear. These aren't just here to grow the Awakeners. The goal is to distribute the system's limited resources to those worthy to receive them. Because the rank system got changed into a level system and proficiency was implemented, the world shifted. The system was worried that Awakeners would obtain power through their own efforts. The boots of those who challenge the system stand firm. In the end, the rate of growth using proficiency was adjusted to be similar to the rate at which we would have earned points. Knowing this, it was understandable that the system wanted Awakeners to feel thankful for it. The system's manipulation is subtle but pervasive. He stared out at the ruined cityscape, the destruction fueling his frustration. Forcing them into this war was inexcusable. Kwon Sung-gil, standing beside Lee Taehan, cautioned against haste. He believed they could monopolize the rewards distributed around the cities. So, Lee Taehan stated that the party would be disbanded, adding that they had been beyond their initial growth stage for a while. He continued, his voice firm, that any further growth from here on would depend on them individually. Kwon Sung-gil, smiling broadly, reassured him not to worry, his fist clenched in determination. Kwon Sung-gil reminded Lee Taehan that he had said this before, promising to repay his debt as long as he lived, not ending things with just. Lee Taehan expressed his thanks, stating that although the party was disbanded, they would still move together. Lee Taehan declared that they should go get the quest, his tone suggesting a renewed sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Lee Taehan and Kwon Sung-gil walked down a desolate street, the ruined buildings a stark reminder of the war's devastation. A small, winged creature hovered in the air, its form glowing faintly against the dim surroundings. The winged creature lamented that they had left such a great city behind, its voice tinged with sadness. Lee Taehan, gazing at the winged creature, wondered if they were headed somewhere else, as well, his expression thoughtful. A message welcomed someone, clarifying that under the guide's order, Luo-R has been assigned to prevent entry. The speaker clarifies their Luo-R, not lure. Luo-R instructs Kwon Sung-gil to use his tongue to create more space inside his mouth. The winged creature identifies himself as Luo-R. Luo-R floats in the air, ready to explain the stage. He explains that 7 different barriers protect the Pillar of Light, and monsters reside inside those barriers. Wang Taijin, standing before the winged creature, interrupts the explanation. He demands the quest without further delay. Luo-R continues to explain the quest system. He clarifies that the quests are divided into those that can be done within the barrier and those that can be done during the night ambush. The text highlights the quests that are available inside the barrier, emphasizing the immediate opportunities for action. Wang Taijin demands all the quests he can take. Luo-R responds to his eagerness, remarking on his impatience. Luo-R explains that there are currently 12 quests available within the barrier and 9 during the night ambush. He advises taking on quests that fit their level 1 at a time. Kwon Sung-gil expresses his annoyance at Luo-R's excessive talking. He reminds Luo-R that they are the unit and the army, implying they should be given more respect. Luo-R, seemingly unfazed by Kwon Sung-gil's comment, warns them both, perhaps hinting at the challenges ahead. Luo-R admits he doesn't know which quest will start first, and tells them not to blame him, implying the quest selection is somewhat random. The progress of 3 quests is displayed: Birth of Doom Man, Potential Danger, and Simple-Minded Warriors, showing different levels and completion statuses. The system displays a series of quests, each with varying objectives and completion statuses. Kwon Sunjil's expression shifts to one of surprise, his eyes widening as he takes in the information. Lee Tai-han's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he mutters, "Odin, is this?" The screen highlights a quest titled Queen, My Queen, detailing the emergence of the first queen and tasking players with eliminating her worshippers for experience and a platinum box. The winged creature's words hang in the air, as he states that nothing has been confirmed yet. Kwon Sunjil's expression hardens with determination. He declares that they will know the truth soon enough. Elsewhere, the city sprawls beneath them, a concrete jungle stretching towards the horizon. Lee Tae-han gazes out at the cityscape, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of the unfolding events. A map lies spread on the table, overlaid with arcane symbols. A system message declares that an unaffiliated guild is challenging the barrier on Floor 1, Area 8. Lee Tae-han studies the map intently, noting that Area 8 is near a restricted zone. He realizes that they have already begun their assault. The two men exchange a look, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. It is impossible to move outside the barrier through physical means, a stark reminder of the limitations they face. He observes the situation, noting that this stage is different from the previous one. Lee Tae-han acknowledges the need for 100 points to create the outer wall, as a system message reports that an attack unit has completed quest. The system urges everyone to finish the hunting quest first, so each city can focus on creating the outer walls. Another city's attack unit has completed the Simple-Minded Warrior's quest, earning another point as they battle a large, monstrous figure. System messages continue to appear, indicating that more cities' attack units have completed the Simple-Minded Warrior's quest and obtain a point. The total points reach 100 as a warrior battles a monstrous figure, their efforts contributing to the city's progress. The system displays the structure of the outer wall, a crucial defense for the city. The system announces that an outer wall surrounding the city has been created, providing a vital layer of protection. The city's defense level is at 1, with the outer wall now constructed, offering a significant advantage. Meanwhile, the guild master explains the decision to supply more units to cities that haven't finished constructing their outer walls before sunset. Lee Tae-han is asked if they should send troops to a city, but the other man suggests they do not enter. Lee Tae-han expresses surprise that an unaffiliated group has destroyed a barrier with just 2 people, according to the system message. He states that everyone should be properly informed once more. The sign above the city reads, "City, do not enter," just as its name implies. The sign above the corpses reads, "Forbidden to enter." Kwon Sun-gil walks through the aftermath of the battle. A system notification appears. The quest Strength of the Army has been completed. Na-sun-hu thinks about the experience he's gained, noting that Kwon Sun-gil received about 30,000. Na-sun-hu realizes that clearing Birth of Doom Man will only be a matter of time. 5 days later, a system notification displays information about City 7. Defense Level 2, Jurisdiction Revolution 12, Residence 9,112, and Mayor Lee Wong-soo. The citizens murmur amongst themselves. The citizens continue to murmur amongst themselves. The citizens discuss the magic stones that are everywhere around that place, just rolling around on the ground. The citizens discuss the mountains of monster corpses that surround the city, and one expresses disbelief since it's a city. The purple magic stones spill from the bag, their impact echoing with a sharp clatter. The bald man's eyes widen as he stares down at the scattered stones. Confusion creases his brow as he stares at the stones, a silent question forming. He wonders aloud if these are the magic stones dropped by commander rank monsters. Holding one up to the light, the bald man declares that it isn't effective. The hooded figure asks if he is a resident of the city, but the bald man denies it, stating he's there for the grain whiskey. The hooded figure's curiosity is piqued, and they simply ask why. A slight smile plays on the hooded figure's lips as they ask if he's worried they came from "Do not enter." The bald man's expression shifts to one of concern, his brow furrowing. A warning hangs in the air. He'll get in trouble if he keeps that up. The bald man's eyes widen in surprise as someone calls out, "Hey, here." A hand slams down on the table with a resounding bang, demanding that they just bring anything. He is confronted by Kwon Sun-gil and Lee Tae-han, who stands with his hands on the table, questioning his presence. The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, Lee Tae-han sits at the bar, the bartender advising him not to take out his anger on others because of failed quest. The bartender slides a drink across the counter, hoping it will settle Lee Tae-han's emotions, noting that it came out pretty good this time. The bartender offers the wooden mug to Lee Tae-han, hoping to ease his troubled mind. Lee Tae-han remains unconvinced, his expression one of annoyance. He takes a large gulp from the mug, his eyes narrowed in thought. The narration notes that after battle, people have enough time to rest and enjoy food, and that this drink is completely different from before when they would hallucinate after drinking monster blood. Meanwhile, a view of the city is shown, with a narration stating that it's the city he wanted to see, and that they can make alcohol now. Kwon Sun-gil and another man sit by a fire, surrounded by the aftermath of battle. Kwon Sungil takes a long swig from a large jug, clearly enjoying the drink. He expresses his relief, finally feeling alive after the battle. The air hangs thick with an odd scent, yet something about it is undeniably appealing. Each step crunches on the debris of a fallen world, the sound echoing in the silence. A crimson haze blankets the ruined cityscape, casting a bloody hue on the devastation. Between mountains of corpses, a lone figure stands, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. The man with short brown hair turns, his gaze fixed on Wang Taijin's approach. The man with short brown hair seems surprised by Wang Taijin's presence, muttering about someone losing their mind. He leans in, pressing Wang Taijin for information, a sense of urgency in his voice. A disembodied warning hangs in the air. The ambushes will begin soon. Wang Taijin lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. Wang Taijin dismisses the man as a straggler, revealing his true purpose. He seeks Odin. He pauses, a question forming in his mind, wondering if a meeting is possible. The man with short brown hair delivers a grim warning. They know he's here. The man with short brown hair looks up, sweat beading on his brow as he asks about name, specifically, one other than Odin. The question hangs in the air, a demand for his real name, the words echoing with unspoken implications. Wang Taijin's expression shifts to one of shock, the blunt question catching him completely off guard. "What?" he exclaims. The man walks down the street, seemingly without a care in the world. The man in the brown vest listens intently as the other man speaks to him. The man in the brown vest reflects on his decision to stop looking into Odin, wondering if something was found. The man with glasses states that he used to be a district attorney, recalling an odd rumor around the office. The man with glasses whispers something into the ear of the man in the brown vest. The man in the brown vest looks up, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he thinks, if that's true. The man in the brown vest thinks that he can make a solid connection with Odin. The man in the brown vest stands over a dead body as the man in the yellow jacket says, "It really was you." The woman looks up, her name, Jia, displayed below her. A disembodied voice expresses gratitude, acknowledging that they were able to come this far thanks to another's help. The speaker admits they don't know how to repay the debt, as an A-rank Hermes ring is shown. The man with black hair says that just seeing her again is good enough before asking if he could take a look at her status window. A status window appears, revealing the name Kim Jia and her level, 242, Platinum. The status window displays Corp, Huang Chun, Attack Unit, Lao Yong, and various stats, before the voice notes that her growth is pretty slow, considering she started with an A-rank item. Kim Jia says that at least until Act 1, Scene 2, the ring helped her a lot, but things changed when they entered the final scene of Act 1. The man with black hair asks why, the Ilsung Guild logo appearing below. Kim Jia explains that there's a rumor that the guild controlling the northern region is connected with the Ilsung Guild. She states that she doesn't have a good relationship with them, although wealth and authority were closely related. Snakes coil around each other, their scales shimmering in the dim light. The text explains that they constantly kept each other in check, and that the main goal of the branch Jia was part of what was nicknamed wealth control. He studies the document in his hands, a picture of a man accompanied by details of Li Taihan's succession process. Wang Taijin states that he didn't think that far ahead. Kim Jia asks how he was found, and he explains the unit leader of the Ilsung Guild told Odin. She is surprised, because she thought Odin was there to capture her. Kim Jia then asks if he knows Kim Jahan. Kim Jia's expression is one of concern as she awaits Wang Taijin's answer to her question. Elsewhere, a figure stands atop a mountain of bodies, a voice pleading from beneath the pile, claiming that the man is his classmate. The man stands tall, looking down at the pile of bodies. He thinks to himself that he connected him with his cousin, who's been avoiding Ilsung for a while. The man, Odin, bites his fingernails, contemplating that this could either go really well or terribly wrong. Odin's eyes widen as he realizes that Wang Taijin is still alive after the attack. The scarf around Odin's neck is ruffled as he prepares to attack again. Wang Taijin is sent flying backward from the force of Odin's attack. Odin stands over Wang Taijin, who is lying on the ground, begging for his life. Odin looks down at Wang Taijin and says that he will spare him. The protagonist, Wang Taijin, looks down, demanding that someone tell him one thing. A man lies on the ground, looking up at Wang Taijin, questioning if there is anything he wants. The man on the ground stammers, saying that there's nothing like that. The man on the ground insists that he only did what he had to do. A voice declares that the man has made a good choice, and that it will be remembered. Wang Taijin smirks, thinking that with this, he can save a man's life at least once. The man thanks him. The man on the ground is relieved, thinking that he did it, and that his gut was right. A notification appears, stating that Odin has invited Kim Jia to the party. A man stands in the background, with Kim Jia behind him. Wang Taijin walks forward, telling someone to stay with him. Two figures follow behind him. Wang Taijin tells someone not to stray too far from him. A notification appears, stating that the quest Night Ambush has been created. A man tells a woman that she won't need to worry with them around. A red effect appears, suggesting an attack or some kind of danger. The monstrous figure roars as a notification flashes. Level up. Another figure is sent flying backwards, as the system grants another level. Kim Jia glances upward, the blue glow of the level up illuminating her face. The level up washes over Kim Jia, who sits amidst the carnage, wondering what is happening. The system continues to grant levels, as someone marvels at leveling up 20 times in 2 hours. A man, covered in blood, approaches Kim Jia, asking if she is hurt anywhere. The injured man waves off the concern, stating that this much is nothing, and he'll be fine after using an insignia and getting some sleep. The man's efforts are noted, as someone thinks about how he isn't even a member of their party and is strong enough to be a leader elsewhere. Meanwhile, a diagram shows a structure where one commanded the attack unit to gain all the benefits. The injured man states that Odin helped Kim Jia out a bit today. Kim Jia thinks that this feels like when she got transferred to the Supreme Prosecutor's office, wondering what happened. A red, spiky graphic appears, stating that it's too much for someone to handle. She thinks to herself that she could have at least held her ground and done her part at the Department of Public Peace. Kim Jia reflects on how she was able to seem confident in the eyes of others, even with her accelerated promotion. But not here. One of the men states that he can't do anything but run around after Sunho. A voice echoes, stating that if he didn't waste time because of her, things would be different. Wang Taijin thinks to himself that he could have dealt with them much more easily. Kim Jia looks off to the side, thinking that she is too useless to be of help. A voice asks if she's going back, the question hanging in the air amidst the ruined cityscape. Another voice responds, saying that just seeing her again was enough, and that it was comforting. Wang Taijin stands with Kim Jia, his arm around her shoulders in a gesture of support. Wang Taijin tells Kim Jia that her dad cared a lot about her, and she responds that at this rate, she won't be able to face him. Kim Jia is told that she wasn't liked, and she's told to look at herself. Wang Taijin thinks to himself that level 262 is still a top class, and that he won't lose anywhere he goes. He's told to stay there until he gets to. A voice declares that it won't hold anyone back, knowing it's very. Kim Jia recalls how the monsters knew she was the weakest and constantly focused on her. She remembers that Sunho dealt with them before they got to her, but she was one mistake away from death so many times. Kim Jia states that only people like Kwon Sungil can stay by her side, and that she needs to be where she belongs, no longer scared of President Lee Tae-han. Kim Jia smiles, wondering what there is to be worried about, since Odin is her cousin. Wang Taijin says, yeah, telling someone to come look for him if they have to. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands amidst a ruined cityscape, the sky stained a deep crimson. Someone admits to having messaged Lee Tae-han about her, and had no choice but to send her back with a few more items. A voice remarks that it was the first time hearing someone talk like that. Wang Taijin states that a strong man should always be kind to his family, and that he is a man among men, as always. Someone asks how they could not respect him, adding that as soon as they return outside, they'll be like that with their family, too. A man covers his mouth with his hand, seemingly touched by the words. A dangerous signal blares from the Pillar of Light, leaving only 24 hours before Danger Stage 1. The quest: destroy one floor of the barrier. The Angela attack unit and Kim Jia's unit are both challenging the barrier on Floor 1, Area 1. The stakes are high as the clock ticks down. One day before the Pillar of Light entered Danger Stage 1, the guilds prepared for a coordinated assault on the barrier. The guild's forces gathered at the last remaining barrier of Floor 1. It was also learned that Jia's whereabouts were now known to the team. Having passed level 500, and with Kwon Sungil nearly at the master level, the smooth advancements made it all seem peaceful for the moment. Kwon Sungil notes that the experience needed at the higher levels is insane, his brow furrowed as he considers the challenges ahead with Wang Taijin. Wang Taijin wonders how many digits that number has. Through the eyes of the old system, Kwon Sungil would currently be an A-rank awakener. Since he has a decent trait now, he could be considered a top-ranking awakener if he gets a signature skill, the system message declares. He's also more passionate about quests, seemingly motivated by the awakeners in Revolution. The winged creature thanks them for always coming to Luoar. But this is odd. The guide said there was a message that needed to be relayed to you two awakeners, the system message explains. Kwon Sungil wonders what Wang Taijin is up to, noting that he's quiet. The man's silence is unusual, given the circumstances. If Luoar was promoted, things like this wouldn't be happening, the winged creature thinks, its expression troubled by the current state of affairs. He looks up, a question forming on his lips as he wonders what message is coming through. Suddenly, a system message flashes into view. Explorer has activated, accompanied by ominous spikes of red energy. Within the chaotic energy, a winged figure appears, seemingly caught in the surge of power. The red energy intensifies, engulfing another figure as the system undergoes a dramatic shift. The system's energy feels familiar, echoing a past encounter with Dumar Kuda's eye, a sign of impending chaos. The trait that alerts him to hidden quests and information rings loudly, signaling a significant development within the system. A new system message appears, revealing that a guide who refuses the order of the great system has no right to be a guide. The energy shifts again, turning red, prompting confusion and concern about Doom Chaos's excessive intervention. Within the system, Doom Chaos alters what was once perfect, using planted authority to answer the ritual of the Maruka tribe. As authority is spent, the influence of Doom Chaos within the system is greatly reduced, signaling a shift in power. Meanwhile, a purple creature grins, asking if everyone is ready to have some fun, hinting at impending chaos. The creature declares that everything will proceed in the name of the great system, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. The man in the dark coat, eyes wide behind his glasses, shouts in disbelief. Pink energy crackles around him, an ominous sign. The energy intensifies, filling the space with an unsettling glow. A voice cries out, questioning the unfolding chaos. Three figures clash amidst the swirling energy, locked in a desperate struggle. The command echoes, fight. The stakes are laid bare, until only one is left. The arena demands a victor, and only one can survive. Witnessing the unfolding battle, the observers can only watch in stunned silence. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on them. The rules of this deadly game are displayed. Fight until only one remains. Strength is forged on the border of life and death. The screen warns of dire consequences. Failure to complete the quest within 2 hours means oblivion. Time is running out. A distorted image of an eye looms, a symbol of the system's unblinking gaze. The quest is being watched. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two men sit transfixed before their screens, their faces etched with shock. The unfolding events have clearly taken them by surprise. Another man, alone with his screen, seems equally stunned by what he is witnessing. The gravity of the situation is undeniable. The two men exchange worried glances, the tension palpable. The stakes are high, and the outcome uncertain. A looming question hangs in the air. Answer the ritual of the Maruka tribe? The challenge is presented, and a choice must be made. He looks down, his expression unreadable as the deadly game unfolds. Someone, or something, used its authority to greatly reduce its influence in the system. Lee Taihan's face is shown, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The voice echoes, questioning the lengths someone will go to reduce the number of people on the stage to a third. A single, glowing red eye pierces the darkness, filled with suspicion. I don't know what you were plotting. Lee Taihan's expression hardens, his intent becoming clear. But now I. The declaration hangs in the air, a promise of violence. Know that I cannot let you live. The threat intensifies, a chilling vow of destruction. I'll rip you apart myself. The system announces the grim reality. Only one fight remains, and the brutal winnowing is nearly complete. The hooded figure stands amidst the carnage, the system coldly quantifying the cost. 51 awakeners eliminated. A spectral blue light descends, a silent testament to the power unleashed and the lives extinguished. The city looms in the background, a silent witness to the guild's dwindling numbers, now standing at 53,820. Despair cracks the surface as one survivor cries out, desperately seeking a healer amidst the devastation. Another plea echoes through the chaos, a desperate cry for help as the guild's ranks continue to thin, now numbering 44,991. Even the survivors are crushed, unable to lift their heads in the face of such overwhelming loss and destruction. One man buries his face in his hand, overwhelmed by the horror of what he has witnessed and endured. Rage and resentment simmer, directed at an unseen, unspecified target, a manifestation of their helplessness. A raw, primal scream tears from another man's throat, a visceral expression of the pain and fury consuming him. The aftermath is etched on every face, every posture, a heavy shroud of grief and anger settling over the survivors. The city reels, the situation deemed nothing short of a disaster. The man in the yellow jacket grits his teeth, a storm brewing within. A strange energy crackles in the air, a palpable tension. He sits perched above the chaos, the guild's numbers dwindling to 37,500. The man with glasses wonders aloud what purpose they serve anymore. The man questions if they are trying to oppose a doom chaos god. The man with glasses stands firm, his expression unreadable. Another man asks about Kim Ji-ye, his tone laced with concern. The man with glasses states that if an unexpected situation were to happen, they plan to gather in the central square. The despair Lee Taehan feels right now is palpable. Two figures lie on the ground amidst the ruins, defeated. Two figures stand amidst the rubble, the narrator noting that he is probably 2 or 3 times more intense than the others. His efforts and dedication are crumbling, the number of members reduced to a third. Lee Taehan surveys the scene, realizing that defending against night ambushes would be difficult, even if they were at full strength. A close-up reveals the intensity in someone's eyes as they are struck. The force of the blow echoes with a resounding whack. The man with glasses looks up, a question forming on his lips. Another blow lands with brutal force, the impact shaking the very air. A system message flashes. Zipfo's Peace Envoy's ring and a high-ranking Playcrafter's bone necklace have been removed from inventory. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes items are being forcibly removed from his inventory. More items vanish, and a voice commands, "Take them, share them with Angela and Gunnarsson as well." Lee Taehan seizes someone, adding, "With the members of your main force, too." A disembodied voice marvels at the stolen items. They're all items of a rank and above. How did he get so many of them? The man with glasses looks on, a grim understanding dawning on his face. A grim premonition hangs in the air, promising a night of untold suffering. Raw energy explodes outward, a chaotic display of destructive force. The world is consumed by violet light, a cataclysmic event unfolding. As the number of guild members dwindled, Kwon Sun-gil made his presence known. The battle's brevity suggests a swift, decisive, and terrible outcome. Kneeling amidst the devastation, he must have faced an impossible choice. Thousands have perished, their lives extinguished in an instant. The unthinkable has occurred, annihilation at the hands of allies. The scene is utterly disgusting, a betrayal of the highest order. This is the most disgusted he has ever felt, a profound sense of revulsion. The Real fight begins now, after all these years of living. He is told to go to the next city to help the other cities. Kwon Sun-gil, looking unsure, agrees to go to City 7. The time has come, and Kwon Sun-gil appears to be shaking off some lingering doubts. A system message appears. The quest, Potential Danger, has been completed. Another system message flashes, indicating that the Explorer has activated. The expended authority of Doom, Chaos, an Explorer reward, is detailed in a system message. The system message continues, explaining that it will now be impossible to disturb the system. The system message concludes by stating that quests such as Potential Danger will be removed from all Awakeners. A sinister chuckle echoes from the shadows. A voice speaks, suggesting someone wants to come under authority willingly, but it is a rough way of taming Doom Chaos. A figure with wings and a cape stands amidst swirling energy. The system indicates that the skeleton dragon, worshipped even by the undying, has been removed from inventory. Energy descends from the crimson sky, streaking downwards with deadly intent. The sky pulses with ominous energy, the streaks intensifying their descent. A system notification appears, declaring the start of a night ambush. The ground trembles as monstrous figures emerge, their arrival heralded by deafening boom. The bull-like creature looms, its massive form radiating raw power as the boom echoes. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring the monstrous figure's features. Confusion flickers across the creature's face, silent, expressing its bewilderment. Meanwhile, a winged figure descends from above, cape billowing in the wind. The bull-like creature gazes upward, its expression shifting to shock and disbelief. A skeletal beast with glowing purple energy emerges, its jaws agape in a silent roar. The winged figure plummets earthward, surrounded by swirling blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, converging towards the point of impact. Purple energy crackles, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. A monstrous face, teeth bared, signals the ferocity of the assault. The stylized punctuates this sudden, shocking turn of events. A winged creature descends amidst a beam of light, an ominous arrival. Explosions rock the area, the boom sound effects echoing the destruction. The notification blares. The city's defense has fallen, a devastating blow. Wang Taijin looks down, grimacing as the system message confirms the city's fall. The sound of something massive crashing down reverberates. Already, another monstrous face looms, a grinning harbinger of further destruction. Panic rises as the people realize the defense has been breached, their faces etched with fear. Desperate, the remaining defenders brace themselves, shouting, "Stop them!" Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rings out. "Rear guard, wake up and support us." The crowd below watches as a hulking figure looms above them, a desperate plea echoing from his lips. The massive, horned creature, Odin, cries out, Save me!" as a strange light flares around him. His massive hand closes around someone, the sound of crushing bone filling the air. A blade of pure, violet energy descends, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The energy blade continues its descent, an unstoppable force hurtling towards its target. The violet blade cleaves through Odin's massive form, the air crackling with displaced energy. The blade continues its downward trajectory, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring everything in a wash of white. Through the dissipating light, a figure cries out Odin's name, their face streaked with blood. A desperate cry rings out, a warning to stand back from the unfolding carnage. The air shimmers with heat, a chaotic swirl of orange and red blurring the senses. A system notification confirms the activation of the solar blade of RA. The man in the hooded green jacket raises the solar blade of RA high above his head, the flames licking at the air. The flaming blade descends with terrifying speed, leaving trails of searing heat in its wake. A man, bloodied and terrified, screams for others to get back, his face contorted in a mask of fear. The man's warning is desperate, a plea to avoid the path of the descending blade and the wrath of Odin's attacker. His grip tightens on the hilt of the solar blade of RA, knuckles white with the force of his intent. The blade continues its descent, a fiery arc cutting through the air with deadly precision. The man in the hooded green jacket gazes down, his expression unreadable as he wields the destructive power. The solar blade of RA continues its descent, a blur of fire and fury aimed at its target. The fiery trails left by the blade paint a vivid picture of destruction, each strike a potential death sentence. From a low angle, the man in the hooded green jacket appears as a bringer of fiery doom, the blade his instrument of judgment. The solar blade of RA continues its relentless assault, a cascade of fire threatening to consume everything in its path. He is struck by a fiery blade, the force of the blow intense. The attacker presses his advantage, the solar blade of RA a blur of heat and destruction. The blade descends again, wreathed in fire, a testament to the attacker's power. A roar escapes the attacker's maw, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Nearby, a man's eyes widen in horror, witnessing the brutal assault. Blood splatters across a jacket, a grim reminder of the violence unfolding. The air crackles with murderous intent, the single word kill echoing in the aftermath. The man's eyes burn with a terrifying red glow, consumed by an all-encompassing hatred. The command screams out a furious, bloodthirsty demand. Kill them all. A distant figure stands silhouetted against a fiery, blurred landscape, the air thick with swirling particles. A man in a green jacket raises a sword, its blade reflecting the intense orange light surrounding him. Streaks of red energy pierce through the smoky air, adding to the chaos of the scene. A figure plummets through the air, caught in the heart of a swirling vortex of fire and smoke. The explosion intensifies, engulfing shadowy figures in a blinding wave of heat and force. Debris and bodies are flung outward as the destructive energy continues its relentless expansion. The world is obscured by a haze of dust and smoke, the aftermath of the devastating blast. A monstrous figure with sharp teeth and glowing eyes roars in fury, its rage palpable. Nearby, a man and woman stare in wide-eyed terror, their faces streaked with dirt and blood. A close-up reveals a bloodied figure, the severity of the injuries emphasized by the stark white background. The word kill erupts in a burst of red, a declaration of intent amidst the carnage. Wang Taijin's eyes burn with a crimson light, his face contorted in fury. The air crackles with a silent scream, kill them all. A chaotic battle unfolds, figures clashing amidst the destruction. Towering, horned figures emerge from the smoke, their forms silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of violence and despair. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, the weight of his rage threatening to overwhelm him. My rage is going to make me vomit. His eyes glow brighter, the intensity of his anger reaching a fever pitch. The devastation is complete, a testament to the lives lost in vain. The destruction weighs heavily on him, no matter how many backlands I slaughter. A lone figure plummets through the fiery sky, sword in hand. The weight of the destruction threatens to consume him. My heart keeps feeling like it's going to explode. A chilling message flashes. Guild, City, too, has been destroyed. He stares upward, a digital alert flashing before his eyes. The pillar of light has entered danger stage 1. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, fury etched on his face. Even sending Quan Sungil as support wasn't enough. The energy surges, spreading destruction and scattering items in its wake. A system message warns that until the pillar of light is destroyed, the attack power of awakeners will decrease by 30%. Bolts of energy crackle and arc, the devastation prompting a desperate cry. The sky tears open with raw power, the very air vibrating with uncontrolled energy. The destructive force continues its relentless assault, leaving chaos in its wake. The energy intensifies, twisting and contorting as it seeks to consume everything. A figure is caught in the blast, silhouetted against the blinding light. Elsewhere, civilians huddle together, fear etched on their faces as the world around them crumbles. One man screams in terror, blood splattered across his face and clothing. The scene is one of utter devastation, the narration box stating that this desperate night seemed like it would never end. The brutal clash reached its bloody conclusion, leaving a scene of carnage. The scale of the devastation became clear. This was the fate of the guild members. Bodies lay scattered amidst the rubble, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. The numbers told a grim story. Over 14,000 lives lost from a guild of 70,000. He walked through the aftermath, the destruction a stark reminder of the stakes. The once mighty guild had fallen to this state, a shadow of its former self. But the devastation was not the biggest problem looming on the horizon. Elsewhere, a dark silhouette stood against the backdrop of the ravaged city. Wang Taijin's expression hardened, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Civilians huddled together, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty amidst the ruins. The cost of the battle was etched on every face, a brutal reminder of the price of power. Wang Taijin's gaze remained fixed, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes as he contemplated the future. He stands amidst the devastation, blood staining his shoulder as the city crumbles around him. A voice booms, urging focus amidst the chaos. Don't space out. Another man shouts, demanding action. Gather up everything. If you can walk, even a bronze level one is fine. The man's face is contorted in desperation as he yells, "Wake up!" The unseen speaker demands, their voice laced with urgency. Or do you want us all to die here? Li Taihan stands firm, a grim determination etched on his face. He is doing what he's supposed to do. The unseen man speaks of replacing him if he lost his mind. The man with glasses states a grim reality. Every time a city is destroyed. The text explains the consequences. Every time the next floor's barrier isn't destroyed within the hidden time limit, the danger stage of the Pillar of Light will increase, and Stage 2 will nullify their items. Li Taihan's expression is serious as the text continues. Stage 3 will target their traits and skills, and Stage 4 will remove all of their stats. Do you understand? The gravity of the situation is made clear. If one more city breaks, everything is over. The man with glasses appears deeply concerned, his brow furrowed with worry. A disembodied voice declares that they have a debuff to their attack power. The voice continues, explaining that they lack the manpower to offset the debuff and need to reconstruct their defensive structures, promising to provide the necessary points. The dark-haired man looks determined, stating that this is for all cities. The man with glasses is told to focus on defending the cities, and he replies that he will deal with the rest. The voice wonders if he's going to handle all the barrier quests by himself. The man with glasses looks doubtful, questioning if that even makes sense. The dark-haired man states that if it's possible, they have a line of hope. A disembodied voice suggests putting Odin at the front line. The dark-haired man looks ashamed, saying that it won't be enough. A disembodied voice exclaims, "What?" The man with glasses says that the summons won't listen, and everyone is afraid of another quest like yesterday's. He looks upward, awaiting a response to an unspoken question. Wang Taijin, his expression resolute, makes his intentions known. The request is directed at someone specific, as the vicious quests of power and potential danger have been removed. The man with glasses, sweat beading on his brow, knows that Odin is responsible for the change. The cloaked figure emphasizes the need to maintain hope, ensuring such quests never resurface. A plea echoes, emphasizing the necessity of allowing something to proceed. Wang Taijin stands before the cloaked figure, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. The cloaked figure looms, the word drop emblazoned, as someone acknowledges knowing him. It's acknowledged that someone dislikes the spotlight, yet this course of action is deemed the only way. Wang Taijin looks up, his expression unreadable, as the conversation unfolds. Wang Taijin wonders aloud what the others are planning to say, his curiosity piqued. Wang Taijin glances towards the man with glasses, awaiting his contribution to the discussion. The authority of Doom Chaos is now focused solely on one individual. The quests, it is said, were filled with cruelty and hardship. A voice declares that something will not appear for anyone ever again. A man with glasses appears anxious, sweat beading on his brow as he looks on. Questions arise. Is he fighting Doom Chaos? Is he just a singular human? The speaker asserts that the nonsense of the system is now over, finished. The focus narrows to a torso, clad in practical, muted clothing. A figure stands with their back to the viewer, a dark silhouette against the light. A voice calls out to everyone, specifically mentioning Li Taihan. The title card appears, Returner, Episode 94. The word incomparable hangs in the air, a declaration of uniqueness. The message is clear. Tell everyone about the transcendental beings, even monsters. The 7 demon kings, their strongest members, wielded godlike authority. Doom Chaos. It's horrifying to think that Doom Chaos, and now someone else can also affect the system. But for that person to be a human like us. Not just that, but he's fighting against the vicious authority of Doom Chaos concentrated on himself. And now someone is here to protect and save the other Awakeners. There's a word to describe such a person. Savior. Unit Leader Kim Ji-hun. An important announcement will soon be made. He urges everyone to get ready. A building stands tall. The air crackles with hushed whispers as the group stands together. Anxious murmurs fill the room. The murmuring continues as the men stand in the hallway. A sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. Elsewhere, the city sprawls below, a dense network of streets teeming with countless individuals going about their day. Lee Tae-han strides confidently through the bustling city, his red cape billowing behind him. From within a high rise, the city appears as a distant, glittering landscape, separated by a pane of glass. Kim Ji-hoon's expression is unreadable behind his glasses, his gaze intense and focused. The unit leader's face fills the frame, his expression hardening as he commands someone to look. One of the men declares that everyone has the eyes of pigs and cows, suggesting they have given up. Lee Tae-han reflects on his past struggles, remembering how he worried about the next quest. The next trick of the system looms, and the thought of dying without being able to do anything sends shivers down his spine. The group discusses their grim situation, wondering if it even matters if they die tonight or tomorrow, but one of them claims to have learned the truth. The reason for the system's inconsistencies is about to be revealed. He looks up, the intricate gears of the system sparking above him. Kim Ji-hoon declares the reason those cruel quests suddenly disappeared. He now wishes to share those truths with them here, but the others look on with confusion. The unit leader states that he can put his life on the line. Kim Ji-hoon emphasizes the importance of the words he is about to say now. He shouts that a quest like yesterday's will never appear again. The unit leader explains that there is a savior who fights against the calamitous authority of doomed chaos. The others look on, processing the information about that person who they dared not look in the eye. Kim Ji-hoon continues, referring to that person who they only saw as an object of fear. He reveals that Odin has destroyed them all, as the others look on with concern. Kim Ji-hoon shouts that he erased the cruelty of the system. The unit leader concludes that he is taking on the remaining authority of doomed chaos all by himself. A disembodied voice questions the protagonist's capabilities, wondering if such feats are even possible for a human. A clenched fist emphasizes the response, denying any possibility of human limitation, hinting at something far greater. The unseen speaker declares this to be the realm of gods, challenging anyone to express fear in such a place. A man with glasses, cloaked in red, shouts with fervor, his expression a mix of zeal and defiance. The same voice proclaims that they're already under divine protection, their faith unwavering. The declaration continues, stating that their only task is to protect the few cities under this divine aegis. A screen displays an official announcement. Guildmaster Lee Tae-han has renamed the guild headquarters to Savior City. The man's face is partially visible, his eyes intense as he commands others to never forget that they stand in the power of God. The man's face fills the frame as he shouts about being on the land of salvation, his voice filled with religious fervor. A group of people, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension, react to the pronouncements with stunned silence. The city looms in the background as the gravity of the situation sinks in, the silence broken only by unspoken anxieties. The crowd looks on with uncertainty, a question mark hanging in the air as they grapple with the implications of the city's new name. A man raises his fist, his expression a mix of defiance and frustration. Another man, face contorted in a shout, cries out a single name, Odin. The cry echoes, and a small group of people turn, their faces etched with shock and concern. Fists are raised in unison, a silent declaration of solidarity and power. The call to Odin is amplified, the word raised emblazoned above clenched fists. The city is pierced by beams of purple light as the name Odin reverberates through the streets. A sea of people is bathed in the strange light, their faces turned upwards, a mix of awe and apprehension in their eyes. The purple beams intensify, the name Odin now a beacon in the urban landscape. Lee Tae-han's voice boomed, his speech resonating throughout the city, a powerful declaration hanging in the air. A group began to form, their voices rising in unison, worshipping a figure known as Odin. The fervor intensified, their chants of Odin echoing through the streets, a testament to his growing influence. The crowd's devotion grew, fueled by the desire to create an organization more unified than a guild. Fists were raised high, each voice a part of the unified chorus, their faith unwavering as they cried out to Odin. A voice mused that this was still better than worshipping the system, each level up prioritizing vitality. Since he had enough firepower, he needed endurance, the glowing cube representing a surge in his capabilities. Even after reaching the limit of vitality for a challenger, Wang Taijin found himself pushing further. There was no answer for sleep, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on Wang Taijin. To maintain Stage 7, a passionate one for the entire month, he had to keep pushing, despite the toll it took. Wang Taijin survived off 1-hour naps, a testament to his sheer willpower and determination. The air rushes past, a blur of motion and unseen forces. Spinning wildly, a figure is flung through the environment. The man admits that he had to resort to drastic measures to get a reaction. He declares that he will be going to work, though his head aches and his nerves are frayed. Even the smallest things ignite Wang Taijin's anger, his body stretched to its absolute limit. Today, he believes, he can finally clear the final quest of the Pillar of Light barrier. A colossal tower pierces the sky, crowned with a radiant beam of emerald light. That conviction, that unwavering resolve, is the only force propelling him forward. A groundswell of support rises from the crowd, fists pumping in unison. The crowd's fervor intensifies as they chant the name of their deity, Odin. It seems that everyone is chanting the name of Odin. He instinctively feels that today marks the end of Act 2, Scene 1, as the crowd continues to chant Odin's name. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead as a headache pounds behind his eyes. A voice echoes, declaring that his terrible personality is going to reach rock bottom. With a resounding crash, the floor's 7 barrier shatters into fragments of light. The air crackles with energy as the barrier is completely destroyed. A monstrous roar rips through the newly opened space, signaling a new threat. The moment Wang Taijin destroyed the barrier of the final area, something was unleashed. A huge monster, flanked by a horde of goons, charges out from the depths. The boss monster of Act 2, Scene 1, stands ready to fight. The monster thinks it would be proper to fight against it with an elite force of his own. But Wang Taijin was able to defeat it with instinct alone during his half-dreaming state. Without any unnecessary movement, he prepares to strike. It felt like he had completely absorbed the system's growth into his body. The monster acknowledges that the extreme situation pushed his body to unexpected heights. The man in the green jacket falls backward, defeated. Clutching his sword, the man thinks that he can't be bothered and just wants to sleep. Above the monster, a notification appears, indicating that the quest to guard the Pillar of Light has been completed. The monster seems confused by the turn of events. The man lies on the ground as a notification appears, indicating that he has received a challenger box as the first clear reward. The man in the green jacket is now snoring on the ground. Meanwhile, a notification appears, indicating the birth of Doom Man, with a progress of 534 out of 561. 2 men discuss Camp 5, wondering how they cleared Act 2, Scene 1 with so few people. He observes that the Frank Guild survivor numbers are overwhelming, suggesting their recent success might be luck. A wooden mug is raised high, splashing its contents as a toast is given to the great Indra. The celebration continues as more mugs are raised, the crowd united in their praise for Indra. The people cheer, their faces alight with joy as they celebrate the one they call the great Indra. Indra stands among the crowd, his arms raised in acknowledgement as the people continue to chant his name. The revelry shows no sign of slowing, the air thick with the sounds of celebration and the clinking of mugs. Indra takes a long, satisfying gulp from his mug, savoring the taste of the grain whiskey. Another man compliments Indra on the quality of his grain whiskey, wondering if he has a separate skill for it. Indra simply thanks him. A small, winged creature seems pleased, its expression conveying a sense of satisfaction. Indra's expression is thoughtful, perhaps contemplating the compliment he just received about his whiskey. The winged creature declares that the celebration is all thanks to the members of the Frank Guild. 2 men discuss that the stage will be increased, similar to Act 2, Scene 1, and since they've experienced it before, there won't be a long explanation. He and others will understand the people of the other stages. The fairy-like creature floats as a message appears, stating that the Frank Guild will need special consideration since they began in the central region. The man with long hair thinks to himself that they are at the center. A message states that the unit leaders of Frank Guild will receive platinum boxes. The army leaders will receive diamond boxes, and the guild master will receive a master box. The fairy-like creature floats amidst swirling blue energy. A cube-like structure glows with blue energy, its purpose still unknown. The man with long hair and the fairy-like creature are shown. It seems quests like potential danger and power weren't given this time. The man with long hair states that it's only giving them normal. It feels like the system has been pruned. The man with long hair says that they can't just be glad about this, great Indra. A group of people sit at tables. One of them says that as long as they're the central camp, the other camps will naturally try to challenge them. The man with long hair and another person are at a table. They need to form a strategy to respond to them. The man states they first need to check Camp 3's World Awakener Association. He wants to know if they are who they claim to be. The woman responds that those who use the names of criminal organizations like Camp 4 are obvious in their intentions. The woman states that they can't work together, her expression grim. Lee Taehan sits, listening intently to the conversation. He appears thoughtful as he considers the implications of the other camp's actions. Bell states that he wants to confirm the intentions of revolution. Bell continues, explaining that Camps 2 and 3 are large, so they're unlikely to work together. He thinks it'd be best to win over the weaker. The text indicates that forces come first, and someone curses Bell, calling him smart as always. The man with long brown hair thinks to himself that Bell is good at taking opportunities to contribute. The man with long brown hair responds to Bell, saying that there won't be a problem if it's him. Bell states that he will permit their actions, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a ruined city stands in stark contrast to the conversation, a testament to the destructive power at play. A holographic sign flickers to life, announcing their arrival. Footfalls echo through the red-tinged territory. The group advances, weapons at the ready. He commands restraint. Any aggression until I give the order. One of the men acknowledges the order. Understood. Bell's gaze is fixed on the city's data. The holographic display reveals the city's minimal defenses and population. Bell studies the information, his expression unreadable. A voice questions the city's status. Defense level 1 and only 1 resident. Bell's eyes narrow as he considers the implications. Another wonders aloud if the city has already fallen. Destroyed, the group unleashes a devastating attack. A surge of crimson energy erupts, tearing through the unseen barrier. The long-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. A figure stands amidst the shattered remains of the barrier, the ground cracked beneath their feet. Another man stands with his back to the group, a massive sword strapped to his back. The man's face is filled with rage as he demands if they are blind. The imposing figure looms, questioning if they understand the meaning of do not enter. Another burst of red energy pulses, a silent warning hanging in the air. The man's expression is a mixture of shock and disbelief, his eyes wide with apprehension. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling through the air. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. The impact is imminent. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of motion and violence. Meanwhile, a man stands amidst shattered earth, his posture suggesting grim determination. He approaches 2 cloaked figures, a massive sword strapped to his back. The man's expression hardens as he demands, "You blind?" His words echo with a threat. Do not misunderstand the meaning of do not enter. The man with long hair scowls, stating that this was Asian territory. He continues, noting that their numbers were low, as expected of those weaklings. The man finishes, revealing that they came from the central stage. He addresses the muscular man, stating that they wish to meet with his guild's leader. An unseen figure responds to the request with hostility, questioning what they are saying. The muscular man demands that they speak Korean, raising the tension in the conversation. Wang Taijin admits he doesn't understand what the man is saying, but senses the unwelcoming tone. Wang Taijin reveals that he would have cut the man down if he wasn't there to recruit them. The muscular man's expression hardens as he listens to Wang Taijin's words. Wang Taijin seems lost in thought, wondering how long it has been. The man with long black hair continues to look down, his expression unreadable. The muscular man expresses his disbelief at seeing someone like Wang Taijin. Wang Taijin looks up, noting how much the man is looking down on him. Wang Taijin states that they are not there to fight, attempting to de-escalate the situation. The muscular man declares that since words aren't working, he'll stop there, hinting at a potential escalation. Wang Taijin declares it is time to leave, his expression firm. Elsewhere, a hooded woman cries out a single name, Bell. A fist crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. The blue energy intensifies, focusing around the attacker's hand. Crimson energy flares, a sign of immense power about to be unleashed. A man with a ponytail stands defiant, as another man behind him prepares to strike with a fist engulfed in blue energy. The man with the ponytail is shocked by the display of power, questioning its source. The man with the ponytail grits his teeth, admitting that his defensive field barely saved him from fatal blow. Another man scoffs, finding their struggle amusing amidst the chaotic energy. The large man stands over the man with the ponytail, his expression menacing. Crimson energy swirls around the large man as he angrily questions if they think they can leave after angering him. The large man's face contorts in anger, his fist clenched. He demands to know if they think this is their backyard. Wang Taijin wonders who these guys are. Elsewhere, 2 men stand amidst a ruined landscape. He lies on the ground, injured. Wang Taijin stands over him, observing the scene. They walked in by themselves and were acting up. The injured man struggles to speak, apologizing to someone named Indra. Someone remarks that he keeps saying that, referring to the name Indra. Wang Taijin, his expression unreadable, is asked what he is. The man with short brown hair says that it looks like their lives will be spared if they apologize to Indra. He then asks why Wang Taijin kept him alive. The man with short brown hair smokes a cigarette. He says that this is their first time encountering other forces. Someone says that they were waiting for him to make a decision and that he doesn't have to wait next time. They entered his area without permission. Wang Taijin and the man with short brown hair are shown as a message appears. You have cast. A message flashes, indicating the activation of Devi's sword. Amidst the ruins of the city, a larger man addresses his companion. He tells him to get ready. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the idea of abandoning the city. Wang Taijin stands with the man with long brown hair, both observing the scene before them. A system message appears, stating that Quan Sungil has renamed the city to City, killed on unauthorized occupation. The narration reflects on the aftermath of the Doom Chaos event. It notes that Sun Gil was suffering emotionally. Kwon Sunjil's face is etched with worry. He fears for his family's safety, concerned they might have been taken to the testing site. A speech bubble displays a grim statistic, 0.6%. The man with short brown hair attempts to reassure someone. He says that's the awakening rate, so don't worry too much. The man with short brown hair looks concerned as he speaks to Wang Taijin. A man apologizes for showing something unsightly, while another voice assures him that anyone would feel the same. Wang Taijin and the man with long brown hair walk through the devastated city. The man with long brown hair wonders if their family was in danger. The map highlights their initial location in the far north. They circled the central stage to the south, hoping to avoid unnecessary interruptions. The forest floor is littered with corpses, a testament to a recent battle. Blood stains the ground, weapons scattered amongst the fallen warriors. Wang Taijin and Kwon Sungil survey the grim scene, the weight of the battle heavy in the air. From above, the scale of the carnage becomes clear, bodies strewn across the landscape. The forest path is choked with the dead, a silent testament to the ferocity of the fighting. Even the trees seem to bear witness to the violence, their bark scarred and stained. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken truth. A large-scale battle has already happened here. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he considers the implications of such widespread destruction. A man with curly hair calls out, questioning who the leader is. Wang Taijin stands firm, while Kwon Sunjil's face is contorted with rage. The man's face contorts with rage, demanding to know who they are and if they wish to die. An older man, sweat beading on his brow, calls out for them to wait, a younger man peering from behind him. The older man's plea hangs in the air, unanswered as he looks up at the imposing figures before him. The tension is palpable, a silent standoff in the desolate landscape. Another man interjects, suggesting they call for their leader to handle the situation. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in practical leather armor, steps forward, her expression unreadable. The woman's presence commands attention as she gestures, indicating a direction for the group to follow. Her gaze pierces through them, addressing them as you people with an air of authority. Her expression is stern, her eyes narrowed as she awaits their response. Meanwhile, a man with curly hair questions Wang Taijin, his expression inquisitive. The woman's words echo in the air, revealing the name of her storage unit, Cat Food Warehouse. The storage unit's name suggests a connection to someone who worked there, possibly the one who formed this group. He stands in a high-tech facility, the air humming with unseen power, and declares his intentions. He wants to meet their guild. The red-haired woman's voice cuts through the air, her question direct and challenging. What is his position in the revolution? With a measured tone, the woman reveals her identity, stating simply that she is the mayor. Her gaze is intense, her expression unreadable as she awaits his response. Extending an invitation, the mayor asks them to come with her, her expression serious. Elsewhere, a monstrous form descends, its massive body a grotesque tapestry of bone and shadow. Its skeletal frame is elongated and menacing, a harbinger of destruction. The creature's head, a nightmarish fusion of insect and reptile, looms closer. Kwon Sungil stares up at the descending horror, questioning what this disgusting thing is, while Wang Taijin observes that it looks stronger than those cow heads. The monster descends upon the city, and someone notes that they're graph, simpler to fight than the backlands, so they're easier to defeat. The creature looms over the city, and someone notes that it looks like they had the toughest time, as the sign below indicates the city is Bravo, jurisdiction, Cat Food Warehouse. Meanwhile, Mayor Mason Brown asks if they broke those frank guys' upturned noses. A voice reports that they had an unexpected gain. The red-haired woman smiles, explaining that they've brought a mayor from the revolution camp. The woman in the gray jacket explains that the mayor approached them after the battle ended. He wonders aloud about the people using that name, now that the timing is good. Brown Mason praises Dorothy's good work. The red-haired woman notes that they seem to be Koreans. A man's face is shown in extreme close-up, uttering a strangled WH. Brown Mason's expression is unreadable. A voice shouts, "What?" A woman with auburn hair speaks, her expression serious as she confirms something. Her words hang in the air, the implication that something is about to happen heavy in the room. Elsewhere, a man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape, as if witnessing something unbelievable. A desperate question echoes. Where are they right now? It is revealed that Mason Brown was a contracted mercenary for Whitewater. A soldier stands guard, rifle in hand. The text reveals that Mason Brown was noticed by Whitewater executives and contacted by a mysterious organization. A black cat with glowing eyes appears, connected to those possessing unexplainable power, codenamed Cat S. Men carry boxes labeled as cat food, objects that only these Cat S could handle. The scene shifts to a gate. The text explains that they were moved into a bunker that could even withstand a nuclear explosion. The man from before is shown again, the text revealing that he could never forget the first time he saw a cat enter a gate. The name Ethan is revealed, along with the promise, "I'll return within 1 week." A man with black hair stands holding a briefcase, surrounded by an ethereal glow. They tirelessly enter the gates, returning with more cat food. One man is covered in blood, a testament to the dangers faced. The man's expression is grim as he considers the many things filling the bunker, all of which started with Code A. The man with the head covering reflects on the past, understanding now why things had to be this way. Wang Taijin listens as another man speaks, thinking that those two would already be at a level they can't even contend with. The legs of two figures are visible, their posture suggesting a tense conversation or confrontation. The man with the head covering shouts, his face contorted in rage as he declares, "You are." Wang Taijin stands beside another man, their expressions unreadable as the situation unfolds. A figure calls out a name, the word Ethan, hanging in the air, heavy with implication. He asks if the protagonist remembers him, his expression a mix of hope and anticipation. Wang Taijin replies, acknowledging the man before him. Idema states that it has been a while, expressing disbelief and amazement at their reunion. His eyes reflect a deep sense of satisfaction. Idema, standing beside another man, compliments the protagonist's Korean. He assures Wang Taijin that he doesn't need to strain himself to speak the language. Wang Taijin, his expression unreadable, wonders who the guild master is. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Idema reveals that he was the director of the cat food warehouse. He also introduces Cheney, a member of the organization who is now a squad member. Idema, his gaze intense, declares that they awaited the day Wang Taijin would join them, calling him Ethan. The mystery deepens. The text bubble reveals that the master of this guild, the cat food warehouse, is Wang Taijin. The pieces begin to fall into place. Idema, now accompanied by a woman, exclaims about Mr. Mason. He warns that those Franks are coming, a sense of urgency in his voice. Idema asks Wang Taijin to wait there for a moment, stating that he thinks this is their first encounter. The situation remains tense. Idema and the woman are running, realizing they were a decoy. They note that too many enemies are lying in ambush, and they can't even call for help. Elsewhere, a flag flaps in the wind, its design hinting at a hidden allegiance. The symbol remains cryptic. The sky above the city glows red, the air thick with anticipation. Inside the warehouse, the defenders brace themselves for the inevitable assault. A voice booms from outside, demanding entry. "Open your doors right now, you cat warehouse bastards." One of the attackers shouts back, his face contorted with rage. "You're not cats, you're rats." The sheer number of enemies becomes apparent as they amass outside the warehouse. "Tisich, arrogant bastards," one mutters. Turning to face the overwhelming force, the man in the cap observes, "Looks like they came in a swarm." A holographic display flickers to life, showing the option to upgrade the fire tower, but it will cost 2,200 points. The upgrade completes, the screen now displaying, "Fire Tower, LV.5, is completed." The city's defense level has increased, now standing at level 33, a small victory against the encroaching horde. One man explains that the fire tower is useful against the Grofs, but it will only buy them time against the current threat. Another man hangs his head in shame, admitting, "I am ashamed. I fell into a trap." A figure looms in the shadows, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he declares, "Since you said that I'm the master of this guild." He grits his teeth, a visible crack forming in the air before him. The cracks spread across the cityscape, a digital distortion of reality. The crowd below murmurs in confusion, wondering what tricks are being used. A man in gray armor stares up at the wall of energy, questioning its sudden appearance. Desperation sets in as he realizes he can't break through the barrier. A warning flashes, "You may not leave the area." After defeating the Pillar of Light's final boss, Wang Taijin stands with two companions, facing this new obstacle. A glowing cube materializes, hinting at rewards for overcoming the challenge. The visuals were too flashy, so he turned them off, receiving Adonis's holy helmet as his reward. The rewards include David King's gauntlets, a solar cape of Ra, a ring of Attis, and a ring of Minerva. The rewards also include a feather of Frigg and a treasure of Loki. He received Odin's golden armor god of storms, an S-rank item at level 620. The Adonis's holy helmet can transform the wearer into the god of the dead, the god of battle, and the god of war. When combined with Odin's wrath skill, it empowers Odin's wrath into Odin's thunderstorm. An item with a higher level than the solar cape of Ra was worth the suffering. The god of storms could empower Odin's wrath, and the god of battle could summon Valkyries. The speaker liked this one the most, referring to one of the items or powers. The one that unleashes Odin's absolute battlefield is the god of war, and Wang Taijin looks determined. A domain they cannot escape until they defeat him, the text declares ominously. It's just like the authority of doom, chaos, the text proclaims, hinting at immense power. Meanwhile, someone calls out the name, Mason, in a crowd of people. A voice declares, "From today onward." Wang Tai-jin, with a confident smirk, commands to be called Odin. A figure plummets downwards, engulfed in a red aura. A man looking shocked cries out, "Ethan!" He is struck by a surge of energy, the force of it staggering him. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outward with a resounding UWAT. The energy intensifies, bathing the immediate area in blinding light. The armored man cries out, his face contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief. The air vibrates with a deep rumble, the honeycomb structure resonating with power. Turning away from the blast, the armored man watches as the explosion consumes everything. One man observes that the negotiations have failed, and they must find Indra. The question hangs in the air. Is such firepower even possible for a human? The man's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he considers the implications. After countless wars and the defeat of monsters, the world now faces a new, unforeseen threat. The possibility of humanity rejecting the Awakeners raises a dangerous question. What if they clashed? The ultimate question remains, in a clash between Awakeners and humanity, could the Awakeners prevail? He admits he didn't hold any hope until now, but seeing seeing Odin has changed his perspective. He is not just the hero of humanity who will save us from the threat of monsters, but someone who can also suppress the conflict between Awakeners and humans. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. A transcendent being. The man with long hair appears distraught, the news weighing heavily on him. Commander Bell and his attack force are dead. The report continues, stating that they couldn't approach the cat food warehouse. A huge barrier surrounded them. The barrier disappeared, and the two men discuss the situation. They are clearly troubled by recent events. The man with short hair looks up at the city skyline. It was completely empty, devoid of life. The man with short hair looks down, as if nothing had ever happened. There wasn't even a trace of battle. The man with long hair insists it wasn't him, his expression a mix of fear and desperation as he speaks to the other man. The man with short hair expresses his disbelief, never expecting that they'd betray them. His face is contorted with anger. The man with long hair wonders if he is also suspected, right after losing half his combat force. The man with long hair doesn't know what they received for their betrayal, but he hopes it was worth it. A figure cries out, screaming for Lord Indra's mercy as they are attacked by an unseen force. The man with long hair stands amidst green energy, wondering if it was some nonsense. He appears to be injured. The figure's rage threatens to consume everything in its path. A new strategy is proposed, a move to Revolution's region. The woman glances back, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Vile words are spoken, fueled by hatred for the cat bastards. The forces clash in the middle region, a chaotic storm of power. The screen displays grim news. Someone was killed on unauthorized occupation, and Kwon Sungil is the mayor. A silent observation of the aftermath, the weight of destruction heavy in the air. He surveys the scene, noting the clear signs of a recent battle. The scene suggests that a single person brought Bell's attack force to this state. Kwon Sungil's name hangs in the air, a question mark over the devastation. Is Kwon Sungil the leader of revolution? The man considers the possibility. The man's eyes gleam. If Kwon Sungil enjoys fighting solo, that's all the better. Indra's sword is a skill specialized for single-target attacks. The moment it's cast, if it hits, it continuously inflicts damage and rips the target to pieces. A lethal skill for duels. Indra declares that he will have a battle between guild masters and assimilate revolution into his group, a clean method with minimal losses. The scene shifts to the takeover point. The message is clear. It's here. Indra, secure the takeover point. Indra stands before a man in a vest, a yellow circle glowing between them. A close-up reveals Indra's determined gaze. Indra states that he will try some unauthorized occupation. A foot clad in a brown boot steps forward, energy crackling around it. The takeover is in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Indra stands with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The takeover is in 9 minutes and 58 seconds. He looks up, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face. A surge of violet energy erupts, crackling with destructive force. The energy slams into Kwon Sungil, sending him flying backwards. The impact resonates with a deafening UWAT. Kwon Sungil, reeling from a blow, calls out in disbelief. A figure in a cloak stands amidst the devastation, questioning the decision to abandon the central area. The man with curly hair acknowledges the bold decision that was made. A man with black hair acknowledges that the best results were obtained thanks to that decisiveness. The man resolves to act more carefully from now on. The man with black hair sees a notification that he wasn't able to see through his target. The man with curly hair is shocked that he wasn't able to see through his target. He wonders why his enlightenment skill isn't working as intended. Indra's sword, a skill of S rank, focuses powerful lightning strikes on the target, with a proficiency level of 3. Wang Tai-jin seems surprised by something he has just heard. Indra agrees, stating that fighting between their camps will only please the other forces. He continues, saying that even so, a merge is unavoidable, so let the leaders battle without bloodshed to decide, and asks if he got his success or education. Indra is asking Wang Taijin if he's aware of something. Wang Taijin reveals that he is from the Goldstein family's direct line. He further states that Colton Spencer Goldstein is his uncle. Indra looks intently at Wang Taijin, remarking that it looks like he knows a lot about his family. Wang Taijin responds that it's a good joke to work under him, smiling slightly. Indra says that many people know of his family. He continues, adding that, however, few know a lot about them, and if you know the details, you aren't someone of low social status. He is pressed for answers. The man with long brown hair demands to know how Wang Taijin is connected to the Goldstein family, and if he knows about the Genal Club. The man's face contorts in fear, sweat beading on his brow as the implications of Wang Taijin's knowledge sink in. A voice booms, declaring authority. I'm the ruler of that Genal Club. The voice continues, warning against arrogance. Don't act up just because you're some lowly house's successor. The man with long brown hair repeats the question in disbelief. The ruler of Genal Club? A tremor runs through him, the word shake echoing the intensity of his fear as he stands before an unseen presence. A voice questions, identifying him. You're that Korean? The voice confirms, asserting dominance. That's right. Do you now understand who should be bowing to whom? The man with long brown hair is now violently shaking, his body convulsing with terror. A manic grin stretches across his face, a disturbing contrast to his earlier fear. He mutters, his voice trembling, my goodness, God is truly on my side. The man with long brown hair speaks, his eyes wide with a strange mix of fear and elation. He brought you to me. A declaration hangs in the air, dripping with malice and the threat of violence. A question echoes, followed by a declaration of intent, a promise of swift action. Crimson eyes burn with intensity, a silent promise of devastation about to be unleashed. A voice declares the arrival of a weapon, an iron mace destined for Korea. A sinister smile spreads across her face, her red eyes gleaming with dark intent. The system announces the casting of Indra's sword as green energy crackles around the caster. Green energy surges, crackling and arcing around the figure as the spell takes hold. The dark-haired man's eyes narrow, observing the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. I see, he says. The man surrounded by green energy declares that his opponent is of Cassandra's line. A voice claims to have allowed the other's kind to stay in the club, implying a history of tolerance. A hand crackles with purple energy, a display of power and control. A voice warns against bearing fangs without knowing one's place, identifying the power as Devi's sword. When its rank increased, another form was revealed. With a resounding clink, Devi's sword has been changed to Indra's sword. The change reverberates with raw, chaotic energy. The shift in power elicits a reaction of utter disbelief. The man with curly brown hair gapes, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses the transformation. The energy intensifies, crackling with unseen force. He stands amidst the swirling power, seemingly at its epicenter. The raw energy continues to surge, a visual representation of immense power. The air itself seems to crack under the strain of the transformation. The force of the change contorts a face into a grotesque mask, teeth bared in a silent scream. A desperate question echoes in the air. What are you? In the aftermath of this transformation, a stark message appears. Guild Frank has dissolved. A skeletal figure descends from above, its metallic limbs gleaming in the dim light as someone below watches. The man's eyes widen behind his glasses, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he exclaims, Holy hell. The man explains that he arrived as soon as he received notice of the Frank Guild's invasion, but it was already too late. The man, standing beside a younger man in a yellow jacket, apologizes for his tardiness. The younger man assures him that he is just in time, adding that he will leave the cleanup to him. The man looks up, seemingly contemplating the task ahead, his expression a mix of concern and resolve. A blurred image reveals a vast crowd, their forms indistinct, hinting at the scale of the aftermath. The crowd kneels, a sea of bowed heads suggesting a scene of surrender or devastation. The younger man instructs someone to head toward the central region when the man swallows hard, his atoms apple bobbing as he prepares to speak. The man pleads with the younger man, his expression conveying a deep sense of urgency. The man states that throughout the last scene, the younger man pushed himself too far and that he will keep. An unseen speaker tells Odin that he needs more people assisting him. Another unseen speaker declares that they will assimilate all the forces into the revolution. Wang Taijin, though feeling lacking compared to Joshua von Karian, vows to do his best. The man with glasses tells Wang Taijin that he is just like someone. Two men stand together. The man in the red hood seems to be asking a question. The woman with black hair says that everyone out there is living as they please, and that things can just be said with words. The man with white hair states that Joshua is someone who is prepared. The man with brown hair says that someone is to lead the World Awakener Association after the testing site closes. The man with red hair says that seeing how the Frank Guild and the like are running about, there's no guarantee he'll survive until the end, and that he asked that two men stand together, one with a beard and sunglasses, as a speech bubble states commanders of cat food warehouse, and everyone out there is living as they please. A speech bubble states that they need a new central anchor, and that they didn't know where Joshua, Jonathan, and Mick were. The man with glasses says that even when Joshua returns, someone's contribution will be acknowledged. The dark-haired man smirks, telling someone to try if they are so confident. He states that he will reconstruct the World Awakener Association. The man's confidence is unwavering. He wouldn't have said it otherwise. The man with glasses appears surprised by the declaration. The man's confidence is unwavering. He wouldn't have said it otherwise. Wang Taijin gestures with open hands, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he awaits a reaction. The terms of the deal are laid out. Upon their return, they will be given the controlling interest of Ilsong, and all shares of the subsidiaries will be returned. The words all shares hang in the air, heavy with implication. Although GNL Group took the controlling interest, the subsidiary shares were split between the Korean branches of GNL Group and Jonathan Investment Finance Group. The Zillion Investment Finance Group is also involved in the complex financial structure. The man with glasses is taken aback, questioning if Wang Taijin is talking about all the shares. The man with glasses repeats the question, his shock evident. Did he say all shares? From somewhere above, a voice confirms the previous statement. The man with black hair smiles, revealing his name, Lee Tae-han. The person with glasses is speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Another man's face contorts in disbelief, his mouth agape. The question hangs in the air. Why is he talking about all the shares? The man with glasses, visibly shaken, repeats the question, seeking confirmation. Did you say all shares? A figure with dark hair confirms the unsettling truth with a simple, stark statement. That's right. The man with the scarf lists the names, each one carrying a weight of implication. All of them. Lee Tae-han, GNL Group. The implications deepen as more names are revealed. Jonathan Investment Finances, Zillion, Jamie Corporation. Wang Taijin, arms crossed, reveals the shocking truth. They're all my companies. The man with glasses is speechless, his shock palpable as the revelation sinks in. The man with the scarf's expression hardens, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Never forget. A figure with piercing blue eyes declares, a hint of something dark in his tone, why I created them. On the phone, a man with slick-back gray hair declares how he maintained the world's financial markets. Below a computer screen, a woman with long black hair looks up, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A man with short blonde hair peers up, a speech bubble above him, stating, on the day of beginnings. A computer screen displays a cascade of digital information, its glow reflecting in the surrounding environment. A speech bubble hangs in the air, posing the question, what I'm going to do in the future. Lee Tae-han stands tall, surrounded by other men in suits, a speech bubble below him stating, and what you are now. Wang Taijin's expression is unreadable, his gaze intense as he looks off to the side. A man with glasses looks up, his eyes wide with shock and a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Lee Tae-han is seen from the chest down, his cape billowing behind him. Lee Tae-han stands with his arms at his sides, his cape flowing behind him. He is thanked, the words appearing in a speech bubble above him. The man with glasses, brow furrowed with worry, pledges everything in repayment. Elsewhere, a figure stands beneath a massive, skeletal framework of steel. A cloaked figure descends a crumbling precipice, the ground falling away beneath him. The name of a powerful organization echoes, Odin. Meanwhile, a few months have passed since Act 2, Scene 2 began. The city skyline is silent witness to the changes. Lee Tae-han, having united the stage, brought a semblance of stability, his presence a bulwark against the chaos. Two men stand before posted notices, one stating he was looking for one item. The notice declares that if a black fragment is discovered, it must be reported immediately, promising a great reward. Another notice warns that failure to report an unauthorized use of a black fragment will be severely punished by the World Awakener Association. This official order, issued by Lee Tae-han after unifying the stage of Act 2, Scene 2, was not universally heeded, as some always ignore warnings of punishment. A resounding boom echoes. A heavy foot descends, the impact resonating with a thunderous boom. An exclamation point hangs in the air, a silent warning of impending danger. The man sits perched atop a rock, the echoes of the earlier impact still ringing. Holding a rolled document, the man's expression is a mix of concern and urgency. Found it. The man's voice is laced with anger. These guys are trying to snatch it away, bastards. The man speaks of opportunity, promising advancement to those who join their ranks, regardless of their current status. The paper contains information about the Xiaoyang attack unit, directing them to the Blue Dragon Corps headquarters in District 13. One man reveals that someone on the inside made a report, adding that at least one of them is still afraid of Odin. The question hangs in the air, what do we do? The response is immediate. Just go and get them now? The man states that since the conflict has already begun, further delay won't help matters. Holding the paper firmly, Wang Taijin declares, "Let's do this." The black fragment is identified as a starting quest item, its significance now clear. Though it appeared on all stages, no one could complete the quest. From the assumptions made by Sixth Evil, who made the most progress on this quest, the end reward of the chain quest was an item directly related to one of the. That quest was the first to tell of the existence of the 7 Demon Kings, but it ended without any results. This item only appeared in Act 2, Scene 2, the hidden reward of Act 2, Scene 2. The woman with green hair smirks, arching a brow. She wonders if the hooded figure came because of the poster. The hooded figure stands silently, their face obscured by the shadows of their cowl. The hooded figure stands their ground, their posture suggesting a quiet confidence. The woman with green hair greets the hooded figure, commenting on the quality of their gear. She asks if they came to the wrong place. The hooded figure is asked what their level is, and is told that they only allow up to around gold. The hooded figure's level is revealed to be 260 platinum. The woman with green hair looks up at the hooded figure, curious about what a big shot like them is doing here. The hooded figure states that they are interested in the woman's unit, and asks if she has a spot. The woman with green hair questions why they should accept just anyone. She wonders why a platinum-level individual would even want to join them. The woman's expression hardens as she states that she has her own circumstances. Her gaze is intense, unwavering. The hooded figure stands silently as the woman speaks. She suggests that if he wants an opening, he should make one. The woman smirks, finding the hooded figure's confidence impressive. She believes that this arrangement will be better for both of them. The woman's expression turns serious. She clarifies that they don't want to get tangled up with criminals and demands to know what crime he committed. The hooded figure states plainly that there is no crime. His expression is unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. The woman scoffs, suggesting that he has a problem with the woman. She presses him, asking whose woman he touched. The woman leans in, her expression intense. She states a name, Kim Jae-hun's. The hooded figure repeats the name, Kim Jae-hun. His eyes narrow, slightly, a hint of something flickering within them. The woman's eyes widen, sweat beading on her brow. She seems to be growing fearful of the hooded figure. The woman asks if he is talking about Commander Kim Jae-hun of the Il-sung Corps. Her voice is strained with a hint of panic. The hooded figure confirms with a simple, "Yeah." He adds that Kim Jae-hun is a piece of trash who can't even do his job properly. The man's words drip with disdain, a cruel assessment of someone's worth. The woman's reaction is obscured, but the tension is palpable. Her face contorts with worry, sweat beading on her brow as she bites her nails. The woman with green hair attempts to regain her composure, asking the hooded figure to wait. The hooded figure pauses, their backs still turned, stating they need to verify the woman's claims. The hooded figure offers an ultimatum, suggesting she can stop them if she wishes, but she'd be missing out. The woman reaches out, a nervous giggle escaping her lips as she tries to stop them. A voice, presumably belonging to the hooded figure, insists on following protocol. The woman with green hair, exasperated, reminds them that they aren't free to do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the ruined city stretches out before them, a testament to past conflicts. With a determined leap, the woman with green hair descends towards the hooded figure. She calls out, finally demanding to know the hooded figure's name. The hooded figure stands tall, towering over Kwon Jikyol, who sits passively. Her eyes widen, the woman with green hair clearly taken aback by what she's hearing. Her expression hardens, the woman's anger rising as she questions what a former association member is doing here. She asks if the situation is funny, stating that the situation is what it is. The hooded figure remains impassive, listening to the woman's accusations. A sly smile creeps across the woman's face as she remarks on the hooded figure's apparent taste in women. The Il-sung commander seemed pretty angry. She thinks, her expression still sly. The woman states that they understand the situation and should proceed, adding that hiding him won't be easy. The woman stands close to the hooded figure, her hand resting on his shoulder. The hooded figure asks how the experience is, adding that it seems she thinks she found a weakness of his. The hooded figure's eyes glow red, a subtle warning beneath the surface. Blue energy crackles around the hooded figure as he warns that he won't be treated like a pushover. She gazes downward, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as if anticipating a reaction. The woman's expression is one of confident amusement, a knowing glint in her eyes as she looks down at someone. Her invitation hangs in the air, a proposition laced with both promise and a hint of challenge. The woman with green hair stands confidently, her red dress accentuating her figure as she awaits a response. She strides forward, her words a playful reprimand, daring someone to meet her gaze directly. Meanwhile, an unseen character erupts in outrage, branding someone a pervert. Even after acquiring the black fragment, the unit leader failed to report it to the association, a decision that would have far-reaching consequences. The man's expression hardens as the implications of the unit leader's actions become increasingly clear. He didn't take the incident of revolution, the group considered the weakest, seriously when they took over the entire stage. Considering that Lee Taehan instantly created the new system, his influence is undeniable. And Human Caliba, who'd cleared all the D-rank dungeons in the area by himself, were working under him. The rules they created should never have been ignored, but they were. Even if the stories about Odin, who was called the savior, were exaggerated in some sense, the unit leader arbitrarily decided to ignore the association's rules. That's why he had no choice but to leak the information, a desperate measure born of frustration and concern. That man called Kwon Jikyol, a name whispered with a mix of respect and apprehension. He was definitely sent here by the association. Him being platinum is bullshit. The armored man stands amidst the fallen, a blue gem clutched in his hand, his armor stained with the blood of battle. A body lies in a pool of blood, a grim testament to violence. A thought surfaces, a concern about someone falling for a firefox. The woman with green hair stands beside the dark-haired man, declaring herself as good as dead. As they prepared their inventory, Lingling approached him, poking him playfully on the cheek. Lingling wonders aloud what made him confident enough to share everything with her. The dark-haired man sits with Lingling, acknowledging that his fate is the same no matter where he goes, and it's not something he can hide. Lingling smiles, telling him that he was confident he could take control of the situation no matter where he went. Lingling leans in, stating that she's experienced a lot of people, but not a man like him. The woman with green hair believes she understands why the Ilsung commander's woman fell for him. The dark-haired man retorts that it's a roundabout way of saying she wants to take everything he has. She leans in, a playful glint in her eye, as Lingling declares he's hiding his level. He looks away, a shadow crossing his face. Wang Taijin warns her that others have lost their head for trying to look at his status window. Lingling's expression hardens, her patience wearing thin. She tells him to just get to the point. A flicker of annoyance crosses her features, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lingling's expression softens, a hint of concern in her voice. She asks if he'll do his best during the boss fight, too. She leans closer, her voice gentle. Lingling tells him that it wasn't a problem for him, and that he always says the right things. Lingling's tone is light, almost teasing. She says they got lucky as well. Her eyes gleam with affection, a soft smile playing on her lips. She adds that he also got pretty lucky. Wang Taijin's brow furrows, confusion evident in his expression. He asks what she means. His hand is wrapped in bandages, a silent testament to the battles he's faced. A new challenge awaits, a path yet to be revealed. There is a hidden quest. The aftermath of a great struggle, the dust settling on a hard-won victory. After the boss fight, Lingling smiles, pressing a finger to her lips as if sharing a secret. The text speaks of aiming for the unit leader position, a quest tied to the 7 demon kings. A monstrous figure looms, its form obscured, but a single, glowing eye pierces the darkness. Streaks of light blur as the monster moves with incredible speed. The monster strikes, the sound of PAZ echoing as it attacks. Its grotesque torso, a mass of pale flesh and dark veins, dominates the scene. The creature's legs move with unnatural agility, a blur of motion. Another strike lands, the impact resounding with a deafening pad. The force of the blow sends a figure flying, a pained cry escaping their lips. Wang Taijin, sword in hand, warns to step back if defense is low. The monster, seemingly unfazed, finds the situation tedious. Standing in a pool of water, the monster declares its desire to kill them. The bald man shouts for cover, his face contorted in a desperate plea. The woman with green hair screams, her expression a mirror of his urgency. A single brutal word echoes die. A flurry of slashes tears through the air, a final, desperate assault. The system announces the completion of the quest, Weapon of the Deep Seas. The large man lands heavily, his massive weapon impacting the ground with a resounding thud. Looking up at the fallen beast, the woman wonders if it is truly over. The 2 men behind them express their disbelief at clearing an E-rank dungeon. Another man roars in triumph, his face alight with victory. After the boss battle, the men celebrate, knowing it is time to split the rewards. Wang Taijin stands amidst the aftermath, blood staining his clothes, the battle concluded. Lingling gazes at the cubes, her eyes burning with desire for the spoils of their victory. She tells the others that they can split the remaining rewards amongst themselves. A man behind her looks confused, a question mark floating above his head. The man's confusion spreads among his comrades. They wonder if this is a test of loyalty, or if there's another reason they join to get experience. One of the men tells Kwon Sungil that he can choose first. The others wonder why they are being so generous, as they have never done this before. Another man declares that he will step out as well, adding to the growing sense of unease among the group. Wang Taijin looks down, his expression unreadable. Behind him, the other men look on with a mixture of shock and concern. The men whisper amongst themselves, wondering what is going on and what the others are plotting. Suspicion hangs heavy in the air. One man laughs maniacally, declaring that they should be thankful. His laughter echoes through the cavern, unsettling the others. The group decides to discuss how they will split the rewards. It seems someone noticed what was happening and drew the unit members' attention. Wang Tai-jin is described as a quick-witted guy, suggesting he has a plan to navigate the situation. Lingling and Quan Sun-gil stand on a hill, overlooking the scene. It is thought that he'll survive until the end if things go well. A man speaks to Wang Tai-jin, his words unheard, but likely pivotal to the unfolding events and the decision to come. A hand presses the yes button to begin the quest, signaling a new chapter in their adventure and a commitment to the unknown challenges ahead. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. Xiao Yang's body trembles violently as Lingling and a man with short black hair look on with concern. The man with short black hair asks what happened, as Lingling urges someone to do something. Someone wonders what could have gone wrong as the air crackles with energy. Lingling cradles Xiao Yang, her expression a mask of worry as she notes his body is cold. A desperate plea echoes, "Xiao Yang, wake up." A close-up reveals a stream of viscous fluid erupting from Xiao Yang's mouth, a sign of internal distress. Coughing and sputtering, Xiao Yang struggles for breath amidst the lingering energy. Lingling and the man with short black hair watch over Xiao Yang with concern. Within a golden, gelatinous substance, a purple worm writhes, its form alien and unsettling. A sharp, cracking sound pierces the air, a sign of something breaking or shifting. Lingling and the man with short black hair are helping Xiao Yang, who is coughing. A strange, purple energy crackles in the air, posing a silent question. She looks up at protagonist man, who overcomes adversity, a hint of playful accusation in her voice. "You should have told me you liked it." The purple worm's grotesque face contorts, a stream of viscous fluid dripping from its maw. A piercing shriek echoes through the cavern, the sound of something unnatural. Protagonist man, who overcomes adversity's eyes narrow, his gaze intense and focused. The purple worm lies prone, twitching slightly as its life ebbs away. The creature's massive form rests on the cavern floor, seemingly defeated. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring the scene. The purple worm's body lies still, a pool of viscous liquid spreading around it. Protagonist man, who overcomes adversity, stares down at the fallen beast, a question forming in his mind. A weapon is raised, poised to strike again, but a moment of doubt lingers. Lingling's expression is one of disbelief. "It's not dead?" she asks, her eyes wide. The remains of the purple worm are being slashed, the air thick with a foul odor. A notification appears before a man, indicating the completion of a lost weapon. She looks up, a question forming in her mind as she stares at the remains. Lingling states that it is done, but her expression suggests otherwise. She questions what is happening, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Xiao Yang remains unaware of the energy gathering within his body, a sinister force taking hold. The man stands with his arms crossed, a purple aura surrounding him. It is revealed that Lingling probably hasn't even thought that the parasite could have taken his body as its host. A man with glowing red eyes ominously declares that they will have a hard time from now on. The parasite's influence spreads, corrupting the man's flesh. The man states to not feel bitter about it, because he saved your life. The system reports that the Xiao Yang attack unit has successfully cleared the dungeon of the Maruka tribe, an E-rank threat. Amidst the rubble, a team stands victorious, the glow of their recent triumph still radiating around them. A figure strides confidently across the shattered remains of the dungeon, their purpose unknown. Two men exchange a look of confusion, their faces etched with uncertainty as they ponder the situation. Someone expresses relief and excitement, admitting they were prepared to declare the group lost if they hadn't emerged today. The man explains that they returned after 2 weeks, and despite losing 5 members, clearing an E-rank dungeon was uncommon. Despite receiving the admiration of other attack units, Xiao Yang's face remained dark, a shadow of concern clouding his features. The woman's expression is unreadable, her eyes narrowed as she listens intently to the conversation. Someone questions why another looks the way they do, while another voice speaks of the next quest. The man's face is etched with concern as he reveals that the next challenge is a D-rank dungeon. The woman and a hooded figure exchange a look of surprise and concern, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. The speaker notes that since they cleared an E-rank dungeon, more applicants will keep coming in. Lingling stands with her arms crossed, listening to Quan Sun-gil, who hopes for support from the core. Wang Tai-jin, arms crossed, states that they're the only people who have cleared D-rank dungeons until now. The group discusses the implications of the quest leading to a D-rank dungeon, and where this chain quest will take them. Lingling looks up at Quan Sun-gil, asking if he thinks it's possible to finish this quest. Lingling asks if Quan Sun-gil is just going to run from it, then, and if he doesn't want to return to the association. Quan Sun-gil states that he is a man of his word, and if they can complete this quest, he will have the power to help her return to the association. Wang Taijin tells Lingling that is how much this quest is worth, and she needs to trust him. Wang Taijin says that saying and doing are two different things. Wang Taijin tells Quan Sungil that he keeps telling him to believe him, but does he think he's stupid? He threatens to leave. Quan Sungil, looking surprised, tells Wang Taijin to wait. The woman with green hair insists they will leave if it's too dangerous. Wang Taijin warns that the moment you think you're in danger, you're going to die. The sound of a strike echoes as someone is hit with brutal force. The impact resonates with a heavy thud. A man on his knees begs for help, hinting at a dire situation. Many people now know about what happened in the Maruka dungeon. Wang Taijin considers the situation, stating he'll think about it if they share information. He and Lingling were from the suburbs, now a scene of violence and death. It seemed they'd been treated badly by the new triad system, after joining the association through the Seven Demon King's quest. The bloodied man had been gnashing his teeth in anticipation of taking revenge against a few executives. But no matter the reason, he has no intention of overlooking that he ignored the association's power. The rain falls on the city, washing away the blood and the memories. The unit leader stands with his hands behind his back, a subordinate kneeling before him. The subordinate addresses the approaching figure, identifying him as Mr. Lucci. The unit leader stands among his subordinates, one of whom scoffs at the others for backing out of the D-rank dungeon attempt. The unit leader's expression hardens as he reflects on the mercenary they hired, a fighter nearly at diamond rank. The subordinate is identified as an exceptional member of the Blue Dragon Corps, the same group that the unit leader is a part of. The unit leader questions the subordinate's desire to challenge a D-rank dungeon after only experiencing one E-rank dungeon. The unit leader warns that there is a significant difference between experiencing something and not, suggesting the subordinate is overconfident. The unit leader states that the subordinate cannot even imagine the difference between E-rank and D-rank dungeons. The subordinate is reminded of his orders on when to retreat, as the unit leader has entrusted his judgment. The unit leader anticipates that Lucci will escape as soon as something goes wrong during the dungeon challenge. The unit leader considers that, at the current rate, he will have to give up on the quest. The unit leader thinks that he needs to smooth over this process a little, as it should be. The men remark that it is about time Mr. Lucci arrived. A man looks shocked, exclaiming the name Caliba. The news spreads quickly. Caliba has entered the city. Another man expresses his shock, repeating the name Sir Caliba. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing through the streets. Since this was a city where low-level people had gathered, the arrival of Caliba was a momentous occasion. Most of them weren't treated well by whichever group they came from, making Caliba's arrival even more significant. The crowd continues to cheer, their excitement palpable. After the association was formed and fairness was enforced, someone warns another not to smile. The high-ranking members of the association were treated like heroes, and the Corps commander of the Blue Dragon Corps urges seriousness. Zhang Yisan, of the Blue Dragon Corps, expresses his honor at meeting Sir Caliba. Meanwhile, someone acknowledges that they've worked hard, having heard they're challenging a D-rank dungeon this time. Zhang Yisan looks down, thinking about how everyone is working hard. He continues, stating that he liked their spirit, so he decided to stop by. Another man wishes them good luck, saying that the association is also looking at their work. Zhang Yisan looks up, stammering that he is shaking hands with someone. The hands are revealed to be shaking with Sir Caliba, Quan Sungil. A voice declares that even so, this is madness, questioning their challenge of a D-rank dungeon without a decent diamond rank among them. The man with short white hair looks angry as he listens to the concerns. Zhang Yisan explains that Caliba Quan Sungil has personally encouraged them, and this may have reached Sir Odin's ears as well. Another man states that everyone should know just how they've been treated until now. A voice argues that it would be pure madness to let go of an opportunity like this, and they'll use all the power they have as the Blue Dragon Corps. Zhang Yisan declares that they will draw the favor of the association. He agrees, unit leader Xiao Yang affirming their resolve. He is reminded that no matter what happens, he is the unit leader. Zhang Yisan listens intently, his expression unreadable. Quan Sungil assures them that they will all be in his care. He asks them not to worry. Lingling tells Quan Sungil to try not to talk if possible. Beside her stands a hooded figure. The Blue Dragon Corps begins to move forward, their steps echoing. It is announced that all the elites of the Blue Dragon Corps have been mobilized. The members of the Blue Dragon Corps continue to step forward, their faces grim. Despite their training and experience, the narrator notes that most of these people won't return. Meanwhile, two men watch with concern, one of them exclaiming in shock. The man shouts that it is the Xiao Yang attack unit, his face etched with worry. The text indicates that the area is the barren territory of the Maruka tribe, a D-rank dungeon. The Xiao Yang attack unit is entering the dungeon of the Maruka tribe, a D-rank threat. A viscous liquid descends, its consistency thick and unnatural. Each drop echoes in the cavernous space, a morbid metronome counting down to something unknown. From the depths, A towering figure begins to materialize, its form still obscured by shadow. The creature's body seems to be composed of the same viscous fluid, hardened into grotesque armor. Its feet, if they can be called that, end in sharp points like solidified drips of the substance. With a sudden burst of speed, the creature lunges forward, the air itself seeming to warp around it. The monster's helmeted head snaps into focus, revealing smooth, dark orbs where eyes should be. Reflected in those dark eyes, the blue dragon core stands ready, their faces grim with anticipation. Meanwhile, the blue dragon core, clad in armor, brace themselves for the imminent confrontation. The unit leader's expression is a mask of resolve, his eyes narrowed, jaw set. The hooded figure watches, his face obscured, but his gaze intense, as the monster prepares to strike. The monster crashes down, the sound of impact echoing through the dungeon. A towering figure of viscous brown material, striped with yellow, looms large. The monster's form blurs as it begins to move, its presence overwhelming. A deafening roar erupts, the sound waves vibrating through the air. Cheetah, Shadar. Energy crackles and splinters, the air itself seeming to tear apart. The violent display intensifies, lines of power crisscrossing in a chaotic dance. The energy surges, reaching a fever pitch of destructive potential. A figure is briefly visible amidst the storm, caught in the heart of the tempest. This was not the memory of the Baron Orchid, but of some count named Lechura. The Baron stands, his gaze fixed on something unseen, his expression unreadable. Though it was a memory that had shocked the entire Manhwa tribe, it was so old that it had begun to fade. This depraved species couldn't even share experience and emotion. The Baron's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed as he processes the fragmented memory. A single one of these humans had one-sidedly slaughtered the Count and his subordinates, seeing the look in the lowly creature's eyes. The Baron became sure of it, a chilling realization dawning in his eyes. He stares forward, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A vision takes shape, a promise of reinforcements on the horizon. The other members of his tribe would soon. A towering golden statue looms, a silent sentinel of forgotten power. The back of his head is visible as the Baron continues to reflect on the past. A memory surfaces. A group of people stand in what is described as the original world's testing site. Another memory surfaces, this one a bloody arm. The text says, "I was in the same position as Xiaoyang in Act 2, Scene 2. The memory shifts again, showing a figure lying on the ground, covered in blood. I fought in multiple F-rank dungeons. The words "facing a D-rank dungeon" appear, accompanied by a visual of golden liquid. Bulbous, green shapes fill the frame, accompanied by the text. Didn't happen until much later when I was active as a North American guild member. Despite being a raid led by an A-rank awakener, a figure is attacked by a golden, tentacled creature. He reflects on a past mission, the memory stained with the blood of fallen comrades. The one who introduced himself as Orca. The memory of the boss monster from then resurfaces in Baron Orchid's mind. But in the end, he didn't even need to use the man who overcomes adversity. The Baron Orchid stands before a towering, skeletal monster, the attack unit, quest window displayed. The Master of the Deep Sea quest has been completed, but all other members of the attack unit are out of commission. A diamond box will be given as the first clear reward, and the insignia of Cure Body has been acquired. 25 people came here, and only 6 remained. Among them, he was the only one who was fine. The rest had lost consciousness and had their limbs cut off. A fallen warrior lies prone, his face contorted in a silent scream. The warrior's agony is palpable as he lets out a final, choked cry. The insignia of Cure Body floats amidst the fading light, a symbol of survival amidst the carnage. The chain quest began, and a figure plummeted towards an unknown fate. From a unit leader's body, the quest continued its strange and winding path. A surge of raw power erupted, a violent display of arcane energy. The shadowy figure stopped their attempt to possess the surviving unit members' bodies. They entered the bodies of Baron Orchid and the other monsters, their influence spreading. The unit leader cast Devi's Sword, a technique of unknown origin and purpose. A powerful slash tore through the air, a visible manifestation of the spell's force. The chain quest didn't end there. Its tendrils reached further into the unknown. Many more bugs crawled out, a swarm of unseen entities unleashed upon the world. Before returning to the unit leader, they gathered much more energy, their purpose growing stronger. The energy began to circulate even more intensely, a sign of the growing power within. In through the unit leader, several different chain quests were advanced, their destinies intertwined. Wang Taijin plummets through the air, his body limp and unresponsive. He lies prone, the insignia of Cure Body, activating around him in a surge of blue light. The way forward is now clear, the path forward reading open. A woman looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. The woman stands beside the unit leader, both bathed in a strange, swirling blue energy. Her expression remains one of utter astonishment, her mouth agape. The unit leader, his gaze directed elsewhere, instructs someone to gather any other survivors who are awake. The woman asks if something is his own, clearly impressed. She marvels that he cleared a D-rank dungeon alone, when even Kwon Sungil needed a team. Someone stammers, struggling to find the right words to convey what they need to say. The woman looks down, her expression still conveying a sense of disbelief as she stands next to the unit leader. The voice reveals that the information came from the association, before asking if he leveled up a little. He confirms that he did, stating that he is now in platinum. Kneeling among the fallen, the black-haired man receives his orders. When he leaves, he is to seek out Lee Tae-han. The man with black hair states that he won't have to return to this place. He is instructed to report what happened here to Lee Tae-han. The man is told to tell Lee Tae-han that he was sent. A man below reacts with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The man's body trembles, the sound of shaking filling the air as he witnesses something terrible. He responds with a single, shaken word, understood. A man plummets from above, crying out the name of Lord Odin as he falls. A dark figure plummets downwards, obscured by shadow. The man continues to fall, the sound of his descent echoing around him. Below, a bald man with a thick rope around his shoulders looks up in horror. The falling man continues his descent, the impact imminent. He roars, his face contorted in a primal scream as the battle begins. The bald man's eyes are wide with fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he grits his teeth. The air crackles with energy as the unseen force slams into its target. A mass of tentacles writhes in agony, splattering blood across the scene. The sound of impact echoes, a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations. The bald man's scream pierces the air, a triumphant cry of victory. Meanwhile, the bald man's expression shifts to confusion, his eyes narrowing in thought. He looks to the side, where a man in dark green armor stands with his arms crossed. The bald man's face is etched with concern as he looks at a woman in a bikini. The woman, her green hair pulled back in a ponytail, calls out to Kwon Sungil. She asks what happened and if he defeated the monster by himself. Wang Taijin listens as Kwon Sungil explains that this quest is related to the 7 Demon Kings. He turns to the woman, explaining that the things that came out of their unit leader's body are the reason they survived. A flashback shows a monstrous entity with tendrils and a screaming face within its grasp. Kwon Sungil's brow furrows as he states that the quest progressed because of that event. Wang Taijin looks on as Kwon Sungil admits he doesn't know what he's going to tell the Corps and the association. Kwon Sungil states that there is only one way. They need to complete the quest quickly and gain power, so no one will doubt them. Wang Taijin, his expression serious, tells him to tell him about the next quest. The words hang in the air. What does it lead to? Kwon Sungil's face is etched with concern as he speaks. He declares that this is done. The unit leader's face is sweaty as he says this quest wasn't. Wang Taijin thinks to himself that he should have set his sights on this in the first place, but it's too late for that. The unit leader stands firm, his armor gleaming as he warns, don't try to sidestep the question. Kwon Sungil looks down, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of the situation settles upon him. Wang Taijin reveals the nature of their next task. The next quest is an A-rank dungeon. The green-haired woman looks on with concern, her hand raised slightly as if to interject. Kwon Sungil's expression darkens as he states, no one will be able to enter that place. The group stands together, the weight of Kwon Sungil's words hanging heavy in the air between them. Wang Taijin counters, his gaze unwavering. There's one person. Kwon Sungil and the green-haired woman exchange a look, a silent question passing between them. Kwon Sungil challenges him, asking, what are you saying? Not even Sir Calaba could. A sinister smile spreads across Wang Taijin's face as he thinks. Keek, now I want to ask you this. A dark, ominous presence looms, a silent question hanging in the air. Just what were you thinking? Wang Taijin's eyes glow with an intense, unsettling red light, revealing a glimpse of the power within. The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes bulging as he screams a possessive question into the darkness above. The woman with green hair stares upward, her expression a mix of shock and dawning horror at the unseen threat. Her face tight with fury, the woman spits out an accusation, her voice dripping with contempt for those who have wronged her. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration. No one can enter the A-rank dungeon. The quest seems impossible, and one of the men admits defeat. They'll have to give up. But the woman with green hair interjects, a glint in her eye. There's one person who can. Kwon Sungil's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. You saying? He asks, suspicion lacing his tone. Kwon Sungil scoffs, dismissing the idea. Not even Sir Calaba could, he thinks, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. A figure looms, eyes narrowed, a question hanging heavy in the air. Now, I want to ask you this. The woman's expression hardens, her gaze intense. Just what were they thinking? Crimson eyes blaze with an unknown intent, a silent threat hanging in the balance. Kwon Sunjil's face contorts in a mask of greed and desperation. Desiring what is mine? The woman's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she looks up. Her voice drips with venom, a furious accusation unleashed. You ungrateful bastards. The Archduke's key, a quest item, is the key to the palace of the Maruka tribe's grand noble, the Archduke Amon. The quest item can be used inside a Maruka tribe dungeon, and when the key is used, the dungeon will be changed to an A-rank dungeon. The man states that you can't trade the quest item for a quest you've already started. The only way you can survive is by finishing. The man with black hair tells the woman with green hair that she'll only get in the way, so she should sit this one out. Someone declares that they will enact their punishment when this is over. Rubble is scattered across the floor. A hooded figure stands amidst the rubble, holding a large, spiked club. The man tells someone to mind their expression, stating that they are the first person after Kalaba. Someone states that to successfully clear a D-rank dungeon, Mr. Xiao Yang is needed. The man asks if someone has recovered already, and the other person responds with what? The man with the thick mustache overhears the rumors, the whispers of Xiao Yang's name on everyone's lips. The crowd's fervor is palpable, their voices rising in a unified chant, a chorus of Xiao Yang. The man speaks of the F-rank dungeon, a territory belonging to the Maruka tribe, a place of unknown dangers. The man with the document inquires about the entry time, seeking to know when the dungeon will be breached. The response is immediate and resolute. Now, with only two chosen to venture into the unknown. The two men share a look of uncertainty, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the task ahead. A figure steps through a shimmering portal, designated as the Xiao Yang attack unit, ready for action. Meanwhile, the sign clearly marks the destination. Rank F training grounds, Maruka, tribe territory, the entrance to the dungeon. Before the ominous entrance, one of the men orders the other to open the gateway to the unknown. Kwon Sungil steels himself, sweat beading on his brow as he prepares to unleash his power. With a surge of energy, Kwon Sungil forces the portal open, the sound of reality cracking echoing around them. A hand reaches into the swirling green energy, the gateway to the Maruka tribe's dungeon now open. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a palpable tension. He barely has time to react as a hulking figure descends, weapon raised high above Wang Taijin. Wang Taijin braces himself, meeting the blow head-on with a resounding crash. The impact reverberates through the chamber. The very air seems to vibrate with the force of the collision. The dungeon is designated as rank, a testament to the dangers within. They have entered the palace of Archduke Amon, deep within the Maruka tribe's territory. Wang Taijin stands his ground, but the force of the blow sends tremors through his body. The hulking figure's eye narrows, a predatory glint within. The enemy towers over Wang Taijin, an imposing figure of raw power. The air crackles with anticipation as the hulking figure speaks, a deep voice resonating with menace. So, it is you. A chilling smile spreads across the enemy's face, revealing a sinister intent. I was waiting for you. Wang Taijin expresses his surprise, stating he never expected the Archduke to greet him personally. The hulking figure crosses his arms, his expression cold. He declares that since Wang Taijin knows how to be polite, he will receive a painless death. The hulking figure, recoiling from a blow, demands that his opponent stop looking at him with those eyes. Staggering, the hulking figure spits blood. He vows to see his attacker soon enough. Another blow lands, the hulking figure's face contorted in pain as he is struck again. A blue screen appears, announcing the god of battle summons Valkyries. Wang Taijin stands resolute, bathed in blue light as he summons the Valkyries to his side. The hulking figure coughs violently, more blood spilling from his mouth as the Valkyries appear. One of the Valkyries commands the hulking figure to get up, her sword gleaming in the light. The Valkyries stand behind Wang Taijin, their presence imposing. A voice notes that Kwon Sungil isn't a master rank. The hulking figure, kneeling on the ground, confirms that he knows. He acknowledges that each of those surrounding him is at that level. Wang Taijin looks down at the kneeling hulking figure, his expression unreadable as he assesses the situation. The woman's words echo with a grim warning, stating that the Maruka dungeons are like hell. The poison secreted by the Maruka melts flesh and throws the mind into chaos, a horrifying fate for those who succumb. It's not uncommon to see people laughing manically in their hallucinations, even while half their head is melting away. A quest, heirs to the Archduke, has been created. Another quest, haven in the deep sea, appears as figures are attacked by unseen forces, the sound of blades cutting through the air. He stands ready, bracing himself for the challenges ahead, knowing that the D-rank wasn't much trouble. Wang Taijin clenches his fist, steeling his resolve. Even here, he knows he'll have to stay focused. The air shimmers with an otherworldly energy, a prelude to the revelations about to unfold. Originally, the Maruka tribe and the Graf clan came from the same origins, a shared history shrouded in mystery. There are still traces of that in the Archduke common, remnants of a forgotten past lingering in the present. And the exoskeleton covering part of his body is only possessed by the progenitors of the tribe. The words hang in the air, a declaration of power. This being is not like the others, not constantly reassembled. It has existed since ancient times. That being, the Ancient One, is Archduke Amon. A viscous, golden substance flows, almost alive. The golden liquid pulses, its movements swift and purposeful. A scraping sound echoes, a prelude to something greater. Archduke Amon, stand in the presence of the golden figure. The order is given, go greet him. The stakes are high. Failure is not an option. Archduke Amon stands tall, ready to command. The golden substance surges forward, a wave of power unleashed. To be threatened by a mere human, the thought is almost insulting. He is undoubtedly aiming for the offering prepared for Lord Duman's Sectum. That must be protected. Meanwhile, Wang Taijin finds himself in a dungeon, the air thick with an unknown energy. A figure lies prone on the ground, barely clinging to life. Covered in a viscous, yellow substance, the man begs for release. Wang Taijin knows that when the duration of the Valkyrie summoning ends, this guy just becomes a burden until the cooldown ends. Expected, since this is an A-rank dungeon, but something else is bothering him. The structure of the dungeon itself seems to be constantly changing. How many times has Wang Taijin walked by this place now? There's a great power here interfering with his perception. As he thought, this isn't going to be easy. Wang Taijin takes a step forward, noticing the structure of the dungeon is constantly changing. A voice echoes, laced with a familiar, mocking tone. You again? Wang Taijin looks up, his expression hardening as he recognizes the voice. A guttural sound rumbles, forming a distorted name. But could Aurorka? Glowing red eyes pierce the gloom, belonging to a monstrous figure. The monstrous figure taunts. Yeah, Orca, was getting beaten once not enough for you. Wang Taijin stands before the creature, a new iteration of an old foe. A disembodied voice explains that it's a new body implanted with the dead Baron Orca's memories and emotions. The creature lunges forward, a blur of motion and malice. The narrator states that this is something the Maruka tribe is capable of. A cacophony of sound erupts as the creature attacks. Skur Cheetah. The monster's attack continues, a flurry of strikes. The assault intensifies, a relentless barrage of power. Streaks of light and color blur, a chaotic prelude to conflict. The world distorts, reality bending under immense pressure. A voice echoes, a venomous suggestion. Resent your father. Another voice, cold and certain, promises only suffering. Wang Taijin's eyes reflect the storm within, a battle for his soul. A final decree rings out. In this new life you were given. A hooded figure stands in shadow, the air around them thick with anticipation as they begin to speak. The figure's name is revealed, etched into the very fabric of reality. Orca. A golden figure appears, crackling with energy as it braces for an unseen attack. The golden figure is bombarded by a series of unseen blows, each impact resonating with raw power. A voice echoes, promising only pain and suffering to the golden figure. The speaker's eyes gleam with cold determination, their gaze fixed on their target. Energy surges around the speaker as they deliver a chilling ultimatum. A blinding flash of energy erupts, signaling the start of a deadly assault. The golden figure is battered by the onslaught, struggling to withstand the relentless assault. The golden figure is engulfed in a torrent of energy, its fate hanging in the balance. The command echoes, a chilling directive to end the golden figure's existence. They unleash a barrage of crackling energy, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. The golden figure is bombarded with rapid strikes, each impact echoing with a hollow, metallic sound. The golden figure is crushed under the relentless assault, the sound of squash filling the air. The golden figure is being pummeled, its form distorted and strained under the immense pressure. A voice booms out, filled with arrogance. Next time, know your place. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he retorts. Maybe then I'll let you go without any pain. The narration box states that Archduke Amon is avoiding a direct confrontation, as figures clash in the background. The narration box explains that he's continuously changing the dungeon structure and reviving his underlings to try and drain them to death, as Wang Taijin looks on. A surge of energy crackles around Wang Taijin, the sound of FWIP echoing as power gathers. Wang Taijin stands firm, now completely enveloped by swirling tendrils of raw energy, ready to unleash his counterattack. The energy intensifies, the FWIP sound growing louder as the power reaches a critical threshold. The golden figure is now completely ensnared, writhing helplessly within a cage of crackling energy. The golden figure's feet shift, the sound of wriggle, echoing as it speaks the word cheetah. The golden figure, Orca, stares ahead, its expression unreadable. A mass of golden energy begins to bulge, the word bulge appearing ominously. The golden mass continues to expand, the word bulge now larger and more imposing. A question mark appears, hanging in the air as the golden figure's attack intensifies. Pink energy streaks through the air, followed by a violent explosion. The pink energy continues its assault, the explosion now engulfing the area. Red lines streak across a white background, indicating the force of the attack. Orca is surrounded by the word rumble, the force of the attack shaking the very ground. The word key echoes as the attack intensifies, the pink energy now more concentrated. Golden lines streak through the air, a counterattack forming against the pink energy. Wang Taijin stands ready, his hand glowing with power as he prepares to unleash his counterattack. He stands firm, the golden energy swirling around his legs. Orca's hand hovers above the ground, the golden energy crackling beneath it. "Idiot," he mutters. A strange, scraping sound echoes through the darkness. Two grotesque figures stand in the gloom, their forms vaguely humanoid but undeniably alien. One of the figures speaks, its voice a guttural rasp. Amon cannot stop the human. The other figure considers this, its many eyes blinking slowly. Nothing will change, even if we all fight him together. The first figure continues, its tone grim. All of Lord Doom and Sectum's preparations to exceed Doom Interguasto will be for naught. The second figure seems agitated. How is this happening? If the human cannot be dealt with. The first figure declares, its voice firm. We must seal him away, forever. He is receiving significant interest. The second figure agrees, its tone grave. From Lord Doom Chaos, an offering of equal value will be required. The first figure concludes, the disturbing rumble echoing around them. We will offer the treasures of the Maruka tribe and our souls. The earth trembles as a dark figure stands amidst the chaos. A desperate plea echoes through the destruction. Great Doom Chaos, show thy mercy. A metallic arm, gleaming amidst the gloom, descends with unstoppable force. The intricate details of the metallic arm hint at a power beyond comprehension. A small, armored creature is sent tumbling, a testament to the battle's intensity. The metallic arm looms over the battlefield, a symbol of overwhelming strength and control. Standing on a precipice, a quest notification appears. Rage of the Archduke has been completed. Sweat beads on his brow as the man realizes it's over. The man's expression is a mix of disbelief and awe. He really cleared an A-rank dungeon by himself. That's crazy. Gazing at a floating orb, the man sees a message. Lust weapon of the 7 demon kings has been completed. The completion reward will be given. A hand reaches out, grasping the orb as the words the 7 appear. Meanwhile, golden streaks illuminate a dark background, hinting at a surge of power. A hulking figure plummets from above, a strangled cry escaping its lips. He watches as the heavy body lands with a thud, the battle clearly concluded. A mysterious sphere hangs in the air, bathed in an ethereal glow. A system message identifies the object, a mysterious sphere, an item on the cusp of completion. Wang Taijin realizes what it is. The sphere, he now understands, is the lost weapon of Doom Interguasto. He reaches, his fingers stretching towards the prize. A surge of power emanates from the sphere, the air crackling with energy. His hand closes around the sphere, spikes of energy erupting from his grasp. The surge of power hits him hard, forcing a grunt from his lips. The sphere's completion inches forward, now at 0.01%. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, determined to complete the weapon. The completion rate rises to 0.02%. He holds the sphere aloft, the power thrumming in his veins. The orb floats, a digital readout displaying its incomplete status. Should it be released, all progress will be lost. Wang Taijin considers the increasing pain he feels over time. The Doom Interguasto demands a terrible price. He knows he must endure pain worse than death if he wants to complete the weapon. Elsewhere, Xiao Yang groans, slowly regaining consciousness after his brief encounter with the orb. After falling unconscious after briefly holding it, Xiao Yang finally woke up. Wang Taijin stands alone, the orb floating behind him. He looked like he was face-to-face with his own death. It was because he understood he no longer had any use for him now that he'd achieved his goal. He thinks to himself, when you leave, go look for Li Taihan. Xiao Yang remains on the ground, still recovering from the ordeal. He is covered in dirt and grime. Xiao Yang asks, confused, are you letting me live? Wang Taijin recalls his own thoughts, remembering that he should avoid Quan's Sungil if possible. Wang Taijin thinks to himself that he's informed him already, but he's not someone who can control his anger. It was culpable that he'd broken the association's rule. But since he had experienced the terrifying nature of the A-rank dungeon, Wang Taijin decided it was better to let him live. A voice expresses gratitude to Odin, promising to ensure everyone knows his authority. Wang Taijin stands over Xiaoyang, who is kneeling, the air thick with unspoken tension. He is already. The disembodied voice echoes with the philosophy of leadership, stating that one cannot rule through fear alone. After Xiaoyang's departure, it became just a competition. A dark sphere pulsates, a barrier forming, a force standing between it and him. Wang Taijin's face contorts in agony as the Doom Interguasto's completion rate climbs, 12%, then 31%. The pain intensifies, but Wang Taijin grits his teeth, pushing forward. The completion rate rises to 46%. The visual assault continues, the words, "until completion," emblazoned across the scene as the percentage reaches 65%. At the peak of pain, Wang Taijin's inner voice screams, "Don't you dare!" The rumble of exertion vibrates as Wang Taijin fights through the agony. His vision blurring, Wang Taijin declares that he couldn't see anything, that the source of his pain is just an item. A memory surfaces, a declaration that this pain is nothing compared to the pain he shared with his mother. The final push. The Doom Interguasto nears completion, 99.99%. Red energy crackles around him as Wang Taijin strains to hold on. The man who overcomes adversity plummets downwards, consumed by the sphere's power. The system announces that the Doom Interguasto's power has been activated. Despite the pain, he refuses to release his grip on the weapon. Wang Taijin crashes into the water, still clinging to the Doom Interguasto. The system reports that the mysterious sphere has been completed, and the Doom Interguasto's lost weapon has upgraded to a life vessel. The system explains that when the owner of a life vessel dies, they can resurrect through it. The system expresses amazement at the new development, a question mark hovering nearby. The system announces that the special privilege, immortality, has progressed. A hand clutches a dark sphere, the word immortality echoing in the air. Wang Taijin stares at the sphere, wondering if this power is truly his. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he accepts his newfound immortality. He seems to be experiencing something incredible, muttering in disbelief. A surge of power courses through him, erupting in unrestrained laughter. The man with black hair can't believe what's happening, overwhelmed by the sensation. A warning flashes. His authority resistance is dangerously low against the Demon Kings. A sudden chill runs through the air, raising questions about what's to come. Wang Taijin's expression shifts, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he glances to the side. A system message declares that the Explorer skill has been activated. The words, "the Maruka tribes" appear, hinting at a deeper connection. The sealing ritual is underway, the air vibrating with unseen energy. He leaps into action, surrounded by the echoing rumble of power. A voice cries out in denial, but the transformation seems unstoppable. Wang Taijin's face is contorted with pain and determination, the ritual taking its toll. The creature speaks of sealing someone away, a desperate measure. The creature continues, offering the treasures of the Maruka tribe. The offering includes their very souls, a complete sacrifice. A monstrous figure stands amidst the chaos, its presence radiating power. A plea echoes through the destruction, begging for mercy amidst the doom. Footsteps echo in the aftermath, a lone figure approaching. Wang Taijin's expression is grim as he surveys the scene before him. Each step leaves a bloody imprint, a testament to the violence that occurred. He pauses, a single word escaping his lips as he takes in the carnage. The scene is littered with bodies, a horrifying tableau of death and destruction, leaving him to question what he is seeing. He stands amidst the carnage, the aftermath of a brutal struggle. The dark-haired man looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him. A figure looms over the fallen, his name echoing in the air. Quan Sungil. Wang Taijin stares up at the man, questioning his actions in the face of such devastation. "What are you doing?" The sound of his voice cuts through the silence. A voice speaks from above a bloodied corpse, claiming he was just having some fun. The man above the corpse tells him not to shout so loud over something so small, adding that he's gone crazy and that he said he'd return to his family. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he demands that someone wake up. The man asks if he's talking about Jikial, his face stained with blood and a disturbing smile plastered across his face. The man declares that Jikial is already dead. Wang Taijin's eyes widen in disbelief, another exclamation escaping his lips. A voice echoes, speaking of being dragged into this damn place. He watches as Quan Sungil stumbles forward, blood splattered across his body and clothes. The big man seems barely able to stay upright. A close-up reveals Quan Sungil's anguished face as he screams, "It should have been me." His mouth opens wide, the raw emotion pouring out as he begs, "Take me instead." His bloodied arm reaches upward, a desperate plea echoing in the air, "Kill me." The arm continues its upward trajectory, a trail of violet energy following its path. A sharp, violent sound punctuates the air. The violet energy intensifies, forming a blinding flash. The sound of shattering echoes through the scene. Wang Taijin reaches out, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Another sharp sound rips through the air. His eyes widen in shock, his face contorted in a silent scream. A final, sickening crack resonates. Breaking news. President Lee Tae-han of the Awakener Association has called a press conference. The news anchor reports that Lee Tae-han has made a declaration to all of humanity under the banner of the Awakener Association. The Awakener Association denies the claims of the existing system of nations. A man sits with his hand covering his face, deep in thought. The message continues, declaring a new order under the Awakener Association, led by Lee Tae-han. Wang Taijin covers his face, a question hanging in the air. Do you want to start a war? A man in a suit and glasses looks on, thinking, Great Odin. The man hides his face in his hand, as the text declares that those thoughtless creatures of humanity are no different than pigs. The man with glasses stares forward, his expression unreadable. The Awakener Association believes it is only right that they be slaughtered. The man covers his face, as the text says he was created to stop people like him. A question is posed. Can human nature not be saved? The response, don't worry. A war won't happen, the text declares, as two figures stand in the background. He sits alone, lost in thought, a question hanging in the air. A declaration echoes, promising control over all of humanity. A woman speaks, her expression serious. She reveals that Lee Tae-han's plan is merely a piece of a larger scheme. Wu Yoni's name is spoken, her face etched with worry. Something has clearly gone wrong. Voices rise in confrontation, a challenge issued. A threat is met with defiance, the tension palpable. Wang Taijin leans forward, questioning the woman. He wonders if she believed he would act without preparation. Wu Yoni's face contorts in anguish, her eyes wide with fear. The situation is dire. A stark declaration appears. Her parents are under someone's authority. The threat hangs heavy in the air. A woman with auburn hair stands defiant, her parents behind her. A protective aura surrounds them. A chilling promise is made. If she dies, those she's entangled will die with her. The stakes are impossibly high. It is revealed that after overcoming the testing site, Wu Yonhee has become second evil. A transformation is complete. Jonathan and Joshua continue their fight, their conflict seemingly endless. The battle rages on. A man with white hair stands amidst chaos, declaring the fight for supremacy. The stage is set for a final showdown. In a blaze of transformation, they ascended to new roles. The weight of this change crushes those left behind, their faces etched with anguish. He walks through the inferno, his reflection a dark mirror. A grim resolve hardens within him. Even annihilation offers no true victory. Wang Taijin's weariness is palpable, a heavy burden etched on his face. The crushing weight of nihilism threatens to consume everything. Elsewhere, the city lights blur in the distance, a distant promise. A towering skyscraper pierces the night sky, a symbol of ambition. Its many windows reflect the cold, distant stars. A waiter carefully pushes a serving cart, its contents concealed beneath silver domes. The meal is ready, the final course prepared with meticulous care. The man in the suit awaits, his expression unreadable. The massive man pauses mid-meal, a question hanging in the air. He grunts, declaring that he requires nothing more, as a man in a suit suggests ending the meal. A display highlights Na Sunha's current weight, 320 kilograms. The remains of the feast are displayed on the table, a testament to his appetite. One of the servers comments on Na Sunha's ability to eat high-class dishes all day long. Her companion wonders just how much money he has to afford such a lifestyle. One server mentions a rumor that he's an S-rank awakener, but the other dismisses the idea. The server estimates that he ate at least 30 people's worth, and scoffs at the idea of the gluttonous fatty being an S-rank. The server begins to say something, but is cut off by a sudden realization. A blurry image of Na Sunhu is shown, with the word rumble repeated, suggesting a disturbance. The server looks up in alarm, an exclamation mark highlighting her surprise. A voice declares that they have finally caught you. His eyes glow with a crimson light, Na Sunhu's expression hardening into a menacing glare. A voice echoes, laced with a dark satisfaction. I knew you'd come here to check on me at least once. A man gasps for air, his face reddening as a hand grips his throat. Cack, he chokes out. Blue lightning crackles and arcs, filling the air with an ominous energy. He stands amidst the storm, the blue energy swirling around him like a tempest. The blue lightning intensifies, its raw power threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The air crackles with energy as the blue lightning continues its furious display. His face contorted in rage, the blue energy emanating from him in waves. His hands crackle with blue energy, ready to unleash its destructive force. A sphere of blue energy forms, swirling with immense power and ominous intent. The blue lightning intensifies, reaching a fever pitch of destructive potential. He declares, his voice dripping with malice, "Now you show your true self." He is wreathed in crackling blue energy, his expression hardening as he recognizes his attacker. The air vibrates with power as he mutters, "So it was you again." Raw energy explodes outward. The air crackles with the sound of unleashed power, a symphony of destruction. The blue lightning intensifies, arcing and branching out like a furious storm unleashed upon the world. Elsewhere, the man in suit stands amidst a cage of golden tendrils, his arms outstretched, seemingly controlling the chaotic energy. The golden tendrils writhe and twist, their power palpable as they converge towards an unseen point. Suddenly, the blue lightning strikes Na Sunu, engulfing him in a blinding flash of light and raw power. The force of the impact is immense, visible even in the smallest details as the lightning tears through his defenses. The attack leaves him reeling, saliva flying from his mouth as he struggles to maintain his footing. The force of the blow is evident as he coughs violently, the impact shaking him to his core. The world seems to blur as the attack takes its toll, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. The man in suit remains standing amidst the chaos, a silent observer of the devastation he has wrought. Na Sunhu continues to cough, the lingering effects of the attack still plaguing him as he struggles to recover. He clutches his head, kneeling on the ground, a pained expression etched on his face. Golden tendrils snake across his arm as he wonders where he is. Elsewhere, a golden, insectal creature crouches amidst a forest of tendrils, its form shimmering in the dim light. The golden tendrils writhe and coil around the creature as Na Sunho looks on, seemingly unable to move. A strange, whirring sound emanates from the golden creature, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with an unknown purpose. The tendrils pulse with energy, a name echoing faintly in the air. Cheetah. A voice, tinged with a hint of familiarity, breaks the silence. Yeah, it's been a while. His eyes glow with an eerie red light, a stark contrast to the shadows that cling to his face. The name resonates, a key unlocking a forgotten memory. Cheetah? Wang Taijin coughs, the air thick with an unseen energy. The golden monster crackles with power, its form shifting and solidifying. Tendrils of golden energy stretch and writhe around the monster. Wang Taijin stares up at the towering figure, assessing the threat before him. The golden monster speaks, its voice a guttural rasp that vibrates through the air. The monster repeats a strange phrase, the words echoing with an unknown power. Cheetah. Wang Taijin responds, acknowledging the passage of time with a grim tone. Yeah, it's been a while. His eyes glow with an intense light, a surge of power coursing through him. The golden monster repeats the phrase again, the word cheetah resonating with a deeper meaning. Wang Taijin reflects on his imprisonment, admitting, I don't know how long I was stuck in there. The fissure gapes, and a golden figure stands nearby. A disembodied voice declares that the seal has been undone. The voice continues, stating that they are at the edge of the isolated deep sea. The return stone isn't responding, and seawater flows in as the walls are destroyed. The voice states that there is no exit. The golden figure is identified as Guard Orca, protecting a secret of the Maruka tribe. Wang Taijin observes the golden figure. He realizes that its job has changed, though he doesn't elaborate on how. The golden figure dismisses something as scary with nonsense, accompanied by a scraping sound. The golden figure emits a guttural sound, the source of which is unclear. A close-up reveals the golden figure's large, purple eyes, staring directly forward. The golden figure seems to be questioning something, its expression unreadable. A loud crunching sound echoes, the source of which is not immediately apparent. Wang Taijin is now consuming the golden figure, the nom-nom sound effect emphasizing the act. The golden figure makes gurgling sounds as it is being eaten, its protests inarticulate. Wang Taijin, still consuming the golden figure, tells it to shut up amidst the crunching sounds. He clutches the golden liquid, questioning if he consumes it by choice. The system's power seems to extend even here, providing information. The golden liquid takes a humanoid form, standing tall. It seems Guard Orca is determined to find a way out of this predicament. The golden liquid drips as Orca declares, let's begin. The golden liquid coalesces into an octopus-like creature, its form shimmering with an unnatural light. Rumbling sounds fill the air as Wang Taijin's eyes glow with a fierce red light, his expression hardening. Wang Taijin clenches his fists, determined to find a way out of this situation, no matter the cost. The golden liquid pulses, a silent promise of action, even if it means sacrificing everything. The golden liquid, now in a hooded form, declares that Wang Taijin must search through the memories of his entire tribe. After filling his stomach, Orca will have enough strength to beat him to a pulp. In the darkness, rain falls as the golden liquid finally surrenders after dying over 100 times. The golden liquid drips, a visual representation of its repeated failures and ultimate submission. The golden liquid pools, a seemingly simple idea that has finally become a plausible method for Orca. The golden liquid begins to create an E-rank dungeon, with low-ranking Maruka tribesmen through division. The system is poised to open an entrance to this dungeon. Guard Orca declares that he and Orca would be considered the dungeon's hidden bosses. Double dungeons, the kind that defy belief, appear from time to time. A long time passed as they waited for their guests to arrive. Wang Taijin stands with his arms crossed, considering breaking through the wall to escape. His eyes widen. Wang Taijin realizes it's here. It worked. A green light appears. A golden tentacle reaches out. A man cries out for help. A man wonders if this is a Maruka noble in an E-rank dungeon. The viscous, golden substance writhes, its formless nature hinting at a hidden menace. A scraping sound echoes as the amorphous entity shifts its weight, a prelude to its true form. A single word, cheetah dash, hangs in the air, perhaps a clue to the creature's origin or purpose. The golden liquid coalesces, revealing a grotesque face with glowing eyes, a silent scream frozen in its features. Panic sets in as the creature cries out, "Damn it, we're all dead," confirming the worst fears. A burst of crimson energy erupts, a sign of the creature's power and the imminent danger it poses. The golden liquid creature looms, its tendrils reaching out, ready to ensnare its prey in a deadly embrace. A gloved hand reaches out, a desperate attempt to contain the creature's growing threat. Meanwhile, two figures are suspended, bound by the golden liquid, their faces etched with fear and resignation. A voice questions the logic of their actions, warning that the entrance will close if they all die. Wang Taijin, seemingly unfazed, continues to bind the creature, stating, "Just tie them up for now." The golden liquid creature, now restrained, emits a garbled sound, a mix of frustration and impending doom. "Skrrr, Umgor." The command echoes, the word raise dominating the scene. The golden creature seems to consider its captive. It muses that although it acts like it can't understand him, it definitely can. A tendril of gold extends, a silent declaration. The golden entity directs its captive, this way. The system registers the skill, enlightenment. The notification states that he has perfectly seen through his target. Sean Brown hangs upside down, completely ensnared by the golden tendrils. His status is displayed. Level 225 gold, guild, none, corp, none. The captive begins to speak, questioning the nature of his captor. Sean Brown's eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes the truth, a human. The dark-haired man retorts, asserting his dominance. He is the one asking questions here. The man demands that Sean Brown explain the current situation. From what he said, the testing site had entered Act 2, Scene 5. Usually, each act had 3 scenes, but the structure had changed. Since he had been sealed during Act 2, Scene 2, a considerable amount of time had passed. He explains that one thing bothered him more than Sean Brown's capture. When the leaders of the guilds changed, many people fled. The reason for their departure was simple. They had also been running away. Quan Sun Gil speaks of a woman, saying that they ended up here because of her. Wang Taijin wonders about this woman, clarifying that she is someone who controls monsters like pets. Quan Sungil insists that she is quite famous and asks if Wang Taijin has not heard of her. The woman's name is revealed to be Mary. Quan Sungil seems surprised by something Wang Taijin says, his expression one of shock. The question hangs in the air. Where is she? Wang Taijin's face contorts in anger as he shouts. He demands to know where Mary is. Elsewhere, a tall building stands against the sky, streaked with red. The city lies in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. A rhythmic thumping echoes, growing louder with each impact. The source is revealed, a ravenous horde of the undead, their advance heralded by a cacophony of moans. A guttural shriek pierces the air as one of the creatures cries out a warning. They're coming. The relentless march continues, the ground trembling under the weight of the approaching mass. From a fortified position, a desperate order rings out. Stop them, before it's too late. Explosions erupt, shaking the very foundations of the city as the defenders unleash their firepower. The survivors watch with mounting dread, the concussive blast doing little to stem the tide. A monstrous roar tears through the air, signaling the arrival of something far more terrifying. The gaping maw of a colossal beast opens, ready to unleash destruction upon the world. Panic sets in as the monster's identity is revealed. It's Mary, and they must dodge her attacks. A blur of motion indicates the speed and ferocity of the creature's assault. A massive appendage strikes with devastating force, leaving trails of energy in its wake. Jagged, pink projectiles streak through a viscous, teal-colored medium. The strange energy continues to flow, the pink spikes blurring with speed. A monstrous form descends, claws outstretched, as it emits a piercing shriek. The creature's maw opens wide, ready to tear into its unseen prey. One of the onlookers states that the monster is on their side, though his companion seems unconvinced. A figure stands atop the massive monster, the ground shaking with each earth-shattering boom. The monster's gaping maw reveals rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. The woman with brown hair stares intently at a screen, its text detailing the sealed disruptor of the Maruka tribe. The screen displays the words about the sealed disruptor of the Maruka tribe. Explore reward. Her eye reflects the blue glow of the screen, her expression unreadable. She mutters that this problem is probably why Act 2 isn't happening. The woman's expression is obscured as she wonders where someone is. She gazes downward, her brow furrowed with worry as she searches for someone. Her voice echoes through the unknown space, calling out a single name. Sunu. The man with the goatee speaks, informing someone that she's pretty famous. He asks if they have not heard of her. The speech bubble declares that her name is Mary. Protagonist man who overcomes adversity stands next to the man with the goatee, listening intently. The man with the goatee seems to be waiting for a response. He asks, with a surprised tone, if it is her they are talking about. The man with black hair shouts, asking where Mary is. The name Mary is repeated with urgency. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands amidst a scene of carnage, emitting a guttural growl. Zombies, covered in blood, also growl, their presence a clear sign of danger. A ghoul, its flesh decaying, emits a guttural growl, its intentions unclear. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Wang Taijin leaps into action, a dark silhouette against the ominous sky. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him like a protective aura. A horde of ghouls advances, their decaying faces a mask of hunger and aggression. Crimson energy pulses, an object of doom, according to some unseen source. Wang Taijin strikes, the force of his blows sending ghouls flying amidst a shower of gore. He thinks to himself that these are merely ghouls and undead, not the soldiers of the Seven Demon Kings. Wang Taijin observes, noting that the area is becoming like the land of the dead. The crimson energy intensifies, and Wang Taijin curses under his breath. He runs, determined to reach his goal, the blue energy guiding his path. Finding Wu Yonhee remains his top priority, despite the chaos around him. A towering structure looms, its facade marred by damage and decay. A man shouts, relaying that Ms. Mary is supporting the northern front. Sung Juan sits, a finger raised to his lips as he hears that someone is handling over 90 quests. A screen displays the words Final Rampart and Guild Master Sung Juan. Sung Juan bites his fingernail, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A woman's voice declares that she and a child have cleared over 200 quests, addressing Sung Juan directly. The woman's hand rests on the head of a child with horns, as she points out that the entire guild only managed 80 quests. A voice questions if the current situation is right, warning that this will be the last chance if things continue. A demonic face with glowing red eyes promises to help Sung Juan work harder. A voice expresses frustration, lamenting the prospect of becoming the girl's puppet rather than getting ground up. Sung Juan continues to bite his fingernail, his expression a mix of anxiety and determination. A voice declares that they should act first, but then dismisses the thought as dangerous. A woman with dark hair extends her hand, a surge of pink energy emanating from her palm. The man grits his teeth, overwhelmed. He thinks, I'm going crazy, really, these mind-type ability users. His face contorted in rage, the man shouts, devils. They're devils. The floor begins to crack under the immense pressure. The cracks widen, spider-webbing across the surface. With a resounding bang, the floor gives way. Figures plummet through the newly formed hole, debris raining down around them. Someone cries out as they hit the ground below. Another figure lands with a heavy thud. A voice cries out in disbelief, WH. The remaining figures stare in stunned silence, witnessing the chaos unfold. The ground continues to rumble, the aftermath of the floor's collapse. The air crackles with dark energy, a palpable force in the ruins. Dust and debris rain down as those who remain struggle to their feet. A voice echoes with grim determination. He is here for Mary. Wang Taijin's eyes glow with an unnatural crimson light, focused and intense. His thoughts cut through the chaos, a desperate question hanging in the air. Where is she? A man's face contorts in disbelief, muttering a single, stunned word. Holy. Another man, his brow furrowed, reflects on a woman who has exceeded the bounds of humanity. The air vibrates with power, a palpable shift in the very fabric of reality. Wang Taijin stands, his body radiating an immense, unseen force. The power is beyond anything they have ever witnessed, a terrifying escalation. The information received from Sung Juan guides him, leading him to Wu Yonhee. The dark energy coalesces, a visual manifestation of the immense power at play. He found himself suspended, the information from Sean echoing in his mind. A life-draining area had manifested, a stage set for a brutal act. The living and the dead clashed, a war erupting amidst the chaos. The reason for the life-draining quest began to surface, a dark purpose revealed. The system sought sacrifices, and he was bound by golden tendrils. Power was needed, enough to remain sealed away from the world. The losses weighed heavily, deemed unnecessary in the grand scheme. Wu Yonhee, who had desperately tried to free him, was now being treated as a villain. Wang Taijin, fueled by rage, cried out for Mary. His thoughts turned to Wu Yonhee, her name echoing in his mind. A voice urged him to stop, to cease the struggle. A declaration resonated, a return heralded with newfound resolve. A monstrous creature, all sharp angles and spidery limbs, looms over the ruined cityscape. The devastation is complete, buildings reduced to rubble, streets choked with debris. A woman with short, dark hair stares ahead, her expression a mixture of concern and uncertainty. Her eyes widen slightly as she whispers a name, a single syllable hanging in the air. Sun. The woman's voice rises, now a desperate cry echoing through the ruined city. Sunhu. The monstrous creature, apparently named Sunhu, soars away from the devastation. The woman watches Sunhu depart, her expression unreadable as she stares into the distance. Wang Taijin leaps into action, his body a blur of motion against the backdrop of the ruined city. A close-up reveals the monstrous creature's leg, still massive and imposing. The woman's voice echoes again, this time a command: cancel transformation. Her hand strikes a surface with a sharp tap, a trigger for the command she just issued. Energy crackles as the transformation is forcibly reversed. The descent continues, the figure plummeting through swirling energies. The air crackles with unseen power as the descent intensifies. A monstrous entity floats, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Feet pound the ground, a desperate flight from an unseen threat. The frantic escape continues, the name, Yonhee, echoing in the chaos. Wang Taijin pauses, a strange question forming on his lips. Isn't this child adorable? A disembodied voice declares, it recognizes me as its master. The dark-haired woman cradles the monstrous creature in her arms, a serene expression on her face. The woman's relief is palpable. I was worried, but I'm relieved now. You overcame it. The woman looks down at the creature, a puzzled expression on her face. Huh, what's with this reaction? It's thanks to you. Wang Taijin's eyes widen, a sense of unease washing over him. A door open here from the area where A sense of rejection permeates the air. I can feel her pushing me away. A question hangs in the air, a stark why, demanding answers. The words echo, a declaration of having returned for the territory of the Backlon Corps. He stands before the woman, who questions why he didn't use the return stone. Figures stand in the background, one declaring that they have waited a long time. Wang Taijin looks at the unknown woman, his expression unreadable as she stares back. The woman's face is partially obscured, but her expression is serious as she speaks. Her brow furrows, as if frustrated that her message isn't getting through. The woman, her eyes filled with a somber resolve, warns Sunhu not to get involved with her. Wang Taijin's eyes narrow, a message forming in his mind. The woman declares that she is called the Witch Mary. A stark declaration, a public enemy. The woman's expression hardens as she states that it's not right for the leader of humanity. She gazes forward, her expression unreadable as the events unfold around her. Wang Taijin's eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within him. A sudden, sharp exclamation pierces the air, a warning or a realization hanging heavy. A question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the city sprawls beneath a web of unseen connections. Do you still not get it? The woman's expression is a mix of concern and warning. She tells Sunhu that he shouldn't get involved with her. A message lingers, its meaning unclear, as the man stares into the distance, lost in thought. The man in the suit declares that he is called Witch Mary, his words echoing with an unknown weight. A stark declaration hangs ominously, a public enemy. The words are a threat, a warning, and a judgment all in one. The woman's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable as she insists that it's not right for the leader of humanity. The dark-haired woman is to be tangled up with a witch, a fate that seems both inevitable and perilous. An exclamation hangs in the air, a silent scream of surprise or pain, as the woman's face is partially obscured. The man in the suit is told that he needs to think about what he'll do after the testing site, a task that looms large. Two figures stand on a rooftop, their purpose unclear, as they survey the city below, their silhouettes stark against the sky. If she's next to you, the others will doubt your sincerity, a warning that carries the weight of betrayal and suspicion. The man with black hair states that his place isn't beside, but behind someone. She dismisses his statement, declaring that he shouldn't say such nonsense. Witch Mary clutches a strange doll, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Wang Taijin's image is overlaid with falling money as he proclaims himself the worst villain imaginable. The man with black hair stands amidst a shower of money, asserting his mastery over the world. A man with glasses looks up in horror, surrounded by falling money, as he wonders how many lives have been ruined. Under the banner of congregating authority, two men in suits solidify an agreement with a handshake. A woman in a suit speaks on the phone, stating that they're suppressing the media and silencing anyone who approaches. A woman with red hair smiles maniacally, stating that more people have died than she can fathom. Wang Taijin's face is partially visible as he declares the world has been dyed by his sins since the beginning. A speech bubble exclaims, that's different." The witch Mary looks up, her expression shifting to surprise as she asks, "What is?" She is met with the words that he saved humanity. As Wang Taijin looks up, Wang Taijin responds that Witch Mary saved him, and if he saved humanity, she saved them as well. Witch Mary looks down, holding a creature with glowing purple eyes. Witch Mary says that she only did it for him. Wang Taijin says that he also only did it for his family, and all that stuff about saving humanity was just a side effect. Wang Taijin says he doesn't care what anyone else says, as he stands close to Witch Mary. The creature with glowing purple eyes is shown again, as it says that it has only been able to get here because they are saving humanity. Witch Mary tells Wang Taijin that he doesn't need to either, Yonhee, and if she weren't here, he still would have fought this battle without her. The back of Wang Taijin's head is shown. Wang Taijin says that no matter their original goals, they should let them say whatever they want. Meanwhile, three men are shown, one stating that doesn't change the... He embraces Witch Mary, the word hug emblazoned in the background. Everything they've done until now hangs heavy in the air, and everything they'll do from now on weighs on her mind. There are things only they can do, a heavy burden to bear. He holds Yonhee close, her name a silent promise between them. A hand clenches, a silent vow made in the face of overwhelming odds. A system message appears, prompting a selection for the life vessel. The target is not limited to a specific type, be it object, animal, or summon. The system warns that the decision cannot be changed, and the life vessel is currently inactive. He knows he needs to be careful with his decision, as he won't be able to change it later, and he considered selecting one of his Valkyries. Three women stand ready, their potential roles in his destiny yet to be determined. The system explains that the inventory contains Odin's golden armor and Valkyrie, forming a three-layer protective structure. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes lurks in the darkness. A man stands ready, a fiery sword held firmly in his grasp, as the system continues its explanation. The system declares that putting the life vessel on something he has is meaningless. Witch Mary stands in a cosmic space, thinking of a safe place far away from him. She considers someone who would fight for him even if the world turns against her, someone who would protect the life vessel as if it were her own life. The system states there's only one person in the entire universe, leaving Witch Mary in shock. A voice declares that they are not going to hold back anymore. Wang Taijin, his expression resolute, declares that now is enough. A voice speaks, but the words are obscured. Witch Mary's eyes widen in horror, her hands flying to her face. She cries out to Sunho to wait. A voice echoes, declaring a profound truth. You are. The declaration continues, the words hanging in the air. My life. A figure stands firm, golden energy radiating outwards from their stance. The golden energy intensifies, forming abstract patterns in the air. Two onlookers react with shock, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. A system notification appears, announcing the activation of a powerful force. Odin's wrath has activated. Blue lightning crackles and explodes around a figure, accompanied by a desperate cry. UUWAT. Two figures are caught in the storm of blue lightning, struggling against its immense power. A figure cries out, urging someone to evade the onslaught, dodge. Another system notification appears, declaring the activation of an even greater power. Odin's absolute battlefield has activated. The battlefield shifts, energy coalescing into a complex web of blue lightning and red lines. The world fades to black. The ghouls trapped within Odin's absolute battlefield are instantly incinerated by the intense blue lightning. He tears off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique as the battlefield continues to rage around him. A system message appears, indicating that Wang Taijin has cast Path of the Fire Demon King. The ghouls that were once assailed by lightning are now engulfed in flames, their forms dissolving into ash. One of the ghouls burns completely, reduced to nothing in an instant, as Witch Mary cries out, wait. Witch Mary's expression is pained, as if she's experiencing the ghoul's suffering. Go a little slower, she pleads. Wang Taijin clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. I won't allow anything to disturb us, he thinks. Even as doom and chaos threaten to invade, he feels capable of defeating it all, his determination unwavering. Tears stream down his face, a visible manifestation of the internal conflict raging within him. An unbelievable feeling swells within him, a force he has tried so hard, for so long, to keep at bay. He fights to avoid getting swallowed by this feeling, struggling against its overwhelming power. A silent confession echoes in his mind. I wanted to see you. A voice echoes, a longing to finally be in their presence. Sunhoo lies prone, whispering how much he missed someone. Yeonhee stands alone in a crimson haze, the question of her suffering hanging in the air. The weight of existence bears down, physically, emotionally. Wang Taijin's back is to the viewer, a declaration of his turn now ringing out. A vow is made, a promise of protection from this moment forward. With, I have. The world shimmers, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. A resounding boom echoes, shaking the very foundations. The echoes intensify, the hexagonal patterns vibrating with power. Two onlookers react with shock, witnessing something extraordinary. He strains to see through the darkness, sensing a monumental shift in the air. Which Mary, her face etched with concern, can only manage a shaky agreement. Sung Juan, ever the pragmatist, voices his doubt about their chances of escape. The guild master warns that their survival hinges on escaping before the barrier vanishes. A palpable sense of urgency grips the group as the danger becomes increasingly clear. The barrier pulses with energy, a desperate plea echoing within its confines. Escape now. The barrier crackles, urging them to move faster, the threat of annihilation looming large. The barrier continues to break down, the sounds of its disintegration filling the air. A voice echoes, a desperate plea amidst falling debris, as if reaching out across a shattered world. I wanted to see you. Tears well in her eyes, as which Mary cries out, her voice thick with longing. I miss you, Sunhoo. A figure stands shrouded in shadow, a silent testament to untold suffering. How much has she endured alone? The cost of survival is etched in blood, a stark reminder of the battles fought, both physically and emotionally. Muscles tense, a vow is made in the face of overwhelming odds. Kwan Sun Gil declares, now it's my turn. I'll protect you from now on. A promise hangs in the air, a commitment to give everything for the sake of another. Power surges, a focused intensity burning in his eyes, ready to unleash its full potential. The fate of the world hangs in the balance, a fragile sphere amidst the chaos. A backdrop of conflict, a canvas painted with the hues of war and sacrifice. Wang Taijin stands ready, his gaze fixed on the horizon, prepared to face whatever comes next. He stares ahead, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of chaos. The dimension around them is fractured, the very ground split apart by some unseen force. Amidst the destruction, Wang Taijin stands firm, a silent observer of the devastation. He offers an apology, a faint smile playing on his lips as Witch Mary stands behind him. Witch Mary insists that she is fine, stating that this level of chaos is what it should be like for Odin and her. The air crackles with energy, a palpable sense of power permeating the ruined landscape. Wang Taijin suggests they need to wait and see, but Witch Mary believes the final scene is not far off. A sudden realization dawns, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. Witch Mary's expression shifts to concern, her eyes widening as she considers the implications. The woman explains that just because this dimension's space and time is stagnant doesn't mean the armies of the seven demon kings have ceased activity. Wang Taijin and Witch Mary stand together as she reveals that they are busy trying to break through. Witch Mary confirms that she has only confirmed 2 rituals, her expression serious. Wang Taijin's face is partially obscured by a red and pink energy. He recalls one of the armies, one hailing from the Maruka tribe. Another army is remembered, this one from the Baklon Corps, armored and ready for battle. Witch Mary stands with Wang Taijin, reminding him of the ritual they witnessed on the Baklon Corps' home ground. Gears turn, a reminder that even the most powerful systems have their limits. The gears continue to spin, but the system cannot maintain the stop time indefinitely. A dark energy swirls, implying that something has grown impatient after expending time and energy to break free from its seal. Witch Mary's expression is serious, as she states the need to confirm something. The world fades to black. A looming figure begins to emerge, its presence marked by a silent ellipsis. The head of a Marukan noble is revealed, its golden tentacles glistening. The Marukan noble is shown again, as someone expresses surprise that it has been tamed, especially by a non-mind type awakener. Wang Taijin stands beside Witch Mary, nonchalantly mentioning that he killed it 100 times. Witch Mary smiles, a hint of anticipation in her expression. She muses that fate has brought them together again. The golden orca stands between them, a strange presence. The narrator notes the human female is as strong as their males. The orca, whom Wang Taijin had seen through the tribe's memories, seems to have lost the will to resist. A dark archway looms, a silent gateway to an unknown destination. He turns his gaze to the orca, a question forming on his lips. Wang Taijin wonders what is up with him. Witch Mary explains that the orca feels he has sinned against his tribe. She used him as a window into the tribal memory vault. Witch Mary confirms that, as Wang Taijin suspected, they are organizing a large-scale invasion force. Wang Taijin affirms that this was what he thought, his expression grim. Wang Taijin states that it is a clear sign that it won't be long until the bounds of their dimension's space-time are breached. He looks up, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a sense of urgency in his eyes. A disembodied voice booms, demanding that someone open the door that leads to their stage. Wang Taijin continues to look up, his expression unreadable as the threat looms closer. A disembodied voice declares that their main force is located there. Wang Taijin stands with Witch Mary, the pair observing the situation. Even with an incredible amount of power focused on him, Wang Taijin feels like a pawn. The golden figure looms behind him, as Witch Mary looks on with concern. The system has not even given a response to his request, leaving him frustrated. Wang Taijin admits he doesn't know if those he managed to strengthen will survive, nor can he predict the difficulty of the next scene. Two men discuss their dire situation, one stating that they are running out of time. Wang Taijin, his expression strained, confesses that he doesn't know what the system will do. Frustration boils over, as someone shouts, "Fucking bastards!" A fist connects with a surface, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow blurs the surrounding environment. A golden figure emerges from the water with a splash. He looks up, startled by something unseen, a bead of sweat forming. Witch Mary offers an apology, explaining that she's always avoided trying to understand the system's actions. The witch admits that she can't help but act as she pleases. She looks at Wang Taijin with concern. The disembodied voice asks Sunhu if he has heard of something. Wang Taijin looks confused, wondering if he's heard of the Old One before. Witch Mary explains that it's a name she saw in the memories of the Maruka tribe, but she can't directly convey it. The text describes the Old One as closer to an intent than an individual, superimposed over a backdrop of interlocking gears. The text states that they believe the system is a defense mechanism, displayed over an abstract blue and white background. The text says that the Old One was created by the will of something, displayed over a background of gears. Wang Taijin listens intently as the text explains that it's even more ominous now that the being fighting against doomed chaos has a name attributed to it. A dark, shadowy figure looms over a cosmic landscape, its form indistinct and menacing. The text warns that the entire universe is being swept up in this battle between two entities. The man with black hair states that the existence of two monsters must remain a secret. Wang Taijin gestures as he speaks of the system fanatics, their potential actions unknown. He continues, saying it would be insane to give the monsters a name, as the plans of the Old One remain a mystery. Witch Mary looks at Wang Taijin, asking him to promise just one thing. The woman with dark hair insists that if the situation becomes dangerous, he must stay away from her, no matter what. Witch Mary explains that if an enemy on the level of one of the 7 demon kings appears, anyone else will become a burden for her. The witch's expression is firm as she speaks of the dangers ahead. Yonhee continues, stating that even if he begged her to fight by his side, she wouldn't be able to accept it anymore. The woman with wavy dark brown hair declares that she now has a reason to survive, no matter what. Wang Taijin's expression is grim as he stands inside the absolute battlefield. He reveals that he chose Wu Yonhee as his life vessel. A digital notification flashes, declaring that the life vessel has activated. Yonhee, bathed in light, floats as 2 sets of hands reach towards her glowing core. Wang Taijin's expression is grim as he thinks to himself, I won't be able to die either. 2 figures, bound together by chains, are connected by a radiant, shared core of energy. The symbol of intertwined swords represents the genuine act of 2 people who have fought together, entrusting their lives to one another. The bond between them transcends simple affection. Even the word lover seems inadequate to describe their profound connection. Witch Mary's expression is serious, as she urges, still, we should avoid activating life vessel as much as possible. The witch looks intently at Wang Taijin, seeking confirmation as she asks, you understand what I mean, right? Wang Taijin nods, his gaze firm as he replies, I do. Let's clear out all the quests on this stage that can increase our levels. The word UKKA is displayed prominently. Wang Taijin stands beside a grotesque, golden monster, its features alien and unsettling. He reflects on the situation, thinking, life imagined I'd taken a monster as a pet. Wang Taijin, a slight smirk playing on his lips, tells them to follow him. A strange, yellow, amorphous creature slinks along behind him, its form shifting slightly with each step. A soft, squishing sound echoes as the creature moves, its presence both unsettling and intriguing. Tears well up in the creature's singular eye, a clear sign that it understood everything that had been said. The group, now consisting of two monsters and one human couple, stands together, an unlikely alliance forged in strange circumstances. A bizarre group, the likes of which had never been seen before, was created, their journey just beginning. Witch Mary's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she processes the situation. A hand reaches out, tentatively offering comfort and connection in this unusual moment. Witch Mary accepts the gesture, her fingers intertwining with the offered hand, a silent understanding passing between them. Their hands clasp together, a symbol of unity and shared purpose in the face of the unknown. Wang Taijin glances back at Witch Mary, a subtle nod of encouragement passing between them as they prepare to move forward. With a renewed sense of determination, they declare it's time to go. He walks hand in hand with Witch Mary, leaving the massive golden figure behind them, its purpose fulfilled, its presence fading into the distance. The path stretches before them, shimmering with an ethereal glow. A voice echoes, calling out the protagonist, Wang Taijin's name, a beckoning to the unknown. The path continues, fading into a soft, white light, promising new adventures and challenges that await the newly formed group. The man with long black hair admits he doesn't know if those he managed to strengthen will be able to survive. He can't even predict the difficulty level of the next scene. A man looks up with wide eyes, declaring that they are running out of time, his expression a mix of urgency and concern. The man with glasses explains that since they haven't been able to progress with the battle scheduled for Act 3, the situation is becoming dire. Wang Taijin, his brow furrowed in frustration, confesses that he doesn't know what the system will do, his uncertainty palpable. Elsewhere, a horde of zombies descends, their moans echoing as they shamble forward, a wave of decay and hunger. The undead claw and reach, their rotting hands grasping for anything living, their eyes vacant and filled with a primal hunger. The zombies press closer, their decaying faces contorted in grotesque snarls, their numbers seemingly endless as they surge forward. The air vibrates with the sounds of the undead, their relentless advance, a terrifying spectacle of death and decay. A muscular man stands defiant against the horde, swinging a makeshift club with brutal force, his face a mask of grim determination. He continues his brutal assault, his weapon a blur as he cleaves through the undead, his every strike a desperate act of survival. Red energy crackles around a clenched fist, power building for the next strike. The force erupts, sending a wave of purple energy through the shambling horde. Elsewhere, a man plants his feet, swinging a heavy mace with brutal efficiency. One of the undead pauses, confused by the sudden shift in the battle. A man shouts a name, his face contorted with a mixture of urgency and hope. Priya. Priya Dutta floats amidst the chaos, her presence radiating power as she surveys the battlefield. The man's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he prepares for the next attack. Priya's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, her focus absolute as she directs the flow of battle. The horde advances, their movements clumsy but relentless, drawn by the scent of living flesh. The undead close in, their decaying hands reaching, their hunger insatiable. A zombie lunges, a rusty blade raised high, ready to strike a fatal blow. Priya calls out precise coordinates, guiding her allies with unwavering resolve. 1 o'clock, 350 m. Kwon Sun-gil grits his teeth, steeling himself for the onslaught ahead. He explodes into motion, a burst of speed carrying him forward. His fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The force of the impact sends the surrounding zombies flying backward. His fist remains clenched, a crimson aura surrounding it as he thinks of the others. A zombie's grotesque face contorts in pain as it receives the full brunt of the attack. Kwon Sun-gil's expression is fierce, his determination unwavering as he faces the undead horde. He unleashes a furious roar, his voice echoing through the battlefield. The force of his attack sends shockwaves rippling through the air. Kwon Sun-gil stands amidst the fallen, a testament to his raw power and unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Witch Mary kneels, her head in her hands, overwhelmed by the carnage. A heavy thud echoes as another body falls nearby, a grim reminder of the ongoing struggle. The man's face is etched with worry, blood staining his white shirt. He is told that at this rate, there's no point in keeping him. Witch Mary states that he doesn't understand the pain she's experiencing because he's not a mind type on the team. The man responds to Witch Mary's statement, saying whatever you say, as she speaks of the feeling of looking inside the minds of the zombies. Witch Mary looks down at the man, questioning what he did wrong and why he is being treated like this, stating that it is obvious. The man's eyes widen in shock as he is told that his ability is far too poor. Witch Mary looks down, stating that she doesn't know what he thinks of himself as. The witch continues to berate the man, telling him that if he has time to talk back to her, he should do more work. Witch Mary wonders who would satisfy those standards of hers, stating that even the great Odin would have judged her. The man looks up, thinking that Odin would have recognized him differently. Someone believes that Odin recognized their talents. A man with brown hair looks up, his expression unreadable. The man's brow furrows, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. The cloaked figure stands beside a soldier, both bearing grim expressions. A shadowy presence looms, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. They're affected just because I mentioned Odin again. Witch Mary appears concerned. He's been gone for years now. Why can they not accept reality? The declaration echoes with finality. It's obvious he's dead. The muscular man, stained with blood, urges action. Let's move. The man's words carry a dark implication. We'll only be giving the necromancers more time if we. The armored man considers the dire possibilities. At this rate, and what if Odin appears as a ghoul? Would the association be able to withstand the shock? Witch Mary contemplates the rumors. No. What if he's as powerful as the rumors say? The witch's expression hardens, a glint of ambition in her eyes. But this could be my greatest opportunity as well. Witch Mary's thoughts turn to a hidden ability. If I succeed at mind control. Elsewhere, the armored man walks away, his steps echoing in the distance. A group of people walks along a path, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A colossal foot descends with a resounding thud, dwarfing the figure standing nearby. A grotesque ghoul, its face mangled and bloodied, emits a guttural growl. The ghoul's torso, stained with gore, heaves as it continues its menacing growl. Its bare feet, pale and gnarled, stand upon the rough, uneven ground. Gunnarsson, his face contorted in alarm, shouts a warning as the threat appears. A woman with long, purple hair sits hunched over, her expression hidden in shadow. The ghoul's chest rises and falls, the sound of its growl echoing in the air. The ghoul's face, marred by scars and blood, twists in a silent snarl. The man's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in a mixture of anger and disbelief. The muscular man grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he wonders what he has to say. An awakener ghoul, at least of diamond rank, stands amidst a horde of similar creatures. The man with glasses, eyes wide with alarm, realizes the grim truth. A voice booms out, filled with rage, directed at the dirty necromancers. Kwon Sungil clenches his fists, his face contorted in fury as he prepares to fight. The unseen speaker continues his taunt, suggesting they are all trapped together. A figure collapses, the sound of their fall echoing in the chamber. Even the ghouls, once animated, now succumb to the same fate, their bodies falling limp. A system notification appears, indicating someone has leveled up to level 551. Witch Mary and the muscular man watch as the birth of Doom Man completes, the body hitting the ground with a thud. The system message clarifies the situation. The necromancer has died. With the necromancer's demise, the ghouls also revert to their original state, becoming lifeless corpses once more. The narration box reveals that even the ghoul controlled by Yonhi has collapsed, a development deemed a shame. Witch Mary observes the fallen ghoul, remarking that he was pretty useful. Wang Tai-jin stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the grim situation. A voice cuts through the silence, an unseen figure demanding, "Do you know him?" The response comes from beyond the grave, a bloodied corpse admitting, "Not that well." The corpse continues, recalling, "But I remember that he was with Joshua in Revolution." A disembodied voice identifies, "The pursuer. He had the same trait as Casino Chip." Yoni, the Witch Mary, reflects somberly. Casino Chip. It's been a while since I've heard that name. The aftermath of battle stretches before them, a field littered with the fallen. A question hangs in the air, heavy with regret. If he were still alive, do you think he would have been able to survive until now? She and the muscular man survey the scene. The somber thought echoes, it would have been difficult for him. Meanwhile, Wang Tai-jin's eyes burn with inner fire as he wonders, and how many more are dying right now? A monstrous visage looms, a symbol of the endless carnage. The muscular man's arm glows with power, a silent promise to end the suffering. And how many? He stands firm, muscles tensed, ready to face whatever comes next. Flames lick the air around him. Above, a man with glasses looks down, while another man below him grits his teeth. A declaration hangs in the air. They have survived until now. The man in the brown jacket shouts, his mouth wide open in a cry of defiance or pain. A disembodied voice echoes, warning of an awakener ghoul of at least diamond rank. The man with glasses grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of their situation. They've been lured here, he thinks. Another voice booms, filled with rage. The speaker curses the dirty necromancers, promising a reckoning. Kwon Sungil's face contorts with fury, his fists clenched as he prepares for a brutal fight. The unseen speaker continues, declaring that they are stuck here together, ready to fight. The ground is littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of death. More corpses are strewn about, blood staining the ground a gruesome crimson. The scene is a massacre, a testament to the power of their unseen enemy. The background blurs, hinting at the chaos and violence that has just unfolded. Close up on the carnage, the lifeless eyes of the fallen staring blankly ahead. The sounds of rustling echo through the battlefield, a grim reminder of the ongoing struggle. A hand reaches upward, struggling against an unseen force. The sound of exertion echoes in the confined space. A cacophony of violence erupts as bodies are thrown and crushed. Blood splatters across the scene, painting a gruesome tableau. He stands amidst the carnage, a whirlwind of motion and force. Kwon Sung-gil, somehow still alive, surveys the devastation around him. A sudden, sharp intake of breath pierces the air, a silent exclamation of surprise or pain. Kwon Sung-gil gazes down at the pile of corpses, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim determination. What the he mutters. His face is splattered with blood, sweat beading on his brow. Kwon Sung-gil's eyes narrow, scanning the surroundings with renewed focus. He glances downward, his voice laced with a hint of impatience. Sir, please move a little, Kwon Sung-gil requests. A gasp escapes his lips, his eyes widening in alarm. Kwon Sung-gil's expression shifts from annoyance to dawning horror. A figure emerges from beneath the pile, his face contorted in a grimace. The man with brown hair stares up at Kwon Sung-gil. The name echoes through the chamber, a declaration of identity and challenge. Kim Jae-hun, the voice booms. Kwon Sung-gil's grip tightens as he seizes the man's arm. The confrontation is imminent, a clash of wills and strength. Kim Jae-hun speaks, his voice laced with mocking amusement. You're not the only one, boss. Kikik. Kwon Sung-gil, bruised and battered, acknowledges that this scene should come to an end sooner rather than later. The sentiment echoes among the survivors. They'd be truly heartless if they made them endure any more. Kwon Sung-gil, his face marred with cuts and blood, is told to look for Taehan around. A disembodied voice notes that a lot more of them survived than expected. The winged creature expresses surprise at their sacrifice and will. A message declares that this is the last one. With that determination, they are told to enter the final scene. The voice continues, promising that after the end of the next scene, they can return to their homes. Kim Jae-hun, his expression unreadable, states that tears are coming to his eyes. He asks, rhetorically, if they aren't happy. Another person is told to smile. Finally, it is revealed that there's also one more surprising bit of news. A small, winged figure stands bathed in light, seemingly ready to guide. The graphic indicates a promotion to the guide of the final scene. The text declares that in the final scene, all awakeners will be present. The scene depicts 3 bloodied men, suggesting a brutal conflict where camps will gather on one stage. A man's face is shown in close-up, a sinister grin spreading across his features. The graphic announces that Lady Boss Mary will be joining the scene. Camp 1, Revolution, 12, boasts a population of 92,991 people. The World Awakener Association, 1, counts 74,555 people among its ranks. Camp 6, the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, has 43,901 people. The woman states that the World Awakener Association and Jonathan Finance Investment Group are still present. The woman argues that the numbers don't prove Joshua and Jonathan survived, despite a final count of 490,990 people. Wang Tai-jin stares ahead, the weight of the situation heavy on him. They started with 4.5 million people, and this is the final battle. The odds are stacked against them. The survival rate is about 1%. The situation is dire, and hope dwindles with each passing moment. The average level of awakeners was higher, giving them a fighting chance. Even so, the battle is fierce, and many will fall. The undead swarm, a relentless tide of decaying flesh and hunger. Each survivor must fight with everything they have to survive. The battle against the dead in the extended second act would have been tougher. The challenges ahead are daunting, and the path to victory is uncertain. A voice cuts through the tension, a simple declaration, let's go. The time for hesitation is over. Action is required. Wang Tai-jin stands ready, determination etched on his face. He is surrounded by others, all prepared to face the horrors that await. A desperate plea echoes in the minds of the survivors. Let's just hope everyone is alive. The uncertainty of who remains weighs heavily. Meanwhile, he sits perched on a crate, gazing at a holographic screen. Kim Jae-hun is surrounded by the ruins of what was once a thriving city. All camps are from the past association, originating from Odin. But without Odin, they're only people of common ancestry, nothing more. Kim Jae-hun considers the implications. Fights within the same bloodline are bound to be fiercer, a grim reality he must accept. Having struggled for power against his sister, she is surrounded by scattered papers. Lee Tae-han, adjusting his tie, had a hunch about the situation unfolding. Before the battle against the monster armies, there will be a brutal civil war. Kim Jae-hun's associate asks what he is thinking about, his expression unreadable. Standing amidst the ruins, Kim Jae-hun is asked if the war funds are accounted for. The man, seen from the back, says, as you said, but Priya. The man with long hair insists that they are the ones spreading the rumors. The man with short hair warns that if they get caught doing it, there will be consequences. The voice urges them to calm down and consider when they have. Kim Jae-hoon's associate says he's just saying it strengthens those people if they have not done that. Kim Jae-hoon states that he also believes Odin will return. Despite that, they still lack preparation, and they should not get angry and distracted here. The man's face contorts with rage as he speaks, his eyes narrowed and teeth bared. You find it infuriating that they claim to be like him. The words hang in the air, a promise or a threat. When Boss Mary arrives, things will change. The sound of hooves echoes as a woman rides a skeletal horse through a desolate landscape. She declares that they are all dead. The skeletal horses march forward, their riders unseen, their purpose unknown, their hooves beating a steady rhythm. The woman with the dark hair urges someone to speak with the Jonathan group, her expression serious. A man with glasses stands beside her. The woman cautions against using their abilities on them, emphasizing the need to join forces as peacefully as possible. Priya Kaur, Vice Commander Rahul, acknowledges the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. He wonders if they would have been able to endure the day of beginnings without them. The woman questions if he had any connection with the Jonathan Group, adding that they are immoral, and the man grits his teeth, thinking of all the land they took as parrots fly in the background. The man speaks of the International Environment Fund, his expression one of intense anger and frustration. Ms. Priya states that they've only acted in their own interest. Even in that situation, her expression thoughtful. The question hangs in the air. Can you even imagine what they are capable of with the Earth as their playground? Rahul's expression hardens as he explains that over 35% of the Earth's surface is under their control. He believes no awakener can resist their financial power. The man's fist clenches, the word clench echoing the tension. He thinks that if Jonathan Hunter really is at the camp, they're going to... Priya Dutta looks on, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she asks if someone will do something. A man's face is partially visible as he asks if they should eliminate him. He wonders what happens here. Rahul's eyes glow with intensity as he declares that he will stay here. Priya Dutta pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as she says, "Wait." She looks down, her gloved hand raised slightly as she asks what it is. Priya Dutta, standing beside Rahul, states that she can sense something incredible. A blackbird flies through the air, accompanied by the sound of hash. In the distance, two figures stand on a desolate landscape, beneath a large, ominous eye in the sky. The landscape blurs, suggesting a shift in perspective or a rapid movement. A figure in a gray robe is shown in a close-up, their face obscured, only a glimpse of golden ornamentation visible. She turns her head, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Her purple eye widens, pupils dilating as she stares in disbelief. Priya Dutta gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. Beside her, Rahul's expression mirrors her shock as she exclaims, "A Maruka tribesman?" Her brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she stares intently. The Corps commander's lips part slightly as she whispers, "Is holding a Xiphos." A figure stands shrouded in shadow, the question hanging in the air. Who are? The cloaked figure stands tall, flanked by two others, one with auburn hair. Is that? The figure's dark cloak obscures their features, but the glint of metal hints at danger. These. The figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, ominous background. People? A raven soars through the air, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The glowing eyes pierce the darkness, radiating an intense, otherworldly power. A lone figure plummets from above, falling through the clouded sky. The figure continues to fall, descending into the unknown below. A cloaked figure stands silently, its face obscured by shadow and strange, golden tendrils. Confusion hangs in the air, a silent question mark etched into the scene. Dark hair cascades down the back of a woman, partially obscuring her face. The woman's voice rings out, questioning, "A Maruka tribesman?" The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, as a man behind her shares her shock. "Isn't that?" She begins. Her expression is a mixture of fear and realization, sweat beading on her brow as she stares intently. The woman's voice trembles as she finishes her thought. She is holding a Xiphos. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a fundamental question. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted, a single red eye burning brightly. Two figures stand together, one cloaked and the other with striking red hair. Another voice rings out, questioning the identity of those present. Streaks of red energy slash through the air, unseen but palpable. A bird flies through the chaotic energy, a silent observer of the unfolding events. She is thrown backwards, her body engulfed by the crimson energy. An exclamation point punctuates the air, signaling a sudden realization. Confusion clouds her face, a mixture of shock and disbelief in her eyes. Two figures stand together, questioning the events that have just transpired. What happened? She recalls observing them from afar, a sense of detachment in her voice. Wasn't I just looking at them through the bird's eye? Her eyes glow with a menacing red light, her voice dripping with malice. Who do you think you're looking at? Do you want to die? She believes the others are from the same camp as her. The woman is told that she can check slower. The woman with brown hair looks up, wondering what is going on as two men stand behind her. The woman wonders whose mind she is in. The man with glasses tells the group not to use their abilities on them. The muscular man is told that his ability is far too poor. It seems that she brought out his memories as the man in the green jacket and the woman look up. The woman is kneeling on the ground as a man in a black cloak stands over her, wondering how this is possible. The man with glasses asks if it isn't obvious, wondering if it's possible. The woman with brown hair states that they need to join forces as peacefully as possible, wondering who the leader is. The woman recognizes Lee Tae-han, realizing he is of Il-sung group. If they have time to talk back to her, they need to do more work. A man with a furrowed brow speaks, the tension palpable in his voice. Another man notes that Kwon Sung-gil seems to be doing well, easing his worries. Her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The woman's expression is unreadable. The unseen figures discuss what to do with someone who is planning something cheeky. The woman's presence looms over another, who is visibly shaking with fear. The woman's inner turmoil is evident as she denies the monstrous nature of humans. The woman with glowing eyes demands that the other say it, whatever it may be. A desperate denial echoes, the sound laced with terror as something is forced. Tears stream down her face as she realizes she hasn't even said it out loud. The woman realizes she's only ever thought about succeeding at mind control. The words hang in the air, a chilling declaration, even if Odin is alive or dead. A surge of power, and the woman believes she can do something. She is struck by an unseen force, the impact radiating outwards. The word sin is emblazoned across the scene in crimson letters. Priya Dutta's red eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. The Corps commander's voice echoes, a chilling command, know your place. Meanwhile, upon leaving the mindscape, the woman in the purple robe was still breathing as two men stand over her. The woman lies prone, seemingly unconscious, as the two men loom over her, their expressions unreadable. One of the men wonders if she had lost her mind, speculating that she might be second evil. A close-up reveals the woman's face, her eyes closed, her expression serene despite the dire circumstances. The text says she's a mind type who survived until the end despite Yonhee being the one to obtain gaze of Isis. Priya Dutta is asked if she knows the woman. Someone responds with a hesitant, maybe sensing that something is approaching them. She stands beside the woman in the purple robe, both looking off in the same direction. The man in the hood narrows his eyes, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. The man in the green jacket states with certainty, I definitely know this one. A distant rumble echoes as a small figure emerges from a cloud of dust. The dust cloud billows, partially obscuring the figure standing within. The rumble intensifies as the dust continues to swirl. A monstrous figure, labeled Fifth Evil, stands wreathed in energy. The woman with long brown hair declares, I am Olivia. A voice questions, you are Odin, correct? The text below refers to a powerful summon, Jin. The man in the hood is asked which camp he is from, and he responds that he is from the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. The unseen speaker demands, and where's Jonathan? A fist clenches in anticipation. A disembodied voice commands, be alive. If you died, to Fifth Evil. The woman with hoop earrings delivers a message, her expression unreadable. My master is waiting for you, she says, her tone neutral. The words new master appear, hinting at a shift in power or allegiance. The implications of this new leadership remain unclear. Elsewhere, a towering castle looms against the cloudy sky, its spires reaching towards the heavens. The ancient structure stands as a silent witness. Close up, the castle's weathered walls reveal intricate carvings and signs of age. The stone bears the marks of time and conflict. Within a ruined building, a group makes their way through the debris. Their footsteps echo in the desolate space. Each step is deliberate, the sound amplified by the surrounding destruction. The journey is fraught with peril. The group continues their ascent, navigating the treacherous path. The air hangs heavy with dust and the scent of decay. Shattered remnants of a once grand structure litter the ground. The weight of history presses down on the travelers. A man with long blonde hair and a goatee speaks, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I've waited a long time. Another man responds, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Yeah, thanks for staying alive. The man's thoughts betray a deeper concern, a fear of loss. There's no way my one friend would have lost to Fifth Evil. The man with long blonde hair appears again, his expression filled with anticipation. It's been a long time, he repeats. A voice calls out, the name echoing in the silent space. Jonathan. A screen displays information. Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Guild Master, Jonathan Hunter, Level 482 Challenger. A weathered hand grips the neck of a bottle, its contents unknown. The bottle is opened with a resounding boom, releasing its sealed contents. Two figures react with surprise. their expressions mirroring a shared shock. The bottle, now uncorked, stands tall, its dark liquid promising untold stories. A voice reflects, "It wasn't because the whiskey cost $30,000 a bottle. I understood why Jonathan kept this with him." One asks, "You still have stuff on the outside?" The other responds, "What do you think?" The man states, "Just like how I keep my father's bank account with me. Thanks to you two, I was fully kit when I came in, but it wasn't easy for me either." He clutches the bottle, his expression resolute. "I held on, waiting only for this day." For Jonathan, this was a talisman. The text reads, "Reign the world as an emperor was desperate to spend time with an old friend." The man with long blonde hair holds the bottle aloft, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he asks, "What do you think?" The narrator reflects on the value of the moment, stating that tonight was for his friends. Kwon Sung-gil throws his head back, roaring with laughter as Wang Tai-jin smiles beside him. The woman with wavy brown hair smiles, holding a dark bottle as she recalls their efforts to get drunk. Even with just one bottle, the narrator notes, all their faces became flushed. Wang Tai-jin looks at the woman with wavy brown hair, a slight smile on his face as she looks back at him. Suddenly, an exclamation point appears, signaling a shift in the mood. Wang Tai-jin embraces the woman with wavy brown hair, their faces close. Kwon Sung-gil watches the pair embrace, his expression unreadable. He shouts, demanding to know what's going on between the two of them. A speech bubble declares that someone knew this would happen. Kwon Sung-gil looks down at the couple, congratulating them with forced enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Priya Dutta appears, stating that there is urgent news to be heard. He pauses, a low exclamation escaping his lips. Jonathan Hunter's eyes narrow, purple energy crackling around him. He thinks of the enemies that await them. A large unit has gathered, ready for battle. Others are here with smaller units, led by their guild master, and a masked figure is held in chains. The woman in the purple robe looks on, a hint of concern in her eyes. Kwon Sung-gil speaks to Jonathan Hunter, remarking that their camp looked like the easiest to deal with. The name Olivia hangs in the air. Wang Tai-jin listens as the woman in the purple robe agrees, calling him new. She tells him that he is naturally that way. Wang Tai-jin looks down and asks what she wants him to do under her command. The woman in the purple robe says that they, too, have a predestined fate, and his work won't be difficult. The woman with light brown hair speaks, her expression serious as she emphasizes the need for something. A radiant light fills the space, accompanied by a directive, gather the leaders of each. The text declares a call to action, camp under the name of Odin. The woman continues, clarifying that the gathering must be under the name of Odin. A dark, ominous light pulses, affirming that this is right. A man's face emerges from the shadows, his eye glowing with an unsettling red light. The text emphasizes a possessive claim, under my name. The title, Past Life Returner, is displayed prominently. The man speaks with an air of superiority, declaring that others are naturally beneath him. He continues, stating that they, too, have a predestined fate, his expression unreadable. A woman speaks, questioning if it is under the name of Odin. A voice confirms that it is right. A man stares forward, his eye glowing with an ominous light. Two figures stand on a rocky landscape, their purpose unknown. The woman recalls when she first heard the name Odin, and what she thought it was. It is revealed that Joshua Von Carrion is the rival of Jonathan Hunter. He stands cloaked in ethereal energy, a figure existing both here and elsewhere, his presence defying simple understanding. A radiant glow surrounds the cascade of blonde hair, hinting at a power beyond mortal comprehension. The stage is set for a clash of titans, rivals destined to battle for ultimate dominance, their conflict looming on the horizon. The blonde-haired man instructs another to prepare for someone's arrival, a situation that seems to defy easy explanation. The man's face is etched with concern as the name Odin hangs heavy in the air. The revelation hits hard. He is also someone's master, and Joshua Von Carrion is not Odin, shattering previous assumptions. The threads of fate extend to others as well. They, too, are bound by a predestined fate, their paths intertwined. A man with dark hair looks on, his expression unreadable as the pronouncements echo around him. An unfamiliar Asian man is described as looking down on everything, his presence adding another layer of mystery. A woman with purple hair is shown amidst the chaos, her expression suggesting a storm is brewing. The question hangs in the air. Will this high-spirited army be enough to face the coming storm? A vast army stands ready, their fate intertwined with the pronouncements of Odin and the coming battle. A distant group stands amidst devastation, seemingly obeying a command. The text reveals that Olivia's initial destination was the World Awakener Association. A woman walks forward, her expression unreadable, as others stand in the background. The group's name suggests a focus on revolution and the future, hinting at their goals. They possess the largest number of troops among the various factions present. A gathering of individuals stands beneath a sky stained red, their expressions grim. The woman wonders if it is the disease of the barbacore, noting that they look like ghouls. A man laments their suffering, acknowledging the arrival of a messenger from the Jonathan camp. The entrance to a tent stands open, inviting or perhaps demanding entry. A masked figure in a hood gestures, urging, "Please enter." A woman walks forward into the light, announcing, "Greetings. I am." She stands cloaked in shadow, the flames licking hungrily behind her. The woman with short brown hair looks up, questioning if Jonathan Hunter is still alive, her expression a mix of hope and trepidation. The hooded figure stands firm, the very air around them vibrating with power. The flames roar, demanding an answer to the question posed. The pressure mounts, an unseen force causing distress. What is the source of this oppressive power? The woman, her face etched with concern, confirms that he is, indeed, still alive. The figure chuckles, a chilling sound. They command that Jonathan be told something. The figure's armored form looms, a promise of both protection and threat. The message is clear. Jonathan can be assured that the figure is not there to kill him. The figure vows that as long as they are protecting him, he will be safe. The message concludes, Jonathan need not worry about the provocations of others, for he's guarded. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the need to protect someone. The woman with long brown hair, wearing a red shirt, wonders if it is this man. She utters two names, a question hanging in the air, Joshua, Funkayan? A burst of red energy explodes outward, signaling a catastrophic event. She plummets downward, arms outstretched, caught in the blast's wake. A sharp, piercing sound rips through the air as the destruction intensifies. Her body contorts unnaturally as she is thrown violently through the air. Another violent impact echoes, the sound of something breaking under immense force. A warning flashes, the Sphinx's ring has been disabled, and Ganesha's battle bracelet is about to be destroyed. Her face contorted in a scream. Von Carrion is overwhelmed by the destructive forces. The system reports another loss. Terra's sublime earrings have been destroyed. A blinding flash of blue light engulfs the scene, obscuring everything. She is sent flying backward by an unseen force, the impact forcing a gasp from her lips as the towering blue figure looms. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands silently near a crackling fire, the flames casting long shadows in the dim light. The blue figure stands tall, its massive form radiating an almost palpable energy as it prepares for another attack. The hooded figure remains motionless as a warning message appears. The summon has disappeared, its power extinguished. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes the extent of the damage she has sustained. Her face contorts in a scream as she realizes that her A-rank summon, her Jin, has been defeated in a single attack. A blinding flash of white light engulfs the area, obscuring everything in its intense glare. The woman plummets downwards, her body twisting unnaturally as she falls through the air, completely helpless. The world fades to white, leaving only a sense of emptiness and disorientation in its wake. Her legs continue to fall, the sound of crackling energy echoing around her as she descends further into the abyss. The hooded figure, Jonathan Hunter, remains near the fire, seemingly unconcerned with the woman's fate as the crackling intensifies. A tombstone stands silently, bearing the name Jonathan, a stark reminder of mortality and loss. The cloaked figure stands, seemingly disappointed in his underlings. The figure decides it is time to raise someone or something from below. A hand reaches out, ready to grasp its target. A voice cries out, begging for a moment to speak. She plummets downward, desperate to deliver her message before impact. The air rushes from her lungs as she falls further. With her last breath, she tries to invoke a name. The wind howls as she continues to fall. Leader Bobby watches the woman fall, standing high above the flames. The woman continues to plummet, closer to the ground. Leader Bobby seems to hear something, questioning what was said. With her last breath, the woman declares Odin's command. Leader Bobby holds his hand to his face, declaring it is time for everyone to gather. The words appear in a flash of light, under the name of Odin. A cloaked figure stands tall, light cascading down upon them. An exclamation point appears, followed by a series of ellipses. Leader Bobby's expression shifts, a look of surprise crossing his face. At that moment, a presence makes itself known, a being that seems like the god of death. The cloaked figure's face is obscured by shadow, but a hint of anguish is visible. The figure whispers, the word master barely audible. The word wept hangs in the air, accompanied by the sound of tapping. Feet tap rhythmically against the floor, the sound echoing in the silence. A man wonders aloud if Priya Dutta has lost her mind, calling her a tricky one. Kim Ji-hun looks up, questioning what has happened. The woman's eyes are wide with shock, her mouth agape. Her breathing is shallow, her expression one of utter disbelief. She lies prone, unmoving. The man with the goatee stares down, muttering about a monster. He admits he doesn't know what happened, his tone laced with confusion and concern. The man in the red cloak, identified as the guild master, asks about an Asian man and woman. The words Sir Calaba appear in a stylized speech bubble. The man shouts that there are a ton of people, his expression conveying urgency. Rain streaks down a window, obscuring the view outside. The man in the white shirt looks up, his face etched with worry, as the guild master stands behind him. A large boom sound effect dominates the panel, suggesting a sudden, powerful event. A hooded figure stands before a crowd, the boom sound effect echoing in the background. The blonde-haired man stares ahead, the boom sound effect still ringing in the air. He stood firm, the force of the blast rippling around him. The shockwave pulsed outward, scattering birds into the smoky sky. The explosion echoed across the battlefield, reaching the assembled ranks. The soldiers stood ready, weapons in hand, awaiting their orders. Someone shouts, enraged by the sudden attack. "What the? You damn punks!" Another man shouts, his face contorted with rage. "You want to go?" The sky burns a deep crimson as winged creatures circle above. A cacophony of war drums echoes as a vast army stands ready, their numbers stretching to the horizon. A figure gazes out at the assembled forces, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. A voice, laced with fury, erupts from the shadows, questioning the audacity of defiance. The man's face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with a desire for retribution as another man looks on. A challenge hangs in the air, daring someone to step forward and face the consequences. A booming voice cuts through the tension, demanding attention and obedience. The leader's golden hair cascades over his armored shoulders as he prepares to command. The blonde-haired man rallies his troops, his voice echoing with authority as he addresses the 6 camps. The order is given, and the legions stand ready to execute the commands of their leader. Beneath the ominous sky, the blonde-haired man prepares to lead his forces into the coming conflict. He commands the attention of those gathered, his words echoing with authority. The call to arms resonates, a promise of upheaval and change hanging in the air. The invitation is extended, beckoning warriors to join the ranks of Odin's forces. A wave of realization washes over the crowd, their expressions shifting from anticipation to shock. The man with glasses shouts, his voice cracking with a mixture of disbelief and awe. "It's Odin." The declaration rings out, confirming the unification of all camps under Odin's banner. One man covers his face, overcome with emotion, while another looks on with a knowing smirk. Tears stream down his face as he laughs, a triumphant vindication echoing in his voice. The man clenches his fist, his eyes shining with fierce loyalty. That's his leader, Odin. The name reverberates, a symbol of power and unity for those who believe. Meanwhile, the story continues. The episode unfolds. He had gathered the leaders of the various camps. Each represented a different faction, a different philosophy, but all united under a single banner. The air crackled with anticipation as they awaited his next move. The fate of their combined forces rested on his shoulders, on his vision for the future. Li Taehan, the guild master of Camp 1, Revolution, observed the proceedings with a cautious gaze, his expression unreadable. Representing Camp 2, World Awakener Association, was a cloaked figure, their identity concealed beneath shadows and heavy fabric. Ian Jones, the guild master of Camp 3, Tomorrow, and Osiris, stood as representatives of their respective factions. Camp 4, Revolution, was represented by William Jones, his face etched with determination. William Spencer, the guild master, stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he represented his camp. Deborah Bellucci, the guild master of Camp 5, Tomorrow, exuded an air of quiet confidence. Jonathan Hunter, the guild master of Camp 6, Jonathan Investment Finance Group, observed the scene with a calculating expression. The guild master of Camp 7, Revolution, stood ready, his presence a testament to the camp's strength. Kwan Sungil had been swapped in as the guild master of this stage because the previous master's level was too low. Zhang Weilong, the guild master of Camp 8, Revolution, watched with narrowed eyes, his intentions unclear. Aoki Uriya, the founder of Tomorrow, is nowhere to be seen, while below, a man stares intently. However, the most shocking part was the absence of fourth virtue Mihail. The man declares that he has erased his past name, now going by Osiris. A hooded figure stands in a cathedral, his face obscured by shadow. Osiris asked to be called by that name, stating that he abandoned Joshua von Carrion, the representative of the Awakeners. The reason for this abandonment was probably due to his mutilated visage. In the eyes of the masses, these marks were obtained from battles of life and death. In exchange for keeping his life, he became this, something that would only incite fear. 2 men carry a body through a ruined city, the aftermath of a great battle. The man reflects on a quest that reduced their guild members' numbers to a third. Perhaps Mihail was swept up in something like that as well, and it'll soon be the final scene. The text suggests that no one will want to drop out after coming this far, or want to return alive. He listens as the woman before him speaks of the power he could wield upon his return, power enough to obtain wealth and honor. The man's expression hardens, his brow furrowing as he considers the offer. Or so he thinks. The world is under military control, and those with power are but a minority. Their numbers will decrease even further after the final scene. Soldiers march forward, weapons at the ready, a visual representation of the military's dominance. What awaits them isn't glory, but control and oppression by the military, a stark contrast to the promises made. The blonde-haired man, Jonathan Hunter, is asked if that's right. The other man states that it pisses him off. Jonathan Hunter smirks, stating that it may piss him off, but it's true. He adds that if they wish for it. The man holding the strap questions if they couldn't secure the safety and freedom of Awakeners, Odin. He refers to the true owner. A man with black hair stands before a vision of the world, seemingly burdened by its weight. A man looks up, confused, wondering what the other guy is talking about, his expression a mix of bewilderment and concern. The white-haired man's face is contorted in anger, as it's revealed that Sungil didn't seem to understand what was being said, but the others were greatly shocked. A man with dark hair stares intently, his expression unreadable, as if contemplating the weight of the information he's just received. According to Jonathan, the richest man in the world bows his head to another. The blonde-haired man assumes everyone present knows exactly who he is. He reminds them that he's been ranked the richest person in the world every year. Mr. Bobby sits back in his chair, confident in his declaration of wealth and power. The man in the fur coat asserts that his power cannot be measured by wealth alone. The blonde-haired man warns that anyone who opposes him in the outside world would need to risk utter destruction. The man in the fur coat continues, stating that the person he serves is the master of at least 2 or 3 G7 nations. He considers the center of the world order, Odin, as he extends his hand. The dark-haired man wonders how many people can even understand what the richest man in the world means. The man with black hair wonders how many people could recall the existence of the Geno Club with what he just said, but decides it doesn't matter. A voice declares that everyone will be told what he is about to say. The World Awakener Association, an organization created with a purpose, is shown. Mr. Bobby has the world after the testing site's completion in mind. The woman with dark hair stares forward, a subtle intensity in her gaze. Those who offer their loyalty to the association will be able to enjoy privileges under its name. But keep this in mind, the text warns a subtle threat hanging in the air. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, a silent command echoing in the single word, understand. Energy crackles, a visual representation of immense power, raw and untamed. A star question burns in crimson letters. Who is allowing you to live? The text reveals a grim history. She couldn't even reach this point in the original world. As soon as it became clear they would lose the war, the system sent them back home. A man kneels, surrounded by others, a posture of defeat or perhaps supplication. The weight of the past bears down on him. Fear grips their faces. It wasn't going to just let us all get wiped out, the text declares. Monstrous figures loom, a visual representation of humanity's low status. Humanity was classified as the lowest-ranked species in this war. A close-up reveals the grotesque details of a monster's face. Had things continued like that, we would have become living soldiers of the Barbacore. The monster's body is a mass of grotesque flesh. Or host of the Graf clan, the text adds, but it's different this time. A sense of change hangs in the air, a promise of a different future. A fist clenches, energy swirling around it, fueled by a burning resolve. The world blurs, reality itself seeming to warp and shift. The words final scene materialize in a digital glow, beckoning those who dare to enter. The man with short brown hair stares ahead, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension. A woman with dark hair regards the screen, her gaze sharp and calculating as she prepares for what's to come. A stern-faced man watches, his features etched with a grim resolve as he steels himself for the final act. The woman with gray hair smirks, a hint of amusement playing on her lips as she anticipates the unfolding drama. The man with short brown hair stares intently at the screen, his focus unwavering as he steps into the unknown. A large hand descends, looming over the man with short brown hair, casting a shadow of impending danger. The digital interface flickers, a silent prelude to the storm about to break. A voice booms, dripping with condescension, as the speaker mocks. Haha, Jisung, you've all grown up. Jisung is seized roughly by the hair, his face contorted in a mix of shock and anger at the sudden assault. He is asked if he has grown any hair down there yet, the question hanging in the air. Jisung, looking up at the man, retorts that he shouldn't be treated like a kid. A narration box explains that people didn't age after awakening, but they did continue growing. A man with a wide grin declares that it has been a long time and that it's finally the final scene. A text bubble proclaims that they should trust Odin and go all the way. The man grabs Jisung in a headlock, declaring that he should just follow him to victory. Jisung, caught in the man's grip, wonders if something good happened. The man's face is shown again, his grin widening as he asks why Jisung is so excited. The man exclaims that they've already hit the jackpot, knowing that Odin was amazing, but not this amazing. The man pulls Jisung closer, telling him to come over so he can tell him something good. Meanwhile, Wang Taijin's face is shown, his expression unreadable. Wang Taijin walks through a destroyed area, his destination unknown. A golden statue sits in a meditative pose, tendrils rising around it. The name, ORK, hangs in the air, its significance yet unknown. Wang Taijin, his expression unreadable, inquires about the situation. The golden statue looms, its smooth surface reflecting the light. A stark declaration, not coming echoes with finality. The name Maruka appears as someone reflects on another's improving language skills, though politeness remains a choice. Wang Taijin presses for more information, simply asking. Then, the name Backland is revealed, identified as the enemy in the final scene. Wang Taijin stands, the name Barba appearing near him. The name Graph is presented, its connection to the unfolding events unclear. Two more names surface, Declan and Ziphos, adding to the growing list. Wang Taijin's gaze is intense, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward. Wang Taijin glances upward, his expression unreadable as he utters a single word, Orca. He continues to look upward, his brow furrowed slightly. He inquires about the state of affairs. A grotesque, golden, tentacled creature looms, its form vaguely humanoid amidst the writhing appendages. The golden creature remains, its presence ominous. A stark message echoes, not coming. Wang Taijin, still gazing upward, presses for more information, his tone laced with impatience. Then, he asks, the golden creature is named Backlan. Its massive form dominates the scene. The voice from above declares that the Backlands are their enemies in the final scene. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as another name is spoken, Barba. Graph. The name hangs in the air, another piece of the puzzle revealed. Declan and Ziphos. More names are added to the growing list of adversaries. Wang Taijin's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed as he processes the information. A wave of confusion washes over the scene. The armies of the seven demon kings are all different civilizations, but they all worship doom, chaos. There was never a time when they worked together. Amid his confusion, a new name he'd never heard of flowed out from Orca's mouth. Linnea. The protagonist, Wang Taijin, wonders about the name he just heard. Linnea? Wang Taijin is visibly confused, asking, what's Linnea worship? Doom Delir. A monstrous figure looms. He only knew of its existence, but he'd never had any quests related to it. Doom Desire. The race that worships it was made known to him. These were the currently known monster races and the seven demon kings they worship. Races and the seven demon kings they worship. Before all else, there is Doom Chaos, the supreme ruler of all dooms. Doom Arcuda stands as a formidable presence among the dooms. Backlan embodies primal strength, a raw and untamed force. Doom Interguasto, of the Barber ruling class, wields power over death itself. Doom Insectum, a subject class of plagues, spreads disease and decay. Maruka achieves explosive reproduction, learning through reincarnation. Graph is the embodiment of poison, a deadly toxin in Doom's arsenal. Doom Mon looms, a shadowy figure of destruction and despair. Ziphos achieves explosive reproduction, finding strength in numbers. Doom Queso appears, a monstrous figure with a gaping maw. Declan is an unyielding battle spirit, never surrendering in the face of conflict. Doom Desire stands in opposition to Linnea, but what trait does Linnea possess? He wondered what trait Linnea might possess. If he could learn the aspects of the monsters, he could predict the aspects of the Doom they worshipped. This information was crucial. But that was all. Orca knew something, though the details remained elusive. The dark-haired man's thoughts were interrupted. Then a voice echoed in his mind, simply stating guide. For some reason, the guide refused to appear again after the final scene began, leaving Wang Taijin to wonder what was happening. What was it scheming now? The protagonist, Wang Taijin's expression shifted to one of surprise and suspicion. Suddenly, the word guide appeared amidst a flurry of twinkling lights, signaling a new presence. Wang Taijin stood amidst the ruined cityscape, the red sky casting long shadows as he looked around, trying to discern the source of the disturbance. A cheerful hello materialized in the air, written in glowing letters, hinting at the arrival of someone new. A small, fairy-like creature hovered into view, its wings shimmering as it spoke. Even if you hadn't called for me, we would have met quite soon. The fairy-like creature declared, I'll introduce myself. I, Lumar, will guide you through the final scene. He, Wang Taijin, looked down at the new arrival, his expression unreadable as he regarded Lumar, the self-proclaimed guide to the final scene. Lumar, the fairy-like guide, cheerfully announced, I've managed to be promoted to the final scene. The small, winged guide floats in the air, declaring that Wang Taijin shouldn't even think about challenging them, as it's not right for someone they should be protecting. Wang Taijin stares forward, listening intently. Lumar seems to have said something out loud that they didn't intend to. The guide waves a hand dismissively, stating that it's fine, and Wang Taijin would have learned about it soon enough anyway. Lumar asks if it is a quest, stating that they need to protect Wang Taijin. The city looms in the background. The guide wonders aloud whether they should tell Wang Taijin something, calling it a conundrum, and stating that this is information he can't even get with Explorer. Wang Taijin listens, his expression unreadable. Lumar suggests that they take this as the first step in building mutual trust. The guide asks what Wang Taijin thinks was the role of the guides who were responsible for him all this time, adding that the system has granted them a lot of power. Lumar explains that impressive power has been integrated with them. The guide's wings shimmer slightly. The guide, Lumar, declares that they came out victorious in the competition among the 450,000 guides. Lumar insists that Wang Taijin needs to get on their good side, because they'll be the one to send him all home. The guide states that this will become Wang Taijin's reason to keep them safe at all cost. Wang Taijin listens, his eyes narrowed. Lumar observes that he has no interest in the fate of humanity, and asks if he understands why they need to trust each other. She challenges Wang Taijin, inviting him to continue his current behavior. He responds with a terse agreement, suggesting they move forward. Lumar pauses, seemingly taken aback by Wang Taijin's response. The fairy's expression is one of surprise. The guide turns back to Wang Taijin, now curious. Lumar asks if he knows anything about the Lunia race. Lumar awaits Wang Taijin's answer, her expression unreadable. She seems to be expecting a specific response. The fairy elaborates, stating that they were once called that in the past. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Lumar continues, drawing a parallel to how Wang Taijin is currently called human. She then asks where he heard the name. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he considers the question. He seems troubled by the line of inquiry. The word Lunia appears again, highlighted against a dark background. The importance of the term is emphasized. Wang Taijin repeats his question, pressing Lumar for an answer. His patience seems to be wearing thin. The words doomed to Zik is probably a mind type appear, hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Wang Taijin curses, finding the situation troublesome. He seems to be realizing the complexity of the matter. A strange creature is shown, along with the words for a prideful noble of Maruka to wag its tail for a human. The scene hints at a complex relationship between different beings. He observes the golden substance with a measured gaze, as Lumar floats nearby. The protagonist finds the situation interesting. Lumar explains that the situation is similar to how Wang Taijin became the dogs of the system. The fairy's words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The fairy reveals that things that used to be Lumar's species will be coming. Lumar then asks if it matters if he kills. Lumar states that there is no problem. The fairy's expression is unreadable, a strange mix of innocence and something darker. Lumar states that the Lunia race is no longer his race. He adds that it looks like Wang Taijin separated from them a while ago. Wang Taijin reveals that he was planning on killing them all, no matter what Lumar said. He asks if he could tell the fairy one thing. Wang Taijin's expression hardens. He admits that he is more worried about Doom Neezer than the Lunia. Lumar asks if Doom Neezer will be coming personally, adding that there is a chance. The fairy's words carry a hint of foreboding. Lumar warns that Wang Taijin must be careful if he meets Doom Neezer's incarnation. The warning hangs heavy in the air. The fairy states that it might send Wang Taijin to the past that can only end in death. Lumar addresses him as Mr. Challenger. A blurred image appears with the words, "Everyone has a moment." The blurred image continues with the words, like this, he. Digital noise flickers across his vision, fragmented words and symbols dancing in the haze. His eyes begin to focus, the blurry world slowly resolving into something more coherent. The edges of reality seem to fray, the image before him unstable and indistinct. Wang Taijin's brow furrows in confusion as a message flickers into view. There's a chance. The world swims around him, the message fading in and out of focus. His eyes widen, a spark of awareness igniting within him as he questions what he's seeing. A hand reaches up, as if grasping for something just out of reach. He strains to focus, wondering if he truly saw a message amidst the chaos. The hand clenches, a sense of unease washing over him as he considers the system. Wang Taijin clutches his head, wondering if he's hallucinating from the monster blood he consumed. A voice echoes, laced with frustration, lamenting the decision to touch something he shouldn't have. Quan Sungil looms over him, demanding that he wake up from his daze. He seethed, the unwanted nickname grating on his nerves. "Damn dickhead," he muttered under his breath. The man ran a hand down his face, frustration evident in the gesture. Agitating him would do no good. One man staggered, supported by another. He was embarrassed to be associated with such idiots. Two figures walked away, their backs turned. One thought, at this rate, his chances of survival were slim. A woman wondered aloud why the man's nickname was Money, her expression curious. The explanation came. He had been a rich finance guy on the outside, dealing in items and ending up as money. Someone questioned if he was an idiot, wondering why trade was necessary when one could just take what they wanted. He was a funny guy, after all. The man's bare torso was visible, his expression unreadable as the conversation continued around him. A voice boomed, filled with dark amusement. Laugh all you want. The man's gaze intensified, a warning in his eyes. Living like that would lead to death, not by monsters, but by one's own party. A stark warning flashed. If you meet Doom Neezer's incarnation. A single eye widened, filled with a sudden, stark question. He stands amidst the ruins, contemplating the cryptic warning he received. Doom Neezer's incarnation? The man walks forward, his mind racing. Hallucinations cannot conjure things that never existed, but he can't recall ever hearing the name Doom Neezer. A voice calls out Money. Jongsu. The protagonist turns, hearing that the commander is looking for him. A man's face is shown in close-up, a sinister grin spreading across his features. He mutters that he wanted to have a bit more fun. The protagonist thinks to himself, annoyed. Damn Money, because he wasted his time. Calling for two pursuers means a dungeon's been cleared. His expression hardens, a sense of resolve settling over him. It's finally time. The sound of rustling fabric fills the air as he reaches into his pocket. A torn piece of patterned paper is held up. A dark presence looms, a desperate plea echoing. Protect me once more. He wipes his face, steeling himself for what's to come. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Father. Wang Taijin stands shirtless, arms crossed, lost in thought as he considers the implications of what he has just learned. A disembodied voice muses that hallucinations cannot create things that never existed, but wonders if they've ever heard of Doom Desire. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of fear or perhaps recognition flashing across his face as the ominous words echo in his mind. The ominous hallucination warns to be careful if you meet Doom Desire's incarnation, leaving the man to wonder what's with this ominous hallucination. Elsewhere, a subordinate calls out to Money, informing him that the commander is looking for him, as the shirtless Money stands on a pile of rubble. Money expresses his disappointment, stating he wanted to have a bit more fun and that Money wasted his time. The man notes that calling for two pursuers means a dungeon's been cleared, his expression unreadable. A close-up shows a man's chest as he declares that it's finally time, his intentions unknown. The air hangs thick with dust and the remnants of battle. Amidst the rubble, several figures stand, observing the scene before them. A fallen figure lies prone on the ground, surrounded by onlookers. The atmosphere is tense. Elsewhere, a man is enveloped in a vibrant green energy, his form radiating power. He lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable as he prepares for what's to come. The narration declares that Commander Kong Jinam is a powerful B-rank warrior. Even without his pursuer trait, Wang Taijin can feel the immense pressure emanating from his opponent. The man realizes that Kong Jinam's rank is one he must have achieved by burning through many team members. The moment has arrived. It is now Wang Taijin's turn to act. A voice commands him to raise his head, to face the challenge before him. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, a silent declaration of his resolve as he prepares to fight. The man, now glowing with green energy, believes his victory is simple. He considers the dangers that lurk within the Maruka dungeon, specifically the tentacles that appear without warning. It's easy to say, but the reality of avoiding those tentacles is a daunting task for Wang Taijin. Even with his heightened perception, the entirety of the Maruka swamp feels like a living monster, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. The swamp's deceptive nature makes it hard to discern what is what, each blob and ripple potentially hiding a deadly threat. The only way out of this situation is to end it in death, a grim prospect that weighs heavily on his mind. The messages from Mr. Challenger linger in his thoughts, a constant reminder of the challenges ahead and the stakes involved. The hallucinations he's been experiencing only add to the confusion and uncertainty of his situation. These visions, like messages from guides, blur the line between reality and illusion, making it harder to trust his senses. The idea that the guides would send a personal message to a low-rank awakener, like him, seems unbelievable, yet he can't shake the feeling that it's true. Suddenly, Money's voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding his attention and asking if he's even listening. Despite the distractions and dangers, Wang Taijin steels his resolve, knowing that objection means death and the answer is already decided. With a determined look, Wang Taijin acknowledges the situation, resolving to do his best despite the overwhelming odds. The dungeon's atmosphere hangs heavy, thick with unseen moisture. Shafts of light pierce the gloom, illuminating strange, glowing rings above. The rings stretch into the distance, their ethereal glow casting long shadows as the group moves forward. The explorers advance deeper into the dungeon, their figures dwarfed by the cavernous space. Water splashes underfoot as one of the explorers continues onward, undeterred. One of the explorers notes the changing environment. Damn it, it looks different. Another man, with a scar over his eye, states that the structure changes every time. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he senses something amiss. He raises a hand, calling out, "Wait." One of the men claims he can feel something up ahead, while another retorts, asking what he is talking about, stating there is nothing there. A man with a sword stands ready, the sound of bubbling water echoing around him. Someone is getting scared for nothing, while another calls them an idiot. He shouts a warning, his expression one of urgent alarm. "Duck," he yells. Reacting instantly, Wang Taijin throws himself backward, narrowly avoiding a swift, unseen attack. The force of the blow kicks up dust and debris, revealing only a glimpse of the attacker's leg. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent exclamation of danger. A grotesque, slimy tentacle lashes out, leaving trails of viscous fluid in its wake. The tentacle writhes and twists, a nightmarish appendage seeking its prey. The appendage continues its assault, a blur of motion and malice. Quan Sunjil's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the creature. "That's no." A voice cries out, identifying the attacker. It's a Marukan noble. Panic sets in as Quan Sungil barks out an order. "Retreat." The sound of the tentacle slicing through the air echoes through the dungeon. The Marukan noble's tentacle continues its relentless assault. A wave of distorted energy rips through the battlefield. The force tears through flesh and bone, leaving a trail of carnage. A cacophony of screams echoes through the air. The message warns of being sent to a past that can only end in death. Wang Taijin's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. In this unbelievable scene, the carnage unfolds. The message continues, warning that the unit members' bodies are being ripped to shreds, and to be careful if they meet doomed Desire's incarnation. The completed message stabilized before him, a grim warning of a past that can only end in death. A monstrous figure looms, its form both alien and terrifying. A question hangs in the air, the creature's intent unknown. He recalls the monsters he feared most in the past. But that's... His face contorted in fury, Wang Taijin's eyes burned with an unnatural crimson light. A snarl twisted his lips, revealing clenched teeth. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of crimson and violet, the words, "in the past," echoing in the void. He was entering Odin's absolute battlefield. A stark notification materialized. Quest attack. Doom Desire has been created. The past was now a battlefield, a mission laid bare. A man groans in pain, lying amidst shattered debris. His legs are visible, clad in sneakers, as he struggles to sit up. Another man lies prone, his arm grotesquely twisted and covered in blood. A pained moan escapes his lips as he tries to move. A wounded man, Jisung, is being helped up. He asks, his voice strained, if they are okay. Another man, his face bruised and bloodied, winces. He tells Jisung to be a bit gentler with him. A man with short, dark hair looks down at the injured man with concern. His expression is grim as he assesses the situation. The injured man, his back to the viewer, tells someone to stop whining. His voice is rough, but laced with pain. He wonders if Odin is still the same, questioning when he will emerge from the barrier. Suddenly, Odin's absolute battlefield materializes, a shimmering blue barrier of hexagonal energy. A week has passed since the impenetrable barrier was erected, its purpose and nature still a mystery. The man with short dark hair states that they will just have to wait, his expression unreadable. Even Ms. Mary, it seems, is in the dark about the unfolding events, adding to the growing unease. The man with short dark hair speculates that Boss Mary must be worried as well, noting the barrier's similarity to a seal. The man with short dark hair declares that it is done, though the context of his statement remains unclear. A high-ranking healer is at work, his abilities manifesting with a whoosh as he mends another man's wounds. Someone wonders if Mr. Osiris is fine to be around. The man with short dark hair questions why someone chose to join this side, his tone laced with suspicion. Before the monsters came pouring in, the man with short dark hair looks forward, his expression grim. No matter what, the man with black hair must secure the Book of the Dead. Volume 1, his mission clear. The Supreme Commander of the Barber Corps should have it, so he should go with that Osiris guy. The muscular man, Joshua, wonders aloud if it would be better to assist Lady Boss Mary. The black-haired man places a hand on Joshua's shoulder, dismissing his concerns about Mary. The black-haired man instructs Joshua to take care of Osiris for him. Joshua glances back at the black-haired man, questioning the order to care for Osiris. Joshua gulps, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he suspects Osiris is plotting something. Against a backdrop of crimson, a hooded figure stands ominously, their true nature obscured. A closer view reveals the hooded figure's armored form, hinting at a formidable presence. It is said that when Osiris is with his direct attack unit, it's like a demon army. A glowing book, radiating power, appears as the possibility of Osiris planning a betrayal looms. A hand reaches out, bathed in ethereal light, aiming for the Book of the Dead. The hooded figure looms in the darkness, their intentions still unclear. Joshua's face contorts with a mix of anger and determination, his eyes narrowed. Dim light barely illuminates the scene, casting long shadows. A desperate question hangs in the air. Will I be able? Heavy footsteps echo, the source unseen but drawing closer. The question lingers, now directed at a looming threat. To stop him? The hooded figure remains an enigma, shrouded in darkness. A glistening, emerald tentacle descends, its surface slick with an unknown substance. Kwon Sunjil's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape as he witnesses the impossible. The tentacle continues its descent, a silent harbinger of impending doom. Its form shifts and writhes, a grotesque parody of organic life. More tentacles emerge, coiling and twisting in the air like serpents. They slice through the air, leaving trails of distorted light in their wake. The aftermath is a scene of carnage, bodies impaled and drenched in crimson. A chilling message appears, hinting at a journey to the past. A man with dark hair stares in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding nightmare. A stark warning declares that this path can only end in death for Mr. Challenger. The scene is a gruesome tableau of destruction, where the unit members' bodies are being ripped to shreds. The message stabilized, warning of doom desires incarnation and a past that only ends in death. A massive, emerald tentacle looms, its slick surface reflecting an unknown light. The tentacle descends, obscuring the view with a mysterious question mark symbol. A sinister smile spreads across a face, the speaker recalling monsters they feared in the past. Rumble. But that's in the past, entering Odin's absolute battlefield. A quest has been created. Attack. Doom Desire. Explorer has activated. 7 gates have been detected. Gate 1, Baklon Army. Supreme Commander. Highest Priest of Doom Arkuta, Lee Sua. A figure stands atop a platform, overlooking a gathering of hulking, bull-like warriors. The sign reads that there are 2 hours and 30 minutes until the gate opens. Gate 2, the Barbacore, is under the command of Shamer, owner of the Book of Death, Volume 1. A group of hooded figures stands silently, the countdown timer displaying the same 2 hours and 30 minutes. Gate 5 has opened, unleashing the Declan Army, led by Shavu, the highest-ranking priest of Doom Queso. Monstrous, wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes stand ready for battle. The message relays that Gate 1 was left to Wu Yonhee, and Gate 2 to Joshua, as a lone figure battles grotesque monsters amidst a rain of blood. The warrior recalls fighting the Declan Army of Gate 5. While doing that, the carnage continues, bodies strewn amidst the downpour. He stands amidst the fallen, blood splattered across the ground and walls. The warrior realizes he was suddenly trapped in a memory of the past, a past that can only end in death. It's not wrong. He reflects on a time when he was a low-ranking awakener, vulnerable and close to death. The man with long black hair thinks that they could have ended his life with minimal effort back then, if they had managed to gain perfect control over his mindscape. Streaks of purple energy pulse through the mindscape. Wang Taijin stands amidst the swirling energy, his expression unreadable. A monstrous figure looms, its form distorted by the mindscape's energy. The monstrous figure remains hidden, lurking somewhere in the mindscape. A question hangs in the air, the monster's intentions unknown. The monster slashes, its attack a blur of motion and sound. He reflects that he has a decent understanding of how the mindscape operates. Wang Taijin observes the monstrous figures, dismissing one as irrelevant. He reveals that he used Absolute Battlefield to ensure they couldn't flee. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, knowing it's only a matter of time until he finds them. The city lies in ruins, its skeletal remains reaching towards a blood-red sky. Even the sturdiest skyscrapers have been reduced to mere husks. Debris litters the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. A severed arm lies amidst shattered glass, a final, desperate reach. A fallen warrior gasps his last, his lifeblood staining the broken ground. The system announces the use of Cure Body, a desperate attempt to reverse the carnage. A lone figure stands amidst the devastation, the air thick with the stench of death. 2 silhouettes survey the scene, their grim task far from over. A tortured soul begs for release, his body twisted and broken beyond repair. Kill me. The system's cold logic reveals a harsh truth. Skills and quests die with their owner. The man with graying hair explains that the system redistributes the fallen's power. He stands, listening to the man before him, who questions the system's rules regarding families. Wang Taijin explains that there's no experience gained from killing each other. Wang Taijin listens as the man states that the killer's emotions don't affect the system. The man's words are punctuated by a slashing sound effect. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst the ruins of a city, rain pouring down. He speaks, questioning the continued existence of the current situation. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. The weight of each step seems heavy with purpose. The figure, revealed to be Wang Taijin, walks through the stronghold, now reduced to rubble and corpses. He nonchalantly admits to blowing it up. The man admits that destroying the stronghold was something he always wanted to do. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. A close-up focuses on the man's eye, revealing a glint of something unreadable. What is he planning? The man is revealed to be money, his expression unreadable. He seems to be questioning something. The man with short gray hair is recognized by Third Evil. His expression is grim, hinting at a dark history. Though his face should be filled with confusion, the man asks how Wang Taijin is here. His words betray a deeper understanding. The man's face glitches, distorting like a corrupted video. Something is clearly wrong with his presence here. The man's confusion is notable because it's the first time someone has seen him make such an expression. What is happening to him? The purple energy surges, overwhelming the senses as the recreation struggles to maintain its form. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. You are not money. The blonde-haired man's expression hardens, his voice laced with a dangerous curiosity. In that respect, this guy was fine. What are you? The blonde-haired man continues, a hint of disdain in his tone, since he didn't show emotions anyway. Yeah, the money, you know. A sinister smile spreads across the dark-haired man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. He thinks that he should be an earache. The air crackles with energy as the word rumble echoes, a prelude to the impending chaos. What do you think? A figure wreathed in dark purple energy stands menacingly, the word rumble vibrating around him. His face is red. The word rumble intensifies, the air thick with anticipation as the unseen force prepares to strike. The challenge rings out, a taunt amidst the chaos. Rumble of me now. The blonde-haired man is sent flying, a streak of blue energy marking the point of impact as he is struck with immense force. Elsewhere, Wang Taijin stands in a stark, metallic environment, a notification indicating he has used the insignia of teleportation. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling a sudden shift in space and time. He plummets backward, crashing through the shattered remains of the window. A system message appears. Jonathan Hunter has used the insignia of Cure Body. His hand begins to glow with a vibrant emerald light as he wonders what is happening. Jonathan Hunter's expression is one of grim determination, his brow furrowed in concentration. The green light intensifies, emanating from his palm in pulsating waves. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks away from a wall stained crimson, his back turned to some unseen horror. The camera focuses on Jonathan Hunter's neck and shoulder, the fur of his coat slightly bloodied. Elsewhere, Wang Taijin plummets through the air, surrounded by debris and the remnants of a teleportation. A burst of red energy explodes outward, marking his uncontrolled descent. The ground rushes up to meet him, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. The impact echoes with a resounding kohak as he braces for the inevitable. He slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth around him. The force of the impact reverberates outward, a deafening bang echoing through the air. A system notification flashes. Man who overcomes adversity has activated a skill. The blonde-haired man plummets downwards, his body a blur against the shattered landscape. He hangs suspended in the air, a crimson aura surrounding him as he looks down at Mr. Bobby. The blonde man's face is marred with blood and grime, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and pain. Streaks of red energy crackle through the air, a visual testament to the power unleashed. Wang Taijin stands over the fallen man, his expression unreadable as he gazes down at his opponent. A pained grunt escapes the blonde-haired man's lips as he struggles to breathe. The blonde-haired man's face is contorted in agony, blood dripping from his mouth and nose. Mr. Bobby's thoughts surface, a whisper of regret escaping his lips. I've always regretted. His eyes burning with intensity, Wang Taijin declares, killing you so easily. Wang Taijin's hand grips the blonde-haired man's hair, preparing to deliver a final blow. Leader Bobby gasps, blood dripping from his mouth and splattering across his chest. His eye reflects Wang Taijin, a dark figure against the light, as he thinks that he has always wanted to see this. The blonde-haired man's vision blurs as he focuses on the look of fear in his eyes. Truly, he thinks, as his body begins to rumble from the impact. Leader Bobby's head snaps back, more blood flying from his mouth as the force of the blow reverberates through him. A hand reaches out, as Leader Bobby thinks, thank you. Blood splatters against a bright surface. More blood sprays, the sound of the impact echoing in the air. A voice declares that someone might think they've trapped him here. Wang Taijin stands tall, his expression unreadable as he looks down at his opponent. Leader Bobby lies defeated on the ground, blood pooling around him with a heavy thud. A voice chuckles, stating that they've only trapped themselves. Leader Bobby, with a smirk, wonders if Wang Taijin has any more tricks up his sleeve. Wang Taijin's eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly blue light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The man with black hair declares his intent to destroy everything he sees, the air crackling with energy. A figure stands amidst a blinding light, the word rumble, echoing the impending devastation. The rumble intensifies as raw power surges outward, a cataclysmic force unleashed. Buildings begin to crumble under the assault, the rumble now a deafening roar. The city is engulfed in a maelstrom of energy, the rumble vibrating through the very foundations. Structures are ripped apart, reduced to rubble amidst the chaos, the sound now a crackle. The crackle of destruction echoes as the city continues to fall, consumed by the devastating energy. Silence. A lone building stands amidst the destruction, battered but not broken, as lightning flashes around it. The ruined cityscape is silhouetted against the sky, streaks of violet energy still dancing in the air. A disembodied voice echoes, warning of being swept up and killed. Wang Taijin's eyes blaze with an intense, otherworldly blue light as he screams. The protagonist demands that doomed desire reveal himself. Wang Taijin stands amidst the destruction, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene before him. His opponent lies defeated, a pool of blood spreading around them, the battle's brutal conclusion. The air crackles with residual energy, the echoes of a devastating explosion still ringing in the air. Blue energy surges, a testament to the raw power unleashed in the recent clash. The remnants of the attack illuminate the scene, a chaotic display of force. Buildings are reduced to rubble, the city landscape scarred by the intense battle. Crackle. The air vibrates with the last vestiges of the destructive energy. The city lies in ruins, a stark reminder of the battle's devastating impact. He is surrounded by a blinding light, energy crackling around him. A warning echoes, a disembodied voice threatening those who would be swept up and die. Wang Taijin's eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly power. Lines of energy pulse around him, a visual representation of immense force. A command is issued, demanding someone reveal themselves, invoking the name Doomed Desire. The energy intensifies, the threat of annihilation growing stronger. A pillar of light shines, a stark contrast to a previous scene, hinting at a reversal of fortune. A group stands guard, protecting the pillars of light from enemies attempting to clear them from the first floor up. A countdown appears, marking the first weakening with a precise timer. 6 days, 14 hours, 32 minutes, and 51 seconds. The purple energy lines continue to swirl, a constant reminder of the power at play. A man stands surrounded by purple rings, their significance yet unknown. A strange, purple energy crackles in the air. The man wonders how much the plague has spread, his face etched with worry. Someone calls out to Mr. Kalaba, their voice filled with urgency. A larger man questions someone's presence and asks about Sir Osiris's orders. Mr. Calaba's expression is grim as he speaks of worsening attacks if they drag on. He relays the order to deal with the first weakening as quickly as possible to minimize casualties. The other man responds with doubt. The man's face is set with determination, a silent promise of action. Mr. Kalaba is asked if he will follow the order, reminded that he is the only one who can stop him. The man insists that they just need to endure, that there's no need to. The man's face contorts in anger as he questions what kind of nonsense he is hearing. A fist clenches, ready to strike, the tension palpable. Mr. Caliber reacts with surprise, caught off guard. He turns, a question forming in his mind as he faces the unknown. A guttural sound erupts as the blonde-haired man coughs violently, blood splattering from his mouth. The coughing intensifies, each convulsion expelling more blood as the question hangs unanswered in the air. A crimson splash marks the brutal impact, a testament to the unseen force. The large man descends, oblivious to the carnage unfolding behind him, while another follows cautiously. A scream tears through the air, a raw expression of agony and shock. A heavy boot descends with a resounding boom, crushing stone and silencing screams. Amidst the chaos, a hooded figure emerges, their presence announced by an ominous rumble. The hooded figure looms, their voice a low growl, questioning the disturbance. A body lies broken amidst the debris, a silent testament to the hooded figure's power. A sudden realization dawns, marked by a sharp intake of breath and a surge of adrenaline. His eyes widen with a mixture of fear and fury, the gravity of the situation crashing down. The man's expression is unreadable, but something is clearly about to happen. Quan Sungil stands amidst shattered debris, the air thick with dust and tension. None, he states. He offers an apology, his tone laced with frustration. He says, I apologize for not being able to manage a mere random soldier. A disembodied voice echoes, a warning hanging in the air. If you don't want to get swept up and die. The voice continues, a chilling command. Sacrifice yourself, doomed desire. A close-up reveals a widening eye, a flicker of confusion and dawning horror. Kwon Sunjil's face contorts in disbelief as he glances to his side. Did I just hear Odin's voice? He wonders aloud, the hooded figure looming behind him. Crimson streaks tear through the air, an unseen force hurtling towards its target. The hooded figure stands amidst the violent streaks, seemingly unharmed by the onslaught. Kwon Sungil cries out as the attack connects, blood splattering as he is struck. Kahak! Another man is caught in the barrage, his body contorting as he is struck by the unseen force. The man lies prone, defeated, as the violet streaks converge. What? He gasps. Kwon Sungil's eyes widen, a surge of pink energy erupting around him. He shouts, questioning the bizarre phenomenon. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a dense, ominous mass. It is that. Kwon Sungil's face contorts in rage as a warning flashes before him. Doom Desire has entered. The warning blares. When that Doom Arca, or whatever, appeared, Doom Desire has entered. Wang Tai-jin, visibly injured, stands amidst the chaos. The warning repeats. Doom Desire has entered. A man with glasses and a blonde woman are caught in the unfolding event. The warning persists. Doom Desire has entered. A blonde-haired man is also affected, the same ominous warning flashing before him. Doom Desire has entered. Energy surges again, the phenomenon intensifying its grip on the surroundings. A structure of blue energy takes form, its hexagonal pattern glowing with an eerie light. The blue energy intensifies, the hexagonal pattern becoming more defined and powerful. The sound of explosions echoes as the event unfolds, the word boom reverberating through the air. A man looks up, his expression a mix of shock and realization. It's as he thought. The man with purple hair grits his teeth, realizing Odin is engaged. Another man, face contorted in frustration, curses the fact that Odin is fighting the Dooms. The man's frustration mounts as he feels pressured by lesser opponents. The muscular man clenches his fist, his expression a mix of anger and determination. A cloaked figure declares it is time to act, their intentions unknown. The cloaked figure stands silently, shrouded in mystery and anticipation. The cloaked figure points, revealing that Odin's location has been pinpointed. A metallic hand rises, the word raise emblazoned in the background. The metallic hand, gleaming in the dim light, prepares for action. A sudden flash illuminates the scene, signaling a burst of energy. The flash intensifies, revealing a figure amidst the blinding light. As the flash subsides, the figure stands poised, ready to strike. He stands amidst a swirl of dark energy, purple light crackling around him. The dark cloak ripples as the strange energy intensifies around the figure. Even the ground beneath his feet seems to crackle with contained power. The hooded figure declares that he will be watching the events unfold. Kwon Sungil watches the hooded figure with a mixture of concern and determination. Kwon Sungil shouts, steeling himself for the coming battle. He declares that he will show everyone why he is called Kalaba. With a mighty roar, Kwon Sungil's allies charge forward, ready to fight. Kwon Sungil leaps into the air, preparing to strike a devastating blow. A voice echoes, reminding him that he can't die twice. The command rings out, crush them all without mercy. Kwon Sungil's roar intensifies, a primal scream of defiance and determination. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that Kalaba's leading you. Red energy blades cut through the air, slicing through multiple figures. The energy blades continue their assault, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. More figures are caught in the deadly crossfire, unable to evade the swift, crimson strikes. The scene is chaotic, with bodies strewn amidst the relentless barrage of energy blades. A figure is struck, the red energy tearing through them with brutal efficiency. The crimson blades gleam, their edges sharp and unforgiving as they cut through everything in their path. Jikyal's face contorts in a desperate cry, urging someone to wait for him. Muscles tense, a fist clenches, ready to strike with furious intent. A voice booms with determination, promising to arrive soon. A figure with dark hair descends, surrounded by streaks of violet energy. The violet energy intensifies, forming a sharp, deadly blade. Violet energy blades slice through the air, a prelude to chaos. The monstrous creature roars as Kalaba's energy blades tear into its flesh. A woman with determined eyes unleashes a flurry of blue energy attacks. The creature's face contorts in pain as the energy blades find their mark. Suddenly, the monstrous creature is engulfed in a burst of yellow energy. The yellow energy intensifies, searing the creature's flesh and bone. Elsewhere, a figure in a brown cloak plummets downwards amidst the chaos. The monstrous creature writhes, consumed by the intense yellow energy. A dark shape streaks across the scene, a blur of motion. Amidst the fray, commands ring out. Attack. Support the backline properly. A desperate cry, dodge, echoes as explosions and screams fill the air. A final, desperate command. Wake up, precedes a resounding thud. A digital notification flashes. Pestilence resistance has activated. 2 Barba plagues have been removed, but the counter still shows 55 remaining. The scene is a slaughterhouse, bodies strewn amidst streaks of violet energy. Again, the system announces that pestilence resistance has activated. A man lies prone, blood pooling around him as the system declares 2 Barba plagues removed. The Barba plague count ticks down to 53, the ground slick with gore. A man's face contorts in a silent scream, his mouth agape in agony. Pestilence resistance activates once more, and the man's expression shifts to a crazed grin. A surge of power erupts, the word flinch emblazoned above a primal scream. Kwon Sungil, drenched in blood, swings his arms wildly, a whirlwind of violence. The bloodied Kwon Sungil cries out, the pain almost unbearable. He wonders where he is. A voice echoes in the distance, calling out to someone. He grits his teeth, his face contorted in pain and confusion, blood splattered across his body. A name surfaces from the depths of his fractured memory. Jisung? His vision blurs, the world around him fading into an indistinct haze. Frustration mounts as Kwon Sungil struggles to make sense of his surroundings. Damn it, where are you? He cries out. He stumbles, his mind racing, trying to piece together the events that led to this. How did Kalaba get his eye damaged? A desperate plea echoes in his mind, a question hanging heavy in the air. Remember? Flashes of light and falling figures dance before his eyes, a chaotic scene unfolding. The blue light intensifies, revealing grotesque figures amidst the chaos. I don't know, he admits, lost in the confusion. His thoughts scatter, fragmented and disjointed. My mind's all over the place, he laments, overwhelmed by the sensory overload. He clutches at his head, desperate to find clarity amidst the chaos. But what's with all this? This isn't going away. His hands tremble, slick with blood, as he struggles to regain his senses. I can't feel anything because of this. He clutches the phone, his face a mask of panic as a surge of energy emanates around him. A screen displays a surge in both physical and magical defense. A voice booms, questioning the use of such power. The unseen speaker demands to know how it could be used. Kwon Sungil, bloodied and enraged, shouts back. He declares it was the emergency measure, the last resort. Odin. A faint voice responds, barely audible. It simply states, I'm all ready. Rain streaks down a weary face, the word done. Hanging in the air. The battle is over, but at what cost? A ragged breath escapes, a prelude to the question that weighs heavily on his mind. His brow furrows, sweat beading as the weight of his actions crashes down upon him. Blood splatters across his face and clothes, a grim reminder of the violence he has unleashed. His eyes, filled with a haunting emptiness, stare blankly ahead. Was it worth it? My life. The battlefield stretches before him, a desolate landscape littered with fallen bodies. The cost of victory is laid bare. Standing amidst the carnage, he surveys the scene. The weight of his choices settles upon his shoulders. His back is to the viewer, a solitary figure amidst the devastation. The burden of leadership is heavy. A towering cityscape looms, its dark structures piercing the clouded sky, hinting at a world both familiar and alien. Amidst the rubble of a shattered world, a lone figure sits, their gaze fixed on a glowing screen, perhaps seeking solace or answers in its digital depths. A voice echoes in the darkness, a simple question hanging in the air. What's your name? The answer comes, a name whispered from the shadows. It's Kong Jisung. A chilling reminder hangs in the air. If the 3 of you lost, it would be their turn next. A voice offers gratitude, thanking someone for always standing at the front, even when their limbs are getting torn off. Regret lingers as a voice laments that it won't be able to see the world of the awakeners. A fallen body lies amidst the debris, a grim testament to the brutal reality of this world. The back of a figure is shown, their posture suggesting tension and anticipation. The name, Jisung, explodes across the scene, a declaration or a cry of anguish. The world swims around him, a hazy fog of pain. He struggles to focus, his mind drifting as he repeats numbers. The man's voice echoes, urging him to hold on just a little longer. Towering above, the bloodied figure shouts encouragement, desperate to keep him awake. Flashes of memory surface, names and faces swirling in his fading consciousness. Kwon Sungil's eyes dart around, unfocused, as he whispers the names of loved ones. The voice snaps him back, chiding him to think about survival first. The man's face is etched with worry as he tries to keep Kwon Sungil focused on the present. The world fades to black as Kwon Sungil struggles to maintain consciousness. He continues to count, clinging to the numbers as a lifeline. With a final desperate grasp, Kwon Sungil agrees, fighting to stay awake. He repeats the numbers, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. He weakly calls out names, struggling to stay conscious in Jisung's arms. Blood stains their clothes, a grim testament to the recent battle. Jisung's hand grips tightly, a silent promise of protection. He assures Kwon Sungil that he has memorized something important, urging him not to worry. A disembodied thought echoes, 10 billion. The significance of the number hangs heavy in the air, a potential price or a desperate plea. A bloodied man, his face contorted in rage, demands to know if his life is only worth that much. His question is filled with anguish. Hands, stained with blood, clench and twist. A declaration rings out. I am Kalaba, the right hand of Odin. Jisung's face is etched with determination, his expression a plea for trust. He urges Kwon Sungil to believe in him, despite the dire circumstances. A fist clenches with immense force, knuckles white with strain. The word clench amplifies the raw power contained within. A voice whispers, filled with fear and vulnerability, I'm scared. The simple statement cuts through the chaos. Faint pleas for salvation echo in the darkness. Save me, sir. The cries are desperate, a last hope in a hopeless situation. A figure stands triumphant over a scene of carnage, an axe dripping with blood. The aftermath of brutal violence is laid bare. A ring falls, the sound clink, punctuating the silence. It is a small object amidst the larger chaos, yet it carries an unknown weight. More rings descend, their descent a silent cascade. Their purpose and origin remain a mystery, adding to the growing tension. A ring hovers above an open hand, seemingly weightless. The ring is identified as the protective ring of the Wind Warrior, boasting impressive defensive capabilities and a lengthy cooldown. A hand reaches out, as if to grasp something just out of reach. The ring is now held securely between the fingers. A man's fist clenches, his expression tight with suppressed emotion. The man, bloodied and determined, declares that he has no time to waste. The scene shifts to a place filled with corpses, where someone fears the arrival of a necromancer. The speaker emphasizes the need to secure the Book of the Dead, Volume 1, believing the Supreme Commander of the Barba Corps possesses it. One of the men expresses his frustration, his face contorted in anger. Someone apologizes to Odin, their hand outstretched. A fist clenches again, the speaker declaring they have something more important to take care of. The rat-like creature stands tall, vowing to do everything it can. He stands, blood splattered across his t-shirt, as the monsters loom. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that Jisung's request has been relayed. The blessing of the Wind Warrior ends, and Kwon Sungil is struck by the creatures. The monster screeches, its attack leaving a cooldown period of 14 days. He cries out in pain as the monsters continue their assault, blows landing heavily. The Barba Plague inflicts its damage, the numbers steadily climbing. Another piercing shriek echoes through the cavern, adding to the cacophony. The monster's red eyes gleam menacingly as they close in on their prey. He realizes he's ventured too far, deeper than he intended to go. Disoriented and battered, Kwon Sungil admits he doesn't even know which way is out. The Barba Plague continues to climb, its effects taking a visible toll. He curses his predicament, realizing the gravity of his situation. He claws at his eyes, the desperation palpable as blood splatters. Driven to the brink, Kwon Sungil vows to gouge his eyes out. Surrounded by grotesque figures, Kwon Sungil curses his fate. The Barba Plague tightens its grip, and Kwon Sungil grits his teeth. He desperately wishes to escape the plague's influence. The system reports a further increase in the Barba Plague severity. His body fails him, and the Barba Plague intensifies once more. Coughing up blood, Kwon Sungil curses his situation. The Barba Plague reaches a critical level, and he doubts his strength. With a final, heavy thud, Kwon Sungil collapses to the ground. Defeated and broken, Kwon Sungil lies motionless on the cold earth. He lies defeated, blood pooling around his head. Bubbles rise from the viscous liquid, a grim reminder of the Barba Plague. A looming threat hangs in the air, a declaration of intent. A grotesque face looms, tendrils twitching, a member of the Maruka tribe. The Maruka tribe has arrived, their presence a suffocating wave of malice. Kwon Sungil struggles to rise, each breath a painful rasp. He stumbles forward, a hollow laugh escaping his bloodied lips. The Maruka are closing in, their numbers overwhelming. The Barba Plague lingers, a constant reminder of his failing strength. This only ends in death. The Maruka strikes, a brutal blow landing with sickening force. The rat-faced Maruka warrior looms, gore smeared across his muzzle. The beast's maw stretches wide, ready to strike again. Red eyes burn with savage intent, promising only pain. Thick fur ripples as the creature prepares to unleash its fury. A sickening crunch echoes as the Maruka's claws tear through flesh. A gurgling, wet sound accompanies Jisung's whispered apology. He spits, blood and saliva flying as Kwon Sungil refuses to yield. The warrior falls with a heavy thud, but Kwon Sungil offers no mercy. Wiping the blood from his eyes, Kwon Sungil accepts his fate. He roars a challenge, daring the remaining Maruka to finish him. Surrounded by crimson energy, Kwon Sun-gil stands defiant, ready for the end. The Maruka vows to take at least one more soul before he falls. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the storm. He raises a bloodied arm, defiant even in the face of overwhelming force. Kwon Sun-gil's eyes widen in disbelief as an unseen force strikes him. The impact sends him hurtling through the air, a ragdoll against an invisible tide. Golden tendrils lash out, further propelling him away from the source of the attack. The sound of the impact echoes, a brutal symphony of power and pain. Staggering, Kwon Sun-gil struggles to comprehend the source of such overwhelming strength. From the shadows, a presence emerges, its eyes burning with an eerie light. A masked figure, wreathed in gold, finally reveals itself, its power palpable. The golden tendrils writhe and coil, a display of raw, untamed energy. Kwon Sun-gil, battered and bruised, looks up at the figure, fear and defiance warring within him. The golden tendrils converge, poised to strike the final blow. He shouts, enraged as golden tendrils surround him. A system notification appears, indicating that 3 Barba plagues have been removed. The tendrils continue to lick at his wounds, removing more of the plague. You've shown your true colors? Kwon Sun-gil spits, his face contorted in anger and confusion. More tendrils withdraw, and another notification appears. 2 more Barba plagues have been removed. Kwon Sun-gil, still surrounded, can only manage a confused, huh? The golden masked figure stands tall, as still more of the plague is removed. It echoes Kwon Sun-gil's confusion, uttering a drawn-out ho. The healing continues, but Kwon Sun-gil is still struggling to understand the situation. What's even going on? He wonders aloud. Bandaged and bloodied, Kwon Sun-gil stares at the golden masked figure. He realizes he's being helped, but the nature of his savior is unsettling. Being helped by a monster. Meanwhile, another man, with short black hair, stands before the golden masked figure. He expresses his gratitude, saying, I survived thanks to you. The man continues to express his gratitude, but his words are strange and nonsensical. Whoa, all right, I can't understand you. Whoa. The man asks if the golden masked figure is leaving, then curses under his breath. Are you going now? What kind of bastard? A strange blue, hexagonal pattern appears, with the letters THR emblazoned across it. The pattern shifts, and the letters change to UM, completing a word that is not yet visible. Kwon Sun-gil, now fully healed, looks up in rage. He shouts a phrase, perhaps a curse, perhaps a battle cry. Odin, doom desire. A man gazes upwards, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. He watches, a finger pointing towards the source of the unseen conflict. A blue light pulses, a sign of immense energy being unleashed. An exclamation mark punctuates the air, signaling a sudden shift. The man notices a gap, a break in the energy field, despite his injuries. His eye widens, reflecting the intense blue light, as he focuses on what lies beyond. The ground rumbles, the air thick with the aftermath of a devastating clash. Dust and debris swirl, obscuring the full extent of the destruction. Through the settling dust, a monstrous form begins to emerge. The skeletal remains of a dragon become visible, prompting a whispered question. Odin's skeleton dragon? The scene suggests the monster has been destroyed, its remains scattered across the battlefield. Only fragments remain, a testament to the power unleashed in the recent battle. He is submerged in the water, only his head and a portion of his leg visible. The word crush appears, stylized and forceful, as if something is being compressed. His eye widens in terror, the pupil dilated with fear as the attack closes in. A blurry image suggests the rapid movement of hair, indicating the speed of the incoming strike. His face contorts in pain, the impact of the blow beginning to register. He plummets downwards, the force of the attack sending him spiraling into the depths. Another blurred image of hair, closer now, signaling the proximity of the attacker. A roar of fury, or perhaps pain, escapes the attacker's throat as the strike connects. The blurred image of a fist suggests a powerful blow being delivered. The word Odin explodes outward, visually representing the force and impact of the attack. The stylized image with the words past life appears. A structure of glowing blue hexagons looms, its perfect geometry marred by a single, critical flaw. A gap in the structure has been found. The man strains against the blue light. Battered but undeterred, he sees an opening. His eye focuses, peering into the depths of the structure. Something is coming. The structure begins to crumble. The sound of destruction echoes. Debris rains down. The destruction continues. He is submerged in the wreckage. The destruction intensifies. His eye twitches, a single tear escaping as the world shifts. Wang Taijin's body is limp, his expression blank as he plummets downwards. The world around him is a blur of motion, indistinct shapes rushing past. His hair whips around his face, obscuring his vision as he falls. A silent scream tears from his throat, a desperate cry lost in the void. His body tumbles, limbs flailing uselessly as he continues to fall. The sensation of falling intensifies, a dizzying rush of air and a disorientation. Streaks of light flash around him, adding to the chaotic sensory overload. In his final moment, he thought he heard Kwon Sunjil's voice. His body glows faintly as he plummets through the strange, ethereal landscape. The place he seemed to have been sucked into was a swirling vortex of red and black. The area seemed to be composed of pitch-black darkness, a strange and ominous landscape unfolding. A system message appeared, confirming the elimination of Doomed Desire and the completion of the quest, Birth of Doom Man. The system announced the creation and completion of the quest, Birth of Doom Man 2, with the follower count reaching the required 10,000. A voice echoed, declaring the need to create his own forces, a new ambition taking root. Another figure appeared, the system noting that Lee Taehan had contributed greatly to the unfolding events. The system indicated that Doom Desire had been successfully eliminated, fulfilling the completion conditions of the quest. A congratulatory message appeared, confirming the full completion of the chain quest, Birth of Doom Man. The system displayed a visual confirmation. Birth of Doom Man was completed. The system explained that as soon as the first quest was completed, the remaining chain quests were automatically completed because their conditions had already been fulfilled. Rumble. 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 A deep, resonating rumble echoes through the unseen space. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The sound intensifies, a deafening boom reverberating around him. Strange patterns begin to form, swirling with an ominous energy. Another boom crashes around him, the patterns growing more complex. The words Doom, Chaos appear, a stark warning of what's to come. Unlike before, he feels trapped. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his face. A disembodied voice declares that this is on a different level, even though he should be inside the life vessel. The strange patterns intensify, swirling with greater speed and ferocity. He stands on a red surface, a shadow stretching out behind him. He can't shake the feeling he's trapped. Beyond the pressure, he feels overwhelming fear, a primal emotion gripping his heart. Wang Taijin's face contorts in terror, sweat pouring down his brow as the unknown threat looms. The sensation was so intense, it felt as if his very thoughts were being manipulated from an external source. He could sense something being transferred through its gaze, an exchange of information or perhaps influence. The nature of this transfer was something difficult to explain through the limitations of human language. It was will, intent, or perhaps an integration of thought, a merging of consciousness. The entity was communicating information about the system, a framework that governed his reality. The system's inner workings were complex, a tapestry of gears and energy, hinting at vast, unseen mechanisms. There existed a being whose true name was Old One, an entity of immense power and ancient origins. Old One was a being who opposed Doom Chaos, a force that traversed multiple dimensions, seeking to consume all. Whenever Doom Chaos aimed for a dimension, its destructive influence spread like a plague. Old One would inevitably be there as well, a counterforce to the encroaching darkness. In this universal war between two beings beyond the understanding of mortal minds, the fate of countless worlds hung in the balance. The sides of good and evil held no meaning in this conflict, only the clash of cosmic forces. Even by the principles of binary thinking, the meaning remains elusive. A stark division of color, a sharp line cutting through the chaos. Declaring Doom, Chaos evil, and Old One good made no difference, it seems. For some, what's important is family and life, standing together as a couple. And beyond that, the safety of the human race is paramount. If he can just accomplish that, he thinks, his brow furrowed in determination. He doesn't care whether it's Old One or Doom Chaos who helps him. Guarantee this one thing, he demands, the safety of humanity. Then he will become a loyal subordinate and fight Old One with everything he has. With you, he promises, I will give you whatever you wish, my life, my soul, my world. A swirling vortex of power, a promise of dark potential. Tell me, the voice echoes, what do you want? You have inherited something great. A digital display flickers, announcing the position of Doom Desire. It seems something is planning to converse with him through this medium. He realizes he's above Doom Queso, acknowledging the long road ahead, but finding the starting point acceptable. The countdown continues, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds until revival. Energy crackles, forming a stylized letter, a prelude to something forming. More energy coalesces, now spelling out a fragmented word, the intent still unclear. A monstrous form emerges, dripping with fresh blood, its features twisted in a silent roar. The creature's bloody visage fills the frame, a terrifying presence made all the more real. A woman looks up, uttering a single, forceful word. Full. She stands, a bloody knife clutched in her hand, its crimson stain mirroring the scene around her. The bloody scene intensifies, the crimson streaks painting a violent tableau. The world warps and distorts, a fractured reality from Yonhee's perspective. A voice echoes, desperate and urgent, calling out to Yonhee, pleading for a response. The disembodied voice persists, seeking confirmation, desperate to know if Yonhee can hear them. Elsewhere, a system message declares that the Merry Army has successfully defended the first floor barrier, with a countdown timer ticking away. Her hands bound, Yonhee shows no reaction to the chaos around her, seemingly unaware of the dire situation. Her thoughts drift, a dark pact made with doomed chaos. Yet the promised end to the 7 Demon King's attacks remains unfulfilled. She wonders if her revival needs completion. The witch, Yonhee, finally responds. Her voice is soft, questioning murmur in the midst of the turmoil. A sudden burst of speed, a dash, leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The aftermath is gruesome, a scene of carnage where a life vessel has been brutally extinguished. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man stands firm, his expression unreadable amidst the chaos. 2 figures stand close, their conversation unheard, their purpose unknown. Yonhee's eyes widen, a flicker of realization or perhaps horror dawning within her. A chaotic energy permeates the air, a visual representation of unseen forces at play. 2 men react with alarm, their expressions mirroring the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The woman with dark hair demands answers, her gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. Who are you? One of the men identifies himself as Raphael of Diego Attack Unit, under Diego Rodriguez of the 3rd Corp. The woman with dark hair presses for more information, her expression unwavering. Tell me, Raphael. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the woman awaits an explanation for the unfolding events. What's going on? Raphael stammers, fear evident in his eyes as he tries to downplay their presence. We weren't intending to do anything. The woman's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, a sign of her heightened senses. Odin said he'd deal with all the evil parts of the system. Raphael's eyes widen as a new quest notification appears before him, his expression a mix of dread and confusion. The quest is an assassination mission, tasking him with eliminating a target named Mary, whose existence is deemed the worst among the worst. The quest details reveal a Rank S challenge, offering a Challenger Box X50, Guardian Quest, Mysterious Black Fragment, Master of the Skeleton Dragon Quest, Accelerated Growth, and Collect as rewards. A quest item, a position locator, will be provided, and Mary won't receive the Assassinate quest. This quest will give incredible amounts of experience. The disembodied voice wonders why everyone is so uneasy. The woman with dark hair stands tall, addressing her subordinates. She explains that the unease stems from the current situation. 50 Challenger boxes have appeared. The woman with dark hair realizes that Sunhu must have sided with Doom Chaos. A bright light emanates from the woman's side. The woman with dark hair thinks that the position locators are probably inside her body. She orders the others to gather all the position locators within the Merry Army. The man with light brown hair is told that anyone who resists or hides their position locators will be immediately executed. The woman with dark hair confidently agrees. The men begin to run. The man agrees to do as she says. The woman with dark hair thinks that it won't be perfect, but they'll get most of them. The woman with dark hair considers the other armies. A watchful eye, glowing with an unnatural light, observes the scene below. The hushed atmosphere is almost unbearable, the tension building to a breaking point. One man feels the pressure acutely. The air crackles with unspoken words, glances exchanged in the dim light. The group seems to be on edge. The low murmur of voices creates a sense of unease, the words indistinct but the intent clear. Something is being concealed. The conversation continues in hushed tones, the figures leaning in close as if afraid of being overheard. A figure raises a finger to his lips, demanding silence. The secrets must be kept. A disembodied voice echoes, revealing that the system is desperate to eliminate someone. The woman with dark hair looks up, realizing that it must be because Sunhu sided with Doom Chaos. The woman stands, her expression unreadable, as a faint light emanates from her torso. The voice continues, speculating that the threat is now inside someone's body. An order is given to gather all the position locators within the Merry Army. The man with short brown hair declares that anyone who resists or hides them will be immediately executed. The woman with dark hair affirms the order with a resolute yes. The man with short brown hair looks on with a worried expression as the order reverberates around him. A subordinate voice confirms that they will comply with the order. The woman with dark hair acknowledges that it won't be perfect, but they'll get most of them. The woman with dark hair considers the other armies involved in the conflict. A colossal eye looms, its gaze piercing the very fabric of reality as 2 figures stand below, dwarfed by its presence. The intensity of the whispers grows, becoming almost unbearable as one man clutches his head, exclaiming that his ears are about to burst. The hushed tones continue to spread, infecting the minds of those nearby as they struggle to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The air crackles with barely audible words, the sheer volume of whispers hinting at a secret too dangerous to be spoken aloud. Two figures huddle together, their voices barely a breath as they exchange information, their faces etched with concern. A stern figure raises a finger to his lips, demanding silence as the weight of the unfolding events settles upon them. The whispers speak of 50 challenger boxes, a phrase laden with unknown significance and potential danger. The men discuss the accelerated growth special privilege, questioning its role in the current crisis. The whispers turn to Mary, questioning why she has become a target of the system, and if rewards like this have ever been seen before. The whispers speculate that Odin's death in battle against Doom may have triggered the revival of the system's dark side. She is being told that this could be a scheme to create internal conflict. But the rewards are too good to give this up. The question is posed. Is there a way? Perhaps Osiris or the Fire Demon King could provide an answer. The two men stand close, contemplating the possibilities and the potential risks. The blonde man smirks, remarking that someone looks like they've never seen a mind-type awakener go crazy before. When they rampage after resonating with the overwhelming bloodlust around them, chaos ensues. They run wild, unable to discern between friend and foe in their frenzied state. The question arises, are they the only ones thinking about this? Some mind types even resonate with monsters' killing intent and go berserk. The partially masked man wonders what would happen when it's the bloodlust of a fellow human. Someone is writing, confident that she'll surely show an opening soon. Those who didn't know she had a challenger rank empath skill continued to scheme. And slowly, those who communicated through writing began to appear, agitating Yonhee even more. The man in the black shirt clutches the gray cloth in his hand, having pushed her to a dangerous state. A deafening bang echoes, the force of the impact reverberating outwards. The fist connects, a crimson aura radiating from the point of contact. The world distorts, reality bending under the unseen pressure. She collapses to her knees, the ground beneath her fracturing from the blow. Covering her face, she whispers a desperate, "No." At this rate again, only then did he realize the truth of the situation. Wu Yonhee had experienced rampaging before, a fact now chillingly clear. That's why she tried to avoid him, knowing what was to come. His heart felt heavy at the pain she must have endured, a pain he now understood. The echoes of the past reverberate, each beat a reminder of what she's been through. A blinding flash erupts, signaling the unleashing of a power long suppressed. She stares ahead, her expression a mix of resolve and sorrow. Power surges, a fist clenched as the energy intensifies. A step forward, a commitment to the action about to unfold. The unleashed force explodes outward, a raw display of power. Yoni's name echoes. A desperate cry of an "oh" punctuates the air as the energy expands. Kwon Sung-gil is sent flying backwards, caught in the blast. He cries out in surprise. A figure is enveloped in a radiant, golden aura, power swirling around them. Wang Taijin reels back, utterly stunned by the sudden surge of energy. "WH?" he exclaims. The golden energy intensifies, obscuring the figure within its radiant embrace. The force of the energy is so great that it causes the very air to ripple. The surrounding environment blurs, distorted by the sheer power being unleashed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, three figures sit around a makeshift table amidst a scene of devastation. She soars through the air, an ominous presence against the backdrop of the crumbling structure. Below, Wang Taijin watches with a mixture of concern and disbelief. A hand grips a slate-gray tablet, its surface smooth and cold. The fingers tighten, as if bracing for impact or preparing to record the unfolding chaos. Wu Yonhee continues her descent, a force of nature unleashed. Debris and dust swirl around her as she hurtles toward an unknown destination. Kwon Sung-gil is sent hurtling through the air, crashing through a stone structure. The impact shatters the stone, sending fragments flying in all directions. The sound of destruction echoes through the air. The force of the impact is palpable, a wave of energy rippling outward. A woman with purple hair stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. The name Mary hangs in the air, a question and a plea. Flames engulf a document, the ancient script burning away. A sharp sound punctuates the destruction, a finality in the act. Abstract shapes dance in the light, a visual representation of chaos and energy. The world seems to warp and bend. A hand rests on a stone surface, glowing with golden energy. The power surges, a force waiting to be unleashed. The room is filled with dust and debris, the aftermath of a powerful force. The air is thick with tension and uncertainty. Wu Yonhee stands behind a desk, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Her presence is commanding, a force to be reckoned with. A hand is raised, a gesture of warning or defiance. The exclamation mark hangs in the air, a sign of impending action. The document speaks of unifying the stage of the final scene, Act 1. Those closest to Mary since Act 1, Scene 2, were lost during this period, according to the text. The woman reads that she went missing, but was seen active again during the latter half of the final scene. This is when her code name, Mary, began to be known. Strategy 1. The attack unit should form a radial formation, with all members having an A rank or above medal of restraint. The document continues, stating that if the restraining is successful, they should focus all explosive power on her, and that some casualties will occur. The text reveals that this is someone who knows a lot about Woo Yeon-hee. The text states that this is the person who could draft something like this. The woman looks down, seemingly processing the information. A man holds a document, perhaps the same one, with similar text visible. Two men walk, one raising his hand, perhaps signaling to others. A group of men stand, some holding clipboards, seemingly discussing the situation. Three men walk away, perhaps heading toward a new objective. The bald man stands, clad in a tunic of green and brown. Something glints above him, a falling object catching the light. He seems unaware, his gaze fixed downward, oblivious to the danger. A woman with dark hair raises twin blades high above her head. The bald man finally looks up, his eyes widening as he sees the descending figure. Too late. A blade plunges into his neck, severing flesh and bone. The woman stands over his fallen body, her work complete. A crimson aura flares around her, crackling with purple energy. A strangled cry escapes the dying man's lips. Yoak! His final words, a desperate warning. Tish the witch is... The woman charges forward, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Rampaging. Terror grips the bald man's face as he stares up at his killer. Feet pound against the ground as someone shouts for everyone to move. Woo Yeon-hee, contrary to what Sung Ju-won expected, remains cool-headed, calling someone a disgusting bastard. Woo Yeon-hee remarks that someone always played it safe and is pretty quick at times like this. Three people look on with concern, unable to find the words to express their shock. Despite the chaos, Mary managed to maintain her composure until the very end. A surge of pink energy emanates from an unseen source, filling the air with an ominous glow. The witch, Woo Yeon-hee, stands amidst the swirling pink energy, seemingly empowered by its force. Someone shouts, demanding to know what everyone is doing as the pink energy intensifies. A man shouts that the witch is rampaging, his face contorted in fear and anger. The pink energy intensifies, obscuring the scene as Woo Yeon-hee's power continues to surge. A chaotic battle erupts as multiple figures clash amidst the pink energy, their movements blurred by the sheer force of the witch's rampage. Someone flees the scene, their legs pumping as they try to escape the witch's wrath. A cacophony of screams fills the air as a surge of pink energy erupts. Footsteps echo through the corridor as a woman advances, her gaze fixed ahead. Her expression hardens, a storm brewing behind her dark eyes. She comes face to face with a cloaked figure, their presence imposing in the dimly lit space. The woman's back is to us, the cloaked figure looming over her. The woman stands defiant, even as the cloaked figure commands her to move. The figure's face is obscured by shadow, the mask adding to the mystery. A belt with intricate designs adorns the cloaked figure's waist. The woman's gaze pierces through the cloaked figure, unwavering and intense. A low rumble vibrates through the air, a sign of impending power. The woman and the cloaked figure stand on a precipice, the rumble growing louder. A distant landscape blurs, a world on the brink of change. Woo Yeon-hee had taken up a position far removed from the ongoing conflict. Nestled within a crevice in the stone mountains, she had prepared a deadly welcome. However, after maintaining a state of high alert for days on end, exhaustion began to take its toll. She succumbed to sleep without even realizing it. A strange, squat creature with thick fur and horns stood nearby. A lone figure approached the sleeping woman's position. A sharp sound pierced the air, jolting her awake. Woo Yeon-hee's eyes snapped open, her expression one of startled awareness. Sitting up, she mumbled, acknowledging that she was awake and aware. Woo Yeon-hee prepared to assess the situation. Her gaze sharpened, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she raised a hand to her brow. She wondered aloud who her first guest would be. A faint haze hangs in the air, obscuring the details of the surroundings. Emerging from a mist, a hooded figure clad in ornate armor approaches the location. She lifts a hand to her brow, shielding her eyes as she looks up, startled by the sudden arrival. Her eyes widen, a silent exclamation forming on her lips as she takes in the scene before her. A surge of energy, visualized as streaks of pink and white, fills the space. Kwon Sunjil's face contorts in pain, blood splattered across his features as the energy washes over him. The force of the attack tears at his clothing, leaving rents and revealing the extent of his injuries. His eyes widen in disbelief and agony, the the question forming in his mind, Kwon Sun-gil. A piercing shriek echoes through the air. The shriek continues, emanating from a woman with dark hair and horns. She sits up, rubbing her eyes. She mutters that she is awake. A speech bubble expresses gratitude. The woman wonders aloud who her first guest will be. The scene blurs, the background indistinct. A figure in armor stands amidst the haze. The woman's expression is unreadable. A close-up reveals the curve of her neck. A beam of red light pierces the darkness. Kwon Sun-gil's face is covered in blood. The name Sun-gil hangs in the air, a silent question. Sun-gil broke through the Baklon army, driven by a singular purpose. He took the shortest route possible, narrowly avoiding Lee Sua, and nearly died multiple times. A muscular man, clad in golden armor, stands ready for battle. Without the items left for him, survival would have been difficult. A golden gauntlet appears, accompanied by a resounding clang. The golden gauntlets clatter to the ground, discarded. Elsewhere, a woman questions what was left behind by Odin, asking about the skeleton dragon. Kwon Sun-gil, covered in blood, is asked if that is important right now. A question hangs in the air. This means? A man's face, etched with determination, emerges from the shadows. He recalls the name of Odin, his face streaked with a dark substance. Kwon Sun-gil vows to protect someone, questioning if the quest was only given to him. The protector woman's sword holds a blue gem in one hand and cradles a red-haired person in the other, addressing Kwon Sun-gil. A disembodied voice declares that if Odin is dead, Kwon Sun-gil shouldn't be present. Kwon Sun-gil's expression shifts to shock as he hears the accusation. He is challenged about siding with Joshua and what reward he expects to receive. The protector woman's sword asks if Kwon Sun-gil sees the most powerful person there, suggesting he might be able to kill himself. Kwon Sun-gil's eyes widen, his face contorted in disbelief and anger. Kwon Sun-gil declares his identity with fierce intensity. The protector woman's sword states she isn't saying this to pity him, asking if he is being serious and if he will side with her. The red-haired person questions what the protector woman's sword is talking about. Kwon Sun-gil stands defiantly as the protector woman's sword holds the red-haired person. The protector woman's sword states that things are not easy at her level. Kwon Sun-gil, his face marred with blood, retorts with a dismissive, whatever. He raises a hand, his expression hardening as he declares that now is not the time for this. The protector woman's sword looks on, asking if Orca will be with her. She pleads for help, suggesting that the little guy is better than most people. Kwon Sun-gil grabs the protector woman's sword's arm, stating that he knows. He warns that she knows what will happen if this little guy. Kwon Sun-gil asks if she is with him, right? Kwon Sun-gil asks if she is saying that he would only hold her back. She replies that that's not it, but she won't be able to protect him too. Kwon Sun-gil, blood still trickling down his face, declares that he doesn't care about any of that. The protector woman's sword warns that he doesn't know how badly things might go for him either, adding that no one knows what will happen. Kwon Sun-gil states that something will happen, but he'll request just one thing. Resting in a palm is a ring, identified as the blessing of the Wind Warrior. Elsewhere, a man is identified as Kong Jisung, with a string of numbers below his name. He holds the ring, remembering his father, Kong Il-gu, and his mother, Jo Suyeon. He thinks that if he dies, he hopes someone will take care of them, as he is already indebted to someone twice. He won't have any regrets if someone can do this. The protector woman's sword holds a person with red hair, remembering that she said she had a son. Kwon Sun-gil thinks that he can't ask her to take care of Jikyol as well, considering the circumstances. He thinks that if she can, he will be thankful for her help. He coughs, blood splattering from his mouth. The protector woman's sword recalls that it was pretty tough getting through those cow bastards, and that the girl is pretty strong. Kwon Sun-gil thinks that he doesn't know how he survived getting beaten up like that, and that she's pretty unusual as well. He has Cast Touch of Mary, a skill rank A, which swiftly recovers the target's combat capacity and greatly heals the target's wounds and injuries. All negative effects, such as diseases and curses, are removed from Kwon Sun-gil. Having been upgraded to a rank, Touch of Mary no longer had the risk of causing harm to the target. The protector woman's sword looks at Kwon Sun-gil, asking if he had forgotten that she is a healer. Kwon Sun-gil exclaims that he feels reborn, asking her to protect him and hold nothing back. The protector woman's sword smiles, stating she will do as he says, Lady Boss. Kwon Sun-gil reacts to the healing, his hands raised to his head as he experiences the sensation. From a low angle, Kwon Sun-gil's eyes are visible as he tells someone to come down. Kwon Sun-gil, his face now clear of injury, expresses his gratitude. Meanwhile, 3 hooded figures descend from the sky, their forms dark against the pale sky. Kwon Sun-gil and the protector woman sword look up, noticing the descending figures. The sound of something approaching fills the air. A hooded figure plummets downwards, their cloak billowing around them. Kwon Sun-gil and the protector woman's sword stand on the ground, looking up at the rapidly approaching hooded figure. The man's brow furrows, a grim realization dawning on his face. He wonders how long he can endure. A name echoes in the air, a single word hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. Marry. The hooded figure declares they will buy time, as the armies have escaped their containment. The man listens intently. The woman looks up at the man, a silent question in her eyes, as he seems to be protecting her. The woman asks what he is thinking, stating that this is her final duty to Odin. A voice challenges, questioning if she is giving up on the reward. The woman watches as hooded figures descend from the sky. She declares that she will stop them. A voice promises to protect her until her final days, since she was his woman, preventing her from going anywhere else. The woman smiles, noting that he truly loved her. The man admits he didn't realize she knew what those words meant. Joshua, it seems you're misunderstanding something. A voice booms amidst the rumble. A towering figure declares that it is not her, but they who hold their lives in their hand. The figure looms, the rumble intensifying as they assert that they are known as well. A grotesque creature wonders aloud just how far it can go. The hooded figure stands, a faint purple glow emanating from within the hood. The hooded figure chastises someone named Mary for unnecessary aggression. Red energy circles materialize, crackling with unseen power. They descend amidst the swirling crimson rings, a dark silhouette against the ethereal light. The hooded figure strikes, their target being Kwon Sungil, who is caught off guard. The attack lands with a sickening crunch, the sound echoing in the air. Despite the blow, Kwon Sungil remains standing, remarking with a dismissive, "Well, whatever." The protector woman's sword looks to Kwon Sungil, telling him that he is pretty admirable. The hooded figure declares that Odin isn't dead yet, their voice distorted and echoing. A close-up reveals intricate details on the figure's garb, hinting at a hidden power. The hooded figure dismisses the situation with nonsensical words, their true intentions still shrouded in mystery. The message conveyed a grim certainty. The target's death was confirmed. The protector woman's sword's expression was resolute, her words carrying the weight of command. They had made the right choice. On their way to Orca's territory, danger lurked around every corner. The skies above seemed to offer thanks to Joshua and Kwon Sungil for their protection. The monstrous guardian, immense and imposing, carried its charge with a conqueror's gait, not a fugitive's flight. Standing atop the platform, the protector woman's sword surveyed the scene below, a battlefield where she reigned as a conqueror. A man plummeted downwards, his expression a mask of terror as he faced an uncertain fate. A voice mused, a low hum of curiosity directed at the approaching figures. Surveying the carnage, Kwon Sungil spat out a curse, disgusted by the brutality before him. Elsewhere, they found themselves in the central region, a place of unknown dangers. The air grew thick with the stench of decay as they entered Orca's swamp. The protector woman's sword urged them forward, confident that this terrain would hinder any pursuers. The protector woman's sword gazes upward, a faint smile gracing her lips. She finds the current situation tolerable. She considers the possibilities, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the path ahead. A colossal golden statue looms, encircled by rings of vibrant purple energy, a silent sentinel in this strange land. Golden tendrils writhe, crackling with the same otherworldly purple energy, a display of raw power. Having accrued an overwhelming amount of experience on the battlefield, Orca's form has shifted into something monstrous. Orca had become strong enough to rival even his mother entity, Archduke, a testament to his terrifying growth. Kwon Sungil stares, his brow furrowed with concern. He mutters that Orca has changed a lot since he last saw him. The protector woman's sword stands beside Kwon Sungil, her expression thoughtful as she listens to his observation. A disembodied voice wonders why everyone on their side has to be so weird, a sentiment that hangs in the air. The speaker's boots are seen, disappearing into the mist. The pair ventured deeper into Orca's swamp, a place teeming with unseen dangers. Kwon Sungil followed protector woman's sword as she confidently declared, "Let's go, lady boss." Kwon Sungil continued forward, remarking that their pursuers wouldn't be able to follow them into the swamp so easily. Protector woman's sword glanced upward, agreeing that the swamp wasn't too bad. The protector considered the situation, her expression thoughtful as she looked ahead. The swamp's eerie atmosphere intensified, with strange, glowing tendrils reaching out from the depths. The glowing tendrils pulsed with an otherworldly energy, hinting at the power lurking within the swamp. A monstrous eye opened, revealing the true nature of the swamp's guardian. Orca had become strong enough to rival even his mother entity, Archduke. He stares upward, a concerned expression etched on his face. Kwon Sungil notes that someone has changed significantly since their last encounter. Protector woman's sword stands tall, her expression unreadable. She remains still, waiting for Kwon Sungil to elaborate on his observation. The protector's gaze drifts downward as she voices her exasperation. She wonders aloud why everyone on their side has to be so weird. Her boots stand firm on the ground, ready for whatever strangeness may come their way in this swamp. Turning her head, Protector Woman's sword inquires about the truth of a rumor. She asks about Odin's resurrection, her tone laced with skepticism. She presses Kwon Sungil, questioning if he can't believe it either. Kwon Sungil looks back at her, hoping she can give him an answer. A disembodied voice echoes, lamenting a hypothetical situation. The speaker believes things would be different if they could do something, and they wouldn't be chased around like this. Protector Woman sword listens intently, her expression thoughtful. Kwon Sungil's face is partially obscured, but his worry is evident. The question hangs in the air, focusing on a mysterious power. Is it a skill, an insignia, or one of those special something else's? Protector Woman's sword stands silently, her expression unreadable. The light catches her, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The revelation is made. Odin has become an immortal being. The implications of this news are vast and unsettling. Having surrounded the entire area, many different groups entered Orca's territory in droves, ready for a fight. They had prepared quite thoroughly, weapons raised and faces grim, anticipating the coming conflict. The man's face contorts in a scream, his expression a mix of fury and desperation as the battle begins. Jonathan and Lee Tae-han were pushed to deal with the situation, their expressions grim as they face the incoming threat. The woman looks down, her expression unreadable as the fighting rages around her. The rage she felt when looking at the idiots blinded by the reward was palpable, her scream a raw expression of fury. The power was so immense, it threatened to shatter the life vessel. A few days later, news arrived that Lee Tae-han had gone missing, attacked by his own executives. Though his resurrection was close, Woo Yoni's difficult times continued, as she was called boss by an underling. The woman looks up, a question mark floating above her head as a man approaches, bearing good news. A voice calls out, urging someone to look over there. Figures clash amid strange, glowing structures, locked in fierce combat. They are citizens of Saviori, and while you don't need to know much, they are trustworthy. A man observes that they are still holding on, even with all those injuries, as a woman stands beside him. They were on the same stage as him during Act 2, Scene 1, and were called fanatics because of their overwhelming faith in him. A woman fights, her movements precise and deadly, as she engages an unseen foe. Even though they had been separated into different attack units, their unity was considerable. After his resurrection, they will become the core of the new group he will create. Time until resurrection: 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Energy crackles, a surge of power building to a crescendo. The light intensifies, a blinding flash of otherworldly energy. The announcement rings out. Resurrection was successful. A thin line of hope flickers in the darkness. Shadows gather, obscuring the light. The sound of something rushing forward echoes. A figure hangs suspended, head tilted back in what could be either agony or ecstasy. Close up, the figure's hair shimmers with an unnatural light. An order arrives from their master. Doom, chaos, secure the human army. A veteran army is being trained, prepared for a purpose yet unknown. The command echoes. Make them understand who their true master is, and ensure no followers of the old one remain. The fate of the human army lies in the hands of Doom Man. Success means the attack order on the territory progressing under Doom Queso's jurisdiction will stop, but failure means the land will be lost as previously planned. The human army will be sacrificed as an offering for the omnipotent Doom Chaos and the Dooms below them. So an army in a different dimension must be found and nurtured new. The speaker excluded the system's followers a long time ago, securing the safety of their world with just this piece. A second command followed: eliminate Guide Lumar. This will also be the starting point of obtaining Doom Man's unique authority. Old One is attempting to take back their power, but success means they will give up their land and escape elsewhere. Attempting to take back power, to prevent this, the Guide Lumar must be obliterated. These are the only 2 commands received. Securing the safety of the world is a piece of cake, and this will also be the starting point of obtaining Doom Man's unique authority. Common authority will be obtained through gate creation, but failure means the human army's fate will be altered by the will of Old One. Old One is attempting very satisfying Doom Chaos. The speaker wanted to educate those things at least once as well, and those are the only 2 commands they received. Old One will give up on their land and escape elsewhere, so please select your resurrection point. The options are Death Point, near the life vessel, or a recommended point, but of course, it'll be the second option. Blinding energy streaks across the battlefield, a harbinger of destruction. The world is washed in a blinding white light, signaling a shift in power. The battle rages on, figures clashing amidst explosions and sprays of blood. The scene descends into chaos, bodies flying as the battle intensifies. The ground is littered with the fallen, a testament to the brutal conflict. A stark warning flashes. Doom Man has entered, a chilling announcement. Panic sets in as the fighters realize the gravity of the situation. The ominous message repeats. Warning, Doom Man has entered. A scream pierces the air, a visceral reaction to the impending doom. The warning blares once more. Doom Man has entered, amplifying the dread. Another cry of anguish echoes, a testament to the terror unleashed. Despair contorts a face, a reflection of the hopelessness consuming them. Reality itself seems to crackle with raw energy. The air vibrates with an ominous tremor. A stark warning flashes. Doom Man has entered. A figure descends, heralded by the echoing rumble. A desperate scream pierces the charged atmosphere. One man, eyes wide with terror, begs for salvation. The protector, sword at her side, watches the unfolding chaos. Another man looks up, his face etched with worry. The world distorts, bending to an unknown power. Even the very eyes of the world seem to weep. Whispers of worship echo amidst the destruction. The name of Doom Man is on everyone's lips, a prayer and a curse. A man raises his hands in a futile gesture, his face contorted in terror as the world around him seems to warp. The very air vibrates with a deep rumble, as a chilling mantra echoes through the chaos. Worship Doom Man. Another man is sent flying, his body limp and weightless against the backdrop of the unfolding catastrophe. A terrified gaze is cast upward, as if seeking answers or salvation from the source of the cataclysm, Doom Man. The fervent cry of worship Doom Man intensifies a deafening roar that threatens to drown out all reason. The very air crackles with an ominous energy, as the name of Doom Man is invoked again and again. Wang Tai-jin, his expression grim, stares up at the unfolding chaos, his eyes narrowed in determination. The ground trembles beneath his feet as the ominous energy intensifies, a palpable threat in the air. The name of Doom Man echoes once more, accompanied by the crackling energy that heralds his terrifying presence. The world seems to fade into a blinding white as the power of Doom Man reaches its zenith. She stares in disbelief, her face a mask of shock, as Kwon Sunjil's expression mirrors her own horror at the unfolding events. A disbelieving laugh escapes, a desperate attempt to comprehend the sheer absurdity of the situation. What the hell? Three figures stand in the desolate landscape, the words Doom Man echoing around them. Several figures kneel in the same landscape, heads bowed in reverence as the words Doom Man reverberate. A close-up reveals the chest and neck of man, his expression obscured by shadow. Kwon Sun-gil expresses his gratitude. The man with short black hair acknowledges the thanks, his expression unreadable. The man with short black hair states that he only did what he needed to do, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. Kwon Sun-gil's expression shifts to one of suspicion. He hesitantly asks if the man is, in fact, Doom Man. The man with short black hair admits that he hates them, but insists that this was the only way, his gaze intense. He claims he could guarantee the safety of their world. Kwon Sun-gil responds that he doesn't see anything different about him. Kwon Sun-gil, his brow furrowed, presses the man, seeking reassurance that he won't transform into a monster. The man with short black hair offers a single, ambiguous word. Maybe. A sinister smirk spreads across the man's face, hinting at a hidden agenda. Kwon Sun-gil recoils, demanding that he not joke about such things, his anxiety palpable. He looks up, a question hanging in the air. Is the figure before him truly human? The man stands with an enigmatic smile, as another wonders aloud if he is something other than a ghost. A woman with dark hair looks up, her expression a mix of awe and fear as she whispers the name, Doom Man. The man's eyes gleam with an unknown power, the name Doom Man, echoing in the air. The symbol on his chest proclaims his identity, a silent declaration of his ominous presence, Doom Man. Kneeling before him, the woman expresses her joy at his return, addressing him by another name, Odin. The name reverberates, a chilling reminder of the power he wields, Doom Man. A resounding no echoes as figures take flight, the name Doom Man scattered amidst the chaos. Doom Man cradles the kneeling woman, his expression unreadable as the other man looks on. His title looms large, a declaration of his authority and the fear he inspires, Lord Doom Man. A low growl echoes in the darkness, a prelude to something sinister. The unseen entity seethes with rage, dismissing humanity as stupid creatures. A small, winged figure, bathed in purple light, curls in on itself, seemingly distressed. The system's grand design has been shattered, leaving only useless, stupid idiots in its wake. The purple figure's form is more clearly defined, but its distress remains palpable. The unseen voice intensifies its condemnation, spelling out its contempt for humanity. A small, glowing figure floats in the darkness, surrounded by an unseen energy. The creature looms, its voice echoing with disdain. These stupid human creatures. The creature's form shifts as a message appears. The great picture drawn by the system has been destroyed. The creature continues its rant, calling them these useless, stupid idiots. The creature's anger intensifies, its words becoming more venomous, stupid. The creature's rage fills the space, its form radiating with palpable fury. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of a shattered world, a lone figure sits upon a crate, his expression unreadable. The man is identified as Ian Jones, Guild Master, codenamed Hephaestus. A quest is revealed, one heart with a guide. Luma R is the sole guide who has defeated 450,000 other competitors to stand before you. A quest notification appears. Protect Luma R from a Doom Man, rank S. The reward includes a Challenger Box X50. A voice echoes, stating that the threat is on a level similar to the one connected to Mary. Kwon Sungil looks down, a grimace twisting his features as he considers the implications of facing a Doom Man. A dark premonition fills the air, a reminder that even the great Odin perished facing such a foe. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes materializes, embodying the terror of the impending doom. Kwon Sungil clutches his head, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. If a doom comes to me, despair washes over him as he repeats, damn it, why me? A voice urges him to stay focused, to create a defensive line, and to fight head-on. The weight of the impending battle presses down on Kwon Sungil as he continues to hold his head in his hands. He looks down, his expression a mix of desperation and cunning. He asks, you wish to live too, right, guide? Then give me the reward first. Kwon Sungil remains seated, the chains around his torso glinting in the dim light, awaiting the guide's response. A voice responds, promising protection. If you do that, I'll do my best to protect you. The small, winged figure floats in the air, arms crossed in defiance. A message echoes, questioning if Kwon Sungil has truly learned anything. Kwon Sungil's face is visible as a message appears, stating that he must prove himself to obtain greater power. This, it claims, is the absolute rule of the system. He retorts that accepting the quest means both he and the winged figure will die. Kwon Sungil declares he will cancel the quest, suggesting the figure die alone if it wishes. The winged figure, Luma R, shouts for Kwon Sungil to fight the Doom Man on his own. A system message appears, telling him to go for it and cancel the quest. Sweat beads on Kwon Sungil's brow as he grits his teeth. The pressure mounts, the weight of the challenge bearing down on him. Luma R smiles, confident in Kwon Sungil's failure. A message box appears, stating that she knew he couldn't do it. Luma R floats above a scene of destruction. A message appears, stating that at this stage, he can't let go of an opportunity like this, and that she'll pray for his success. Kwon Sungil stands tall, now clad in a dark cloak and heavy chains. He is ready to face the challenge. A message appears, telling Mr. Hephaestus to do his best. His face is grim, but determined. He acknowledges that he has always been in danger, accepting the reality of his situation. The heavy chains around his neck emphasize the weight of his burden. Death, it seems, was always just around the corner. Bloodied but unbowed, Kwon Sungil raises his fist. He knows that every time danger comes to him, he overcomes it and becomes stronger. More people began to follow him, and his group expanded. This is an opportunity, and he can do it, just as he's always done. He has entered Odin's absolute battlefield. A strange light emanates from the depths. Kwon Sungil looks up, questioning if this is Odin's absolute battlefield. He utters the name, Odin, with a tone of disbelief. Kwon Sungil sees a fairy-like guide, and a warning appears. He cannot leave the zone. He wonders what Odin's absolute battlefield means, and if Doom Man's true identity is connected. Kwon Sungil shouts, questioning what the fairy-like guide is. The guide reveals that Odin is Doom Man's former name, and that it didn't tell him because he didn't ask. Kwon Sungil curses the guide, calling it a son of a bitch. A voice booms, telling him to find someone else. The disembodied voice echoes with defiance, refusing to continue. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with rage. It questions if anything will change if they give up the quest. The system warns that Doom Man is already very, very mad. A voice directs attention elsewhere as cracks form in the ceiling, emitting blue lightning. The bald man is surrounded by blue lightning. The system asks if they can feel his rage, shaky. A small, fairy-like creature looks on with concern, its expression conveying worry. The monstrous figure's feet are shown as it declares that humans are the ones who messed everything up in the first place. The bald man's face contorts in a maniacal grin, sweat dripping down his face. He states that if the systems will have been carried out smoothly, neither Doom Desire's death nor Doom Man's birth would have happened. The bald man, bound by chains, continues to grin maniacally, his laughter echoing. The system declares that they have ruined the great picture drawn by the system, calling them stupid humans. The scene blurs, the world around them shifting and distorting. The monstrous figure stands before a large group of people, its presence imposing and terrifying. He stands with another man before a crowd, the weight of their surrender heavy in the air. Kwon Sungil, arms crossed, declares that it's only right to let them live. Wang Tai-jin, his expression unreadable, states that they'll need to prove it to him. The dark-haired man continues, his voice a low rumble, about proving who their true master is. A disembodied voice booms, demanding that all kneel before Odin. The command echoes again, a stark declaration of fealty. A fierce battle erupts, warriors clashing amidst streaks of violet energy. Once more, the order rings out, kneel before Odin. A soldier cries out that those who defected to Odin are charging at them, begging Sir Hephaestus for an order. The call for Sir Hephaestus reverberates, a desperate plea for guidance. The soldier and a woman look up at a cloaked figure, awaiting their command. A man's face is obscured, but his frustration is clear as he curses under his breath. The bald man's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed and teeth bared. A voice muses that someone doesn't need to come himself, implying a delegation will suffice. One man urges a woman to surrender and join their side, insisting it's not too late. Another man shouts at a woman, warning her not to say stupid things, lest they become meat shields. A massive explosion erupts, accompanied by screams, as someone insists that dying like this is unacceptable. A blue, hexagonal barrier shimmers, its purpose yet unknown. A man watches the distant explosions, as a narration box explains that an internal conflict arose before his army even reached them. Meanwhile, Wang Taijin stands, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the unfolding chaos. He declares that he will leave Ian Jones to them, suggesting a strategic withdrawal or a shift in priorities. The hexagonal barrier crackles with energy, the air buzzing with unseen forces. A stark warning flashes, you cannot leave the zone, implying a force containment. A figure is propelled through the air, surrounded by crackling energy, their fate uncertain. A stark warning flashes, escape from this zone is impossible. Kwon Sungil, his expression a mix of defiance and concern, questions if Wang Taijin thinks he can handle the situation. The hexagonal barrier looms large, trapping Wang Taijin and Kwon Sungil within its confines. Wang Taijin floats within the barrier, his feet dangling as he ascends. A disembodied message urges caution, a warning echoing through the zone. Kwon Sungil taunts, promising to cut Wang Taijin, even as everyone's lives hang in the balance. His message is playful. Wang Taijin, enveloped in a purple aura, invites his opponent to try him, eager to see how long his cockiness lasts. The Old One decided that humanity was a piece it could sacrifice, unable to overcome the authority of doom, chaos. Na Sunhu, level 600 Ender, vows to make someone regret their decision, no matter the reason. Wang Taijin floats amidst swirling pink energy, preparing for a second try. He is now beyond Challenger and Ender. If he uses Man Who Overcomes Adversity, he can enter the stage after that, Overlord. The Transcendental Stage, the very power that allowed him to kill Doom Desire, hums with latent energy. Doom Man declares that he will show the power of the SSS-RANK Doom Man. The rings of light intensify, swirling around Doom Man as the Transcendental Stage activates. The light intensifies, the energy building to a crescendo as the attack prepares to launch. Doom Man cries out as the Transcendental Stage unleashes its power. Red streaks of energy lash out, tearing through the air as they converge on their target. The attack slams into Doom Man, the force of the impact sending him reeling backward. More energy streaks pummel Doom Man, the onslaught relentless and unforgiving. The barrage continues, each strike carrying immense power as Doom Man is sent flying. The relentless assault shows no sign of stopping, the energy tearing through Doom Man's defenses. Doom Man coughs up blood, the force of the blows taking a visible toll. Spinning wildly, Doom Man is finally launched away, defeated by the Transcendental Stage. The winged creatures spin, a digital OOF, marking their impact. The purple-skinned creature's anger rises. You're really making me mad. The creature taunts, suggesting Doom Chaos's support is not enough. You might have the support of Doom Chaos, but what about the rest? Wang Taijin looks up, listening to the creature's threat. Or harm me. None of the other Awakeners will be able to return home. Lumoar declares, I am the sole guide. The creature then calls him insolent. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. A dark pronouncement echoes, you will die here. Lumoar's face contorts with rage. But really just kill you outright. The purple creature descends, ready to attack. Let's play for a while. A sudden impact sends Luma reeling, the force of the blow registering with a sharp ouchie. The world becomes a blur as she spins violently, the impact leaving her disoriented and vulnerable. Her anger flares, a visible manifestation of her frustration as she declares that someone is really making her mad. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her as she considers the support of Doom Chaos. Wang Taijin gazes upwards, his expression unreadable as he hears Luma R's threat. If she is harmed, none of the other Awakeners will return home. Luma R, the soul guide, looks down at Wang Taijin, questioning if he can truly handle her anger, her expression radiating insolence. Wang Taijin's gaze remains fixed on the descending figure, his eyes narrowed, a hint of defiance in his posture. A voice booms out, declaring Wang Taijin's imminent demise. You will die here. Luma R's face contorts in rage, her expression outright furious as she prepares for a confrontation. With a predatory grin, Luma R descends further, eager to begin their deadly game, promising to play for a while. Odin's wrath has been cast, and crackling energy fills the space. Trapped within the lightning prison, Luma R seems to have triggered some kind of alert. The system announces the start of Wang Taijin's first quest. Arms crossed, Wang Taijin observes the scene, a knowing look on his face. The guide considers his options, but seems unconcerned about escaping the lightning prison. Luma R believes he can simply hide, but the system warns that even creating a rift in space-time will leave a trace. Even Challenger-level Awakeners can parse the information of small rifts, the system explains. Wang Taijin realizes that Luma R is aware of this fact, and is only acting this way to provoke him. Wang Taijin moves through the crackling lightning. A burst of energy erupts. A voice demands to know if Wang Taijin still does not understand. They linger in the air, a small, winged figure amidst the falling rain. An ominous message appears. This is an unskippable chain quest. The purple-skinned guide expresses disappointment. He notes that Wang Taijin is different and asks if he doesn't care about the human's fate. Luma R declares that the members of his army will return using the common authority of dooms through a gate. Wang Taijin stares intently, his expression unreadable. He wonders aloud if the path matters, so long as the goal is achieved. The guide's eyes narrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He declares that playtime is over. A surge of power emanates from Luma R, the text proclaiming his rising anger. His mask has come off, revealing something far more sinister. The guide transforms, his body engulfed in a blinding light. The change is violent, unnatural. The light fades, revealing Luma R's true form, a monstrous figure with sharp claws and a menacing grin. The air crackles with energy as Luma R's rage intensifies, the text screaming his fury. Wang Taijin stares up at the transformed Luma R, his expression hardening with resolve. He prepares to fight. Surrounded by a fiery aura, Wang Taijin charges forward, ready to confront the monstrous entity. Wang Taijin stands firm, arms crossed, the energy around him resonating with a familiar power, Doom Desire. He moves forward, his legs visible as he strides through the radiant, twisting energy. The twisting movement of space-time creates a powerful pressure, bearing down on him with immense force. Luma R floats within the swirling energy. He admits he could have easily dodged the attack, but chose to let it hit him. Smiling, Luma R acknowledges the attack. He thinks it's pretty good, considering what has been done to them all this time. Wang Taijin smirks, his eyes gleaming with a dark amusement. He wonders aloud if this new skill even has a name. Luma R's voice echoes, questioning if Wang Taijin thinks he's an idiot. He declares the system is only for stupid species like him. The swirling energy intensifies, a chaotic display of power and distortion. The system labels Wang Taijin and his kind as stupid, races who can't do anything without help. The word bang explodes into existence, a visual representation of the force unleashed. Wang Taijin stands, his back to the viewer, his hair disheveled from the force of the attack. A close-up focuses on the dark spikes of Wang Taijin's hair, emphasizing the intensity of the moment. Luma R's eyes widen in surprise, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He is engulfed in a blinding light, the force of the blow evident. Wang Taijin, fingers poised, watches as Luma R is sent flying backwards through the air. After transforming into a beam of light, the skill has seemingly allowed Wang Taijin to reappear instantly. Wang Taijin smirks, acknowledging his opponent's escape. He promises Luma R a second chance. The attack is called Endure Hellfire. The system announces that Wang Taijin has cast Tail of Hanuman, as Luma R cries out in pain. The force of the blow sends Luma R hurtling through the air. The impact is devastating. Luma R screams as the attack connects. The attack continues to burn. Luma R grunts in pain, the attack having clearly landed. A concussive force emanates, distorting the very air. The attack sends Luma R hurtling through a blinding light. They cough, the force of the blow staggering them. A sickening crack echoes through the arena. A new objective appears. Third quest. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, a dark satisfaction creeping into his eyes. He reflects on the power he now wields, power granted by the system. Luma R, battered and broken, receives a grim warning. You will be punished one day. The guide's words echo in Wang Taijin's mind. I proved my worth and took it for myself. Golden rings of energy swirl around Wang Taijin as he stands firm. The source of his strength is not what Luma R believes. It wasn't granted by the old one. Luma R, defeated, is reminded of their duty. You're the guide. Don't you know the rules? An urgent plea hangs in the air, a desperate hope for survival. Wang Taijin regards the scene before him, his expression unreadable. The plea is repeated, a desperate whisper against the inevitable. A voice echoes, a cold assessment of the situation at hand. Luma R, suspended upside down, awaits his fate with dread. The fallen guide hangs helpless, his monstrous form a stark contrast to his pleas. Again, the desperate words echo, a final attempt to sway his captor. He stands poised, a surge of power emanating from his very being. Wang Taijin raises his arm, the air crackling with raw energy. Luma R realizes his pleas have been ignored. This was the inevitable conclusion. The monstrous form of Luma R looms, awaiting the final blow. The red eyes of the guide burn with a mixture of fear and acceptance. He glares up into the blinding light, spitting out a curse. The screen displays a message. The command to eliminate Guide Luma R has been completed. The system flashes a congratulatory message. Another notification appears, stating that the common authority, gate creation, has been obtained. Meanwhile, a strange light fills the area. A hand reaches out, as if searching for something that is no longer there. Someone looks around, utterly confused by the sudden change. Quan Sun Gil stares at his hand, realizing something has disappeared. He can't see the quest window at all. The bald man's eyes widen in panic. He shouts that the system has disappeared. Another man tries to calm everyone down, pointing out that their levels and items are still there. A narration box explains that a bit of commotion occurred when Cold One's influence disappeared. Wang Taijin's expression is unreadable as he considers the situation. The implications of the system's disappearance are starting to sink in. They'll need time to adjust. But the protagonist, Wang Taijin, believes there is something more important to consider at this moment. The protector, sword at her side, notes that the absolute battlefield disappeared at the same time. Luma R came to find them, but the protector woman's sword doesn't sense any hostility from the small winged creature. Luma R curls up, seemingly scared. The situation is the opposite of hostile. The creature seems afraid. The protector woman's sword looks to Wang Taijin, wondering what he wants to do about the situation. The protector notes that these things, referring to Luma R, are identical in appearance. Wang Taijin admits he thought Luma R had resurrected itself and almost killed it, but now he wants to hear it out first. Wang Taijin's expression hardens as he considers that Cold One's system has disappeared. A swirling green portal opens, with a message suggesting they can talk to this guy. The portal glows intensely, promising a path to answers. She stands before the swirling green portal, ready to step through. The protector's expression is unreadable as she approaches the unknown. With purpose in her stride, she steps into the shimmering light. The portal pulses, a gateway to somewhere else. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. A voice echoes, filled with awe at the sight before them. Wow. The space distorts, reality bending around them. The protector is partially visible as the new world takes shape. A voice congratulates Wang Taijin, acknowledging his achievement. Congratulations, Sunhu. The voice continues, explaining the nature of the space. You've surpassed me in here as well. It was the space Yonhee had created. Another voice declares their intent to dominate the space, despite its origins, but I could still completely dominate it. Someone walks forward, ready to claim the new territory. He looks up, a sense of urgency in his expression as a voice commands him to talk. A figure looms above, their chest filling the view as they respond with a single, sharp word. What? The protector woman, sword, also looks up, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension. A small, fairy-like creature floats into view, its expression unreadable as it asks a simple question. Are you? A figure approaches a shimmering, green gateway, its digital matrix humming with untold potential. The protector, sword at her side, stands within the digital space, the green light casting an ethereal glow upon her face. The digital matrix pulses, a complex web of code and energy, its secrets yet to be fully understood. The light intensifies, its source hidden, its power undeniable, a beacon in the digital void. The protector's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek as she witnesses the unfolding spectacle. Awe fills the air as the protector struggles to find the words to express her astonishment. A surge of purple energy erupts, its chaotic tendrils reaching out, threatening to consume everything in its path. The swirling vortex of purple energy intensifies, its power growing exponentially, a force to be reckoned with. A voice offers congratulations, acknowledging the protagonist's achievement within this digital realm. The protector admits that he has surpassed her even here, within the space created by Yonhee. Despite the power of the space, the protagonist believes he can still completely dominate it. He continued forward, his destination unknown, his purpose yet to be revealed. Wang Taijin paused, looking up, as if expecting someone to speak. A voice echoed, demanding an explanation for his presence. The protector's expression hardened, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. A small, ethereal figure floated nearby, its presence adding to the surreal atmosphere. The protector declared her identity, claiming to be the mother of all Lunia. She requested to be addressed by a different name, a title of significance, Lune. Wang Taijin acknowledged her statement, understanding that his race had caused her displeasure. Lune questioned him, clarifying that she was not as flippant as the guides who had abandoned them long ago. Lune observed that something had been trying to gain her favor, though she did not elaborate. She explained that she adopted a human form in this space, and that her only goal was to seek him out, referring to her forces as the Monster Army. Lune requested that he stop his attacks on the Monster Army so that everyone could return without further sacrifices. Wang Taijin's expression hardens. His eyes narrowed as he hears the accusation of impudence. Lune states that killing more of the Monster Army will not make him stronger. The Protector states that the Old One is already leaving. Wang Taijin acknowledges that the items they have are useful. Lune questions if he came to beg her, then asks what the fate of her people will be. The Protector states that Doom Desire has died by her hands, then asks if he's going to follow her now, and apologizes. Lune says that he has nothing they can resonate with. She hopes that until the birth of a new Doom, they can resonate with something. The Protector states that peace will be with them, hinting that if Yonhee had become Doom Man, they would have worshipped her. At Lune's gaze, Yonhee simply shrugs, implying that there is only one answer. Wang Taijin declares that from now on, they will properly begin claiming all spoils of war. Wang Taijin demands the Book of the Dead, Volume 1, and all the head commander's other equipment. He stares intently, his expression unreadable as the red light reflects in his eyes. A voice echoes, declaring that the current situation was a ploy to buy time for someone to escape, and that they will personally visit the homeland of Lune. Meanwhile, the words "the homeland of Lune" appear in ominous red lettering. The aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, bodies strewn across the snow-covered ground. A lone figure walks through the carnage, stepping carefully between the dead. More bodies litter the landscape, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Two men search through the fallen, calling out, hoping to find survivors. A command rings out, ordering the search to continue without pause. The man sniffs the air, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tries to pick up a scent. His eyes widen, a flicker of hope igniting within them. The search continues amidst the carnage. Bodies are flung through the air. The battlefield is littered with the fallen. A desperate cry pierces the air. Someone has been found. Lee Taehan strains, pulling a body from beneath the pile. A voice calls out, directing attention to their location. From above, a man observes the scene with concern, noting the precarious situation. The woman asks if the injured man can be healed. A voice promises to try, while another comments on Lee Taehan's impressive tenacity. Two figures stand on a cliff, wondering when they will be able to return. They speak of returning through the gate of doom, chaos, once the power held in their home disappears. Someone asks how much time it will take, as a notification appears stating that the Old One has fled. The power imbued into his homeworld by the Old One was rapidly fading. Time was running out. He grimly acknowledged the situation. Less than an hour remained before the power completely dissipated. Elsewhere, the blonde man considered their options. He stated that he had a few people in mind. The scene shifted to a bloodied man, a stark reminder of the individuals who needed to be eliminated from this place. The focus narrowed to those addicted to blood, their glowing red eyes hinting at a dangerous thirst. It was revealed that Jonathan had been planning to clean up those who had gone mad with bloodshed. The aftermath of a long and brutal conflict was visible, bodies strewn across the landscape. Two figures walked away from the carnage, reflecting on the time they had spent there. Members were divided by nationality and their intended return locations, even amidst disbelief that the testing site had ended. A group of people stood together, the weight of recent events heavy on their faces. The process of dividing everyone up began, a necessary step after the chaos. A man shouts, declaring his allegiance to Korea and its people. A voice booms, staking a claim to this location. Lune stands on a precipice, her followers claiming America and Japan. The protector, Lune, speaks softly, pleading to be saved. Her thoughts turn to someone named Catalina. Standing over a bloodied corpse, Lune praises someone for being a good girl. Her hand extends, a silent command to heal. The dying man's last word is a desperate plea. Me? With a swift motion, Lune plunges her blade into the fallen man. Again and again, the sword finds its mark, each strike echoing with a sickening sound. The bloody sword remains embedded in the corpse, a testament to her brutal efficiency. She is covered in grime and blood, her expression unreadable. The woman demands to know where someone is from. A hooded figure looms behind her, silent and watchful. The figure's face is completely obscured by shadow. The woman answers, her voice measured, and states a location. She says the United States. A gloved hand points off into the distance, indicating a direction. The unseen speaker says, "That way." A disembodied voice demands the insignias and items of someone. The voice says, "Hey, I'll move you, so hand over your insignias and items." Lune stands tall, bloodstains marring her red dress. A fallen body lies before her. As someone threatens, "You want to get left." The hooded figure's face is partially visible as they speak, their expression intense. They exclaim, "Nothing's free in this world." A strange energy crackles around Lune, causing her to look down with a mixture of surprise and concern. She looks up, now bathed in a radiant blue light. The light emanates from within, illuminating her face. A shimmering blue portal opens before her, the word SHWO echoing the sound of its creation. Lune strides confidently toward the portal, her figure silhouetted against the bright light. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a dimly lit room, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at some unseen event. A voice cries out, declaring the presence of a G-gate. The men present are visibly shocked by the sudden announcement. Another voice confirms the nature of the anomaly. It's a gate. When the gate formed in each division, chaos was expected. Everyone shouted, as if expecting monsters to appear from the gate. However, that did not happen, defying expectations and causing confusion. Wang Taijin stares intently at the gate, declaring that he created it. The man states that they're going home, a sentiment filled with relief. The man's expression is one of disbelief, questioning if it's really over. The man wonders about the awakeners of Korea, questioning if there weren't 300,000 to begin with. The woman expresses her surprise, exclaiming, "My goodness, Jikiol." Wang Taijin looks down at the gate, stating simply that there were. The woman observes the dwindling crowd, estimating that fewer than 500 people remain. Wang Taijin's face contorts with rage as he reflects on the battle between the absolute beings. He considers the vast power difference, wondering how weak the human race must appear to those beings. He clenches his fist, thinking that he needed to keep his true power hidden until the right moment. Wang Taijin continues to oppose Old One as Doom, Chaos's Doom Man, knowing an opportunity will arise for one of them to die. The path of true freedom lies ahead, though the way to get there remains unclear. The woman states that they need to find a way to escape Doom, Chaos's control after returning home. Another character says that escaping Doom Chaos will be the woman's biggest work in this life. Wang Taijin looks concerned and says that the other person knew about something. The woman asks Wang Taijin what's with his reaction to the news or situation. The woman says so innocent. A system message indicates that the time left to clear is 0 minutes, 0 seconds, and the power Old One imbued in their homeworld has been cleared. The gate has connected, signifying a significant shift in the unfolding events. Streaks of light blur across the vision, a fractured cityscape barely visible. Washington, D.C., USA, flickers into view, the familiar skyline distorted by the gate's energy. The U.S. Capitol building wavers, its reflection shimmering in a ghostly, ethereal lake. Seoul, Korea, appears next, the city's landmarks barely discernible through the distortion. Another city, bisected by a wide river, flickers into view, its buildings indistinct and dreamlike. Tokyo, Japan, materializes, the iconic tower a beacon amidst the swirling chaos of the gate. As the awakeners glimpsed their homes beyond the gate, a wave of murmuring arose, a cacophony of voices. A man's face contorts in a mixture of shock and disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead. Behind him, a woman looks on with wide, fearful eyes. The question hangs in the air, thick with uncertainty. Are they really going home? A fist clenches, raised high, a silent declaration of defiance against the unknown. A figure strides forward, their purpose clear, their voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. Wang Taijin's eyes burn with determination. Their first mission, to eradicate the monsters left in their home. He declares to wait for further instructions from the association. A swirling portal beckons, urging them to go forth into the unknown. A group of people stand together, their hushed conversation hanging in the air. The man glances to the side, his expression unreadable as he trails off in thought. A gateway promises a return to their homeland, signaling that it is finally over. The man speaks, his words carrying a weight of urgency as the woman beside him looks on with concern. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a declaration of frustration. A voice booms, announcing that the testing site is now over. The crowd erupts in cheers, their faces alight with joy and relief. The man shouts with elation, declaring that they're finally going home. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by streaks of blue energy. They are enveloped in a surge of vibrant blue energy, the figures obscured by the intense light. The energy intensifies as one of the figures declares, "With this." Lune's expression is unreadable as she stares forward. The blue energy continues to swirl around them. A fist clenches, ready to rise and meet the challenge ahead. A voice booms out, demanding to be heard above the din. Wang Taijin declares their first mission, to eradicate the monsters left in their home. He commands them to wait for further orders from the association after the initial sweep. The order is given, go forth and cleanse the land. A group of people stand ready, awaiting their instructions. A man looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he contemplates the task ahead. They're being sent to the land of their birth. A man's face is etched with shock as he realizes, it's over. A woman looks on in horror as a man declares that Odin has. The declaration rings out, this damned testing site is over. A surge of energy courses through the crowd, their faces contorted in shouts. The intensity rises, a man's face a mask of fury as he bellows into the chaos. The unified cry echoes, a declaration of intent amidst the turmoil. We're going to doom. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by streaks of cyan energy. The group stands defiant, bathed in the glow of an ethereal power. The energy coalesces around them, a promise of strength. With this, a woman with dark hair watches, her expression a mixture of determination and grim resolve. The energy intensifies, the words echoing with finality. This era. The declaration rings out, a definitive end to what came before, ends. The world shifts once more, the announcement clear. It has been exactly 1 hour since the monsters resumed their invasion. A monstrous presence looms, its massive horns silhouetted against the city skyline. The creature, wreathed in crackling energy, prepares for battle, its red hair a stark contrast to its stony hide. The horned beast declares, its voice a thunderous echo, that the chosen ones have entered the stage. The monster's silhouette dominates the cityscape, a harbinger of chaos amidst the towering buildings. A voice declares that the testing site exists in a different plane of time, separate from the world as they know it. The message continues, stating that even when time flows in that dimension, time in their world will not pass. A command rings out, fire. Tanks unleash a barrage of explosive shells, their fiery trails streaking across the sky. The order to fire echoes again, the sound reverberating with the force of the attack. With a monstrous roar, the creature unleashes a devastating attack, its power shaking the very foundations of the world. The monster continues its assault, its movements a blur of destructive force. A monstrous bellow echoes across the battlefield. The tank crew realizes with growing horror, their weapons are ineffective. The monster towers over the battlefield, unlike any seen before. A desperate order rings out, retreat and trust in their prepared powers. The commanding officer screams, demanding a reformation of their lines. The order is given, eliminate this new, overwhelming threat. Another desperate call for retreat echoes across the field. A soldier pleads for patience, hoping for a last-minute salvation. The words hang in the air for their return. A monstrous arm, clad in thick armor, descends. The monster's face is a mask of rage and power. A sinister grin spreads across the monster's face. The punch is charged with a crimson aura. The blow connects with blinding force. The red energy intensifies around the attacker's fist. The monster plummets from the sky, a distant silhouette. It falls headfirst, blood spraying as it hurtles toward the city. Meanwhile, the soldiers below look up, confusion etched on their faces. One soldier's shock is palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst the aftermath, the city skyline looming behind him. He walks forward, lamenting the state of the air. How long has it been since I've smelled this pollution in the air? Another man looks on, a sinister smile playing on his lips. We'll deal with this place now. Two soldiers in camouflage gear look on, with concern, as one speaks. The soldier readies his weapon, the metallic clack echoing in the air. Another soldier barks orders, demanding obedience to the army's commands. A man with a sinister grin remarks that he hasn't heard that in a while, questioning their identity. A dark void proclaims, we are the warriors. A monstrous figure plummets from the sky, debris and blood raining down. Below, a man in a white t-shirt and jeans looks up in shock at the falling behemoth. Footsteps approach, accompanied by the declaration, who returned from hell. Explosions erupt, the sound of boom reverberating through the city. A tank is engulfed in flames, another casualty in the ongoing chaos. A soldier urgently requests reinforcements over the radio, his voice filled with desperation. He is near the Guachin City Hall, but the soldier's exact mission remains unclear. Energy crackles around him, and the soldier cries out in pain or surprise. The soldier appears confused, perhaps unsure of what just attacked him. No need, he thinks. In the distance, figures stand before towering buildings. The announcement rings out. The monsters will soon be suppressed. The scene blurs, focusing on the distant figures and the city skyline. The soldier confronts a man in a black shirt. The man demands to know who the soldier is, as a weapon is cocked nearby. The soldier looks up, seemingly in pain. He is ordered to follow the army's orders immediately. A surge of purple energy emanates from an unseen source. A woman with glowing red eyes holds a finger to her lips, signaling silence. The soldier coughs, seemingly injured, as he stands in front of a building. The soldier looks up, groaning, at the woman who is now standing before him. The man in the black shirt speaks of the martial law commander and the president, ordering someone to come out. A finger points accusingly downward, singling out a specific target. A soldier, eyes wide with alarm, wonders aloud just who is coming. Wang Tai-jin, standing nearby, appears equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. He asks what? Elsewhere, a man is referred to as chairman, speaks with a stern expression. Wang Tai-jin stands with his back to the viewer, the words right of Jino appearing nearby. A text box reveals that Jamie was coming here after call. Meanwhile, a helicopter approaches, its rotors beating loudly through the air. Wang Tai-jin stands before a tall building, the text indicating that the soldier's attitude has changed. A wheelchair sits empty, the text stating that this place was Korea. A soldier stands guard, his expression unreadable. The text declares that the nation is controlled by Jino. The scene blurs, the sound of the helicopter still echoing. The woman in the gray suit flees, her footsteps echoing through the metallic corridor. Her expression is one of deep concern as she navigates the city streets. A gasp escapes her lips, a silent exclamation of fear or surprise. Meanwhile, he sits in the director's chair, his gaze distant and contemplative. A voice muses on his changed nature, noting that he's like a completely different person. A surge of power emanates, a denial or confirmation of his very being. The question hangs in the air. Is he even a person at all, or something else entirely? Energy crackles, a visual representation of the turmoil within. Jamie's expression softens slightly as she acknowledges the passage of time. An order is given. A press conference must be prepared with haste. The man stands beside Jamie, his silence speaking volumes of his surprise. Jamie's eyes widen, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Has it truly been around 20 years, or perhaps even longer? The man with black hair considers the passage of time, something that cannot be gauged with mere numbers. The woman with glowing eyes states that they can hear the details from Lee Tae-han. A clenched fist hangs in the air, the owner of the hand seemingly questioning something. A hand is surrounded by glowing blue lines, crackling with unseen energy. The woman with glowing eyes lies prone on the ground as the black-haired man stands over her. A towering building is bisected by the same glowing blue lines, hinting at immense power. The blue lines streak across a blank canvas, their origin and destination unknown. Meanwhile, a man with glasses, presumably Il-sung, looks up with a serious expression. The woman with long dark hair looks up, her eyes wide with shock or fear. The words President Lee Tae-han hang in the air, followed by a declaration to construct something. The black-haired man stands with the woman with glowing eyes, who mentions the association with him, stating that they need to start by understanding it. He looks up, questioning the overall situation being presented to him. The woman glowing eyes explains that a scenario is unfolding within the martial law army. A black and white image flashes, labeled Operation Snare, suggesting it occurred in the original timeline. Another image appears, showing a group of people behind a fence, labeled The Awakener. The words Management Plan appear over a crowd, noting the Korean president's similarity to the U.S. president. A man with glowing eyes is shown, with a blurry image of a man resembling the former U.S. president behind him. Despite interference, the man succeeded in being voted into the presidency, according to the text. However, the text continues, that didn't mean he could ignore the club's instructions. The woman glowing eyes states that she will leave the interview to Lee Tae-han. An exclamation mark appears near a red cape, signaling a moment of tension. A man with dark hair smirks, telling someone they've survived well until now. The man continues, suggesting they proceed with the promise made in the testing site. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares in disbelief. A voice echoes, a simple expression of gratitude hanging in the air. Thank you. Elsewhere, a figure draped in a crimson cape strides away, their back turned to the unseen observer. Wang Tai-jin stands with a woman, his expression unreadable as he gazes into the distance. A man stands with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his posture relaxed. A booming voice proclaims, "Thank you, Odin," the words resonating with power. The woman examines a golden object, a question forming in her mind. She wonders about Lee Tae-han. A red cape billows dramatically, accompanied by a flash of blue energy. Standing atop a skyscraper, the man in the dark suit surveys the city below. A woman plummets from a great height, the city's buildings blurring past her. The man with glasses looks up, lost in thought. He considers Il-sung's. The woman's eyes widen slightly as she contemplates President Lee Tae-han. Below, the woman's expression hardens as she resolves, "I'll construct the association with him." The dark-haired man listens intently as he is told. "You'll need to start by getting an understanding of the overall situation." The woman's eyes dart upward, a flicker of concern in her gaze. What situation do you mean? She asks. She's informed that there is a scenario playing out within the martial law army. A stark image appears, labeled Operation Snare. It was carried out in the original timeline as well. A group stands behind a fence topped with barbed wire, part of the Awakener management plan. The text compares the current Korean president to the President of the United States, alongside an image resembling Donald Trump. A close-up reveals a man in a suit, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Despite his position, the president couldn't ignore the club's instructions. An advisor urgently warns someone off-screen. These individuals are extremely dangerous. The advisor urges consideration. Even now, as someone strides forward, their path obscured. One man argues that increasing security personnel won't solve the problem, suggesting they be removed entirely. The martial law army commander's opinion is sought, but the response is negative. It won't work. Kim Woo-seop, president of the Republic of Korea, is described as having a very tough attitude. Someone expresses concern about having a private meeting with the leader of such people. It's clarified that it's not a private meeting. The chairman of Jeonil and Ilsong are also present, so what could go wrong? The doorway stands open, glowing red symbols etched into the frame. Lee Tae-han and Wang Tae-jin stand framed in the doorway, bathed in the light beyond. The pair are joined by two others in the hallway, the group standing in a wide, brightly lit corridor. Lee Tae-han stands tall, a red cape draped over his shoulders, his expression unreadable. The president, Kim Woo-seop, appears troubled, sweat beading on his brow as he wonders if Chairman Lee Tae-han has always been this way. Lee Tae-han stands beside Wang Tae-jin, the words of praise echoing around them. The Awakeners have been recognized for suppressing the alien creatures, and the nation will forever remember them. A man in a suit bows deeply, offering his thanks repeatedly for their service. The unseen speaker expresses their gratitude on behalf of the nation and all its citizens. Kim Woo-seop, looking down, receives a message to stop Operation Snare immediately, with the warning that the soldiers will really suffer. Kim Woo-seop looks at Lee Tae-han, a question hanging in the air. Weren't the alien creatures suppressed? Lee Tae-han places a hand on Wang Tae-jin's shoulder, a gesture that seems both reassuring and possessive. Lee Tae-han, Wang Tae-jin, and another figure stand in the hallway, the air thick with unspoken questions. A woman in a light purple suit walks away, while a figure in a red cloak stands nearby. A voice chuckles, admitting to some unfortunate incidents having occurred. Kim Woo-seop states that Operation Snare is something he is hearing about for the first time, suggesting the Awakeners have misunderstood. A voice declares that they will apologize directly. Kim Woo-seop dismisses the need for apologies. The voice suggests that they simply say Operation Snare never existed, emphasizing the urgency of the meeting to prevent large-scale invasions. The woman with glowing eyes speaks of the martial law. Kim Woo-seop's expression is unreadable behind his glasses. Kim Woo-seop contemplates the situation, noting that there's no guarantee an alien invasion won't happen again. The woman with glowing eyes suggests that if it's the association, it must mean the World Awakener Association. A voice wonders if Chairman Joshua is still at the resort, expressing a desire to meet him once. Kim Woo-seop agrees to arrange a meeting soon. He expresses his gratitude, stating that he feels the same way. Kim Woo-seop wants to return daily life to the citizens as soon as possible. However, the woman with glowing eyes explains that lifting martial law isn't such a simple issue. She stands between Kim Woo-seop and Lee Tae-han. The woman states that regardless of whether it passes through their state council, the decision must be made. Kim Woo-seop listens intently as the woman explains that changes in the world situation must be fully taken into consideration. The invasion inflicted on their homeland has been suppressed, but not in other countries. The woman adds that other countries will also be starting discussions similar to theirs, indicating a global effort to address the situation. The woman with glowing eyes asks them to please confirm and start right away, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Lee Tae-han responds, stating that he will consider it, his expression thoughtful and serious as he contemplates the request. Elsewhere, a man's face is shown with glowing eyes, his expression intense and determined as he prepares to speak. The man in the red cloak declares that this is not a request, his tone firm and resolute. Lee Tae-han's reaction is not shown, but the tension in the air is palpable as he listens to the man's words. Lee Tae-han's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern as he processes the implications of the statement. The man in the red cloak continues, stating that their words are too much, implying that they are being excessive or unreasonable. He laughs, adding that they are being too much. A chilling laugh escapes the woman's lips as she makes her demands. The man's face contorts in disbelief, his glasses reflecting the intensity of the moment. Is it? The man with the scarf warns that he can't guarantee anything if the other continues to refuse, even after meeting the club's owner directly. The man's eyes widen in shock as he stares at something unseen, while another man walks away in the background. The man in the suit speaks, his words hanging heavy in the air. Then, just now? The woman with dark hair stares intently, her expression unwavering as she demands that martial law be lifted. A man with dark hair stands, his expression unreadable as something descends upon him. A figure plummets downwards, the word order emblazoned across the scene. A man walks over the bodies of fallen soldiers, a grim determination etched on his face. A soldier is struck with immense force, his body reeling from the impact. A brutal kick lands with sickening force, the sound echoing through the air. The man scolds someone, expressing his displeasure at being ignored. He continues, questioning if the situation is too difficult to understand. A soldier, injured and bloodied, weakly states that he and his comrades were just following orders. The text states that all unit members carrying out Operation Snare were suppressed. The man for the first panel looks concerned as he learns that headquarters called off the operation. The text states that only those whose lives are at risk should be treated, and everyone should move to their assigned hotels. The man listens intently, his expression unreadable from this close angle. A man speaks on the phone, mentioning heading over to Jikyol now that things seem settled. Someone says, "Good job, Sungil," seemingly pleased with the outcome. A woman offers something to someone, saying, "Take this." The speech bubble simply says this. The man looks at something in his hand, questioning what it is, and if he's going to meet his son empty-handed. A hand presents a folded piece of paper, a wish coupon intended for Jikyol, son of Caliber Kwan Sung-el, and signed by Odin and Mary. Odin's eyes widen in disbelief, the weight of the names Odin and Marie sinking in, a mix of shock and dawning realization washing over him. The coupon is held aloft, the paper catching the light as the gravity of the situation begins to dawn on those involved. The words "a wish coupon" hang in the air, a question mark punctuating the uncertainty and potential consequences of this unexpected gift. Wang Tai-jin stands with a woman, while Odin, in the foreground, expresses his unease, finding the situation too scary to fully comprehend. The weight of the coupon is palpable, the man feeling as though he's holding a nuclear bomb, the potential for immense change and destruction resting in his hands. Wang Tai-jin, a wry smile playing on his lips, muses that he doesn't know if this will be a good gift for the time being. Odin is told that it is awkward to bring this up now, and is asked to please take the coupon, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. The man expresses his gratitude, hoping for good care in the future as well, overwhelmed by the gesture and the implications it carries. Tears stream down Odin's face as he thanks Odin and the lady, overcome with emotion at the prospect of what this coupon represents. The message rings out, a promise and a declaration. Jikyol, Papa is coming with a gift, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty. Odin raises his arm in triumph, tears flowing freely as he embraces the idea of reconnecting with his son, Jikyol, bearing a precious gift. A hand presents a wish coupon, made out to Caliber Kwan Sung-il's son, Jikyol, and signed by Odin and Mary. Odin's eyes widen in terror as he exclaims in the name of Odin and Mary. The hand clutches the coupon tightly, as if it were a dangerous object. The coupon looms large, the words "a wish coupon" hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. Isn't this kind of terrifying? The coupon feels like a nuclear bomb in his hands, Odin thinks, as he stands with a woman. Wang Tai-jin is unsure if this is fitting as a reward for everything until now. It feels a bit awkward saying this now, but Odin's eyes are wide with fear. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious. He says he'll be counting on it. Odin's face contorts in horror, tears welling his eyes as he hears that he is included from here on too. The man's face is shown in extreme close-up, his expression grateful as he thanks Odin. A speech bubble proclaims that Jikyol's dad is bringing a present for him. Tears well in his eyes as Lee Tae-han watches two figures walk away from him. Driven by desperation, he sprints forward, hoping to catch them. His plea echoes a desperate attempt to halt their departure. "Just wait, okay." Meanwhile, the sky hangs heavy with clouds, mirroring the turmoil below. Lee Tae-han stands before a gated building, his posture conveying a mix of resolve and apprehension. His expression is a mask of worry, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated anxiety. He reaches out, his finger hovering over the intercom button, a silent plea for connection. A voice crackles through the speaker, demanding, "Who are you?" Lee Tae-han responds, his voice laced with a desperate hope. "It's me. Why are you here?" The response is sharp, laced with bitterness. "Am I not allowed to come? What? Now that the whole world's gone crazy, you suddenly want to play dad?" The voice hardens, delivering a chilling ultimatum. "Leave before my husband comes home." He turns to leave the gate, a disembodied voice warning him not to cause any trouble. Lee Tae-han, face set in a grimace, retorts that he didn't come to see them, demanding they simply call Jikyol. An unseen person speaks through the intercom, telling someone to stay still for a second. The intercom screen flickers to life, the voice now inviting him in, asking if he came to see Jikyol. With a mechanical whir, the gate swings open, granting access to the property. A man stands in the doorway of the house, awaiting the visitor. A young boy, beaming with joy, races toward the man, calling out, "Dad." Jikyal's face softens as he sees his son, calling out his name in return. Father and son embrace in a tight hug, a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. The reunion is a powerful moment, a testament to the bonds of family. The boy looks up at his father, expressing his gratitude, hinting at a past danger. Elsewhere, a man clutches a bat, the thought of seeing his Jikyal fueling a dark determination. A chaotic scene unfolds, figures blurred in a haze of red. Tears stream down the man's face as he embraces the child tightly. A child's voice cuts through the tension, asking if their father is crying. The woman observes the embrace, noting that the man is acting strangely. Fear escalates as someone demands to know what is happening, accusing another of acting like a madman. The man continues to hold the child, while the woman urges them to stop crying and prepare to leave. The man's face is etched with anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. The woman speaks calmly, stating that something wasn't necessary, but her words are met with disbelief. The woman wonders how she even got to this place, realizing that monsters must be everywhere. A disembodied voice urges someone to watch the news. The family stands together, the man's words filled with despair as he says it's all over now. A close-up reveals the man's face, his expression a mixture of fear and resignation. The phone displays breaking news, reporting the defeat of extraterrestrial life forms in Guachin. Individuals are awakening around the world, and the Earth is returning to stability, according to the report. The breaking news continues. Martial law has been lifted, bringing a sense of relief to some. The phone screen displays a news broadcast, stating that martial law, in effect for 10 days, has now been lifted. The news anchor reports that due to the attack by extraterrestrial life forms, the areas of Guachin, Anyang, and Gunpo are under restricted access with a curfew. The broadcast continues, announcing that the National Reconstruction Summit has. The Global Awaken Association is holding a press conference right now, according to the news report. The news reports that they're connecting live to the scene, as a hand rests on the shoulder of a young man looking at his phone. A man urges Jikyal to keep the card, telling him to use it when he really needs it. The young man looks down at the card he was given, his expression unreadable. A figure plummets from above, wreathed in crackling blue energy. The feed goes live, showing a dark silhouette amidst a blinding light. The image focuses on a man with glasses, identified as being at the Awaken Association base. One man stares at a phone, a question mark floating above his head as another says, "You turned." Decades ago, the man recalls being a businessman in Asia. Decades ago, Jikyal trembled with anger and fear under the ruthless assault of an alien civilization. Decades ago, humanity was powerless against the onslaught of the alien civilization and found itself in a position where it had no choice but to consider nuclear weapons as the last resort. With the power we have prepared, awakeners will appear in an instant, and they will be resolving the new threats. The words echo, declaring that the events within the field of trials have now become reality. A man with neatly combed black hair and glasses introduces himself as the president of the World Awaken Association. Amidst a backdrop of glowing blue symbols, a voice declares, "I am Lee Taehan." In a different timeline, within the field of trials, humanity faced a grim beginning, starting with 45 million people. The man with glasses solemnly states that fewer than 200,000 have returned from that trial. In that place, the struggle was beyond imagination within the field of trials. A figure in a dark red coat recalls fighting together under the name of Odin. Odin is the king of the gods, and he existed within the field. Please remember all of us who fought together under his name. Remember their sacrifices, says Director Mary. She stands with arms crossed, identified as Director Osiris of an unknown organization. Joshua von Harjan, Director King of Yama, is introduced, his gaze intense. Jonathan Hunter, Director Kalaba, is revealed, his expression serious and determined. Kwon Seon-jil stands tall, his hands on his hips, while a smaller figure looks at a device. A family is shown, their expressions ranging from concern to shock as something starting unfolds. From today's victory, humanity will move against the alien civilizations, vowing to reclaim what was lost. A man with glasses clenches his fist, determined to reclaim everything that was taken from them. A crowd of people with cameras document the moment, believing it will usher in a renaissance of a new world. The man with glasses is seen again, representing the World Awakeners Association. A promise is made, a new era to all of humanity, a future yet to be fully realized. Today's victory marks both a great first step and a turning point in human history, a pivotal moment. The determination to prove themselves echoes, a collective resolve to shape their destiny. A lone figure stands atop a high platform, gazing down. A message appears, declaring the strength and greatness of a species. A man and woman stare intently at their phones, their expressions etched with worry. The couple continues to watch their phones, their anxiety growing with each passing moment. A man's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear. A hand reaches out, grabbing someone from behind, the action punctuated by an exclamation. A young man peers out, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. A figure holds a wish coupon addressed to Jikyol, son of Caliber Kwan Seonjil, and signed by Odin X Mary. He clutches the coupon, his eyes wide with disbelief as he wonders if it could be true. A voice booms, claiming to be his dad. The man declares himself to be Caliburi. The name Kwan Seonjil is prominently displayed. The man declares himself, his image framed by an unseen power. Energy crackles around Lee Tae-han, a visual echo of battles fought. In a different timeline, within the field of trials, a war began with 45 million souls. Lee Tae-han's face is grim, the weight of loss etched in his expression, as only 200,000 returned. In that place, where the struggle defied imagination, they fought together under the banner of Odin. The memory replays, a close reminder of the battles fought under Odin's name, the king of the gods. A figure sits enthroned, a silent observer of the events unfolding around him. He existed within the field of trials, a place of immense struggle and sacrifice. Lee Tae-han's expression softens, a plea for remembrance etched on his face. And the countless names, all of us who fought together under his name, that were lost in the process. A stylized symbol hangs against a stark white background. A white car speeds through city street at night. A man takes a drag from his cigarette, smoke curling into the night air. The man wonders aloud what Odin is, his brow furrowed in thought. Behind the wheel, Lee Tae-han wonders what the media is trying to do. The invasion of alien civilizations has ended, and humanity has declared a counterattack. The only information made public is the content of Chairman Lee Tae-han's press conference. A man stands beside a white car in the rain, visibly displeased. The Republic had awakened individuals, and their gang as well, the man thinks, smoking under his umbrella. In a tiny country, only the privileged are getting richer, he reflects. The Joint Memorial Hall prays for the souls of those who sacrificed in a trial ground. The man wonders if his nephew is just a middle schooler. He stands, hand clenched, contemplating how a kid could be involved. Memorial wreaths line the wall, a somber display of respect. Politicians and businessmen alike have sent their respects, filling the hall with floral tributes. Lee Tae-han walks down the hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Are they already cooperating with the Awakeners? The man in the purple suit stops, a look of surprise washing over his face. A close-up reveals a wreath with a message offering condolences for the deceased. Another wreath bears the name Caliber Kwan Seonjil, catching Lee Tae-han's attention. The director stares intently at the wreath, his expression unreadable. A thought bubble conveys his shock. What is this unexpected big catch? His phone rings, the caller ID displaying the name Kwan Seonjil. The man with slicked-back black hair answers the call, his expression serious. A reporter got in touch, adding another layer to the unfolding situation. He holds the phone to his ear, a furrow deepening between his brows as he asks how they knew. Elsewhere, a voice advises to gently reject them, the words hanging in the air above a darkened room. The man in the pajamas walks, continuing the phone conversation, stating that if they can't understand, hand them over to the response team. The woman lies in bed, propped up on a pillow, musing that everyone must be itching to break some news. He watches the television, where a news anchor speaks, but the man thinks that the problem isn't the media's curiosity. The television screen displays a message from the World Awakener Association, urging a cautious wait until all Awakeners globally complete their registration. The news anchor reports that nations are expressing deep regret, including China, which is moving to control the Awakeners. The woman clutches her arms, wondering what she's going to do and if she should go. He continues speaking, stating that no, that would just be a temporary measure. The man continues, saying that they'll give those who think of them as just a force their own. The text declares that they will impose the highest level of economic sanctions, a real show of arms, and a big surprise. But just pressing them won't work, the thought lingers in the air. Lee Tae-han stands at a desk, a laptop open before him, unaware that a bigger problem will soon arise. The screen displays a dire warning. If the money that should circulate stops, the consequences will be severe. Fingers fly across a keyboard, the action likened to forcibly imprisoning the awakened ones, a desperate measure. Meanwhile, the Jonathan Investment Financial Group building stands tall, a symbol of the financial power at the heart of the crisis. The abstract image reflects the chaotic financial situation, a storm brewing on the horizon. Someone walks away, perhaps fleeing the impending disaster or moving to take decisive action. A man at a desk declares, "It's done," acknowledging that although the scale is small, it is a start to addressing global stock prices. Brian Kim, the CFO of Jonathan Investment Financial Group, is deeply concerned, unable to even contact Jonathan, the CEO, as he has undertaken something with all his positions on the line. The market is in turmoil, with shares worth over $1 trillion being sold off in a panic. Approximately 1,400 trillion KRW is in play, as those who liquidated a large portion of their assets on the day of beginning set off a chain reaction. An unprecedented amount of cash has piled up in the market, and if left unchecked, the entire world will soon be plunged into chaos. The ultimate fear: hyperinflation, a situation where currency value plummets due to an increase in the money supply and prices of all goods skyrocket. He runs a hand over his face, the weight of the day pressing down. How had they survived the day of beginning? He can't let it all go to waste. Normally, a deal of this magnitude would take months, yet this one concluded in a single day. Greedy opportunists are already circling, sensing an opportunity. The profit margin was enormous, the speaker explains, because things were bought at a bargain and sold at a high price. The man's tone is sharp, betraying his concern. One man instructs another to keep an eye on the market. They've only stepped on one small ember, he warns, implying a much larger fire is about to ignite. A man's face is etched with worry as he wonders if the transaction was unapproved. The implications of such a breach are clearly weighing heavily on him. The man sits at his desk, the glow of the monitor illuminating his face. He stares intently at the screen, processing the flood of information before him. A decision on a $1 trillion transaction, made on his own? It's a transaction of a scale comparable to the GDP of most countries, the text emphasizes. The chief trader of the Jonathan Investment Financial Group saw this small Asian. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, his expression unreadable. The individual is described as no different from the shocking monster seen on the day of beginning. The sale funds will be transferred to the World Awakeners, it is revealed. The association requests a cooperation letter be sent to Washington. Transferring the funds to the Awakeners Association was instinctual, the text explains. The ode mentioned by Jonathan on the day of beginning. The man stands in the office, seemingly contemplating the implications of this connection. If the leader of the world capital markets and the leader of the Awakeners are the same person, then taking this action would be the right move, the text concludes. Na Sun-Hu stares intently at his computer screen, a notification pinging. The message blares a single word: Odin. The email's origin is confirmed. It's from Odin. Kim Chong-soo declares the transfer of $1 trillion to the association a splendid move. Na Sun-Hu reads the message, hoping he still has the strength to act, as detailed information is attached. Meanwhile, two men sprint down a hallway, urgency etched on their faces. Their destination is clear. They're heading to Washington. The White House looms in the distance, a symbol of power and authority. Elsewhere, three men sit in a dimly lit room, engaged in a serious discussion around a table. One of the men states that they are not going to pay a single cent in taxes while managing $1 trillion. Another man questions the trillion-dollar figure, suggesting a private company will do what the government should be doing. The man continues, stating that if they stop it, they will have to carry their burden, questioning if it's natural to give each awakened person $200,000. The U.S. president leans back in his chair, musing how easy it is to make money. Elsewhere, two men in suits discuss guaranteeing a basic life for awakened individuals. The president states that when money moves, things happen. A voice questions if it isn't normal to pay taxes. The president believes it is better for his administration to spend the money. He asks if they're trying to use that as an excuse to disperse the capital. A document is placed on the table, noting that only the president's approval is left. A voice thinks they knew they were all pawns of the club, but this is absurd. The president is asked if they see the U.S. president as a puppet. A voice thinks they're watching the club take control of awakened monsters right before their eyes. The president kneels, stating that this is really messed up. Meanwhile, Brian Kim has arrived. The message is delivered with blunt force, no room for interpretation. He hopes the U.S. president will implement strong economic sanctions. The demand is clear: immediate action. The U.S. president demands to know what Brian Kim is talking about, questioning his sudden intrusion. The U.S. president asks how strong the sanctions are that they're discussing. Brian Kim proposes a complete ban on the import and export of all products, including oil. The U.S. president is informed of a ban on direct flights from the United States and allied countries to those nations. The U.S. president scoffs at the suggestion. The U.S. president laughs, stating that those who are claiming it's a trade war will flip out. The question is posed whether the U.S. president really plans on making the United States fight their proxy war. Brian Kim makes it clear to the U.S. president's club that if they want to proceed like this, the U.S. president declares that they'll have to impeach him, questioning why they would do so. Brian Kim smiles, seemingly pleased with the current state of affairs. The U.S. president stands before Brian Kim, listening intently as he explains that the same economic sanctions will be implemented by countries all around the world. The U.S. president appears skeptical, questioning the scope of these sanctions. The U.S. president is assured that is the case, and that Odini has a message. Brian Kim pauses, seemingly surprised by the mention of Odini. The U.S. president sits down, his expression unreadable as he is asked if he is really talking about the Odini who is the leader of the Awakened Ones. The U.S. president holds an envelope, his brow furrowed in thought. The envelope bears a date and location. April 1st, 2018, at the Westfields Marriott Hotel in Virginia, USA. The invitation is from the GNL Club, inviting the recipient to a special gathering. Brian Kim looks on with concern as the U.S. president examines the invitation. The invitation is indeed from Odini, a revelation that hangs heavy in the air. Brian Kim leans back in his chair, listening to someone speaking off-panel. The man asks if they're talking about the Odini who leads the Awakened Ones. The man off-panel asks if they're really talking about that Odini. Brian Kim responds, asking who else he could be referring to as Odini. Brian Kim holds a white envelope with a red wax seal, carefully opening it to reveal its contents. The invitation reads, "The GNL Club cordially invites you to a special gathering on April 1st, 2018, at the Westfields Marriott Hotel in Virginia, USA." The invitation seems to emanate a strange energy, the words, "an invitation from the club," hanging in the air. Brian Kim stares intently at the invitation, his brow furrowed with concern as Lee Tae-han stands silently behind him. The words from Odini burst from the invitation, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. A woman looks down, a swirl of confusion clouding her thoughts. The woman clasps her hands tightly, her expression unreadable as she stands in silence. Elsewhere, Wang Taijin stands in a room, looking towards a woman sitting on a bed, who asks when he is coming back. The unseen speaker laments that they can't give a definite answer. They request notification if Jonathan makes contact, adding that they barely get to rest. The man in the suit confides that he feels busier than he did even in the trial grounds. He explains that there are things he has to take care of. Elsewhere, a passenger jet soars through the sky, a distant promise of travel and connection. The skeletal framework of a building looms, a metallic lattice against an unseen sky. The man in the suit gazes out the window, musing that it would be easier if he simply opened a gate to London. The walker reflects that, as a Doom man, any action he takes could be seen as following Doom Chaos's orders. He must be cautious about everything. The man with glasses states that they will have to wait until the association is fully established, his expression unreadable. A sign announces that all Proud Awakeners are requested to register at the World Awakeners Association, Korea headquarters, by May 1st, 2018. Meanwhile, the airplane continues its journey, cutting through the atmosphere with purpose. The man with black hair and glasses sits in a dimly lit room, intently studying a document in his hands. A figure sits in a plush chair, legs crossed, seemingly waiting for something or someone. Jikyol, the man with glasses, pores over a document, his brow furrowed in concentration as he reviews the details. Carrie, her expression composed, looks directly forward, a slight smile gracing her lips. Carrie introduces herself, asking Wang Taijin for a moment of his time. A laptop sits open, displaying a web page with a Vortex Scans logo prominently featured. Wang Taijin, holding a newspaper, learns that Carrie is a journalist from the paper he's reading. Wang Taijin shakes Carrie's hand, stating that it's an honor as a subscriber. Carrie observes that he seems like someone working in the financial sector. Carrie asks Wang Taijin for his view on the current situation, specifically the U.S. economic sanctions. Wang Taijin believes the sanctions are an appropriate response to countries using awakened individuals as military weapons. The news reports that most powerful awakened are reportedly escaping, but it would be more accurate to say that detained groups are the weaker ones. Carrie questions whether it's unreasonable to treat the awakened as a significant military threat, given the circumstances. With the global economy already strained, playing the ultra-strong economic sanctions card is far from. Wang Taijin responds that Carrie's suggestion sounds like turning a blind eye to the detainment of some awakened, calling it rational. He listens as Carrie explains that from the general public perspective, the World Awakened Association slogan is understandable, and that awakened individuals must be accepted as part of humanity. The journalist leans in, her expression intense. Carrie asks if he is working with the association. Carrie crosses her arms, stating that she is with Jonathan Investment and Finance Group, awaiting his response. The journalist's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. Carrie admits she knew there was something unusual about him. The text bubble asks if the Jonathan Group is involved and if this situation could escalate into a financial war. Wang Taijin leans back in his chair, explaining that it's just a personal opinion as someone working in the financial sector. Carrie listens intently, her expression thoughtful. She wonders if the $1 trillion deal yesterday was proof of a preemptive move anticipating the sanctions. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, his gaze direct. He states that the information is classified, so he'll tell her straight. Wang Taijin continues, his tone serious. He says the global economy won't falter from the sanctions. Wang Taijin gestures, explaining that they were the ones who held the line on the day of awakening. Lee Tae-han speaks, recalling that around that time, his voice was the only one audible in first class. The text bubble states that soon, a massive volume of shares will begin to circulate, enough to completely offset any shock from the sanctions. The worst-case risk has now vanished. He reflects, sitting with his hands clasped in front of him. Carrie looks up, her expression thoughtful. She wonders what will happen when all those pushed out of the market on the day of awakening return. The journalist's question hangs in the air, a concern etched on her face as she considers the potential ramifications. Lee Tae-han, standing tall, assures someone that he is certain of what is coming. Meanwhile, an exterior shot reveals a building, its purpose unknown, standing as a silent observer. Two men walk down a sterile hallway, their conversation unheard, their destination a mystery. One of the men, older and with a stern expression, questions why this so-called Odin doesn't. The other man, equally aged, responds that it's hard to say, noting that even within the field of trials, he made efforts to build a social structure. The first man concedes, stating, "Very well," before suggesting they leave it there for now. In another hallway, a man bows deeply before another, the power dynamic evident in their posture. A figure strides forward, their words echoing a sentiment shared by many. The man's expression is unreadable as the words hang in the air. Even humanity, including the awakened, would have to join forces. The figure stands silhouetted, a stark declaration hanging in the air. They still wouldn't be able to stand against Odin. The figure stands, their posture suggesting a hidden strength, a silent promise of action. The man's gaze is steady, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of the situation. A monstrous form looms, its presence announced by the words. It's a ridiculous story, but it seems chained and imposing. The monster's form hints at a power barely contained, a force waiting to be unleashed. In a sterile room, a lone figure stands before complex machinery, the words echoing, in a world where such a monster exists right before our eyes. The man's expression is serious, the words above him declaring humanity's peace and the leap into a new era. The man's eyes narrow, a thought forming as he considers that perhaps that's Odin's true intention. The monstrous form looms again, the words declaring that there can never be two emperors in this world. The monstrous figure stands, a declaration of intent. They will neutralize the U.S. economic sanctions as planned. He stands firm, a looming figure readying for a confrontation with the Awakeners Association. Purposeful strides echo through the halls, each step carrying the weight of impending decisions. The man listens intently, the phone pressed to his ear as he absorbs critical information. A sudden exclamation bursts forth, revealing a moment of stark surprise. The man's expression hardens as he declares that this is a different story altogether. A stark realization dawns. China had only one option to counteract the economic sanctions. The plan unfolds, inducing a collapse of the dollar through a surge in gold prices. If they break through the upper limit of gold prices, the US dollar, the world's reserve currency, will collapse. The consequences are dire. It's no different from detonating a nuclear bomb in the global economy. The shockwave of this economic attack could ripple across the entire world. If it weren't for Jillian and Jessica preparing it, they could have used that card for negotiations. The pieces fall into place. Russia and the gold cartel are at the center of this scheme. China's massive gold stockpile is a known factor, but the alliance with the Rothschilds complicates matters. The man with the white hair listens intently. The dark-haired man is confident they can counter the economic moves. He notes an unprecedented surge in the stock market. To manipulate gold prices, China will need several times the amount they expected. The man in the black shirt states the requirements. The man with the white hair praises Jillian for her work. Jessica stands beside her, awaiting acknowledgement. A man in a suit walks purposefully down a hallway, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. Footsteps approach, the sound growing louder as someone moves closer, intent on their destination. The man with glasses, identified as Odini, declares his readiness, his expression serious and focused. The man with glasses stands alongside a woman with long, dark hair, both observing the unfolding events. A hand adjusts a tie, a subtle gesture of preparation, or perhaps a sign of underlying tension. The man with the blonde hair looks concerned, while the other man behind him remains stoic. The man in the suit, his face obscured, asks if they shall begin, his tone suggesting a pivotal moment. Three figures stand together, seemingly ready to execute their plan, their expressions determined and resolute. The title card for the series is displayed above a man and woman in suits. A blonde man's eyes narrow as he looks off to the side. Two men in suits stand side by side, the man in front wearing a red tie. A man with a sinister smile says, "All right, let's start." A title card reads, "A New Eras." An aerial view shows a man standing at a podium in a large auditorium filled with people. A closer view of the auditorium shows people seated in rows. A title card reads, "General Club General Meeting." A man in a white suit stands at a podium, ready to speak. A speech bubble indicates someone is speaking, but the words are obscured. A ghostly figure walks down the aisle of the auditorium, unnoticed by the seated audience. Two people observe the ghostly figure, one commenting that their stealth skill is pretty good. Arcane energy crackles between outstretched fingers, a silent threat forming. The energy intensifies as the hand's owner declares, "I'll make a good example out of them." A deafening shriek echoes through the hall as the blue energy erupts. A figure is completely consumed by the radiant blue light. The sudden attack leaves one of the attendees in stunned disbelief. The text box states that the Awakener who died due to Odin's wrath didn't leave behind any traces. The stench of death fills the interior of the meeting hall as the blue energy dissipates. The man with black hair and a white coat extends his hand, advising, "You should hold off on wasting money to hire Awakeners for the time being." Another attendee wonders if China was responsible, noting that quite a few of them are still not under proper control. The text box states, "So this is an Awakener." And then the woman with black hair says, "Since the uninvited guest is gone, let us resume the meeting." The man with black hair and a white coat listens as the members begin to lay down a few requests while representing their families. Another man believes that they should revive the Tessera Project to calm down the chaos and confusion that is currently present. The Tessera Project involved tokens held by slaves in ancient Rome. The token was a symbol of slavery. The modern version would be a microchip implanted within an individual. The Tessera Project was brought up in the Bilderberg Club after the 9/11 terror attacks. It was billed as preparing against disaster. The project was shut down after harsh opposition, but the biggest topic was the next one. Na Sunhu reflects that the Day of Beginnings was even more shocking than that. The voice argues that the Tessera Project should be carried out for the Awakeners, becoming part of the association application process. The mood split between the Awakeners and non-Awakeners of the club. The biggest topic was an agreement to be made between the World Awakener Association and the UN members. Na Sunhu tells everyone to check the documents prepared at their seats. A man in a brown suit holds a document, seemingly preparing to review it. The man in glasses appears concerned about the agreement between the World Awakener Association and the UN member nations. Only those who officially joined the World Awakener Association by going through official channels will be recognized. The document in the man's hands detailed the World Awakener Association's new authority. Another attendee reviewed the terms, which granted the association the right to police its own members. The implications were clear. Everything could be summarized under one sentence, the man thought. No one should interfere with what the World Awakener Association does. The speaker continued, outlining the cost of this agreement, microchips, and control. Nearly unbound authority was being requested in return for this control. The members with high political and military positions couldn't hide their shock at the proposal. Despite their shock, they began to reply calmly, one by one, promising, "It will be done as you wish." The man, his face etched with concern, echoed the sentiment, "As you wish." The agreement was sealed with a simple, chilling phrase, "As you wish." The figure known as Lord Odin stood tall, his presence commanding. The news reports on the damage caused by conflict between Awakeners, questioning if this should be allowed to continue. The broadcast claims the world is being embroiled in a bloody conflict between the Awakeners. News regarding the Awakeners pours in endlessly from all over the world. The broadcast promises to turn their eyes to the shocking truth about Awakeners. Reporter Ju In-sung reports that there was another case of collateral damage yesterday in Japan. The news continues to paint a grim picture of the Awakeners' impact. Ju In-sung elaborates that in Tokyo City, what seemed to be a fight between an Awakener male and an Awakener female caused significant damage. The public is growing increasingly wary. Members of the public and police unfortunately suffered critical injuries and even passed away after being swept up into it. The report asks if the Awakener culprits have been detained. The phone screen displays a news article questioning if Awakeners, called saviors, are truly even human. Another headline reports a huge Awakener incident, something even bigger. Kwon Sung-gil reads that they're all just treating Awakeners like they're monsters. He seems troubled by the sentiment, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications. He thinks that they probably look at Dad the same way. The thought clearly weighs heavily on him, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. Kwon Sung-gil throws his head back and laughs, though the sound is strained and carries a hint of bitterness. The news has clearly affected him deeply. He stands in the room, contemplating the idea that someone is just a regular old man. Elsewhere, a muscular man rests on a couch, seemingly enjoying a moment of leisure. The man in the brown sweater considers the fact that someone can book the most expensive room in Ilsung Hotel. Youngju's eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming, "Whoa, is this real?" The man in the green shirt and gray jacket looks down, declaring, "You live here?" The conversation shifts to the topic of someone's father with the question, "Did your dad win the lottery?" One man addresses the other as Uncle Taehan as they continue their discussion. The conversation reveals that someone's father is the president of Ilsung and a strong awakener, implying that money is not an issue. One of the men expresses his disbelief, muttering "damn," while the other smiles confidently. The man looking up questions if someone's dad really is Caliber and asks if the other man is Jikyal's friend. Uncle Taehan, with a sinister grin, tells someone they can play here as much as they want. The man looks up, thinking that someone is really just a regular old man. Youngju looks up at his uncle, a worried expression etched on his face as he begins to ask a difficult question. Lee Tae-han, seen in profile, listens intently as Youngju asks if he's killed people. Two other men, overhearing the question, react with shock and shout a surprise hey. Youngju's eyes widen, his expression mirroring the shock of the others as he awaits his uncle's response. Lee Tae-han looks down, his expression unreadable as he considers the weight of the question. Seen in profile, Lee Tae-han dismisses the question with a simple, nonchalant, "It's fine." He continues, admitting he's messed up a few people, justifying his actions by saying he couldn't let people like them live in the same world as Youngju and his friends. Lee Tae-han reaches out, touching Youngju's face reassuringly, telling him to not worry because everything is all nice and clean. A sinister smile spreads across Lee Tae-han's face as he tells Youngju to do or eat anything he wants. Lee Tae-han raises his arm, emphasizing that they'll get Youngju whatever he wants. Youngju, looking up with another man, exclaims how super cool his dad is, clearly impressed by his uncle's power and influence. Youngju suggests they go to the rooftop pool, excitedly adding that it's amazing. Lee Tae-han smiles, his expression suggesting a dark amusement. He clenches his fist, a subtle gesture hinting at his inner resolve. Sweat beads on a man's brow as he stares ahead, fear etched on his face. A holographic display declares, "You have been designated as one of Doom Man, has 4 great priests." The man's eyes dart nervously as he reads the designation, his unease growing. A man with glasses peers at a similar screen. The message stating a command has arrived from the all-powerful Doom Chaos. The screen displays a stark order. Execute the right, change. Command. A woman with shoulder-length hair reads of the coming end to the battle between the army of Dragorin and the armies of the 7 Demon Kings. Time dwindles, the screen warns, until the human army's entry into the war is nearing. Seated on a modern couch, a figure receives a stark directive. Prepare yourself. Remnants of the Old One's dungeons remain in the human army's homeworld, the screen reveals. The message continues, stating that the entrances of the dungeons will need to change to the battlefield. He contemplates the rite that will make the human army's participation possible, a plan that is finally beginning to unfold. The darkness gathers, a prelude to the coming storm, with only faint crimson lines hinting at the chaos to come. A swirling vortex of purple and pink energy crackles with unseen power, a glimpse into the otherworldly forces at play. The swirling energies coalesce, forming a backdrop for the impending conflict, the human army's participation in a cosmic struggle. Beneath a swirling, Earth-like planet, a group of figures stands ready, cloaked and determined, prepared to face the coming doom. A soldier stands tall, clad in military garb, ready to descend onto the battlefield of doom and chaos, weapon in hand. A directive arrives, commanding the performance of a rite of conversion. The battle between the Legion of Star Dragorin and the Legion of the 7 Demon Kings nears its end, and the human legion's participation is not far off. A figure stands over a burning body, the air thick with smoke and ash. The message is clear: prepare yourselves. On the homeland of the human legion, dungeons left behind by the Old Ones still remain, a constant reminder of past conflicts. The dungeon exits must be redirected toward the battlefield, focusing the chaotic energies. The request for conversion will make this possible, promising a shift in power. The whereabouts of the former association president of Awakeners, Chief Carrion, had long been uncertain, but he is now entering Korea. Breaking news reports director Karjun makes a sudden entry. The broadcast cuts to a reporter at the arrival site. Reporter Park Soyun stands ready at the arrival site. He is also known as Ko Sirasai, Joshua Vaughn Karjun. Director Karjun has just emerged from the arrivals gate with his subordinate Awakeners, ready to make his presence known. A news reporter states that Director Karjun appears to be refusing any press conferences. Until now, many questions surrounded his whereabouts. The reporter pauses, her eyes widening slightly as she receives breaking news. The broadcast shifts to a graphic identifying Jonathan Hunter as the CEO of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. The news reports that Jonathan Hunter is also bound for Korea, adding to the growing anticipation. With the Awakener registration date just 2 weeks away, key figures from the association are gathering in Korea, one after another. Meanwhile, a helicopter cuts through the sky, its destination unknown. Contrary to concerns that opinions within the association would split over microchip implantation, high-ranking officials are demonstrating unity. The fact that the Global Awakeners Association headquarters has been established in the country is also a significant development. Chairman Lee Tae-han's appointment as association president is drawing worldwide attention. After briefly greeting his parents, the dark-haired man moved to the association's global headquarters. The helicopter approaches the former Gino Resort, now a structure entwined with massive, golden tentacles. The building stands as a testament to the changing landscape of the world, a blend of the modern and the monstrous. Inside the helicopter, The dark-haired man learns that ORCA also played a part in the establishment of the Global Awakeners Association. He stands next to a woman with shoulder-length brown hair as she remarks on handing over one of their buildings. Wang Tai-jin stands thinking about the priests of Doom Men and how the altar was of gold, but the offering required was paper money. The altar glows with purple energy, accepting dollars or anything humans perceived as valuable. The planet is shown surrounded by falling money, as though Doom Chaos had grasped humanity to its very core. Jonathan stands in a room as someone asks where he has been. The woman with blonde hair stands, saying there was unfinished business she had to wrap up. Wang Tai-jin stands next to another man, as the man says he got an earful from Brian, and thanks everyone for gathering. Two men stand, as one says that since this is a quest for the priests, he cannot directly intervene. The man with glasses stands, saying that as this is Doom Chaos's first directive, it will be quite harsh. The woman with brown hair says that they don't know how long it may take, but the blonde woman says she hopes they endure it well, as a hooded figure looks on. Two men stand, as one says to leave it to them, and that they'll pull it off. He approaches the stacked gold, the woman with glowing eyes and Jikial flanking him. The air crackles with unseen energy. Two more figures approach the offering, their faces obscured by shadow. The ritual is about to begin. The man with glasses, his face set with grim determination, declares, "Let us begin." Behind him, the woman with glowing eyes and a blonde man watch intently. Purple energy flares around the gold, the air shimmering with heat. The ritual intensifies. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that an offering is presented for the rite of conversion. The purple energy intensifies, the gold beginning to melt under its power. The molten gold flows like liquid fire, the ritual reaching its peak. A woman gasps, her face contorted in pain as the ritual takes hold. A dark-haired man stands beside her, his expression unreadable. A cacophony of voices rises, each one a twisted echo of a different soul. A laughing woman's voice pierces the din. A weeping man's lament joins the chorus, adding to the growing sense of dread. An old man's scream tears through the air, a sound of pure agony. The cacophony of twisted voices surges, threatening to overwhelm everything. The message is clear. Third parties are actively engaged in a rite of conversion. Another message surfaces, urging the conservation of authority in response to their wishes. Each step away from the ritual chamber felt heavy, burdened by the weight of what had transpired. But just as they had their role to play, so too did others in this grand scheme. The red-haired man acknowledges his own ongoing task, a mission yet to be fully revealed. Confusion hangs in the air as the question arises, what is all of this supposed to mean? Even if each nation refuses, the implications are dire, a sense of desperation etched on his face. The agreement with the Global Awakeners Association will be signed individually, nation by nation. The agreement on associate membership status looms, as the man wonders if they are being ignored. It's certain there exists a force greater than Bilderberg, a power that shapes the world, a power that moves the entire world, held within a hand, its influence undeniable. The problem was never the Bilderberg Club, the man explains to the Minister of Economy. One of the men in suits speaks, lamenting their narrow vision. He continues, suggesting they've been frogs in a well all along, trapped by unseen walls. The man urgently asks if their plan can be put into action immediately. He suggests that Golden Frog would be a fitting name for the plan. The other man clasps his hands, stating that they should wipe everything clean and start anew. The first man asks the minister what he thinks of this drastic course of action. The text overlay emphasizes the need to wipe it all clean, referring to the structure of the global economy. The minister agrees, his face illuminated with a strange intensity. The text declares that if they are frogs in a well, they must break its walls. The text warns that this action could mean all of them being crushed beneath the falling debris. The golden frog statue is shown again, with the words "and dying together." Meanwhile, a cloudy sky looms, perhaps foreshadowing the uncertain future. The city skyline looms, a concrete jungle under a twilight sky. This is New York, specifically Manhattan. A sleek, black car idles before a stately building, its headlights cutting through the dim light. The woman in the red dress leans out of the car, blowing a kiss to someone unseen. "Me too," she says. She strides down the sidewalk, her figure framed by the city's glow. "I'll message you once I'm inside." The click of her heels echoes against the pavement as she walks with purpose. She pauses before a building, its entrance marked with a subtle $2. The door waits. Ascending the steps, she moves with a practiced grace, her destination drawing closer. Her gaze is sharp, observant, missing nothing in her surroundings. Meanwhile, a man sits alone at a dimly lit bar, his back to the unseen observer. The woman in red stands beside another man, their conversation laced with tension. "If we keep going like this, suspicion is inevitable," he warns. She retorts, "You can't just call me out suddenly like that." The man takes a drink, his expression unreadable as he holds a red card in his hand. The subtle details of his suit hint at power and influence, a silent language of wealth. She appears troubled, a code red alert hanging in the air. The man with glasses explains that missions under the red envelope involve nuclear strikes and cyber blackouts, operations that could trigger World War III. She asks if they have secured the chairman of the New York Mercantile Exchange, NYMEX. He confirms, stating that the chairman is one of the people they invested the most effort into. Holding a red envelope, she realizes this is a currency war, with the nation's fortune and power all on the line, to connect her to the chairman. The man with glasses tells Sabina that she'll need to be aware of a few things as well, and that he'll give her just the bare framework. The man with glasses, swirling the liquid in his glass, asks how much she knows about the 2008 subprime crisis. She states that it marked the point when Jonathan Investment Finance Group swallowed the world economy. She says that she can keep it brief, adding that Wall Street's geniuses were skilled at wrapping toxic waste in fancy packaging. The man with glasses continues to swirl his drink, noting that they condensed it, twisted it over. She replies that Rothschild swallowed it all up. The man with glasses agrees, saying that complex mechanism was a deep inspiration. She raises her glass, proposing a toast to us. A hand carefully places a small, golden frog figurine onto a dark, reflective surface. The woman glowing eyes speaks, her expression serious. What was created from that was... A golden frog sits on a table, positioned near the woman's red dress. The frogs seem to float in the air. We will distribute it, the woman's words echo. Jikyal stares intently, his gaze fixed on something beyond the floating golden frogs. The golden frogs drift as a speech bubble declares exchange, though the first attempt was foiled by the gold cartel. The woman glowing eyes looks forward, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the golden frog, its surface gleaming. Even they, the text proclaims, will have no way of stopping this. Read this series first at vortexescans.com. The geniuses of Wall Street, it was said, were experts at packaging toxic waste into something fancy. He held a glass containing an amber liquid. They condensed it, concentrated it, twisted it again, and gave birth to a deadly poison. Its complex mechanism gave a great deal of inspiration. The woman with glowing eyes listened intently, and that's how it was created. Resting on the table was the sojumwa, also known as the lesser gold frog. The man's voice echoed. He looked on as the golden frogs floated upwards. Are going to release it on the New York Stock Exchange. The golden frogs drifted, shimmering in the light. Episode 135. It was unclear if he was charmed by Sabina, or if she had some dirt on him, but the chairman of a New York Mercantile Exchange promised to list the sojumwa. He looks down, a sense of resignation washing over him as he thinks they are all screwed anyway. A voice echoes, suggesting they might as well find a way for the country to survive. Meanwhile, a towering skyscraper pierces the sky, a symbol of the power and influence at play. In a bustling office, the air crackles with unspoken tension as someone speaks, their words hanging heavy in the atmosphere. A man in a white shirt stands amidst the office chaos, seemingly unfazed by the undercurrents swirling around him. Elsewhere, a man urgently speaks into his phone, his expression a mask of concern as he relays critical information. The man on the left shouts, demanding to know if the other man is Mickey. The man in the suit questions why he has been so out of touch, assuming he had returned to China. The man on the left says something came up, something important, and asks the other man to have a seat. A disembodied voice reveals that it was actually waiting for the man to contact him. Steam rises from a cup of coffee as a voice declares that a market targeting the awakened is forming rapidly. Two men sit in a modern room, one suggesting they join hands and get a head start in this new market. He appears troubled, a question hanging in the air. A business for the awakened? The man in the suit considers his counterpart's audacity. That is why he came, but the man confidently asserts that he possesses something far more significant than what's currently on the table. The man orders someone to connect him with the Jonathan Investment Financial Group, promising to make it worth their while. Meanwhile, an empty office overlooks a sprawling cityscape, the silence broken only by the hum of distant traffic. The man expresses deep gratitude for the information he's received, acknowledging the risk involved in obtaining it. The man on the phone states he's telling someone this out of courtesy, his expression unreadable. Speaking on the phone, the man mentions that if there's a lesser gold frog, it means there is also a greater gold frog, hinting at a larger scheme. A voice declares that everything is fine, though the context remains unclear. The man listens intently to the person on the other end of the phone, his expression thoughtful. The words, "We are the Jonathan Investment Financial Group," appear, solidifying the connection between these conversations. The man on the phone looks up, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he listens to the voice on the other end. He speaks with a hint of menace, promising a more private setting. The dollar remains the key currency, hosting international payments and financial transactions. With the euro, pound, and yen as its guests, the yuan has been continuously trying to join the party. The The dollar is backed by China's massive gold reserves. Wang Taijin stands in a room, phone to his ear, listening intently. It seems the greater gold frog is beginning. China's Deputy Prime Minister of Economy announces that the nation's gold reserves exceed 15,000 tons, the largest in the world, as the yuan pushes for a gold standard. What is the fate of the world's key currency, the dollar, in the face of China's counterattack, a nation under economic sanctions? International gold prices surge in the wake of China's policy, and global stock markets shift to a downturn. It's all proceeding as planned. Wang Taijin, still on the phone, states that he will contact the club members. Raiding the People's Bank of China to steal their gold doesn't fit the future he's painting, as he calls Brian. Even without resorting to such barbaric methods, Wang Taijin pours himself a glass of wine. Whether it's a small frog or a big frog, he can crush them all with the power of gold. Wang Taijin holds a glass of red liquid, contemplating the future. Until now, he has used history. The glass of red liquid seems to welcome those who are about to be affected. Meanwhile, the words "into history my history" appear, foreshadowing a significant event. Wang Taijin's gaze is intense as he holds the glass, ready to make history himself. The words, "you who have stepped in," appear over a background of stock charts. The stock chart shows a volatile market, hinting at the chaos to come. A man with glasses laughs maniacally, reveling in the unfolding events. The computer screen displays data, confirming that this was inevitable. The man with glasses proclaims that this is the taste of the capitalism people live and die for. The explosive trading volume on the New York Mercantile Exchange was a perfect display of the nature of capitalism. The total transaction value was about to exceed a staggering $10 trillion, as the little frogs were about to devour the world economy. A golden, frog-like entity undergoes a transformation, evolving into something far more immense. Jikial sits back, confident. He muses that future problems can be dealt with later. The plan unfolds as expected, and he anticipates the endless greed of others will play into his hands. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face as he anticipates the ruin of capitalism. Jikial observes the commotion, a question forming in his mind as he watches the office. Two men approach Jikial, one of them asking what all the commotion is about in the office. The monitors display the trading volume chart, demanding attention as the situation intensifies. A man shouts that a counter-trade is coming, his face etched with disbelief at the scale of it all. Jikial remains calm, stating that it's useless for them to try and suppress it now, as he looks at something. A close-up reveals Jikial's face, a mixture of anticipation and calculation in his expression. A close-up of an eye shows shock and disbelief, the pupil wide with alarm. The immense buying power is on full display, as a man and woman stare at the trading chart. He stands, back to the viewer, as the unthinkable crosses his mind. From that moment forward, every transaction moved in perfect unison, all following a set script. Jikial's face contorts in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. No, this can't be. Impossible. Even if the heavens and the earth were to flip, a bubble inflated to over $10 trillion cannot be fully absorbed by any single group. His eyes widen, spittle flying as he realizes the implications. It's impossible, even if the big four financial empires of the West were to unite. Jikial's face is a mask of desperation. He wonders aloud if he hasn't run the calculations over and over. The Minister of Economy is confronted by a man in a suit, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, in a room filled with desks and monitors, the staff are in disbelief. No, this is... Three men walk with purpose, one exclaiming that this isn't capitalism. A cityscape looms, a symbol of the financial empire that is now crumbling. It's over. In a modern office, two men stand, one with his arms crossed, the other seated at a computer. China has halted the issuance of new yuan currency. A chandelier hangs above, and the situation is met with a groan. He looks down at Jikial, who is overwhelmed by the situation. Wang Taijin states that this includes their group's slush funds. Jikial's hand trembles as he acknowledges that Odin's assets will be revealed to the world. He knows that even with media control, the public isn't stupid. Wang Taijin explains that people will compare the day of Advent with this battle. He believes they will naturally arrive at the obvious conclusion. The Jonathan Investment Financial Group and others are seeing money and debris falling around their buildings, a sign of their crumbling empire. The assets of the Big Four are beyond imagination, as money rains down on the city, a testament to their vast wealth and influence. The data is so unexpected that even China's Minister of Economy couldn't have predicted it. He must have sensed the existence of shell companies that have been thoroughly concealed. A man with gray hair appears on a screen, his image superimposed over a cityscape, hinting at his power and reach. Wang Taijin stands with his arms crossed, listening intently. He was told something of great importance. The man on the screen emphasizes the importance of their connection. He asks if he didn't connect him through the President of the United States. Wang Taijin dismisses the concerns, telling the man on the screen that he's being overly suspicious about the situation. The man on the screen pauses, seemingly gathering his thoughts before continuing the conversation. The man on the screen apologizes, stating that there was a problem with the product's composition, hinting at a deeper issue. The screen displays information about providing gold or yuan equivalent to the traded volume as Wang Taijin stands with his arms crossed, listening intently. The protagonist's expression hardens as he demands, "Are you telling me you can't pay up now?" He implies that collapse will follow if payment is not made. The man with gray hair explains that this measure is for the public good, and that failure would have major repercussions for the world economy. A sinister smile spreads across Wang Taijin's face as he begins to laugh, a sound that hints at something wicked brewing. The man with gray hair watches the screen, his face etched with worry as the laughter echoes in the background. Wang Taijin's laughter continues as he accuses someone of trying to take the world down with them, his words laced with disdain. He clenches his fist, veins bulging, as he taunts his opponent, suggesting that being the only one going down must be frustrating. The dark-haired man's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in them as he prepares to reveal his true nature, a simple but escaping his lips. His grip tightens further, a dark aura emanating from his hand as he warns, "You'd best not think of deceiving me." The man with gray hair looks up, his face a mask of fear as he realizes the gravity of the situation he's in. A surge of power erupts, revealing the truth. Wang Taijin is Odin, a declaration made in fiery letters. Odin's eyes glow with menacing red light, a clear sign of his immense power and the danger he represents. His eyes darted nervously, sweat beading on his brow as the chilling words echoed in his mind. "I'll be coming soon to claim what's mine." A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, his face contorted in a grimace of fear. The threat hung heavy in the air, palpable and suffocating. A sinister chuckle bubbles up from the man before the monitor. He clutches his own throat, a sense of betrayal washing over him. A flicker of defiance sparks in his eyes, a plan forming. His grip tightens, a silent warning against any deception. The man's laughter fades, replaced by a grimace of determination. A surge of power emanates, declaring his true identity. His eyes glow with an ominous red light, burning with purpose. He vows to reclaim what is rightfully his gaze intense. A bead of sweat trickles down his neck, a sign of the pressure building. A private jet descends, its engines roaring as it approaches the runway. The aircraft touches down, kicking up a cloud of dust as it decelerates. The jet taxis smoothly, coming to a stop near a waiting group. He strides confidently from the plane, flanked by two men in dark suits. The small delegation walks toward a welcoming party, their footsteps echoing on the tarmac. The chairman's closest aides form a network of hometown associates and direct subordinates. The man with the fiery red hair is surrounded by his own loyalists, collectively known as Xi's army. The red-haired man steps forward, a respectful tone in his voice as he greets the arriving guest. "I am Lu Wang. It's an honor to meet you, Odin." Lu Wang's expression is serious, his eyes narrowed as he assesses the man before him. Lu Wang, the architect of New Normal, stands as China's economic commander. Lu Wang's gaze is intense, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of polite respect. Salt and Tile had two faces, gold and the new yuan banknotes. He faces Lu Wang, inquiring if the government plans to issue more new yuan notes. The economic strategy, it was said, was designed to inflate the bubble to its peak and then burst it. Lu Wang couldn't answer, because he couldn't predict what consequences his words might bring. Wang Taijin suggests that the gold can simply be handed over as compensation. The man with black hair presses the issue, asking how his losses in the new yuan notes will be compensated. The words hang in the air, for breach of contract. According to international custom, the protagonist explains, they must pay 3 times that, which is $6 trillion. Lu Wang, surrounded by his men, states that considering the government situation, he'll settle at 5 trillion. Wang Taijin counters, stating his calculations put that at $2 trillion. Lu Wang's face contorts in disbelief, asking if he is serious about this demand. The economic commander's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Wang Taijin calmly replies that would still leave $3.5 trillion. Lu Wang glares upward, his face contorted with rage as he spits out a question. The economic commander's fury intensifies as he curses Wang Taijin, his voice a venomous hiss. Lu Wang's face is a mask of fury as he details the implications of touching the regime's slush funds. An older man reacts with shock, his eyes wide as he considers the implications. Lu Wang's anger boils over as he calls Wang Taijin an insane bastard. Wang Taijin stands with his back to Lu Wang, listening to the economic commander's outburst. Lu Wang's expression shifts to disbelief as he questions if Wang Taijin means rebellion. The older man suggests that if they fear rebellion, they should spare no expense in hiring awakeners. Wang Taijin states that he is in forced confinement, including those they are holding. Meanwhile, 2 men sit in chairs, discussing the collapse of the yuan's currency reform only 2 days after it began. A woman with short blonde hair reports that the Chinese government halted the issuance of new yuan notes. China, he explains, likely wanted to resolve matters before financial sanctions cut off transactions. At first, their strategy worked, or so it seemed. The dollar crashed, and gold prices plummeted. But then, trading volumes of the New York Mercantile Exchange overwhelmed that trend, defying expectations. Chinese capital struck back, of course. But as she knows, the result couldn't be overturned, despite the initial success of the countermeasures. Still, one question remains in Rachel's mind. How could such trades happen while the dollar was crashing? The anomaly gnaws at her, demanding an explanation. He continues, explaining that they had to process every one of those trades on the NYMEX. The sheer volume of transactions is difficult to comprehend. Bastian, looking off panel, demands to know what Rachel is doing. His tone is sharp, betraying a growing frustration. He holds a rolled-up script in his hand, his expression hardening as he tells someone to stick to the script. The pressure is mounting. Rachel retorts that's the part viewers are most curious about, questioning how they can skip it. She seems determined to deviate from the established plan. Bastian, his face contorted in annoyance, tells someone not to spout nonsense. The tension between them is palpable, a silent battle brewing. Rachel remains resolute, her gaze unwavering. She's clearly not backing down from her position, despite Bastian's disapproval. Bastian seems to be a loss for words, only able to utter her name. His frustration is evident, but he seems unsure how to proceed. The woman in the dark blue suit listens intently, a frown creasing her brow. There's pressure on the entire newsroom, she is told. The individual strides forward, their destination unknown, their purpose obscured. The woman on the phone listens, her expression hardening. She hears, not just from Washington or advertisers, the world's going insane. Lying down, the man glances at his phone, a casual acknowledgement escaping his lips. Fine, fine. The disembodied voice promises, I'll look into it, before launching into a dire warning about the power to bring China to its knees and control U.S. media. The unseen speaker continues, explaining that in capitalism, wealth inevitably concentrates, but this has gone far beyond. Bastian, an investigative reporter, stares intently at his phone, his expression unreadable. He types furiously, the screen displaying a list of investment groups. The text ominously declares that their existence is more threatening than awakeners or alien invasions. Bastian's gaze is intense, focused on the task at hand, whatever it may be. The woman at the computer receives a message. It's been a while. Is the weather nice over there? The response comes back. It's snowing on Jupiter. Fingers fly across the keyboard, the text on the screen revealing that this is the method the anonymous informant uses to confirm identity. 2 years had passed since the initial contact, but the weight of it still lingered. Wang Taijin stared into the middle distance, lost in thought. The data originated from Mossack Fonseca, a Panamanian law firm of considerable size. Over 2 terabytes of files, packed with records of tax evasion by powerful figures, were now in play. Politicians, tycoons, and sports stars were implicated. The files included a staggering $4 trillion in slush funds hidden offshore by Chinese officials. The Isages Panama Papers project began with the documents provided by an anonymous source. But after a brief uproar, the scandal faded and the truth was buried. Considering the sheer volume of data they had received, Wang Taijin couldn't help but feel the results had been pitiful. The information had barely scratched the surface. A text message exchange revealed the frustration. One party admitted, I don't even know how to reply. The other responded, it's been a while. I regret the results of the Panama Papers. Another message offered a small comfort. You all did your best, one person typed. Thank you for saying so, came the reply, but the words rang hollow. Wang Taijin sat at his desk, the glow of the screen illuminating his face. He thought, we should have drawn more public interest. It's a shame. Meanwhile, a zipped folder labeled Holiday, containing 512 kilobytes of data, appeared on the screen. The contents remained a mystery, for now. A new message arrived, terse and to the point. Here's new data. The implications hung heavy in the air. A close-up of an eye revealed the shock and surprise of the recipient. The new data had clearly made an impact. The message continued. This time will be very different, and it'll be a lot more dangerous for you. You'll be in greater danger. The stakes have been raised. The city lights blur in the distance, a silent witness to events unfolding. Trucks speed down the highway, their headlights cutting through the night. The cargo is revealed. 15,000 tons of gold bullion, a treasure beyond measure. Each truck carries a staggering 30 tons, a testament to the sheer scale of the operation. The scale of the convoy becomes clear. You need 500 trucks for this haul. Wang Taijin receives a message from Jamie, reporting strange happenings at the association regarding an unprecedented gold transport convoy in history. The question hangs in the air. What's the situation? A blue barrier, reminiscent of the day of Beginning's Gate, has appeared, cutting off all internal contact and making entry impossible. The woman on the other end of the line confirms the dire situation, exclaiming that communications are dead on her end as well. Another man, face contorted in anger, demands a way in. Wang Taijin learns that a quest to disrupt the transition ritual has opened, likely an SSS-class dungeon where the human legion's priests are gathered. The looming question remains, how strong are the enemies swarming within? Wang Taijin, phone pressed to his ear, orders the expansion of the restricted zone. Another man, in a dark suit, speaks into his phone, confirming the barrier's strength. It is enough to withstand ballistic missile detonations. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen with fear as she listens to the voice on the other end of the line. The woman on the phone, her expression grim, hears that this is going. Wang Taijin listens intently to the phone, his brow furrowed. The association reports an abnormal phenomenon has occurred. The source of the disturbance appears to be a modern building, its windows reflecting the overcast sky. Elsewhere, a woman relays dire news over the phone. A blue barrier, like the gate of the day of beginning, has spread out. The situation worsens as another agent reports that their communication line has gone dead, cutting them off from command. A superior barks orders, demanding that his subordinates find an access route into the affected area. Wang Taijin, still on the phone, realizes a quest has opened to obstruct the conversion ritual. He considers the implications. The scale of the threat becomes apparent. Just how powerful are the ones rushing in? Meanwhile, a helicopter approaches the scene, its rotors kicking up a fierce wind. The building is now clearly surrounded by a shimmering blue barrier, its energy tendrils reaching out like grasping vines. He recalls entering the dungeon of the Seven Demon Lords Legion. Wang Taijin realizes that the entire region must be sealed off in a similar manner. The barrier, it was said, had sustained a slight crack. Wang Taijin considered the implications, realizing that breaking the barrier wasn't entirely impossible. The voice declared a challenge, eager to see who would win. The blue barrier crackled with energy, enveloping the city's skyline. The barrier stretched high into the sky, a shimmering cage around the buildings. The energy of the barrier pulsed, a visible force containing something within. Figures plummeted from above, falling from the sky towards the ground below. The descent continued, the falling figures growing smaller as they approached the earth. A woman cried out, struggling to her feet amidst the chaos, while two men lay groaning nearby. Wang Taijin spoke into his phone, explaining that he had expanded the controlled zone as much as possible. The woman on the ground looked up, awestruck by the power she was witnessing. The text declared that he was incomparable to any awakened confirmed up until now, and after about a day had passed, the barrier lifted on its own. He stands in the plaza, gazing up at the building ahead. Blue energy crackles around the structure. It seems the quest has ended. Wang Taijin's expression hardens. He wanted to shatter the barrier with his own hands, not simply see it dissipate. The protagonist's eyes narrow, his jaw tight. It's still not so easy, he thinks, as if anticipating further challenges. The camera focuses on a pair of polished black dress shoes, their owner standing on the speckled pavement. Wang Taijin stands amidst the aftermath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and something metallic. A body lies sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood and shattered debris. The scene is gruesome. The camera lingers on the fallen, highlighting the brutal reality of the conflict. A broken shield lies nearby. Elsewhere, a man carries a wounded comrade away from the carnage, a bag slung over his shoulder. He retreats from the scene. Wang Taijin stands over the fallen, his expression unreadable. He surveys the devastation around him. Another close-up reveals the lifeless eyes of a fallen warrior, a stark reminder of the cost of victory. A man with a bloodied face declares that they're not so different from humans, suggesting a shared vulnerability. The fallen must have been scouts, strong enough, but most of them fled. The high priest of the Larima priesthood is among the dead. A holy knight of the Larima priesthood lies dead, his heavy armor stained crimson. What happened to the ceremony? He asks, his expression grim. The response comes, still ongoing. Orca and Ziphos rampaged so much, the text bubble reads, amidst a scene of carnage and destruction. The enemy couldn't even get close, one man states to another, standing amidst the aftermath. Clean it up, the order rings out. An embargo has been imposed, but soon the press will swarm in. A temporary ban on reporting is in effect. As soon as the rites are completed, the situation will be reassessed. His gaze intense, a red glow emanates from one of his eyes, a sign of power or perhaps corruption. We'll need to send out statements, the text declares, a sign of damage control in the face of disaster. Elsewhere, a cavernous space stretches into the darkness, hinting at hidden depths and ancient secrets. Two figures kneel within a circle etched with glowing symbols, performing a ritual of unknown purpose. One figure holds a torch aloft, illuminating the scene as the other kneels, chanting or praying. Oh, the speech bubble reads, a sound of surprise, realization, or perhaps dawning horror. A golden glow emanates from within the ornate box, illuminating ancient text. An exclamation punctuates the discovery. Two figures gaze upon the relic, its light reflecting in their eyes. The discovery elicits awe. A question hangs in the air, pondering the nature of the artifact. Isn't this an ancient manuscript? The figure with pointed ears holds the box, his expression thoughtful. His companion confirms the assessment. Yes, most likely. The man with pointed ears looks down, his expression shifting to envy. He acknowledges the blessing of lacrimae. A blessing is invoked, a wish for protection until their return. The words carry a weight of responsibility. Meanwhile, a stern-faced figure addresses a group of orcs, their red faces grim. He suspects the relic is the reason the orcs entered here. Another figure with pointed ears looks up, his expression thoughtful. He notes the suspicious nature of the savage's arrival. The text reveals a sudden proposal of alliance. Trust is reserved only for Lord Malusi. The relic must be protected at all costs. One figure pledges to Lord Alandi to safeguard it. The figure with glasses affirms his presence, stating it's the very reason he's there. He is determined. Eyes glow brightly in the darkness. The figure stands guard, a silent protector in the shadows. The pronouncement echoes, declaring that Marusi is blessed by the Lord Lacrimae. A silent hope lingers that he doesn't harbor other intentions. The group advances through the tall grass, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Their journey continues, each step bringing them closer to the unknown. The elf-like man scans the horizon, his expression unreadable. His green eyes narrow slightly, perhaps sensing a shift in the air. A sudden burst of speed distorts the air, a prelude to violence. The world blurs as an unseen force rushes forward. An axe descends with brutal force, its silver blade glinting. The air crackles with the promise of imminent impact. The attack intensifies, the world reduced to streaks of motion. The speed of the assault is overwhelming. The elf-like man cries out as the axe strikes. He's caught off guard, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through him. Red-faced orcs emerge from the foliage, their eyes burning with malice. The ambush is sprung, and the battle begins. A hand clenches in anticipation, ready to strike back. The fight is far from over, and the stakes are high. The red-faced orc snarls, his eyes glowing with savage intent. He is a formidable foe, fueled by rage and bloodlust. The orc's declaration rings out, confirming their identity. These are indeed the dreaded red-faced orcs. The elf-like man grimaces, realizing the dire situation. If battle breaks out, they will be annihilated. 3 red-faced orcs stand together, their expressions grim as they survey the scene before them. The orc glares down, demanding to know what the figures are doing skulking around like rats. From above, 3 figures stand in the forest, their backpacks suggesting a long journey. One of the figures wonders if the orcs were hunting the Declan bastards. A large, unseen creature looms nearby, its presence adding to the tension. One of the figures hopes that the orcs will simply pass them by, unaware of their presence. Another figure mentions hearing about a treaty signed with the duchy, noting that this place is where they conduct their research. In the Orcish language, the orc declares that the treaty was a total farce. The red-faced orc questions if they thought the treaty was for their benefit. One of the figures, looking up at the orc, asks for forgiveness. The orc states that they will leave as quickly as possible. The red-faced orc scoffs, telling the figures to consider themselves lucky. The sounds of approaching footsteps echo through the air. Wong Tai-jin stands firm, unaware of the red-faced orcs observing them from the ridge. One of the orcs believes they have been noticed. Another orc questions why they haven't been attacked, identifying them as members of the red-faced tribe. One orc notes that they are both brutal and cunning, suggesting they may be setting up an ambush to prepare for battle. The orc with glasses asks for a blessing. Another orc prepares to grant the blessing of Lacrima. Meanwhile, 2 moons hang in the night sky. Below, the group huddles around a campfire. An orc reports that they've halted and are forming ranks. The red-faced orc states that they will not be without. Someone believes they make some sense, though it won't matter. He commands his forces to divide into groups of 3 and encircle their prey. The ORC red face stands shoulder to shoulder with another of his kind, ready for battle. The hulking orc prepares for the coming fight, his expression unreadable. Below, the group huddles around a fire, unaware of the looming threat above them. A voice cries out in confusion, the single word hanging in the air. The ORC red face bellows, demanding to know who dares trespass in his domain. The order rings out, attack. Attack him. The group of armed figures stands ready, their expressions grim as they prepare to fight. One of the figures with pointy ears announces that their enemy is approaching. A stern voice commands the others to hold their positions, bracing for the coming onslaught. The figure with pointy ears looks up, bracing for the attack. The attack descends, a blur of motion and impending doom. The rain falls in sheets, obscuring the already dim light. He launches himself forward, a dark shape against the gray sky. The red-faced orc descends upon the group, swords raised in futile defense. One of the men exclaims in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the orc's agility. Another man stares, his face a mask of terror as he wonders if it is a monster. The man's mind races, unable to process the impossible sight before him. The orc hurtles through the air, a force of nature unleashed. Blood stains his face as he descends, a harbinger of destruction. The world blurs as the orc continues his descent. The impact is imminent, a storm of red and black. The air crackles with energy as the orc closes in. One of the men watches from a distance, fear etched on his face. The ORC red face lies motionless, blood pooling around his head. A group of figures stand in the rain, their expressions unreadable as they look on with uncertainty. The man looks down at the fallen ORC red face, muttering about something being real. His eyes glow with an unnatural red light, and he speaks in a guttural tone. The man's white shirt is visible as he continues to speak, the words sibwa ing forming in a speech bubble. Sweat beads on the faces of the onlookers, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. A speech bubble displays question marks, and a website address is shown at the bottom of the panel. The elf's brow furrows with concern, sweat beading on his forehead as he wonders what is happening. The ORC red face is struck, blood spraying from its mouth as it is sent flying backwards. The world blurs in a wash of motion and streaks of crimson. The force of the blow sends the elf reeling, a visible impact rippling through the air. A surge of power crackles through the air, a vibrant display of energy. A figure stands silhouetted in the distance, while closer, one of the group looks up, confusion etched on his face. The ORC red face lies defeated, its body broken and bloodied, as the group wonders what just happened. The group discusses the situation, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. One of them says, "Accessible." Another member of the group speaks, their words echoing with an unknown meaning. Bystain ng. Ijiguro Jorarak. A man with a stern expression speaks, his words carrying an air of authority. Siabra. Two of the elves exchange worried glances, their faces etched with concern as they try to understand the unfolding events. A sense of confusion hangs in the air, questions unanswered. The title is displayed prominently. The episode number is displayed. A figure stands before a swirling, luminous portal, a battlefield created by concentrated power. After the conversion ended, someone attempted to enter Dragoran personally. Wang Taijin's entry is blocked by the power of the Old One. A command has arrived from his master, Doom Chaos, secure the access route. The army of Doom Chaos has achieved many victories, and now Wang Taijin must show results that will satisfy his master by securing the access route to Star Dragoran. The command continues. Have your legion occupy the Whirlpool lands within the Greenwood continent, eliminate other holy knights, and seize the Old One's power embedded within them. Wang Taijin is informed that his entry is blocked and that he is at a low level, with a time limit of 50 days. Wang Taijin holds his phone, presumably receiving the command. Someone asks if another person saw something, and a voice responds with a tentative hello. The phone screen displays a message. Today's content is what everyone has been asking for. In the real world, he's an ordinary man, but in the world of Awakeners, a special warrior. The video being recorded is an interview with Caliber Quan Seangil. The man with the camera smiles, ready to start the interview. The cameraman announces, "Let's go." He walks through a modern house, camera in hand, ready to capture the moment. The video, done in a hidden camera style, clearly shows the host's inexperience. Yet the views were skyrocketing despite the amateur approach. The camera focuses on the back of protagonist man who overcomes adversity, his muscles tense. He is wearing a white tank top and dark pants. Purple energy crackles around his fist, a sign of immense power about to be unleashed. The air vibrates with anticipation. The purple energy intensifies, forming a visible aura around his clenched fist. A guttural sound, escapes his lips. The cameraman and the woman watching gasp in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the display of power. His fist, now glowing with purple energy, is poised to strike. The impact is imminent, the air thick with tension. The cameraman and the woman recoil in horror, their faces contorted in fear as they witness the impending blow. The cameraman cries out, "EK," as he films the unfolding scene, his hand shaking with a mix of fear and excitement. His face is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. He is focused on his target, ready to deliver the final blow. Someone questions the need for a camera, given the situation. Jikial, a smirk playing on his lips, glances back over his shoulder. A hand steadies a camera, ready to capture the moment. Two onlookers express their amazement at the display of power. Jikial claims he was merely adjusting his muscle strength, like stretching. The two men exchange glances, still impressed by Jikial's abilities. Jikial explains that he was controlling his muscle strength, implying a level of mastery. One of the men holding the camera remarks that Jikial seems ready to step into a fantasy world. Jikial's expression is one of slight embarrassment mixed with pride. Someone comments on Jikial's skill, noting that anyone who messes with him will get beaten. Someone is filming Jikyol, noting that he is really putting in effort. It's observed that Jikyol's subscriber count is impressive and not a bad thing. He is displayed on the phone screen, and the dark-haired man watches the screen intently. The woman beside him smiles softly. The text describes the process of awakeners blending into the normal world. The name Seonjil hangs in the air, a question mark implied. The woman looks on with a hopeful expression. She voices her concern, seeking reassurance. Should everything be all right? The dark-haired man acknowledges the situation. He admits that Seonjil is a challenger, not to be underestimated, despite his words of confidence. The text reveals that Seonjil was instructed to return immediately upon entry. For hours have passed, yet he has not returned. A figure emerges from a glowing blue portal, carrying 2 limp bodies. The announcement rings out. Caliber is coming out. One man, with a concerned expression, remarks on the tough break. The dark-haired man listens, his expression unreadable. The perspective shifts, focusing on someone's attire. The words going in seams hang in the air, unfinished. A hand clutches a pocket watch, the ticking a stark reminder of time passing. The text implies that entering is easier than exiting. The dark-haired man holds a small, golden object. He demands to know how the dungeon entrance was reopened. A voice echoes from the blue depths, confessing to panic after believing return was impossible. The man recounts his desperate actions. He started beating up the monsters, and they quickly moved to reveal the exit. He listens intently as the other man states that someone dashed out. The man recalls the moment he entered. The atmosphere felt different, asking if there were any peculiarities. The man emphasizes that it was not just the atmosphere, but something more. The man elaborates, saying it felt like energy, a sensation that was sharp and intense, before asking what it was. The man with black hair begins to respond, his expression serious. Wang Taijin looks off to the side, lost in thought as he considers the situation. The scene shifts to a dimly lit area, the details obscured by the poor lighting. A dead elf lies on the ground, blood pooling around his head and neck. The scene is blurry and indistinct, making it difficult to discern any specific details. 2 men stand over the bodies of the fallen, one of them musing that he can just ask. The words hang in the air, a silent question posed to the unseen. The scene shifts to a campsite, where the question of a new demon war is raised. 2 elves kneel, bound and bloodied, their expressions unreadable. The silence hangs heavy between them. Wang Taijin listens intently as person male glasses speaks, noting the passage of time. The man with glasses finds the amount of time passed weird. The woman considers the situation, thinking it's faster to show directly, but she recalls connecting her mind to Lunia for conversation. Rachel sensed a terrifying energy sealed somewhere inside her. A surge of red energy pulses, identified as the power called authority. Mental connection is forbidden because they don't know how it will react to doom chaos. Wang Taijin stands before the swirling red energy, a stark reminder that the mental world connection is restricted. Wang Taijin and person male glasses stand above the kneeling elves, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Meanwhile, one of the elves, his face marred by blood and weariness, wonders what they are talking about. The red energy flares again, questioning to what extent it must exert itself for this one entry-level silver. The elf's downcast gaze reflects the immense power looming over him, a silent acknowledgement of his vulnerability. A dark figure declares that he can feel it, even if he hasn't received God's blessing. The figure senses that there seems like there's even platinum-level strength above. Rachel's expression is one of deep concern, sensing a power she dares not resist. Wang Taijin stands ready, while behind him, a man in sunglasses holds a rifle, declaring they will test the situation. A surge of red energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. The energy surrounds Rachel and Wang Taijin as someone notes that they are much weaker here, their world's mana not existing in this place. A voice declares that this is what Seonjil felt, the weight of the power. A text box appears, stating that the barrier is gone, and posing the question of whether they should continue. An injured elf, bound and bloodied, is shown in what appears to be a flashback. The man in sunglasses orders them to stop, his expression stern. Wang Taijin and Rachel stand together as someone observes that firepower seems moderately effective, musing about buying military stocks. A voice calls out Sun's name, followed by a firm no. Wang Taijin and Rachel are shown again, the battlefield still unknown. A voice urges them to listen to the end, revealing that in that child's memory exists a family that produced a great mage. The woman stares, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and apprehension. The disembodied voice explains that if Manai is similar to an Awakener's stats, their abilities aren't limited to skills and items. Rachel and protagonist man, who overcomes adversity, continue their trek through the forest, the woman adding that they also have to find a way to escape doom chaos. The protagonist's expression hardens, his gaze intense as he declares that this is just the beginning. He cautions against rushing into things, his tone suggesting a need for careful planning. The protagonist raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence and discretion. A voice urges them to trust their teacher, while another voice confidently states, "Let me handle this." Rachel looks down, her expression a mixture of determination and resolve as she prepares to act. The text glows with an inner fire, declaring her intent to become a great mage. A dark shape emerges, hinting at a weapon or tool ready to be used. The woman with dark hair stares intently, a blurry robed figure behind her. They're knowledgeable, not just in magic, but also about the truths of something unspoken. Wang Taijin looks determined, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He declares that this is just the beginning. Wang Taijin touches his nose with a thoughtful expression. He cautions that there is no need to rush. A voice hushes, urging trust in the teacher. The speaker asserts that they will handle the situation. A woman with curly brown hair glances knowingly to the right, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. A blurry figure declares their intention to try being a great mage, the words glowing with power. A towering structure pierces the sky, its intricate design hinting at ancient power and forgotten knowledge. The tower stands amidst lush greenery, a testament to the enduring strength of magic and nature intertwined. A hand carefully holds a green book, its cover worn with age and filled with untold secrets. A shelf holds a collection of books and a blue potion, hinting at alchemical experiments and arcane knowledge. The high ceiling looms over a room filled with ancient secrets. Lord Roncius carefully places ancient tomes into a secure, glass-covered case. Lord Roncius speaks, his expression a mix of concern and resolve. An attendant informs another elf-like man of an important arrival. Count Châtillon has come. Lord Roncius is told to tell them he's shut himself up, but the other elf-like person notes that it's time to help Gemmelin. The other elf-like person states that the person in question is in the lab and won't be coming out, and that he's already said as much. The focus tightens on the speaker's ornate collar, as he reveals that even the temple has come with him this time. Lord Roncius's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed as he considers the implications of the temple's involvement. Count Châtillon descends the stairs, his presence commanding attention as he wonders since when did Sylvia stop calling him grandfather. Lord Roncius is asked if he raised her too strictly as the great mage's heir. Lord Roncius thinks to himself that everything she owns is his. The other elf-like person thinks to himself that she can find no joy in it. The message echoes through the halls, a summons for Lord Roncius. Within the grand hall, figures gather, their attention drawn to the news. A prophecy has arrived from Ellisland. The word Ellisland hangs heavy in the air as the two figures exchange a concerned glance. The elder statesman questions the source, a prophecy originating from the very heart of the Lacrima order. The figure in green robes wonders what kind of prophecy could be so urgent that it was sent all the way from Ellisland. The crowned figure speaks of a foreboding future, uttering the words, "Night is coming." The message is delivered, its contents now revealed to those assembled. The blonde-haired man speaks of undeniable proof found while hunting Declans. The southern Declan range, where Eland was searching for a relic, is now a focal point. The bearded figure contemplates the situation, realizing that helping Gemmelin will have to wait. In the south of the domain, the red-faced orc tribe was wiped out, and Backlund began using advanced tactics. The figure acknowledges the gravity of the situation with a simple, "Very well." The elf-like person stands in a grand hall, listening intently. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy as he hears, "We too shall prepare to stand against." 1 month later, a lone rider urges his horse forward, racing through a dense forest. The urgency of his mission is palpable as he pushes onward. The view from a high vantage point reveals a castle, its walls gleaming in the sunlight. But something is amiss, a sense of foreboding clinging to the air. A soldier plummets from his horse, the impact echoing through the air. Another figure stands nearby, a silent witness to the grim scene. The elf-like person's brow furrows with concern. What is happening? He wonders, a plea forming on his lips as the dire news spreads. A wounded soldier, bloodied and battered, reaches out. His desperate plea, "Please help," underscores the severity of the situation. The sea castle has fallen. The message is clear. A soldier of Count Châtillon brings grave tidings, the implications of which are yet to be fully understood. The elf-like person's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. He will not stand idly by as the world crumbles around him. Lord Roncius stands tall, his presence commanding attention. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders as he prepares for what is to come. The elf-like person and another figure look up, their gazes fixed on Lord Roncius. They await his command, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Lord Roncius's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, his ancient wisdom and power radiating outwards. He is a beacon of hope in these dark times. A surge of energy emanates, a sign of the power that is about to be unleashed. The fate of the realm hangs in the balance. A surge of energy crackles through the air, unseen yet palpable. The invaders have breached the outer defenses, their presence a stain on the horizon. Armed soldiers patrol the grounds, their weapons ready, their faces grim as they advance. The invaders stand over a fallen figure. One wonders, are those the invaders? They look no different from us. Count Châtillon lies defeated, his body bloodied. A sword expert like him, defeated so easily? The invaders, someone observes, appear to number only around 30. How could so few men take the castle? Someone wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. A sudden, silent alarm pierces the air, a stark exclamation of impending doom. The tower stands tall, its magical defenses shimmering, yet something is amiss. The barrier on the tower is failing. A desperate voice cries out, the urgency palpable. Something is coming. A sense of dread permeates the very air around the tower. A figure plummets from the tower, a desperate cry echoing. Where? He plummets downward, a gasp escaping his lips as he falls. Below, the elf-like person's eyes glow red as he watches Lord Roncius fall, a sinister chuckle bubbling up from his throat. The elf-like person smirks, remarking on the old man's caution. His red eyes gleam as he acknowledges that Lord Roncius has prepared quite a bit. Lord Roncius, surrounded by golden aura, demands to know how the elf-like person dares. Energy blasts toward Lord Roncius, the impact echoing with a resounding crash. Lord Roncius, panting heavily, glares at his attacker. Catching his breath, Lord Roncius questions the identity of the elf-like person before him. The elf-like person declares that no one will be able to interfere with him now. The elf-like person smiles sinisterly, telling Lord Roncius that he can look forward to what's coming. Lord Roncius, his face etched with worry, struggles to comprehend the situation. A woman's voice calls out to Lord Roncius, identifying herself as his granddaughter and questioning why he doesn't recognize her. Lord Roncius's face contorts in anger as he demands an answer to his question. She counters with a question of her own, her words hanging in the air. That, she declares, will decide this fight. A crimson aura flares around the granddaughter of Lord Roncius, her eyes burning with an unnatural red light. Meanwhile, the woman's glowing eyes pierce the darkness as she wonders if he will be able to uncover her name. At the World Awakeners Association headquarters, the situation is being closely monitored. Inside the Directorate General's Central Situation Room, personnel are glued to their screens, watching events unfold. A man in a dark suit sits before a bank of monitors, the registration number 92 displayed prominently. One screen displays the zone, Roncius Holy Knight Command, within the Principality of Foclian, Greenwood Continent. The woman's face is grim as she reads the status report. Infiltration in progress. Another woman, clad in a blue uniform, stares at her screen, muttering that she can hardly believe it. A third woman, her eyes wide with alarm, stares at the authorization code displayed before her. Two figures stand before a monitor, one offering a stammered apology as alarms blare. Footsteps echo through the sterile environment, the sound bouncing off the polished floor. Her eyes widen in shock as the screen displays the authorization code. The message confirms the infiltration is complete. A voice crackles through the comms, a reminder to stay sharp. Today marks a historic shift. Yu Wonjin, Division Chief of the World Awakeners Association, Korea Branch, adjusts his headset, his expression unreadable. Yu Wonjin receives news. A guest has arrived in Meeting Room 7, disrupting the day's agenda. Division Chief Yu approaches a meeting room, the sound of his footsteps echoing in a hallway. A man smiles, explaining that he wanted to meet with Yu Wonjin since he came from their group. Young Wusiak, Senior Vice Chairman of the Daehoon Group, reflects on his transfer to the association. Young Wusiak's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with ambition as he considers his position. Yu Wonjin sits listening intently. The man across from him declares that this is only the first day. Yu Wonjin suggests waiting for other strike teams to return before entering, but his proposals are dismissed. Yu Wonjin appears distraught, his face etched with worry as he hears the news. He wonders if his group has fallen out of favor. Young Wusiak, standing tall, dismisses the concern with a calm, surely not. He implies that even if it had, foreign capital is already entering aggressively. The association, Young Wusiak insists, is far more impartial than Yu Wonjin thinks. The Daehoon Group, the largest defense industry conglomerate in Korea, looms large. A new age of exploration has dawned, yet with ships at the ready, they can't set sail. No wonder he's restless, the text implies, as opportunities slip away. Foreign capital aggressively enters the market, and Young Wusiak urges Yu Wonjin to lend hand. The situation appears dire, demanding immediate action. The implications of the situation are about to become public knowledge. The weight of the impending revelation hangs heavy in the air. This round of approval, it is stated, is limited to the Principality of Foclieni. Yu Wonjin's expression reflects his growing unease. Yu Wonjin asks how many dungeons remain in the country. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the implications sink in. The response is a stark, None. Even if they turn abroad, there will be nothing left, the text ominously declares. Young Wisiek's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering as he faces Yu Wonjin. The tension between them is palpable. The man is told to try revising the entry point to Maelstrom Expanse. The suggestion carries an unspoken weight of expectation. The vice chairman expects they'll be seeing each other often before it's too late. The hand gesture implies a deal is being offered. A firm handshake seals the agreement, energy crackling around their clasped hands. Division Chief Yu Wonjin bows his head slightly, offering his gratitude. My thanks, Division Chief Yu, he says. The two men stand in a well-appointed office, the deal now struck. The handshake is repeated, a symbol of their accord. Yu Wonjin vows to repay the senior vice chairman. For this favor, I will surely repay you. At her desk, a woman works diligently on her laptop, seemingly absorbed in her task. The woman with glasses considers the implications. These are companies on the verge of going public. The text declares that, naturally, the real owner is Odin. The man with the blue shirt contemplates the information, knowing there's no way to hide them all perfectly. The cityscape looms, a reminder that as long as their shareholding structures aren't too complicated, they can remain hidden. The woman in the patterned shirt walks alongside two men, seemingly unconcerned with the corporate machinations. A man's face is shown in close-up, while below, a woman's legs stride forward, her destination unknown. The patterned shirt is shown in detail, the fabric a swirling mix of blues and greens. The man with long hair stares intently at his phone, his expression unreadable. A question hangs in the air. Is the weather clear? Daehoon CA has successfully hit 3 consecutive days of new listings, recording 3 straight days of gains since its IPO. With consecutive dungeon entry approvals, Daehoon CA has been drawing investors' attention as Na Sunhu observes the news. The Principality of Poklian is practically in ruins, and focus is being directed toward additional entry into the Maelstrom lands, driving related stock prices sharply upward. Doom Chaos has set a deadline of 50 days to secure the entry route, with only about 10 days remaining to secure the entry route directive. Within that time, Joshua has to deliver results. Jessica, and he only found out recently, Yu Wonjin thinks to himself. Jillian has arrived at Incheon Airport, and him? Na Sunhu wonders as he stands in the airport. It cost a little, someone thinks, as they walk down a hallway with white walls and metal railings. But it's been taken care of, Yu Wonjin thinks, wondering if the informant knew it was Jessica. Jessica had planned to reveal her identity and hold a press conference herself, Na Sunhu recalls. She really meant to let go of everything, someone thinks, as a woman with shoulder-length brown hair stands with her arms crossed. Someone enjoying such wealth and prestige becoming a whistleblower? The text asks, over an image of a woman in a dark suit. I heard she had depression, but she's not the kind of woman to do something impulsive like this, someone thinks, as the city looms in the background. A black SUV speeds down the road, its destination unknown. Inside the vehicle, the chairwoman sits beside a man wearing sunglasses. He seems surprised by something. The chairwoman's expression is unreadable as she considers the situation. The road stretches out before them, leading to an unknown destination. The SUV approaches a man standing in the middle of the road, blocking their path. The SUV slows, its brake lights illuminating the scene as the occupants discuss their next move. Should we just drive past? The chairwoman's gaze hardens as she gives her order. No, pick him up. The man with sunglasses sighs, seemingly resigned to the chairwoman's decision. The man with sunglasses shifts in his seat, a visible tension in the air between him and the chairwoman. The man with sunglasses rubs his forehead, clearly stressed. You know what kind of man Odin is. The chairwoman reassures him, her expression firm. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing harms you. The man with sunglasses clenches his jaw, his anxiety evident. That's not the point. I thought things were finally getting better, so why on earth? A dark suit dominates the frame, the speaker reflecting on a past connection. The memory lingers, a sense of reconciliation once felt between them. The woman in the car admits it feels strange to voice her thoughts, believing the listener will never truly understand. She anticipates his protest, knowing the conversation is about a sacrifice for a child that may never exist. The older man, his face etched with worry, confirms her suspicion with a single, heavy word. The memory of the suit returns, the woman's voice echoing her past reluctance to bring a child into such a world. A faint smile plays on her lips as she reiterates that he will never understand her perspective. The man's internal turmoil manifests as a desperate denial, a silent scream against the inevitable. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by the weight of her words and the implications they carry. Jessica insists that he cannot comprehend her actions, stating that she cannot even forgive him for the reason behind them. She demands he beg for forgiveness instead, addressing him by the name Jessica, a plea laced with bitterness. Jessica resigns herself to the situation, acknowledging that someone had to make the difficult choice, even if it had to be her. She sits in the back of the car as the old man in the suit questions the impact of a small expose. The woman with glowing eyes believes Odin will come to fear public opinion, and that fear will set him straight even if he strays. The old man's face contorts in rage as he demands the driver turn the car around immediately. Seething, the old man grabs the woman's shoulder, repeating his demand to turn the car around. The driver, wearing sunglasses, grips the steering wheel as the old man continues to shout, asking if he is insane. The old man's expression softens slightly as he mutters that the woman will forgive him. The driver asks where he should take them, his voice calm amidst the rising tension. The old man shouts back, demanding to be taken anywhere far from the association headquarters. The car speeds down the road, the city lights blurring past. The old man's heavy breathing fills the car as he tries to regain his composure. Both the old man and the woman with glowing eyes are breathing heavily, the tension palpable in the confined space. The woman with glowing eyes says she doesn't want him to suffer because of her expression a mix of concern and resignation. The old man in the suit, face contorted with anger, demands an explanation for the current situation. She rests her hand on his arm, her expression softening as she admits she thought he'd lost interest in her. The old man looks down, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and disappointment. That goes for you too. Rachel looks up, her gaze distant as she murmurs about the world being utterly ordinary, suggesting he try being a little selfish. The old man leans his head against Rachel's shoulder, a gesture of resignation or perhaps a plea for comfort. Rachel looks down, her expression unreadable as she considers his words and the weight of their shared burden. A disembodied voice echoes, lamenting the desire for children to grow up in an ordinary world, like ordinary kids. Rachel's gaze remains fixed forward, her thoughts heavy with the knowledge of a world ruled by the Bilderberg Group. A dark vision surfaces, questioning if the future holds only the collapse of humanity, dressed in rags. The vision continues, depicting a bleak future where people scavenge for food while hiding from monsters, a grim inheritance for their child. The horrifying vision expands, suggesting that this dystopian fate will not be limited to one child, but will become everyone's future. Rachel, her voice filled with remorse, pleads for forgiveness, the weight of the future pressing down on her. She cradles the old man's head against her shoulder, her expression unreadable as he leans heavily on her. The old man's face is etched with sorrow, his eyes squeezed shut as he whispers, "I don't want." Tears stream down the old man's face, a visible manifestation of the pain he carries within. His unspoken fear hangs in the air, to lose you. Rachel continues to hold him, her gaze distant as he makes a choked sound. The old man relents, his voice barely audible as he whispers, "Fine." More tears fall as the old man speaks, his voice heavy with resignation. He explains that he understands her feelings and suggests they return to headquarters. Clinging to Rachel's jacket, the old man's plea is almost desperate. "Love me." Rachel's expression is a mix of sorrow and determination, her hands gently framing her face. Her resolve hardens, a silent declaration forming, "I know now what I needed." She is embraced by an older man, his expression unreadable behind dark glasses. A voice echoes in the sterile environment, acknowledging the chairwoman's instructions. Jessica strides forward, her footsteps echoing against the backdrop of the towering corporate building. The sound of heels clicking on the floor mixes with the presence of another suited figure. Elsewhere, a man walks through an ornate doorway, his destination unknown. A close-up reveals the dark-haired man's intense gaze, his expression unreadable. The narrative shifts back to Jessica, her face etched with a complex mix of emotions. The older man's face is lined with concern as he listens intently to the unfolding events. A voice cuts through the tension, demanding if someone has something to say. The text reveals that Jessica was given a chance to speak, unlike those who betrayed the speaker in the past. The narration explains that Jessica acted not for her own interests, but according to her conscience. The words Jessica spoke were unexpected, prompting the question of forgiveness. Wang Tai-jin stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. He wonders how he will persuade her, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of composure. Another surprise hangs in the air, the chandelier above a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Rachel places a hand on her stomach, a faint heartbeat detected within her. She realizes it must be past 6 weeks, her eyes widening slightly as she looks up. Rachel glances to the side, as the man with white hair asks if she has given the baby a name yet. Rachel, surprised, asks what he means as blue energy crackles around them. Wang Tai-jin looks up, his expression a mix of determination and concern. System messages appear, indicating that Priest Osiris has eliminated Holy Knight Caldoran and the entry route is secured. At last, the entry route has opened. Rachel and the old man stand on a portal, a question mark hovering above them. Wang Tai-jin steps onto the path that takes him there, his destination unknown but his resolve firm. It wasn't an entrance, but a kind of coordinate, the text box declares. The sky crackles with arcane energy, the air itself shimmering with an otherworldly blue light. A dark void pulses, the words echoing within. The place to pierce the gate. A sweeping vista unfolds, the text superimposed. It must be where Joshua defeated the Holy Knight. He stands resolute, a glyph of power glowing in his palm as the words, Gate Creation, casted appear. A blinding light erupts, the arcane energy coalescing into a tangible force. A figure stands amidst the swirling energy, multiple swords glinting in the ethereal light. Meanwhile, a scene of carnage unfolds, blood staining the ground as a lone hangs in the air. A desperate cry echoes across the battlefield. Joshua! Wang Taijin's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The figure with sword stands firm, while a voice whispers, Ma, and a speech bubble displays an exclamation mark. A bloodied figure, barely clinging to life, utters a final, desperate plea. Master! With fading strength, a final plea echoes, Please save me. He is covered in blood, the aftermath of a brutal encounter staining his light hair and dark clothing. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness, a warning that something terrible is about to arrive. Let go, before he comes. At long last, the entry route is opened. The woman in the suit observes as the older man beside her seems to agree. Wang Taijin leaps forward, following the path laid out before him, the blue symbols marking the way. This place isn't an entrance, but a kind of coordinate. A voice echoes, indicating where he must go. The air crackles with arcane energy, the blue symbols glowing brighter as he approaches his destination. The place to pierce the gate, a voice booms, as the landscape ahead seems to shift and change. It must be where Joshua defeated the Holy Knight, a voice declares, as a gate creation spell is cast. Wang Taijin's eyes narrow, the blue symbols reflecting in his gaze as he prepares for whatever lies ahead. The blue symbols intensify, swirling around him as the gate fully materializes, a portal to an unknown realm. The aftermath of a brutal battle, a fallen knight lies amidst scattered swords, a testament to the power of Joshua. The scene is gruesome, bodies strewn across the ground, a stark reminder of the violence that has transpired here. Joshua! Wang Taijin cries out, his voice echoing through the desolate landscape, searching for the one who left this carnage. He shouts, his face contorted in a mix of anger and determination, as the woman and older man look on with concern. A desperate plea echoes in the air, the word master stained with blood. The voice rises, a desperate cry for salvation in the face of encroaching darkness. A distorted warning hangs heavy, a threat of someone's imminent arrival. Hope flickers in the sky, a distant star offering solace to a desperate soul. Energy crackles, a prelude to a violent confrontation. The air vibrates with unseen force, a storm gathering on the horizon. Power surges, a crimson tide threatening to engulf everything. A blinding light erupts, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The ground trembles, the world itself reacting to the unfolding conflict. A burst of energy explodes, a cataclysmic event reshaping the landscape. The earth cracks, a testament to the raw power unleashed. In the distance, figures clash, their battle a desperate struggle for survival. A hulking figure stands wreathed in flame, his red skin glowing. An explosion of fire engulfs the white-haired warrior as he is struck. He raises his sword, the blade reflecting the inferno around him. Wang Taijin stands near a woman with long white hair, both facing away from the devastation. The red-skinned warrior's armored shoulder is highlighted by the intense light. The red-skinned warrior's face is set in a grimace, his eyes narrowed with determination. The fiery explosion sends debris flying in all directions, the air thick with smoke. Wang Taijin's expression is resolute, his eyes focused on the battle ahead. The red-skinned warrior's armored leg is wreathed in flames as he advances. Wang Taijin stands over the white-haired warrior, swords impaled through his back. The white-haired warrior is sent flying through the air, defeated and broken. Wang Taijin looks down at the fallen warrior, who asks, Calderani. The red-skinned warrior acknowledges that they barely managed to take someone down. He orders someone to step back. The warrior declares that he will deal with someone later, his expression grim. From behind, someone orders Joshua to return immediately, their tone brooking no argument. Wang Taijin strides forward, a sword in his hand emanating a golden light. He seems unconcerned with the command. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, the sound like tearing cloth. The blue energy coalesces into a swirling sphere of power, ready to be unleashed. Yu Wenjin cowers on the floor, fear etched on his face as the blue energy crackles around him. Wang Taijin continues his advance, a dark, purple energy emanating from the ground beneath his feet. Another wave of blue energy surges, the air thick with its power. Joshua is engulfed in a blinding explosion of white and blue energy, his fate uncertain. Wang Taijin stands protectively in front of Yu Wenjin, shielding him from the blast as the blue energy continues to lash out. With a fierce cry, Wang Taijin unleashes his sword, a torrent of white energy erupting from the blade. The white-haired warrior stands, his sword gleaming, ready to strike. A man clutches a woman, both wearing expressions of deep concern and worry. The white-haired warrior's legs are visible as he falls, someone calling out his name in desperation. Zhou Shua. A surge of red energy crackles, the air thick with unseen power. Dark energy erupts, a stark contrast to the vibrant red. The man's face is etched with frustration. He knows they still have a long way to go, and the situation is dire for Joshua. Joshua lies prone on the ground, defeated. A desperate plea echoes, "Call a healer now." A faint voice whispers, filled with pain and desperation, "Master." The red energy intensifies, a silent plea hanging in the air. "Please." The red energy crackles and surges, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. He stands amidst the swirling energy, his resolve unwavering, ready to face whatever comes next. A figure descends, clad in armor, a helmet obscuring their face, ready to engage. He raises his sword, the blade crackling with red energy as he prepares to strike. Across from Wang Taijin stands the armored figure, ready to receive the blow. Blue energy explodes outward, filling the space between the two warriors. The blue energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged lines that crackle with power. The armored figure is caught in the blast, the blue energy swirling around him. The energy continues to surge, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Wang Taijin is also caught in the blast, his expression grim as he endures the onslaught. The armored figure stands firm amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the energy. The blue energy reaches its peak, a blinding flash illuminating the battlefield. He thinks to himself that the armored figure is a fire user, so flame magic won't work on him, which is annoying. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in determination as he faces his opponent. He thinks to himself that if there was another monster like this, he would even be in trouble. He glances upward, a sense of impending danger washing over him. A blinding light streaks toward him, laced with arcane energy. A silent question hangs in the air. The attack slams into the ground, sending tremors through the immediate area. Mystic symbols flare around the point of impact, amplifying the destructive force. The ground buckles and cracks under the immense pressure, the air shimmering with heat. A wave of pure energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. The hooded figure extends a hand, a swirling pink aura emanating from his palm. Arcane symbols crackle around him, revealing the true nature of his power. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, a grim realization dawning on him. "You bastard!" The ground is scarred with the residue of the attack, the air thick with magical energy. The hooded figure, now revealed to be a fire user, holds a ball of flame, his true form unveiled. Smoke rises from the scorched earth, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. He stands wreathed in crimson energy, his demonic visage a mask of fury. Muscles ripple beneath the surface of his skin, power radiating from every pore. A searing blast of golden and crimson energy erupts, engulfing Wang Taijin. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards, a helpless figure against the onslaught. The sunblade of RA has transformed, now manifesting as the sun mantle of RA. Wang Taijin cries out, the force of the blast sending him flying through the air. Clutching his chest, Wang Taijin grits his teeth against the pain. "Damn it," he exclaims. The flames burn relentlessly, even the sun mantle of RA proving insufficient to withstand their intensity. The landscape is scarred by the sheer power unleashed, a testament to the hooded figure's might. The hooded figure stands triumphant, a demonic entity radiating overwhelming power. His torso bears the brunt of the attack, visible burns marring his skin. Wang Taijin struggles to maintain his footing, bracing himself against the relentless assault. A silent alarm pierces the chaos, a warning of impending doom. Blasts of raw energy tear through the air, a storm of destruction. The onslaught intensifies, the air crackling with unseen power. Caught in the storm, a figure is battered by the relentless assault. The energy surges, a blinding torrent of pure force unleashed. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, channeling his own power to withstand the onslaught. Golden streaks of energy lash out, a desperate defense against the storm. The hooded figure's demonic visage looms, eyes burning with malevolent intent. The golden energy flares, a beacon of defiance against overwhelming odds. Sweat beads on Wang Taijin's brow as he realizes, no time to swing my weapon. The speed of the attacks is nearly equal to an ender class, leaving him to wonder if this bastard is from the cold ones. Wang Taijin is sent reeling, battered and bruised by the relentless assault. The hooded figure's crimson eyes narrow as he wonders if his opponent is a human from the Seven Demon Lords. The hooded figure's expression hardens, his gaze intense and unwavering as he prepares for the coming attack. With a burst of speed, Wang Taijin launches himself into the air, his leg extended for a devastating kick. The hooded figure activates his ability, One with the Tempest, his red eyes glowing brighter as he prepares to counter the attack. Wang Taijin plummets downwards, his attack seemingly ineffective against the hooded figure's power. The hooded figure stands firm, his legs braced as he prepares to unleash another wave of energy. Despite the odds, Wang Taijin continues his descent, determined to strike a blow against his formidable opponent. The hooded figure is struck, the impact creating a visible shockwave as he reels from the blow. Wang Taijin presses his advantage, continuing his assault as he falls towards the hooded figure. The hooded figure's face contorts in anger, his red eyes burning with fury as he prepares to retaliate. The hooded figure activates another ability, Sensitive One, as Wang Taijin continues his relentless assault. The hooded figure activates yet another ability, Innate One, as Wang Taijin closes in, determined to end the fight. He descends, fist aimed squarely at the hooded figure below, who is now crackling with blue energy. The hooded figure acknowledges that these are traits he had been holding back, knowing Wang Taijin was also keeping something in reserve. The blue energy intensifies around the hooded figure's feet, the power visibly surging. The hooded figure grits his teeth, enduring the strain of the power he's unleashing. His face contorted in anger, the hooded figure curses Wang Taijin under his breath, calling him a bastard. The hooded figure challenges him to try shaking off this ability, confident in its strength. Wang Taijin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for whatever comes next. A single word hangs in the air, resonating with power, lizard. Wang Taijin launches himself upward, his leg extended high, wreathed in crackling blue energy. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent power as One with the Tempest activates, enhancing its already formidable strength. He gazes down at his opponent, preparing to strike with the full force of his awakened abilities. The monster is sent hurtling downward, a trail of blue energy marking its rapid descent. A guttural roar erupts from the monster as it plummets, its rage echoing through the air. Blasts of blue energy surge around the combatants, a visual testament to the escalating battle. The monster's face contorts in fury, its red eyes burning with hatred as it falls further. As the monster plummets, Sensitive One activates, heightening its awareness even in freefall. Both figures plummet through the air, now accompanied by the activation of Innate One. Wang Taijin delivers a decisive kick, driving the monster downward with incredible force. He reflects on the power he had been holding back, traits now unleashed in this desperate battle. Even without triggering overdrive, these traits push Wang Taijin's agility and senses into an extreme overload state. He grits his teeth against the onslaught, the strain evident as blue lightning crackles around him. The monster roars in defiance, its form wreathed in the same volatile energy. The monster taunts Wang Taijin, daring him to endure the relentless assault. Wang Taijin's eyes burn with determination, the blue lightning reflecting in their depths. The word lizard is emblazoned across the scene, a stark reminder of the foe he faces. A shimmering barrier flares to life, a desperate defense against the encroaching flames. Flames and lightning collide in a cataclysmic display of raw power, each vying for dominance. The text speaks of Odin's absolute battlefield, implying the scale of the destruction is being contained. Endless, roaring destruction threatens to consume everything in its path. Wang Taijin stands amidst the chaos, bracing himself against the overwhelming force. Flames and lightning engulf the monster, a testament to the ferocity of their combat. The monster's muscle tissue melts away, revealing the bones beneath. It becomes clear why it possesses near-immortal resistance, a skeletal dragon revered even by the undying. The skeletal dragon's form is now fully visible, a terrifying sight. The powerful energy that once lingered within the original dragons remains now flows through this creature as well, gathering power toward its maw. Wang Taijin understands the motion it makes before unleashing its breath. A surge of blue energy crackles around the protagonist as a gate creation is cast. The monster's head glows with intense light as it prepares to unleash its attack. Wang Taijin knows exactly what that means. He has to get out of Odin's absolute battlefield. A blinding light fills the area, a mix of pink and white hues. The gate creation spell takes full effect, bathing the area in ethereal light. A figure is encapsulated within a blue, hexagonal sphere, seemingly protected from the impending blast. A dark, spiky object appears, a sign of the unleashed power. He stands amidst swirling purple energy, the activation of adversity's chosen empowering him. The green glow of a healing seal washes over him. Wang Taijin realizes how close he came to needing a life vessel. A draconic class read among the holy knights has been detected and eliminated. His master is pleased. Wang Taijin acquires 60 authority, bringing his current total to 377 out of 380. The words "eliminate the bloodline of" are emblazoned over a fiery red symbol. The text warns that destroying the direct bloodline of the Great Red among the ancient dragons will force the Great Red to awaken from its long slumber. Only one bloodline remains. The text declares that the Queen of Elsland remains and is suspected to be the target. The order is given: eliminate the Queen of Elsland. Wang Taijin realizes that the ancient dragons are the cold One's final card. He thinks that if a direct descendant is this strong, they'll be troublesome to deal with. Wang Taijin decides he'll need to gather more intel first. He reflects that he might not have noticed it had his stats not been amplified by adversities chosen. A gaze piercing through space and time. He wonders if it is magic. Wang Taijin thinks to himself, perfect. Every time I see something like this, I wanted to try it myself. He prepares for battle. The text indicating Zeus's thunder spear is now equipped. Lightning crackles around Wang Taijin as he stands ready, the power of the spear surging through him. The thunder spear glows with intense energy, ready to unleash its devastating power. A blinding light erupts, signaling the activation of a powerful ability. The light intensifies, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoes through the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, a figure lies prone on the ground, struck by the force of the attack. The fallen figure is identified as Lord Rustra, now vulnerable and in need of aid. A man cries out for a priest, desperately seeking healing for the injured Loneliness. He clutches Loneliness tightly, his hands stained with her blood as he pleads for help. Loneliness's face is marred by a grievous wound, her eyes barely open as she struggles to remain conscious. The urgency of the situation is clear. Only the Queen's blessing can heal her, and time is running out. The man demands that someone speak the words, but only through their own lips, not through faction or her. He acknowledges the instructions, replying to his mother that he understands. The unseen speaker urges someone to speak, revealing that 2 holy knights have fallen on the Greenwood continent. The white-haired woman, Calderani, is injured, blood staining her face and hand as she speaks her name. The image shows Calderani, guardian of the Maelstrom Plains, in full armor. The narrative reveals that King Onyx, one of the strongest among all holy knights, has also fallen. The man from before questions if they were defeated, his expression unreadable. The woman's narration explains that Calderani was slain by the Demon King's high priest, and that's how the gateway was opened. The narration continues, stating that King Onyx fell after a fierce battle with the Demon King. The man cries out for his mother, lightning crackling around him. The narration reveals that King Onyx was a Dragarainen, and how she uses that truth will be up to her. Wang Taijin seems surprised by this revelation, questioning if King Onyx was a Dragarainen. The woman's narration warns to always beware the court's intrigues, and that fortunately, the Queen has taken a liking to him. Blood trickles from her mouth as she hears a cryptic promise. He cradles her gently, a look of concern etched on his face. A voice echoes through the room, urging someone to rest. Kneeling beside her, he offers a prayer for Larima's blessing. Magical energy crackles, a surge of power unleashed. Hands work swiftly, adding another seal of healing to the wounded. The figure lies prone, as those nearby discuss the divine punishment of the sea god item. Meanwhile, 2 figures rush down a hallway, one urging the other to hold on. The cry goes out. Sir Joshua, top-ranked awakeners rush to extinguish the flames clinging to his body. The woman crosses her arms, contemplating the extent of Joshua's power. She wonders what kind of monsters live in that other world as the man beside her looks on. The gray-haired man's face is etched with concern as he asks if someone is all right. The conversation drifts to the safety of a baby and the return of Joshua from the trial grounds. The woman with brown hair covers her face, lamenting how the world seems to her. A voice muses about needing a different kind of balance, hoping everything will be fine. The gray-haired man embraces the woman with brown hair, offering a silent comfort. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks away, the sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. A man with a scarf warns someone to prepare themselves, for they will be heading to the other world. The gray-haired man's expression is obscured, but his worry is palpable. The gray-haired man and the woman with brown hair stand together, a silent understanding passing between them. The gray-haired man cries out, desperately calling for his wife. He embraces her tightly, trying to calm her down amidst the turmoil. The woman with brown hair's eyes reflect a chilling resolve. It's Odin's command. Wang Taijin's expression is one of concern, his brow furrowed as he looks off-panel. Joshua assures Rachel it won't take long, but her eyes betray a deep sadness. A woman in a blue suit clasps her hands together, a man's hand covering hers in a gesture of comfort. The silence hangs heavy, punctuated only by the unspoken words lingering in the air. Wang Taijin, his expression grave, warns that both of them will be heading to the other world, urging them to prepare themselves. The old man in the suit and Rachel share a worried glance, a silent exclamation hanging in the air between them. A desperate plea echoes, someone crying out, "Wait, my wife!" The old man in the suit attempts to reassure Rachel, his hand gently placed on her arm as he urges her to calm down. A voice declares, "I'm fine." It's Odin's command, masking the true extent of the situation. Wang Taijin's expression is one of deep concern, his brow furrowed as he contemplates the gravity of the situation. The old man in the suit offers a hollow reassurance, telling Rachel that it won't take long, though his own unease is palpable. The old man's grip tightens on Rachel's arm, a silent promise of protection amidst the unfolding chaos. A blue portal shimmers, ready for transport, as a soldier stands guard nearby. A jeep waits, prepared to move through the gateway. Soldiers surround a jeep, some carrying a heavy box. The team prepares to move, their mission clear: secure the stronghold. A man seated before two others speaks, his access code displayed. The woman behind him looks concerned as the man in front appears worried. Authorization confirmed. Entry permitted. The message flashes, granting access to the next stage of their mission. A man and a woman sprint through a shimmering blue portal, their figures blurred by the speed of their passage. A burst of energy, perhaps an explosion or a sudden impact, fills the air with unseen force. The man from before stands with a woman, his expression unreadable. She looks off to the side, a hint of concern in her eyes. Elsewhere, under the light of a full moon, debris falls from the sky, hinting at a battle fought high above. Amidst a fiery landscape, a voice urges action. What are you waiting for? Move quickly. Stronghold secured. A man tells a group, "Let's go. I'll guide you." They stand ready near jeeps, prepared to advance into the unknown. The aftermath of a brutal conflict is visible, with debris and blood scattered across the ground. A jeep speeds down a road littered with debris and blood, a grim testament to the battles fought. The man in the military uniform shouts for a healer, directing others to move the bodies scattered around them. At first glance, it appears to be a war zone on Earth, but something feels different. Something is amiss. The man in the suit appears concerned, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates their situation. But seeing two moons in the sky confirms that they are no longer on Earth. The landscape is alien, and the realization dawns. This place is another world entirely. A military vehicle stands amidst the strange landscape, a stark reminder of the conflict they left behind. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a fiery horizon, contemplating the unknown world before him. A man gestures forward, urging his companions to follow him, leading the way through the alien terrain. The man in the suit stands with others, their expressions unreadable as they face the challenges ahead. Confusion and surprise are etched on their faces as they encounter something unexpected in this new world. Three figures stand on a precipice, dwarfed by the alien landscape and the ominous sky above. The air crackles with an unseen energy, the sky a canvas of fire. The very ground seems to writhe, as if reality itself is tearing apart. The landscape is devastated, a testament to the power unleashed here. Wang Taijin is asked if he is familiar with the system, his expression unreadable. The protagonist reveals that the system's true name is Old One, and that he now fights under the Doom Chaos faction. The old man in the suit looks concerned, sweat beading on his brow as he listens to Wang Taijin. Wang Taijin explains that he joined the Doom Chaos faction because he judged it would better serve Earth's safety, questioning if the monster attacks have stopped. The old man asks Jessica what she thinks now that she has seen the battlefield, his expression grave. Jessica, the woman with glowing eyes, admits that it's far more horrific than she imagined. Jessica continues, stating that it looks like an atomic bomb went off, her face etched with concern. Jessica reveals that she fought one of the Old One's minions, her expression grim. Wang Taijin wonders what would happen if such a battle took place on their homeland, his gaze intense. The woman in the blue suit gazes up at the glowing planet, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on her mind. This, she knows, is clearly wartime. The silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by unspoken thoughts. A voice then speaks, addressing Jessica and respecting her conscience. The black-haired man stands with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He seems to be contemplating the gravity of the situation. A disembodied voice expresses deep admiration for someone's resolve to sacrifice everything. In a peaceful world, such an act would be considered a great virtue. Amidst a fiery battlefield, a lone figure stands ready with a sword. The message is clear: this world and all of humanity must fight with everything they have. Chaos reigns as figures clash in a brutal melee. The battle cry rings out. This is the final battlefield, created to end it all, once and for all. The red-haired man, fangs bared, shouts with fervent intensity. He declares that one doesn't have to think about all of humanity. The black-haired man stands with his arms crossed, posing a stark question. Can you kill the beings of this world for your husband and the child in your womb? The woman in the dark suit stands tall, her back to the viewer. She speaks of the races who look and think like them. The woman in the dark suit remains, her question hanging in the air. Can you? A voice echoes, acknowledging that one may not be an awakened one or a trained mercenary, but the woman with long brown hair holds a pen, her expression thoughtful as she considers the weight of the choices before her. The kneeling man is covered in blood, his head bowed in despair. Above him, two figures plummet, their forms twisted in unnatural angles. His signature, it is said, holds the power to extinguish countless lives. A voice echoes, resonating with a profound sense of absolution. I forgive you. Wang Taijin speaks, his expression resolute as he addresses someone just out of view. He offers another chance to fight by his side. The choice, he says, belongs to Jessica. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. A question hangs suspended, a plea echoing in the silence. Will you stay? Rachel's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable as she poses a counter-question. Or will you leave? Jessica's silence speaks volumes, the depth of her unspoken thoughts reflecting the turmoil within. With unwavering resolve, Jessica declared her intention to remain. Her return offered a brief respite to their homeland. Wang Taijin sits alone outside a tent, the rain falling softly around him. New doubts crowd his mind, casting a shadow over his resolve. The legs of someone sitting in a chair are visible, the rest of their body obscured from view. A challenge is presented, a question posed to those who seek greater abilities. Do you seek power? The answer is clear, a demand echoing with unwavering conviction. Then prove it. He rests his head on his hand, lost in thought. If they built their main base here from the start, why push humanity into the heart of the battlefield? Anger wells up, but there's too little information to make a sound decision. The market is volatile, and rash actions could be disastrous. He must read the flow, understand the market's movements. If he only chases the events right in front of him, he'll end up like a small investor losing money in the market. Three demonic figures loom, their red eyes burning with malevolent intent. How much do the other dooms know about their plans? The demonic entity's single eye glares, its thoughts turning to the so-called ancient dragons. What role do they play in this grand scheme? Meanwhile, rain falls steadily on the forest, obscuring the path ahead. The downpour seems to mirror the turmoil within. Wang Taijin sits outside in the rain, seemingly unfazed by the weather. He appears to be waiting for something or someone. A cloaked figure walks through the rain-soaked forest, their destination unknown. The weather seems to weigh heavily on them. The cloaked figure kneels, their head bowed in what appears to be remorse. I'm sorry, they whisper, their voice barely audible above the rain. Wang Taijin listens intently, his expression softening. He assures the figure, no, you fulfilled your duty well. A disembodied voice speaks, offering a reward. As a reward, I grant you the territory of Caldoran. The cloaked figure stands in the rain, looking up as if in disbelief. The territory of Caldoran? What does this mean? The protagonist Wang Taijin stands in a dimly lit room, considering their next move. He wonders aloud if it is time to collect their spoils. Elsewhere, strange symbols glow against the dark sky, hinting at the forces at play. The symbols overlay a view of a castle, perhaps the location of the spoils Wang Taijin seeks. Before the castle, a group of figures kneels in supplication, their heads bowed in defeat. The kneeling figures appear to be of various races, all united in their submission. Wang Taijin and the hooded figure stand overlooking the kneeling crowd. The hooded figure observes that they have accepted defeat gracefully. A voice questions whether they were not supposed to interfere in matters of the other world, and is told that this was the group's doing, separate from the Awakeners Association. Joshua stands with his arms crossed, a confident smirk on his face. He states that he will gladly accept. An old man kneels, pleading that if they lift the plague, he will swear his loyalty. The old man is among the kneeling figures. It is said that Calderon's castle held out for quite some time, but ordinary people can't endure forever. A voice explains that they couldn't finish it fast enough, so reinforcements arrived. Joshua is ordered to dispel the plague mist. Joshua stands next to the hooded figure. He remarks that there's no point conquering a place if everyone's dead. A large, ornate building stands amidst a verdant landscape, its architecture suggesting both grandeur and age. The camera zooms in, revealing the intricate details of the fortress, its walls and towers hinting at a formidable defense. The villagers look on with relief as the cloud of death begins to dissipate, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and lingering fear. Joshua is approached by a villager. The villager urges him to lead them to Calderon's stronghold, his expression a mix of desperation and pleading. The villager warns someone not to even think about trying anything foolish, his tone firm and unwavering. Meanwhile, one of Calderon's maids ascends the stairs, taking on the role of guide, her expression unreadable as she fulfills her duty. Wang Taijin and the hooded figure follow the maid up the stairs. The text notes that when the villagers pointed her out, she looked as though she had already resigned herself to her fate. The hooded figure speaks to Joshua, telling him that he can look forward to it, his tone laced with anticipation. The maid pauses, her expression suggesting a mix of apprehension and resolve as she continues to lead the way. Wang Taijin's eyes gleam with anticipation as he thinks about this quest, a hint of a predatory smile playing on his lips. The protagonist's muscular physique is highlighted as he anticipates the challenges and rewards that lie ahead. The promise of worthwhile loot hangs heavy in the air, fueling their determination as they approach their destination. Two figures discuss their next move, requesting to be led to Calderon's stronghold. The man warns someone not to even think about trying anything foolish. A woman walks away on a grand staircase, her shoulders slumped as if resigned to her fate. Na Sunhu and the hooded figure unknown descend the stairs, following the woman. The hooded figure unknown tells Joshua that he can look forward to it. The woman stares ahead, her expression unreadable as she is framed by the doorway. Na Sunhu considers the quest that lies before him, a smirk playing on his lips. The muscles in his arm tense, ready for whatever challenges await. A promise echoes. There will be some very worthwhile loot waiting for them. A grand chandelier illuminates the path forward, promising untold riches and dangers. King Rimas sits upon his ornate throne, the weight of his kingdom heavy on his shoulders. The king of the kingdom of Xylover rests his head in his hand, the news of the demon king's descent weighing heavily on him. Within the grand hall, a question hangs in the air. Are they certain that Duke Caldoran has fallen? A lone figure walks through the halls, the news of the duke's demise spreading like wildfire. Leo, son of Caldoran, insists he saw it with his own eyes, adding that he wouldn't have survived without King Onyx's aid. The weight of the revelation settles as the son of Caldoran recounts the events, the crown of his lineage looming above. King Rimas appears to be in disbelief, his hands still resting on his face as he contemplates the news. The king can hardly believe it, muttering that the fallen Duke Caldoran was a bastard son after all. The question hangs heavy in the air as King Rimas sits on his throne. What should they do now? Whispers circulate, a desperate plea for Saint Jaden himself to appear and save them from this dire situation. Leo laments his duty, wishing he could have fought alongside them until the very end, but his duty forced him to stand aside. King Rimas stares off into the distance, the fall of Duke Caldoran and King Onyx weighing heavily on his mind. Leo speaks, stating that his father entrusted him alone with his duty. Elsewhere, Wang Taijin descends a staircase, lantern in hand, followed by the hooded figure. He speaks of a secret of their family. The woman with pointed ears looks down, her expression sorrowful. The structure looms, ancient and imposing. From above, Wang Taijin and the hooded figure stand on a platform, seemingly unaware of the depths below. Wang Taijin explains that this place has been guarded by his family for generations. Beyond that, he claims to know nothing more. From behind, the man's words carry the weight of truth. Wang Taijin's expression darkens as he reveals that something sleeps down below. A figure plummets downwards, surrounded by streaks of blue energy. Wang Taijin falls, a silent question hanging in the air. The blue streaks intensify, marking his descent. He is submerged, the water closing over him. A figure with pointed ears looks down, seemingly concerned. He is asked a question, his tone laced with uncertainty. Master? Below, the water shimmers with faint light, the surface rippling as if something has just broken through. Deeper still, the light fades, leaving only the faintest glimmer in the murky depths. Wang Taijin plummets through the darkness, the ornate structure above growing ever more distant. The room below is filled with strange devices, their purpose unknown, bathed in an eerie purple glow. Tendrils of dark energy writhe and pulse, filling the space with an oppressive aura. The energy intensifies, crackling with barely contained power, a silent threat hanging in the air. A figure emerges from the shadows, a blade of pure energy crackling in their grasp. Looking up, Wang Taijin spits out a defiant challenge. How arrogant! For a mere item, a blinding light erupts from Wang Taijin as he declares, "Surrender yourself to me." The dark energy roils, reacting to Wang Taijin's power with violent resistance. The strange devices in the room hum with power as the battle for dominance begins. One of the three black grimoires, forged by the power of Doom and Aquasto, floats in the dark energy. Among all his items, Odin's golden armor is the highest level, but it is not what he needs now. He holds the glowing purple book, the Book of Death, in his hands, ready to use its power. The Book of Death matches that level, promising to be a powerful tool against the encroaching darkness. The book pulses with energy as Wang Taijin prepares to unleash its power against the unknown foe. The air crackles with unseen forces, a prelude to the coming confrontation. Wang Taijin grits his teeth, focusing his will as he channels the book's dark energy. The book glows brighter, its power resonating with the dark energy of the room. The energy intensifies, swirling around the book as Wang Taijin prepares to unleash its full potential. He realizes that this feels different from when he completed the life vessel, a sign of the power he now wields. The book resists, pulsing with an energy of polarity as a system message appears. Would you like to purify this into your possession? Required authority, 300. The system assures him that residual abilities inscribed in the book will not be affected by the purification. The Dark Sphere declares that it doesn't matter if Wang Taijin tries to stir up a fight. Wang Taijin stands before a pedestal, bathed in golden light, seemingly unaffected by the sphere's words. The sphere proclaims that they were destined to clash someday anyway, as the golden light intensifies. The golden light coalesces into a swirling sphere of energy, pulsing with immense power. The golden light intensifies, filling the room with its radiant glow, obscuring the details of the surroundings. The golden light continues to pour down, as if a divine presence has descended upon the room. A hooded figure stands in the distance, seemingly surprised by the sudden surge of power. A voice cries out, exclaiming "Master!" amidst the chaos of light and energy. Leo looks on with concern, while the hooded figure remains stoic, their expression hidden by the shadows. Wang Taijin holds the Book of Death, now radiating with a brilliant golden aura, its pages glowing with newfound power. The Book of Death pulses with energy, its intricate designs now illuminated by the golden light, signifying a transformation. A system message appears, declaring that common authority, purification acquired, confirming the success of Wang Taijin's efforts. If this is how doom, chaos rules over the lords, the protagonist Wang Taijin thinks, holding the glowing book. Then, he welcomes it, the light from the book illuminating his face. A hooded figure stands nearby, partially obscured by shadow. A hand extends, offering a book. Let this be a reward for your hard work thus far. The hooded figure looms, an exclamation point emphasizing their presence. The hooded figure speaks, questioning if this is what he has been searching for since the field of trials, and why something so important would be given to him. Wang Taijin looks up, stating that it is a little different, and that this one is Volume 2. The Volume 1 of the Book of Death, along with the main commander's primary equipment, is mentioned. The hooded figure says that they told Renai, or whatever her name was, to fetch it ages ago, yet there's been no word. Wang Taijin stands with the hooded figure, who thinks that polite requests won't work with them, and that they'll see soon enough. Wang Taijin looks down, stating that he found it for the hooded figure's sake from the start, and that it suits them. The hooded figure says that the book suits him far better than it does them, as the Book of Death, Volume 2, has been delivered. The hooded figure extends a hand, their gratitude echoing in the air. The figure, bathed in a crimson glow, presents the Book of Death, Volume 2. A reverent whisper escapes their lips. "Master." The ancient text pulses with an inner light, its intricate designs hinting at untold power. The hooded figure stands tall, the book held aloft, as if presenting an offering. Beneath the dark hood, a familiar face emerges, their expression a mix of hope and trepidation. Meanwhile, Wang Taijin stands with a woman with pointed ears, the weight of recent events etched on his face. A soft rain seems to fall around the hooded figure, washing away the last vestiges of secrecy. Wang Taijin watches as the hooded figure speaks, a command laced with familiarity. "You can take off that robe now." A soft, almost questioning escapes the figure's lips as they begin to remove their hood. The hood falls away, revealing a face known to Wang Taijin, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. "Master." Wang Taijin regards the woman with pointed ears, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "It's been a while, that face of yours." The woman's face is now fully visible, her expression a mixture of relief and lingering sadness. A voice echoes, prompting someone to follow their instincts, but to what end? Joshua smirks, as if he knows exactly what those instincts will lead to. Elsewhere, a woman with white hair stands with a cloaked figure, seemingly confused by something. A sudden burst of violence erupts. The attack lands, eliciting a pained cry. A woman with brown hair and pointed ears is viciously attacked by someone with white hair, her expression one of shock and pain. The assault continues, the woman's scream echoing as the attacker presses their advantage. Joshua looks up, declaring his target as the one who carries the plague. The man with black hair is revealed to be the vampire. The attacker, with white hair and glowing red eyes, finds the situation magnificent. The armored figure is identified as Joshua,